Lin Feng, wake up. The teacher wants you to come up and recite. Accompanied by a vigorous shaking, Lin Feng, who had been resting on his desk, began to awaken. Stop shaking me. Wanga, what's going on? With bleary eyes, Lin Feng slowly opened them and turned to glance at Wang Xan beside him. Wang Xan glanced at the blackboard, indicating that the teacher was indeed watching him. Oh no. Typically, this Chinese teacher wouldn't bother with students dozing off in the back row. What's happening today? There was no choice but to go up and recite. Lin Feng feigned nonchalance and walked straight towards the blackboard. This seems familiar. Lin Feng quickly began to write that in a flash. He finished and gracefully tossed the chalk aside, returning briskly to his seat. Despite having misspelled a few words and receiving a tongue lashing from the teacher, Lin Feng paid no heed and prepared to indulge in a slumber. Wow, Lin Feng, you actually know this? Wang Xin cast an admiring glance. This? Just a lucky guess. You rascal. You're not secretly studying in your dreams, are you? Wang Xin shot him a disdainful look, having agreed to be lazy together. Yet Lin Feng was secretly studying. Ding ding ding. Finally, school is over. Lin Feng stretched lazily, ready to head home with Wang Xin. Both high school seniors, Lin Feng and Wang Xin, were the quintessential back row students who preferred sleeping to studying. Upon hearing the dismissal bell, they perked up and made their way to the street, hailing a taxi. As soon as they entered, Lin Feng pulled out his phone, accessing a social media app to read the latest chapters of Dragon Ball Super. It's been updated. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, shouting in the taxi. Can you not be so overdramatic? Wang Xin retorted. But Lin Feng paid no mind to his friend's irritation, lost in his enjoyment. Despite the mixed reviews of Dragon Ball Super, as a seasoned fan, merely having the series to read brought him immense satisfaction. Lin Feng became completely absorbed in the story. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted. Before Lin Feng could react, a runaway truck slammed into their taxi, sending both car and passengers plunging into the river. Lin Feng, a poor swimmer, panicked, struggling against the water. Within merely 20 seconds, he had lost consciousness out on Planet Vegeta, in a dimly lit warehouse filled with Saiyan infant incubation pods. A weak light stood out against the darkness. A reptilian creature was using a scanner to measure the combat power of each Saiyan infant. Rows of machines in the incubation chamber emitted a steady gurgling sound. The reptilian being paused beside a pod in the far corner, measuring the combat power of a Saiyan child with a device held to its eye. Casting a glance at the child, it disdainfully remarked, "Humph. This child has a pathetic combat power of only 5. Afterward, the reptilian creature cautiously looked around, relieved to find no one else present. Working with Saiyans was perilous. Although the infant Saiyans possessed low combat power, their parents were formidable beings capable of obliterating him in an instant. At that moment, Lin Feng in the incubation chamber abruptly opened his eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, he realized he was submerged in a mysterious liquid within the pod, struggling incessantly, convinced he was still underwater. Panic surged through him. He needed to scramble to the surface. But wait, what was this overwhelming sensation of comfort? Gradually, Lin Feng calmed himself. The enigmatic liquid did not suffocate him, rather, it enveloped him in a profound sense of ease. It felt akin to basking under the sun, relaxing and delightful. As he touched the mask covering his mouth, Lin Feng recognized that he had survived and was, indeed, quite safe. In a state of bewilderment, he glanced at his limbs, only to discover that his once robust arms had vanished, replaced by delicate, youthful hands. What kind of monster was this? Startled, Lin Feng's eyes widened like saucers, his hands flailing in disarray. The lizard man, exhilarated, mistook the child's fright for a reaction to his formidable presence. With a loud clang, the door swung open. Lin Feng noticed a towering, muscular man emerging behind the lizard man. He cast a fleeting glance at the man, but the dimly lit warehouse rendered visibility poor. The man approached with heavy steps, his expression grave, and then coldly inquired of the lizard man, "How is my son?" The lizard man promptly erased his earlier disdainful demeanor, adopting a tone of utmost respect. "Master, your child has awakened at O?" The man's countenance remained stern. The lizard man stammered, "The young master is awake, but what?" Trembling with trepidation, the lizard man confessed, "Master, the young master's combat power is only 5. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Suddenly, he clutched his head, curling his body in a grotesque manner, his expression contorted in anguish. The lizard man, now in a state of panic, instinctively stepped back. He was acutely aware that Saiyans were notoriously volatile, often resorting to violence and destruction. In a flustered and fearful tone, the lizard man implored, "Master. Master, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me." The man's agonized expression faded as he slowly rose to his feet, standing tall. "I understand now." After uttering those words, the man turned to leave, prompting the lizard man to call after him, "Master, what shall we do with the young master?" The man, shedding his stern demeanor, thoughtfully scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Let's send him to a planet with low combat power for training." "What shall we name the young master?" The man pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Let's call him Darius." With that, he turned and departed. This moment, Lin Feng was utterly astonished. "What? I'm not dead. I've traversed realms." The lizard man from before and the man clad in battle attire both bore tails. This meant I was currently situated in a nursery incubation pod warehouse. Glancing at his own posterior, Lin Feng gasped, "A tail. I have a tail too." Having surveyed the surrounding incubation pods, filled with a multitude of small children's sporting tails, a realization dawned upon May had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. This was the anime I cherished most in my past life, a realm brimming with fervor and excitement. Before Lin Feng could fully relish his exhilaration, he was met with the sardonic remarks of a lizard man. "With a power level of merely 5, you are but a worthless wretch. Your father intends to abandon you on a desolate planet to fend for yourself." Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the lizard man, who, sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, abruptly ceased his mockery. Lin Feng yearned to discern the name and visage of the formidable man he was certain was his father. However, the dim lighting had previously obscured his features, though Lin Feng was resolute that this scion was indeed his progenitor. Wait, what name did his father just bestow upon him? Dalici? Dalici? Wasn't that the name of the antagonist from the original Dragon Ball movie? How could I have been transmigrated into the body of this villainous side character? In that moment, Lin Feng was torn between elation and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that he had not perished, but rather found himself in the Dragon Ball universe. The sorrow arose from the realization that he had become Dalici. Nevertheless, the mere chance of revival and transmigration was a stroke of extraordinary fortune, and Dalici was not entirely devoid of merit. In the realm of Dragon Ball, possessing Saiyan blood conferred boundless potential. Moreover, being a pure-blooded Saiyan was a significant advantage. The thought alone sent Lin Feng into a fervor of excitement, flailing his arms in delight. "Are you dancing?" the lizard man remarked, noticing Lin Feng's peculiar behavior. Feeling a sense of indignation, Lin Feng pounded on the incubation pod to express his anger. However, given his diminutive fists and the pod's robust material, it merely appeared as a playful gesture. Instead of being intimidated, the lizard man was amused by this display. "You laugh at me? I shall retaliate. Beep, beep, beep." The lizardman's ocular scanner registered a fluctuation in Lin Feng's power level. Yet it plateaued at a mere 50 points, only to revert to 5 in an instant. The lizard man dismissed this, viewing the insignificant increase as trivial. After all, a wretch would always remain a wretch. Once the lizard man departed, Lin Feng found himself the sole conscious Saiyan child in the incubation chamber. Like an inquisitive infant, he observed his surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. As tranquility enveloped the space, Lin Feng, filled with anticipation for the adventures that awaited him in the Dragon Ball universe, succumbed to slumber. Chapter 2. A First Encounter with Frieza. On the following morning, Lin Feng found himself immersed in a splendid dream, where he sat in Frieza's lavish baby carriage, his legs crossed in leisure. Before him lay an opulent table, meticulously adorned with 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. To his left was the enchanting Android 18, renowned as the most beautiful among the Dragon Balls. On his right, Bulma gracefully served tea, while Frieza stood nearby with an obsequious smile, resembling a diligent attendant. Suddenly, the voice of Vegeta pierced through the reverie as he leapt onto the stage, performing a clumsy and comical dance. Lin Feng felt an unexpected warmth in his lower body, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of tea wafting from his trousers. quickly followed by a sharp pang of pain. Ouch! What are you doing? He shouted at Bulma. In an instant, Vegeta, who had been dancing moments before, dashed towards Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Do you dare to touch my Bulma?" This abrupt confrontation startled Lin Feng awake, his heart racing as he recalled the dream that had morphed from a delightful fantasy into a nightmarish ordeal. Just then, a green hand reached into the incubation pod, extending towards Lin Feng. The lizard-like creature extracted him from the pod, preparing to dress him in combat attire for a journey to other planets. At that moment, Lin Feng had gleaned from the conversations between his father and the reptilian beings the impending commencement of his inaugural adventure in the Dragon Ball universe. Wait a moment. As a traveler, shouldn't I possess some sort of privilege? Don't all travelers have a golden finger? Lin Feng pondered with a sly grin, eagerly anticipating the revelation of his own unique ability. "System, come forth," he silently urged. Yet, nothing transpired. "Beep, beep, beep. I call upon the system. Come forth, my system," he implored, but the anticipated response never materialized. After several attempts without any reply, Lin Feng resigned himself to the realization that, as a traveler, he indeed lacked a golden finger. How disappointing. Fortunately, he possessed a general understanding of the Dragon Ball realm. However, upon reflection, perhaps his very identity as a traveler was the golden finger itself. He could access knowledge of the extraordinary elements of this world before others, allowing him to alter history with even the slightest change, potentially reshaping the destinies of individuals or entire races. Once the lizard-like creature had garbed Lin Feng in the combat uniform, it prepared to escort him to the spacecraft hangar for departure. Lin Feng lamented his unfortunate fate. Having barely seen his 20th year in his previous life, he had perished in a car accident, drowning in a river before experiencing the wonders of the world. Even in his transition to the Dragon Ball universe, he had not encountered his parents and was now being sent to unfamiliar planets. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lin Feng's emotions surged, and he could not help but begin to weep. The lizard creature, noticing the child's unusual behavior, mistakenly concluded that its formidable combat prowess had frightened Lin Feng to tears. Impatiently, it remarked, "Enough, you weakling. All you do is cry. Soon, you'll be on your way, and there will be more to endure." With that, the creature nervously glanced around, wary of being overheard by other Saiyans. Stepping out of the cultivation pod warehouse, the breathtaking scenery instantly silenced Lin Feng's sobs. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a spectacle of high-tech prosperity. Lin Feng was astonished. Although he was aware that Planet Vegeta was a technologically advanced civilization, the contrast with the technology of Earth in his previous life was staggering. He had not anticipated such an extravagant display of civilization. All around the bustling squares were launch pads for spaceships, with several Saiyans engaged in lively discussions, boasting about the number of missions they had completed and the wealth they had amassed in preparation for their impending conquests of other planets. Towering palaces adorned Planet Vegeta, while launch pads and medical facilities were ubiquitous, exemplifying the martial prowess of its inhabitants. Yet, the thought that this advanced planet would soon be reduced to cosmic ashes was a tragic waste of such splendid resources. In that moment, the clamor of the Saiyans came to a halt as the regal figure of King Vegeta III approached. Saiyans and various extraterrestrial beings alike knelt on one knee, exclaiming in unison, "We greet King Vegeta." The king raised a hand, bidding them to rise. Lin Feng stared in awe at the elderly version of Vegeta, noting the striking resemblance. Indeed, he was the spitting image of his father, a testament to the formidable strength of their lineage. Suddenly, a spaceship resembling a crab descended from the sky. As the door slowly opened, all the Saiyans and extraterrestrials, even the previously haughty King Vegeta, changed their demeanor. The crowd bowed deeply, calling out together, "We greet King Cold." Descending the stairs, King Cold surveyed the kneeling Saiyans with a disdainful glance directed at King Vegeta. "You Saiyan monkeys truly understand decorum. You are indeed my capable subordinates," he remarked. King Vegeta, bowing deeply, expressed, "It is our honor to serve King Cold." Lin Feng scrutinized King Cold, marveling inwardly at the striking resemblance he bore to Frieza's second form. "I am here to inform you that I will no longer oversee your Saiyan mercenaries," he announced. A wave of relief washed over the Saiyans, for they understood that King Cold's term mercenaries was merely a euphemism for cheap labor. However, their expressions quickly soured once more as he continued, "I am preparing for retirement. From now on, you Saiyans will be under the command of my son, Frieza. Come forth, Frieza." At that moment, A baby carriage emerged from behind King Cold, and indeed, it was the future cosmic sovereign, Frieza. With narrowed eyes and a smirk, Frieza mockingly introduced himself. Ho ho ho. I look forward to your cooperation. I am Frieza. Lin Feng was now face to face with the true Frieza and his father, one arrogant and domineering, the other cunning and treacherous. The oppressive aura emanating from him was sufficient to subjugate all Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Such was the grandeur of the Cosmic Emperor. It seemed that Frieza had also sensed the unusual gaze upon him. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through the chest of the reptilian man, who collapsed instantly. Blood spilling from his wound onto Lin Feng's head. The nauseating scent of blood made Lin Feng retch, yet he remained silent out of fear of Frieza's wrath. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. Ho ho ho! It appears this esteemed lizard gentleman has been observing me since the very beginning. This act further instilled terror among all present, leaving the Saiyans with an indelible impression of Frieza as a formidable adversary. What a brutal cosmic sovereign! They stood aghast, unable to comprehend when the reptilian had fallen. His demise was shrouded in mystery, and Lin Feng gradually descended from the lizard man's grip. A sense of delight surged within Lin Feng. Good riddance. Let us pop the champagne in gratitude to Lord Frieza for ridding me of this wretched lizard. However, he stifled his inner joy, for he was but a frail child, powerless against such might. Even in adulthood, could he truly stand a chance? After all, this was the Cosmic Emperor. His base power level was a staggering 53. What was more terrifying was Frieza's ability to transform through several stages, effortlessly reaching the level of a Super Saiyan God after mere months of training. The title of Cosmic Emperor was not mere bravado. Crash! Lin Feng plummeted from the lizard man's grip. Not good. Please don't notice me. The air thickened with tension, and Lin Feng immediately felt the weight of the Cosmic Emperor's authority, his prior elation freezing in an instant. He gritted his teeth against the pain of his fall, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw Frieza's attention, fearing he would meet a similar fate. Curse it, please don't discover my presence, Frieza. Lin Feng's temples began to bead with sweat. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Even the sound of his heartbeat was amplified in the stillness. His heart trembled. What terrible luck! Having just traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, he was now confronted by Frieza and his father. Oh, what is this? Frieza's words shattered Lin Feng's thoughts. Chapter 3. Enlisting in Frieza's army. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated Planet Vegeta. What should have been a cacophony instead revealed a profound silence. All Saiyans knelt in unison before a massive crab-shaped spaceship, beneath which stood none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, and his father. Humph! Frieza sneered. He scanned the assembly of Saiyans, his gaze ultimately resting upon Lin Feng. Oh, what do we have here? Frieza pointed towards Lin Feng's position. Damn, how could I have been noticed by Frieza? Lin Feng was perplexed. Despite his best efforts at concealment, he had still attracted Frieza's scrutiny. Oh ho ho, a tail? A little Saiyan, how utterly adorable. Unexpectedly, Frieza revealed a smile. He scrutinized the young Saiyan child before him, displaying a tender expression. So, it was you who just stole a glance at me? Frieza inquired, disregarding whether Lin Feng could comprehend his words. However, in the next moment, Frieza's voice echoed again. Such an adorable little child, then you shall perish. Frieza's true nature was laid bare. Lin Feng noticed the glint in the king's eyes and realized that he was about to be attacked, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The vivid presence of Frieza loomed before him, and after his body quaked, he found himself involuntarily wetting his pants. Indeed, Lin Feng had been so frightened that he lost control. Oh no, I've wet myself, he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his trousers, struggling to accept that he had succumbed to such a fate. What a predicament this was. Yet he quickly reconciled with the reality, constantly reassuring himself. Even Han Xian faced humiliation. He thought, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. The shame of today, I shall surely avenge. Driven by the instinct for survival, Lin Feng soon began to embrace this truth. In a bid to save his life, he formed a heart shape with his hands and tail, then lowered his head to express his reverence for Frieza. The king seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intentions and erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho, this little Saiyan child is indeed amusing. Frieza taunted Lin Feng while issuing commands to Dodoria behind him. Mr. Dodoria, please take this charming and intriguing Saiyan child with you. I believe he possesses great potential and shall become one of my loyal subordinates. A creature resembling a durian shifted its form, bowing deeply to Frieza. Certainly, my esteemed King Frieza, I shall bring him to you at once. With that, he approached Lin Feng directly. Meanwhile, King Cold looked on in bewilderment, his expression one of astonishment. Frieza, are you intending to adopt this Saiyan child? Frieza gazed up at King Cold's robust form. Father, I merely find this Saiyan child somewhat endearing. It's not as though I wish to take him as my adopted son. King Cold, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded. What adopted son? Never mind, do as you like. I plan to retire anyway. You can decide these trifles for yourself. He adjusted his cloak and sauntered towards the interior of the spaceship. At that moment, Lin Feng had a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, but he could only silently chant them within. All he wanted was for the king to spare his life. Yet he never expected the king to wish to raise him as a son. The thought of Frieza eventually annihilating Planet Vegeta and exterminating all Saiyans sent shivers down his spine. Alas, here he was, a feeble individual with a combat power of merely 5. What was this? It was the complete opposite of the beautiful dream he had last night, where Frieza was his servant. Now, he was to be captured by him and forced to labor without pay. Truly, the old adage holds true. Dreams are often reversed. Lin Feng was enveloped by a moving durian, whisked away to stand before Frieza. Before the cosmic sovereign, Lin Feng dared not meet his gaze, squinting his eyes and forcing a smile. At that moment, the king seemed to have undergone a transformation, pressing Lin Feng closely against his visage in a display of endearing affection. What? Endearing? It was astonishing that the formidable cosmic emperor could exhibit such a tender side, eliciting a look of shock from Lin Feng. Perhaps the current king, having recently ascended to his father's throne, was still inexperienced in the ways of the universe, lacking the brutality expected of him, with a trace of compassion still intact. The surrounding Saiyans were perplexed by Frieza's behavior. One moment, he was a fearsome cosmic monarch, mercilessly obliterating those who dared to show disrespect. The next, he appeared transformed. Yet, out of reverence, they dared not voice their thoughts. They could not fathom the enigmatic nature of the cosmic ruler, whose temperament was as unpredictable as the tides, which perhaps was the true terror of his reign. At that moment, Frieza disregarded the child's lineage and unceremoniously ushered Lin Feng aboard his spaceship. Under the glaring sun, he abducted the child, yet none dared to utter a word of dissent. The Saiyans kept their heads bowed, allowing Frieza to take Lin Feng away, after which Frieza and his entourage departed from Planet Vegeta. Once the spaceship had vanished from sight, King Vegeta finally mustered the courage to speak, anxiously inquiring about the child's origins. However, the surrounding Saiyans shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this child appears to be a lower-class warrior. A creature resembling a dinosaur broke the silence. It was customary for the offspring of lower-class warriors to be overseen by Dr. Bosai, so there was no cause for alarm. He gestured towards the lifeless body of the lizard man on the ground. An insolent lower-class warrior is still a person, King Vegeta retorted vehemently, glaring at the dinosaur-like being. However, upon learning of the child's status as a lower-class warrior, he chose to dismiss the matter. With a grand gesture, King Vegeta signaled for everyone to disperse. As the commotion subsided, Planet Vegeta resumed its usual bustling activity, as if the incident had never occurred. On a planet strewn with debris, a man adorned with a crab-like head and clad in combat attire, distinguished by a red bandana and a striking scar, was devouring a roasted dinosaur leg voraciously, relishing the flavor. Suddenly, a spaceship soared overhead, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped him. He looked up at the fleeting vessel, a wave of familiarity washing over him. This aura, it belonged to King Cold. Bardock gazed at the sky in astonishment, his eyes trembling with disbelief. No, a tempest surged within him. He sensed another familiar, yet alien presence. Indeed, it was the energy of his son, who had just awakened yesterday. He had resolved to send the boy to another planet. Yet, why did he detect his essence aboard King Cold's spaceship? The distressing revelation was compounded by the presence of two exceptionally powerful warriors alongside his son. The man's piercing gaze and furrowed brow betrayed his deep concern for his son as he mournfully roared at the heavens. Darius. Inside the spaceship, Lin Feng pondered, Is someone calling my name? Leaning out to peer beyond the vessel, he was astonished to behold an individual strikingly resembling Sun Wukong. Goodness, to think I would encounter Bardock here. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. Incredible. I've discovered Bardock ahead of schedule. As the narrative unfolds, Bardock would soon engage in a fierce battle against Frieza, defending Planet Vegeta with the honor of the Saiyans. Bardock, a remarkable Saiyan warrior. After the initial excitement, Lin Feng composed himself, contemplating strategies for survival under the king's oppressive rule. At present, Frieza seemed to have just assumed the mantle of King Cold's position and had yet to enact a ruthless extermination of the Saiyans. Lin Feng recognized that from the moment he boarded Frieza's ship, an entirely new adventure had commenced. It appeared that this world of Dragon Ball diverged significantly from the one he had known. For instance, the notorious tyrant Frieza exhibited an unexpectedly hidden side. In the original narrative, Frieza was a merciless cosmic villain, yet here, he appeared to retain some semblance of conscience. The current Frieza seemed somewhat inexperienced, lacking the cunning malice he displayed upon his first appearance in the original tale. What, then, would be the trajectory of his destiny? Chapter 4. The Ginyu Force. Lin Feng mentally simulated various potential futures for survival in the Dragon Ball universe. Returning to Planet Vegeta after departing from Frieza's army was patently unrealistic, as the planet would soon be reduced to cosmic dust. Returning then would spell his doom. The most prudent choice was to endure under Frieza's regime, biding his time to survive. Currently, Frieza still held a modicum of interest in him, and given his ability to read the room, he believed he could navigate this precarious existence without incident. Furthermore, Frieza was known to treat his subordinates with remarkable kindness, which accounted for their unwavering loyalty. In Dragon Ball Super, even after Frieza's demise, his army sought out the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, underscoring the exceptional treatment afforded to his soldiers. Working in Frieza's army was akin to securing a coveted position with excellent benefits and guarantees. Truly, Frieza's Galactic Real Estate Responsibility Company was a force to be reckoned with. Lin Feng's mind was sharp and clear. Frieza was a benevolent employer, yet also a demon. Having obliterated Planet Vegeta, just as Lin Feng was strategizing his future, a thunderous noise interrupted his thoughts. The spaceship had come to a halt, arriving at the headquarters of Frieza's army. The headquarters was grandiose, replete with countless high-tech edifices that surpassed even the splendor of Planet Vegeta. Additionally, the distance from a sun-like star was nothing short of extraordinary, evoking a sensation reminiscent of being on Earth. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding crash echoed through the sky, heralding the descent of a short, rotund extraterrestrial with multiple eyes, tumbling from above. It was Guldo. Soon after, from the right emerged an alien with flowing white hair and crimson skin, striking an awkward pose. It was Ginyu. From the left leaped a towering, red-haired alien alongside a purplish-hued companion, both mimicking bizarre movements. They were Kuririn, Bardock. As the four aliens made their dramatic entrance, Lin Feng instantly recognized them. This could only be the illustrious Ginyu Force. However, wait, it seemed one more individual had yet to appear. Just then, Ginyu descended from the heavens, executing a series of flamboyant backflips, placing his hands dramatically before his brow, followed by another grand turn. The other four, witnessing this spectacle, joined Ginyu in unison, shouting, "Ginyu Force." At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, and a hint of shyness graced the face of the king, a blush rising on his youthful countenance. Lin Feng became acutely aware of the awkward situation. Even the king was at a loss for how to proceed. To alleviate the tension, Lin Feng clapped enthusiastically, letting out a series of chuckles to express his admiration for the Ginyu Force. In truth, Lin Feng's motivation stemmed from his aspirations to join Frieza's army, hoping that the Ginyu Force would serve as a formidable ally. The reputation of the Ginyu Force within Frieza's ranks was undeniable, and as long as he endeared himself to them now, a promising future within the army awaited him. Ginyu and his companions approached Frieza. "We pay our respects to Lord Frieza. Upon hearing the arrival of your esteemed spacecraft, we came immediately to extend our welcome. What you just witnessed was our latest rehearsal for the welcoming ceremony. We hope it meets your approval." The flush on Frieza's face gradually faded as he awkwardly replied, "Captain Ginyu, I quite enjoyed your welcoming performance." Meanwhile, Lin Feng's laughter grew louder, genuine, and heartfelt. It was evident that although Frieza found the Ginyu Force's dance somewhat bewildering, he was unwilling to hurt their feelings. One must admit, Frieza was an admirable leader, truly deserving of the title of the universe's foremost real estate mogul. At that moment, Ginyu noticed Lin Feng standing beside Dodoria. Lin Feng clapped fervently, fearful that Ginyu would overlook him. As anticipated, Ginyu indeed took notice. "Pray tell, esteemed Lord Frieza, who is this little one?" Ginyu inquired, pointing at Lin Feng. He is a rather intriguing young Saiyan, and it seems he is quite taken with your welcoming ceremony. Ho ho ho. Ginyu leaned closer to Lin Feng, animatedly mimicking the earlier poses. Realizing this, Lin Feng clapped even more vigorously, moved to tears by Jinyu's enthusiasm. A kindred spirit, Ginyu exclaimed. After all these years, it has been ages since anyone has appreciated our dance so profoundly. Amidst Jinyu's heartfelt exclamations, he continued to change his poses. Lin Feng, inwardly cringing, thought to himself, "Brother, I implore you, no more. Just a little longer will suffice. 10 minutes have elapsed, and I can scarcely endure any longer." Lin Feng mused inwardly, yet his body betrayed him with utmost sincerity. His palms clapped increasingly louder, both to induce a numbing pain and to curry favor with Ginyu. Enraptured by his own flamboyant gestures, Ginyu commanded the other four to mimic his movements. Upon hearing Jinyu's orders, the quartet promptly immersed themselves in their own embarrassing antics. Lin Feng could only endure the torment of body and spirit, relentlessly clapping his hands. Observing Jinyu's squad so entranced, Frieza ceased his discourse with them and turned his attention to King Cold. "My father, your efforts today have been commendable. Accompanying me such a distance," King Cold slowly began. "After today's events, I am confident the Saiyans will recognize you and will strive to serve you diligently. Our Frost Demon clan is the true sovereign of the universe. Those self-styled warrior monkeys are but mere jesters." With that, King Cold cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. His words piqued Lin Feng's interest. Frieza proudly responded, "Father speaks true. Our Frost Demon clan reigns supreme in the cosmos. Thanks to you and my brother, our clan has achieved its current stature." King Cold, hands on hips and turning away from Frieza, remarked, "In times past, before your birth, our clan had yet to rise. I encountered a formidable foe, a being renowned as the Emperor of the Universe. At that time, I lacked the strength I possess now and was severely suppressed by him." "Oh, such a tale?" Frieza listened intently, thoroughly intrigued. Lin Feng, too, found himself captivated. However, as time passed, this formidable adversary grew old and weak. A smile crept across King Cold's face. "I continued to improve, while his power waned. The title of Emperor of the Universe was ultimately claimed by me." King Cold turned around, a triumphant grin adorning his countenance. "Your hard work is truly commendable, Father." Frieza gazed at King Cold with admiration. The latter nodded and continued, "You are correct. Your brother has expanded our territories in the southern galaxy, establishing our current prominence. Your brother is the pride of our Frost Demon clan. Yet I believe you, as our clan's prodigy, will surpass him. I shall ensure that the renown of our Frost Demon clan reverberates throughout the universe. You need not worry, Father," Frieza declared with unwavering conviction from his pram. With hands already swollen and bruised, Lin Feng eavesdropped on the conversation between the father and son. What? Frieza's brother? Could that be Cooler? And who is the formidable enemy mentioned by King Cold? It seems never to have been referenced in the original narrative. If Cooler is present, it indicates that the Dragon Ball universe I inhabit also encompasses the movies. This implies that the worldview of the Dragon Ball realm is vastly expansive, which is yet another delightful surprise. However, I too appear to be a character from the films, so perhaps I ought not to be overly astonished. At this moment, Ginyu noticed that Lin Feng had ceased clapping, leading him to ponder whether something was amiss with his own actions. He continuously adjusted his movements. Yet Lin Feng remained unresponsive as Ginyu inched closer. Eventually, Jinyu's large face pressed directly against Lin Feng's. Is there an issue with my actions? Jinyu's visage, resting against Lin Feng's forehead, seemed more an examination than an inquiry. It was only then that Lin Feng realized he had momentarily lost focus, nearly forgetting the presence of the Ginyu Force before him. Consequently, he clapped with greater vigor and at an accelerated pace. Although Lin Feng felt a surge of anger towards Jinyu's conduct, he could only swallow his frustration. The torment inflicted upon him, both physically and mentally, was excruciating. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force appeared to synchronize with Lin Feng's clapping, turning the sound into a rhythm as they performed an array of dances. So you take pleasure in bullying a child, do you? If only I could move, I would rather not be here. Yet, one must admit, the Ginyu Force possessed a commendable sense of rhythm. Lin Feng quickened his clapping, seemingly attempting to daze the Ginyu Force with his relentless pace. Chapter 5. Joining the Ginyu Force at the Frieza Force headquarters, beneath the crab ship, a young Saiyan child fainted from sheer excitement. his swollen hands marred with bruises. After enduring 3 arduous hours under the torment led by Ginyu and his team, Lin Feng, whose nerves were frayed, finally succumbed. Foam escaped his lips as his hands continued to open and close, yet he had lost consciousness. Ginyu, witnessing Lin Feng's collapse, felt a pang of sympathy. "Hey, child, wake up." Ginyu shook Lin Feng's body relentlessly, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he summoned a doctor to attend to Lin Feng. Tears streamed down Jinyu's face. Touched by the child's fervor, this child, he fainted from sheer excitement after watching the dance. Ginyu raised a thumbs up in the direction Lin Feng had been taken. This child clearly possesses a talent for dance, and his love for it seems innate. Bart remarked, clearly impressed by Jinyu's admiration for Lin Feng. "I believe this child is destined for the art of dance." Lycum added, reminiscing about their earlier antics. "Indeed, indeed." GYS and Good agreed in unison. Ginyu clenched his fist against his chest, making a bold decision. In light of this, it appears everyone holds this child in high esteem. Such talent must be nurtured. I shall ensure he becomes the next member of the Ginyu Force. As soon as he finished speaking, Ginyu led his team before Frieza. In perfect unison, they knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Our esteemed Lord Frieza, we humbly request your attention regarding a matter." Frieza, turning his attention to them with curiosity, inquired, "What is it, Captain Ginyu? Is there something of great importance that requires the entire Ginyu Force's audience?" "Our revered Lord Frieza, I kindly request permission to induct that Saiyan child into our Ginyu Force. I shall wholeheartedly guide him in the art of dance, nay, in the prowess of combat. In the future, he will undoubtedly bring considerable benefits to the Frieza Force." Frieza has long seen through Jinyu's little schemes. "Oh, since Captain Ginyu holds him in such high regard, I shall grant permission." Frieza waved his hand, signaling Ginyu and his team to rise. Captain Ginyu looked up at Frieza, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my esteemed Lord Frieza. I shall take my leave now." Once Ginyu Force departed, a durian approached Frieza. "My lord, is this truly wise? Captain Ginyu is now recruiting his own members, and the members of the Ginyu Force were personally selected by you." Dormy, standing nearby, voiced his concerns to Frieza out of goodwill. "Oh ho ho, Mr. Dormy, it is of no consequence," Frieza replied, narrowing his eyes. "Captain Jinyu's request is trivial. I expected something of greater significance." Dormy shook his head in confusion. Frieza turned the stroller, gazing out at the starlit sky. "Mr. Dormy, my reign has just commenced, and I must establish an elite strike force to spread my reputation throughout the universe. This force must be completely loyal to me, unconditionally devoted. The Ginyu Force is my trump card. Any minor requests they have, if they please them, should be indulged." Dormy understood Frieza's intentions and applauded. "Truly, you are the great Lord Frieza. My vision was indeed short-sighted." Having exited Frieza's presence, Ginyu made his way to the healing chamber, where he found Lin Feng awakening. As Lin Feng opened his eyes and beheld Ginyu, he mistakenly thought Ginyu was still dancing, prompting him to offer praises, accompanied by a round of applause. "Listen, young one. From this day forth, you are a member of the Ginyu Force." Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. "What the hell? I merely fainted for a moment, and now I awakened to find myself enlisted in the Ginyu Force? Did anyone consult me? Forcing me into the Ginyu Force. Where is the justice in that?" Cursed Frieza. "Just wait until I grow stronger. I shall overturn your stroller." Never did he imagine he would join the Ginyu Force. Yet, it seemed that remaining close to them might not be a misfortune after all. The Ginyu Force was the elite strike team of the Frieza Force in its early days. Given the current timeline, the Frieza Force had only recently been established and lacked formidable subordinates like Tagoma. Staying near Ginyu was preferable to being in Frieza's presence. This cosmic tyrant was capricious, and who knew when he might decide to annihilate me. The Ginyu Force often undertook missions, thus opportunities to face Frieza would be scarce. At that point, Lin Feng could easily use his missions as an excuse to avoid meeting Frieza, focusing instead on stealthy development. With such thoughts, Lin Feng waved his hand, banishing his earlier vexation, and began to dance with joy. Meanwhile, Ginyu observed Lin Feng's response with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this lad indeed possessed a talent for dance. As Ginyu nodded in satisfaction, he remarked, "Child, you must have long desired to join our Ginyu Force. Get lost. If I had a choice, I would never wish to be part of your team. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher, responsible for imparting the arts of dance and combat to you." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking, Is he truly worthy to be my mentor? In Lin Feng's eyes, Ginyu was merely an extraterrestrial who relied on brute strength to intimidate the weak, lacking genuine combat skill. It was evident that when faced with formidable opponents, he resorted to the despicable tactic of body swapping. He could likely teach nothing more than dance. Ginyu introduced Lin Feng to the other members of the team, informing them of Lin Feng's agreement to join the Ginyu Force. They expressed their approval, as this young man seemed to possess a profound understanding of their dance. From his earlier performance, it was clear that he had the potential for greatness. Ginyu led Lin Feng back to their base. Currently, Lin Feng yearned for time to accelerate, to master speech and movement, so that he might distance himself from the Ginyu Force. He had no desire to engage in their foolish dances, nor did he seek to learn any skills from Ginyu. He was simply utilizing him. Had he not inadvertently joined the Ginyu Force, gaining Jinyu's favor within the Frieza Force would have sufficed. Nevertheless, this path seemed far easier than starting from the ground up. After all, the Ginyu Force was essentially the second-in-command of the Frieza Force. At present, the Ginyu Force appeared to be a safer haven. However, to grow stronger, he needed to acquire formidable skills, such as the Kamehameha Wave or Vegeta's Big Bang Attack, or even Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon. Yet, all these powerful techniques relied heavily on the manipulation of energy, and he had no mentor to guide him in mastering this art. Sun Wukong had consulted many teachers to enhance his strength. When it came to energy manipulation, the most formidable beings in the universe were likely the Yardrats. In the original tale, Wukong learned instant transmission on Yardrat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng resolved, "This is the plan. Once I can walk and talk, I shall first practice some combat techniques with Ginyu for survival's sake. Should I encounter dinosaurs, I could slay them and feast upon their flesh. Afterward, he would seek an opportunity to slip away and learn energy manipulation from the Yardrats." While his plans were well laid, a pressing issue remained. He had no knowledge of Yardrat's location in the cosmos. Of course, these were merely possibilities for the future, as plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. What if Frieza or Ginyu conjured some unforeseen calamity tomorrow? His plans would inevitably be upturned. The Saiyan race, at present, was too weak, having earned the derogatory title of Saiyan monkeys within the Frieza Force. Ultimately, the scarcity of strong warriors among the Saiyans rendered them vulnerable, outnumbered, and outmatched. However, since I, Lin Feng, have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, I must undoubtedly restore the glory of the Saiyans. The title of a warrior race shall be upheld by me. Chapter 6. A fateful encounter. The spirit fruit tree. Time flies. And under the influence of the dance training from the Ginyu Force, a year has passed unknowingly. During this time, Lin Feng not only learned to walk and speak, but also acquired basic combat skills. Throughout the years spent with the Ginyu Force, Lin Feng gradually adapted to their daily dance regimen. Once accustomed, it no longer felt burdensome. Ginyu always began with dance lessons, only teaching combat techniques after Lin Feng had mastered the dance, and over time, Lin Feng accepted this method of instruction. As they concluded today's training, they sat upon a stone. "Disciple, after all this time, I still do not know your name. As your master, it is essential for me to know it." Lin Feng was taken aback. "A name? Oh right, I have yet to share my name since arriving here." He smiled innocently, squinting his eyes as he said to Ginyu, "Lin Dales." Had it not been for Jinyu's prompt, he might have forgotten his Saiyan name. "Oh, Lin Dales, a quintessential Saiyan name indeed," Ginyu remarked, stroking Lin Feng's forehead. "It is Dales," Lin Feng corrected. Afterward, Ginyu produced a scouter and tossed it to Lin Feng, instructing him to wear it. "This is a scouter. It can detect battle power. Currently, your battle power stands at 50. However, being still young, you possess ample potential for growth. Compared to your initial battle power of merely 5 at birth, you have made considerable progress." Lin Feng donned the scouter and aimed it at Ginyu. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power reading escalated continuously, ultimately settling at 6. Lin Feng had anticipated it would hover around 10, yet it was merely 6. It seemed the Ginyu Force had only recently been formed, having not engaged in many battles. Thus their power was not as elevated as when they first appeared in the original story. Reflecting on this, it dawned on him that there was nearly a 20-year gap, and the battle power of Ginyu in 2 decades would reach over 100,000, such a sluggish training speed. It appeared Ginyu had devoted himself entirely to dance. What could Frieza possibly see in Ginyu? Absolute loyalty, perhaps? Nevertheless, to curry favor with Ginyu, Lin Feng feigned naivety, donning an expression of astonishment. 66. How impressive. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, Ginyu struck a pose reminiscent of a powerlifting giant, an action Lin Feng had taught him. Ginyu beamed with pride before saying, Darles, my battle power is rather commendable, is it not? Yet, before Lord Frieza, it is insignificant. Rumor has it that Lord Frieza possesses a battle power of 53. Ginyu clenched his fist before his chest, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, as though that 53 battle power belonged to him. I am well aware of Frieza's battle power. In fact, I know even more than you. Lin Feng replied. Frieza not only boasts a battle power of 53, but he also possesses several transformation stages. Even more terrifying is Frieza's exceptional talent. After merely 4 months of cultivation, he has attained a level of Super Saiyan Blue. Had Frieza engaged in a few more push-ups during his time on Namek, the concept of a Super Saiyan would have merely been a fleeting moment. Thus, the saga of Dragon Ball would have concluded with the Namek saga. Lin Feng deliberately displayed an expression of disbelief. Truly, Frieza is a formidable lord. Captain Ginyu rose and continued, We, the Ginyu Force, are the elite special forces of Frieza's army. We would brave fire and water for the sake of our lord's endeavors. That is the essence of our existence. Having said this, Ginyu immediately executed a series of flamboyant spins. Lin Feng, observing Ginyu in his self-indulgence, could not help but admire Frieza. Indeed, Frieza is an exceptional leader, capable of tolerating Ginyu's antics and feigning appreciation for the sake of employee morale. With a leader like that, what enterprise could fail to thrive? Lin Feng interrupted Ginyu's theatrics, his expression turning grave as he addressed Ginyu. Master, my current battle power is far too low. I believe I must undergo training to enhance my abilities before I can merit joining the Ginyu Force. Only then will I be worthy to be a member of the elite forces under Lord Frieza. Lin Feng presented himself as one eager to serve the Frieza army. Ginyu halted his spinning form and turned to Lin Feng. Oh? What do you propose to do? Lin Feng replied, Master, I wish to first venture to a few planets with lower battle power for some training. Ginyu rested his hand on his chin, pondering for a moment. Oh? Are you certain? If you've made up your mind, then go ahead. Seeing Ginyu's approval, Lin Feng responded earnestly, I will train diligently, enhance my prowess, and bring honor to the Ginyu Force. I will contribute to the Frieza army. Noticing Ginyu's lack of reaction, Lin Feng added, I will intertwine the fate of the Frieza army with my own development. My destiny shall be the army's destiny, and the army's destiny shall be mine, inseparable. Ginyu, momentarily swayed by Lin Feng's words, exclaimed, Good lad. I knew I did not misjudge you. If you say it, it shall surely come to pass. With Ginyu's complete trust in him, Lin Feng felt elated, turning to leave. However, Ginyu stopped him, and Lin Feng feared his ruse had been uncovered. Realizing he might never escape the Ginyu Force to develop independently, Ginyu then asked, Disciple, could you teach me a few dance moves? Lin Feng sighed in relief. Having anticipated something far more serious, it appeared he had overestimated Ginyu. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he imparted several bodybuilding poses to Ginyu, such as the Logan Cutter and the monkey fetching the moon. Ginyu, indeed a prodigy in dance, quickly mastered them. As Ginyu practiced the moves Lin Feng had taught him, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to quietly board his spaceship. Speaking of the spaceship, he owed a debt of gratitude to Ginyu, as the Ginyu Force was typically equipped with such vessels. Ordinary soldiers in Frieza's army did not possess spaceships. Only high-ranking individuals like Ginyu were allotted their own craft. After adjusting his posture aboard the spacecraft, Lin Feng swiftly succumbed to slumber. Beep, beep, beep. A notification alerted him to the presence of a low combat power level planet. The ship's system broadcasted the announcement, rousing Lin Feng from his sleep. Stretching languidly, he commanded the system, full speed ahead. Set course for that planet. Whoosh. A new glimmer appeared amidst the stars. Soon, the spacecraft descended onto the surface of the planet. Wait, what is going on? This is the low combat power level planet. It seems so lifeless, Lin Feng remarked, bewildered by his surroundings. The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss about this planet. He activated his scanner in search of any combat-capable life forms, only to discover an utter absence of biological signatures. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Warning. Danger is approaching, the ship's system warned once more. To Lin Feng's surprise, it was a weakened dinosaur, visibly famished from a prolonged lack of sustenance. Driven by hunger, the dinosaur charged at him, its eyes glinting with ferocity and drool dripping from its mouth. Lin Feng promptly activated his scanner. revealing the dinosaur's combat power to be a mere 14 points. Huh, a pitiful creature with only 14 combat power. He scoffed, confident in his own strength of 50. Leaping into action, he executed a backflip, landing behind the dinosaur's tail. With a swift strike, he severed the tail, prompting the creature to flee in realization that this prey was formidable. After dispatching the dinosaur's tail, Lin Feng quickly ignited a fire, skewering the tail over the flames to roast. As he cooked, he scrutinized the planet's environment. Oddly enough, it exuded a sense of desolation, with even the grass appearing withered. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, feeling an eerie atmosphere enveloping him. "Let me uncover the truth of this place," he declared, summoning all his strength to leap high into the air. His eyes widened in astonishment as a towering tree came into view. This magnificent tree starkly contrasted the lifeless surroundings, standing lush and vibrant against the bleakness of the planet. "If I am not mistaken, this must be the spirit tree," Lin Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Upon further examination of the environment, Lin Feng's certainty grew. This was indeed the spirit tree. The joy in his eyes was unmistakable. It seemed destined for Darius to discover the fruit of the spirit tree. Even as he traversed into Darius' existence, fate had aligned for him to find the spirit tree's fruit. In the original story, Darius gained power by consuming the fruit of the spirit tree. After feasting on it, he could contend with the likes of Goku, who had activated the Kaioken 10 times. Such power resembled that of legends. If he continued to indulge, he could ascend to godhood. "Give me time, and I shall become the mightiest in the universe." The thought of soon tasting the spirit tree's fruit made Lin Feng disregard the dinosaur meat entirely, discarding it carelessly. He extinguished the fire with a stream of urine and then, with all his might, sprinted toward the spirit tree at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. "My spirit tree fruit. Wait for me, I am coming." Lin Feng was exhilarated, akin to a jubilant monkey, engulfed in a frenzied state where his eyes, mind, and heart were all consumed by the fruits of the spirit tree. Chapter 7. Devouring the spirit fruits, ascending in power soon, Lin Feng arrived beneath the majestic spirit tree. This colossal tree greedily penetrated the very earth of the planet, resembling a parasitic entity that incessantly siphoned the life force of the world, showing no sign of mercy even as the planet struggled for survival. As Lin Feng gazed up at the fruits adorning the tree, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. With a swift leap, he ascended the spirit tree and plucked a fruit, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth. Lin Feng let out a primal roar as his youthful body underwent a remarkable transformation. Instantly, he felt his heartbeat quicken, and his physique began to alter. To his astonishment, he had grown taller. The spirit fruit indeed possessed the power to hasten maturation. A 1-year-old child was now comparable in height to a 3-year-old. Moreover, he sensed an enhancement in both his vision and hearing. What astounded Lin Feng even more was the dramatic increase in his combat power, which soared from 100 to 200. A combat power of 200 was formidable enough in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world to send the moon hurtling away. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Indeed, this spirit fruit is a remarkable treasure." In the original narrative, Darles had consumed a single fruit and reversed his fortunes, overpowering Kakarot in the process. However, with this level of power, he remained at the bottom of the Frieza force. Even a mere gatekeeper could easily eliminate him. As Lin Feng pondered, he continued to devour the spirit fruits, while his scouter emitted a series of beeps. 200, 400, 800. Ultimately, Lin Feng consumed the last of the spirit fruits, his combat power ceasing its ascent. Testing it once more with the scouter, he was met with a series of beeps, 6,400. The spirit fruit truly lived up to its reputation, elevating his power several-fold in a mere minute. To put it into perspective, a power level of 6,400 in Vegeta's realm would classify him as a mid-tier warrior. If memory served correctly, he had already reached the level of Nappa when he arrived on Earth. A mere 1-year-old Saiyan with a combat power of 6,400 was indeed a prodigious anomaly within the Saiyan race. Even the exceptionally gifted Vegeta could not surpass him. After consuming the spirit fruits, Lin Feng discovered that both his physique and combat prowess had been significantly enhanced. The spirit fruits were undeniably extraordinary, though their scarcity was a lamentable drawback. If only he could acquire a few more, he could reach boundless heights. As Lin Feng reveled in his newfound strength, a faint green glow emanated from the branches of the spirit tree. As the light faded, the foliage gradually dissipated, the trunk slowly turning to ash. This magnificent spectacle compelled Lin Feng to reflect on the fate of the tree. Once the spirit tree vanished entirely, it left behind a handful of spirit tree seeds. Oh, is this what they call spirit tree seeds? Lin Feng picked up a single seed from the ground, examining it closely in his palm. He gathered other seeds and tucked them into his pocket, reflecting with joy that fortune had smiled upon him. For each year, he would be able to savor more fruits from the spirit tree. Was it not akin to being like Kakarot? What of the Frieza Force? Were the likes of Gula and Kurd? Were they not mere ants in comparison? Given time, I, Darles, shall be the mightiest being in this universe. As Lin Feng reveled in his thoughts, the planet suddenly began to tremble violently. With the consumption of the spirit tree's fruits, the life force of the planet had dissipated, leaving only a few seeds as its remnants. The parasitic nature of the spirit tree had left the planet battered and on the brink of death, marking the moment of its liberation. Cursed fate. It seemed this planet was no longer a safe haven. Lin Feng sprinted desperately toward his spaceship, the fissures in the ground nearly catching up to him. How infuriating. This was far too slow. If only he could fly, he shouted as he ran. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Lin Feng fled for his life. Fortunately, his combat power had significantly increased. Had it been 10 minutes prior, he would have been consumed by the cracks. After a Herculean effort, he finally made it back to the spaceship, escaping just seconds before the planet erupted. Lin Feng lay against the window of the spaceship, gazing at the fiery spectacle outside, both tragic and magnificent. His eyes flickered to the spirit tree fruits in his pocket, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to plant these seeds, uncertain if such an action would invoke divine wrath. How was my intention any different from that of the malevolent Saiyan Darles in the original tale? With a resounding slap, Lin Feng struck his own face, the instigator and recipient being one and the same. How could I entertain such thoughts? He quickly shook off the self-reproach. I purchased a watch last year. I truly deserve this for harboring such naive notions. I have traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, and I find myself amidst the Frieza Force. This is not the benevolent earth. I shall encounter many formidable foes, and at present, I cannot even contend with Ginyu. Yet I ponder morality? With that thought, Lin Feng resolved to continue his quest throughout the cosmos, seeking uninhabited planets for the cultivation of the spirit tree. After all, such planets would eventually fall victim to Beerus, the god of destruction. So it would be wiser to convert them into nourishment for the spirit tree to enhance his own combat prowess. Thus, in the ensuing months, Lin Feng diligently searched for these uninhabited worlds to plant the spirit tree. Due to his consumption of all the spirit tree's fruits, his physical form now resembled that of a 5-year-old child. However, his bodily functions surpassed those of his peers, leaving him to wonder how he would measure against Vegeta. Speaking of Vegeta, was he already born, or was he older? In my previous life, I remained oblivious to the age difference between Vegeta and Darles. In the original tale, Sun Wukong was sent to Earth on the eve of Planet Vegeta's destruction, at which time Vegeta was already capable of engaging in combat with the Frieza Force. Presently, it appears that Planet Vegeta has yet to meet its demise, suggesting that Vegeta is likely already born, while Sun Wukong, without a doubt, has not yet entered the world. Furthermore, Sun Wukong's elder brother, Raditz, should be of a similar age to Vegeta. Therefore, if Vegeta has indeed been born, Raditz must also have come into existence. One cannot help but wonder whether they might eventually cross paths with Vegeta and his Saiyan team. Months have passed, and Lin Feng has successfully sown all the seeds of the spirit tree, leaving the rest to the passage of time. As he gently caressed his belly, it once again protested, indicating that he must seek sustenance on a nearby planet. Having subsisted solely on the spacecraft's rations, which consisted primarily of desiccated meat, he lamented the loss of the only piece of fresh dinosaur meat discarded months prior, as he had yet to savor the delicacy since arriving in this world. Following the guidance of the ship's system, Lin Feng descended upon a planet abundant with dinosaurs to commence his hunt. He still harbored regrets about that piece of dinosaur meat he had let slip away. Had he known how it would turn out, he would have taken a bite before discarding it. As he landed, a dinosaur caught sight of him, seemingly beckoning with its drool, galloping towards him with fervor. Just in time. You're drooling, are you? Let's see who feasts on whom. In a swift and decisive motion, Lin Feng severed the tail of the dinosaur. Though he was reluctant to take a life, the dinosaur's tails were excessively long, potentially hindering their way of life. He soon set up a campfire and began to cook. However, the dinosaur meat merely quelled his hunger and lacked flavor, reminiscent of chicken breast without any seasoning, rendering it rather tasteless. He pondered why Sun Wukong and Gohan found their meals so delectable. Perhaps the quality of dinosaur meat on Earth was superior. This thought ignited a longing within Lin Feng to return to Earth, for its culinary delights were indeed the most exquisite. After all, even the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus could not resist the allure of Earth's cuisine. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Lin Feng reclined on the grass and gazed up at the sky, feeling an immense sense of relaxation. There is perhaps no greater joy than a satisfying meal followed by a good sleep. After months of tireless wandering, Lin Feng was utterly exhausted and soon slipped into a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, the detector emitted a series of alarming beeps, and the spacecraft system continuously announced, "Warning! High combat power life form detected approaching. Warning! High combat power life form detected approaching." The blaring alarms jolted Lin Feng awake, prompting him to sit up instantly. With remarkable speed, he concealed himself within the grass, entering a state of alertness. He surveyed his surroundings, uncertain whether this formidable life form was above him or on the ground. Cautiously, he observed his surroundings, and after a while, the detector ceased its alarms. Lin Feng let out a deep sigh, reflecting on his fortunate escape from detection. After all, he had only traversed into this realm for less than a year. He could not allow his journey to meet an untimely end. Just as he believed he had narrowly evaded disaster, a wave of weakness swept through his entire being. His body went limp, muscles refusing to obey his commands, rendering him utterly powerless. To his dismay, Lin Feng turned to glance behind him, his eyes widening in horror. A robust hand had seized his tail. He attempted to resist, yet found himself incapable of exerting any strength. This was a dire predicament. He had forgotten that a Saiyans Achilles' heel lay in their tail. It seemed that his fate was precariously hanging in the balance, and he might very well meet his end here. Such negligence. Chapter 8. Bardock. A gentle breeze brushed against Lin Feng's face, but he felt no trace of coolness. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, solely due to the grip of the hand ensnaring his tail. He sensed that the newcomer bore ill intentions, possessing not only the ability to suppress his combat power, but also an understanding of the Saiyans' vulnerabilities. It appeared he had underestimated the intricacies of this Dragon Ball universe. The mastery of Ki was not limited to warriors. The vast cosmos harbored countless wonders. The Ardetra race served as a prime example. However, it could not be guaranteed that no other extraterrestrial beings possessed a similar proficiency in Ki manipulation beyond the Ardetra. Lin Feng writhed in agony, exerting every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to break free, only to be met with further torment. Given that the tail was an inherent weakness of the Saiyans, no amount of desperation could liberate him. As he emitted a pained groan, the strong, calloused hand unexpectedly relinquished its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly regained his composure. Fists clenched, poised for battle. To his astonishment, the figure before him donned an identical battle suit and sported a tail that symbolized the Saiyan lineage. The distinctive scar on his face and the red bandana were unmistakable markers of his identity. Indeed, standing before Lin Feng was none other than Bardock, the mightiest low-class warrior among the Saiyans. Recognizing Bardock, Lin Feng relaxed his guard, aware that in the original narrative, Bardock was portrayed as a noble character and the father of the protagonist, Son Goku. With a charming expression, he squinted and greeted Bardock. "Hello, Mr. Bardock." Bardock crossed his arms, brow furrowed in confusion. He pondered, momentarily taken aback. How did this young man know his name? When he had sent him away, the boy surely had not seen his face clearly. It was he who had bestowed the name upon him at birth. It was a peculiar notion for a son to know his father's name before the father knew his son's. Noticing Bardock's bewilderment, Lin Feng quickly clarified. "I have long heard of your prowess within the Frieza Force, Mr. Bardock. You are indeed one of the mightiest amongst us Saiyans, second only to King Vegeta." Lin Feng did not concern himself with the rivalry between King Vegeta and Bardock. He simply unleashed a torrent of flattery. "Alas, I nearly exposed myself. If this continues, Bardock may begin to harbor suspicions. Such a perceptive individual. It is imperative that I conceal my identity as a time traveler. Otherwise, this child blessed with extraordinary abilities shall be stifled in his infancy." Although Bardock is a good man, one must always remain vigilant. Lin Feng pondered. To dispel Bardock's doubts, Lin Feng quickly added, "Mr. Bardock, You are my idol. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river. I would gladly toil for you. Subsequently, Lin Feng showcased a series of fluid maneuvers he had learned from Ginyu. Bardock felt a flush of embarrassment, utterly baffled by the boy's words. Where on earth did he learn such things? And those outrageous dances? Nevertheless, seeing his son has grown so much, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Wait, how has this child grown so large? Compared to his peers, he hardly resembles a 2-year-old. His height is nearly that of Raditz. What on earth has he been consuming? Lin Feng turned to Bardock, grinning mischievously, and prepared to perform another set of moves. Bardock's complexion gradually reddened, and he interrupted Lin Feng's display. Kid, your tail is a Saiyans Achilles heel. Why are you carelessly waving it about instead of securing it around your waist? Do you wish for your enemies to be unaware of your vulnerability? Lin Feng recognized his mistake. It was his negligence. The Saiyan tail indeed poses a significant weakness. Fortunately, Bardock is an ally. Had it been an enemy, the consequences could have been dire. Thus, Lin Feng apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Bardock. It won't happen again. There is no need for apologies. You must take responsibility for yourself. Bardock reprimanded sternly. With a penetrating gaze, he looked into the distance and admonished. Let us hope there will not be a next time. If an enemy had ambushed you instead of me, what would you have done? Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Bardock had imparted a lesson upon his arrival, truly worthy of being Sun Wukong's father. At that moment, Bardock's gaze returned to Lin Feng. Beep, beep, beep. Bardock's scouter emitted a series of sounds, ultimately stabilizing at a combat power reading of 6,400. Bardock gazed at Lin Feng with astonishment. How can your combat power be 6,400? When Lin Feng was born, his combat power was merely 5. And now Bardock stared incredulously at the child before him. Stunned by Bardock's inquiry, Lin Feng froze in place. He thought to himself, I certainly cannot disclose the matter of the spirit tree. That would be utterly unthinkable. Even Mr. Bardock deserves my caution. Thus, he fabricated a lie. I don't know. Perhaps it is merely a talent. Lin Feng scratched his head, feigning innocence. During my time with the Ginyu Force, I practiced dancing every day, which constrained my combat abilities. After leaving the Ginyu Force, my power has surged rapidly. After finishing his words, Lin Feng shamelessly made a gesture of exasperation. At this moment, Bardock was utterly convinced by his son's declarations, for he recognized that this was indeed his offspring, a source of immense pride. Bardock felt a surge of joy. No wonder this boy's physique appeared distinct from that of other children. This was pure talent. He had perfectly inherited my gifts. Were it another child, perhaps I would remain skeptical. But this is my son. Hey, Mr. Bardock, can you hear me? Lin Feng inquired tentatively, noticing Bardock's silence. Bardock, with his hand resting on his chin, continued to ponder. If he could nurture Darles properly, defeating Frieza in the future would surely not pose a problem. Our Saiyan race would no longer be under the tyrannical control of the Ice Demon. Perhaps a change in destiny awaited us. Suppressing the elation within, Bardock remarked, You, my boy, might even possess greater talent than Prince Vegeta's child. At merely 2 years old, you have already reached the level of a mid-tier warrior. From Bardock's words, Lin Feng drew 2 conclusions. First, Vegeta had already been born. Second, Bardock had come to believe in his own fabrications. This implied that Vegeta was indeed born and was likely training vigorously on Planet Vegeta. But how does he know I'm 2 years old? Lin Feng grinned at Bardock. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Bardock. I shall take you as my idol and endeavor to become an outstanding Saiyan like you. In the art of flattery, Lin Feng prided himself on never losing. Yet it seemed Bardock was not easily swayed by such praise. Using me as a role model is well and good, but let us spar so you can witness the gap between us. Lin Feng panicked. He had not anticipated that his flattery would backfire. Quickly, he smiled and protested. No, Mr. Bardock, you're overthinking this. How could I possibly? Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Bardock's fist struck his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away, the force of the blow snapping branches in his wake. Before Lin Feng could regain his bearings, Bardock appeared above him, delivering another powerful punch to his left shoulder, driving him forcefully into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Amidst the dust and debris, a battered figure slowly rose, Lin Feng supporting his nearly broken left arm. This time, he had truly suffered. It was the most severe injury he had sustained since his arrival in this world. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Saiyan blood coursing through him urged him to fight back. Summoning all his strength, Lin Feng propelled himself forward, shouting, "Raijin does not strike at those who smile. This is too much. Let's talk. More action." Bardock retorted with a grunt. Lin Feng, with his small right fist poised to strike Bardock's face, soon realized the futility of his assault. Against Bardock's seasoned combat experience, his punch was easily intercepted. Seeing his punch neutralized, Lin Feng resorted to kicking. Yet each of his attempts was effortlessly deflected by Bardock. Thus, Lin Feng threw a punch, which Bardock blocked, followed by a kick from Lin Feng that Bardock deflected with his hand. This exchange continued for a minute. Suddenly, a cry of anguish escaped Lin Feng's lips. In an instant, Bardock seized Lin Feng's tail once more, causing Lin Feng's eyes to go blank, devoid of any fighting spirit. "You never learn. I've warned you countless times. Always protect your tail." Bardock scolded Lin Feng with exasperation, before delivering a kick that sent Lin Feng tumbling back into the pit. This blow shattered all of Lin Feng's previous illusions. He had fancied the Frieza race to be insignificant. If he could not even defeat Bardock, how could he ever hope to confront the ice demons? The absurdity of his earlier thoughts was overwhelming. Bardock looked at the disheveled Lin Feng in the pit and remarked, "Having power is not enough. Without combat skills, mere strength is futile, much like a luxurious spaceship that cannot take flight without fuel." Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Bardock continued, "And I told you that the tail is a Saiyans' weakness, yet you still refuse to heed my words." Lin Feng was not ignoring him. He simply lacked the strength to respond. At that moment, Lin Feng had no desire to engage in philosophical discourse. He acknowledged the weakness of his tail, but Bardock's speed had caught him off guard. In the face of overwhelming power, even the most well-protected weaknesses remain vulnerabilities, or perhaps every part of him was a weakness. Lin Feng extended his hand, attempting to retort, but excruciating pain forced him into unconsciousness. Chapter 9. I Can't Fly. The gentle breeze was pleasant, the sunlight warm, and birds adorned the azure sky. However, everything around contrasted sharply with the Saiyan child lying on the grass. A soft gust of wind brought a blue butterfly to rest upon Lin Feng's nose. "Achoo!" With a sneeze, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Where was this world? Lin Feng believed he had perished. Had it not been for the sight of his Saiyan form, he might have thought he had traversed into another realm. The pain in his left shoulder served as a reminder that he was indeed alive. Lin Feng recalled battling Bardock, who had thoroughly overwhelmed him. After falling, he remembered Bardock calling his name, followed by a torrent of incomprehensible wisdom. Wait, how could Bardock know my name? Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss, for after his arrival in this world, he had only shared his name with Ginyu. Just as he pondered Bardock's knowledge of his name, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Bardock appeared, 2 dinosaur tails slung over his shoulder and a handful of wild fruits in his other hand. He approached Lin Feng, tossing the fruits to him without uttering a word, before sitting down and skillfully igniting a campfire to roast the dinosaur tails. Lin Feng accepted the fruits, not thinking too much about it, and began to devour them ravenously. Uncertain of how many days I had been unconscious, I found myself ravenously hungry. Fortunately, the blood coursing through my veins was that of a Saiyan. Had I been an ordinary person, I would likely have perished. Observing Lin Feng's exuberance as he showcased the wild fruits, Bardock felt a pang of reluctance to interrupt him. Yet Lin Feng showed no signs of pausing, continuing his fervent display. At last, Bardock could no longer contain himself and inquired, Darles, from whom did you learn your combat skills?" As he munched, Lin Feng stammered in reply, "I learned from Ginyu, as I mentioned before. Most of what I learned from Ginyu was dance, and I hardly acquired any combat techniques." Bardock regarded this with skepticism. After all, the Ginyu Force was renowned as the elite squadron of Frieza's army. Indeed, Lin Feng responded, his mouth full of wild fruit. Bardock patted Lin Feng on the back, encouraging him to eat more slowly. Ginyu is the founder of the Ginyu Force. Regardless of the circumstances, he is undoubtedly one of the most formidable warriors in Frieza's ranks. How could he impart only such minimal combat skills to you? Don't even get me started. Do you have any idea how I spent the past year? Lin Feng sighed. Bardock shook his head, signaling him to continue. During my time with the Ginyu Force, I was forced to repeatedly watch their dances every single day. And each viewing was different. It wasn't merely watching. The insufferable Ginyu even made me write reflections. Do you know what kind of torment that is? Constantly writing reviews. As he reminisced about those tumultuous times, Lin Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Moreover, I was required to master those dances. For only after mastering them would Ginyu deign to teach me a modicum of combat skills. The painful memories surged back, and tears flowed freely. Bardock, feeling sympathy for his son's inhumane treatment, gently patted Lin Feng's head. He then offered Lin Feng a piece of roasted dinosaur meat, which Lin Feng sampled. Instantly, his senses were overwhelmed. This was the first time he had ever tasted such delectable dinosaur meat since arriving in this world. Compared to the meat he had cooked the previous day, it was like comparing heaven to earth. The issue was not the quality of the meat, but rather the inadequacy of his cooking methods. Having spent years in battle, Bardock's culinary skills had reached an extraordinary level. Lin Feng devoured the meat voraciously, finishing the remaining pieces in mere moments. Once he was done, Bardock promptly handed him a bottle of water. Darles, you undoubtedly possess talent, yet you have not encountered a worthy teacher. You require an adept mentor to instruct you in the art of combat. Allow me to be that mentor. Lin Feng spewed the water from his mouth in astonishment, splattering Bardock's face. He could hardly believe his ears. Was it truly possible? His first teacher would be Bardock, the father of the Dragon Ball protagonist. It was an opportunity to receive tutelage without cost. How could he possibly refuse? Suppressing his elation, Lin Feng feigned indifference. I don't just accept anyone as a master, you know? Many desire to be my teacher. Seeing the cunning expression on Lin Feng's face, Bardock swiftly delivered a swift blow to his nose. This impudent child, one could only wonder what he had learned from Ginyu. Bardock's sudden intervention left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. In an instant, the carefree demeanor he had displayed just moments ago transformed into earnestness. Standing straight as an arrow, Lin Feng proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "That would be absolutely marvelous. I have long dreamed of becoming your disciple, Mr. Bardock." Ultimately, Lin Feng bared his innermost thoughts. Before Lin Feng could finish, Bardock soared into the sky, gravely instructing him, "Come along, Darles." After a brief moment, noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, he queried, "What are you standing there for? Follow me." Lin Feng remained rooted in place, scratching his head awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, "I cannot fly." Bardock, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered, "No wonder this lad relied solely on leaps during our skirmish. It appears he cannot fly. It seems I have overlooked this detail. Ginyu truly misguides his students, neglecting to teach even the art of flight. Given this revelation, I shall take it upon myself to instruct him. Clearly, Ginyu has not imparted any meaningful teachings to you. Very well, listen closely, Darles. To learn to fly, you must first master the perception of your energy." Upon hearing the term energy, Lin Feng straightened his posture. Astonished that Bardock possessed knowledge of energy control, he surmised that the original text provided scant description of Bardock, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that Bardock harbored other secrets. Indeed, Bardock's understanding of energy was impressive. No wonder he dared to confront the entire Frieza force alone. It appeared he had concealed his combat power through energy manipulation. You presently stand as a paragon among Saiyans in terms of combat prowess. Once you learn to control your energy, I shall teach you how to regulate your combat abilities, preventing unnecessary troubles in the future. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Bardock's words. Currently, he felt woefully inadequate in this vast, perilous universe, fraught with unknown dangers. Should he encounter a moderately formidable foe, he could easily be extinguished in his infancy. His encounter with Bardock served as a prime example, underscoring the paramount importance of mastering one's combat capabilities. Kneeling on one knee, hands clasped in a fist, Lin Feng gazed earnestly at Bardock and declared in a resonant voice, "Please, Master, bestow your teachings upon me." Taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected gesture, Bardock found himself at a loss for words, having grown up on Planet Vegeta without exposure to such formalities. Bardock mused inwardly, "What nonsensical antics is this lad up to? Surely he hasn't learned some dance from Ginyu?" He then spoke slowly, "First, you must locate the sensation of energy flowing within you. This is the first step toward learning to fly. As for how to find that sensation, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Bardock settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and brought his hands together at his chest. You must attune your heart to the latent energy within your body, forgetting the surrounding environment, and focus solely on yourself. As Lin Feng beheld a faint glimmer emanating from Bardock's hands, he could not help but marvel at the spectacle before him. Although he was a traveler from another realm and understood that this was merely a trivial display, The reality of the moment was undeniably captivating. This was the manifestation of energy. With mastery over this essence, one could unleash shockwaves, as demonstrated by Bardock, who effortlessly shattered a nearby stone with a wave of his hand. Inspired, Lin Feng mimicked Bardock's posture, sitting cross-legged with his hands resting upon his chest, eyes closed, envisioning the world around him dissolving into nothingness, leaving only himself. He cast aside all distractions and focused on feeling the energy within. Suddenly, a faint light flickered between his palms, and he experienced a surge of power coursing through his body. Indeed, it was the essence. Bardock's lips curved into a subtle smile, betraying none of his inner jubilation as he reveled in the realization that his son had perfectly inherited his extraordinary talent. This boy was destined for greatness. Lin Feng leapt up in exhilaration, astonished at his swift progress. "I did it, Mr. Bardock," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Bardock, maintaining an air of aloofness, merely responded with a single word, "Hmm." He crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, nodding slightly in acknowledgement before turning toward the forest, stating, "Let us conclude our practice for today." As Bardock's figure receded into the distance, Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, believing his progress was too sluggish and might have displeased Bardock. However, he resolved, "In that case, I shall continue." With that, he seated himself once more on the ground, delving deeper into the study of this energy. It seemed that the method by which beings from other universes unleashed energy blasts differed significantly from that of warriors on Earth. The former appeared to possess an innate ability to project energy, while Earth's warriors required the mastery of essence to harness energy blasts, as exemplified by techniques such as the Spirit Bomb and Kamehameha. Interestingly, energy blasts formed from concentrated essence often exhibited greater power, perhaps explaining the Sun family's consistent victories. In the heart of the forest, Bardock's raucous laughter echoed, startling the wildlife into flight. Chapter 10. Training with Bardock in the pitch-black night, an enveloping silence reigned. Yet a faint glimmer shone brightly against the darkness. Lin Feng sat on the ground, his palms illuminated as he diligently practiced harnessing the sensation of energy. With each moment, as he concentrated the energy within his hands, the soft radiance gradually coalesced into a small energy sphere. With a resounding bang, Lin Feng hurled the energy sphere toward a distant hill, where it exploded in a brilliant flash and a colossal roar, leveling the hill to the ground. "I did it," he shouted in triumph, leaping with elation. Yet, his satisfaction was fleeting. He felt that this achievement was merely the beginning. Thus, he once more gathered energy in his palms, crafting an even larger sphere to cast into the forest. Lin Feng believed that the energy blast would sever the tree, but as it approached within a mere finger's breadth, the energy orb unexpectedly detonated, dispersing in an instant, with the residual shockwave crashing onto the ground. As the radiance of the energy orb faded, a tremendous sound echoed. Yet the tree remained steadfast, while a significant crater formed on the earth below. After a cloud of dust settled, Bardock emerged slowly from the haze, drawing closer to Lin Feng while murmuring, "Your body is fatigued, your breath unstable, overly restless and eager for quick results. This is a grave folly in cultivation." Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire further, Bardock interrupted him. "A larger energy blast is not necessarily better. The key lies in mastering the art of concentrating all energy into a single point. You must channel more of your breath to control its direction, striking your intended target. Inflict maximum damage upon your desired objective, rather than allowing your power to dissipate aimlessly." Realization dawned upon Lin Feng. It was no wonder that in the Dragon Ball realm, a combat power of 200 could send the moon soaring, while a power of 20,000 could obliterate a star. In contrast, later battles merely triggered volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. This was because, as the protagonists' powers escalated, they grasped this principle: to gather energy into a concentrated mass and unleash it upon their adversaries in a singular moment of explosive force. Lin Feng inquired, "Then what should I do, Mr. Bardock, or rather, Master?" Bardock fondly ruffled Lin Feng's hair before imparting wisdom. "Darius, do not rush to achieve. All things must come gradually. Master the fundamentals, for only then can the results be magnified. Cultivation is a long journey, one that cannot be hurried." "Hey, just speak without fussing with my hair," Lin Feng protested. "Your body is already quite exhausted. Further practice is unwise. Rest for now, and we shall resume tomorrow. Make sure to eat well and practice diligently." With that, Bardock set down the dinosaur meat from his shoulder, igniting a campfire and expertly preparing a meal. Oh, I understand now. After heeding Bardock's advice, Lin Feng promptly collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes, and within 2 seconds, his snores began to resonate. Observing Lin Feng, who was now deeply asleep, Bardock sighed. This kid truly takes advice well. From somewhere, Bardock produced a white cloak and draped it over Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he slept soundly until the next morning, missing dinner entirely, only to be awakened by the rumblings of his own stomach. He sprang up, discovering the dinosaur meat beside him, and began to devour it ravenously. It seems I have not chosen Bardock as my teacher in vain. He treats me so well. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng resumed his training. He closed his eyes once more, seeking the sensation of breath flowing through him. An energy blast was unleashed, striking the tree that had eluded him the previous night, and it fell slowly to the ground. Indeed, as Bardock had indicated, yesterday he had been exceedingly fatigued, and further practice would yield little progress. Bardock observed Lin Feng from a distance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, secretly pleased. This kid has potential. He learns quickly. Lin Feng gathered another energy orb in his hand and swiftly directed it towards a small mountain. As expected, the mountain collapsed in an instant, reduced to flat terrain. Beside him, Bardock's expression froze momentarily as he quickly approached Lin Feng. Hadn't he instructed him just the previous night? Why was he still making such mistakes? Bardock then flew directly to Lin Feng, stating, "You must control the energy orb with intention, rather than allowing the orb to dictate your will." With that, he launched an energy orb at another small mountain, which did not shatter. Instead, a section of it was blasted far away, and a second later, it exploded, leaving behind a gaping hole. This is the proper use of the energy orb. Though its power is formidable, you must master it with your heart. Do not let its strength control you and wreak havoc indiscriminately. Identify your enemy's weaknesses, unleash your full power in a single strike, and let the energy orb's might erupt at that vulnerable point. This is the essence of the energy orb. Bardock lowered his arm and gestured for Lin Feng to demonstrate. Lin Feng immediately closed his eyes, entering a meditative state where everything around him faded into insignificance, as though he were the very essence of the world itself. Once more, he conjured an energy orb in his hand, and in his meditative realm, a small mountain materialized in the distance. The moment he released the orb, Lin Feng transformed into a swirling mass of black light that enveloped the energy orb. At this moment, he deftly guided the orb's trajectory, striking precisely at the mountain's peak. In the real world, the summit of the mountain was likewise struck and sent flying, leaving behind a substantial gap. "Hooray!" Lin Feng exclaimed, exhilarated like a jubilant monkey. Yet, Bardock interjected, "This level of control is still far from sufficient. You must practice diligently." Lin Feng felt as though cold water had been splashed upon him. His excitement abruptly extinguished. "Understood, Mr. Bardock. I shall practice earnestly." He then proceeded to inquire how to fly. "You have already sensed the presence of energy. Simply channel the energy within you through your breath, allowing it to lift you into the air." Following Bardock's guidance, Lin Feng once more entered his meditative realm. Mobilizing his breath, he evenly distributed his energy throughout his organs, filling every part of his body with vitality. This was the sensation of being brimming with energy. Lin Feng envisioned himself as a majestic eagle poised for flight, his limbs reminiscent of the eagle's wings, drawing upon energy to animate them. In the real world, his feet began to lift off the ground. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng found himself soaring through the sky. "I can fly! I can finally fly!" He cheered with joy, gliding leisurely through the forest, where all creatures scurried away in fright. After approximately half an hour, Lin Feng returned to Bardock's side. Observing Lin Feng's jubilant demeanor, Bardock's face broke into a smile of happiness. In the subsequent months, under Bardock's tutelage, Lin Feng continuously refined his skills, mastering the small mountain experiment that Bardock had demonstrated. As time progressed, Lin Feng's mastery over his energy became increasingly refined, and he learned to conceal his true fighting prowess. Over the past few months, both his combat techniques and energy manipulation had significantly improved, elevating his combat power from 6,400 to an impressive 10,000. However, Bardock was perplexed as to why this young man chose to suppress his power to a mere 5. Indeed, the very level of his power at birth. At this moment, Lin Feng was contemplating the strategy of feigning weakness to ensnare opponents whose true strength fell beneath his own. In Lin Feng's inner world, he thought, "Hey, you there? Saiyan boy, come here." He was beckoned by an alien from the Frieza Force. Obedient, the alien remarked approvingly at Lin Feng's compliance. "What do you want?" Lin Feng inquired. "What do I want? Oh, nothing at all. Merely found you displeasing." "What's the matter, Saiyan boy?" The alien seemed intent on provoking a confrontation. "Oh, you appear rather arrogant." With that, Lin Feng surged his power to 10,000. The alien scouter emitted a series of high-pitched warnings, ultimately stabilizing at the astounding figure of 10,000. "What? You possess a combat power of 10,000. The alien's jaw dropped in disbelief as he gazed at this child before him. Subsequently, the alien fled in panic, the earlier bravado evaporating into thin air. "Don't run. Come back." Lin Feng pursued the alien, reveling in his triumph. In the realm of reality, he chuckled to himself, feigning weakness to devour the strong. What a delightful thought. Hilarity erupted from him, while Bardock, observing from the side, raised an eyebrow, a question mark materializing above his head. He then hurled a stone in Lin Feng's direction, realizing he had let his excitement get the better of him. Lin Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and hastily composed himself. Bardock often found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of his son, who would sporadically utter cryptic statements and perform bewildering actions. This child consistently exhibited an extraordinary nature, both in intellect and combat capabilities. Could it be? This too was a lesson from the Ginyu Force. Bardock recalled Lin Feng's accounts of the inhumane treatment he endured within the Ginyu Force. Clenching his fist, Bardock struck the mountainside in frustration. "Damn Ginyu! What have you done to my son? I shall not let this go unpunished." Bardock slowly walked away, the mountainside fracturing under the force of his blow, crumbling into dust moments later. Still immersed in his fantasies of feigned weakness, a sudden explosion jolted him back to reality. Lin Feng observed Bardock's departing figure and mistakenly believed that his own lack of effort had incited his father's anger. Consequently, Lin Feng dedicated himself to his training with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Bardock embarked on his own training, focused on defeating the Ginyu Force. "Ginyu, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions." Chapter 11. Farewell. Time flew swiftly, and before long, Lin Feng had traversed the Dragon Ball world for 2.5 years. Due to the effects of consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, he no longer resembled a child of 2.5 years. Tap, tap, tap. Bardock and Lin Feng were engaged in an aerial battle, exchanging blows with evident back and forth, though it was clear that Bardock was holding back. As Lin Feng's fist approached Bardock's eye, merely 2 centimeters away, Bardock deftly intercepted the strike and retaliated with a punch to Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng winced in pain, expelling a mouthful of bile, grateful for his combat suit and the fact that his adversary was Bardock. Too slow, too slow. He reprimanded himself internally. Bardock growled in a low voice, "Darius." Lin Feng acknowledged his sluggishness. However, as a man, one must not be overly hasty. This marked the 193rd time Bardock had thwarted his punches. For months, Lin Feng had trained daily with Bardock, enduring relentless beatings during their combat sessions. Mere strength is insufficient. Speed is paramount. No matter how formidable one's power, without swift movement, one cannot inflict harm upon an opponent. Understand? Bardock lectured, arms crossed. "Master, is there any way to enhance my speed?" Lin Feng inquired earnestly. Bardock replied thoughtfully, "The key to increasing speed lies in enhancing your reaction time, adapting your responses according to your opponent's fighting habits. You must be observant." Lin Feng pressed on. "Then why, after so many bouts with you, can I never discern your responses, while you seem to see through my every move?" He candidly expressed his confusion to Bardock. "That is due to your insufficient perception of energy. Think carefully. When you throw a punch, there is a fleeting moment when you channel your energy into your fist. This energy is potent yet ephemeral, and without keen awareness, it goes unnoticed," Bardock explained. Lin Feng pondered Bardock's words, realizing the root of his dilemma. Gradually, he closed his eyes and declared, "Master, please, unleash your attacks upon me." Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Bardock's fist already struck his face. "Wait until I finish speaking," Lin Feng exclaimed, but before he could complete his complaint, another uppercut landed squarely on his jaw. "Oh no, I must focus and clear my mind." After enduring several blows, Lin Feng began to attain a deeper understanding. He concentrated on sensing the energy emanating from Bardock's fists. However, discerning another's energy differs from intuitively harnessing one's own, presenting a heightened challenge. Bardock continued his relentless assault, while Lin Feng absorbed the punishment. Now, this is the sensation. Lin Feng sensed the energy from Bardock's right fist, strong and fleeting, appearing and vanishing with remarkable speed. It's coming. That punch is aimed at my right cheek. In an instant, Lin Feng reacted, swiftly tilting his head to the left, narrowly evading the strike. Another attack was imminent, this time from the left. Lin Feng responded by pivoting to the right, successfully dodging the blow. Subsequently, it appeared as though Lin Feng could predict Bardock's punches before they landed, evading each attack with newfound agility. As Lin Feng noticed that Bardock's fists could no longer reach him, he began to revel in his newfound confidence, even performing an exaggerated dance reminiscent of a pendulum, a display that was utterly repugnant. Bardock, repulsed by Lin Feng's worm-like movements, quickened his punching speed. Recognizing the escalation in Bardock's assault, Lin Feng ceased his frivolity and focused intently on the aura emanating from Bardock's fists. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed something amiss. The energy from Bardock's right fist had begun to dissipate. Before he could react, Bardock's punch landed solidly on his face, though it felt considerably weaker than previous blows he had endured. However, the subsequent strike to the other side of his face was the most painful he had ever experienced. In that moment, Bardock infused his punch with a surge of energy, unleashing a powerful force upon Lin Feng's visage. How could that not hurt? Witnessing this, Lin Feng abandoned his earlier bravado, reflecting that experience often outmatches youth. Bardock, noticing Lin Feng had halted his nauseating antics, ceased his own attacks. "Your repulsive dance moves must surely be a lesson from Ginyu, right?" he remarked. "Indeed, that insufferable Ginyu constantly forces me to learn these bizarre dances," Lin Feng replied, though inwardly he thought, No, you have misjudged Ginyu. I acquired this dance from watching female streamers in my previous life. It's not inherently distasteful. Perhaps my execution lacks grace. If a beautiful woman performed it, the effect would be entirely different, like Bulma or Android 18. At this moment, Bardock's resentment towards Ginyu intensified. "Ginyu, I, Bardock, shall ensure you pay dearly for the torment of my son and for imparting such nonsensical teachings upon him." Suddenly, Bardock's scouter emitted a series of beeps, followed by a woman's voice calling Bardock. "Where are you? When will you return? Our child has been born." Overwhelmed with joy, Bardock's face quickly transformed into one of worry. Observing this, Lin Feng stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations, Master, on the birth of your son." Bardock stared at Lin Feng for a moment, deep in thought. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing, wait, the child is born. This means Kakarot has arrived, and the destruction of Planet Vegeta is imminent. In the original tale, Bardock and Jine sent the newly awakened Kakarot to Earth, and the following day, Bardock faced Frieza's forces alone. On that very day, both Bardock and Planet Vegeta met their demise at Frieza's hands. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter buzzed again, this time relaying a man's voice. "Calling Captain Bardock. Calling Captain Bardock. This is an urgent order from command. Please proceed to Planet Hiller immediately." Lin Feng was well aware of this planet's name, having appeared in the Dragon Ball Super Survivor arc, which featured the new version of the Dragon Balls, the 2-star Dragon Ball. Bardock solemnly replied, "Understood." As Lin Feng observed Bardock's retreating figure, he sighed, acknowledging the burdens men bear, caring for their families while striving to provide for them. "If only I had a smokin' in hand, I would certainly share one with Bardock, while indulging in one myself," he mused. He then soared to Bardock's side. Resting a hand on his shoulder, and with heartfelt sincerity, he declared, "Old Ba, or rather, Master, I understand you. Keep pushing forward, brighter days are ahead." The bond of empathy between men made Lin Feng momentarily forget that he had been transformed into a mere 2.5-year-old child. Bardock glanced at the innocent hand resting on his shoulder. Having witnessed Lin Feng's outrageous antics, he had grown accustomed to the boy's unpredictability. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock spoke slowly, "Listen well, Darles. You must dedicate yourself to training, rest adequately, grow well, and live fully. You are my pride, and the time we've spent together has been the happiest of my life. You must cherish your existence. You are my pride, Darles." With that, he turned and made his way towards the spaceship. Lin Feng understood that Bardock was bidding him a final farewell, for this remarkable man was preparing to undertake a monumental task. As he watched Bardock's figure recede into the distance, he ascended into the sky, tearfully vowing, "I will train diligently, rest well, and uphold your honor, Master." Lin Feng was unsure of the reason behind his tears. Perhaps it was Bardock's manly demeanor that moved him. Or maybe, after months of companionship, he had come to regard Bardock as his closest kin. Bardock continued to fly forward without looking back, merely waving a hand in farewell, murmuring, "The second one truly is a foolish child." Chapter 12. The Ferocious Harvest of Spirit Tree Fruits Combat Power, 128. After Bardock's departure, Lin Feng boarded his own spaceship, preparing to execute his plan for harvesting the fruits of the spirit tree. With a swift motion, the spaceship vanished from the planet. Lin Feng arrived on a desolate planet, landing his vessel atop the highest mountain. This choice was informed by the lessons learned during his previous escape from the Death Star, allowing for a more convenient getaway. Additionally, it provided a vantage point to observe the location of the spirit tree. His previous escape had required considerable effort. Now that he could fly, the task would be considerably easier. Indeed, from the mountaintop, he beheld the towering giant tree, the sole beacon of life on this barren planet. Upon counting the spirit tree fruits, he found exactly 10, neither more nor less. Lin Feng ascended the tree, plucking each fruit with care. He refrained from consuming them immediately, as he wished to conduct an experiment to determine how much his combat power would increase once he had collected all the fruits. Before long, the planet was reduced to cosmic dust. Lin Feng proceeded to the next celestial body, where the spirit tree bore a disappointing yield of only 3 fruits. After harvesting these fruits, he noticed that the tree had not vanished. "Oh, it seems there are still 2 hidden here." Lin Feng's gaze turned to the far right end of the tree, where these 2 fruits appeared larger, suggesting a distinction in quality among the spirit tree fruits. No wonder this tree bears only 3 small fruits. The other nutrients have all been absorbed by these 2 larger ones. Lin Feng busied himself for half a day, finally gathering all the fruits of the spirit tree, totaling 15, 13 small and 2 large. He promptly returned to the spacecraft. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Now comes the moment to witness a miracle." He consumed one of the spirit tree fruits. With a resounding bang, his body expanded significantly, prompting Lin Feng to exclaim, "One must admit, the spirit tree fruit is indeed a ripening agent." After consuming 7 fruits in rapid succession, he realized that his body no longer exhibited any further changes. Lin Feng surmised that while the spirit tree fruit possessed extraordinary properties, it was still subject to certain natural laws. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power readings on the detector soared. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, ultimately stabilizing at 32. Lin Feng then took a small spirit tree fruit and popped it into his mouth. But his body and combat power remained unchanged, further validating his hypothesis. His gaze shifted to the 2 remaining large spirit tree fruits, which he promptly devoured together. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, his heart raced, and his physique expanded further. He now resembled a 7-year-old child. An invigorating energy coursed through him. Meanwhile, the detector emitted a series of alarming beeps, ultimately recording a combat power of 128. The detector completed its function with an explosion, signifying that Lin Feng's actual combat power had surpassed 128. A mere 2.5-year-old child possessed at least 128 combat power. However, 128 was far from sufficient, Lin Feng pondered. Stroking his chin, Frieza maintained a base combat power of 530,000, with his final form exceeding 100 million. He recognized that he was still too weak. Even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not stand a chance against Frieza. Observing his hands and grown physique in the spacecraft's display, he noted, "This is akin to Goten in battle attire. Only my skin is a shade darker." Lin Feng mentally calculated the spirit tree fruits in his pocket. He had consumed 10 in total, 8 small and 2 large, leaving 5 small ones remaining. Though he had no immediate use for these 5, the secret of the spirit tree fruits must not be divulged. Lin Feng resolved to store the remaining fruits and the spirit tree seeds within the spacecraft. However, he felt a twinge of insecurity about this arrangement. If only he had Bulma's universal capsule, Lin Feng mused, reflecting on the remarkable invention of the universal capsule. After Bulma's father created it, their family ascended to become the wealthiest in the world. The first time Bulma met Goku, she showcased the convenience of the universal capsule. Recalling that moment, he realized it marked the inception of his previous life's dreams. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the spirit tree seeds nestled in his pocket. At present, The smaller fruits of the spiritual tree have ceased to be effective for me. Only the larger fruits can enhance my combat prowess, likely due to the quality of the planets on which they are cultivated. The planet that yields the smaller fruits is relatively diminutive, whereas the one producing the larger fruits is significantly larger. The former's vitality pales in comparison to that of the latter, suggesting that larger planets have a higher probability of producing substantial fruits. Lin Feng is resolute in this hypothesis. Thus, his next task is to seek out planets of superior quality to continue cultivating the spiritual tree. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Feng contemplated how to execute his plan, his detector interrupted his thoughts. The voice of Ginyu resonated from the device. Darius, the annual Frieza Force Martial Arts Tournament is fast approaching. How has your training progressed? The Frieza Force Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? I never anticipated that the Frieza Cosmic Realty Company would host such team-building activities. Lin Feng replied, Master, I believe my training is nearly complete. Could you elaborate on the specifics of this tournament? This event is hosted by King Frieza, and anyone within the Frieza Force is welcome to participate. This is the second edition of the tournament. I was the champion of the previous one, and afterward, King Frieza assembled the top 5 contestants into the Ginyu Force. Ginyu declared with pride. And what are the rules of the competition? Lin Feng inquired further. The rules consist of both team and individual matches. The team competition was proposed by me to King Frieza this year, while the individual matches will see each team nominate one member to battle. Oh, and King Frieza specifically instructed that no one should fight to the death. Friendship comes first, competition second. How intriguing. Truly, Frieza is a commendable leader, considering such aspects. Lin Feng felt a deep admiration for Frieza from the bottom of his heart. What are the prizes for the competition? Lin Feng was particularly interested in this, as Frieza and his son had long dominated the universe, amassing considerable wealth. The prizes must be bountiful. The first prize for the team competition is a state-of-the-art combat detector for each participant. This is no ordinary device. It can detect combat power of up to 3 million. It is a premier release. Furthermore, each participant will receive a high-quality planet. A high-quality planet. That is precisely what I need. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Given my current skill level, claiming the championship should be a walk in the park. I must be among the elite in the Frieza Force. Lin Feng continued his inquiries. And what about the prize for the individual competition? Jinyu's tone suddenly took on a more exaggerated flair. The first prize is the opportunity to witness a celebratory dance choreographed in secret by the Ginyu Force. Additionally, you will earn the title of the strongest within the Frieza Force. Ultimately, you will receive a planet of even higher quality from King Frieza himself. This planet is his private property. It is evident that Ginyu must have proposed the dance segment to Frieza. However, Lin Feng's focus remained on the planet. Upon hearing of the higher quality planet, his joy intensified. He must devise a way to persuade Ginyu to allow him to participate in the individual competition. Master, recently, I have delved into a new form of dance, which I am inclined to call the greatest dance in the universe. To showcase the prowess of our Ginyu Force, I humbly request to participate in the individual competition. Let us bring glory to our Ginyu Force. Lin Feng's voice crescendoed, as if he were on the verge of revealing his very essence for the Frieza Force. However, Ginyu was wholly indifferent to such matters. Upon hearing of the new dance, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Ginyu had witnessed the choreography Lin Feng had devised for him. Elegant and resplendent, any dance conceived by Lin Feng was guaranteed to be exceptional. Without hesitation, Ginyu acquiesced to Lin Feng's request. Chapter 13. The unfortunate Xiao amidst the boundless cosmos. A luminous white sphere traversed the darkness. After an extended journey, Lin Feng found himself weary, currently resting within the confines of his spacecraft. As an inevitable confrontation loomed on the horizon, all he needed to do was to recuperate. You have arrived at the Frieza Force headquarters. The spacecraft's navigation system interrupted Lin Feng's slumber. Stretching languidly, he cast a glance at the spirit tree's fruit, ensuring none had been lost before he slowly disembarked from the ship. Before him lay a planet teeming with vitality, stirring a twinge of ambition within his heart. How splendid it would be to utilize this planet as nourishment for the spirit tree. Yet, such thoughts were impractical. Should Frieza become aware of them, it would surely spell his demise. As Lin Feng ambled forward, surveying his surroundings, a sudden voice called out to him. Hey, Saiyan Monkey, what are you staring at? Upon seeing me, aren't you going to come over and pay your respects? Lin Feng halted in his tracks, turning toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a purple alien, adorned with two thick antennae, though they appeared to be severed midway, resembling two large pits. His thick, unsightly lips exuded a foul odor. Lin Feng scrutinized the grotesque alien and suddenly recalled. This was none other than Qiu. Noticing Lin Feng's silence and his scrutinizing gaze, Qiu flared his wide lips and bellowed, "Scion monkey, can't you hear me speaking? Why are you staring at me? Are you dumbstruck? You repugnant Scion monkeys, with your feeble combat abilities and pretentious demeanor, are truly revolting." It seemed that Qiu harbored a sense of racial prejudice, despite having never met Lin Feng. He sought trouble simply because he was a Scion. In light of Qiu Yi's brazen insolence, Lin Feng devised a clever retort. "Oh, is that not the illustrious Qiu Yi?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ah, so you have heard of my esteemed name, Qiu Yi. It is only natural that you would, given my reputation." Qiu Yi's face swelled with newfound confidence. "I, Qiu Yi, have only been with the Frieza Force for a year, yet I have already achieved considerable military merit. It seems you are quite perceptive." Upon realizing Lin Feng was aware of his renown, Qiu Yi quickly resumed his pretense. "Indeed, Qiu Yi is a formidable general in the service of Lord Frieza. With a powerhouse like you among us, the Frieza Force thrives as fish in water. My admiration for you flows like an unending river." Lin Feng began to lavish praise upon Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi was nearly elated to the point of flight by Lin Feng's flattery. Satisfied, he remarked to Lin Feng that the lad was quite discerning. Unconsciously, Qiu Yi pointed his detector at Lin Feng and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, child, are you truly a Scion? Scions are a warrior race. Yet you possess a mere 5 points of battle power. Quite amusing, isn't it? Let us see if you are still laughing shortly." Lin Feng remained silent and directly messaged Ginyu, stating, "Master, I have returned and am currently at the entrance of King Frieza's palace." Lin Feng then addressed Qiu Yi. "Esteemed Lord Qiu Yi, my battle power is regrettably low. Might I serve as your subordinate? I aspire to accompany you in the future." He continued, "I have heard that King Frieza is hosting a martial arts tournament, and with your prowess, you could surely lead me to victory." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Qiu Yi's ego swelled once more. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you truly possess insight. Today, I shall reluctantly accept you as my subordinate and allow you to join my ranks." Ha ha. Just then, a tremendous sound echoed through the sky as the Ginyu Force made their grand entrance. Qiu Yi stood dumbfounded, pondering the familiar manner of their arrival. The Ginyu Force. What brings them here? The Ginyu Force struck an awkward pose, and after a 5-second pause, they chorused, "Welcome home, Darles." Lin Feng, accustomed to their dramatic entrances, displayed no overt reaction, while Qiu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Observing the Ginyu Force rushing to welcome this Scion child, Qiu Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Although he enjoyed considerable prestige within Frieza's army, against the Ginyu Force, he was merely a small fry. Suddenly, Lin Feng dashed to Jinyu's side, feigning a victimized demeanor, and tearfully exclaimed, "Master, this person is forcing me to be his subordinate, calling me a worthless trash. I have already declared my allegiance to the Ginyu Force, yet he refuses to believe me, insisting that the Ginyu Force would never accept someone like me." Lin Feng glanced at the dazed Qiu Yi, contemplating, "You enjoy putting on airs, do you? Let us see how this unfolds." Through his dialogue with Ginyu, Lin Feng discerned that Frieza's army forbade internal conflict, especially at the entrance of Frieza's palace. Resolving matters through force would be untenable. With his battle power now at 128, if Frieza were to discover this significant increase in such a short time, he would undoubtedly question how Lin Feng achieved it. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether Beerus had already commanded the destruction of Planet Vegeta. If Frieza learned of Lin Feng's power surpassing 128 and the Scion legends of the Super Saiyan circulated, he would likely perceive the Scion warrior race as a threat to his dominion over the universe. This would undoubtedly accelerate the destruction of Planet Vegeta, and by the time Kakarot opened his eyes, he would be extinguished. Without Son Goku, what would the Dragon Balls even be? Thus, the path to vengeance against Qiu Yi should be one of cunning. Dismantling his relationships with his colleagues would be the first step. For the Ginyu Force was the elite squad of Frieza's army. Ginyu, once again, stood as Frieza's favored confidant, a fact evident from Frieza's constant reliance on Ginyu's counsel. In due time, Ginyu would whisper sweet nothings into Frieza's ear, effectively isolating Qiu Yi from the entire Frieza Force. After listening to Lin Feng's lamentations, Ginyu approached. indignantly questioning Qiu, "Are you quite arrogant? Do you hold our Ginyu Force in contempt?" Qiu, gazing up at the towering Ginyu, quickly regained his composure, fervently shaking his hands in denial of Lin Feng's accusations. No, 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 Lord Ginyu. I had no idea that Lord Darles was part of your esteemed Ginyu Force, and I never intended to have him as my subordinate. I would not even dare to consider such a thing. Indeed, rank has its privileges. In that moment, Qiu had shed all semblance of his earlier bravado, addressing Ginyu with an air of deference, desperately seeking his forgiveness. Ginyu, though tempted to teach Qiu a lesson, refrained from overreacting, mindful of their location outside Frieza's palace. "You best hope we do not encounter you during our missions." Ginyu gestured with a throat-slitting motion. "Otherwise, news may reach the Frieza force that you met an untimely demise while on duty." Humph. Having said that, Ginyu departed with his entourage, leaving Qiu alone, dejectedly staring at the ground. "Curse it, what a wretched day," he muttered in frustration. "Those insufferable Saiyan apes dared to toy with me." Qiu stomped his foot in anger, venting his grievances about the earlier incident. Lin Feng observed the entire scene. Although Qiu's voice was barely a whisper, it did not escape Lin Feng's keen ears. Thanks to consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, Lin Feng's hearing had surpassed that of ordinary beings. As he basked in his newfound joy, Lin Feng was interrupted by a scornful voice from afar. "How utterly tedious. To think he has joined the Ginyu Force. Truly a disgrace to us Saiyans." The speaker, cloaked and sporting stylish hair, was accompanied by another Saiyan with spiky hair, who awkwardly remarked, "But it's not all bad, right? At least he has quelled Qiu's arrogance. Ha ha ha." Beside them, a Saiyan with tufts of hair atop his head crossed his arms, rebutting the spiky-haired one's claim. "Lower-ranking warriors are merely lower-ranking warriors, lacking any spirit." The spiky-haired one quickly intervened. "I believe he will surely defeat Qiu in the future. We Saiyans are a warrior race." Unbeknownst to these three Saiyans, Lin Feng had overheard their entire conversation. A smile crept across his face, indeed, just as I anticipated. At that moment, the trio of Vegeta had already made their entrance, and they had done so right before him. Chapter 14. The Frieza Force Martial Arts Tournament. All members of the Frieza Force wishing to participate in the martial arts tournament are to gather at the Palace of Frieza the Great. All members of the Frieza Force wishing to participate in the martial arts tournament are to gather at the Palace of Frieza the Great. All members of the Frieza Force wishing to participate in the martial arts tournament are to gather at the Palace of Frieza the Great. The voice of Dodoria echoed throughout the Frieza Force base, causing Lin Feng and his companions to halt in their tracks upon hearing the announcement. Fortune favors the prepared. Lin Feng cast a glance at the members of the Ginyu Force, signaling them to assemble at the palace. At that moment, Ginyu, with a look of concern, inquired about the recent encounter with Qiu, asking if he had attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng brushed off the dust from his combat suit and replied, "He did not lay a hand on me, but I was preoccupied with choreographing a new dance in my mind." His interruption disrupted my thoughts. Otherwise, I would have been ready to showcase it to my master by now. Lin Feng embellished his words, knowing that Jinyu's Achilles heel was dance, deliberately provoking him. Ginyu clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger at the thought of whether that scoundrel would participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. He vowed to make the intruder regret his actions, demonstrating what it truly meant to be the pride of the Frieza Force. How dare he attempt to recruit from his ranks? To Lin Feng's surprise, Ginyu proved to be quite loyal and considerate towards his subordinates, embodying the qualities of a commendable leader. As they entered the Grand Frieza Palace, Lin Feng marveled at the sheer size of the structure, which could accommodate 10,000 individuals for a meeting. The walls adorned with portraits of Frieza, alongside some of King Cold, told a tale of the palace's history. According to Ginyu, this had originally been King Cold's palace, showcasing only his likeness. However, since Frieza had taken over King Cold's operations, many of those portraits had been replaced with his own. Lin Feng mused to himself about Frieza being quite the dutiful son. Once the attendees had gathered, Frieza's voice echoed through the palace. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the Frieza Force. I am Frieza. Your support is invaluable," he continued, emphasizing that the growth of the Frieza Force was intrinsically linked to their collective efforts, crediting them with his ascension to the throne of cosmic supremacy. The annual martial arts tournament was about to commence, and he hoped everyone would perform admirably, giving their utmost to achieve remarkable results. At the pinnacle of the palace, Frieza spoke while playfully maneuvering his infant carriage. Lin Feng thought, Frieza is indeed a commendable leader. He has mastered the nuances of corporate culture. The atmosphere in the Frieza Force grew electric, as the members, primarily devoted followers of Frieza, were a motley crew of notorious villains from across the universe. Upon witnessing Frieza's true form, their fervor intensified, as if he were a deity in their eyes, a terrifying sight to behold. Frieza, I aspire to be your footstool. Frieza, allow me to be your steed. The words were unbearable, leaving Lin Feng with the impression that these individuals had lost their minds, akin to fervent fans from a past life. Goodness, what a grand fan convention, Lin Feng remarked, exasperated. The announcement system crackled once more, with Frieza's voice commanding attention. Whether you joined the Frieza Force this year or have been a part of it for some time, please remain silent. Now, Mr. Dodoria will explain the rules of the tournament. Frieza's words carried an authoritative weight, plunging the palace into an immediate silence. Then, a short, portly, unattractive figure with a pink, durian-like head took the microphone and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Dodoria, am here to elucidate the rules of this competition. First and foremost, this event is organized by King Frieza, aiming to assess the overall strength of the Frieza Force and to foster combat exchanges among various departments. Secondly, let it be known that friendship takes precedence. No lethal actions are permitted during the competition to ensure the harmonious development of the Frieza Force. All participants must adhere strictly to the regulations. The competition comprises two formats. The first is a team event, where participants may form their own teams freely. This contest employs a ring system. Those who are thrown off the platform or rendered unable to fight will be eliminated. The team battle will unfold in a free-for-all manner, lasting for half an hour, with the team boasting the most remaining members declared the victor. The ultimate champion team will be rewarded handsomely. The second event is an individual competition, where each team will send forth one member to engage in a battle royale, with the last individual standing on the platform emerging as the winner. Thirdly, the prizes for this competition are abundant. Each member of the victorious team in the team event will receive a high-quality planet. Moreover, the champion of the individual event will earn the esteemed title of the strongest warrior of the Frieza Force, authorized personally by King Frieza, along with congratulations from the Ginyu Force. There is even a possibility of joining the Ginyu Force. In conclusion, the ultimate victor will receive a planet of superior quality, handpicked by King Frieza himself. The palace buzzed with excitement as the Frieza Force members engaged in animated discussions. A bird-headed individual exclaimed that the prizes are indeed lavish. I shall forever follow you, King Frieza. Meanwhile, Lin Feng murmured, it sounds as if you were certain to claim the championship. Frieza, the renowned magnate of the cosmic real estate realm, certainly knows how to make a grand gesture by bestowing planets. Who among the employees would not desire such a benefactor? Following this competition, the formidable members of the Frieza Force will undoubtedly pledge their unwavering loyalty to Frieza, laboring diligently for him. One cannot help but acknowledge Frieza's foresight. This strategy is truly masterful. Please, everyone, quiet down. It is imperative that we all take this competition seriously and strictly adhere to the rules. Should anyone fail to comply, Frieza's sinister smile emerged as, in a flash, his finger emitted a crimson beam, shattering a vase beside Dodoria. Then their fate shall resemble that of this vase. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence, the grand hall enveloped in an eerie quietude, without exception. Meanwhile, Ginyu wore a satisfied smile, murmuring, this is the allure of King Frieza. It is why we follow him, his sheer dominance. Lin Feng quipped, I never expected Ginyu to be such a sycophant. In a swift motion, Ginyu leaped into the air, shouting, long live King Frieza. The once silent hall erupted once more, transforming into a fervent rally. Long live King Frieza, the cosmic overlord. Long live King Frieza. The fervent followers chanted in unison. Ginyu's adeptness at rallying the crowd is commendable. He certainly lives up to his status as Frieza's favored lieutenant. The echoes of long live King Frieza resonated throughout the planet and across the cosmos. In the distance, on the planet Beerus, a silver-haired man towering over 2 meters surveyed the large scene of a pyramid scheme through the staff in his hand. The staff echoed with the deafening proclamations of long live King Frieza. Whis remarked on King Frieza's intriguing venture into the trade of planets. After casting a glance at the slumbering Beerus, he mused that if Lord Beerus exhibited even half of Frieza's industriousness, the rating of our 7th universe would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. At that moment, Beerus was roused from his slumber by the cacophony emanating from the staff. Clasping his hands over his ears, he tossed and turned until he finally erupted in irritation. Whis, what are you doing? You've woken me up. It's unbearably loud. Whis, with a sly smile, replied, it's time to rise, Lord Beerus. You have yet to meet this year's work targets. As Beerus listened to the noise from the staff, his teeth clenched in frustration. Who is this Frieza? It's intolerable. I shall obliterate him. Upon witnessing Beerus awaken, Whis began to recount the life story of Frieza. After listening, Beerus smirked wickedly, a scheme forming in his mind. Oh, Frieza is it? I must meet this individual. Whis, seemingly privy to Beerus's thoughts, offered him a knowing smile. If Lord Beerus does not fulfill his duties, I may have to suggest to the Grand Minister that your title as God of Destruction be revoked. Turning his gaze to Frieza within the staff and then back to Beerus, he added, I believe this gentleman named Frieza would be more suited to the role of God of Destruction than you. Ha ha ha. Humph. I am the mightiest God of Destruction. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself at the next God of Destruction tournament, would you? Beerus's gaze shifted toward Frieza in the staff, his expression suddenly turning cunning. Frieza is far from being a God of Destruction. However, he may serve my purposes. A wicked grin spread across his face. Whis, let us seek out Frieza. Chapter 15. The Saiyan Squad within Frieza's palace. In a secluded corner, 3 individuals with tails exhibited a distinct reaction compared to others, completely failing to integrate into the collective. Vegeta, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, remained silent, starkly contrasting with his surroundings. He understood that King Frieza was merely a malevolent tyrant. His presence here was solely due to Frieza's oppressive authority. He was the prince of Planet Vegeta, the most gifted warrior. The nefarious Frieza had coerced his father into delivering him to the Ginyu Force, ostensibly for training, but in reality, it was a hostage situation. Should the Saiyans ever dare to cease their service to Frieza, he would promptly eliminate them. The prince of Planet Vegeta was nothing more than a pawn, a truth he was acutely aware of. Nearby, Raditz turned to the taciturn Vegeta and inquired, Your Highness, shall we register for the competition? Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Raditz, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, but they are all adults. We, as children, cannot possibly compete. However, Nappa interjected, what of the adults? His Highness the Prince possesses the strength to vanquish them, for the rules of the competition prohibit any fatality. In response to Raditz's hesitant words, Vegeta remained unperturbed, as he recognized that these 2 Saiyans before him were cherished friends from his youth. It is precisely due to their presence that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, has not faded into obscurity. If fear resides in your hearts, you may simply leap from the arena. I, Vegeta, shall not retreat. For the pride of our Saiyan race demands it. I alone shall take the stage for the individual match. At this moment, Nappa chimed in, expressing his willingness to compete alongside the prince, declaring his commitment to fight for the honor of the Saiyans. Raditz, profoundly moved by the words of Vegeta and Nappa, echoed their sentiment, exclaiming, indeed, I shall also participate in the battle for the honor of our race. In the distance, the Ginyu Force observed. Lin Feng sensed the presence of the 3 Saiyans and informed Ginyu that he had a matter to attend to, making his way towards the Saiyan squad. Concealing his energy and suppressing his combat power, the trio remained oblivious to his approach. As Lin Feng gazed at the 3 before him, he suddenly exclaimed, Greetings. I am also a Saiyan. My name is Darles. I look forward to your guidance. Raditz, upon seeing the Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, felt tears welling in his eyes. This Saiyan, identical to his father, must be his younger brother. Having spent 2 years in Frieza's army without seeing his family, Raditz recalled his father's words about a long-lost younger brother named Darles. The individual before him was indeed his brother. Tears streamed down Raditz's face as he rushed forward to embrace Lin Feng. The unexpected gesture left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Is this truly the same Raditz who once sought to slay his own brother? In the original tale, he was embroiled in a deadly rivalry with Goku. Lin Feng speculated that Raditz had yet to witness much bloodshed. He remained an innocent child at heart. A person's development relies heavily on their upbringing, and Bardock was known to be an astute educator. Raditz must have received commendable guidance, which allowed him to retain his moral compass, unclouded by violence. Indeed, parents are often the finest teachers for their children. Raditz, choking back tears, uttered, Brother. The sudden address startled Lin Feng. What? I am Raditz's brother, which means Kakarot is also my brother. We three are all sons of Bardock. I understand now. Bardock's relentless efforts to impart combat techniques stemmed from the profound love of a father for his children. Memories of his encounter with Bardock replayed in his mind. And recalling Bardock's words, Lin Feng silently vowed, I shall train diligently, rest well, and live fully. I will take good care of my elder brother and younger brother. Tears brimmed in Lin Feng's eyes as he finally grasped the depth of Bardock's intentions. In the original narrative, Bardock made a wish upon the eternal dragon on planet Cyril, hoping for his children to grow up healthy and strong. Indeed, all three children thrived. Lin Feng extended his arms and embraced Raditz. Brother. This moment marked Lin Feng's first encounter with familial affection since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. Nearby, Vegeta turned his body away and departed, finding the scene rather mundane. Suddenly, Nappa, with a mocking tone, inquired, So you are Dallas? I heard you were born with a power level of merely 5. He continued his derision. What a pathetic trio you are. One with a power level of 50, another just 5, and I hear your brother is a mere 2. Ha. In response to Nappa's taunts, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, recognizing that this man would ultimately meet his demise at Vegeta's hands. A pitiable fate, indeed. Raditz released Dalles and approached Nappa, his face taut with anger. Nappa's scouter emitted a series of beeps as Raditz's power level surged to 1,000. Nappa, taken aback, felt a twinge of surprise but remained unfazed. For his own power level stood at 1,500. Lin Feng observed this transformation. Indeed, anger was the wellspring of a Saiyant's strength, as Raditz's power escalated from 400 to 1,000. Nappa, undeterred by Raditz's approach, continued to mock. What's the matter? Not willing to accept it. Do you wish to fight me? Raditz refrained from any reckless actions. Swallowing his pride, aware that a rift with Nappa would leave him vulnerable within the Frieza force, with no one to defend him, Vegeta was not a reliable ally. Controlling his emotions, Raditz implored, Nappa, please refrain from speaking like that in front of my brother. Yet Nappa seemed oblivious to Raditz's plea, adopting an arrogant demeanor. What's wrong, you pathetic brothers? I stand by my words. At this moment, Raditz could no longer endure the provocation. He unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, raising his fist to strike Nappa. Just as the blow was about to land, Lin Feng intervened, calling out, Brother, let me handle this. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared behind Nappa and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Before Nappa could react, Lin Feng seized his head, forcefully yanking out tufts of hair, causing blood to immediately surface. What have you done to me? Nappa groaned in pain, clutching his stomach. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, Nothing much. Just helped you change your hairstyle. This parting does not suit you. He then discarded the clumps of Nappa's hair onto the ground, which were more akin to patches of scalp. It seemed that Nappa would henceforth be destined to remain bald, as the hair follicles were uprooted alongside the hair. In an instant, blood trickled into Nappa's mouth, and he glared furiously, licking his own blood. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa's scouter focused on Lin Feng, registering a power level of 6,400. Nappa yearned for vengeance. But upon observing the combat power displayed on the scanner, he noted that Lin Feng's strength had surged to an astonishing 6,400. Surely, I cannot stand a chance against him, for such power is nearly on par with Vegeta. What is happening? Where has that earlier momentum gone, little Baldy? How does it feel to be defeated by a mere waste? Will you continue to bully my elder brother in the future? Nappa hastily replied, I dare not. I shall never again dare to torment Raditz. I implore you, spare me. Lin Feng immediately responded, It appears you possess some understanding. Given our kinship, I shall not pursue this matter further. Indeed, the world of Dragon Ball is one where the strong prey upon the weak, leaving the powerless at the mercy of their superiors. At that moment, an idea blossomed in Lin Feng's mind. He must ensure Raditz becomes stronger. Only then would Nappa be completely subdued. Raditz gazed at his brother in astonishment, taken aback by Lin Feng's remarkable combat power. Lin Feng turned to his elder brother, Raditz, and said, Please follow me. Chapter 16. I have a treasure to show you. Lin Feng led Raditz out of the bustling hall. Brother, please follow me. I have a treasure to show you, Lin Feng said, grasping Raditz's hand as they walked. Raditz fully trusted his younger brother's words, following him without hesitation. For Lin Feng's earlier display of strength had profoundly impressed him. He believed every word from his younger sibling, as Lin Feng guided Raditz to his spaceship. Upon entering, Lin Feng retrieved 3 spirit tree fruits and tossed one to Raditz. Consume it, brother. Without a moment's thought, Raditz devoured the spirit tree fruit. Instantly, his muscles became significantly more defined, and he grew taller by 2 centimeters. Raditz's combat power surged from 400 to 800, though he remained unaware of the transformation. How do you feel, brother? Do you not feel an abundance of strength coursing through you? Lin Feng inquired. I do not sense any change, Raditz replied. Lin Feng stroked his chin, perplexed. How could this be? Why do you not feel any difference? Wait, could it be that Raditz had previously surpassed a combat power of 1,000? Even after consuming the spirit tree fruit, he felt no transformation, suggesting that the lesser spirit tree fruit possesses the ability to unlock latent potential. Enlightenment dawned upon Lin Feng. No wonder he felt no significant change after consuming the 7th fruit. At that time, his combat power had indeed exceeded 32. Thus, Lin Feng continued to offer Raditz 2 more spirit tree fruits, which Raditz consumed in one go. In an instant, he grew an additional 5 centimeters, now resembling Lin Feng's elder brother. His combat power skyrocketed to 3,200. At that moment, Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a miraculous fruit! Where did you acquire this, dear brother?" Lin Feng, unreservedly, recounted the entire saga of the spirit tree fruits to Raditz. In the presence of family, Lin Feng chose not to deceive, for he recognized Raditz as a truly admirable elder brother based on his earlier conduct before Nappa. Certainly, he did not disclose the matter of the spirit tree's seed or his battle prowess. Lin Feng then spoke to Raditz, emphasizing that this matter was known only to the 2 of them and should not be revealed to others. Rest assured, my brother, I shall not mention it to anyone. However, he expressed concern. Now my battle power has reached 3,200, which might arouse suspicion from Vegeta. Raditz furrowed his brow, reassuring him, do not worry, elder brother. During a mission, I encountered Father, albeit at that time I was unaware of his true identity. He imparted to me a wealth of knowledge, including methods for controlling battle power. Lin Feng recounted his encounter with Bardock to Raditz. Under the cover of night, the 2 brothers engaged in heartfelt conversation. Lin Feng learned from Raditz that their parents were workaholics, often away on missions to support the family. Bardock, while ostensibly indifferent to Lin Feng's fate, wished to avoid the ridicule that Raditz faced on Planet Vegeta due to his low battle power. After Lin Feng was taken by Frieza, there were several occasions when he longed to confront Frieza, but his mother always intervened. Once their conversation concluded, Lin Feng generously shared with Raditz the techniques Bardock had taught him for controlling energy. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Raditz proved to be a prodigy in training, mastering the control of battle power in merely an hour, something that had taken Lin Feng half a day. Raditz, indeed, was the son of Bardock and demonstrated remarkable talent. Unfortunately, Bardock was too occupied with missions to mentor his eldest son, and after being kidnapped alongside Vegeta by Frieza, there was no one left to teach him combat skills. Brother, will you participate in this tournament? Raditz inquired. Indeed, I shall compete, and I intend to seize the championship, Lin Feng declared. Raditz responded, in the team competition, you will undoubtedly secure victory, being part of the Ginyu Force. Will you partake in the individual competition as well? Lin Feng replied, of course. I aim for the double championship. Aware of Lin Feng's ability to control his battle power, Raditz surmised that his brother's strength exceeded 6,400, perhaps even surpassing Vegeta. My brother is the pride of the Saiyans, Raditz thought, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Afterward, Raditz bid farewell to Lin Feng and returned to his Saiyan squad, where Vegeta was tirelessly training as always. Meanwhile, Nappa lay in bed, unkempt and weary. Upon Raditz's arrival, Nappa refrained from voicing any complaints, and Raditz, seeking to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to tend to Nappa's wounds. Nappa did not resist, as they had grown up together as comrades. Thus, the day passed, and the following day arrived with all members of Frieza's army attending the tournament venue. The stands were teeming with spectators. Nearly all of Frieza's forces had come to witness the event. Lin Feng gazed towards the stands, surprised to see King Vegeta in attendance. Likely hoping to seize the opportunity to catch a glimpse of his son, Lin Feng scanned the stands, his gaze settling upon a female Saiyan. Coincidentally, her eyes were also fixed on him, leading to a moment of mutual recognition. Lin Feng understood that this woman, whom he had never met before, was his mother, Jine. He offered a slight nod and a warm smile, which was reciprocated by the beaming expression on her face. Suddenly, the announcement echoed through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen of the Frieza Force, please take your seats. The annual Frieza Force Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Let us welcome our King Frieza. At the best seats, which also served as the host's platform, Dodoria held the microphone with fervor. Long live King Frieza. The already boisterous stands erupted into a frenzy. Atop the platform, Frieza took the microphone, exclaiming, "I appreciate your presence at my martial arts tournament. Now, let the contestants enter." As his voice faded, various teams began to make their entrances. Lin Feng surveyed the competitors on the stage, noting the bizarre and grotesque appearances of the alien participants. "Oh, there's Zabo," he remarked, observing a green-haired extraterrestrial. To his surprise, Zabo was not yet a favored figure beside Frieza. Instead, he led a group of strikingly handsome aliens onto the stage. The female spectators immediately transformed, their pupils morphing into hearts as they cupped their faces, drooling in unison, exclaiming, "So handsome, so dashing." One could only wonder if those women would regret their words upon seeing Zabo's transformed appearance. Lin Feng's attention then shifted to Qiu Yi, who spotted him and promptly made a gesture across his throat. It appeared that Qiu Yi harbored a significant level of animosity towards him. However, this did not concern Lin Feng. Eliminating him would require merely the flick of a finger. Next to enter was a Saiyan squad, where King Vegeta watched over his son with a benevolent expression, while Vegeta pretended not to notice. Jin enthusiastically shouted, "Go, Raditz!" Nearby, a little Saiyan girl exerted all her might to cheer, "Go, Nappa! Go, Brother Vegeta! Go, Brother Raditz!" The adorable little girl captured Lin Feng's attention. "Oh, she's rather cute," he mused, sitting beside his mother. "Could she be my sister?" After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion. Such a resemblance was improbable. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to his elder brother, making it unlikely for her to be his sibling. Lastly, the Ginyu Force made their entrance, utilizing the choreography designed by Lin Feng, which, surprisingly, did not come off as overly awkward. However, the significant size disparities among the members ultimately led to an unavoidable awkwardness, leaving the arena in a hushed silence. "I hereby declare the commencement of the team competition." Frieza's voice resonated once more through the loudspeakers, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 17. Team competition. As Frieza's words echoed, the contestants on the stage began to take their positions, ready to engage in their respective displays of prowess. The arena was engulfed in chaos. Even at the outset, several competitors had already tumbled from the stage, clearly indicating that these extraterrestrials were mere fodder. "Humph. So you are the prince of the Saiyans?" Sabor's words dripped with mockery. Vegeta turned around, his keen instincts quickly detecting the murderous intent gleaming in Sabor's eyes. Seizing the initiative, Vegeta's legs left the ground, and he reappeared in the blink of an eye behind Sabor. With a resounding thud, his massive fist struck Sabor's neck. "Oh, is that all the strength you possess?" Sabor exclaimed, instantaneously enhancing his combat power to deflect Vegeta's fist from the back of his neck. TCH. Vegeta, undeterred, amplified his own power and prepared to confront Sabor once more. Raditz and Nappa were no slouches either, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the youthful members of Sabor's team. With a series of fluid strikes, Raditz sent one of the young combatants reeling, ultimately leaving him incapacitated on the ground before tossing him aside. Cheers erupted from the stands as Jin exclaimed, "Well done, Raditz." Receiving her praise, Raditz smiled knowingly and gestured in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Nappa was left bewildered. How could Raditz defeat his opponent with such ease while he himself was embroiled in a fierce struggle? Doubts crept into Nappa's mind regarding his own strength, prompting him to direct his scouter at Raditz. Raditz's power level is indeed only 400. How can someone with such a power level perform so much better than I? His distraction cost him dearly, as a young combatant landed a punch squarely on his right eye, causing him to clutch his face in agony as his vision began to blur. "Watch out, Nappa," Raditz warned just as another handsome extraterrestrial appeared behind Nappa. "Die!" the newcomer shouted, launching a fierce kick that struck Nappa's knee. "Ah!" Nappa screamed, his legs buckling as he crumpled to the ground. In the stands, a young Saiyan girl watched the unfolding drama with bated breath, her furrowed brow and beads of sweat betraying her anxiety. "Brother, stand up. You can do it," she cried out in desperation. Her voice reached Lin Feng's ears, leaving him incredulous. "What, brother? I can't believe Nappa, with his burly frame, has such an adorable sister. Clearly, their parents' genes favored her." Other female spectators joined in, cheering, "Come on, handsome fighters. Toss that ugly wild monkey out." The young combatants on the stage, encouraged by the shouts of admiration, surged with renewed vigor. One particularly bold young fighter approached Nappa, intent on delivering a final blow. Nappa! Raditz roared in fury. However, he was entangled with another young fighter, and despite his desire to rescue Nappa, he found himself unable to assist. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a figure emerged, neutralizing the young fighter's assault entirely. The figure's master was none other than Lin Feng, who stood before Nappa like a savior in this moment. With a swift chop of his hand, Lin Feng rendered the two young men unconscious, casually tossing them off the stage. "Well done, Darles," Ginyu shouted enthusiastically. The little girl beside her relaxed her furrowed brow, her eyes shimmering with golden light as if she had glimpsed hope. Turning to Ginyu, she inquired, "Aunt Ginyu, is this Darles' brother?" "Indeed, little Zelia," Ginyu replied with a smile. "Raditz is my second child with Bardock." Nappa, puzzled by Lin Feng's support, questioned, "Why are you helping me?" Just yesterday, this individual had attacked him and even stripped him of his hair, leaving him bald. Yet today, he appeared transformed. "Because we are all Saiyans. We are proud Saiyans." Lin Feng reiterated his earlier words, each repetition louder than the last. Such simple phrases may seem ineffective in ordinary circumstances. Yet for many Saiyans, the notion of pride had long since faded, replaced by a chilling indifference, their emotions extinguished, leaving only fear of Frieza. Frieza and his son had stripped them of their pride as a warrior race, reducing them to mere cheap labor. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Today Lin Feng, aim to awaken the long-buried hearts of the Saiyans through this martial arts tournament. The Saiyans in the stands erupted with fervor, chanting, "We are Saiyans. We are proud Saiyans." Without exception, every Saiyan in the audience was swayed by Lin Feng's words. Ginyu looked on with pride at her son in the arena, affirming that he was indeed the offspring of both her and Bardock. Zelia gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, captivated by his words, struggling to fathom how such a young boy could speak with such noble conviction. King Vegeta turned to nearby Saiyans to inquire about the name of the Saiyan in the arena. Meanwhile, in the highest tier of the stands, Frieza smirked wickedly. "Oh, Mr. Dodoria, is this the Saiyan child?" "Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria confirmed, quickly recognizing Lin Feng. Nappa, having regained his strength and inspired by Lin Feng's words, began to feel exhilarated. He dashed towards one of the young men, delivering punch after punch to their face before hurling them off the stage. On the other side, the Ginyu Force was unaware of when Lin Feng had departed, only noticing the stirring excitement among the Saiyans. The very individual who had incited their fervor stood in the center of the arena, leaving Ginyu nearly speechless. Darles. In the shadows, Chio-E sensed that Lin Feng had distanced himself from the Ginyu Force, recognizing it as the perfect opportunity to strike. What a chance! I must pummel him to a pulp to relieve my pent-up resentment. Chio-E concentrated an energy ball in his hand, stealthily approaching Lin Feng from behind, launching the energy blast towards his back. At this moment, Lin Feng had just completed a rather theatrical display, reveling in his own grandiloquent proclamations. He had let down his guard, completely unaware that Chio-E would strike at this juncture. Chio-Yi's heart raced with exhilaration as he prepared to send this Saiyan flying. Suddenly, a violet figure appeared, shielding Lin Feng's back. It was Ginyu. Ginyu unleashed a shockwave that sent Chio-E hurtling several meters away. "You wretched scoundrel. I have been searching for you." Ginyu glared fiercely at Chio-E. "I can't believe you dared to ambush my apprentice. Do you think so little of me? Of the Ginyu Force?" Jinyu's fury was palpable. Lin Feng, in a state of shock, realized that had it not been for Ginyu, he would undoubtedly have been eliminated. This experience taught him a valuable lesson. One must never relax their vigilance in battle. One must remain ever alert. Seizing the opportunity presented by the tournament, Ginyu exacted his revenge, pummeling Chio-E until he was nearly unconscious. Chio-Yi's veins throbbed grotesquely, and his lips swelled disproportionately. He attempted to surrender, but Ginyu mercilessly denied him the opportunity, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. This was the sheer dominance of combat. Eventually, Ginyu felt satisfied but still harbored resentment. Unable to kill Chio-E, he left him with a breath of life. "Apprentice, come here and deliver a few slaps to his face." Lin Feng, bemused by Jinyu's vindictive nature, snapped back to attention upon hearing his name. "Coming." He then complied with Jinyu's command, delivering vigorous slaps to Chio-Yi's face, who howled in distress. Finally, Lin Feng summoned all his strength and struck Qiu Yi's thick lips with a powerful punch, sending him flying off the stage. How infuriating! Qiu Yi lamented, clutching his swollen lips, the pain overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Feng merely sat on the platform, observing the spectacle. Anyone who dared to attack him was swiftly dealt with by Ginyu, rendering Lin Feng akin to a cherished pet among his comrades. Ah, yes, Captain. Put a bit more force into your stance. To the left a tad, Bardock. How many times must I say it? White hair, do not crowd Goldo. Bored. Lin Feng resorted to directing the Ginyu Force while closing his eyes to meditate. All members of the Ginyu Force, assemble. Listen to my command. Ascend with the most magnificent dance in the universe. Jinyu's voice reverberated throughout the arena. 3, 2, 1. Please enjoy the most exquisite dance in the cosmos. At Jinyu's behest, all members except Lin Feng soared into the air. They performed Jinyu's original dance, energy orbs coalescing in their hands and mouths. Ginyu, Rikuum, Jis, Bardock, Goldo, we are the Ginyu Force. Soon after, a colossal energy sphere gathered in the sky, a single strike from which would surely obliterate all upon the stage. Everyone on the platform, flee, came the urgent cry. As they all leapt from the stage in panic, the audience in the stands also succumbing to chaos. At this moment, the Saiyan squad and the team of Zabo ceased their battle. Vegeta exclaimed, "Damn it, they are truly mad." He understood that the energy blast, if unleashed, would not only threaten his life, but could also severely harm him. Raditz and Nappa might perish as a result. Consequently, Vegeta shouted at Nappa and Raditz, "Quickly, we must retreat." However, Nappa, in a state of anxiety, expressed concern for Darles, whom he now regarded as a comrade. "My brother will be safe. I have faith in him," Raditz assured, casting a confident glance at Lin Feng, who sat motionless. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Feng was startled by the commotion around him. He abruptly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, revealing that he had merely been asleep. Upon awakening, he looked up to see a bright light above him. What on earth is that? Without a backward glance, Lin Feng leaped off the arena. Vegeta and his companions stared in disbelief at his actions. "What an odd fellow," Nappa muttered, then followed Vegeta off the stage. "Behold the universe's most magnificent fireworks." Jinyu's deep voice resonated throughout the gathering. Soon after, the Ginyu Force propelled the energy blast skyward. The energy orb ascended rapidly, and Ginyu, with remarkable speed, unleashed another energy blast to disperse the massive orb. Ultimately, large letters materialized in the sky. "Happy birthday, Lord Frieza." Lin Feng, somewhat embarrassed, remarked that Ginyu certainly knew how to create a spectacle. Chapter 18. Hello, I am Shalia. It turned out to be the annual martial arts tournament, which was actually a birthday celebration for Frieza. It must be said that Ginyu was indeed adept at orchestrating events. No wonder he had become a favored aide to Frieza. Lin Feng pondered. "Attention, members of the Frieza Force, please do not panic. I was unaware that Captain Ginyu would prepare such a surprise for me." Frieza feigned heartfelt emotion as he wiped his eye. It was evident that Frieza did not reprimand the Ginyu Force for their audacity, as the purpose of this team competition was primarily to benefit them. The combat prowess of the Ginyu Force was already recognized among Frieza's ranks. Having been established for merely a year, their prestige within the Frieza Force was yet insufficient, necessitating such a display to earn recognition. However, the unexpected spectacle not only elevated their standing, but also endeared them to Frieza. Lin Feng had foreseen that the Ginyu Force would emerge victorious. Thus, he had never intended to take the team competition seriously. He thought it preferable to be lackadaisical on the arena, even to the extent of sleeping, thereby securing a free championship. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would conclude in this manner. As Frieza's voice echoed, the previously chaotic scene in the stands swiftly calmed. With the disappearance of the words in the sky, the various extraterrestrial beings in the audience erupted in jubilation, chanting, "Happy birthday, Lord Frieza." Only the Saiyans remained silent. Absorbed in their thoughts, Doria promptly declared the victorious team of this competition to be the Ginyu Force. Let the Ginyu Force come forth to receive their accolades. The members of the Ginyu Force soared towards the stage, with Lin Feng following suit. "This is the elite combat team of our Frieza Force, the Ginyu Force," Doria proclaimed with great solemnity. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting, "Long live Lord Frieza! Long live the Ginyu Force!" At that moment, Lin Feng found the cacophony overwhelming. He merely wished to hasten the receipt of his prize to cultivate the spirit tree. Frieza distributed medals to everyone, presenting them with the latest model of the detector, and transmitting the coordinates of the planet into their devices. Approximately an hour later, the long curtain call finally concluded, during which Ginyu had Lin Feng join him in a dance performance. Onlookers, including Jine, chuckled at her son's rather abstract movements. Even the young girl beside her could not suppress her laughter. After the ceremony, Lin Feng ascended to the stands, approaching Jine, who embraced him warmly. "Darles, my child, you have grown," she said affectionately. However, she couldn't help but wonder if her son had perhaps matured a bit too much. Tears streamed down Jine's face, landing on Lin Feng. This was the first time Lin Feng felt a mother's love since traversing into the Dragon Ball world, and his eyes glistened with moisture. He realized he was not alone. He was not merely the exiled, malevolent Saiyan, but had family and a joyful home. Meanwhile, Shilia observed this tender scene, reluctant to interrupt, until the arriving Nappa brought a humorous end to the moment. All right, Darles, you weren't like this when you pulled my hair yesterday," he remarked, touching his bandaged head. Lin Feng quickly recognized his lapse in composure and adjusted his demeanor. Once Lin Feng regained his composure, Shilia approached him, greeting, "Hello, Darles, I am Shilia. I am Nappa's sister." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Oh, sister." The charming young girl before him, lacking the Saiyan battle attire, donned a lovely white dress, her smile genuinely enchanting. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng found no resemblance between Nappa and Shilia, prompting him to question, "Are you truly siblings?" Nappa appeared somewhat displeased by this inquiry. "What do you mean, Darles?" Hearing Lin Feng's skepticism and her brother's retort, Shilia burst into a fit of giggles. "Thank you for assisting my brother on the arena, Darles." Lin Feng felt a fondness for the girl, as she was the first he had encountered in this world, and her manners were delightful. He shamelessly replied, "It was nothing, little sister. I merely lent a hand, a trivial matter indeed." Suddenly, a sharp pain throbbed atop his head. It was Jine, who had playfully struck him, causing a red bump to swell immediately. How rude. And calling her little sister. Shilia is actually 3 years your senior. Have you learned this behavior from Ginyu? You must change your ways. Confronted with his mother's admonitions, Lin Feng promptly concealed his previously frivolous demeanor. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Zelia. "Greetings, Sister Zelia. I am Darles. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your guidance." Zelia, taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden gravity, smiled warmly. "It's quite all right. Though Darles appears to be 3 years my junior, his stature is rather comparable to my brother's. I wouldn't mind if he were to refer to me as his sister." Lin Feng regarded the seemingly innocuous girl before him, struggling to reconcile her with the grotesque visage of Napha from the previous day. He turned once more to Napha, questioning whether this individual could truly be Zelia's brother. Sensing Lin Feng's lingering doubt, Zelia offered clarification. "Our parents passed away early. My brother has been fighting alongside Brother Vegeta since childhood, and he has also acquired his sharp tongue from him." How does she know what I am pondering?" Lin Feng mused internally, recognizing the girl's remarkable perceptiveness. As night fell, Napha led the group to their residence, where Zelia and Janae prepared a plethora of delectable dishes. The flavors were familiar, yet somehow even more exquisite. Suddenly, it struck him. The taste bore a striking resemblance to the dinosaur meat his father had once cooked for him. Now he understood. His father's culinary skills were indeed inherited from his mother. Janae, intrigued by Lin Feng's revelation, inquired, "Have you met Bardock?" To which Lin Feng, with a mouthful of food, replied, "Yes. All my skills were imparted to me by my father, though at the time, I did not recognize him as such." Raditz chimed in, "Indeed. My younger brother failed to recognize him. Fortunately, he learned true prowess under our father's tutelage." Thus, Lin Feng recounted his encounter with Bardock, eliciting hearty laughter from the assembly. Only Vegeta, having finished his meal, excused himself to train. "It's just how Prince Vegeta is," Napha explained. Amidst the joviality of the gathering, Lin Feng felt a twinge of empathy. As night deepened, he could no longer contain his trepidation and ventured to Janae's chamber. At that moment, Janae was still awake. "Mother, could you step outside for a moment?" Lin Feng requested. Without hesitation, Janae followed him outside. "What troubles you, Darles?" she asked, puzzled. Lin Feng carefully collected his thoughts. "Mother, I possess a foreboding sense that pertains to the survival of our Saiyan race." "Survival?" Janae's expression shifted to one of astonishment, urging him to continue. "I sense that Frieza will soon enact a plan to annihilate our Saiyan lineage. Before that day arrives, I implore you to take Zelia and journey to a planet known as Earth. Earth? What manner of planet is this? Janae queried, intrigued by Lin Feng's mention of this celestial body. You will discover its nature upon arrival. The monitoring room of the spaceship from Planet Vegeta should provide the coordinates for Earth. Additionally, send my younger brother Kakarot there and entrust him to an elderly man named Sun Wufan, who resides in a place called Baozi Mountain. As Janae listened, she diligently noted Lin Feng's instructions. Please remember, do not interfere with Kakarot's upbringing, because Kakarot is the most gifted among the three of us. Lin Feng, fearing that Jinae's interference would prevent Sun Wukong from gaining the necessary experiences, believed that his mother had also noticed that although the three of us are low-level warriors with relatively low fighting power at birth, our ability to learn and adapt is remarkably strong. We simply lack good teachers. However, on the planet known as Earth, there are many excellent mentors who can impart more combat skills to my younger brother. My conviction grows ever stronger, and I hope that upon your return to Planet Vegeta, you will take action. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow you must return to Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, Lin Feng feigned great anguish, lying on the ground, exclaiming, Mother, I implore you. The god of the Saiyans has just conveyed a message to me. Lin Feng put on an act, hoping to convince Gnei. At that moment, Kakarot had already been born, and Lin Feng deduced that Frieza would soon strike against the Saiyans. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to clarify matters with Gnei to spare his family from impending disaster. Observing her son in distress, Gnei chose to believe him. For her husband Bardock often spoke in enigmatic terms, yet his choices were invariably correct. Chapter 19. The transaction with Ginyu. The following morning, Gnei, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, prepared breakfast, clearly having not slept a wink the previous night. She entered Lin Feng's room, only to find him sound asleep, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired, causing her to doubt his words. In truth, Lin Feng was aware of his mother's presence in his room and decided to escalate his performance. He immediately clutched his head and rolled from side to side. And moments later, he sat cross-legged. Opening his eyes, he emitted a voice unlike his usual tone. I am the god of the Saiyans. Now, through the body of Darles, I must convey a matter unto you. Listen closely, woman. Our Saiyan race is on the brink of annihilation. Gnei was captivated by Lin Feng's convincing performance and promptly knelt on one knee, attentively listening to the words of the god of the Saiyans. We Saiyans, once glorious, have now fallen from grace. We are no longer worthy of the title of a warrior race. The impending catastrophe is upon us, and not a single warrior from our clan can withstand it. As fate would have it, I come to you, knowing your connection to your son, to deliver this warning. Lin Feng was notorious in his past life for his theatrical displays. I offer you a path forward, before noon. Return to Planet Vegeta and send your closest friends and family to a place called Earth. This secret must not be disclosed to any other Saiyans, lest the Annihilators grow suspicious and hasten their plans. Do you understand, woman? Gnei, her expression grave, replied, the child comprehends. Thanks be to the esteemed deity. Lin Feng feigned a state of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, prompting Gnei to rush to his side. As he attempted to speak further, Gnei placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and nodded slightly to indicate her understanding. After finishing breakfast, Janae promptly returned to Planet Vegeta with Zelia. Once the spaceship vanished from sight, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. He held no concern for the trio of Saiyans, as they were destined to survive in the original narrative. The Saiyans, who had been captured as hostages, were not permitted to leave Frieza's army without his consent. This restriction had stunted Vegeta's combat prowess for many years. Upon returning indoors, Lin Feng found several Saiyans still soundly asleep. Seizing the opportunity, he made his way back to the Ginyu Force base. As Lin Feng arrived, Ginyu immediately approached him, placing a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, and inquired eagerly, Darles, what sort of dance have you prepared for today? Do give me a preview. As anticipated, Jinyu's foremost concern lay with this, but Lin Feng could not acquiesce, for he had not prepared any dance at all. It was merely a casual remark made to secure his place in the individual competition. Yet Ginyu had taken it to heart, brooding over it persistently. Master, we agreed it would be a surprise if I show it to you in advance. It would no longer be a surprise, would it? You shall see it once I take the stage, Lin Feng teased, keeping Ginyu in suspense. The anticipation in Jinyu's eyes grew more fervent at Lin Feng's words, and he patted Lin Feng's shoulder enthusiastically. All right, I shall await your performance. If it is a dance performed by my disciple, it must surely be the most exquisite in the universe. Rest assured, once I claim first place, I shall choreograph even more dances for you, ensuring our Ginyu Force shines brightly before Lord Frieza. Lin Feng boasted, adept at weaving grand visions. Having learned much in his previous life from King, Ginyu continued, then I shall give you the reward that Lord Frieza granted me, regardless of whether you win. You must teach me the dance. Lin Feng pondered, surprised by Jinyu's fervor for dance, seemingly willing to barter planets for it. However, from another perspective, it appeared Ginyu held little faith in Lin Feng's chances of victory, evidenced by his preemptive demands. Perhaps Ginyu had often been subjected to Frieza's grand promises, fostering a sense of wariness within him. Feigning difficulty, Lin Feng remarked, choreographing a dance requires considerable time, at least 3 months, or up to a year. Ginyu responded without hesitation. Not a problem. I have ample time and can wait. How about this? I will also include the reward from Kurum. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. This was a lucrative deal. With this, he would acquire 4 planets. Suppressing his elation, he forced a frown. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Once the competition concludes, I shall begin choreographing. But master, you must provide my reward in advance. Absolutely. I will send you the locations of the planets right away. For Ginyu, a single planet was of little consequence. Over the years, he had acquired numerous planets from Frieza. Soon, Ginyu transmitted the planetary locations to Darius' detector. At that moment, the announcement boomed. Attention all participants in the individual competition, please gather at the arena. Understood, master. I have received the message and shall head to the competition immediately. Lin Feng hastened towards the competition venue, with Ginyu following closely. At the headquarters of the Frieza Force, the martial arts tournament was underway. On the main stage, a pink durian waved a microphone. Today's event featured individual matches, and the rules are well known to all. Now, let us welcome Lord Frieza to the stage. The audience erupted in cheers, with the exception of the Saiyan race, who remained composed, eliciting a hint of displeasure from Frieza, who reveled in the enthusiasm of his forces. Subsequently, Frieza announced the commencement of the individual matches and invited the participants to enter. Lin Feng represented the Ginyu Force, while the Saiyan squad was led by none other than Vegeta. Following them, the youthful team of Sabo entered, accompanied by several lesser beings, clearly destined to serve as fodder. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Chiao-E had also returned to compete, suggesting that the healing devices of the Frieza Force were remarkably effective, allowing for such a swift recovery. In the original narrative, Frieza was obliterated by Trunks, only to be restored by the Tagoma duo. Thus, healing Chiao-E within a single day was certainly feasible. It appeared that Chiao-E had noticed Lin Feng's presence, gazing at him with a contemplative expression. Internally, Chiao-E was ecstatic, reveling in the thought that his most despised adversary had entered the individual matches. Had it not been for Jinyu's intervention the previous day, he mused, that little brat would likely have been rendered incapacitated. Today, he vowed to exact revenge and restore his prestige within the Frieza Force. Observing Chiao-Yi's demeanor, Lin Feng could easily surmise his thoughts. To avoid drawing attention from Frieza during this competition, Lin Feng devised a plan. Hey Darles, he called out. Vegeta, arms crossed, maintained his signature aloofness. Lin Feng inquired about Vegeta's well-being. If you find yourself unable to defeat Chiao-E, feel free to seek my assistance, Vegeta remarked, leaving Lin Feng incredulous. The proud and icy warrior had unexpectedly offered to ally with him. Perhaps Lin Feng's earlier statement about their shared Saiyan heritage had resonated with him. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he replied, likewise, Vegeta. Should you struggle against Sabo, I am more than willing to lend my support. Humph. Vegeta turned away, dismissing Lin Feng with indifference. Sabo, having overheard their exchange, whistled at Lin Feng and made a throat-slitting gesture. Lin Feng chose to ignore him. The last individual who attempted such a gesture had already found himself in the healing chamber once. In the distance, a Minotaur seemed uninterested in the ongoing commotion, keeping his head down as he strode directly toward the arena, starkly contrasting the antics of the Birdmen and Lizardmen, who appeared to be engaged in a bitter rivalry, hurling insults at one another. Do you think I can't take you down? In Lin Feng's eyes, these individuals were nothing but a bunch of inept buffoons, none of whom could stand against Ginyu. Ginyu, with a battle power of just over 60, paled in comparison to Lin Feng, whose prowess exceeded 128. It is merely a matter of timing, The moment has yet to arrive when I can fully unleash my strength beneath Frieza's watchful gaze. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Feng resolved to employ cunning strategy, ensuring he neither appeared overly exceptional nor lost the match. Chapter 20. Do not be foolish at the highest tier of the arena. Dodoria bellowed into the microphone. I hereby declare the match officially commenced. With Dodoria's proclamation, the battle erupted forth. On the stage, the Birdman and the Lizardman immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Surprisingly, the Minotaur chose to sit cross-legged on the ground, as red light began to emanate around him, forming a magical circle beneath his seated area. The crimson glow enveloped him, and at that moment, the Birdman was inadvertently kicked into the magical circle by the Lizardman, only to be forcefully repelled by the red light. Vegeta soared toward the position of Sabo, but just as he was about to approach, a figure blocked his path. Qiu-E, poised to ambush Lin Feng, slowly formed a question mark, realizing that his target had vanished from sight. To his astonishment, Lin Feng had already appeared before Sabo. Seeing Lin Feng before him, Sabo inquired, "What's the matter, Saiyan Monkey? Are you attempting to engage in a 2-on-1 right from the start? I heard every word of your conversation, you know." "Oh, Mr. Sabo, I was left with no choice. Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan race. I merely spoke those words out of fear of Prince Vegeta." Lin Feng feigned servility, grinning at Sabo. Vegeta, observing the exchange, wore a look of confusion, while Sabo appeared intrigued. "In truth, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Sabo. You possess the most handsome visage in the world, the most striking features, truly the epitome of elegance." Sabo's interest was piqued by Lin Feng's flattery. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Hands on his hips, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Sabo not handsome? Is he not dashing? Is he not the most elegant individual here?" Lin Feng stirred the emotions of the audience. In an instant, the female aliens in the stands erupted in fervor, chanting in unison, "Handsome, dashing, beautiful, the epitome of elegance." Some even cried out, "Mr. Sabo, I want to bear your children. You are my deity." Meanwhile, Frieza, observing from the stands, murmured to himself about Sabo's remarkable fame, contemplating his future potential. Amidst the cheers of the female aliens, Sabo gradually became entranced. Vegeta and Qiu-E exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Lin Feng's antics. Noticing Sabo's increasing captivation, Lin Feng continued, "Similarly, Mr. Sabo, you are my deity. Your handsomeness exceeds my imagination. I am willing to follow you for eternity." On the stands, Ginyu widened his eyes and shouted, "Darles, what on earth are you doing?" At that moment, Sabo, thoroughly beguiled by Lin Feng's words, mused to himself, "Very well, you shall be my subordinate." Lin Feng immediately feigned satisfaction, declaring, "I am willing to risk everything for you, my master." "Oh." Sabo's interest was further piqued. "Given this situation, to demonstrate your loyalty, go and defeat Vegeta." Lin Feng wiped away his tears and said, "Mr. Sabo, sob. My battle power is merely 500. You can verify it with your detector." Sabo, adjusting the detector, confirmed that the data indeed plateaued at 500. "I could never be a match for Vegeta, while I am willing to serve you. He would certainly reject me." Lin Feng lamented, his cries growing louder. "I was once his subordinate, compelled to obey him out of fear of his princely status among the Saiyans, forced to undertake tasks I detested." Lin Feng continued to weep. "I was once a charming and bright young boy, but due to Vegeta's oppression, I have become this wretched version of myself. Fortunately, I encountered Mr. Sabo, who has reignited the hope of reclaiming my former self. I implore you to assist me in defeating Vegeta." Then, Lin Feng feigned ferocity, addressing Vegeta. "You are nothing but a hollow prince of the Saiyans. You are merely a discarded pawn. If I am not mistaken, Tabul is the true prince, while you are but a piece of refuse, simply a waste." The Saiyans present were seething with rage at Lin Feng's audacity, struggling to comprehend how this Saiyan could have uttered such noble words just the day before. Only King Vegeta recognized that this child was no ordinary individual. He intervened to prevent the other Saiyans from retaliating, or else Lin Feng would have surely faced a brutal beating. Raditz and Nappa were equally bewildered by Lin Feng's antics, as was Frieza, who was intrigued by this spectacle of treachery. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression darkened. Observing the effectiveness of his approach, Lin Feng continued his tirade. "Do you not understand? You are a lost dog, bullying the weak, a disgrace to the Saiyans." Beep. Lin Feng's detector registered Vegeta's battle power soaring to an astonishing 12,000. Indeed, rage was the source of a Saiyan's strength. Vegeta roared in fury, unforgivable. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted to Sabo, "It's all yours, boss." Vegeta, now completely unhinged, no longer cared about his opponent, swiftly engaging Sabo in combat. He unleashed a flurry of princely techniques, landing a powerful kick to Sabo's abdomen. Sabo, unable to evade in time, took the hit directly. Vegeta followed up with a rapid series of strikes, each punch landing with brutal force. Sabo desperately tried to block, retreating under the onslaught, but ultimately, he could not withstand the weight of Vegeta's blows. With a resounding impact, Sabo spat out a mouthful of blood. In comparison to the enraged Vegeta, Sabo found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It seemed transformation was inevitable. Sabo thought to himself, though he hesitated, knowing that his transformed state was far from appealing. Just as he wavered, Vegeta's fist connected with his face, leaving it increasingly bruised. Enough of this. Time to transform. As the anguished cries of Sabo echoed, a humanoid toad emerged into view. At that moment, the female alien on stage was engulfed in fear, some unable to believe that their idol had transformed into such a grotesque creature. Gasps of monster filled the air. The transformed Sabo unleashed a barrage of blows upon Vegeta, swiftly altering the tide of battle. Lin Feng, ever the sycophant, began to sing Sabo's praises, exclaiming, "Truly, Mr. Sabo is my idol." Hearing Lin Feng's flattery, Sabo felt a sense of validation, contrasting sharply with the audience's reaction, which further bolstered his confidence in the young man's words. Vegeta, by now, was rendered utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Chou-Yi, seizing an opportunity while Lin Feng was distracted, readied for a sneak attack. However, Lin Feng, having learned from past encounters, remained vigilant. Chou-Yi swiftly approached Lin Feng, but just as he did, Lin Feng deftly dodged, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He then feigned a fall right in front of Vegeta and Sabo, bellowing, "What? How dare you call my brother, Mr. Sabo, an ugly toad monster? I shall fight you to the death." With that, Lin Feng began to seethe with rage, charging towards Chou-Yi, only to be halted by Sabo's webbed hand. Sabo, now fully trusting of his young ally and intolerant of any slurs against his appearance, swiftly moved to Chou-Yi's side. Before Chou-Yi could react, Sabo delivered a swift side kick, sending him tumbling into a pit. In that moment, Chou-Yi realized that no explanation would suffice. Combat was his only recourse. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the battered Vegeta, who lay on the ground, seething with anger but too injured to retaliate. Uncertain of how to confront the aftermath of this encounter, Lin Feng then glanced at the ongoing scuffle between the Lizard Man and the Birdman, whose combat prowess barely exceeded 3,000. Seeing them on the brink of mutual destruction, he approached with a wicked smile. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Back off." The Lizard Man and Birdman expressed their distress, fear evident in their voices. Lin Feng raised his hands, seized them both, and hurled them off the stage. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. "This Saiyan lacks martial decorum. Truly, he is shameless." The crowd buzzed with disapproval. While the Saiyans beside King Vegeta covered their faces in embarrassment, their pride had been thoroughly tarnished. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the Minotaur, still radiating a crimson glow. He pondered, bemused, whether this creature had come to compete or to cultivate. Suddenly, the sounds of battle between Sabo and Chou-Yi drew his attention. Turning to observe, he noted that Chou-Yi had been thoroughly beaten, his face bruised and battered, while Sabo was not faring much better, supporting his left arm and grimacing as he wiped blood from his lips. With a mighty roar, both combatants re-engaged in their fierce struggle. Chapter 21. No more shamelessness. Drill us down. There are 15 minutes remaining until the match concludes. The voice of Dodoria reverberated through the arena once more. Lin Feng continued to observe the fierce battle between Sabo and Chou-Yi, with both combatants evenly matched. Chou-Yi executed a sweeping kick with his left leg, attempting to trip Sabo. True to his nature as a formidable foe, Sabo effortlessly countered with a powerful leap. Utilizing the momentum from his aerial descent, he launched a flying kick. Chou-Yi, taken by surprise, absorbed the blow and collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain with spasms at the corners of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity as Chou-Yi lay incapacitated, Sabo hoisted him into the air, tightening his grip around Chou-Yi's neck with both arms, intent on delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, Chiu-Yi was violently slammed back onto the arena, creating yet another crater on the surface. Chiu-Yi was nearing his limit, and it appeared that Sabo had no intention of showing mercy. Fueled by his disdain for being labeled a frog, he placed his foot upon Chiu-Yi's thick lips and spat disdainfully, uttering contemptuous words about the audacity of such an ugly creature to judge him. Sabo sought to conclude the match with a final kick. However, in a surprising turn, Chiu-Yi's hands stirred once more. He fiercely locked onto Sabo's legs, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience, including Frieza himself. Clearly, both fighters warranted closer scrutiny. Frieza expressed his approval of Sabo and Chiu-Yi's performance. At that moment, Lin Feng chuckled, sensing that the time had come. He sprang into action, soaring through the air while shouting, "I'm here to assist you, Mr. Sabo." Sabo, weary and desperate, perceived Lin Feng as a beacon of hope. As he struggled against Chiu-Yi's grasp, with a mighty shout, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Sabo's face. Though Chiu-Yi had lost consciousness, he clung tightly to Sabo's leg, leading to Sabo being propelled off the stage, with Chiu-Yi in tow. The audience erupted in uproar, denouncing Lin Feng's opportunistic tactics. How despicable! What a cowardly scoundrel! The Saiyans are truly a bunch of useless brutes, winning through such underhanded means. Lin Feng found the remarks of these cosmic marauders amusing, as it was ironic for such malevolent beings to label others as despicable. Among the Saiyans, those with a strong sense of pride began to exit in shame, leaving the remaining fighters feeling utterly humiliated. Indeed, Lin Feng's actions tarnished the reputation of the Saiyan warrior race, though that title had long ceased to belong to them. Raditz and Nappa were left agape. Raditz recognized Lin Feng's strength, but was perplexed by his continued reliance on such tactics for victory. Meanwhile, Frieza observed Lin Feng from the highest tier with admiration, acknowledging his cunning. Though his physical prowess was lacking, his intellect was commendable, making him a valuable asset, albeit unfortunate that he hailed from the Saiyan lineage. Captain Ginyu stood on the stage, arms crossed, showing little reaction, merely curious about the nature of the performance Lin Feng would unveil next. Lin Feng, not forgetting to add a playful remark, said, "Apologies, Mr. Sabo. I seem to have kicked in the wrong place." Sabo glared at Lin Feng's cheeky face, fury igniting within him. "You scoundrel! You've taken advantage of me. I shall end you." With that, he charged toward the arena, intent on eliminating Lin Feng. At that moment, a beam of crimson energy from Frieza intercepted Sabo's advance. "Oh, but this little Saiyan has not breached any rules of the competition, Mr. Sabo," Frieza stated coolly. With Frieza's assertion, Sabo refrained from further protest. The spectators in the stands, witnessing Frieza's intervention, quieted their raucous chatter. Lin Feng, dismissing Sabo, turned his attention to Vegeta, who lay on the ground in disarray. Lin Feng crouched down, attempting to assist Vegeta to his feet. In that instant, Vegeta sensed Lin Feng's presence, leaping away to create distance, now perceiving Lin Feng as an adversary. "Stop your pretentiousness, Darles. Today, I shall leave you maimed upon this stage." Sensing Vegeta's heightened agitation, Lin Feng realized his earlier words had crossed a line and hastily sought to clarify. "Oh dear, Prince Vegeta, I resorted to this tactic solely to eliminate Chiu-Yi and Sabo. Everything I have done is for the sake of our Saiyan kin." However, Vegeta paid no heed, springing forth to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lin Feng, who continuously dodged while attempting to explain. Vegeta, far from listening, accelerated his assault, igniting the fervor of the Saiyan spectators. "Prince Vegeta, please, take care of this unworthy fool." "Yes, Prince Vegeta. Show him no mercy for daring to exploit you," a scarred Saiyan bellowed. As the battle between Vegeta and Lin Feng raged on, a commotion from the nearby Minotaur drew their attention. The Minotaur began to rise, its crimson glow intensifying. Suddenly, the red light coalesced into a concentrated mass that surged into the Minotaur's body. The audience watched in disbelief as the red light dissipated, revealing the Minotaur's skin now tinged crimson. Compared to the previous Minotaur, this newly transformed crimson creature emanated a palpable aura of menace, its horns thickening and its physique expanding. At that moment, Lin Feng gasped, "Could it be? Is this the legendary Super Minotaur?" Vegeta, puzzled, inquired about the red Minotaur. "No, wait." Lin Feng scrutinized the creature before him, a flicker of recognition igniting. "This isn't that Red Bull from Resurrection of Frieza, is it? I never expected to encounter him here ahead of time." Aware of the Minotaur's formidable prowess, Lin Feng recalled how it had bested every warrior on Earth, even besting Piccolo. Suddenly, the red Minotaur vanished from sight. Vegeta, beware! Lin Feng shouted. In an instant, the red Minotaur appeared above the still confounded Vegeta, launching a brutal charge that sent him crashing to the ground. A searing pain coursed through Vegeta's entire being, eliciting a harrowing scream from his lips. At this moment, the eyes of King Vegeta in the audience revealed a sense of unease. Immediately afterward, the Red Bull approached Lin Feng, attempting to defeat him with the same tactic. However, Lin Feng was not as careless as Vegeta. He swiftly reacted, turning around and positioning himself behind the Bull Demon, preparing to deliver a kick to the Red Bull. To Lin Feng's surprise, the Red Bull quickly caught his leg and, with a powerful grip, dragged him to the ground. Subsequently, the Red Bull pulled Lin Feng beside Vegeta. With both hands raised, the Red Bull intended to use Lin Feng as a weapon against Vegeta. Vegeta, regaining his composure, leaped away from his original position. Unfortunately for Lin Feng, he had a rather intimate encounter with the ground, the sharp pain eliciting a scream of agony. Lin Feng, realizing he could no longer conceal his strength, understood that if he continued this way, he would surely perish. With a surge of energy, Lin Feng began to unleash his power, breaking free from the Bull Demon's grasp. He quickly gathered himself, adopting a serious expression as he gazed at Vegeta. Vegeta, let us join forces against this monster. Step aside. I can handle this disgusting creature alone. At this moment, Vegeta displayed his usual arrogance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the Red Bull charged at him with remarkable speed, aiming its horns. Vegeta caught the horns with both hands, but the tremendous force propelled him backward several paces. The Red Bull wore a disdainful expression, seemingly mocking Vegeta, as if to say, "You are truly weak." Realizing that this monster was formidable, Vegeta bellowed in indignation, "How dare you underestimate me? I am the Prince of the Saiyans." With that, he unleashed a powerful aura, his humiliation fueling his rage and increasing his combat prowess. Vegeta immediately advanced to confront the Red Bull, gripping its horns tightly. The brute force assault from the Red Bull drained Vegeta's energy significantly. With Vegeta's roar, the Red Bull's advance began to falter. In this state, Vegeta and the Red Bull were evenly matched, but as time passed, Vegeta gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The Red Bull let out a mighty roar, releasing a crimson aura that sent Vegeta hurtling several meters away. Vegeta realized that he might have to collaborate with Dalles. Turning to Lin Feng, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I agree to cooperate with you." Chapter 22. The Alliance Against the Red Bull on the Arena. Vegeta and Lin Feng quickly regained their composure, standing side by side. Ready for battle, Vegeta leaped into the air, reaching the Red Bull first, delivering a powerful kick aimed at its head. As Lin Feng had anticipated, this kick lacked its full potency due to Vegeta's fatigue. The Bull Demon easily blocked the strike with its robust arm. Observing Vegeta's struggle, Lin Feng decided to join the fray. The two fighters exhibited remarkable synergy, as the Red Bull found himself at a disadvantage against their combined might. Gradually, the Red Bull began to retreat under the relentless onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta ascended into the sky, conjuring numerous energy orbs in his hands, aimed squarely at the bull-headed adversary. He shouted to Lin Feng to get out of the way. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Lin Feng instantly grasped the prince's intention. What a strategy! The prince's combat technique. He amplified his energy in his legs and, in a fleeting moment, elevated his battle power to 3. With a powerful kick, he struck the Red Bull forcefully to the ground before swiftly soaring into the air. Vegeta bellowed, "Die, you grotesque creature!" In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the Red Bull. This relentless assault continued for about a minute, leaving Vegeta utterly exhausted, yet he wore a triumphant smirk. "You hideous beast, surely this is your end." Gazing at the cloud of dust on the arena, Vegeta felt assured that the Red Bull had been incapacitated. However, when the dust settled, he beheld the Red Bull standing resolutely, emanating a brilliant red glow. Panic coursed through Vegeta as he stammered, "Impossible." The scanner at the corner of his eye beeped incessantly, indicating that the Red Bull's battle power was steadily rising, ultimately reaching 5. Fear gripped Vegeta as he muttered incoherently, 55. Battle power. The Red Bull, capitalizing on Vegeta's moment of terror, closed the distance between them before Vegeta could regain his composure. The Red Bull's formidable hooves seized Vegeta by the throat. Lin Feng yearned to assist Vegeta, but the Red Bull's overwhelming power rendered him helpless, forcing him to watch as Vegeta was ensnared. The Red Bull taunted Vegeta with wild glee. The Prince of the Saiyans? Hardly. It seems your title as a warrior race is due for a change. It simply does not suit you. Perhaps you should rebrand yourselves as the feeble race. With a fiery fist, he struck Vegeta's abdomen, prompting a heart-wrenching scream from the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta's battered form gradually succumbed to the ground, as the Red Bull callously placed his foot upon Vegeta's face. In the stands, the Saiyan spectators erupted in chaos, each one roaring in anguish. Raditz and Nappa were particularly frantic, and even King Vegeta could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Vegeta!" Lin Feng's reaction mirrored theirs, as the Saiyans grew increasingly agitated. The Red Bull laughed maniacally, directing his scorn at the audience. You Saiyans dare to call yourselves a warrior race. It is only because the great Lord Frieza has employed you that you have not been subjugated by other civilizations. And this is your prince. Just an insect crushed beneath my foot. The fervor among the Saiyans shifted to stunned silence. Indeed, in this world, only the strong commanded respect, while the weak were subject to their dominion. In the stands, Frieza regarded the Red Bull with an appreciative gaze. As the Saiyans fell silent, Red Bull kicked Vegeta to Lin Feng's feet. Is it truly tragic that such a noble warrior race cannot find a single opponent worthy of my prowess? Lin Feng gazed at the barely conscious Vegeta, who suddenly grasped his hand and implored, Darius, for the dignity of the Saiyans, please defeat him. I beg you. Vegeta's fist remained tightly clenched before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Feng lifted Vegeta off the arena, solemnly assuring, I will, Vegeta. Leave it to me. With a grim expression, Lin Feng approached Red Bull, listening to his arrogant taunts. Red Bull smirked, oh, not satisfied. Soon, your fate will mirror that of your prince. Lin Feng erupted with a fierce aura, transforming the entire tournament venue into a tempest of energy. On the stage, the cold air tousled Lin Feng's hair. Huh. He let out a primal roar, unleashing an even more formidable presence that sent Red Bull sprawling backward. Lin Feng's voice reverberated throughout the arena as he bellowed. Who claims there are no strong warriors among the Saiyans? In an instant, the Saiyans in the stands perceived a glimmer of hope, their gaze fixed resolutely upon Lin Feng. Raditz nodded approvingly, knowing his younger brother had entered a serious state. Lin Feng heightened his battle power to an astonishing 10 points. Ginyu, wide-eyed on the platform, was astonished by the strength of his pupil. Lin Feng teleported before Red Bull, landing a precise uppercut to his jaw, followed by a flurry of punches directed at Red Bull's abdomen. Red Bull, utterly defenseless, absorbed the onslaught without the ability to retaliate. Lin Feng, dissatisfied, treated Red Bull like a mere punching bag, a vessel for his pent-up rage. These are my gifts to you in honor of Vegeta, he shouted as he relentlessly pummeled Red Bull from the heavens to the earth, the latter emitting pitiful cries, utterly incapable of resistance. This was the crushing weight of battle prowess. We Saiyans are a warrior race. Hear me well. The dignity of the Saiyans shall never be trampled. Lin Feng deliberately amplified his voice, directing his words to the gathered Saiyans. As anticipated, their spirits soared, invigorated by Lin Feng's declarations. The dormant fire within them was ignited by his words, some Saiyans even shedding tears. Indeed, we are the warrior race of Saiyans. Our dignity is inviolable. Seeing the fervor rise among the Saiyans, Lin Feng achieved his objective. He mercilessly battered Red Bull, leaving him on the brink of death, before pressing his knee into Red Bull's neck, who gasped for breath. With a startling transformation, Red Bull's crimson skin began to shed, reverting to its original black hue. Straining with all his might, Red Bull could not escape Lin Feng's relentless hold and was left with no choice but to plead for mercy. I can't breathe. Please, spare me. Lin Feng disregarded the pleas of the Minotaur, ruthlessly tearing off its pair of horns, the crimson blood instantly staining his hands. His knees were also splattered with blood as the Minotaur emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Where had your earlier bravado vanished? Are Saiyans a cowardly race? How does it feel to be defeated by the weak? Lin Feng struck the Minotaur's face with a series of slaps, overwhelmed by an unquenchable rage. He concentrated a colossal sphere of energy in his hands and unleashed it upon the Minotaur's abdomen, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A gaping wound was torn open in the Minotaur's midsection. Subsequently, Lin Feng hurled him off the arena, prompting the medical personnel below to rush in and place the Minotaur into a healing chamber. Your Highness, Lin Feng shouted towards the audience, deliberately addressing the assembled Saiyans. At that moment, every Saiyan in the stands rose to their feet, their collective gaze fixed on Lin Feng, as they proclaimed in unison, led by King Vegeta, Darles. You are our hero. Basking in the accolades of his compatriots, Lin Feng soared into the sky, raising his arm in a triumphant gesture. I declare, the champion of this individual tournament is Darles. With Dodoria's voice resounding once more, the martial arts tournament was officially concluded. Meanwhile, lying in the healing chamber, Vegeta had his eyes closed, a rare smile gracing his face, a genuine expression of joy. Chapter 23. Lin Feng's deception having claimed victory in the tournament. Lin Feng was engulfed by a throng of Saiyans who surrounded the arena, hoisting him aloft and showering him with praise for his heroism. The triumph was no longer solely Lin Feng's. It was a victory for the honor and dignity of the Saiyan race, a title that belonged to all Saiyans. Just as they reveled in the glory of their championship, Ginyu approached Lin Feng, perplexed by the sudden return of Lin Feng's power to its usual state. Darles, how did you unleash such formidable strength during the battle? Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng turned to find Ginyu and began to fabricate a tale, knowing he could not reveal the truth that the Saiyans' fury was the source of their strength. An idea struck him. It was the god of Saiyans. The god of Saiyans lent me his power. The psychologically and physically oppressed individuals are often fragile at heart, easily seeking a spiritual anchor to deceive themselves. And a deity serves as the perfect choice. Instantly, whispers spread among the Saiyans. Even King Vegeta appeared astonished. As anticipated, they all believed Lin Feng's fabrications. King Vegeta inquired, "Why would the god of Saiyans choose to lend you his power?" Lin Feng replied, "The deity said that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. If you continue to inquire, the divine being might become angered." He feigned an air of mystery. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Saiyans ceased their questioning. Upon hearing this response, Ginyu found it quite reasonable, for he was well aware of Lin Feng's combat prowess. However, Jinyu's concern did not lie in that. His sole interest was in dance. He expressed his intentions to Lin Feng, who had already surmised them. Yet, unprepared as he was, Lin Feng's quick wit led him to suddenly contemplate a performance that combined singing and dancing, drawing from his memories of a certain celebrity known for their poultry-themed name. Lin Feng executed a dance routine reminiscent of them. "Greetings, I am Darles from Planet Vegeta. My hobbies include singing, dancing, and basketball," he declared, concluding his performance with a splendid turn after completing his routine. Ginyu clapped enthusiastically, while the nearby Saiyans looked on with embarrassment. "Humph. A bunch of uncultured individuals who cannot appreciate the artistry of my Dove-esque dance." Lin Feng presented Ginyu with a videotape, saying, "Here you go. It contains the choreography I have created. I shall be departing from the Ginyu Force for a while." He was reluctant to refer to Ginyu as master in front of the Saiyans, as that would be too humiliating. Ginyu accepted the tape and, having achieved his objective, nonchalantly agreed to Lin Feng's request before taking his leave. "Darles, please proceed to King Frieza's palace to collect your reward," Dodoria announced. Upon hearing Dodoria's voice over the broadcast, Lin Feng bid farewell to the others and prepared to head to Frieza's palace. At that moment, above Frieza's palace, Whis and Beerus watched the events on the arena unfold through their staffs. Whis cheerfully remarked to Beerus, "My lord Beerus, what a coincidence. We arrived just as the match concluded. We can only watch the replay now." Beerus, however, appeared disdainful. "What is there to watch in such matches? Hurry and find Frieza. I need him to do my bidding." Just then, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the staff, proclaiming, "He is the god of Saiyans." Beerus, intrigued by Lin Feng's voice, turned to the staff and muttered, "Oh, the god of Saiyans? What sort of deity is that? I have never heard of it. Hey, Whis, have you heard of this?" Whis shook his head, indicating that he had not. At that moment, Beerus noticed Lin Feng making his way toward Frieza's palace. The boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the video. "Hey, you there, young lad. Come here," Beerus called out, stopping Lin Feng in his tracks. Upon realizing that the figure before him was the god of destruction, Beerus, Lin Feng's expression turned to one of terror, and he quickly knelt before him. "Greetings, Lord Beerus." "The god of destruction," Lin Feng said, demonstrating his understanding of the situation. He knew that being perceptive was essential, and sincerity was his ultimate weapon. Beerus, perplexed, wondered how this Saiyan child knew his name. "Do you know who I am? Then tell me, what is the god of Saiyans?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "Damn. I never anticipated that my fabrications would be overheard by Beerus. This is troublesome." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Feng's mind, and he said earnestly, "The god of Saiyans is our very own deity. He revealed to me in a dream that the supreme deity of our universe is none other than you. My lord Beerus." He expressed that if he had the chance to meet you, he would certainly show you the utmost reverence. For Lord Beerus is also the idol of the god of Saiyans. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a flicker of interest ignited in Beerus's demeanor. "Oh, is that so? Where might this deity be?" Lin Feng continued, stating that the god of Saiyans had long since perished and no longer existed in this world. He had merely been fortunate enough to encounter his lingering spirit in a dream. Upon hearing this, Beerus's interest waned. Noticing Beerus's disinterest, Lin Feng hastily remarked, "Then, Lord Beerus, I shall take my leave." With a wave of his hand, Beerus signaled for Lin Feng to depart. Thus, Lin Feng swiftly made his way to Frieza's palace, where Frieza had already prepared a reward for him. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, Frieza greeted him with, "Ah, Lord Darles, congratulations on your victory. It is indeed an honor for our Ginyu Force to have someone as formidable as you." Lin Feng recognized Frieza's words as mere formality, a realm in which he excelled. "Oh, not at all, my esteemed Lord Frieza. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved this today." Suddenly, Frieza's expression shifted as he changed the subject, inquiring, "I hear that you Saiyans have a deity?" Frieza posed the same question as Beerus had. Lin Feng reiterated his earlier explanation to Beerus. Fully aware that Beerus was still outside, any inconsistency in his statements could arouse suspicion. "Oh, I did not realize he had already passed away. How unfortunate," Frieza feigned regret. Lin Feng, however, was acutely aware that Frieza had developed a certain dissatisfaction with the Saiyans. Fortunately, he had already sent his mother and Chilia to Earth, where they should have departed by now. Lin Feng had no time for idle chatter with Frieza. Beerus was still outside, undoubtedly here to issue Frieza a command to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Adopting a sheepish expression, he asked, "Might I request my planet as a reward, my lord?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Frieza replied, gesturing for Dodoria to send the planet's coordinates to Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng received the coordinates via his scanner, he bid farewell to Frieza, eager to vacate this perilous place. Upon exiting the palace, he feigned ignorance of Beerus and headed straight for the planet's location indicated on his device. There was no time to waste. He needed to accelerate his pace. After Lin Feng's departure, Beerus and Whis prepared to enter the palace. Why does Lord Beerus not simply enter directly, waiting for that Saiyan child to exit first? Whis remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Ah, I see. Could it be that Lord Beerus is afraid of others discovering his lack of diligence?" Whis chuckled, fully perceiving the inner thoughts of his master. Provoked by Whis's accurate deduction, Beerus was left exasperated. "Whis, would you kindly be silent? You're far too loud." Whis, amused by Beerus's flustered state, let out a series of chuckles. Beerus had grown accustomed to the sensation of being ruthlessly exposed by Whis, striding directly towards Frieza's grand hall without a moment's hesitation. Observing Beerus's silence, Whis followed closely in his footsteps. Within the hall, Frieza remained blissfully unaware of the peril that lay merely a door away. The divine aura was imperceptible to him. At that moment, Frieza was engaged in discussions with Dodoria regarding their next target for invasion. Without hesitation, Beerus and Whis entered the chamber. "Are you Frieza?" Beerus's deep voice resonated throughout the palace. Chapter 24. The uninvited guests. Beerus surveyed Frieza's palace, astonished by its opulence, which surpassed even his own, stirring a twinge of envy within him. In an instant, he noticed Frieza, who was in the midst of his conversation with Dodoria, erupt in anger. "You are Frieza?" Frieza, upon hearing his name called so directly, felt a surge of irritation. He turned from his seat, confronting the two figures advancing toward him, his brow furrowed in displeasure. And just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he was taken aback by the demeanor of the two intruders. As they drew closer, a realization dawned upon him. How had he failed to notice them? The door was firmly shut. How had they gained entry? These two must be extraordinary. Frieza speculated that they sought to ally themselves with his forces, and thus, he greeted them with a fa of cordiality. "I am Frieza. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Despite Frieza's welcoming demeanor, Beerus felt no trace of goodwill emanating from him. Rather, the smile appeared jarringly insincere, evoking a sense of unease. With a furrowed brow, Beerus introduced himself, stating, "I am the god of destruction, Beerus, and this is my attendant, Whis." He gestured toward Whis, who, in turn, complied with a squint, and said, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Whis." Beerus cut to the chase, articulating his intentions plainly. "I require your assistance. Will you comply?" Frieza's smile instantly froze, replaced by a flash of indignation as he comprehended that these two were indeed uninvited guests. The audacity of their demeanor was infuriating. He, having achieved the pinnacle of the universe from the moment of his birth, had always dictated terms to others. As the emperor of the universe, he could not possibly entertain the notion of obeying anyone else's commands. Feeling humiliated, Frieza prepared to retort, but Dodoria, unable to contain himself, interjected. "How dare you speak to Lord Frieza in such a manner? Do you even know who stands before you?" "The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza." In a display of loyalty, Dodoria charged at Beerus. Yet, as he did so, Beerus raised a hand and uttered, "Haka." In an instant, Dodoria vanished without a trace. Seeing his loyal subordinate disappear, Frieza roared, "Dodoria!" He leaped into action, launching an attack with his tail aimed at Beerus, only to have it seized firmly, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Frieza unleashed a red energy beam, which, due to Beerus's prolonged inactivity in battle, left a gash upon his cheek. As Beerus beheld his own injuries, his face contorted in spasms. The two locked eyes, and Beerus's lips moved slightly, uttering Haka. In an instant, Frieza's form disintegrated into countless particles, vanishing completely from the cosmos. Inside the spaceship, Lin Feng sensed the sudden absence of Frieza's energy, not merely diminished, but entirely erased from existence. Could it be that Beerus had obliterated Frieza? Such a method was indeed ruthless. Whis, standing nearby, reminded Beerus, "My lord Beerus, we are here to seek assistance. It would be prudent to exhibit a modicum of courtesy." Beerus retorted, "This Frieza is ungrateful. I have not even broken down his door, which is quite polite by my standards. You handle it as you see fit, Whis." Understanding Beerus's intent, Whis raised his staff, which radiated a vibrant green light. In that fleeting moment, everything reverted to 30 seconds prior. Revived, Frieza gasped for breath in his pram, the memory of his erasure alongside Dodoria sending waves of terror through him. Whis had deliberately preserved Frieza's memories, while Dodoria's were not retained. Time reset to 30 seconds earlier, just as Dodoria was about to speak, only to be interrupted by Frieza. Breathing heavily, he addressed his esteemed deity. "Might I inquire what you require of me?" Frieza, shedding his usual arrogance, recognized the extraordinary nature of the two before him, prompting Dodoria to take his leave. With Dodoria gone, Beerus candidly shared his intentions with Frieza. "I am a god of destruction, as my divine title suggests, and my duty is to annihilate. The god of destruction is tasked with obliterating certain primitive civilizations to foster the evolution of the universe." Frieza nodded, meticulously committing Beerus's words to memory. "You, Frieza, seem particularly suited for this role. Due to pressing matters of great significance, I have come to enlist your assistance in these endeavors." Whis interjected with curiosity, "Pressing matters? Does that pertain to napping, perhaps?" "Ho ho ho, my lord Beerus." "Whis, do not interrupt while I am speaking. It is quite vexing." Beerus continued to gaze at Frieza, patting him on the shoulder. "I have long heard of your reputation as a cosmic tyrant. I believe this task aligns perfectly with your capabilities." Frieza, upon hearing Beerus's words, recognized this as a mere trifling task and was reluctant to defy the god of destruction's command. He thus nodded, declaring, "It is an honor for me, Frieza, to serve the god of destruction." In that moment, Frieza felt the weight of subservience. Seeing Frieza's acceptance, Beerus smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, an audible rumble emanated from Beerus's stomach, and the previously composed demeanor was graced with a hint of embarrassment as he remarked, "Apologies, I find myself rather hungry." Observing this, Frieza, ever considerate, called for Dodoria. "Mr. Dodoria, please arrange for a sumptuous feast to honor these two divine beings." Within a minute, the table was laden with a lavish banquet, and Beerus and Whis commenced their culinary indulgence. At that moment, Beerus inquired, "Hey, Frieza, have you heard of the god of the Saiyans?" "The god of the Saiyans? Isn't he already dead?" Frieza's response evidently stemmed from Lin Feng's revelations. Upon hearing Frieza's answer, which mirrored that of the young Saiyan, Beerus exhibited a look of disappointment. "The god of the Saiyans, the god of the Saiyans, that name sounds quite familiar," remarked Whis. "Ah, I remember now. 1,000 years ago, there emerged a Saiyan with golden hair, known as the Super Saiyan. Although not a deity, he was indeed a Super Saiyan, which is somewhat comparable. Whis spoke while savoring a morsel of food. Instantly, Beerus displayed an expression of anticipation, only for it to swiftly transform into disillusionment upon realizing that it was merely a Super Saiyan, ultimately just a human, insignificant in comparison to a god. Whis continued. 1,000 years ago, Lord Beerus was still slumbering. I recall a Super Saiyan emerging during that time, who defeated a cosmic pirate named Child, thus leaving behind the legend of the Super Saiyan. After Whis's words, Frieza's countenance darkened, his features contorting with dismay. The cosmic pirate named Child was indeed his ancestor. A prodigy among his forebears, it was shocking to learn that he had been vanquished by a Super Saiyan. Such statements from a deity must carry weight. Frieza reflected on the Saiyans' various acts of disrespect towards him, compounded by the provocations of the young Saiyan during the martial arts tournament. The notion of the god of the Saiyans uttered by that young Saiyan began to instill fear within Frieza. If this continued, there was a genuine possibility that a Super Saiyan could emerge from among the Saiyans, jeopardizing his position as the Emperor of the universe. Thus, Frieza spoke, Lord Beerus. The current Saiyans are merely a horde of low-level, savage beings, prone to violence and chaos. The technology they utilize is all provided by me. In reality, their civilization on planet Vegeta is quite primitive. Shall I assist you in annihilating them? At that moment, Beerus was engrossed in his culinary delights, paying little heed to Frieza's words, casually acquiescing to Frieza's request. Frieza smirked maliciously, already scheming an extermination plan for the Saiyans. Fortuitously, he had gleaned the formidable nature of the Saiyans from these two deities. Otherwise, he could have been slain by a burgeoning Saiyan. Once Beerus and Whis finished their meal, Frieza bid them farewell and promptly summoned Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria, gather all Frieza's forces at once. Prepare the spaceships. We shall head to Planet Vegeta immediately. Annihilate the Saiyans. With that, Frieza erupted into chilling laughter. Meanwhile, on Frieza's private planet, Lin Feng had already planted all the seeds of the spirit tree, preparing to journey to Planet Vegeta to ascertain whether his mother and others had departed for Earth. At that moment, a spherical spacecraft zipped past Lin Feng's vision, resonating with the energy of his father. It appeared his father had also foreseen Frieza's impending assault on Planet Vegeta. Consequently, Lin Feng boarded the vessel, swiftly pursuing Bardock's spaceship. As Lin Feng was on the verge of catching up with Bardock, a colossal crab-shaped spacecraft brushed past him. Alas, it was Frieza's ship. It appeared he had already taken action. Accelerate at full speed. Lin Feng's vessel raced alongside Bardock's, leaving two radiant beams against the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 25, Awaken. My brothers. Within the palace of King Vegeta on Planet Vegeta, the king was engrossed in footage of Darles battling Red Bull. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual scene. Lin Feng delivering a powerful kick that sent Red Bull crashing to the ground, followed by Vegeta's relentless barrage. King Vegeta's expression grew grave as he replayed the footage, and it dawned on him that something was amiss with this young man named Darles. Despite initially being at a disadvantage, in a fleeting moment, Darles had seized the upper hand. The king recalled the boy's words. Could there truly be a god among the Saiyans? Hastily, King Vegeta summoned a nearby minister. Who is the father of this boy named Darles? He inquired sternly of the official responsible for Saiyan registries. With only a little over 1,000 Saiyans, the minister swiftly rifled through the records, soon finding the answer. Your Majesty, this child is the offspring of Bardock and Ginyu. At that moment, King Vegeta's somber demeanor transformed into one of realization. So, he was indeed the son of that man. A look of understanding spread across his face. At the Saiyan spacecraft base on Planet Vegeta, a gust of wind swept through as two spherical ships descended gracefully, accompanied by a mechanical whir. The doors of the ships slowly opened. Down stepped two Saiyans, an elder and a youth, Bardock and Darles. Bardock glanced at his son, seemingly unperturbed by their simultaneous return. Before Bardock could utter a word, Lin Feng leapt into Bardock's embrace, tears glistening in his eyes as he cried out, Father. Bardock gently ruffled Darles' hair and smiled, responding, My son. Thus, this father and son finally recognized one another. Lin Feng held Bardock tightly for half a minute, realizing that this was not the moment for sentimental exchanges. Bardock gently set Lin Feng back on the ground. At that instant, Lin Feng understood Bardock's intentions and called out, Father, I have foreseen Frieza's impending attack on our Saiyan kin. Bardock looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. How do you know this? Lin Feng recounted the tale of the god of Science once more. To his surprise, Bardock did not express doubt. Instead, he joyfully asked, "Did the god of Science send you a dream?" It was clear that Bardock had come to believe Lin Feng's story. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "So, Kakarot and your mother have gone to a planet called Earth?" Bardock inquired. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Within the palace of Vegeta, a Saiyan soldier hurried towards King Vegeta, exclaiming, "Our hero Darles has returned, along with his father." Upon hearing the news, King Vegeta was poised to extend a warm welcome to the heroic father and son. However, before he could leave his throne, Darles and Bardock had already arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance. Lin Feng knelt on one knee, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, and declared, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss with everyone." Bardock gazed intently at his son, perceiving not the likeness of a mere 2.5-year-old, either in physique or spirit. Observing his son's actions, Bardock's face broke into a proud smile. "I implore King Vegeta to summon all warriors from Planet Vegeta to the Grand Hall immediately. Frieza is on the brink of annihilating our planet," Lin Feng exclaimed with urgency. In response to Lin Feng's words, King Vegeta harbored skepticism, while the ministers below began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices rising in a cacophony. Sensing the unrest, Bardock unleashed an energy blast that struck the ceiling, silencing the hall instantly. Lin Feng glanced at his father and gave him a thumbs up. "I am your hero, Darles. The god of the Saiyans has revealed to me that Frieza's forces will arrive at Planet Vegeta in approximately half an hour. I urge all ministers to summon their subordinates to the Grand Hall at once." Lin Feng raised his voice to its utmost. Upon hearing the mention of the god of the Saiyans, King Vegeta promptly issued commands for all warriors to gather in the Grand Hall. The ministers, recognizing Lin Feng's proclaimed identity, sprang into action. "The god of the Saiyans. He is the hero Darles. It is as the god of the Saiyans has spoken. Quickly, gather everyone to the Grand Hall." Within 10 minutes, over 1,000 Saiyans had assembled. Standing at the forefront of the Grand Hall, Lin Feng called out, "Fellow compatriots, warriors, we, the Saiyans, have endured decades of oppression under Frieza and his son. The glory of our warrior race has been extinguished by their tyranny. Prolonged subjugation has rendered our people numb, toiling daily for Frieza with no glimmer of hope in sight. Now, Frieza would rather believe in a rumor than trust our loyalty. He fears the Super Saiyan and seeks to eradicate us completely." Lin Feng continued his impassioned address. "At this moment, the dignity of the Saiyans faces its gravest wound in history. We must fight for ourselves. We must fight for our freedom. As I stated before, the dignity of the Saiyans shall not be trampled upon by anyone. Awaken, my brethren. Revive the fervent spirit that has long lain dormant within you. We shall defend our homeland. We shall safeguard Planet Vegeta." With that, Lin Feng unleashed his full power, his battle aura surging forth, causing the scouters of the 1,000 Saiyans present to explode one by one. Checking his own scouter, Lin Feng discovered his battle power had reached an astonishing 153. The assembly gazed at him in terror, for such formidable strength eclipsed even that of Frieza. The gathered Saiyans erupted in exclamations of Darles. "Darles! With Darles here, we have hope." Yet only Darles understood that Frieza's true power far exceeded 53. However, in order to maintain the morale of the troops, he could not disclose Frieza's ability to transform. He was wagering that he could, alongside the other Saiyans, defeat Frieza in a single strike before he transformed. King Vegeta and Bardock were equally incredulous. Bardock could not fathom why his son possessed such extraordinary combat prowess, especially since only a few days had passed. King Vegeta's doubts were dispelled as he realized that Red Bull was but an insignificant insect in the presence of this young man. It became apparent that his performance in the arena was solely for this moment, to awaken the long-numbed Saiyans. At this moment, King Vegeta even entertained the thought of abdicating in favor of Darles. Witnessing Darles unleash such formidable power, the spirits of the Saiyans soared. All intermediate and elite warriors listened intently. Once Frieza's forces arrived, the elite warriors would be responsible for creating the moon, while both intermediate and elite warriors would gaze skyward. How many intermediate warriors do we have? And how many elite warriors? At this juncture, a guard standing beside King Vegeta stepped forward, and together with the king, they accounted for only 2 elite warriors. Bardock remained silent, and Lin Feng turned to him. 3 elite warriors, join me in confronting Frieza. Intermediate warriors, step forward. Slowly, 6 individuals emerged from the crowd. You six will deal with the Ginyu Force, including Geese and Berta. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a profound sadness. Out of over 1,000 Saiyans, including himself, there were merely 10 capable fighters. The remaining lower-tier warriors would handle the rest of Frieza's army. After assigning the tasks, Lin Feng strode directly toward Bardock. "Father, please accompany me." Bardock, gazing at his son who exuded extraordinary leadership, found himself instinctively following him. Lin Feng led Bardock to a corner and retrieved 2 spirit tree fruits from his pocket. "Father, consume these." Without hesitation, Bardock devoured the fruit. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from him. He maximized his combat power, and after a minute, Bardock's strength stabilized at 50. At that moment, Bardock finally understood why his son's combat power had escalated so rapidly. Lin Feng brought Bardock back to the hall, where Bardock's newfound aura reignited the confidence of the Saiyans, for they perceived his strength to be on par with Frieza's. All preparations were complete. They awaited the arrival of Frieza's army. Chapter 26. The defense of home. All the Saiyans stood in neat rows outside King Vegeta's palace, their gazes sharp as they vigilantly monitored the skies. A dark spot gradually materialized in Lin Feng's line of sight, its mechanical sounds reaching his ears. "They are coming," he shouted. "Elite warriors, prepare. Create the moon. Lower-tier warriors, do not look at the sky." At Lin Feng's command, King Vegeta and the guards concentrated their energy, conjuring 2 artificial moons. At this moment, the eyes of all the Saiyan mid-level and elite warriors turned crimson, their hearts raced, fangs began to protrude from their mouths, and their bodies underwent a tremendous transformation into colossal apes. Observing this remarkable metamorphosis aboard his spaceship was Frieza. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from his scanner, indicating that some of these Saiyans had surpassed a power level of 300. It seemed this band of wild monkeys had come well prepared. Beside Frieza, Dodoria trembled in fear, having heard rumors that Frieza's own power level stood at a mere 53, while their adversaries now exceeded 300. Yet, Frieza displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a smirk graced his lips, betraying not a hint of concern. In the darkness, an enormous crab-like spaceship approached Planet Vegeta, accompanied by thousands of spherical vessels. As the fleet drew nearer, the ominous Frieza army emerged from the ships, blotting out the scant starlight in the sky. "Look up at the moon, lower-class warriors. Mid-level and elite warriors, charge with me," Lin Feng commanded. He was mindful that the lower-class warriors would lose their self-awareness upon transforming into gorillas. Therefore, he planned to wait until they were out of harm's way before initiating their transformation to avoid any accidental injuries. Subsequently, Lin Feng led the charge towards Frieza's legion, while the mid-level warriors executed the prearranged strategy against Ginyu Force and others. The transformed mid-level warriors overwhelmed several members of the Ginyu Force, who found themselves in a dire predicament. Their former glory all but vanished. Even Ginyu was unable to gain any advantage. Frustrated, Ginyu shouted, "Door? Where are you, you traitor? I'll tear you to shreds." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive hand clasped around him. True to his reputation as the captain of Frieza's elite special forces, Ginyu swiftly evaded the mid-level warrior's onslaught. "Damn gorilla. Huh." Ginyu opened his mouth wide, unleashing a wave of energy that struck the giant ape squarely in the eye. Seizing the opportunity, Ginyu managed to break free from the Saiyan mid-level warrior's grasp. Unfortunately, the other members of the Ginyu Force were not as fortunate. The white-haired Gullies was sent flying by a powerful strike from the transformed mid-level warriors. The unfortunate Guldo, who possessed psychic abilities, met an even grimmer fate, being knocked unconscious by Lin Feng before he could unleash his powers. Lin Feng recognized that this little troublemaker posed the greatest threat. Barda and Rikuum found themselves surrounded by the mid-level warriors, their fighting power of over 10,000 rendered insignificant in the presence of the towering giants. Now, the mid-level warriors possessed strength that rivaled their captain Ginyu, overwhelming their opponents with sheer force. It was not long before the two succumbed to defeat. The Ginyu Force, save for Ginyu himself, faced utter annihilation. "Curse it, I have no choice but to transform," shouted Zobin, his eyes ablaze with fury, his bruised face betraying the beating he had taken. He transformed into an unsightly toad-like form, yet even in this grotesque state, he appeared as nothing more than a plaything before the colossal beasts. The outcome of the battle between the toad and the giant apes was all but predetermined. Sabo's eyes were filled with terror. He could scarcely fathom that the Saiyan who had battled him that day possessed such a terrifying ability. In this moment, he realized that the power of transformation was not unique to him. Qiu-E, having witnessed Sabo's frantic attempts to evade, noted that even the formidable Sabo, who had bested Vegeta and had proven himself a worthy adversary, was now reduced to hiding in fear. After enduring torment from a Saiyan named Darles, Qiu-E fully comprehended the fearsome nature of the Saiyans and, filled with trepidation, hastily fled. Yet, how could a Saiyan driven to madness grant him the luxury of escape? Just as Qiu-E felt a fleeting sense of relief at his successful retreat, he encountered a figure strikingly similar to Darles. The visage of the Saiyan who had taught him a harsh lesson sprang to mind, identical to the one before him, albeit in an adult form. Had this been before the tournament, Qiu-E would have remained unafraid, for he was aware that the Saiyans had long lost their former glory. However, after encountering a cunning Saiyan during the tournament, his youthful fervor had dissipated entirely. With trembling legs, Qiu-E fell to his knees, pleading, "Forgive me, I was wrong. My lord, please spare my life. You must be Ginyu, correct? It is said you are a purple-skinned fiend. Prepare to meet your end," barked Bardock, already seething with rage. "Huh, Ginyu." Before Qiu-E could elaborate, Bardock unleashed a devastating punch upon the figure before him, fracturing Qiu-Yi's bones with a single blow. His body melded with the earth of Planet Vegeta, sinking deeply into the soil. After dispatching Ginyu, Bardock cast his gaze toward the colossal spacecraft, ever vigilant of Frieza's movements. On Planet Vegeta, over 1,000 lower-class warriors had transformed into colossal apes, mindless beasts wreaking havoc upon Frieza's minions, who were utterly routed, with some even tearing their foes asunder. A medley of blood stained the surface of Planet Vegeta, as these creatures knew only the thrill of battle. They relentlessly pursued Frieza's forces, yet astonishingly refrained from attacking their own, as if the honor of the Saiyans preserved a flicker of rationality within them. The entire Frieza army was being relentlessly pummeled by these Saiyans, who fought for their very survival. Those who typically dismissed the Saiyans as insignificant were now being decisively overpowered. Dodoria remained steadfast beside Frieza, his gaze fixed upon the terrifying Saiyans before him, akin to witnessing demons unleashed. Their methods of slaughter were brutally savage. In Dodoria's eyes, the pride of being part of Frieza's army had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Even the mightiest Captain Ginyu found himself ensnared in despair. Dodoria could scarcely believe that these Saiyan monkeys could unleash such dreadful combat prowess. Anxiously, he observed the dire situation of Frieza's forces on the screen, then turned to Frieza, who, far from exhibiting any signs of panic, appeared to revel in the spectacle of carnage unfolding before him. Doria, trembling, inquired of King Frieza, "If this continues, our Frieza force may be annihilated by the Saiyans." Frieza chuckled, "Oh, dear Doria, let these barbaric Saiyan monkeys revel in their savagery for a while. To confront the brutish, one must employ brutish tactics. There is no need for panic. First, contact the medical personnel at headquarters for swift assistance." Doria gazed at Frieza, devoid of fear, and instead, a hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes, as he speculated that this seemingly invincible cosmic emperor had already devised a strategy to counter the impending threat. Meanwhile, above Planet Vegeta, Lin Feng shouted passionately, "Fellow compatriots, our dignity, our destiny lies in our hands. Today, let us demonstrate through our actions that we Saiyans are indeed the rightful warriors." To Lin Feng's astonishment, his words resonated with the previously irrational lower-ranked warriors, restoring their clarity of thought. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the great apes mercilessly tore through the Frieza force, rending them asunder. United in voice, the Saiyans proclaimed, "We are the warrior race of Saiyans. Our fate is ours to determine. Frieza is aboard that ship. Let us charge forth together." Lin Feng had anticipated Frieza would join the battle alongside his army, but to his surprise, the tyrant remained conspicuously absent. It became clear that this cosmic despot regarded the lives of his subordinates as mere trifles. To him, they were nothing but weaklings. As long as Frieza existed, he would attract fervent followers from across the cosmos, and the fate of these expendable soldiers held no significance for him. Chapter 27. The terrifying Frieza on Planet Vegeta. A multitude of dark shadows loomed over its surface. Upon closer inspection, these shadows revealed themselves to be the lifeless bodies of the Frieza force. Within Frieza's spacecraft, a staggering figure approached the Emperor. It was none other than Captain Ginyu. "Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force has been utterly defeated," Ginyu uttered, sorrow permeating his tone. Guldo is missing, and the fates of Geese and Berta remain unknown. I am the only one left capable of fighting. Frieza regarded the disheveled Captain Ginyu. You are indeed my most loyal subordinate, Ginyu. I have not misjudged you. Satisfied with Jinyu's loyalty, Frieza continued, Now, I ask you to remain here alongside Mr. Doria and witness this grand spectacle. Ginyu fell silent, aware that his master, the Cosmic Emperor, was finally poised to take action. Frieza surveyed the cacophony of howling Saiyans outside. His face contorted in disgust. What a dreadful noise. Outside the ship, the Saiyans prepared to launch their assault against Frieza. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from Frieza's spacecraft. Frieza unleashed the full extent of his battle power, sending all Saiyans present, except for Lin Feng and Bardock, hurtling away from him. Vegeta, the king, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene before him. In an instant, all advantages had been utterly nullified. The remaining members of Frieza's army shouted in unison, Long live King Frieza! In response, King Vegeta concentrated his energy into a sphere and sent the boisterous soldiers of Frieza's army flying once more. Lin Feng perceived that Frieza aboard the spaceship was prepared for battle. However, to his astonishment, Frieza showed no signs of retreat, his energy continually surging. Bardock, captivated by the immense power radiating from Frieza, looked on in shock and terror at the spaceship. Inside the vessel, Frieza had completed his first transformation. Dodoria, rendered speechless by Frieza's new form, stammered, Your Majesty, you can transform too. Meanwhile, Ginyu observed in utter disbelief, exclaiming, In this state, you resemble King Cold remarkably. Ginyu found himself at a loss for words, simply voicing the thoughts that flooded his mind. King Vegeta and his guards were now overwhelmed by the formidable pressure. Left utterly speechless, only the lower-ranking warriors, devoid of self-awareness, remained unafraid. Lin Feng realized that Frieza had now completed his second transformation. Yet, with a battle power of 1500, he felt no threat from Frieza's second stage. All Saiyans, heed my command. Charge forward, directly towards Frieza's spaceship. Lin Feng commanded with a voice that seemed to tear through the air. The Saiyan warriors rallied once more, their earlier apprehensions dissipating in the wake of Lin Feng's rallying cry, filled with fervor as they surged toward Frieza's craft. Boom! The great apes had not yet approached Frieza's spaceship when they were repelled by the force of Frieza's unleashed energy. The atmosphere was thick with Frieza's menacing aura. Though unseen, his voice resonated. You barbaric monkeys have provoked me, Frieza. The transformed Frieza slowly emerged from the ship, declaring, Saiyan monkeys, today marks the day of your annihilation. His gaze was fierce as he addressed the colossal figures before him. Observing Frieza's grotesque form, Lin Feng commanded, All warriors, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, hurtling toward Lin Feng with lightning speed. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed, narrowly evading the deadly ray. He realized that Frieza had been prepared, likely due to his premature revelation of battle strength, prompting Frieza's advanced transformation. A scream abruptly interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Turning around, he beheld King Vegeta, blood gushing from his chest. Lin Feng and the other Saiyans rushed to his side. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The intermediate warriors cried out in anguish, horrified that their king had been so easily overpowered by Frieza. Ahaha! Is this truly the king of the Saiyans? Killing him is as effortless as squashing an ant, Frieza taunted mockingly. Lin Feng pressed his hands against King Vegeta's chest, attempting to slow the relentless flow of blood. But his efforts proved futile as crimson continued to pour forth. King Vegeta! Lin Feng clenched his fists. With his last breath, King Vegeta grasped Lin Feng's tightly clenched hand. Child, you are Bardock's son, are you not? Bardock is the strongest warrior among our Saiyans, but it appears that you are destined to become our mightiest champion. As Lin Feng listened, he applied his energy to staunch King Vegeta's wound. I have one request, you must promise me. From this moment forth, I bestow upon you the mantle of King of Planet Vegeta. Henceforth, you shall be our new monarch, leading the Saiyans to triumph over Frieza. Lin Feng was taken aback by King Vegeta's noble intent, as he sought to transfer the title of Saiyan King to him. You must agree. You possess greater leadership potential than I. The future of the Saiyans rests in your hands. With immense willpower, King Vegeta transcended his agony, seemingly intent on clinging to life until Lin Feng acquiesced to his plea. Faced with the earnest request of this elder, Lin Feng could only consent. Very well, I promise. I promise, King Vegeta. Tears welled in the corners of Lin Feng's eyes. After uttering these words, King Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, departing from the realm of the living. At that moment, a wail of sorrow enveloped Planet Vegeta, and the once mindless lower-class warriors, transformed into great apes, regained their senses. Frieza, witnessing the scene before him, smirked and burst into laughter. Oh ho! Who would have thought that King Vegeta would perish in such a manner? What a truly exhilarating sight! Frieza's mockery ignited a renewed fury within the Saiyans, their angry gazes fixed upon this fiend. Frieza, you shall not be forgiven, Lin Feng roared. With his energy surging, he unleashed a battle power of 1500, astonishing all present. In a flash, Lin Feng appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful blow to the top of his head. Stung by the impact, Frieza quickly regained his composure and began to defend himself. However, Frieza's second form proved inadequate against Lin Feng's formidable strength. As Lin Feng's relentless assaults continued, Frieza could do little more than block. Lin Feng delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying in the pit, Frieza lacked the strength to resist further, while Lin Feng looked down at the grotesque figure and seized his tail, mercilessly slamming him against the earth. Frieza howled in pain, as the surrounding Saiyans cheered, seemingly having forgotten the demise of King Vegeta. Your Majesty, Darles. Kill Frieza. Lin Feng grasped Frieza's tail and spun him around, flinging him into a mountainside. Frieza cried out in agony, Damn it! Ginyu, Dodoria, get over here and help. Upon seeing the arrival of Dodoria and Ginyu, Lin Feng paid them no heed, casually firing an energy blast that rendered them unconscious. He strode purposefully towards Frieza. At this moment, a series of transformations were unfolding around Frieza. The stones on the ground began to levitate, trembling in the air, while a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Lin Feng, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, This is not good. Frieza is about to transform again. All warriors, pay attention. Quickly gather your energy blasts. Perhaps we can interrupt him. Instantly, all the great apes concentrated their energy, illuminating the dark expanse of Planet Vegeta. Bardock also formed a colossal energy sphere in his hands. On my command, fire together. 3, 2, 1. Hundreds of thousands of energy blasts surged toward Frieza. With a thunderous roar, the mountains behind Frieza erupted, and everyone believed that this full-force assault would surely annihilate him. As the smoke cleared, a diminutive figure emerged, revealing itself to be Frieza in his third form. Chapter 28. A father-son battle. Frieza swayed his tail, slowly stepping out from the mist. Saiyans, you should feel immensely honored to witness the true visage of your king. His face bore no expression. However, this very lack of emotion instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among all present Saiyans. Lin Feng's worst fears materialized. His legs trembled as he comprehended the significance of Frieza's third form. Currently, his own battle power as a great ape stood at a mere 1500, while Frieza's full power reached a staggering 120 million. This was the closest Lin Feng had ever felt to death since his arrival in this world. The guards of King Vegeta gazed at Frieza in terror, recognizing the stark contrast between this and the grotesque figure they had previously encountered. Yet the ferocity in his eyes remained unchanged. Noticing the guards' fearful expressions, Frieza smirked malevolently. In an instant, a beam of crimson energy pierced through the chest of one guard. Mortally wounded, the guard's form began to shrink, unable to sustain his great ape state any longer. He collapsed to the ground, eyes devoid of life, murmuring, My king, I come to join you. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he bid farewell to this world. The intermediate Saiyan warriors were left in a daze. The fallen comrade had been their captain, who had fought alongside them through countless battles. Their ascent to intermediate warriors was solely due to his relentless guidance. The sight of their captain's lifeless body filled their minds, igniting a surge of fury. They roared at Frieza, Stop, Frieza! Lin Feng tried to intervene, wishing to dissuade them from making a futile sacrifice. Yet, the intermediate warriors were beyond listening. Frieza coldly remarked, Even 1,000 insects are merely insects. He raised his hand once more, systematically shooting down the intermediate warriors one by one. Witnessing the bodies of his comrades plummeting from the sky ignited Lin Feng's wrath. He shouted to the remaining Saiyans, Listen, Saiyans. As your new king, I cannot bear to see you perish. From this moment on, disperse and flee as far as you can. Leave Frieza to me. As Lin Feng's voice faded, all remaining Saiyans stood in unison, resoundingly declaring, Your Majesty. We shall not flee. It is you who has awakened our proud hearts. We shall fight solely for the glory of the Saiyans. Indeed, Your Majesty, we shall not depart. Frieza will surely not spare us. Rather than retreating, we would rather engage him in a fierce battle. A large hand landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Darles, as the new king of the Saiyans, your duty is to lead your people into battle, not to allow them to retreat in the face of danger. Bardock sternly addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at Bardock and then at the Saiyans, recognizing the wisdom in Bardock's words. His earlier statements had indeed been irresponsible. Moreover, could Frieza truly allow their escape? All Saiyans, launch a full-scale assault on Frieza, Lin Feng declared, elevating his energy to its peak as he charged toward Frieza, determined to take responsibility for his earlier foolishness. Oh, interesting. Then allow me to demonstrate 30 of my power, Frieza calmly remarked. 30%. That equated to a battle power of 36 million. Lin Feng disregarded everything else. He had no choice but to press on. Before he could even close the distance to Frieza, he realized that Frieza had already vanished from his sight. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng was immediately sent crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth in pain, he looked up at the sky, where Frieza was gathering an energy blast in one hand, preparing to fire it at him. Just as it seemed Lin Feng would be obliterated, a giant ape interposed itself before him, radiating a green glow. With the scars on its face standing out dramatically, Bardock shouted, "Tenfold Great Ape Fist." The courageous man before him was none other than his father, and Lin Feng gazed at him in disbelief, slowly uttering the word, "Father." He had no idea Bardock possessed such a formidable technique. No wonder he had dared to confront the entire Frieza force alone in the original story. What other secrets did Bardock hold? Bardock shouted at the stunned Lin Feng. "Never forget that you are not alone." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Bardock then turned to Frieza and declared, "Hey, Frieza, your opponent is now me." "And me," Lin Feng asserted with unwavering resolve. He understood that Bardock had surpassed him in strength, but at this moment, only he and Bardock could confront Frieza. His involvement in the battle could help to restrain Frieza. As Frieza swatted away the giant apes attempting to ambush him with his tail, he mockingly remarked, "Oh, a father-son duo? How delightfully spirited." Bardock paid no heed to Frieza's taunts. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza spoke, he closed the distance. His speed and strength amplified by the tenfold Great Ape Fist. With a colossal fist, Bardock struck Frieza, sending him flying. Then, Bardock positioned himself above Frieza, ready to unleash another attack. However, Frieza quickly regained his composure and evaded Bardock's strike. Seeing Frieza falter, Lin Feng seized the moment, darting behind Frieza with unexpected speed and delivering a powerful punch. However, for Frieza, his punches were merely a trivial nuisance, resulting only in a swift counter from Frieza that sent Lin Feng crashing to the ground once more. At that moment, Bardock surged towards Frieza with remarkable speed, delivering a flying kick that knocked Frieza from the heavens, leaving 2 deep craters in the soil of Planet Vegeta. Lin Feng struggled to rise. The impact from Frieza's blow had inflicted considerable damage upon him. In contrast, Frieza appeared unfazed, slowly rising and remarking to Bardock, "I underestimated you, Saiyan monkey. Allow me to unleash 50% of my power." As he spoke, a crimson aura enveloped him, his appearance unchanged, yet his energy distinctly intensified. "Come forth, Saiyan monkeys. All of you." Bardock, enraged by Frieza's taunt, shouted, "Silence, you wretched lizard." The mention of short sent Frieza into a furious rage, launching himself at Bardock like a cannonball. Bardock, refusing to be idle, yelled, "Tenfold Great Ape Fist," and once again radiated a green glow. In the skies above, a colossal ape and a lizard engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng gazed at Bardock with admiration, proud of his father. The Great Ape form combined with the tenfold Great Ape Fist would yield an astounding 100-fold increase in combat prowess, akin to the enhancement of a Super Saiyan. He had not anticipated Bardock possessed such a formidable trump card. Had he known Bardock had such potent abilities, he would have fed him every last fruit from the Tree of Might. Alas, there were no fruits left. "Ah, Saiyan monkey, I shall rend you limb from limb." Frieza's fist struck Bardock's face, yet Bardock paid no heed to the pain, retaliating with a punch of his own. Frieza then swung his left fist, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by Bardock. Despite Frieza's diminutive stature, the force he unleashed was extraordinary, sending Bardock reeling back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza flashed before Bardock, relentlessly striking at his face with his tail. Bloodied marks appeared across Bardock's visage. At that moment, Lin Feng stealthily approached Frieza from behind, seizing him in a tight embrace. Blinded by rage, Frieza failed to notice Lin Feng's presence and was caught off guard by the ambush. Damn Saiyan monkey. Father now? Lin Feng clung to Frieza with all his might. Understanding his son's intent, Bardock struck Frieza's face with a resounding slap, following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Frieza found himself at the mercy of this father-son duo, blood streaming from his eyes. With a furious cry, Frieza broke free from Lin Feng's grasp, unleashing a powerful aura that forcefully separated the two. His eyes now gleamed with hatred. I intended to toy with you, yet you two have made a mockery of me. Now, you shall experience the true extent of my innate power. Frieza's muscles swelled rapidly, his visage growing more grotesque, and after a minute of ferocious roaring, he finally manifested before the father and son duo with 100% of his strength. 100%, which means Frieza's combat power has now reached an astonishing 120 million. It seems I can be of no further assistance. The only thing left to do is to see if my father possesses any secret techniques of which I am unaware. The terrifying aura of Frieza enveloped the entirety of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 29, The Annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Enough, Saiyan monkeys. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. It is a privilege for you to witness my full power, Frieza remarked with a cold, disdainful gaze. Lin Feng stared at Frieza, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Was this truly where he would meet his demise? His spiritual tree had yet to bear fruit, and he had yet to lay eyes upon his brother, Kakarot. Not to mention Earth, the longed-for homeland. Regret mingled within Lin Feng's eyes. It appeared that I had been naive, underestimating the strength of the Dragon Ball universe, believing I could rally all Saiyans like Bardock in the Super Dimension War to defeat Frieza. Instead, my well-laid plans had backfired, leading to utter defeat. Why? Why am I so weak? Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? So many of my kin have perished, and indeed, I have experienced anger. Why can I not ascend to Super Saiyan form? Is it not said that anger is the wellspring of a Saiyan's power? Why does it fail to manifest within me at this moment? Lin Feng began to question his presence in the Dragon Ball world, wondering why events had not unfolded as he had envisioned. Why did Frieza not adhere to the expected script and transformed into his ultimate form right now? I had meticulously planned to awaken the numb Saiyan step by step to unite against Frieza, yet now, due to my unrealistic aspirations, they had lost their lives. Bardock observed Lin Feng's vacant eyes and launched an energy blast before him. Remember, under no circumstances should you choose to give up. You must harbor a heart of ambition. A blinding light erupted. Bardock attempted to rouse the disoriented Lin Feng, but Lin Feng replied, "It's futile, father. We can no longer defeat Frieza." With that statement, Lin Feng had entirely succumbed to despair. Bardock approached Lin Feng and delivered a resounding slap to his face. "You insolent boy, pull yourself together. You are the king of the Saiyans. Your people need your protection." "Oh, my people? The king of the Saiyans? The last king has already met his end at my hands," Frieza mocked. Frieza began to gather a red energy beam once more. With a swift motion, all the lower-class Saiyan warriors collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, their chests bleeding profusely. "Frieza, you beast!" Bardock roared, instantly unleashing the tenfold Great Ape Fist and charging at Frieza. However, Frieza effortlessly sent Bardock flying with a single punch, his combat power vastly superior, leaving Bardock sprawled on the ground. "Oh, what happened, King of the Saiyans? I have heard tales of your race's Super Saiyan legend. Why not transform and show me?" "Super Saiyan. Even if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, I would still fall short against him. My current battle power stands at a mere 150, and upon transforming, it only reaches 7,500, which is still insufficient to contend with Frieza." At this moment, Lin Feng slowly rises, gazing at the battlefield strewn with the corpses of his fellow Saiyans, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of guilt, the guilt of having been entrusted with the hopes of all, yet ultimately disappointing them. Lin Feng loathes his own ineptitude, his fists incessantly pounding against his chest as he roars at the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, his body is undergoing a transformation. It is shrinking rapidly, his massive claws gradually receding, and his fangs vanishing. A green aura radiates from him as he reverts to his human form. Frieza, witnessing Lin Feng shed his great ape form, taunts, "What's the matter, Saiyan King? Are you planning to surrender? Do you wish to become one of my subordinates?" In the face of Frieza's derision, Lin Feng remains silent. Only Bardock understands that although the figure before him has reverted from the great ape transformation, his aura remains undiminished. Lin Feng strides heavily towards Bardock. Father, you were right. One must never give up. Frieza, I will see you dead. Lin Feng unleashes the fury within him, channeling all his energy into a powerful explosion. Having absorbed the strength of the great ape, he becomes smaller and more agile, recalling the combat techniques Bardock had imparted to him. He concentrates his energy into every attack, aiming to inflict maximum damage upon Frieza. Each punch Lin Feng throws is infused with his essence, landing with palpable force. Frieza is taken aback by Lin Feng's transformation. Both his speed and strength have significantly improved. After enduring a few blows, Frieza regains his composure. The astute warrior notes that although Lin Feng has augmented his power, it still pales in comparison to his own, rendering Lin Feng's efforts somewhat ineffectual. Lin Feng, however, is undeterred by the disparity in power. He immerses himself fully in the fight, realizing that whether he fights or not, death is inevitable. Thus, he chooses to fight. Tat 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 tat. Lin Feng bellows. Yet as he accelerates his assault, Frieza's defenses adapt correspondingly. As Lin Feng's left fist is unleashed, Frieza is already poised to block. Just as Lin Feng attempts an uppercut, Frieza catches his fist, ensnaring Lin Feng's neck with his tail. A pained groan escapes Lin Feng's lips. Frieza, we have arrived. The medical personnel from Frieza's army approach from a distance. Oh, then make haste to assist. Frieza instructs the incoming reinforcements. There's an opening. Bardock intently observes the clash between Frieza and Lin Feng, vigilant to Frieza's movements. Seizing the moment while Frieza is distracted, Bardock readies himself and charges towards him. But before he can close the distance, Frieza materialized before Bardock, seizing his tail with an iron grip. Under the overwhelming disparity in battle power, Bardock's entire being was rendered vulnerable. With a swift, spinning motion, Frieza hurled Bardock away, unleashing a crimson beam that severed Bardock's left arm and right leg. A piercing scream escaped Bardock's lips, the excruciating pain compelling him to clutch his shattered left arm with his right hand before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Father, Lin Feng, witnessing Bardock's grievous injuries, felt a pang of worry as he sensed his own peril. A faint glow emanated from the palm of his right hand. Frieza's tail constricted around his neck, inducing a fierce sensation of suffocation. With a surge of determination, Lin Feng unleashed a concentrated energy blast from his right hand, striking Frieza in the abdomen, and then, in a desperate act, bit down on Frieza's tail. Ah! Frieza shrieked in agony, the sudden pain causing him to relinquish Lin Feng. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes reflected a mix of desperation and fury, his neck bruised from the constriction. Had he hesitated any longer, death would have claimed him. Frieza glared furiously, his voice laced with venom. You wretched Saiyan brat! How dare you sully the tale of your king? In a fit of rage, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy beams towards Lin Feng, who, sensing the murderous intent, narrowly evaded the attack. Enraged by the failure to connect, Frieza lashed his tail and descended rapidly upon Lin Feng. The speed was blinding. Lin Feng had no time to react as Frieza struck him violently with his head. With arms crossed, Frieza delivered a flurry of brutal strikes, his feet grinding against Lin Feng's body. After a relentless series of blows, Frieza's tail flung Lin Feng to the pinnacle of King Vegeta's palace, creating a massive crater upon impact. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself devoid of any strength to continue the battle. His eyes glazed over. He appeared to accept the grim reality of his impending demise in the Dragon Ball world. Ha ha ha! I, Frieza, am the Emperor of the Universe. No one can defeat me. He bellowed maniacally. Where are your Super Saiyans? Where is your Saiyan God? I see none of them. Merely a farce. Frieza's madness reached new heights as he raised his hands to the sky, gathering a colossal planet-destroying energy ball. Perish, Planet Vegeta. Frieza hurled the annihilation sphere towards Planet Vegeta, its immense energy poised to obliterate the world. Unconscious Bardock was roused by the blinding light overhead. The intense glow rendered him unable to open his eyes. Yet he sensed Lin Feng's faint aura. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he staggered towards Lin Feng. Bardock shouted, Kill! I implore you. No sooner had he spoken than Bardock unleashed his remaining might in a final, powerful surge. In an instant, a pink extraterrestrial being teleported before Bardock. who entrusted Lin Feng to this individual named Keel. Quickly go, Keel, Bardock urged. Aren't you leaving? Why not, Bardock? Keel replied, puzzled. Make haste. Lin Feng's life force is weak. Frieza will not discern whether he lives or dies. My recent surge in power will raise suspicions if it suddenly vanishes. Bardock furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a grave seriousness. All right, I understand. My friend Bardock, you are a remarkable warrior and an exceptional father. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Kira vanished into the depths of Planet Vegeta alongside Lin Feng. You must strive to live well, Darles, Bardock said earnestly. He watched the two depart, his mind flooded with memories of Kakarot battling Frieza. The scene shifted, transforming the protagonist from Kakarot to Darles. Kakarot? Darles. Bardock smiled as he was engulfed by the energy blast, disappearing into the cosmos along with Planet Vegeta. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta. Chapter 30, Planet Vegeta. No, Frieza, I will fight you. Lin Feng awoke from a nightmare, once again witnessing his kin being slain by Frieza, including his loved ones and Celia. He sighed deeply, attempting to extricate himself from the tormenting dream, yet he found it impossible, as the events within the dream had already transpired in reality. Clutching his head in anguish, he repeatedly struck his temples, exclaiming, I am guilty. Lin Feng was engulfed in endless self-reproach. You are not guilty. It is Frieza who bears the blame. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Had you not rallied the Saiyans to unite against Frieza, they would have never had the chance to resist, and would have quietly vanished alongside Planet Vegeta. Kira entered slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng scrutinized the pink-hued alien before him, dressed in the distinctive attire of the Adratans, and inquired, Sir, are you an Adretan? The Adretan replied, Indeed, this is Planet Vegeta. I am Kira. Lin Feng, just awakened from his nightmare, realized he had forgotten to observe his surroundings. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Mr. Kira, how did I end up here? I should have been killed by Frieza. As he regained his composure, Lin Feng recognized that he had not perished but instead found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Kira recounted how Bardock's surge of energy had attracted him for rescue. Tears welled in Lin Feng's eyes. Father, your father was a great warrior, Kira said, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Since meeting you, he has often spoken of you to me, declaring that if there were anything in this world of which he could be proud, it would be you. Your father possessed the gift of foresight. He had long foreseen your endeavor to unite the Saiyans against Frieza. Thus, he established a mental link with me, allowing him to teleport beside me whenever he unleashed a surge of energy in his weakened state. As Lin Feng listened to Kira's words, wiping his tears away, he reminisced about his moments with Bardock. In the original tale, Bardock vanished alongside Planet Vegeta, and now, Bardock seemed destined to meet a similar fate. In a striking turn of events, Bardock had the opportunity to escape alongside Kira, yet he chose to sacrifice himself to shield Kira, ultimately perishing with Planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza. Lin Feng had believed himself to be the mastermind orchestrating their efforts from the shadows, only to discover that his father had foreseen all of this. Recalling the moment during his training when his father received news of Kakarot's birth, Lin Feng remembered the silence that followed. Perhaps it was then that his father had foreseen the unfolding of these events. Wait a moment. Foreseen. A revelation struck Lin Feng. He turned to Kira and inquired, could it be that my father was already aware of the inevitable demise of the Saiyans? Was he merely striving to alter that fate? Kira spoke slowly. Your father confided in me that the Saiyans were destined to be annihilated by Frieza. However, your interference has brought about these changes. He revealed to me that he had foreseen many outcomes, all of which ended in his inevitable death, yet he could not bear to witness your demise. Among all possible fates, there existed only one where he perished, allowing you to survive. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Feng's facade crumbled. He had prided himself on his cunning. Yet he loathed the fact that he had not treated Bardock with the respect he deserved, initially viewing him with suspicion. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him, and tears that had merely lingered in his eyes now streamed down his face uncontrollably. So please, live well, for your father's sake. There is no greater way to repay him than by living fully, Kira urged with heartfelt sincerity. In that moment, Lin Feng grasped the magnitude of his father's greatness. Since he had urged him to live well, he resolved to embrace life with vigor. Kira continued, your father instructed me that once you arrived here, you should take me as your mentor and become my disciple. Faced with his father's dear friend, Lin Feng felt no hesitation. This was not merely his father as comrade, but also his savior. Without a trace of doubt or reluctance, he knelt and proclaimed, "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple," Kira replied with a smile. "The first, you say?" Kira furrowed his brow. "Strictly speaking, you would be the second." Lin Feng inquired, "And who might the first be?" Kira turned his back and responded slowly, "Your father, Bardock." As anticipated, Lin Feng realized that his father's mastery over energy control had indeed been learned from the Yardratans, for they, apart from the gods, were the most adept in the universe at energy manipulation. "Well, it's not entirely correct. My relationship with your father was one of both teacher and friend," Kira reflected, reminiscing about the past. "When the Cold Army invaded our Yardrat planet, due to my negligence, my son was nearly slain by them. It was your father who saved him. However, Mr. Bardock was gravely injured at the time, and just as he was about to be defeated, I arrived in the nick of time, utilizing instant transmission to rescue him and assist in rebuilding our home on this planet." Lin Feng harbored an insatiable curiosity regarding his father's past, captivated by the tales he heard. This realm was not the original Planet Vegeta, just as Planet Vegeta was not the ancestral home of the Saiyans. Lin Feng articulated his insights, affirming, "Indeed, our circumstances were forced upon us, while yours were chosen." Kill interjected, defending his stance. Lin Feng discerned the underlying implications in Kill's words. He harbored a strong aversion to the Saiyans' incursions into other worlds. Recognizing Kill's sentiments, Lin Feng hastily clarified, "I am not like the Saiyans of yore. I am a proponent of peace. Moreover, I am now the king of Saiyans and shall not permit my people to invade other planets again." The invasions were solely due to the oppressive influence of Frieza and his progeny. While Lin Feng endeavored to vindicate the Saiyans, his conviction waned as he spoke. The transgressions of the Saiyans were indeed substantial, and in an effort to express sincerity, he found himself attributing the blame to Frieza. Observing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, Kill chose not to pursue the matter further. "Come with me. Allow me to show you our new Adrat," he exclaimed, soaring into the sky. Lin Feng followed closely, soon realizing that this planet lacked advanced technology. Even the structures were of a rudimentary design. Unlike the towering edifices and palaces of Planet Vegeta, this world bore a primitive aspect, reminiscent of a place awaiting revitalization. "Behold, our planet is not vast. A mere 5 minutes of swift flight will allow you to traverse its entirety." After 5 minutes, they returned to their starting point, confirming Kill's assertion that the planet was indeed small. "Father," a young Adration, nearly Lin Feng's height, called out to Kill from a distance. "Kill, come over here. I would like to introduce you to the second son of your uncle Bardock." Kill introduced the young apprentice, wishing to integrate him into his family and help him overcome his inner turmoil. Lin Feng greeted the boy. "Hello, Kill. I am Darles." Kill grasped Lin Feng's hand, exclaiming, "Darles, Uncle Bardock has spoken of you. Where is Uncle Bardock?" The youthful Kill appeared unaware of Bardock's fate. Lin Feng recounted the events that transpired on Planet Vegeta. Kill anticipated that Lin Feng would dwell in sorrowful reminiscence. However, Lin Feng voluntarily recounted the painful past. "What, Mr. Bardock?" Kill was taken aback, struggling to accept the departure of his savior. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Lin Feng bore a heavier burden. Thus he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. "Then let us seek vengeance for Uncle Bardock. My father is the mightiest Adration. He will teach you formidable techniques." The Ape King Fist was imparted to him by my father. Ape King Fist. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng straightened with excitement. Such a formidable technique, originating from the Adration lineage, filled him with elation. If he could master it, his strength would ascend to new heights. Chapter 31. Old Man's Son Gohan, the Frieza Force. All members of the Frieza army were undergoing treatment in the medical bay. Dodoria and Ginyu, having sustained only minor injuries, have swiftly returned to their normal state. Frieza, seated upon his throne, now holds no interest in his infant carriage. He has regained his true form as the legitimate ruler of the cosmos. Standing beside him, Ginyu and Dodoria engage in conversation, with Dodoria addressing Frieza. "My Lord Frieza, the recent uprising of the Saiyans has inflicted considerable losses upon our forces. What plans do you have in mind?" Frieza scoffed. "These ignorant wild monkeys truly believe they can defeat me. Frieza? How laughable. Ants daring to rise." He continued, "As for the losses, once our forces are restored, We shall embark on a more aggressive campaign to invade other planets and compensate for our setbacks. A sinister grin spread across Frieza's face. Ginyu interjected, "And what of the remnants of the Saiyans, my lord?" Frieza replied, "You mean Vegeta, I presume? We shall propagate the narrative that Planet Vegeta was struck by a meteor. However," he chuckled darkly, "we may occasionally release the truth, allowing Vegeta to dwell in eternal humiliation. Aren't they proud, the Saiyans? I am eager to witness the look of disgrace on Vegeta's face." His laughter echoed throughout the palace, met with enthusiastic agreement from Ginyu and Dodoria, who extolled, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Meanwhile, Vegeta, having suffered severe injuries from Red Bull, emerged from the healing pod, only to find Raditz and Nappa waiting for him, their faces downcast. As they rushed to his side, Raditz, with a sorrowful expression, slowly spoke, "Vegeta? Planet Vegeta has been struck by a meteor, and all the Saiyans perished." Vegeta, unable to believe Raditz's words, turned to Nappa, seeking a denial. "Prince Vegeta, Raditz speaks the truth," Nappa confirmed. Overwhelmed by this shocking revelation, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, trembling hands and vacant eyes, reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Raditz wiped away his tears, lamenting, "Now, only the three of us remain." He began to weep openly. Nappa, gripping the floor to suppress his own tears, cried out, "Shilia!" Unable to contain himself any longer, he struck the ground with his fist, tears streaming down to dampen the floor beneath him. Just then, the sound of a door opening shattered the somber atmosphere, as Chi stepped slowly from the healing pod. Realizing he was alive, he felt certain that Frieza's forces had triumphed in the battle, and with Frieza's nature, he knew all Saiyans would have been annihilated. Observing the scene before him, Chi became increasingly convinced of the Saiyan extinction, with only these three left standing. He approached, greeting, "Ah, is that not Vegeta? Why the tears? You seem rather pathetic after just a few days." Vegeta looked up to see the ugly alien before him. Chi, I cannot allow him the satisfaction of my despair." Vegeta immediately regained his composure, prompting the other two to cease their sobbing. "Oh, I heard that your planet Vegeta has vanished? So, you are now lost souls, huh? Ha ha ha." Chio-E laughed exaggeratedly. Clenching his fists, Vegeta attempted to confront Chio-E but was swiftly restrained by Raditz and Nappa. "Vegeta, this is not the time for rash actions," Raditz cautioned. Reluctantly, Vegeta released his fists, acknowledging that in his current state, he was no match for Chio-E unless he could unleash the energy he had during the tournament. Thus, as Chio-E mocked the three Saiyans while departing, Vegeta gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes brimming with fury. He then turned to Nappa and Raditz, declaring, "Do not refer to me as Prince Vegeta anymore. Planet Vegeta no longer exists, and I, as its prince, am but a hollow title. Just call me Vegeta." On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Jine descended with Zelia and Kakarot, their three spherical spacecraft leaving distinct impressions on the mountainside. Jine and Zelia stepped out of the ship, filled with anticipation for this unfamiliar planet. "So this is Earth. How beautiful!" Zelia exclaimed, admiring the surrounding scenery. "Is this the Earth that Dale spoke of?" "Indeed, it is a magnificent planet." Jine's eyes widened in wonder as she took in her surroundings. At that moment, an elderly man, having heard the commotion, approached them with a basket on his back. Observing the two women with tails before him, he inquired in confusion, "May I ask who you are?" Sensing no hostility from the old man, Jine replied, "We are Saiyans, and we have come to Earth seeking refuge." She then recounted the events leading up to their arrival. The Cosmic Emperor, the extermination plan. The old man listened in disbelief as Jine shared their plight. "In that case, you may stay with me for the time being. My name is Son Gohan." The old man, appearing to be someone accustomed to extraordinary situations, composed himself and spoke calmly. Zelia's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "You are the legendary Son Gohan." The old man, puzzled by Zelia's sudden reaction, asked, "Do you know me, little girl?" Just as the innocent Zelia was about to respond, Jine interjected, "Old man, I hope you can take care of my child and teach him combat skills." She walked over to Kakarot's spacecraft, lifted him up, and handed him to Son Gohan. Seeing no malice in their demeanor and captivated by the adorable child before him, a wave of joy surged through Son Gohan, who promptly agreed to Jine's request. "Then let us name him Son Goku." Jine gazed lovingly at the child in Son Gohan's arms, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet recalling Dales's words about not interfering with Kakarot's upbringing. Son Gohan invited them to stay at his home, but Jine and Zelia declined. choosing instead to depart and walk away. They resolved to settle on the mountain adjacent to Baozi Mountain, allowing them to observe Kakarot's growth from a distance. On the planet Udrat, Lin Feng was currently hunting alongside Kilu. Upon spotting Lin Feng and Kilu, the dinosaurs fled in terror. Lin Feng approached one of the dinosaurs and rendered it unconscious with a single punch, then proceeded to sever a portion of its tail. Kilu, puzzled, asked Darles, "Why do you not carry the entire dinosaur back?" Lin Feng replied earnestly, "If we were to kill it outright, we would have nothing to eat in the future. The tail will grow back, and the life of the dinosaur is still valuable. I am acting in their best interest." Kilu listened in astonishment, realizing that Saiyans were indeed ruthless. This was hardly an act of compassion. It was akin to being a living embodiment of death. As Lin Feng and Kilu returned with the dinosaur's tail, Lin Feng recalled Kilu mentioning the Ape King fist the previous day and inquired, "What is the Ape King fist that my father utilized?" Kilu explained, "The Ape King fist is a technique that my father taught to Mr. Bardock after they encountered one another, designed to enhance combat power." Lin Feng listened intently to Kilu's words. Noticing Lin Feng's keen interest, Kilu elaborated, "The Ape King fist can unleash several times the normal physical strength in an instant. Several times the strength." Lin Feng speculated that this technique must be akin to the Kaioken, a skill for augmenting combat capabilities. "Can I learn this technique? If my father can do it, I believe I can too," Lin Feng exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Kilu approached them slowly, stating, "Learning the Ape King fist is no easy feat. Only a chosen individual like Bardock can master this secret technique. It is beyond the grasp of ordinary people." Upon hearing Kilu's words, Lin Feng eagerly asked, "Master, what must I do?" He was fervently eager to acquire this skill, as Bardock's formidable prowess left a significant impression on him. Kilu pointed at the dinosaur meat and said, "First, we shall prepare a meal. After we eat, I will tell you everything in detail." Just then, Lin Feng's stomach grumbled in agreement, and he handed the dinosaur meat to Kilu for cooking. Chapter 32. The Legend of the Ape King Fist. Before long, Kilu presented the cooked dinosaur meat at the table, and Lin Feng immediately devoured it ravenously. After relishing the feast, he was impatient to learn all there was to know about the Ape King Fist. Observing Lin Feng's eager gaze, Kilu decided to reveal more. "The Ape King Fist is something I discovered while perusing the ancient texts of our Udrat people. The texts recount the tale of a Saiyan who, in order to defeat an unprecedented foe, comprehended this technique while in the form of a great ape. He subsequently vanquished this formidable enemy, saving the entire Saiyan planet and becoming its king. However, a coup d'etat ensued on the Saiyan planet, and the rebellious Saiyans threatened him, using his wife and children to force him to abdicate. Thus, this Saiyan became a wandering figure. He eventually arrived on our planet Udrat, where he met my ancestors and imparted the knowledge of the Ape King Fist to them." "What is the method?" Lin Feng, having listened attentively, still awaited the revelation of the technique. Seeing Lin Feng's impatience, Kilu knew he must continue. "The method to master the King Ape Fist is inscribed in ancient texts, which state that only a Saiyan possessing a kingly heart can truly comprehend it. This so-called kingly heart first necessitates the most formidable combat prowess among Saiyans. And equally crucial is the determination to intertwine personal growth with the destiny of the Saiyan race. Only through this resolve can one hope to grasp the King Ape Fist. Your father achieved this mastery by embodying both principles." At this juncture, Lin Feng realized that Kiel had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. He felt elated, as he currently fulfilled both criteria. He was the strongest in combat among the Saiyans and harbored a profound concern for their fate. "Oh, and it is essential to note that the King Ape Fist can only be utilized in your great ape form," Kiel added. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the mention of the great ape form. After his last battle with Frieza, when he reverted from the great ape state to his human form, he questioned whether he could still transform into a great ape. He attempted to conjure an artificial moon, and as it ascended slowly, he was met with an unexpected silence. To his astonishment, he realized that he could no longer transform into a great ape, a stark contrast to his previous encounter with Frieza. Turning around, he discovered that his tail had vanished. "Ah, my tail. When did it disappear?" Kiel remarked. "This is precisely why I said the King Ape Fist is difficult to master. I had thought you were naturally tailless. The tail, as ancient texts elucidate, is fundamental to the power of Saiyans, and only those possessing a tail can comprehend the King Ape Fist." Faced with the loss of his tail, Lin Feng reluctantly conceded that his pursuit of the King Ape Fist would have to be postponed. He then turned to Keel, pleading, "Master, may I have a look at the ancient texts? I would like to note down the method for when my tail regrows." Keel, visibly irritated, responded, "How could you harbor such a thought? Without my guidance, you will not succeed." He crossed his arms in a display of displeasure. Lin Feng's intentions had been unveiled, and seeing Keel's reluctance, he decided to abandon that line of thought. Instead, Lin Feng began to entertain another idea. "Since I cannot learn the King Ape Fist, could you teach me instant transmission, Master? I have long desired to learn it. Surely it is not a skill from the ancient texts." "Very well, Darles," Keel replied. "I can impart this skill to you. However, do you not wish to learn a signature technique that rivals the King Ape Fist?" He teased Lin Feng, keeping him in suspense. "Oh, there exists such a technique. What is its name?" Lin Feng was instantly captivated, as this was something he had longed for. "The King Ape Wave," Keel explained, "requires the same prerequisites as the King Ape Fist, yet unlike the latter, one can learn it without a tail. Additionally, there is the Great Ape Energy Blast, which shares similar requirements, but demands significantly more time to accumulate energy, unleashing a truly terrifying force upon detonation. These two formidable techniques can only be wielded by the King of the Saiyans, a skill developed from the Great Ape Fist by that wandering Saiyan who ascended to kingship. The implication that one must become the King of the Saiyans suggests the acquisition of a more powerful royal heart. It appears that King Vegeta has yet to grasp this concept. Otherwise, he would have employed it during his battle with Frieza. This entire series of secret techniques has been lost since that Saiyan ancestor was forced into exile. Lin Feng speculated whether the Great Ape Shockwave was akin to the Ultimate Flash or the Kamehameha. However, what intrigued him more was the latter technique. The Great Ape Energy Ball, which sounded like a devastating move. "I desire them all. Only a child would make a choice. Naturally, I want them all." Seeing Lin Feng's agreement, Gil leaned closer and gently touched Lin Feng's forehead. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a plethora of words and images traversing his mind, a visual and textual guide to mastering the Great Ape Energy Ball and the Great Ape Shockwave. At that moment, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, repeatedly perusing the ancient texts in his mind. The texts proclaimed that the future king of the Saiyans must maintain the heart of the strongest ruler, prioritizing the fate of the Saiyans and cherishing his subjects. With formidable strength, he must protect every Saiyan on the planet Salad, refusing to bow to or pay tribute to foreign races. In due time, the god of the Saiyans would grant him the right to wield these techniques, enabling him to comprehend this immense power. The god of the Saiyans. To my astonishment, the lie Lin Feng concocted actually exists. No wonder King Vegeta did not receive aid from the god of the Saiyans. He had long since lost the dignity befitting a king of the Saiyans. Within the realm of his meditation, Lin Feng shouted, "Great Divine, I am Darles, the fourth king of the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta, seeking your presence." Kneeling on one knee, he held the ancient texts reverently. A beam of white light emerged from the texts, transforming into a white great ape. As the light dissipated, the great ape morphed into a luminous humanoid figure. The small white figure approached Lin Feng and gently touched his forehead. Absurd. The future king of the Saiyans is merely a child. Indeed, our Saiyan lineage is becoming increasingly forlorn. However, in the next moment, the small figure's demeanor shifted. "In recognition of your sacrifices for the fate of our Saiyan clan, I declare that you have passed my test, and I shall impart these two ultimate techniques to you for your comprehension." "Thank you, Great Divine. I have one more question." Lin Feng, fearing the god of the Saiyans might depart, hurriedly inquired, "How can I grasp the Great Ape Fist? You have imparted these two techniques to me. Why not teach me the Great Ape Fist as well?" "Young one, you already possess the conditions to wield the Great Ape Fist. You simply have yet to realize it. You are but one opportunity away from enlightenment." As the small figure spoke, the white light enveloping his form began to fade. "Young one, this is merely a fragment of my residual soul, and time is short. I am about to vanish." Upon the mention of the remnants of the Saiyan god, they vanished from Lin Feng's mind, and he promptly returned to reality. "How is it? Darles, did you encounter that esteemed figure?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "Master, how do you know?" He continued. Gil elucidated. "When your father comprehended the Ape King's fist, he was in a similar state. That brat Killua knows nothing, yet claims it was I who taught your father the Ape King's fist. This technique can only be mastered by you Saiyans. I merely stumbled upon this secret by chance. Does this mean my father also encountered the Saiyan god? No wonder when I deceived him with the Saiyan god's lie on Planet Vegeta. He believed it wholeheartedly and was elated. So this is the reason. Hey Darles, hey. Jill called repeatedly as Lin Feng fell into a daze. Ah, master. I have comprehended it. Chapter 33. Instant transmission on the plains of Planet Vegeta. A radiant light emanated from the hands of the young boy, illuminating the night. Lin Feng spread his palms across his chest and shouted, Ape King Shockwave. A crimson shockwave surged forth from his hands at an astounding speed, quickly encircling Planet Vegeta. He skillfully controlled the shockwave, sending it soaring into the heavens, culminating in a brilliant explosion that enveloped the entire planet in a dazzling glow. As the light faded, the ground trembled, and creatures fled in terror. To think such a formidable attack could exist. If it had struck Planet Vegeta, it would surely have been obliterated. Jill shielded his forehead with his sleeve, the intense light rendering him unable to open his eyes. Fortunately, Darles had directed it skyward. Killua, donning a pair of sunglasses he had miraculously procured, watched in awe. As Planet Vegeta quaked violently, Lin Feng erupted into ecstatic laughter. Is this the exclusive skill of the Saiyan King? Ha! Unable to contain his joy, he continued to laugh heartily. Excellent. Next, let us unleash the great ape energy bomb. Lin Feng ascended into the sky, raising his hands above his head. An energy sphere materialized between his palms, growing larger as he gathered more power. Eventually, a colossal white ape appeared behind him. Stop, Darles. Planet Vegeta cannot withstand such immense energy. Hearing Jill's urgent call, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing he had become utterly absorbed in this overwhelming power. He halted the energy accumulation, only to discover that the energy was entirely under his control. As he retracted it, the giant ape behind him astonishingly consumed the energy sphere, transforming into a cloud of white mist that surged into Lin Feng's body. Jill and his son were captivated by the spectacle before them. It was a veritable visual feast. Killua marveled, what a dazzling skill. Lin Feng, too, was taken aback by the splendid effects of the great ape energy bomb. If it were to be showcased in the online games of his previous life, it would undoubtedly be a spectacular highlight. Having witnessed the might of these two skills, Lin Feng felt an even greater anticipation for the Ape King's fist. What did the deity's words truly signify? In a haze of confusion, Lin Feng pondered the conditions he was purported to have met. He cast a glance at his backside once more. The tail had yet to sprout. Without it, he could not transform into a giant ape, and without that transformation, the Ape King's fist remained out of reach. Was that old man deceiving him? A headache began to throb at Lin Feng's temples. Just then, Gil interrupted his reverie. Next, we shall discuss instantaneous movement. Instantaneous movement. Lin Feng perked up at the mention of it. In the original narrative, this ability was particularly extraordinary. One could traverse any distance instantly upon sensing the energy of another. Gil organized his thoughts and explained to Lin Feng, instantaneous movement is essentially the pinnacle of energy manipulation. Rather than viewing it as mere teleportation, it is more akin to a resonance of energies. Two distinct energies communicate through an exchange of information, establishing a bridge that allows one's energy to locate the target's energy, thereby propelling the body across this bridge to achieve instantaneous movement. Lin Feng listened intently, his brow furrowed, before querying, but what if the opposing energy is weak? Gil continued, if the opponent's energy is feeble, the bridge's existence will be fleeting, leading to a miscalculation in the destination of the instantaneous movement. At this juncture, two choices emerge. Either prolong the bridge's duration after it is formed or accelerate the crossing speed. The former requires reducing the actual distance to the target, thus extending the bridge's lifespan. The latter demands an exceptional mastery of one's energy. Upon perceiving the target's energy, one must summon their own, ensuring it is powerful enough to hasten the body's transit across the bridge, culminating in instantaneous movement. Stroking his chin, Lin Feng concluded, I see. So, if the instantaneous movement fails, it is either due to excessive distance or insufficient mastery over one's energy. Indeed, a promising student, Gil mused, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He then placed two fingers on his forehead and, in an instant, appeared behind Lin Feng. This was instantaneous movement. Gil vanished once more, only to reappear directly in front of Lin Feng, and then beside Gil. This was the art of instantaneous movement executed with finesse, allowing one to alter their position and distance at will. Inspired by Gil's prowess, Lin Feng resolved to practice himself. Understanding the theory was one thing, but practice was the ultimate test of truth. He placed his fingers on his forehead, closed his eyes, and earnestly sought Gil's energy, envisioning a bridge that connected to it. Found it. I shall move behind my master. With that, the energy propelled his body swiftly across the bridge. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng found himself behind a bewildered pink extraterrestrial who stared at him in utter confusion. It appeared that he had indeed failed. Lin Feng once again placed his finger on his brow, determined to teleport behind his master this time. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself behind a dinosaur, which happened to be the very one he had severed the tail of previously. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the dinosaur bolted away in fright. Lin Feng attempted several more times, but each time he opened his eyes, he found himself in a different location, perched on a tree, teetering on the edge of a cliff, and even in the bedrooms of various female adulterations, as indicated by their decor. Perplexed, Lin Feng wondered why he continued to fail. Noticing Lin Feng's absence, Kill instantly teleported to his side. Have you failed several times? Asked Darius Kill, feigning ignorance. Yes, master, please enlighten me, Lin Feng replied. It was a lesson he had learned in his past life. When in doubt, one must ask. Free resources should never be squandered. The places you just visited are locations I frequent. They carry my essence. You need to discern which of these essences is the strongest. For only the most potent essence can emanate from my true self, while the others are comparatively weaker. Oh, I see now, Lin Feng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But then a thought struck him. Something felt amiss. Frequenting those places, he had just teleported into several different female adulterations' bedrooms, leading him to realize that his master was quite the charming figure. It was no wonder he had only met his son and never his wife. Clearly, she could no longer tolerate his roguish ways. A scoundrel indeed. With disdain, Lin Feng glared at Kill and exclaimed, "Bah? Scoundrel." Kill, puzzled by Lin Feng's words, could not comprehend their meaning. However, judging by Lin Feng's expression and tone, he surmised they were not pleasant. Kill then delivered a swift punch to Lin Feng's head, admonishing, "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Get back to practicing." Thus, Lin Feng commenced an extensive period of teleportation practice lasting several months. Over this time, he became notably more adept at the art of teleportation. He also diligently practiced two major techniques, discovering that these could be controlled in size through the essence, underscoring the importance of mastering one's foundational energy. Throughout these months, Lin Feng engaged in mischievous pranks using teleportation. Whenever Kill was away, he would suddenly appear beside him. Sometimes he would manifest on a cliff, at other times in the forest, but most frequently in the bedrooms of various female adulterations. Each time, Kill was caught off guard, and Lin Feng's antics disrupted many of Kill's endeavors, earning him a fair share of curses. Lin Feng's teleportation distance steadily increased, extending from every corner of Adultracia to other planets. He would have Kill teleport to another planet first, then sense Kill's essence to follow suit. Through this repetitive practice, Lin Feng finally mastered teleportation. Chapter 34, Departing for Earth. Time flew by, swift as a fleeting shadow. Unbeknownst to him, 7 years have swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, Lin Feng not only underwent a series of physical transformations, but also honed his mastery over the control of his energy. He has completely mastered the art of instantaneous movement. And with the stabilization of his energy, techniques such as the Ape King's Shockwave and the Giant Ape Energy Blast have reached new heights. Lin Feng has come to realize that the path of cultivation is inherently synergistic. Practicing instantaneous movement simultaneously enhances his control over energy. The cultivation of one skill invariably benefits others as well. Reclining on his bed, Lin Feng reflected on the events of the past 7 years. After the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, he arrived on Planet Adetla and dedicated himself to relentless training, mastering these skills and significantly augmenting his combat power. Picking up his scouter, he checked his combat power, which had risen to an impressive 200. Remarkably, over these 7 years, without relying on the fruit of the Tree of Might, he had increased his combat power by a full 50 through his own efforts, a most unexpected outcome. To think that in just 7 years, he had boosted his combat power by 50. Such a rapid rate of cultivation is astounding. He recalled that as an infant, it took him a whole year to progress from a combat power of 5 to 100. However, This pace of advancement pales in comparison to that of Gohan in the original narrative. It was precisely this extraordinary increase in combat power that sparked a revelation in Lin Feng. His remarkable growth was not solely due to his training, but rather attributed to the Saiyan ability to recover from near-death experiences. Since his battle with Frieza, he had experienced a brush with death, and it was that life-threatening state that significantly enhanced his combat power. In the original story, Vegeta had entered a near-death state multiple times on Namek, resulting in a conservative estimate of his combat power exceeding 2 million. With this realization, Lin Feng chuckled to himself, envisioning an exceptional method to further enhance his combat prowess, enduring a severe beating, the kind that could lead to death. Coupled with the recovery from the magical Senzu beans, he could achieve remarkable results. In an instant, Lin Feng sprang from his bed, already formulating a plan. First, he would leverage the Saiyan's unique ability to revive from near death to elevate his combat power. Once he had increased his strength, he would assess the fruits of the Tree of Might, followed by enhancing his power with them. Yes, that's the plan. Now, I must bid farewell to my master. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. He placed a finger to his forehead and, with a whoosh, appeared before Keel. Open the door. Inspection time. He playfully mimicked a gun with his finger, uttering words that Keel could not comprehend. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Keel hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself and his companion. You little rascal. How many times must I tell you not to teleport here at such times? Keel scolded, his face flushed with anger. I'm sorry. Master, I promise it won't happen again. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Lin Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Keel gestured for Lin Feng to exit, then tidied his attire before slowly emerging from the room. Are you really leaving? Keel inquired. Indeed, master. I have honed the skills you imparted to me to perfection, particularly the art of instantaneous movement. You are well aware of this, Lin Feng said with a cheeky grin. Keel's expression darkened, and he retorted with indignation. You rascal. Depart quickly, lest you attract unwanted visitors. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. You impudent child. I have nothing more to teach you here. You have grown considerably stronger. However, in the eyes of Frieza, you remain insufficiently powerful. Dedicate yourself to your training and refrain from hastily seeking vengeance upon him. Keel adopted a paternal demeanor, speaking to Lin Feng as a father would to his child. As Lin Feng listened to Keel's earnest words, he felt a fleeting resemblance to Bardock. Though the distinction lay in the sternness of his own father compared to the gentleness of this master. Reflecting on the past year, he recognized the meticulous care Keel had provided. His daily task was solely to train, free from concerns about sustenance. With Keel and Kilu's guidance, his training progressed smoothly. Although his master had a somewhat roguish charm, his kindness was beyond reproach. Very well, master, I shall take your words to heart. Once I have grown stronger, I will return to see you. Lin Feng vowed earnestly. Excellent. I await that day. Keel nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Lin Feng placed his hand upon his brow, saying, Master, until we meet again. You scamp. Be sure to grow even stronger. Keel shouted after him. Lin Feng gestured with his hand and promptly vanished from sight. He then sensed Kilu's presence and arrived beside him, where Kilu was busy preparing a meal. Hey Kilu. I am preparing to depart from the planet Vegeta, Lin Feng announced, patting Kilu on the shoulder. Startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, Kilu regained his composure and inquired. Leaving already? Where are you headed? Wherever I can grow stronger, Lin Feng declared, raising his fists. Towards the path of ultimate strength. I can't do anything with you. You devote yourself solely to training. So be it, Kilu replied exasperatedly. What are you cooking there? It smells delightful, Lin Feng remarked, his stomach growling in response. Behold, braised dinosaur tail, your favorite. Kilu boasted proudly. Fantastic, just as I am feeling hungry. Lin Feng relished his final meal on Vegeta before bidding farewell to Kilu. Goodbye, Kilu. Your cooking will always be exquisite. He waved as he departed. Stay strong, Darles. I know you will become even more powerful. I await your return. Kilu encouraged. With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes, striving to sense the auras of Jine and Shalia. However, he was perplexed to find that no matter how diligently he searched, he could not detect Jine's presence. Resigned, he focused on locating Shalia's aura instead. Found it. Shalia. With a swift motion, Lin Feng was transported to an unfamiliar setting. While it felt strange in the context of the Dragon Ball world, it was quite familiar to him from his past life. As the melodious strains of a captivating song wafted into Lin Feng's ears, he sought the source of the enchanting voice. Surely, it must belong to Celia. He was astonished by her exquisite singing. Following the sound, he finally halted before a door and knocked gently. "Celia," he called out. Suddenly, the door swung open with a rush of air. "Who is it?" Celia shouted, instantly on high alert at the unfamiliar male voice, ready to spring into a defensive posture. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the scene before him, a flush creeping onto his cheeks as he inadvertently let a trickle of blood escape his nose. The strikingly beautiful young woman stood before him, clutching a thick bath towel tightly, her hair elegantly styled, and her hands desperately shielding her chest. Yet, despite the towel's heft, it could not conceal her alluring figure. The prominent curves and the exquisite silhouette of her lower body stirred Lin Feng's imagination. Noticing the apparent vulnerability of this stranger, Celia seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a powerful punch that knocked Lin Feng to the ground. It was this very blow that jolted him awake. "Ouch, that hurts." "Celia," he exclaimed, clutching his face. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Celia remained cautious. Struggling to rise, Lin Feng explained, "It's me, Darles." "Don't you remember me, Celia? You're lying. Darles perished 7 years ago in the battle against Frieza. You cannot be him. Besides, you bear no resemblance to him. You lack a tail. You aren't even a Saiyan. How could you be Darles? You fraud." Lin Feng was at a loss for words, baffled by how Celia had received news of his death at Frieza's hands. Chapter 35. Reunion. It appeared that in Celia's mind, he had long since been interred. Lin Feng realized that this would be a challenging explanation. Wait, did Celia just say, "I don't resemble Darles"? How so? Isn't my crab-like hairstyle the best proof? He then reached up to feel his hair, only to discover he was clad in attire typical of the Adrat Star people, with a scarf wrapped around his head. No wonder She recognized him. With a playful grin, he removed the scarf to reveal his distinctive hairstyle. "Now do I look like him, Celia?" Celia gazed at the tall, robust figure before her, standing at 178 centimeters, struggling to reconcile him with the boy she once knew. Yet, the unmistakable crab-like hairstyle immediately confirmed it. This was indeed Darles. "Darles, oh, you're alive," Celia exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Lin Feng, tears glistening in her eyes. Although he was merely 11 years old, the effects of the Tree of Might's fruit had rendered him looking far beyond his years, resembling a nearly mature adolescent. Lin Feng felt a soft form rush toward him, pressing tightly against his chest, and when he looked down, he was met with an unexpected sight. Celia nestled closely in his embrace, her pair of snow-white and proud peaks pressing firmly against his chest. Such a scene was overwhelming for Lin Feng. Throughout his life, he had scarcely held a girl's hand, the last occasion being during elementary school while performing synchronized exercises. Instantly, Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, and blood began to trickle from his nose once more. Celia clung to him tightly, weeping for 10 minutes, while Lin Feng gently stroked her silky hair, waiting for her tears to subside. Only then did he utter, "Yes, Celia, I am still alive." Suddenly, Celia felt something wriggling in her abdomen and asked, "Darius, are you deceiving me? You claim not to have a tail, yet it is clearly here." It even moved to the front. Lin Feng, blushing, stammered, "Sister Celia, this is not a tail." His face turned crimson as he promptly pushed Celia away. It was at this moment that Celia realized her earlier emotional outburst had made her forget that she had just been bathing, wrapped only in a towel. The realization struck her. Darius, you little lecher." Celia shrieked piercingly, then dashed into her room, slamming the door shut. After about half an hour, Celia opened the door a crack, peeking out. At this moment, Lin Feng still felt that what had transpired was too surreal, his excited heart unable to calm itself. Celia glanced at Lin Feng's tail, scolding, "Little lecher," before blushing and retreating back into her room. Approximately an hour later, she emerged, wearing a gray pleated skirt and a light blue short-sleeve top. Standing at around 165 meters, her simple attire radiated an undeniable charm. Having not seen a girl in ages, Lin Feng's face turned red once more as he took in the sight of her. If his memory served him correctly, Celia was 3 years older than him, making her 14 this year. At such a young age, she possessed such a figure. Indeed, Saiyans were an extraordinary race. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that Celia's tail was also absent and inquired, "Sister Celia, where has your tail gone?" Celia replied, "Aunt Ginyu and I have been living on Earth for nearly 8 years now. I study at a human school, and fearing the ridicule and strange looks from my classmates. I had Aunt Ginyu remove it. Oh, I see, Lin Feng thought, realizing why Celia reacted as she did upon seeing his tail. She had embraced human education and understood the distinctions between genders. Celia then asked, "What about you? What happened to your tail? You didn't remove it, did you?" Lin Feng responded, "No, I don't know when it disappeared. I didn't even notice. I only realized it was gone after my battle with Frieza." Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell interrupted their conversation. Aunt Ginyu is back. Just imagine her expression when she finds out you've returned. Celia exclaimed, rushing to open the door. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Ginyu, guess who has come back? Celia playfully remarked to Jine. Who is it? Are you so joyous because Kakarot has come to borrow something? Jine inquired. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted a woman dressed like a rural earthling entering the room. Tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed, Mom, I'm back. Jine stared blankly at the tall figure before her, instantly recognizing him as her second son, Darles. The two approached each other, arms outstretched, and embraced, both weeping. In that moment, Lin Feng lost track of time and his surroundings, holding his mother tightly. It had been 7 years since their last parting, and he savored this moment, feeling like the happiest person in the world. In his previous life, his mother had succumbed to a brain tumor when he was merely 19. After many years, he was experiencing the love of a mother once more in the Dragon Ball world. Jine's heart surged with tumultuous emotion. She could hardly believe that the man before her was her son. Her son was alive. She had thought he perished in that battle. To her astonishment, he had miraculously survived. And she had dreamt countless times of reuniting with him. Am I dreaming again? Celia, Jine asked, her voice thick with emotion. Lin Feng wiped the tears from his eyes and replied, Mom, you are not dreaming. This is the real world, the genuine Darles. I truly did not die. He comforted Jine by patting her back. After Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta, the initial reports claimed it had been struck by a meteorite, but I never believed that. Later, Frieza disseminated the true information. I learned the truth through a detector, and both Celia and I thought you had died in that battle, Jine sobbed. Years of sorrow flooding forth. Mom, the reason I survived is entirely due to Dad's intervention. He possesses the gift of foresight and foresaw many possible futures. However, every outcome led to the destruction of Planet Vegeta and the demise of all Saiyans there. Amongst all those futures, there was only one that could save me. So Dad chose that path, but it came at the cost of his life. As he spoke, Lin Feng lowered his head. Darles, I respect your father's choice. If I were in his position, I would have made the same decision, Jine said, wiping Lin Feng's tears away. Look at you. You resemble your father so much. You've grown. She caressed Lin Feng's face, admiring him. Subsequently, Lin Feng recounted the events that transpired after Jine and Celia had sent him off, detailing his leadership of the Saiyans, his rise to become their king, and how Bardock saved him. So, my son is the king of the Saiyans. Jine exclaimed joyfully. All hail, your majesty. Celia suddenly knelt on one knee, her two unfamiliar objects swaying. Lin Feng blushed at the sight of Celia and said, Celia, please rise. We need not observe such formalities. We are family. He patted her head and smiled. Jine concurred, stating that we are all family and there is no need for such formalities, Helia. Pondering over this, Helia slowly responded, affirming the sentiment of family. Lin Feng, perceiving Helia's hidden thoughts, remarked, Sister Helia, Nappa is still alive. I can sense his presence. Not only him, but Vegeta and my elder brother are alive as well. Jine and Helia widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, Really? Lin Feng nodded earnestly, assuring them, I guarantee it. They are all alive. Hearing Lin Feng's solemn declaration, Helia believed wholeheartedly, for the individual before her was the current king of the Saiyans. That evening, Jine and Helia prepared an elaborate feast for Lin Feng. Finally, I can once again savor my mother's cooking, Lin Feng exclaimed, his mouth filled with meat, speaking through his bites. Jine smiled and encouraged, if you enjoy it, eat more. Helia, with a doting gaze upon her younger brother, continuously served him more dishes. You should eat too. Don't just watch me. Lin Feng urged them. Jine replied, Watching you eat is enough for me, huh? The laughter of the three resonated throughout the house, as they shared a harmonious and delightful dinner. After the meal, Lin Feng and Helia washed the dishes together. Thanks to Darles' foresight, Aunt Jine and I can live on Earth, Lin Feng reflected. Captivated by the beauty of the young girl before him, he found himself pondering how Nappa could have such a stunning sister. Hey, why are you staring at me? What are you thinking? Helia asked, her cheeks flushing as she felt an awkwardness arise. Oh, what? I was lost in thought. Please repeat that, sister, Lin Feng replied. This reunion ignited within him a desire to reside on Earth for an extended period. Chapter 36. Taking Helia to school that night, Lin Feng lay on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. He couldn't help but exclaim, how wonderful it is to be on Earth. With his eyes closed, he absorbed the familiar yet foreign ambience. What are you thinking about? Helia, clad in her pajamas, approached Lin Feng and leaned over to look at him. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling white light shimmering before him, its brilliance undiminished by the night. His cheeks reddened, fearing Helia might accuse him of inappropriate intentions, prompting him to change the subject. Sitting up, Lin Feng turned to Helia. I wonder how my brother Kakarot is doing. Helia touched her head and replied, Kakarot? He is already 7 years old. When he was 5, he transformed into a great ape during the full moon and accidentally crushed Grandpa's son Gohan. As she recalled that scene, Helia's expression became distant. You said we should not interfere with his growth, so we did not stop him. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that everything was unfolding as in the original narrative. You did well. My brother will be incredibly formidable in the future. Among us 3 brothers, he possesses the greatest talent. As long as his growth is undisturbed, he will undoubtedly become strong in the future. Lin Feng need not worry about this younger brother. Do you know how Aunt Jine has been faring these past few years? Ever since learning of your demise, she has devoted herself tirelessly to training every single day. She bears far too much alone. As Zelia spoke, her excitement grew, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, much like Jine herself. Indeed, these years have been arduous for our mother, enduring the grief of losing both a husband and a son all by herself. No wonder I could not sense her presence when I used teleportation. It turns out she has mastered the manipulation of her aura through training. Conversely, Zelia has not yet learned to control her own aura, which has inadvertently made her acutely aware of Jine's energy. I have faced my own struggles. Tears welled in Zelia's eyes, rendering them sparkling. I thought my brother had perished, along with Brother Vegeta and Brother Raditz. And you. I believed you all were lost. I have no idea how I managed to endure these past few years. With that, Zelia began to weep even more sorrowfully. Seeing Zelia in such a pitiful state, Lin Feng was at a loss for how to console her. As a man, he opted to wrap his arms around her waist gently, allowing her to rest against him while she cried. Zelia made no effort to resist. It had been a long time since she had experienced such comfort after leaving Planet Vegeta. When she felt wrong there, she could confide in her brothers. But ever since they were taken hostage, she had not felt this way again. Lin Feng softly patted Zelia's back, attempting to alleviate her sorrow. Leaning against this man before her, Zelia felt as though he was not merely her younger brother, but rather, she perceived him more as an elder sibling. Realizing her lapse in composure, Zelia withdrew from Lin Feng's embrace and wiped away her tears. The day was growing late. I must go rest, for I have school tomorrow. With that, Zelia tiptoed down from the rooftop. You should also retire early. Do not linger on the roof for too long. You might catch a chill. As a Saiyan, how could I possibly catch a chill? All right. If you truly cannot find anything to do, you may accompany me to school tomorrow, Zelia playfully suggested. Lin Feng gazed at Zelia's departing figure, reflecting on how the once adorable little girl had blossomed into a marvelous young woman, marveling at the swift passage of time. The next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the sound of Jine knocking on his door. Rise and shine. Darles and Zelia are already up. You promised her you would take her to school today. Lin Feng turned over and found his mother knocking at his door. Stretching and yawning, he replied, I know, mother. Lin Feng donned the clothes Jine had prepared for him, tidied his bed, and then opened the door. Last night was undoubtedly the best sleep I have had. The bed on Earth is so comfortable. Lin Feng remarked to Jine. Hurry and eat breakfast, Jine instructed. Lin Feng glanced at the milk, bread, and eggs on the table, realizing that his mother had fully embraced the Earth's lifestyle. Hurry up, Darles. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late, Zelia urged anxiously. Darius spat out a mouthful of milk, gazing at the enchanting Celia before him. What a stroke of luck to awaken to such a sight. Earth truly is a splendid place. Lin Feng swiftly finished his breakfast and was hurriedly ushered out by Celia. She retrieved a universal capsule from her bag. With a pop, a plane materialized from the ground. And it was Lin Feng's first encounter with a universal capsule. Celia, do you have any more of these universal capsules? Could you spare me a few? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Call me sister. You're being so informal. I only have this one universal capsule, Celia replied with a shrug. Why are you still using this contraption? Can't you fly? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I can fly, but not as swiftly as this. Unlike you. I'm not solely focused on training, Celia lamented. Well, it seems I must take you under my wing, lest you forget you are a Saiyan, lagging behind this aircraft. Lin Feng muttered, pouting slightly. In a swift motion, Lin Feng snatched the universal capsule from Celia's grasp, recalling the plane, and then seized her hand. Which way to the school? I'll take you flying. Caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden action, Celia had no time to react before she was whisked skyward. Celia pointed toward the south. Too fast, Darius. Slow down. Having not flown for quite some time, the abrupt speed was disconcerting for Celia. Yet Lin Feng paid no heed to her cries, continuing to soar through the air. Celia, if we don't hurry, we'll be late. Lin Feng grinned, holding her in a princess carry. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Celia's cheeks flushed from the unexpected embrace, and she exclaimed, Darius. Lin Feng disregarded her protests, instantly increasing their speed. A streak of white light zipped across the sky, vanishing without a trace. Watching the two disappear, Gnei chuckled. Youth is truly wonderful. With a soft thud, Lin Feng and Celia landed on the school's rooftop, her hair tousled by the wind. Celia smoothed her long hair. Fuming at Lin Feng, this is all your fault. Now I have to fix my hair again. Lin Feng, retreating slightly, waved his hands apologetically. I'm sorry. Haha. It won't happen again. Afterward, he concentrated and unleashed a surge of energy, directing it into a nearby iron gate. Next time, it won't be such a hassle. I'll just teleport over, he declared confidently. Once Celia had tidied herself, they descended from the rooftop together. Who is this handsome guy? Celia. He can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he? A girl exclaimed. No. He is my little brother. Celia quickly clarified, blushing. Your brother is quite handsome. The girl regarded Lin Feng with admiration. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Celia laughed awkwardly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. Among his peers on Earth, Lin Feng had certainly matured beyond his years, hardly resembling an 11-year-old. He stood tall at 178 centimeters, his muscular physique drawing astonished glances from passers-by along the way. Hey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? A provocative voice echoed from behind him. Lin Feng halted and turned around, only to find 5 imposing men glaring at him menacingly. It became apparent to Lin Feng that he had stolen their thunder, much to their displeasure. Chapter 37. The Thrill of Pretense. Oh, what is the matter, gentlemen? Is there something you need? Lin Feng casually stretched his neck as he spoke. You're blocking my path. Move aside quickly. The tallest among them said boastfully. This road is wide enough. Can't you just walk to the side? Celia snapped back at them, hands on her hips. Oh, since when does our school have such a beautiful girl? I haven't seen her before. Is she a freshman? The tall guy inquired of his companions. The henchman quickly grasped the implication and shouted, Hey girl, I suggest you leave this pretty boy and come be our boss's girlfriend. Satisfied with his bravado, he glanced at his leader, anticipating praise. Upon hearing such vile remarks, Celia immediately retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feng grasped Celia's hand and stepped forward to confront the tall man. I'll give you 30 seconds to have your lackey rephrase his words. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. Seeing Lin Feng's audacity, the tall man bellowed, Take action. I can't stand pretentious people. The burly men charged at Lin Feng, but he remained unperturbed. With his hands still in his pockets, he effortlessly dodged their attacks and swiftly tripped them all to the ground. Reorganize your words. Lin Feng glared fiercely at the henchmen, then sat atop them. Realizing that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with, they quickly yielded. The henchman repeatedly slapped his own face, exclaiming, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wishing you and your girlfriend a long and happy life together. At this, Celia's face flushed a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained perched on them, secretly reveling in the moment. Yes, this is the feeling. It's utterly exhilarating. The thrill of successfully pretending to be someone powerful was fantastic. Onlookers applauded, evidently pleased to see these men, who had often bullied them, being put in their place. He is so handsome, a girl exclaimed. At this age, Lin Feng understood the dynamics well. Most boys fancied themselves as tough guys, while most girls yearned for a dashing, capable boyfriend. Yes. I wonder which class he is in. It would be wonderful to be his girlfriend. Another girl gasped. Don't get your hopes up. He already has a girlfriend, and she is stunning. A nearby boy remarked. Truly a match made in heaven. Various voices chimed in with compliments. Wait, which class are you in? There's a taekwondo match after school today. Come if you dare. Lin Feng walked away without looking back, hands still in his pockets. Continuing forward with Zelia, he understood that at this moment, turning back was not an option. It was his first attempt at pretense, and all that mattered was to appear impressive. You are not from this school, so you need not concern yourselves with this, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. The tall individual clenched his fists tightly, cursing, what a scoundrel. Do you know Taekwondo? Celia inquired, aware that if Lin Feng participated in the match, victory was assured. Yet it was a contest of Taekwondo. Not at all, Lin Feng replied with a playful grin, shedding his previously aloof demeanor. Will you participate? Celia asked. Of course. I cannot miss such an opportunity to shine. How exhilarating. Time to show off again. After escorting Celia to her classroom, Lin Feng departed from the school. As he strolled along the road, he admired the scenery, his gaze lingering on a supermarket displaying a large sign that proclaimed discounts on universal capsules. Ah yes, I am in dire need of those capsules. However, he lacked the funds and felt too embarrassed to ask Celia for assistance. Thus, Lin Feng wandered around the city until he stumbled upon a construction site. Excuse me, are you still hiring? I am here to apply. Lin Feng politely addressed a nearby worker. We are hiring. You're quite young to be working, the worker remarked with concern. Alas, my family's financial situation compels me to seek work. Lin Feng feigned a pitiful expression. Very well, go report over there. You can start working right away. The more you accomplish, the better. Come back at the end of the day to collect your wages. The worker, moved by Lin Feng's plight, acquiesced. Lin Feng swiftly made his way to the construction area, staring at the bricks and cement, and immediately began his tasks. With astonishing speed, he stacked the bricks layer upon layer and transported them upstairs. In just 5 minutes, he had moved all the bricks. Another 5 minutes passed as he mixed the cement and filled buckets to send upstairs. After another 10 minutes, he had completed the bricklaying. The entire process was seamless. In truth, he could have worked even faster, but he chose to maintain a slower pace to avoid raising suspicion among the workers. The foreman was left dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng had single-handedly finished all the day's work. After collecting his wages, he noted that he had earned nearly $4, a sum befitting the labor of 100 workers for a day. With money in hand, Lin Feng excitedly headed straight for the supermarket. He could not help but think that the construction site was an excellent place to earn money. In the future, whenever he was short on funds, he would return to the site to earn more. A golden-haired girl smiled at Lin Feng and greeted him. Hello? Welcome. How may I assist you? Lin Feng looked at the girl, feeling a sense of familiarity. I need 10 universal capsules. Could you please fetch them for me? Thank you. As he wandered through the supermarket, contemplating other items he might need, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a floral dress. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This dress would surely delight your beloved, the blonde girl remarked as she approached him. Lin Feng quickly clarified, No. I intend to buy it for my sister. Oh, for your sister? That works too. She will undoubtedly look even more beautiful in it. All right, let's pack it up, Lin Feng instructed. Reflecting on the hardships his mother endured, he noticed that she often wore clothing typical of rural women, which hardly suited her age. Consequently, he decided to purchase several outfits for G and EI. With ample funds at his disposal, Lin Feng resumed his aimless wandering. His gaze fell upon an array of stockings, black, glossy, gradient, white, each style more enticing than the last. Clearing his throat, he shyly addressed the golden-haired girl. Please help me pack all of these. The girl hesitated, eyeing the bundle of stockings in her pocket. Are these truly for your sister? Surely, they cannot be for her. After completing his purchase, Lin Feng tucked the garments into his universal capsule and promptly exited the supermarket. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from within. Hand over all your money. Now, everyone else, get down on your knees. Turning towards the commotion, Lin Feng saw a group of robbers storming the supermarket. He had no intention of intervening. He was not the valiant Son Gohan, destined to champion justice. Help, please. A familiar voice pierced through the chaos. The golden-haired girl was being threatened by a robber brandishing a gun, demanding she surrender her money. Help, she cried desperately towards Lin Feng. Yelling won't summon any saviors, the robber taunted, his voice growing increasingly deranged. In an instant, a figure appeared before the robber, sending him hurtling away with a swift strike. A hero rescuing a damsel. How delightful. Lin Feng wiped his nose and struck a signature pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Witnessing their leader being dispatched, the henchmen unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Lin Feng, emptying their magazines. With remarkable agility, Lin Feng caught every bullet with his bare hands. Faced with such an extraordinary display, the henchmen abandoned their leader and fled. However, their escape was short-lived as they were soon cornered by the arriving police. "Thank you, my savior," the golden-haired girl exclaimed, grasping Lin Feng's hand with heartfelt gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a trivial matter. I was simply punishing evil and upholding justice," Lin Feng replied, adopting a modest demeanor. "How shall I address you, noble benefactor? How can I repay you?" she inquired further. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng realized that since he had returned to Earth, he ought to adopt an earthly name. "You may call me Lin Feng. As for repayment, I haven't decided yet. Perhaps we could exchange contact information for now. Oh, and I need to acquire a mobile phone." Turning, he procured a phone along with a SIM card and promptly shared his contact details with the golden-haired girl before hastily departing, eager to avoid any entanglements with the police. Chapter 38. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. As dusk fell, Lin Feng arrived at Celia's school as promised. He intended to find Celia first. Gazing at the vast campus, he was uncertain of her classroom's location. Making a swift decision, he entered the restroom, attuning himself to Celia's presence. In a flash, Lin Feng found himself standing before her. Inside the classroom, Celia was furtively rummaging through her backpack, cautious of being observed. "Hey, what are you up to?" Celia. Lin Feng deliberately raised her voice, startling Celia, who clutched her backpack tightly against her chest. "What are you doing, Darius? You scared me." Celia's anxiety heightened upon recognizing Lin Feng. "Why are you still here when everyone else has left?" Lin Feng leaned towards Celia's backpack, squinting as if judging a criminal. "I'm just packing my bag," Celia stammered. "You clearly have something to hide." "Oh, by the way, Celia, I have a little surprise for you. I bought you a gift. Open it when you get home, okay?" With that, Lin Feng pulled a universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Celia. For a girl, a gift is invariably the most alluring enticement. "You little rascal. I've told you to call me sister. However, considering the gift, I'll let it slide today." Celia accepted the universal capsule with delight. Seizing the moment of her relaxed vigilance, Lin Feng snatched her backpack and began rummaging through it. "Wow, love letters. So many," Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. It seemed Celia was quite popular at school. "What are you doing, Darius?" Celia quickly reacted, but it was too late. Lin Feng had already spilled out all the love letters. "I receive love letters every day, but I swear, I haven't read a single one of these." Celia looked at Lin Feng with the innocence of a child caught misbehaving. "Is that so? Does this school not have anyone you fancy?" Lin Feng questioned. "I am a Saiyan. A Saiyan can only be attracted to another Saiyan," Celia declared, her face gradually reddening. Lin Feng found her reasoning sound. Male Saiyans are typically drawn to strong women, such as Goku and Chi-Chi, Vegeta and Bulma, Gohan and Videl, Trunks and Mai. Therefore, it follows that female Saiyans possess a similar preference for strength, and it is only natural that she finds no interest in Earthlings, who are inherently weaker. Right. No wonder my mom ended up with my dad. That makes perfect sense. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, affirming Celia's perspective. The flush on Celia's cheeks migrated to her forehead. She stomped her foot, snatched back her backpack, and stormed out of the classroom. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "Hey, wait for me, Celia." Lin Feng was perplexed by her reaction, shrugging his shoulders, bemused by the complexities of women. Lin Feng and Celia entered the Taekwondo club together. There, they spotted the tall boy from that morning standing beside a burly man, the tall boy wearing a sycophantic expression. "Boss, this is the kid. He said he wants to challenge our Taekwondo club." He promptly raised his middle finger at Lin Feng. The burly man glared menacingly. "Oh? So you're the one. What belt do you have? How dare you be so arrogant?" Lin Feng remained silent, uninterested in wasting words. His purpose today was merely to experience the thrill of underestimating his opponents. He may not practice Taekwondo, but he could certainly defeat them all. Celia mocked from the side. "This girl before you certainly piqued the burly man's interest, who immediately changed his tone, addressing her. Xia? What are you doing here? Who is he to you?" Celia slowly typed a question mark and then glanced at Lin Feng, indicating that she did not recognize him. "Who is Xiaoya? I don't know you. Who he is none of your concern." Celia glared fiercely at the burly man. Lin Feng remained expressionless and silent, merely giving Celia a thumbs up, implying that she was quite adept at pretending. However, Celia misunderstood Lin Feng's intention, believing his gesture was a sarcastic remark about the many boys she knew at school. Did you not know? Xiaoya, I write you love letters every day. The burly man declared with deep affection. So it's you who harasses me daily, Darius. You better give him a good beating later. Celia retorted angrily. The burly man's gaze returned to Lin Feng, pondering their unusual relationship. Could they be lovers? How infuriating. He thought, I will beat him to a pulp. At that moment, a group of Taekwondo club students began to take the stage, holding numerous wooden boards. As the music played, the burly man started to shatter the boards with his impressive kicking techniques. He retreated a few meters, accelerated, leaped onto several students' hands, and kicked through a 3-meter-high board. The audience erupted in cheers, and Lin Feng silently applauded in his heart. Taekwondo truly had a captivating quality. Had he known during his time in the Ginyu Force, he would have taught them this striking entrance style. Clapping his hands, Lin Feng smiled. What a display of flashy yet impractical moves. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The audience expressed their opinions. This aloof, handsome guy will definitely win. I saw him take on 5 opponents this morning. Not necessarily. The black belt should be even stronger. I declare, the duel begins. The host's voice interrupted the audience's discussions. Just so you know, I'm not trained in Taekwondo, so please go easy on me, Lin Feng said, lowering his voice to feign weakness. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the burly man's lips curled into a smirk. I thought Xiaoya had found a formidable boyfriend. His expression turned manic. Ha. So you're just a softie. Were you so arrogant just now, and now you beg for mercy? Watch as I teach you a harsh lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man launched an attack with his legs. Although his moves appeared flashy, they were riddled with flaws. Lin Feng immediately discerned the man's shortcomings. While his kicking technique was sound, his speed was lacking, and his wind-up was too prolonged. Lin Feng casually sidestepped, hands in pockets. The burly man, realizing his attack had missed, began to probe with feigned strikes. Lin Feng, having seen through the man's tactics, remained unfazed. The knowledgeable could see the nuances. While the audience merely perceived the burly man as comical, the crowd erupted in jeers. Lin Feng recognized it was the perfect moment to act, swiftly delivering a punch that knocked the burly man down. The audience gasped in astonishment, showering Lin Feng with praise, while the burly man faced a chorus of insults. Wait, we can't use fists in Taekwondo, the burly man protested as he stood. However, just as he regained his footing, Lin Feng had butt him in the abdomen, sending him crashing down once more. We, too, cannot allow the burly man to rise again, Lin Feng lamented painfully. Where do all these rules come from? It's utterly infuriating. Lin Feng had already lost the desire to comment. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into a chorus of boos aimed at the muscular man. One male student shouted loudly, if this were a real fight, you would have fallen countless times already. Lin Feng waited for him to regain his composure before the match resumed. Just as the burly man prepared to unleash his proud kicking technique, Lin Feng swiftly kicked him off the stage. Flashy but impractical. Your stance is unstable, your footwork is sloppy, and your limbs lack strength. You are unworthy of being a black belt in Taekwondo. Even an ordinary person like me could defeat you. You should reconsider. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with mockery, a stark contrast to his previous display of weakness. Having spoken, Lin Feng immediately turned his gaze to the other members, extending his hand and beckoning them forward, declaring, come on, I want to take on 10 at once. The other members, intimidated by Lin Feng's commanding presence, hesitated, none daring to step forward. The audience, hearing Lin Feng's declaration of victory, erupted into excitement. He's so handsome. How can someone be this attractive? Which class is he in? I want his contact information. Lin Feng, with keen hearing, absorbed the audience's praise, closing his eyes to relish the moment. At that instant, he fancied writing a biography titled Rebirth. I am a Saiyan on Earth as the campus heartthrob, reminiscing about a time when he strolled with his hands in his pockets, oblivious to the concept of an opponent. However, beside him, Zelia was less than pleased, hands on her hips, pouting, her jealousy palpable. All right, we've won the match. Let's go home. Zelia attempted to rouse Lin Feng, but he replied, hold on, let me enjoy this moment a bit longer. You want to bask in the girl's admiration, don't you? I won't bother with you any longer. I'm going home. Zelia retorted angrily. All right, we'll leave soon, Lin Feng conceded, reluctantly ending his brief moment of glory. Lin Feng and Zelia made their way to the rooftop of the teaching building. A gentle breeze tousled his bangs and Zelia's hair. Hold me tight, Zelia, Lin Feng said earnestly. Taken aback by his sudden request, Zelia questioned, what for? Yet her body obediently complied, drawing closer. Close your eyes, Lin Feng insisted. Seriousness etched across his brow. Sensing something amiss with the rooftop setting, the embrace, and the request to close her eyes, Zelia's heart raced as the seeds of youthful affection began to sprout within her. In a flash, the two vanished from the rooftop and reappeared in their home. Should I use my face or my mouth to greet you? Came a sudden voice from Janae. At that moment, Zelia realized that while her eyes were closed, the siblings had already returned home. She quickly opened her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, what on earth was I thinking? Janae observed the blushing Zelia and the tightly embraced Lin Feng, a satisfied smile gracing her features. So, how was it, Zelia? This technique is called instant transmission. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Feng proudly showcased his secret technique to Zelia, who, noticing Janae's expression, blushed even deeper and retorted, Impressive, you big-headed ghost, before hastily retreating to her room. Oh dear, what has gotten into her now? Women are truly perplexing, Lin Feng mused, glancing at Janae. Janae shrugged, indicating her ignorance, and stifled a laugh as she proceeded to prepare dinner. Chapter 39. A visit to Master Gallon the following morning. Lin Feng was jolted awake by a series of persistent knocks on the door. Upon opening it, a palm swiftly struck his face, leaving it flushed. Startled, Lin Feng stared blankly at Zelia. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, tossing a bundle of stockings into his arms before storming back to her room, sulking on her bed. How could one directly gift a girl such items? Clearly, he has been feigning ignorance. He understands everything. Zelia fumed, recalling their first encounter, her anger intensifying. Realizing he had mistakenly grabbed the wrong universal capsule, Lin Feng panicked. Oh my heavens, those stockings were meant for her later. He hurriedly sought out the capsule containing the floral dress and rushed to knock on Zelia's door. Sister, please open up. I made a mistake. This is the gift for you. Zelia, still incensed, was taken aback by his sudden appearance, an opportunity to scold him once more. Oh, and who was the previous gift intended for? She inquired, her irritation flaring as Lin Feng unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Fearing her wrath upon discovering his unseemly thoughts, he stammered, well, that's none of your concern. It wasn't meant for you anyway. Listening to Lin Feng's blunt remarks, Zelia found herself at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of disappointment that it wasn't intended for her. With a sharp slam, the door shut once more. Inside her room, her frustration grew, leading her to burst into tears. Outside, Lin Feng, hearing her sobs, exclaimed, What on earth? Is it really that serious? In a state of panic, he instantly teleported to Zelia's room, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to offer comfort. She brushed his hand away, retorting, Go away. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Feng produced the universal capsule and, with a loud pop, placed the floral dress on her bedside. My dear sister, this is the true gift for you. The stockings were taken from a robber. They may contain his hair, which could be useful for the police when they gather evidence. So I thought it prudent to keep them. Is that true? You're not deceiving me? Zelia asked, half convinced. Lin Feng then recounted the incident with the robber, blending truth with embellishments. Zelia, recalling the tale of a boy who had frightened off a robber the previous day, began to believe him. I want to see you wear it, she declared. A hint of shyness graced Lin Feng's face. Slowly, Zelia opened her eyes, wiped away her tears, and gazed at the floral dress before her. Is this truly for me? She questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. Indeed, dear sister. This is the gift I wish to present to you, Lin Feng replied, only to be promptly ushered out by Zelia. I knew he was not the kind of person I thought he was, she mused, her mood considerably lifted. Outside the door, Lin Feng sighed in relief, thinking, finally, that has settled. Just then, the door swung open again, startling Lin Feng, who believed his words had been overheard. Hand over what you have. It should be washed and wearable, Zelia commanded, eyeing the stockings in his possession. Lin Feng obediently passed the precious item to her, who, blushing, snatched it and slammed the door shut. A minute later, Zelia slowly reopened the door, and Lin Feng was rendered speechless. The floral dress fit her snugly, accentuating her figure beautifully. Let us go. Take me to school, she declared. Lin Feng, entranced, found himself lost in admiration. Had Zelia not spoken, he might have continued gazing indefinitely. You want me to wear this, sister? No, I think you should stick to your uniform, he suggested, pointing at the school attire. Why can't I wear this? Didn't you buy it for me to wear? Zelia questioned, puzzled. I said no, and that is final. This is merely a gift for you to wear for my eyes only, Lin Feng declared with exaggerated seriousness. All right, I'll do as you say, Zelia replied, feigning impatience while secretly reveling in delight. Once changed, Lin Feng utilized his teleportation ability to transport Zelia to school, ensuring the rooftop was free of any presence. He located the energy he had reserved from the previous day and teleported to that spot. Your teleportation is incredible. We arrived at school in an instant. Zelia exclaimed in amazement. Oh, who was it that dismissed my abilities yesterday? Lin Feng retorted, resolutely thumping his chest. Well then, make sure you pick me up after school. If you don't, you're a little puppy. Zelia teased playfully. Watching her enter the classroom, Lin Feng prepared to attend to his own affairs, specifically, the celestial beings. The celestial beings, renowned for their miraculous properties, were cultivated by the immortal Karen. Winning his favor would easily grant him access to these treasures. The cat sage, being a cat, could not resist the allure of fish. Thus, he resolved to visit the seafood market. However, devoid of funds, he realized he had squandered his last earnings. Very well then, I shall earn some cash at the construction site. The thought of money led Lin Feng to the construction site, which he viewed as a veritable ATM. Upon returning to the same construction site, he was met with a notice at the entrance, featuring a photograph of none other than himself. Beside the frame was a paper declaring, "This individual is not permitted to enter." What? I'm being wanted, Lin Feng exclaimed, removing the frame and realizing he appeared rather dashing in the photo. Hey kid, don't come back. Last time, you took all the workers' money, and they are quite displeased with you. Best you stay away, the foreman advised, having recognized Lin Feng at a glance. Well, it seems there is no other choice, as the workers also need to provide for their families. Lin Feng reluctantly departed. It appears that making money at construction sites is not a viable long-term solution. He has now been sought after by the construction sites in this city and decides to explore other cities. Thus, Lin Feng arrived at a larger city, currently undergoing extensive development, where several construction sites were hiring. He boldly entered and began his money-making endeavor, ignoring the astonished gazes of the surrounding workers. He completed the task at one site in just half an hour, finishing a total of 3 sites. After an hour and a half, he had amassed 15. Excellent. Next, he set his sights on the seafood market. Lin Feng found the largest seafood market. Striding in with an air of confidence, he demanded, "Who is in charge here? Come forward." The manager, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, hurried over to assess the situation. "What seems to be the problem, sir?" The manager inquired, somewhat apprehensively. "I want all your cheapest fish. I am all about value for money," Lin Feng declared. Having rarely indulged in seafood, as a celestial being, he had not experienced the mundane pleasures of the world for quite some time. Perhaps he had never even tasted fish. So he decided to start with the most affordable options. With a grand gesture, he pulled out 15 cash from his universal capsule, arranging it neatly on the table. The manager's eyes lit up at the sight, and he promptly instructed, "Everyone, bring out the crucian carp and white catfish. We have a big client." The seafood market erupted in excitement, and amidst the cheers, the staff sprang into action. After some commotion, 10 barrels of fish were lined up before Lin Feng, totaling 2 tons. He neatly stored all the fish in his universal capsule, and after tidying up, he headed to an abandoned building devoid of people. Lin Feng soared into the sky with all his might. The temple came into view, and Lin Feng hastened toward it. Inside the temple, a robed figure trembled, murmuring, "Is it finally time?" "Indeed," Mr. Bobo affirmed. "Do you sense it too, Mr. Bobo?" Uncertain whether friend or foe, the celestial being remarked to Mr. Bobo beside him. Mr. Bobo was unsure, but he could certainly feel the formidable aura. The celestial master might not be a match for him. Mr. Bobo fixed his gaze on the distance. With a thud, Lin Feng appeared atop the temple. A gentle breeze lifted his bangs as he waved cheerfully at the celestial being and Mr. Bobo, saying, "Greetings, esteemed celestial and Mr. Bobo. I have matters to discuss with the immortal Garen. I shall return shortly to visit you." Lin Feng's friendly smile eased the tension for both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo, suggesting that, at least for now, he was not an adversary. Lin Feng had anticipated that his visit to exchange celestial beings would inevitably lead him to meet the celestial being, to alleviate their concerns and unease. He devised this strategy to make a favorable impression, as the celestial being was the creator of the Dragon Balls and the most powerful presence in the first installment. At this moment, the celestial deity truly embodied the guardian of this land, but later on, he would merely serve as a fusion material for a 2-star BIC. Observing the benevolence of the visitor, the deity spoke. Very well, I shall await your return here. Lin Feng gestured and descended along the tower structure. As Lin Feng departed, Mr. Bobo gazed at the deity's furrowed brow and said slowly, Lord Deity, I believe this individual is a good person. Are you so certain, Mr. Bobo? The celestial being inquired skeptically. Despite Mr. Bobo's conviction, the deity remained doubtful. Although Lin Feng exuded a friendly demeanor as a god among earthlings, he was acutely aware of all occurrences within the realm. Over centuries, the deity had witnessed far too many instances of duplicitous smiles. Upon arriving at the residence of Master Karen, Lin Feng found a plump white cat lounging on a chair, fast asleep. He produced a fish, waving it enticingly before the nose of Master Karen. You must be Master Karen, correct? Chapter 40. The Divine Beings and the Black Star Dragon Balls. Awakened by the scent of the fish, Master Karen stirred from his slumber upon hearing his name called. Stretching lazily and licking his paws, he remarked, Ah, young human, when did you climb up here? I came down from the Divine Temple, Master Karen. Lin Feng deliberately stated this to indicate that he had arrived with the deity's permission. I have someone above. Oh, I see. Master Karen's gaze turned appreciative as he regarded the young boy before him. Do you recognize this? Lin Feng waved the fish in front of Master Karen. Instantly, the feline nature of Master Karen emerged, and he emitted a greedy meow. Fish. Meow. Master Karen extended his paw to snatch the fish. But Lin Feng was not about to grant him that opportunity. Seeing that Master Karen was intrigued, Lin Feng proposed, I can give you the fish, but it must be traded for divine beings. I possess plenty of fish. With that, Lin Feng opened a universal capsule, revealing 3 barrels of fish before Master Karen. The fish flopped energetically within the buckets, and having never witnessed such a spectacle, tears of joy welled at the corners of Master Karen's mouth. Divine beings. I have them. I shall fetch them immediately, Master Karen exclaimed, producing a small bag of divine beans to hand to Lin Feng. Upon inspection, Lin Feng found only 3 beans within. Noticing the absence of Yachirobe behind Master Karen, Lin Feng quickly surmised that Master Karen was attempting to deceive him. Oh, just 3? That will only procure 3 fish. Master Karen. Given the deity's lack of honesty, Lin Feng began to play the role of a shrewd trader. 10 fish. Lin Feng and Master Karen began to bargain. 10. There are only about 100 in this barrel. That means I can only trade for less than 30 beans. Lin Feng feigned great difficulty. Did you think I was proposing 10 fish for 3 beans? I meant 1 bean for 10 fish. Master Karen boldly declared. That is unacceptable. Absolutely not. This is simply too much. I shall not exchange it. With that, Lin Feng prepared to leave, snatching away the fish from the immortal Jolin. Wait, 10 fish for 3 beans. Observing Lin Feng's imminent departure, immortal Jolin began to panic. For he had resided in this tower for many years and had not tasted fish in ages. Oh, dear fish, it would be best for you to return to nature. I shall release you. As Lin Feng was about to cast the bucket of fish down, the cat immortal interjected. Hold on. 1 fish for 1 bean. 1 fish for 1 bean. The cat immortal was quite anxious. Immortal Jolin, I must say, you have been here for so long that scarcely anyone can ascend this tower. It is only someone as considerate as myself who would bring you such gifts. With that, Lin Feng placed his hand in the bucket, stirring the fish about. The divine beans can be replanted, but once these fish are gone, who knows when you will receive more. Very well. I shall trade with you. I want the entire bucket. I am quite weary of divine beans. Upon saying this, immortal Jolin produced a small jar of divine beans from behind him, and Lin Feng noticed numerous jars stacked behind the immortal. It appeared that immortal Jolin was not sufficiently earnest. Lin Feng, having tasted the fish himself, declared, These fish are truly exquisite. He slyly glanced at the jars behind immortal Jolin, prompting the immortal to retrieve another jar of divine beans. How about this? Immortal Jolin, you give me all these divine beans, and the fish shall be yours. Lin Feng extracted all the fish from his universal capsule, and the cat immortal, having never seen such a bounty, was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming from the corners of his eyes. Very well, I shall trade. Faced with the allure of the fish, immortal Jolin chose to acquiesce. In total, there were 10 jars of divine beans, which, when weighed, were not heavy. Combined with the jars, they amounted to approximately 10 pounds. This represented the entirety of Immortal Jalin's savings accumulated over centuries. In the realm of divine beings, the more, the better. From the inception of the Dragon Balls, divine beings had become increasingly scarce. Had they not been squandered by Yachirobe, perhaps the saga of the Saiyans would have concluded much sooner. Unlimited recovery of stamina could have led to Vegeta being vanquished upon his arrival on Earth. Farewell, Immortal Jalin. If only you had presented me with such an abundance of divine beings earlier, these fish would have long been yours. Lin Feng jested, grinning. Meanwhile, the cat immortal was too engrossed in his newfound bounty to heed Lin Feng's words, immediately seizing a fish to devour. Indeed, the cat immortal was a true cat at heart, Lin Feng mused. Should I bring some catnip next time? I wonder if Immortal Jalin would be lost in delight? Bidding farewell to the cat immortal, Lin Feng soared directly towards the temple. Hello, esteemed deity and Mr. Bobo, I have arrived. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lin Feng stood upright and bowed deeply. Young man, if I am not mistaken, you are not from Earth, are you? Lin Feng was not surprised by the deity's words. After all, deities possess the ability to perceive all that transpired on Earth. He is aware of everything that transpires on Earth, and he fully understands that he is not of earthly origin. Indeed, esteemed deity, I am a Saiyan. My home planet, Vegeta, has been annihilated, and the remaining Saiyans have sought refuge on this beautiful planet, Earth. However, rest assured, as the king of the Saiyans, I vow that we will commit no wrongdoing here. We shall regard Earth as our homeland and protect it diligently. Lin Feng spoke from the depths of his heart. For Earth is indeed his true home. The deity sensed the sincerity in Lin Feng's words and nodded in affirmation. Esteemed deity, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Dragon Balls? Lin Feng asked directly, fully aware of the implications of his question. Oh. The deity found Lin Feng's abrupt change of topic somewhat disorienting, slowly formulating a response in his mind. Why would this youth suddenly pose such a question? It was evident that he had planned this in advance. I know of them. It is said that gathering the 7 Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Realizing that Lin Feng likely harbored ulterior motives, the deity prepared to probe further. However, the Dragon Balls I speak of are not the ordinary ones. I refer to the Black Star Dragon Balls, the very ones created before your separation from Demon King Piccolo. Lin Feng cautiously revealed the existence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, hypothesizing that the Dragon Ball universe he traversed might encompass this world, though he was not entirely certain. Lin Feng's revelation took the deity by surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such knowledge. Instinctively, he felt a surge of caution, yet the harmless visage of Lin Feng quelled his apprehension. How do you know this, young man? The deity's expression was one of astonishment as he scrutinized the unfamiliar face before him, pondering the origins of this information. Of course I know. Not only do I know, but these Dragon Balls are located within the Heavenly Temple. Lin Feng exclaimed, elated that his conjecture had proven correct. He pointed triumphantly towards the building behind the deity. You may wonder how I came to know so much. Allow me to be forthright, esteemed deity. It was the god of destruction who informed me. The god of destruction is the highest deity known in our realm, and by sheer fortune during my time on my home planet, I encountered him and overheard this information. Lin Feng spoke with an air of seriousness, fabricating a tale that required an authoritative figure to lend it credence, and the god of destruction fit that role perfectly. He surmised that Shenron could be aware of the god of destruction's existence, and as the creator of the Dragon Balls, the deity should also be cognizant of it. The god of destruction? What deity is that? The deity listened intently to Lin Feng's words, his face paling in fear. He glanced towards Mr. Popo, who, equally bewildered, confirmed that he too had never heard of such a deity. This is unexpected. I cannot believe that the deity is unaware of the god of destruction's existence. Wait. The dragon knows of the god of destruction because their powers stem from the dragon god, Salam, who must certainly be aware of the god of destruction. It dawned on him. The heavenly god, unaware of the existence of the destruction god, added, I have heard the esteemed destruction god say that the Dragon Balls were created by the dragon god Salama, and they currently exist on Earth. The dragon god Salama. He is the very one who taught me to create Dragon Balls in my dreams, exclaimed the heavenly god. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The heavenly god is well aware of the dragon god Salama's existence. O heavenly god, I implore you to lend me the Dragon Balls as a token of gratitude. I vow that I shall protect Earth from any calamity that may befall it. Lin Feng earnestly pleaded. already formulating a plan in his mind to use the Dragon Balls to restore Planet Vegeta, for he is now the king of the Saiyans and must be responsible for their future. The heavenly god observed this young individual who had managed to locate the divine temple at such a tender age. He sensed that Lin Feng's strength surpassed that of every earthling, including the mightiest human, Master Roshi. Even the formidable demon King Piccolo would surely be no match for him. The aura he exuded was far superior. Thus, this exchange would undoubtedly benefit Earth. Very well, I shall grant your request. However, these Dragon Balls are not ordinary. They come with side effects, the heavenly god assented. Just as he was about to elaborate on the side effects, Lin Feng interrupted him. O heavenly god, I am aware of the side effects. Rest assured, I will handle them with care. It is precisely this side effect that I desire. Frieza, I shall not rest until you pay for the destruction of my planet Vegeta. I shall make you experience the devastation of your own homeland. Chapter 41. Wishing with the Black Star Dragon Balls. Countdown to the destruction of planet Kuldar. 1 year. A gentle breeze swept through the heavenly temple, ruffling Lin Feng's bangs. Please, follow me, young man, the heavenly god said as he prepared to lead Lin Feng to the Dragon Balls. But Lin Feng interrupted him once more. O heavenly god, your continued reference to me as young man feels a bit awkward. You may call me Lin Feng directly. The loquacious Lin Feng touched his head and offered a friendly smile to the heavenly god. Very well, young friend Lin Feng, please come with me. The heavenly god, seeing how the young man expressed his preference, acquiesced. He led Lin Feng into a dilapidated chamber of the temple, where a do not enter seal adorned the door. Inside, 7 black star Dragon Balls lay in the center of a table, covered in cobwebs, the long-forgotten Dragon Balls casually placed atop it. It was evident that the heavenly god felt profound shame for his previous creation of the malevolent Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls were unlike the ordinary ones. They possessed the power to cause planets to explode. Once used, they would disperse across the cosmos, and if not gathered again within a year, the planet that utilized them would face annihilation. The condition of this room suggested that the heavenly god was deliberately evading his past self, hence sealing off this place. With his head bowed, the heavenly god dared not meet the gaze of his former creations. Young friend Lin Feng, these are the Black Star Dragon Balls. Please, do not use them on Earth, he cautioned Lin Feng. Indeed, I am aware, esteemed deity. I have pledged to safeguard the Earth, and naturally, I shall refrain from utilizing the Dragon Balls here. I comprehend all of this. Lin Feng gestured expressively before retrieving the 7 Dragon Balls into a capsule. Farewell, revered deity. Rest assured, I shall handle the Dragon Balls with utmost care, and I will diligently protect the Earth. With the Dragon Balls secured, Lin Feng did not intend to tarry any longer. He placed his finger on his forehead and vanished from the spot. Lin Feng reappeared on the rooftop of Shalia's school. Having promised to pick her up after class, he was determined not to be late. As the school bell rang, he sighed in relief. Just in time, he descended the stairs and awaited Shalia's emergence outside the classroom building. Oh my! Isn't that the handsome guy from the other day? He back at our school. A girl exclaimed, nudging her friend, pointing out Lin Feng's presence. Whoa! Isn't that the one who claimed he could take on 10 opponents? He returned. Could it be that there's another competition today? A boy remarked to his friend as they scrutinized Lin Feng. Amidst the chatter of onlookers, Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Yet internally, he was elated. The sensation was exhilarating. A familiar figure soon emerged from the building, and upon spotting Lin Feng, she hurried over, appearing somewhat displeased. What's the matter, my dear sister? Who has upset you? Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I'm too foolish to solve a quadratic equation, Shalia murmured, her face downcast. A quadratic equation? Isn't that something covered in the 3rd year of middle school? So, you're already in the 3rd year, huh? Lin Feng mused. However, struggling with a quadratic equation was rather disappointing. Ha ha ha, you can't even solve this? He teased. What are you laughing at? You can solve it, can't you? You've never been to school. Shalia responded skeptically, fully aware that Lin Feng had never received formal education and thus could not possibly solve a quadratic equation. What is so difficult about it? You can't solve a quadratic equation? Let us walk home, and I'll teach you. Lin Feng suggested as they ascended to the rooftop, waiting for the area to clear before teleporting back home. Once home, Lin Feng encouraged Shalia to fetch the problems and a pen so he could instruct her. By the way, I have something to tell you. Soon, you will accompany me in training. Your body has deteriorated significantly, As the Prince of the Saiyans, I cannot allow you to squander your potential. Just a moment ago, Lin Feng had been playful, but now he bore a serious expression. Shalia was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt shift in topic, thinking to herself how rapidly the conversation had changed. Yet, seeing his earnest demeanor, she felt compelled to comply. Training? Will you teach me? Let us wait until the weekend. I have some matters to attend to on Planet Curd, and I may return late, Lin Feng casually mentioned. Oh what? Planet Curd. Isn't that the home of Kuda and Frieza? What business do you have there? You're not planning on seeking revenge, are you? That would be far too dangerous. Listen to me. Before Celia could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her. You are right. It is about revenge. Lin Feng moved his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes as he sought the lingering essence that he could never forget. He found it. I'll be back shortly. Lin Feng flashed a wicked smile, leaving only a pin to clatter to the ground. Celia, already rendered speechless by Lin Feng's abrupt change of subject, was taken aback when he vanished the next moment, heading straight for his adversary. How reckless! Anxiously, Celia was at a loss, her emotions swirling as she paced the room, stamping her feet in frustration. Aunt Ginya, Darles is on Planet Curd. A figure materialized above the Grand Palace of Curd. Lin Feng gazed upon the palace, larger than even the Frieza Palace, and fury welled within him. I permit you to reside in a palace. I, the Saiyan King, have no palace to call my own. Yet you two self-proclaimed cosmic emperors dare to dwell here. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Images of Curd exploding a year hence flooded Lin Feng's mind. Frieza, you and your father, the pain you have inflicted upon me will be repaid in kind today. Suppressing his aura, Lin Feng descended to the ground, effortlessly dispatching a minion and donning his attire, ensuring no one had noticed. He swiftly flew to the opposite side of the Curd Palace. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng landed in an open area. He retrieved the Black Star Dragon Ball from his universal capsule and shouted, "Come forth, Shenron." A crimson light erupted from the Dragon Ball, revealing a colossal red dragon hovering above Planet Curd. The red dragon's eyes gleamed as it spoke. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire. Revive the Saiyans slain by Frieza, and restore Planet Vegeta. At this moment, Lin Feng had waited far too long. You may only make one wish. Please restate your desire. It seemed the dragon adhered to its preordained limitations. Then let the red Dragon Ball restore Planet Vegeta, and I shall use the Earth Dragon Ball to revive the Saiyans killed by Frieza. Very well. Please wait a moment. Your wish will soon be granted. Lin Feng clenched his fists, having awaited this moment for far too long. As the king of the Saiyans, what kind of king would he be if his people were no more? The dragon slowly opened its eyes, its expression grim. I apologize, but your wish cannot be fulfilled. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why not? Aren't all wishes possible? Clearly, this was not the outcome Lin Feng desired. Your wish involves the authority of a deity far beyond my own capabilities. I cannot fulfill it. Lin Feng trembled slightly, a foreboding feeling creeping over him. So, my second wish cannot be granted either. Lin Feng frowned, anxiously awaiting the dragon's response. However, I can revive one individual. I still possess the ability to do so. The dragon, hoping to regain its dignity, proposed a solution. Then please revive Bardock. Quickly, Lin Feng sensed several powerful presences approaching him, one of which belonged to King Cooled. Just wait a moment. I will fulfill your wish shortly. I apologize, but I am still unable to grant your desire. At this moment, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Why was every wish unachievable? Noticing Lin Feng's silence, the dragon explained, the person you wish to resurrect is not deceased. Thus I cannot bring him back. Please choose another wish. Not dead. My father is alive. Lin Feng recalled the Bardock movie he had seen in his previous life. Could it be that his father had truly traversed dimensions? However, this was not the time for joy, as King Cooled was drawing nearer. He needed to select a different wish. Yet, for Lin Feng, this posed a dilemma. Apart from the aforementioned wishes, he had no urgent desires that required immediate fulfillment. However, if he truly had to make a wish, it would be, please reveal to me the locations of all Dragon Balls existing in the universe. The dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. I'm sorry, your wish cannot be granted. What? You can't fulfill anything. Are you even a dragon? I cannot disclose the locations of my fellow dragons, as it would affect my performance. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, exclaiming, wait, do you dragons still need to maintain performance metrics? This is utterly unachievable. How can you still call yourself a dragon? In that case, I must change my wish. Please state your wish quickly. I am running out of time. The dragon's voice began to tremble. Please inform me of the locations of all Namekians in the universe. This wish held great value. The original series had mentioned that wherever Namekians resided, Dragon Balls were likely to exist. Thus, it would be akin to possessing numerous wishes for future contingencies. All right, this wish can be granted. The dragon's eyes gleamed. Your wish has been fulfilled. Instantly, the names and coordinates of all planets inhabited by Namekians flooded Lin Feng's mind. The dragon then transformed into several beams of light, diving into the Dragon Balls, which subsequently vanished throughout the cosmos. Lin Feng swiftly utilized instant transmission, disappearing from his location. In the distance, King Cooled and his subordinates had just arrived. The unidentified creature that had been circling in the sky vanished in an instant, leaving King Cooled utterly perplexed. Did you see that? What was that just now? King Cooled inquired of his subordinate beside him. Indeed, we saw it, Your Majesty, the subordinate replied. Damn it. We arrived only to find it gone. King Cooled was greatly intrigued by the sudden appearance of the dragon. Immediately investigate. Discover what that creature was. Continue the search. I will reward anyone who can determine what that was with a planet. King Cooled commanded with a flourish of his hand, and his subordinates promptly responded, Yes. We will investigate at once. Chapter 42. Please feel free to torment me. Earth. At this moment, Shilia was in tears, sitting helplessly on the ground. Beside her, Jine was also anxious. Aunt Jine, do you think Darles has truly gone to seek revenge against Frieza? Shilia asked, her voice choked with sobs. Before Jine could finish speaking, Lin Feng suddenly appeared before them. I'm back, he exclaimed, lowering his finger from his forehead, his voice filled with excitement. In an instant, Zelia embraced him tightly, her tears soaking his battle suit. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back, Jine murmured nearby. Can you please be clearer about things before you leave, Darles? Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? Zelia chastised him while striking Lin Feng playfully. It was at that moment Lin Feng realized he had been so focused on fulfilling his own desires that he had neglected Zelia's feelings. I'm so sorry. I won't do this again, he replied earnestly. Honestly, it wasn't that dangerous. I have instant teleportation. I can escape at any moment if danger arises. Upon hearing his nonchalant apology, Zelia slapped him across the face. You fool. You are the king of the Saiyans now. If you were to die, we would truly be like lost dogs. I am the king of the Saiyans, but what about you? You dare to strike the king of the Saiyans? This was merely Lin Feng's inner thought. He covered his face, realizing that although Zelia's combat power was negligible compared to his, he had been completely relaxed and defenseless at that moment. Actually, I went for revenge. Lin Feng recounted the events that had transpired. Dragon Balls. Is such a miraculous thing real? Zelia asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded slightly in affirmation. Of course, it's called the Dragon Ball world. Could it be fake? Even if everything were an illusion, the Dragon Balls themselves cannot be false. Are you saying your father is still alive? Jine's attention was entirely captivated by Lin Feng's wish to resurrect Bardock. Yes, Mom, Dad must still be alive, Lin Feng replied confidently, igniting hope in Jine's eyes. She had never dreamed her husband could still be alive. The hardships she endured over the years were known only to her. Since her husband's death, she had taken on everything, vowing to avenge the fallen Saiyans. However, I still don't know where Dad is. I tried to sense his energy with instant teleportation, but it was too faint for me to locate him, Lin Feng continued. His words did not diminish Jine's optimistic spirit. After all these years, even hearing the news of the Saiyans' extinction had not broken her. Jine's heart had grown immensely strong. It's all right, as long as he is alive. That's what matters. Perhaps one day we will meet, she said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder and smiling. By the way, Sister Zelia, starting tomorrow, please train with me, Lin Feng said, glancing at Zelia, who was still fuming. With her arms crossed and a pout on her lips, Zelia replied, training is training. I want to be courteous just because you are the king of the Saiyans. Don't underestimate me. We can train today? She took Lin Feng's hand and dashed outside. Zelia brought Lin Feng to an open area, then promptly released his hand. Celia assumed a combat stance, exclaiming, I am about to launch my attack. With a swift leap, she executed a flying kick aimed at Lin Feng. Caught off guard, Lin Feng failed to evade Celia's onslaught, and the blow landed squarely on his face, sending him sprawling several meters away, curled up on the ground in a position reminiscent of Yamcha. Clutching his face, he managed to utter, Sister Celia, please feel free to torment me. but do refrain from striking my face. Why don't you dodge? Celia inquired, perplexed by Lin Feng's actions. Despite possessing formidable combat prowess, he chose not to evade. I'll explain later. For now, just wound me severely, she replied. Though puzzled by his request, Celia felt compelled to comply. Very well. I have no idea what you're up to, but I shall continue. With that, Celia soared to Lin Feng's side, pressing her foot against his abdomen and sitting atop him, delivering relentless punches that left him bloodied and battered. Unable to witness his suffering any longer, Celia noted that Lin Feng was barely clinging to life. In desperation, Lin Feng fished out a universal capsule from his pocket, which conjured a canister emblazoned with the character for immortal. Quickly, feed me one. Without hesitation, Celia obliged and handed him a mystical bean. Upon consuming it, Lin Feng sprang back to life with renewed vigor. Ah, I'm back. Thank goodness for the immortal bean. Celia was astounded by the transformation. A mere bean had such remarkable effects. What is this bean? It's incredible. It surpasses the healing pods from Vegeta's planet, she exclaimed in astonishment. As Lin Feng explained, he activated his scouter to measure his battle power. Beep, beep, 210. How did it only increase by 10? He questioned, recalling that in the original narrative, Vegeta had surged from a battle power of over 20,000 to an estimated 200 after 2 near-death experiences. I see. I must not have been injured severely enough. It seems this is the only way. Sister, please save me after. With hands clasped together, Lin Feng concentrated, forming a red energy sphere between his palms, shouting, Ape King's impact. The energy surged forth, slicing through the air. In an instant, Lin Feng reappeared directly in the path of his own attack, and as anticipated, he was struck head-on by the Ape King's impact. His body arced through the air, plummeting in a parabolic descent. The world around him faded to a blur as excruciating pain coursed through him. You rascal! Why did you do that so suddenly? Celia scolded, witnessing Lin Feng collide with the red energy wave. She leapt into action, catching his falling form and promptly administering another immortal being. After consuming it, Lin Feng's first instinct was to check his battle power. 250. It has risen to 250. My suspicions were correct. What are you doing, my king? Celia inquired, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Lin Feng. We Saiyans are indeed a warrior race. After the battle with Frieza, I was on the brink of death, but upon being revived, my combat power surged significantly. I discovered that when we Saiyans are on the verge of death, we can become stronger. Lin Feng revealed the secret of the Saiyans to Celia. So that is how it is. However, I certainly do not wish for you to witness my pitiful state. Celia strongly opposed Lin Feng's self-destructive method of gaining strength. Sister, your fundamentals are not solid. You should focus on strengthening them first. Lin Feng, too, did not want to see his loved one suffer. It was better for him to take the risks himself. If Celia were to fail, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. He shared the techniques of energy training with Celia and sent her off to practice. Lin Feng then embarked on another round of self-harm. As long as he had sins of beings, he could endlessly exploit the Saiyans' unique physiology to grow stronger. After 10 instances of self-harm, he realized that his combat power had plateaued at 300. Lin Feng speculated that he had reached a bottleneck, rendering further enhancement through this method impossible. Fortunately, he still possessed the fruits of the spirit tree. After all these years, the spirit tree should have matured by now. While he was lost in thought, Celia's voice interrupted him. Darius, I can fly quickly now. Look, I am faster than an airplane. I can go to school by myself now. Celia spiraled joyfully in the sky, alternating between slow and rapid speeds, showcasing her adept control over flight. Observing Celia's exuberance, Lin Feng reminisced about his own initial experience with flight. The memories of his father teaching him to control his energy replayed vividly in his mind. Yet he could find no trace of his father now. As the king of the Saiyans, he felt utterly powerless to revive Planet Vegeta and his people. A king indeed burdened with frustration. For the gods, however, this was merely a matter of a single word. The god of destruction, Beerus. A single utterance could spell the end for the Saiyans, and not even the Dragon Balls could resurrect his kin. How could one so casually determine the fate of an entire race? Is this the nature of divinity? Truly terrifying. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy for me, sister? Celia halted her flight, observing Lin Feng lost in thought. Congratulations, Sister Celia. Lin Feng smiled and offered his heartfelt wishes. That's more like it. Let us head home now. Celia took Lin Feng's hand, and they retraced their steps. Chapter 43. The call of the blonde girl upon returning home. Lin Feng and Zelia found that Jinai had prepared their bathwater. Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to indulge in a relaxing soak. Wonderful, Mom. Just finished training and was thinking of a bath. He dashed to the bathing area, shedding his clothes in a hurry, leaving them strewn at the door. Ah, bliss. Lin Feng's exclamation echoed from the bath. This little rascal, how dare he get ahead of me? Celia had just emerged from her room, clutching a change of clothes, when she was unexpectedly greeted by the soothing sounds of Lin Feng's moans. He was playing Chopin's Nocturne, a tribute to his lost love. Melodies poured forth from his trousers. What song is this? Is it him singing? Quite melodious, indeed. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Lin Feng had recorded a ringtone. Celia, intrigued, retrieved a brand new phone from Lin Feng's pocket. Oh, a new phone. I wonder when he bought this. Huh. An unfamiliar number. Celia answered the call, and a gentle female voice greeted her on the other end. Hello, is this Lin Feng's brother? Celia had never encountered this name before. Lin Feng. Who is that? You've dialed the wrong number. Hearing a woman's voice, the blonde girl was convinced she had made a mistake. Oh, I'm so sorry. I dialed the wrong number. Celia promptly hung up. Lin Feng. That certainly sounds like an earthling's name. Could it be that this boy's phone was lost? Celia opened the phone and discovered numerous missed calls, all from that same number. Oh, I see. That girl must be the girlfriend of the phone's owner, given her concern. So many calls. I must call back. With that, Celia prepared to dial again. On the other end, the blonde girl was reconfirming the number. How strange. Could Lin Feng have misdialed? Just then, the ringing interrupted her thoughts. Hello, this is the Universal Capsule Group. How may I assist you? Celia inquired. Are you looking for your boyfriend, Lin Feng? What boyfriend? He is my savior. What is this woman talking about? Just as the blonde girl was about to clarify that it wasn't true, she was interrupted again. Young lady, your boyfriend's phone was found by my brother. If you wish to know more about him, my brother will call you shortly to provide you with details. Please don't worry. Celia didn't allow the blonde girl a chance to explain, rapidly spilling out her assumptions. Okay, I understand. The blonde girl was already dizzy from the conversation, and out of courtesy, she could only keep affirming. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lin Feng had finished changing and stepped out to find Celia on the phone with her own device. Darius, is this phone not someone else's? The owner's girlfriend is calling to find him. You must tell her how you found the phone and where. She is quite anxious. Celia rushed to share her conclusions. What? A found phone? This is mine. Lin Feng looked at Celia in confusion. Unaware of Lin Feng's earthly name, Celia retorted, Nonsense, how could that be? The owner's name is Lin Feng? Yes, that is my phone. My name on earth is Lin Feng. Celia paused for 2 seconds, then handed the phone back to Lin Feng, softly saying, Oh, I see. With her head bowed, she walked dejectedly back into her room. Hello, who is this? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the golden-haired girl felt even more certain that she had not misdialed. Lin Feng Gidge. It's me. The cashier you saved that day. The one with the golden hair. The girl on the other end of the line excitedly explained. Oh, it's you. Golden-haired girl, what brings you to call? Lin Feng replied politely. Lin Feng Gidge, my name is Tai Si. Just call me by my name. I would like to invite you to my home for a meal, as a token of my gratitude. What? Tai Si Bulma's sister, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. A good companion of Galactic Patrolman Gak. I can't believe I encountered her like this. Truly, heaven is aiding me, and she is inviting me to her home. What a splendid opportunity to meet Dr. Briefs. All right, Tai Si, I will definitely come. Please tell me your address. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. West City. The largest branch of the Capsule Corporation, Tai Si's words carried a hint of ostentation. However, Lin Feng pondered that she was the world's wealthiest individual. Did she truly need to flaunt her riches? Okay, I will come tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the commotion coming from Celia's room. He knocked on Celia's door. She opened it, and Lin Feng seized the opportunity to step inside. Celia appeared sullen, remaining silent. Being the straightforward person he was, Lin Feng had no inkling of what was amiss. What's wrong? Have you encountered something unpleasant again? He inquired with concern. Noticing Lin Feng's ignorance, Celia remarked sarcastically, Oh, so your name is Lin Feng? When did you change your name? Even I, your sister, was unaware. And you found yourself a little girlfriend, huh? The Capsule Corporation must be a little wealthy lady. No wonder you bought so many stockings. They are for your girlfriend. Celia tossed the stockings Lin Feng had given her the other time into his arms. I want to wear them for anyone else. Lin Feng looked at Celia in bewilderment. What girlfriend? We've only known each other for a couple of days. Upon hearing his words, Celia began to mock him again. We've only known each other for a couple of days. She crossed her arms and mimicked Lin Feng's tone. Who would believe that? A couple of days and hundreds of calls. You must be joking. Ah, I saved her life that day. To express her gratitude, she invited me to her home. Lin Feng confessed everything that had transpired, omitting only the details about the stockings. Beerus, the capsule corporation. How could she possibly work at a supermarket? Celia remained skeptical of Lin Feng's explanation. All right then, how about this? Tomorrow, you come with me to her house, and we'll clarify things face to face. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, did not wish to explain further. Women were indeed a mystery to him, as he had little experience in such matters, leaving him utterly perplexed by their thoughts. Celia shamelessly agreed. There's no other option. It seems I must trouble Tai Si. That night, Lin Feng lay alone on the rooftop, contemplating Celia's myriad reactions from the day. Could it be? My sister seems to harbor some interest in me. Even he, the epitome of a clueless male, has begun to notice it. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this. It is prudent to contemplate the arrangements for tomorrow. First and foremost, I must seize the opportunity to meet Dr. Beerus and request his assistance with several tasks. I intend to transform my mother's spherical spacecraft into a gravity-based vessel akin to that of Vegeta, especially since I am now aware of the location of the Namekian homeworld. Secondly, I must enhance my combat power detector. I have already reached a combat power of 3 million, which is no longer sufficient. Lastly, there is the Dragon Ball radar. My purpose for traversing the cosmos is to seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta's planet and my kin, as well as to locate my father. Ordinary Dragon Balls will not suffice. I shall search for the Namekian Dragon Balls. If those prove inadequate, I will pursue the 2-star Dragon Ball. And if that fails, I will seek the Super Dragon Balls. As the king of the Saiyans, I am determined to resurrect all my kin who perished at the hands of Frieza. For the future of the Saiyans, I must exert every effort. However, my current predicament lies in convincing Dr. Beerus to construct a spacecraft akin to Vegeta's, along with my subsequent requests, which is indeed a perplexing challenge. But I could straightforwardly reveal my identity as a Saiyan. As an extraterrestrial, Dr. Beerus, being a scientific enthusiast, would surely be enthralled by the prospect of alien technology. The spacecraft and combat power detector would serve as my ticket of entry. I am confident that Dr. Beerus would assist me in exchange for the opportunity to research these extraterrestrial advancements. I shall entice him further by promising that civilizations beyond Earth possess even more advanced technologies, which I could bring back for his study. Lin Feng's plans are meticulously laid out, while within the room, Celia is also preoccupied. Which outfit should she wear tomorrow? Her bed is already heaped with garments. Typically indifferent to fashion, she now places great importance on her attire. Her gaze settles on a yellow floral dress. It is decided, this shall be the one. If I am not permitted to wear it, I shall insist. Zilia's competitive spirit drives her to a slight frenzy. She organizes all her clothes, leaving only the floral dress hanging on the rack. So be it. I am truly looking forward to tomorrow. I cannot wait to see what kind of young lady could possibly take an interest in him. Thus, the brother and sister spend this tranquil evening, one indoors and the other on the rooftop. Chapter 44. Taisa's request to Chu. Lin Feng sneezed, awakening from his slumber to find himself surrounded by dew, his clothes thoroughly dampened. How unfortunate. I fell asleep here last night and now feel a chill. He instinctively touched his forehead, relieved to find no fever. After all, this is the resilience of a Saiyan. Had this been in my previous life, I would have surely caught a cold by now and would be on my way to the hospital. Lin Feng had long anticipated this. Since he is to create a Dragon Ball radar, he must first obtain a Dragon Ball, and the only one he currently knows of is the 4-star ball. My apologies. Dear brother. Lin Feng smirked, secretly planning to abscond with the Dragon Ball while Sun Wukong was absent. With a swift leap, Lin Feng descended from the rooftop, soaring towards the Bun Mountain below. A familiar silhouette caught his eye. Little Wukong had already commenced his search for food. The path ahead led into the forest, teeming with dinosaurs and wild fruits. No wonder the forest was often home to tailless dinosaurs. It was the work of his younger brother. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, for it seemed they were indeed blood relatives, sharing even the same taste in selecting dinosaur meat. Watching Sun Wukong venture further away, Lin Feng hastened back to his home, retrieving the 4-star ball. To avoid alarming anyone, he opted for instant teleportation back home. In Celia's room, She had donned the floral dress Lin Feng had purchased for her, standing confidently beside the mirror. "Oh dear, behold how enchanting I am," Celia exclaimed, tugging at the hem of her dress as she swayed her hips and twirled around. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the bookshelf, followed by a book tumbling to the floor. Who's there?" Celia inquired, her gaze darting towards the shelf. "Lin Feng. Darius?" Yet, nothing happened, and no one responded. Celia bent down to return the book to its place, murmuring, "He shouldn't be here. He ought to be asleep." She then opened the door, preparing to knock on Lin Feng's door. After knocking for quite some time without a reply, she muttered in frustration, "Darn it. That insufferable brat. He really left me behind." Celia stomped her foot in anger. "Lin Feng, open the door," she insisted, knocking even harder. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had instantaneously teleported to the rooftop, heard someone calling for him and swiftly rushed inside. Upon realizing it was Celia calling his Earth name, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I'm right here. I fell asleep on the rooftop last night." Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Celia finally relented. "Why are you dressed like that?" "My dear sister," Lin Feng remarked, taking in the graceful figure of Celia, a ripple of emotions stirring within him. "What's wrong? Can't I wear this?" "Why did you buy it then?" "I intend to wear it, and I even have this," Celia declared, extending her leg to reveal her glossy skin, which instantly captivated Lin Feng's attention. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed as he struggled to find words. "Oh, dressed so beautifully, are you off to a date?" "Celia," a voice from Janae shattered the awkward moment. "No, Auntie, I'm just going to visit Lin Feng's female friend. I can't let him lose face. So, I must look presentable," Celia replied with a mischievous glance at Lin Feng, smiling sweetly at Janae. "Lin Feng, who is that? Your classmate? Or your boyfriend?" Janae inquired, unaware of Darius's Earth name. Hearing Janae's words, Celia's ears turned crimson. "Auntie, you still don't know? Lin Feng is Darius. He gave himself that Earth name." Lin Feng chimed in, scratching the back of his head with a grin. Yes, Mom." "Oh, are you all going to your friend's house today?" Ginyu inquired. "Just be sure not to embarrass yourselves, especially during mealtime. Mind your manners. We wouldn't want others to think you haven't been fed in years." Everyone was well aware of the Saiyans' prodigious appetites. "All right, I understand. No need to worry. I know how to conduct myself," Lin Feng replied. "By the way, Mom, could I borrow that trench coat? The one I bought for you last time." Lin Feng glanced at the lovely Shalia and shook his head. "Oh, my son has developed a sense of style," Gina remarked, heading inside to retrieve the coat. A minute later, she returned with it. "Thanks, Mom," Lin Feng exclaimed, immediately taking Shalia's hand and draping the coat over her shoulders. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shalia was caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden action. "Hurry up and put it on," Lin Feng urged. "If I don't assert my authority as the king of Saiyans a little, you might forget my grandeur." He pressed his finger to his forehead, swiftly sensing Tai Si's energy. "Got it. Let's go." No sooner had he spoken than they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. "Wow, it's so big," Shalia exclaimed. "Indeed, this must be the Capsule Corporation, the wealthiest place in West City." Just as Tai Si said, their estate is the largest, with the tallest building in West City just 2 kilometers away. The name Capsule Corporation is emblazoned at the top. With the company being so close to home, it was likely only Bulma's family could achieve such a feat in West City. Lin Feng grasped Shalia's hand, gradually ascending towards the courtyard. Meanwhile, Tai Si had been waiting outside for quite some time, yet Lin Feng had yet to appear. Ah, there they are, the handsome young man and the beautiful lady. A woman with golden short hair called out to the newly arrived duo. "Yes, Mrs. Briefs, we have arrived." Lin Feng recognized her immediately. "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch Tai Si for you." It must be noted, Tai Si's family had an impressively spacious courtyard, and waiting even a short while took nearly half an hour. "Lin Feng, you're here. I thought you'd enter through the main door." Upon seeing Lin Feng in the courtyard, Tai Si realized that these two had come through other means without being detected by the security guards. "Yes, we came in from up there," Shalia pointed skyward. After saying this, she slowly floated upward, removing the trench coat in midair, revealing a yellow floral dress that danced gracefully around her. She appeared exceptionally ethereal and beautiful. As Shalia descended, Lin Feng gazed upon her, thinking to himself, "Oh, when did she learn to pose? Has she learned from me?" But indeed, she does it quite well. However, Tai Si seemed unperturbed by Shalia's ability to fly, responding with a calm demeanor. It seems this beautiful young lady is indeed the sister of brother Lin Feng. Tai Si, addressing her as sister and brother, remains oblivious to the fact that the brother before her is actually her younger sibling, and this sister is, in truth, a younger sister. Upon hearing Tai Si praise her beauty, Zelia shed her previously aloof demeanor and exclaimed, "Oh, dear sister, you are quite lovely as well. You are the most beautiful person I have ever encountered." Tai Si continued to compliment her. Zelia, who was naturally quite talkative, found her linguistic talents ignited by the praises directed at her, seemingly forgetting all that she had said the previous day. With a delightful exchange of compliments, the two entered a delightful cycle of mutual admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached Mrs. Briefs and inquired, "Excuse me, Mrs. Briefs, could you tell me where I might find Dr. Briefs?" "Oh, young handsome man, are you looking for him? He is currently in the laboratory teaching Bulma how to repair a car. Allow me to take you to him." Mrs. Briefs replied with a squint of her eyes. "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Feng responded. Mrs. Briefs led him into the laboratory, where Dr. Briefs was instructing Bulma on the intricacies of automobile repair. "Ah, you are the dashing young man who rescued my sister that day, correct?" Bulma exclaimed before Lin Feng could utter a word. "Yes, indeed, I am Lin Feng," he replied. Dr. Briefs, lighting a cigarette, was about to offer one to Lin Feng, but he politely declined, stating he did not smoke. "I appreciate your saving my daughter. She prefers not to rely on our family's wealth and often works part-time. Fortunately, she crossed paths with you," Dr. Briefs expressed with gratitude. "Dr. Briefs, I have a request and hope you can assist me," Lin Feng stated directly. "Go ahead, Dr. Briefs nodded in agreement. "I possess a Dragon Ball and would like your assistance in creating a Dragon Ball radar. Additionally, I am not from Earth. I am a Saiyan from an extraterrestrial civilization, and this is my spaceship," Lin Feng revealed, producing the ship from the universal capsule. Dr. Briefs promptly examined it. The design of this spaceship is remarkably efficient, capable of swift travel through space," he remarked in admiration. "I wish for you to transform my spaceship into a larger vessel equipped with a gravity system. In return, I shall bring you more extraterrestrial technology for your research. Surely, you must be curious about alien advancements?" Lin Feng teased, hoping to pique Dr. Briefs' interest. To his surprise, Dr. Briefs remained unfazed. "Apologies, but I am not particularly interested in such matters," he replied. Lin Feng then presented his detector for Dr. Briefs to see, yet still, Dr. Briefs showed no interest. Lin Feng sighed. It appears that the hope of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls to grant wishes may also be in vain, he remarked, deliberately mentioning the Dragon Balls. However, Dr. Briefs continued to smoke in silence. "Granting wishes. Is that true?" Bulma suddenly expressed her curiosity. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "The legend states that by collecting 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon Shenron and have any wish granted." Clearly, Bulma found this concept intriguing. She reached out to touch the Dragon Ball in Lin Feng's hand, then turned her gaze toward Dr. Briefs beside her. "Father, please assist Brother Lin Feng. After all, he saved my sister's life. And aren't you also fascinated by extraterrestrial technology? With your expertise, it would undoubtedly be possible. This could significantly contribute to the exploration of alien civilizations." Bulma began her persuasive tactics on Dr. Briefs, relentless in her approach. Dr. Briefs, indeed swayed, felt a softening in his resolve, for his youngest daughter had always held a special place in his heart. He slowly replied, "All right, I will agree. But you must also comply with Miss Tai's request." Miss Tai's request? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "Yes, although I am unaware of the specifics. You will have to ask her yourself. That is the true purpose of her invitation today." Lin Feng rested his chin in contemplation. What could this request be? Clearly, everything has been meticulously planned. Chapter 45, Galaxy Patrolman Jack. Dr. Briefs, the meal is ready. The young lady has instructed that you and your guests should dine promptly. The butler's arrival shattered Lin Feng's train of thought. Regardless, he dismissed the matter for the moment. It was not every day one visited the home of the affluent, and today he intended to satiate his hunger. Lin Feng followed Dr. Briefs and Bulma into the courtyard, where a grand table was set in the center. The table overflowed with an array of delectable dishes. Flying, swimming, and running delicacies were all present. Is this the life of the wealthy? How enviable. I have never witnessed such a lavish spread. When I become wealthy, I too shall indulge in such feasts daily. Brother Lin Feng, it's time to eat. Tai spotted Lin Feng from a distance. All right, I can hardly wait. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the food before him. "Ah, do not forget Aunt Jine's instructions," Zelia reminded, observing Lin Feng's ravenous demeanor. It was then that Lin Feng became aware of his indiscretion. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I know." He forcibly diverted his gaze from the table. "Well, let us commence. In gratitude for Brother Lin Feng's life-saving deeds, we have prepared this grand feast in his honor. Dig in." As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Feng promptly served himself 2 bowls of fried rice, which was no ordinary fare. It was rich and flavorful. Though he could not discern the exact ingredients, what mattered was that it was delicious. "Let me savor a couple of bowls of fried rice to stimulate my appetite," Lin Feng mused, disregarding the reactions of those around him. Next came the main event. Lin Feng seized a roasted leg of lamb and began to feast, finishing it in no time. He then grabbed a braised pork knuckle and devoured it with gusto. Delightful, tender, and melt in your mouth. Lin Feng praised the chef nearby. How embarrassing. It seemed he had entirely dismissed Aunt Jine's admonitions. Zilia touched her forehead, pretending not to recognize Lin Feng, though both are Saiyans. Shilia exudes a much more refined demeanor as she delicately wields her knife and fork to savor a steak. In stark contrast, Lin Feng is devouring his meal with reckless abandon. "Chef, good day. Could you possibly bring me another 100 of those exquisite shrimp, whatever they're called? They're simply divine," Lin Feng unabashedly requests, prioritizing his satisfaction over all else. The onlookers, with the exception of Shilia, stare in disbelief, horrified by Lin Feng's insatiable appetite. "Certainly, I will inform the kitchen to prepare another 100 shrimp immediately. Wait, there's also this enormous squid and those takoyaki. Let us have another 100 of those as well." "Thank you." Lin Feng frantically continues to place his orders. "How about we do this? Let us have another 100 of everything." Tai Si instructs the chef. Truly, what a display of extravagance, Lin Feng muses as he indulges in his feast. While everyone else has finished their meal, Lin Feng remains, consumed by his culinary pursuits. "Ah, what a satisfying repast. It seems I want to need dinner tonight." Lin Feng pats his round belly appreciatively. "Thank you, Miss Tai Si, for your generous hospitality. By the way, I hear you have a request for me." "What might it be?" Lin Feng, who had moments ago been jovial, suddenly adopts a serious tone. Tai Si, eager to shift the conversation, responds, "I have a friend named Jack, who is a cosmic patrol officer." Lin Feng, feigning curiosity, inquires, "Oh, a cosmic patrol officer? What does that entail? Surely he hasn't investigated my cultivation of spiritual tree fruits." "The duty of a cosmic patrol officer is to maintain peace across the universe, combating criminal activities," Tai Si explains. "Jack, being my friend, has recently encountered some troubles while upholding order. I mentioned how you saved me, and he remarked that you are not merely an Earthling, but a Saiyan." Tai Si rises, animatedly recounting the tale. "Initially, I was skeptical, but after witnessing your prowess today, I am convinced. Jack wishes for you to assist him in restoring cosmic order." With her request laid bare, Lin Feng ponders, "If you seek my assistance, should you not come in person? It seems rather insincere otherwise." "I'm here." A small spaceship descends from the sky, and a figure clad in a skin-tight suit reminiscent of Ultraman strikes an exaggerated pose as he lands. Recognizing the individual immediately, Lin Feng approaches with enthusiasm. "Ah, so you are Jack?" he exclaims, playfully pinching Jack's ear. "Hey, what are you doing? This is skin, not a costume." Jack protests, taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden gesture. Shilia observes the interaction, noting the rudeness of Lin Feng's behavior upon meeting Jack. "That's not how one greets someone." She admonishes. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng ceases his antics and inquires earnestly. "It is thus that I became aware of the unfortunate meteorite collision that befell your planet, Vegeta. Initially, I presumed that your Saiyan race had been obliterated, only to discover the existence of a formidable Saiyan like yourself on Earth. Therefore, I seek your assistance. A nefarious Namekian has recently emerged in my jurisdiction, and my capabilities are insufficient to apprehend him." It is no wonder that Tais was unfazed by Shilia's flight. Evidently, Gak had already informed her of our non-Earthling origins. Has that rascal conducted a covert investigation into my affairs? I hope he has not uncovered the matter of my spirit tree fruit. As for this malevolent Namekian, could it be Shrag? If he has yet to regain his youth, defeating him should pose no challenge. However, I cannot assist without recompense. If I am to lend my aid, it is imperative that you agree to my condition." Lin Feng turned away, feigning a demeanor of reluctance. "What condition?" Gak was keenly interested in Lin Feng's stipulation. Provided it was not overly burdensome, he would certainly comply. If it proved too arduous, however, that would be another matter. "I require you to escort me to Lord Zuno." That is acceptable. Once our task is accomplished, I shall take you to Lord Zuno. Gak readily acquiesced. He is indeed aware of Lord Zuno. This individual is no ordinary person. I shall agree for now and assess the situation later regarding the visit. Very well, we shall set off once my spacecraft is modified. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Gak exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tais. I did not anticipate that this would truly come to fruition. Gak approached Tais and whispered his gratitude. This young lady proves quite useful in critical moments. Tais puffed out her chest proudly. All of this was keenly overheard by Lin Feng. Dales, how long do you anticipate being away? Shalia inquired with concern. I cannot say. It may be as brief as 10 days or extend to several years. Should this Namekian prove particularly formidable? In truth, Lin Feng was confident that as long as Shrag had not regained his youth, he would be capable of defeating him. Nevertheless, the vastness of the universe beckoned him to explore. It seems we shall be parted for a considerable duration. Shalia sighed. Fear not. I possess the ability of instantaneous movement, allowing me to return home at any moment. Observing Shalia's despondence, Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. After dinner, Lin Feng and Shalia prepared to bid farewell to Tais and Dr. Brivis. Thank you for your hospitality, Tais and Dr. Brivis. I appreciate your assistance. Lin Feng waved his hand in farewell. Dr. Brivis nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Feng, dear brother, Shalia, dear sister, do visit again. Tais playfully waved goodbye. With a whoosh, the two vanished from the spot, reappearing atop the rooftop. By the way, are you certain you must go? After finally reuniting, I dread the thought of seeing Aunt Ginny heartbroken again. Shalia lowered her head and spoke softly. What do you mean? I'm not heading off to meet my demise. If I am going, it is with certainty. My dear sister, once I assist Jack in resolving this predicament, I shall seek out Lord Zuno to inquire about my father's whereabouts. Hence, I must proceed. Lin Feng responded in a light-hearted tone, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Upon realizing Lin Feng's resolute intention, Celia chose to remain silent. She slowly descended the stairs and returned to her chamber, leaving Lin Feng alone on the rooftop. The true nature of Shrag's power remained uncertain. As long as he did not restore his youth, I should be fine to manage it. After all, my objective this time is to traverse the cosmos. Along the way, I shall train in the gravity chamber. I have never attempted such training before, and the novice benefits should significantly enhance my strength. It shall be done. Time to rest now. Just as Lin Feng was about to depart the rooftop, he spotted a familiar figure appearing at the base of the mountain. Oh no, my brother. This is bad. The 4-star ball. I must promptly return the 4-star ball. It dawned on Lin Feng that he had forgotten to return the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong after extracting energy for Dr. Briefs earlier that day. That fellow must be searching everywhere. I cannot delay. I must return it at once. Lin Feng swiftly flew towards Baozi Mountain, placing the 4-star ball back in its rightful position. Observing Sun Wukong's actions from above, Lin Feng noted that Wukong had only just returned and was unaware that the Dragon Ball had been borrowed. Fortunately, he had not detected my presence. Who is speaking? Sun Wukong looked up towards the sky, finding no one in sight. Inside the house, Lin Feng thought to himself, this lad possesses quite the perceptive ability. I nearly got discovered. Thankfully, I have instant transmission. Well, it's time to sleep. I am utterly exhausted. Lin Feng lay in bed, and it wasn't long before he began to snore. Chapter 46. A reunion of brothers. The following day, Lin Feng awakened naturally. Stretching lazily, his stomach began to grumble. Forget it. I have matters to attend to today. Breakfast can wait, as it would only waste time. Lin Feng took out a senza bean and chewed it, instantly revitalizing his body. Senza beans are truly remarkable, a luxury indeed, but I have plenty of them. Dressed and ready, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Mother, I shall forego breakfast today. I have pressing matters to handle, he said while putting on his shoes. Noticing Lin Feng's urgency, Janae understood that he indeed had something important to attend to. All right, return home tonight, and I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. Celia, overhearing that Lin Feng was about to leave again, emerged from her room and inquired, what are you doing? Aren't you taking me with you? Once Lin Feng had donned his shoes, he replied slowly, stay here and do not wander. I will fetch some fruit for you. What do you mean? If you're not taking me, then fine, but don't tease me about fetching fruit, Celia said, shutting the door behind her, ignoring Lin Feng's enigmatic demeanor. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Feng pondered the ongoing modifications to the spaceship. To gather the spirit tree's fruit, one must utilize the spacecraft. Although I can instant transmission, I cannot venture to unfamiliar places devoid of my own aura. This is troublesome. Must I delay this endeavor? Yet, that would complicate matters in front of Jack. An idea struck Lin Feng. Wait, it seems I shall have to resort to raiding Frieza's army. Lin Feng placed his fingers on his forehead, pondering whose aura he should seek. Perhaps it should be Chiu-yi. At the headquarters of the Frieza force, Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind Chiu-yi, who was blissfully unaware of his presence. What mischief is this scoundrel up to? Lin Feng observed Chiu-yi crouching cautiously in a corner, intently fixated on a passerby, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the target was none other than his elder brother. What despicable antics Chiu-yi indulges in. Lin Feng chose not to intervene, curious to see if Raditz's strength had grown over the years. Hand over your medal, Raditz. Chiu-yi lunged at Raditz, aiming to tackle him and seize the medal from his grasp. Raditz reacted swiftly. Chiu-yi missed his target and fell to the ground. Chiu-yi, how come you possess so many medals? It turns out you've been stealing from others. Raditz sneered at the fallen Chiu-yi. A mangy dog barking here. You'd best surrender the medal in your possession. Chiu-yi caressed his thick lips. Oh, the medal is right here. Come and take it if you dare. Raditz taunted, shaking the medal in his hand. Enraged, Chiu-yi sprang up once more, but Raditz was far quicker, causing Chiu-yi to tumble clumsily. With a paltry battle power of only 3,200, how could he possibly possess such quick reflexes? Raditz, you're deceiving me. Since losing to Lin Feng in the last martial arts tournament, Chiu-yi had begun to doubt Lin Feng's strength. As Raditz was Lin Feng's brother, he must have some hidden prowess. Oh, quite astute of you. It seems you've uncovered something. The Frieza force does not permit infighting. Perhaps your scouter is malfunctioning. Why don't you check my current battle power? Raditz unleashed his aura, and Chiu-yi gazed at him in disbelief. Beep, beep. As Raditz ceased to emit energy, the scouter finally settled at 25,000. 25,000. How can your battle power be so high? Chiu-yi's eyes widened in terror. Do not underestimate us, Saiyans. You worthless fool. Raditz, dragging his long hair, turned away without a glance. It appeared that his brother's strength had indeed increased significantly over the years, far surpassing his depiction in the original narrative. Once Raditz departed, Lin Feng immediately followed. Who goes there? Show yourself. Raditz sensed someone tailing him. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng teleported behind Raditz, delivering a swift chop. Raditz sensed the impending strike just in time, yet still felt the impact. Who are you? The Frieza force does not allow infighting unless you're not one of us. Raditz clutched his injured left arm. Lin Feng removed his hat, revealing his familiar visage. Father. Raditz gazed at Lin Feng's face, mistaking him for Bardock. No, it's Darles. You're alive. Raditz could hardly believe that the person before him was indeed his brother. Brother, it has been quite some time, Lin Feng exclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his face as he embraced Raditz. Haven't you been gone for years? The two brothers reunited once more, Raditz inquired, eager to learn more from Lin Feng. Lin Feng recounted in detail his battle with Frieza and all the events that had transpired over the years. You mean Frieza annihilated all the Saiyans, including our father? Indeed, he was the one who destroyed Planet Vegeta. You have become the king of our Saiyan race. Truly, my brother, you have grown immensely. Raditz's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, swinging from anger to astonishment. However, upon hearing that Lin Feng had ascended to the throne of the Saiyans, he excitedly patted Lin Feng on the back, only to wince in pain as he remembered his injured left hand, hastily clutching his arm. Lin Feng produced a senzu bean and offered it to Raditz. Eat this, brother. This familiar scene unfolded once again after 8 years. Raditz promptly consumed the senzu bean, and his wounds healed instantly. Brother, this is called a senzu bean, brought from Earth. Lin Feng explained, noting Raditz's incredulous expression. Earth? What planet is that? Raditz queried. Lin Feng promptly clarified, sharing tales of Jine and Zelia, as well as Kakarot's life on Earth. I never expected my younger brother to be so thorough. Truly, he is favored by the god of Saiyans, Raditz marveled. However, brother, I would like to ask for your assistance. After Kakarot marries and has children, I will come looking for you again. At that time, you must invade Earth as an enemy, locate Kakarot, and eliminate him. Indeed, only this way can Kakarot discover the path to strength, just as history dictates. What nonsense are you speaking, Darles? Kakarot is our own brother. You want me to kill him? Raditz exclaimed, his shock evident as he gazed at Darles, unable to fathom that such barbarity could emanate from him. It appeared that Raditz, under his own influence, had diverged entirely from the original narrative. Earth possesses the Dragon Balls, which can resurrect the deceased. Only by allowing Kakarot to perish will he encounter worthy mentors and grow stronger. This is what our father's prophetic dream revealed to me. Lin Feng argued passionately to persuade Raditz, invoking Bardock's name. If you are unwilling to undertake this task, then allow me to do it. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Very well, I will trust your words, but you must guarantee that the Dragon Balls can indeed bring back the dead. First, resurrect our father. Raditz still harbored doubts regarding the Dragon Balls. Lin Feng elucidated Bardock's unique situation. So, you mean father is not truly dead? He simply exists outside our realm. Raditz was once again taken aback. Brother, to be honest, I came here to seek clues about father. If I assist my friend in resolving his troubles, he will take me to meet a great figure who knows all. Lin Feng disclosed the modification of his spaceship, revealing that his purpose for this journey was to seize a vessel in pursuit of the Spirit Tree's fruit. Upon hearing this, Raditz graciously offered his own spaceship to Lin Feng, saying, Brother, take mine. I can easily request another from Frieza. Raditz led Lin Feng to his spacecraft. All right, brother. I shall seek the Spirit Tree's fruit and will bring some back for you shortly. Without waiting for Raditz's response, Lin Feng boarded the spaceship. In the vastness of the cosmos, Lin Feng's ship soared swiftly. Soon, he arrived at the planet that Frieza had rewarded him with. Initially, he presumed this planet would have been reclaimed by Frieza, yet it appeared that Frieza had not given it a second thought. Where are the large Spirit Tree fruits? All I see are small ones, Lin Feng lamented, gazing up at the towering tree. Never mind, I shall give these small ones to Celia. Lin Feng concluded that these smaller fruits held no value for him, and he could only hope the next planet would yield larger fruits. Upon arriving at the planet given to him by Ginyu, he found, as expected, that it too bore no large fruits. Lin Feng's hopes were now pinned on a higher quality planet. He steered his spaceship towards that celestial body, where a stout giant tree came into view. This tree was more robust than any he had encountered before, and indeed, at the far right of the tree, two large fruits sparkled enticingly. I have arrived, Lin Feng exclaimed as he swiftly flew over to pluck the two large fruits, taking a bite from one immediately. A radiant white light erupted from Lin Feng's back, and an array of energies surged outward. However, within seconds, this white light and energy intensified, forcefully penetrating Lin Feng's back. After consuming both large fruits, Lin Feng felt a tremendous surge in power. Based on previous estimations, his combat strength should now reach 1200. Should he transform into a great ape, he could stand toe-to-toe with his opponent, though if that adversary were to perform a few extra push-ups, he would likely find himself outmatched. Lin Feng was immensely satisfied with his current state. Now, Shrag should no longer pose a threat. Before he could finish his thought, the ground trembled violently. Acquainted with such occurrences, Lin Feng picked up a seed and pondered. Perhaps I should refrain from planting trees just yet. If Jace discovers my secret, it could spell trouble. He hefted the spaceship onto his shoulder and immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive beside Raditz. Here, brother, consume this. Lin Feng tossed two small fruits to Raditz. Recognizing the familiar fruit, Raditz eagerly picked one up and devoured it without hesitation. His combat power surged dramatically, eventually stabilizing at 10. While Raditz reveled in his newfound strength, he quickly suppressed his energy. A combat power of 100,000 was already among the elite in Frieza's army. Lin Feng tossed another fruit to Raditz, who gratefully accepted it and swallowed it whole. Beep beep beep. The detector in Raditz's right eye registered his combat power at 20. 20 combat power. Darles, I have achieved 20 combat power. Raditz leaped up with excitement. Brother, you must suppress your energy. You cannot let Frieza know of your formidable battle power, or you may invite dire consequences. Raditz immediately concealed his energy. By the way, brother, I have another treasure for you. Lin Feng retrieved 2 universal capsules from his pocket and handed them to Raditz. These are universal capsules. You can store anything in them, even a spaceship. Raditz accepted the capsules and examined them closely. Well then, brother, farewell for now. I have many matters to attend to. I hope you can join Vegeta and the others in their cosmic training, and perhaps we shall meet again. Lin Feng waved his hand in farewell while placing a finger on his forehead, preparing to depart. All right, Darles. I will discuss this with Vegeta. Raditz clenched his fists, gazing excitedly at Lin Feng's departing figure. With a whoosh, Raditz was left alone in the spot. Chapter 47. The Expedition to Slag. On Earth, in Shalia's room. That brat. Going out to play without me. Shalia hugged her legs, grumbling about Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared before her. Oh, quite obedient. Waiting here for me, he teased. Shalia, startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, threw a hanger at him. Do you want to scare me to death? Can you not use that instant teleportation so casually? She scolded. Do not be angry yet. I told you I would bring you some fruit. Lin Feng took out the peculiar fruits from the capsule and handed them to Shalia. Eat them, and something wonderful will happen. Shalia accepted the strange fruits, examining their unusual shapes. Initially puzzled, she looked up at Lin Feng's serene expression and bit into one without hesitation. What wonderful thing! She began, but before she could finish, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. What is this sensation? With a scream, a white light enveloped Shalia, mirroring Lin Feng's earlier experience. I feel stronger. Darles, calm down, there's more. Keep eating. Lin Feng tossed her a few more spirit tree fruits. Moments later, a white light emanated from Shalia again, and as the light and energy began to settle, Lin Feng instructed, stand up and let me see. How do you feel now? I feel stronger, but it seems I cannot grow any further. Shalia replied as she got to her feet. Lin Feng counted the remaining spirit tree fruits. It seems correct. The smaller spirit tree fruits are indeed constrained by some rules. Too many 1T work. Lin Feng observed Shalia standing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Goodness. It appears these spirit tree fruits truly have a ripening effect. You've grown taller, it seems. Very nice. His gaze wandered to places it perhaps should not have. Shalia approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Indeed, there is a palpable difference, especially in height. I can distinctly feel that I have grown taller. This fruit is truly miraculous. Is there any more? I wish to indulge further. As Shalia gazed at her increasingly flawless figure in the mirror, her mind began to concoct schemes. This fruit should not be consumed recklessly. Overindulgence in anything can lead to adverse effects. Lin Feng glanced at the dwindling fruits and pondered their value. Consuming it now would be futile. It would not enhance her strength, so it would be wiser to reserve it for her mother. Let's allow her to experience it as well. As Lin Feng reached for the door, he was startled to find Janae's ears positioned attentively towards him. She had been waiting outside for quite some time. I heard some commotion inside, Janae stammered, but Lin Feng paid no heed and directly offered the fruit to her. Mother, try this fruit, it is quite delectable. Indeed. Auntie, Shalia chimed in. Persuaded by their encouragement, Janae consumed the fruits. This fruit is astonishing. I can distinctly feel my strength surging. Janae exclaimed with excitement. Auntie, it is far more than that. Shalia, barefoot, gently urged Janae towards the interior, leading her to the mirror. Oh my, who is that? Is it me? Janae could hardly believe that the youthful figure reflected before her was indeed herself. She had not anticipated looking younger. What do you think, Annie? Do you see that I've grown taller? This fruit is simply extraordinary. Rising to her feet, Shalia began to demonstrate in front of Janae. Darles, what kind of fruit is this? Observing their astonishment, Lin Feng explained the nature of the spirit tree fruit. What? This fruit has drawn its essence from the planet's spiritual energy. Shalia exclaimed incredulously. Lin Feng clarified. Yes, however, the planets I cultivate are devoid of civilization and have not engaged in any malevolent deeds. That is still unacceptable. Ugh, why didn't you mention it earlier? Shalia retorted vehemently. It appeared that Earth's education had transformed Shalia, almost erasing her Saiyan nature. Lin Feng turned to Janae, who remained silent, refraining from commenting on his actions. It seemed that Janae, having faced life and death, understood that only the strong are entitled to discuss the fate of others. Thus her response was far more measured than Shalia's. All right, I understand. I shall refrain from such actions in the future, Lin Feng replied outwardly to Shalia. Though internally he mused, I will certainly do it again. In this world of Dragon Ball, where the law of the jungle prevails, only by attaining the highest dimension does one deserve to decide the fate of a planet or a race, much like Beerus. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng took the opportunity to relax, for an inevitable battle loomed on the horizon, and rest was essential. He accompanied Shalia on shopping excursions, joined his mother in procuring ingredients, leisurely fished, and collected wild fruits to place at Goku's doorstep. One day, as Lin Feng prepared to fish, he received a call from Gak. Darles, the spaceship has been modified. Please come swiftly to Tai's residence. Lin Feng answered the phone, and the voice of Jack echoed from the other end. Indifferent to the conversation, Lin Feng promptly hung up and instantaneously transported himself to Tai Si's side. In the backyard of Tai Si's home, an enormous spaceship had materialized, reminiscent of the one he recalled belonging to Vegeta. Such swift progress. Truly, Dr. Briefs is remarkable. Lin Feng expressed his admiration with a thumbs up directed at Dr. Briefs. Of course, my father is the smartest man in the world, Bulma declared with pride. Darius, I have already input the coordinates of the planet where Shrag is located into the spaceship, Jack informed Lin Feng while patting his arm. All right, I understand. I will return home to bid farewell to my family and join you shortly, Lin Feng replied, placing his hand on his forehead, vanishing from sight. Upon learning of Lin Feng's departure, Jin had prepared a plethora of dishes, neatly stored in a universal capsule. Mother, I am leaving. Please take good care of yourself while I am away, Lin Feng said, bidding farewell to Jin. Okay, I understand. Do take care, and if you cannot win, retreat. Jin responded, gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly, gently caressing his face. What about Sister Shalia? Where has she gone? She isn't home? Lin Feng inquired, glancing towards Shalia's open door, which revealed an empty space within. I'm not sure. That little girl is quite the enigma. She may have gone out shopping, Jin explained. Indeed, Shalia often proved to be unpredictable, and Lin Feng decided not to dwell on it. I intended to say goodbye to her, but please convey my regards to her. Mother, I must be off. Jack is waiting for me. With that, Lin Feng vanished from the spot, reappearing in the courtyard of Tai Si's home. I am ready. Let us depart, Jack. Lin Feng signaled Jack, preparing to board the spaceship. Wait a moment. Brother Lin Feng, your detector, and the Dragon Ball radar. Tai Si hurriedly approached Lin Feng, handing him the devices. Oh, thank you. I almost forgot about these two items, Lin Feng said, donning the detector and placing the Dragon Ball radar into his waist pouch. Once he confirmed that nothing was left behind, Lin Feng and Jack entered the spaceship. Lin Feng was not particularly skilled at operating the craft, but fortunately, Jack was adept and soon had the ship ready for launch. The system broadcast indicates we are expected to arrive at Planet Nar in approximately 1 month, the voice announced. A month. It seems I shall have ample time to train aboard this ship. Jack, you shall be my sparring partner, Lin Feng declared to Jack, who was at the controls. Darius, are you jesting? How could I possibly be your sparring partner? One punch from you could incapacitate me. It's best if you practice on your own, Jack exclaimed. Wouldn't he that make me a mere punching bag? Jack's mind raced, overwhelmed with frustration. Fear not. I possess a senza bean. Consuming just one will restore me to full strength, Lin Feng stated, pulling a senza bean from his pocket to show Jack. With a laugh, Lin Feng began striking his own abdomen until he coughed up blood. Regarding Lin Feng's self-harming behavior, Jack initially felt perplexed, followed by astonishment. What are you doing? Hey, are you out of your mind? What on earth is this? We haven't even reached the battlefield yet. Don't go and kill yourself. Hold on. Lin Feng promptly placed the celestial bean into his mouth and swallowed it whole. See, I'm back to normal. Just be my sparring partner, Jack. I have plenty of celestial beans. After consuming the celestial bean, Lin Feng instantly regained his vigor. No way, Darles. Are you insane? Even if I don't believe in the celestial beings, you shouldn't harm yourself like this. The image of Lin Feng's self-inflicted wounds replayed in Jack's mind, solidifying his resolve to decline the offer of being a sparring partner. I can't be your sparring partner. I still need to pilot the spaceship. You can train by yourself. Jack flatly rejected Lin Feng's request, unwilling to experiment with celestial beings, for a punch to himself would only bring him pain. Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, a melodic female voice interrupted them. Let me be your sparring partner instead. Chapter 48. Gravity Training. Let me be your sparring partner instead. A sultry voice emerged from the spaceship's front door, and a young girl clad in a tight combat suit gracefully stepped out, the owner of the voice. Sister Halia, what are you doing here? When did you come in? How did I not notice? Lin Feng was utterly astonished by Halia's sudden appearance. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? I'm good friends with Tai Si, and I asked her to let me board the spaceship early. How about that? My ability to conceal my presence has improved significantly, hasn't it? And what do you think of this outfit? I had Tai Si's father help me make it. Halia playfully posed in her fitted attire. In stark contrast to Halia's playful demeanor, Lin Feng wore a serious expression. Why did you come along? I'm facing a cosmic tyrant this time. If he regains his youth, he would be as dangerous as Frieza. Seeing that Halia was utterly unaware of the peril they were about to face, Lin Feng's concern grew. Halia had secretly infiltrated the spaceship, while fighting alone allowed for undivided focus. Having someone to protect could lead to distractions. I've grown stronger. After eating that fruit, I feel like I can help you, Halia fervently explained, Noticing Lin Feng's rising anger, Lin Feng pointed the detector at Helia. Your combat power is now at 15. That's a significant improvement. The next moment, his expression turned grave. But the enemy's combat power is in the millions. This level of strength is still inadequate. Come here. Hold on to me. I'm sending you back to Earth. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Helia leaned back, taking a few steps away. No, I want to fight alongside you. If you die, what will happen to Aunt Ginyu and me? More people mean more strength. Hey, sister. It's precisely because if you join the battle, you become my Achilles heel. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. In that case, join me for training. I aim to enhance your strength within this month. I shall show no mercy. Do not hold it against me if I am overly rigorous. As Lin Feng spoke, he drew closer to Zelia, yet she appeared to remain on guard, retreating slightly. Do not move. You must promise me. Do not send me back. Stay right there. Otherwise, I shall leap out this instant. Zelia warned, her gaze fixed warily on Lin Feng as she gestured towards the vastness of space outside the window. Very well. I shall remain still, Lin Feng conceded, realizing he had no other option. He indeed intended to send Zelia back to Earth when she let her guard down. But it seemed she had seen through his plan. Hey, I say you too. Can you not ignore my presence? I am still here. And you, my dear lady, please do not leap. If you do, we are doomed. Jack exclaimed, flustered as he frantically maneuvered the spaceship. All right, I promise, I will not send you back. Lin Feng said, stepping back to distance himself from Zelia. Only after Lin Feng's agreement did Zelia feel secure enough to move away from the window. Once both had calmed down, Zelia approached Lin Feng, stopping beside a pillar and leaning against it, turning her back to him. I apologize. I was indeed a bit unreasonable earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Feng merely moved his lips without uttering a word. I was wrong. Let us do as you say. I too wish to grow stronger. Train me well. I want to contribute, Zelia said, playfully shaking Lin Feng's arm as though she were being coy. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Oh, so you say? Are you not afraid I might mar your beauty? He teased. As I mentioned, our Saiyan race experiences an increase in combat power after recovering from near-death states, and I intend to utilize this method to enhance your strength. Lin Feng shared his plan with Zelia. Mar my beauty? Please do not strike my face, Zelia exclaimed, cradling her cheeks in alarm. Lin Feng approached Jack, observing the gravity control panel, though he was not well versed in the spaceship's control systems. However, considering Jack's physical capabilities, he knew that setting the gravity too high would be unbearable for him. With that in mind, Lin Feng began to learn the spaceship's operation alongside Jack. Approximately an hour later, Lin Feng had proficiently mastered piloting the spacecraft. Jack, you should rest in the adjacent room. I am about to activate the gravity system for training, he instructed. Upon hearing the phrase, activate the gravity system, Jack hurriedly retreated to the next room without another word. Lin Feng manipulated the console, adjusting the gravity system to 10 times its normal level. Phew. Indeed, my body feels significantly heavier, he remarked. Zelia, are you all right? He called, adjusting to the newly set 10-fold gravity. Meanwhile, Zelia struggled to cope with the sudden change. I am fine, she stammered, striving to maintain her posture. However, the abrupt shift in gravity rendered her body somewhat uncontrollable. I shall not be crushed by such trivial gravity, Zelia declared, slowly straightening her form as a powerful aura enveloped her. Before long, both had adjusted to the 10-fold gravity. Now, the next challenge awaits. Let us increase it to 20 times, Lin Feng announced as he began to adjust the gravity system once more. After adapting to 10 times the gravitational force, the two individuals felt little pressure under 20 times gravity and swiftly adjusted their states. In light of this, Lin Feng decided to increase the gravity to 50 times. With a decisive manipulation of the control panel, he raised the gravity. Suddenly, Celia collapsed onto the ground. She exerted all her strength to rise, but no matter how hard she tried, her body felt as if it were glued to the floor, unable even to lift her head. How infuriating! Celia struggled to catch her breath under the oppressive weight. Observing her plight, Lin Feng fervently encouraged her from the sidelines. Keep going. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Yet, despite Lin Feng's motivation, under the 50 times gravity, Celia found herself utterly devoid of strength to rise. Lying on the ground, she gasped for air, her muscles refusing to obey her commands. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Celia coughed up blood. Lin Feng immediately shut off the gravity system, but in that instant, More blood gushed from Celia's mouth. At that moment, Celia felt as if death were imminent. Blood stained her battle suit. Her cheeks turned pale, and her eyes lost their luster. This was the first time she felt death so close. Lin Feng hurriedly took out a magical bean, chewed it, and fed it to Celia. Gradually, she managed to rise from the ground, her vitality returning. Breathing heavily, she quickly regained her composure. I thought I was going to die? This 50 times gravity is indeed too much. Oh, too much, you say? I refuse to believe that. If it's you, you can certainly handle it. Shall I give it another go? Lin Feng reactivated the 50 times gravity, while Celia was brewing a torrent of curses for Lin Feng in her mind. Lin Feng, you. Despite the renewed 50 times gravity, Celia was perplexed to find herself still standing, unlike before. What? Why am I not collapsing? Celia looked at her body in confusion, realizing that her organs were not being crushed as they had been previously. Her body merely trembled slightly before gradually adjusting to the 50 times gravity. Lin Feng observed Celia's combat power, which astonishingly reached 40. This time, her combat prowess had surged significantly. Now you possess 400,000 combat power. Am I not correct? You have indeed grown stronger, Lin Feng proclaimed with confidence, hands on his hips. Indeed, 400,000 combat power. I have 400,000 as well, Celia exclaimed joyfully, dancing in delight, before leaping into Lin Feng's arms, prompting him to embrace her. However, Lin Feng soon regretted this, as lifting Celia under 50 times gravity proved to be quite a challenge. You ought to lose some weight, Sister Celia. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson as he struggled to catch his breath. Humph, my weight is perfectly standard. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Celia retorted, freeing herself from Lin Feng's grasp with a huff. All right, it's merely a matter of adjusting to 50 times the gravity. Let us commence our training. Lin Feng swiftly shifted the topic to prevent Celia from becoming irate once more. After uttering these words, he began performing push-ups. Observing Lin Feng, Celia joined him in the exercise. With Lin Feng's current combat prowess, the 50-fold gravity was but a trifling challenge, whereas Celia found it somewhat arduous. As Lin Feng accelerated his pace, Celia struggled to keep up, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Are you done? Very well. Lin Feng carried Celia to another room and gently placed her on the bed he had prepared in advance. Exhausted, Celia soon drifted into slumber. Lin Feng returned to the gravity chamber, resolutely continuing his training. Merely doing push-ups was insufficient. He needed to engage in full-body exercises. It was time to practice evasive maneuvers. Lin Feng activated the laser system, and dozens of laser eyes emerged from various corners of the spacecraft. Come on, let us see who is swifter. With a swift whoosh, Lin Feng was struck in the face as a laser shot forth, searing his arm. A crimson line appeared on his skin, blood oozing from the wound. Almost immediately, another beam of light targeted his leg. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng reacted in time to evade this attack. Damn it, I was careless. Gazing at the wound on his arm, Lin Feng became serious, skillfully dodging the incoming laser beams. His speed of evasion increased, while the rate of fire from the laser eyes intensified. However, apart from that initial misstep, Lin Feng sustained no further injuries. It seemed he had fully acclimated to the 50-fold gravity. He strolled to the control panel and gazed intently at the display reading 50. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us directly increase to 100 times the gravity." Instantly, the numeral on the screen doubled, transforming from green to red. 100 times the gravity represented the maximum threshold of the gravity chamber. Ah! Lin Feng roared, exerting every ounce of strength to adapt to the sudden surge in gravitational force. His legs trembled, his once straight back bent, and ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground. Ah! Ah! With each agonizing cry, Lin Feng's contorted body gradually regained its form, his legs rising from the floor as he finally began to acclimatize to the 100-fold gravity. Chapter 49. The Planet Nar and the Planet Gator inside the spacecraft. A creature in the shape of a large character lay sprawled on the ground, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. Lin Feng struggled to rise, deactivating the gravity system before collapsing once more. He recalled the training he had undergone the previous night under 100 times the gravity, countless laser beams striking his body. Upon looking up, he noticed numerous holes in his combat suit. Though the power of the laser eyes was not particularly formidable, the cumulative damage had ultimately penetrated the suit. Initially, he could easily evade some of the laser eyes, but as time passed, his body under 100 times the gravity could no longer react with remarkable agility. He became little more than a living target, with the laser eyes leaving numerous marks on his body, forcing him to rely on the magical beams to sustain his strength. Fortunately, he had finally adapted to the 100-fold gravity. Exhausted, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber on the ground. Darius! Darius! The voice of Jack stirred Lin Feng from his dreams. As he gradually opened his eyes, he gazed blearily at Jack. How long have I been asleep? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Oh dear, you have been asleep for 10 days. Lin Feng immediately awakened. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Jack. 10 days? How could I have slept for so long? Jack waved his hand dismissively, indicating his own uncertainty. You ask me, and I ask whom? When I woke up that day, you were lying on the ground, tattered and surrounded by craters. One might think we had been ambushed. I couldn't carry you. So it was Celia who brought you to bed. At that moment, Lin Feng realized he was completely unclothed. Did Celia remove my clothes? His cheeks flushed as he glanced at his own body. You rascal, blushing like a teapot, are you? Although it was I who removed your clothes, I assure you, I have no interest in you. Jack handed Lin Feng a new combat uniform, stepping back with a look of disdain. Upon hearing Jack's remark, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, accepting the set of galactic patrol attire and promptly changing into it. Where is Sister Celia? Lin Feng inquired after donning the combat uniform. Oh, her? Just step outside and you'll see. You Saiyans, whether male or female, are always eager to grow stronger. Jack gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng exited the room and entered the gravity chamber. The screen prominently displayed 50 times gravity, and his gaze fell upon Celia, who was engaged in evasion training. Beams of laser fire shot towards her, yet no matter how many were launched, Celia adeptly dodged each one, leaving not a single shot to touch her. Oh my! Well done, Sister Celia. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise her. Indeed, aren't I impressive? Celia replied, raising her thumb to her face, a proud smile illuminating her features. However, the next moment, a laser struck her in the abdomen. Ah! A shriek escaped Celia's lips. This scene reminded Lin Feng of a memorable moment, prompting him to burst into laughter. Why are you laughing at me? Celia had already deactivated her laser eyes. No, I was merely reminded of something amusing. Lin Feng turned away, continuing to chuckle. You still laugh. Lin Feng. Celia soared into the air, having fully adapted to the 50 times gravity. She launched an attack with newfound ease, charging towards Lin Feng. Is she attempting a sneak attack? Lin Feng sensed Celia's movement and sidestepped her assault. When her stealthy attempt failed, Celia accelerated and threw a powerful punch, which Lin Feng also evaded. Oh, trying to ambush me? Not a chance. Just as her words faded, Celia's legs swept towards Lin Feng. Don't underestimate me, Darius. Am I truly that amusing? Celia continued her relentless assault. In a sudden motion, Lin Feng reached out and grasped Celia's leg, his hand gliding along her thigh. Your movements are excessively sluggish. Although you possess strength, your execution is too slow. Lin Feng resumed his pretentious lecturing. At that very moment, Celia suddenly intensified her aura, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Feng's face. The forceful strike caused him to wince in pain, compelling him to release her leg. How do you like that? Do you still underestimate me? Celia pouted defiantly. Her head held high, her ponytail swaying in tandem. It appears this young lady has made considerable progress over the past few days. Lin Feng was astonished by Celia's advancement, leaving him curious about her current combat prowess. Celia, you've improved significantly, haven't you? You must have trained diligently while I was in a stupor. Lin Feng glanced at the various dents and dings within the spaceship, relieved that Dr. Beerus had designed it well enough that the power of the laser eyes had not compromised its navigation. Indeed, I have trained with utmost dedication. It's all thanks to that magical bean of yours. Without it, I would have surely faltered. Celia produced a mystical bean, holding it up with pride. A mystical bean. I see you took it while I was asleep. Lin Feng's stomach rumbled, signaling hunger. He faced two choices, to consume the mystical bean directly or indulge in gourmet food. Naturally, he opted for the latter, retrieving a selection of delicacies prepared by G from the universal capsule, and the three of them savored the feast together. Meanwhile, on planet Nar, within a chamber adorned with totems, an elderly man contemplated the symbols on the wall. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, and the chamber door was obliterated. Old man, my subordinates have located 8 of the orbs. Only one remains. Tell me where the last one is. The speaker emanated a sinister aura, exuding menace. The elder turned to the source of the voice, shaking his head and sighing. Slag, do not be so hasty. The last Dragon Ball has been accounted for, but have you truly considered your intentions? The elder inquired earnestly, unfazed by Slag's rudeness. Of course I have. I wish to restore my youth. I seek vengeance against King Cooled. The title of Cosmic Emperor is rightfully mine. As Slag spoke, his countenance grew grotesque, akin to a rabid dog on the verge of madness. Fine, I understand, but grant me some time, the elder replied, gazing thoughtfully at the totems on the wall. I require time to locate the final Dragon Ball. On the spaceship, Lin Feng and Celia were training vigorously. Da-da-da. Celia exerted herself, her shouts growing louder as her punches became increasingly powerful. In the face of Lin Feng's overwhelming strength, her attacks were largely futile. However, in the interest of fairness, he deliberately suppressed his aura to match hers, thereby enhancing his own capabilities. Lin Feng raised his hands defensively before his chest, successfully blocking Celia's relentless barrage of attacks. Gradually, he sensed that Celia's aura intensified in tandem with the increasing speed of her punches. Becoming alert, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, utilizing both hands and feet to turn Celia's advantage into a disadvantage. Now it was Celia's turn to defend. She systematically neutralized each of his assaults, blocking with her arms and evading with her body. However, as Lin Feng accelerated further, Celia began to gasp for breath, ultimately receiving a powerful kick that sent her flying. She let out a piercing scream as she crashed heavily to the ground. Are you all right? I might have been a bit too forceful, Sister Celia. Lin Feng inquired with concern as he rushed to her side. It seems there is still a significant gap between us. I will train diligently in the coming days. Celia replied, rising and brushing the dust off her clothes before heading into the break room. As days passed, Lin Feng and Celia continued their rigorous training. The following day, they were set to arrive at Planet Nar. The ship's intercom announced the upcoming arrival. By the way, Gak, what kind of planet is Nar? Lin Feng asked curiously. What kind of planet? I'm not too sure myself. I only know that it was once called Gator, but it was renamed Nar after the invasion by the Shrag. Gak recalled, stroking his head as he reminisced about past events. Oh, I see. Nar and Gator, just a letter apart. What does the renaming signify? It's quite perplexing. Wait a moment. Gator, isn't that one of the planets inhabited by Namekians mentioned by Shenron? Lin Feng exclaimed, his excitement evident as he pressed Gak further. Gak, have Namekians ever existed on Nar? Namekians? I haven't heard of them. They probably aren't within my jurisdiction, Gak replied, shaking his head. It appeared that Gak was indeed unaware. But it mattered little. As long as it was an answer from Shenron, it must be trustworthy. What a serendipitous discovery of Gator. I wonder if Dragon Balls might exist there. Perhaps I could learn about my father's whereabouts through a wish. This was undoubtedly monumental news for me. Once I deal with Shrag, I can investigate the presence of Dragon Balls on that planet. Excitement surged within me. Could Gak accelerate our journey? I want to smash Shrag to pieces. Lin Feng made a gesture of triumph. For him, victory in this battle felt like a foregone conclusion. Of course, hearing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, Gak's heart soared with joy. If Lin Feng could defeat Shrag, he would surely be promoted. Full speed ahead. We expect to arrive in as little as 12 hours. Chapter 50. The Nine-Headed Shenron on Planet Nar, Shrag. We have detected a spacecraft approaching our planet. Announced an extraterrestrial being wearing glasses to Shrag. Oh, they've come knocking so soon. How infuriating. If this had happened in my youth, no one would have dared to treat me this way. Time spares no one. Schlag pounded the table, clenching his fists tightly. No, King Schlag, the alien observed, detecting that the figures before him were not the frozen demon, but rather that insufferable galactic patrolman from last time, accompanied by two beings of notably lesser combat prowess. Oh, so it is that galactic patrolman? It seems there is no cause for concern. Schlag rose from his throne, gazing at the three figures on the screen. Let us go and meet this galactic patrolman. With several subordinates in tow, Schlag exited the chamber. The spaceship is about to land. Please ensure your safety. Safety? It won't be safe once we land. Gak retorted. High combat power detected approaching. Please remain alert. The ship emitted a series of urgent alarms. In the distance, several figures were closing in on Lin Feng and his companions at an alarming speed. Perfect timing. I'll use them to test the results of my month-long training. Helia declared confidently, fully prepared for battle. As Schlag and his entourage advanced slowly, he mocked, oh, Aren't you that galactic patrolman from last time? What brings you back for more punishment? Ha! One of his minions laughed along, jeering. How did someone as pathetic as you become a galactic patrolman? He raised his middle finger at Gak. Enough chatter, Hylia shouted, dashing toward the insolent minion with blinding speed. A blast of energy struck his abdomen, instantly obliterating him. Hylia then turned her attention to the remaining foes, skillfully dispatching them with a flurry of blows, rendering them unconscious and grouping them together, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and as it faded, a large crater revealed dismembered limbs scattered within. The radiance cast upon Gak's face, where concern etched his features, left him astonished by Hylia's prowess. He never anticipated that the villain he struggled to apprehend could be so effortlessly vanquished by her. In stark contrast, Schlag exhibited no surprise at all. Oh, impressive, but this level of skill is still insufficient to defeat me. With that, Schlag unleashed his malevolent aura. Come, let us engage in battle. I wish to see if the frail remnants of my former self can be so easily trifled with. You shall face me. A magnetic voice echoed from the spaceship, and in the blink of an eye, a figure emerged from the shadows, Lin Feng. He regarded the aging Schlag with disdain, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he instantaneously appeared before Schlag, delivering a swift chop that severed Schlag's right hand. Following this, a series of powerful punches struck Schlag's abdomen, culminating in a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Cursed be this man. His power exceeds my own. Schlag, I cannot defeat this man. Use the Dragon Balls to restore my youth. Quickly, have you made your decision, Schlag? Receiving the telepathic message from Schlag, Slago promptly responded. Old fool, spare me your words. Hurry, if you don't act soon, I shall perish. Slago gazed at the screen displaying Schlag, who lay prone on the ground. Just as he had described, Slago removed his dark cloak and turned his attention to the totem on the wall. The method for creating the 9th Dragon Ball required the sacrifice of the creator's life to fulfill the wishes of the sacrificer. Slago transmitted this information to Schlag, naively expecting a reaction, yet to his dismay, Schlag showed no response, merely urging him to proceed. Reflecting on their initial encounter, Slago recalled that both he and Schlag were once Namekians. Schlag was an evil super Namekian, possessing formidable combat prowess from a young age. In contrast, Slago was a flawed Dragon Clan Namekian, unable to create a proper Dragon Ball due to insufficient psychic energy, and was cast out into the cosmos, adrift after leaving Namek. He was relentlessly pursued by minions of the Ice Demon clan, ultimately encountering Schlag on a planet named after him. Compassionate towards his kin, Schlag took him in. As Schlag grew, he became increasingly malevolent, his strength multiplying. Schlag conquered countless planets, but over time, a new cosmic overlord emerged, a being named King Cold, an ice demon who clashed with Schlag in a fierce battle. Ultimately, both Schlag and King Cold suffered devastating losses, and gradually, Schlag began to age, his combat abilities waning. By a twist of fate, Slago found himself on this planet, once inhabited by Namekians, where he stumbled upon the secret of the Dragon Balls. This method of creation had been proposed by another flawed Namekian. Slago had previously urged Schlag to submit to King Cold and offer tribute, but Schlag refused and, upon learning of the Dragon Balls, coerced Slago into their creation. Very well, let me repay your kindness, old fool, Slago mused, reminiscing about how Schlag had once defended him, a smile gracing his face. May these memories remain frozen in this moment. Come forth, Shenron. As the sacrificer, I make my wish. Restore the youth of that Namekian named Schlag. In an instant, Slago transformed into a radiant beam of light, becoming the 9th Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, the 9 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant glow, and a colossal black 9-headed dragon emerged from the orbs, soaring into the sky. Upon the final dragon's head rested the very essence of Slago's soul. The entire planet was enveloped in light, yet it vanished in an instant. Witnessing this wondrous spectacle, Lin Feng, who was engaged in battle, was momentarily struck dumb. What is that? A 9-headed dragon. Lin Feng gazed upward at the fleeting dragon. This was a sight he had never encountered, even in the memories of his past life. This Dragon Ball world transcended his imagination. It confirmed the notion that wherever Namekians exist, there too may lie the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians may vary significantly. Yet, the Dragon Balls have emerged. Why is my dragon radar unresponsive? Just as Lin Feng stood in astonishment, Schlag, lying on the ground, had already risen, appearing rejuvenated. Haha. The sensation of youth is truly delightful. This is power. Shrag laughed heartily, his overwhelming aura crashing towards Lin Feng like relentless waves. This malevolent and formidable presence rendered Zelia and Gak unable to open their eyes, with Gak swiftly retreating into the spaceship. Damn, I didn't expect this fellow to possess such immense energy. Zelia gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand upright. Sister Zelia, quickly return to the ship for shelter. Things have escalated. Lin Feng regained his composure, adopting a combat stance. With a resounding bang, before Lin Feng could react, his body was forcefully slammed to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he found Shrag mercilessly pressing him down. The sensors at the corners of his eyes shattered. What's wrong? Weren't you quite formidable just now? Shrag vented all his earlier fury on Lin Feng, speaking as he exerted pressure. Damn, I can't believe this guy has become so strong after regaining his youth. Lin Feng roared fiercely, a surge of intense energy erupting from his body as he endeavored to dislodge Shrag's foot. In an instant, Shrag's foot was forced off Lin Feng, who quickly regained his stance, distancing himself from Shrag. Yet, before Lin Feng could fully compose himself, Shrag lunged at him. An iron fist aimed at his abdomen. Haha, you shall perish here today. Lin Feng endured the blow, crashing into the stone wall, the excruciating pain radiating through his entire being. The agony heightened Lin Feng's awareness as he retaliated with fierce kicks to Shrag's abdomen, attempting to push him away. However, Shrag did not yield to Lin Feng's assault. He grasped Lin Feng's arm, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. This is my power. Shrag's ferocity intensified as he unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks upon Lin Feng, each strike imbued with destructive force, mercilessly battering Lin Feng. No, if this continues, I shall merely be a punching bag. Though this overwhelming power does not match Frieza's, it is still enough to suppress me. The Namekian. That's right. Shrag. His weakness is the whistle. Just as another of Shrag's heavy punches was about to descend, a melodious whistle unexpectedly escaped Lin Feng's lips. A sound so enchanting that to Shrag it was like the voice of a demon. In an instant, Shrag halted his assault, clutching his ears. His expression contorted in agony as he curled up on the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng propelled himself off the stone wall, launching towards Shrag like a cannonball. Shrag was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn, what is this sound? Shrag was nearly driven to madness by the whistling. Shrag emitted a heart-wrenching roar. With his final cry, an unknown liquid streamed from his temples, blood of the Namekian. A pair of ears slipped from Shrag's grasp, bound between his temples by tattered garments, and then, through the swirling dust, he staggered forth. Horrors! He had actually torn off his own ears. Lin Feng's heart quaked. He realized that a fierce battle was imminent. If only I could transform into a giant ape. Not just Shrag. Even Frieza would not intimidate me. After enduring inhumane torment, Shrag had become increasingly irate, harboring murderous intent towards Lin Feng. Witnessing this, Lin Feng was consumed by a singular thought. Flee. He dashed toward the stone forest behind him, swiftly suppressing his energy to a minimum. Lin Feng surmised that Shrag would likely lack the ability to sense energy, yet prudence compelled him to conceal his presence. Shrag immediately pursued him, a smirk curling upon his lips as he beheld the stone forest. Insects, you truly bring disgrace to the Galactic Patrol. Do you think hiding will avail you? Lin Feng crouched behind a rock, hastily chewing on a healing bean. With a roar, Shrag completed his transformation into a giant. What was that sound? Lin Feng peeked out, stealing a glance at the colossal beast before him, his brow furrowing as he sensed Shrag's combat power surging anew. The transformed Shrag wreaked havoc upon the stone forest, sparing no corner from his destruction. Chapter 51. The Might of the Great Ape. Shrag, an evil super Namekian, possessed formidable combat prowess from a young age, standing out as a prodigy among warrior Namekians. Now restored to his youth, Lin Feng's greatest fears had indeed materialized. Behind a massive stone pillar, Lin Feng lamented his misfortune. Damn it, I never anticipated the presence of Dragon Balls on this planet. Truly a case of fearing what comes to pass. Bang! The pillar shattered suddenly, its fragments scattering in all directions. Lin Feng's position was instantly revealed, laid bare to Shrag's gaze. Die, Galactic Patrol. Shrag gathered a green energy blast in his mouth. This is bad. Thanks to Shrag's taunt, Lin Feng managed to react just in time. At the moment the energy blast coalesced, he dashed beneath Shrag's legs. The green energy projectile erupted from Shirag, reducing the spot where Lin Feng had just stood to a gaping crater. Fortunately, Shirag's prelude allowed him ample time to evade. This blast was certainly on par with my King Kong shockwave. This spot was a blind zone. Though Shirag's strength had amplified after his transformation, his speed had deteriorated, explaining why Piccolo seldom utilized his own giant form. You can hide like a bug. I wonder how long you can sustain this. Ha ha ha. Shirag mocked incessantly. This Shirag certainly had a penchant for trash talk. Nevertheless, it bore no weight on me. Do you see me paying you any mind? As Lin Feng was filled with unwavering confidence in his actions, Schlag turned his gaze toward the distant spaceship, already gathering a green energy blast in his mouth. This is bad. Lin Feng discerned Schlag's intentions. He leaped forward, positioning himself before Schlag. With both hands clasped to his chest, he immediately conjured a red energy sphere. Hua! The Ape King shockwave. In the darkness, the collision of a red and a green shockwave illuminated the night with their brilliance. Lin Feng continuously amplified his aura, channeling all of his energy into the shockwave, and in an instant, the volume of the red shockwave doubled. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the green shockwave. The two beams of light began to converge, and soon the green one threatened to engulf the red. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, a blue wave of energy intertwined with the red shockwave, enveloping it. The Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha wave. Who wielded it? There appeared Celia, maneuvering the Kamehameha wave with great effort, inching closer to Lin Feng. Sister Celia, how could you perform the Kamehameha wave? Lin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. He never anticipated that this Kamehameha wave originated from Celia. There was no time for explanations. They needed to deal with this monstrous threat first. I have already sent Gak to seek reinforcements. Never did I expect Schlag to be so formidable. Gritting her teeth, Celia concentrated all her strength into the Kamehameha wave. With their combined efforts, the green shockwave began to recede. Huh! Schlag roared, and the green shockwave expanded in size. The previously retreating green shockwave suddenly surged forward, closing in on Lin Feng and Celia. Just as the shockwave was about to reach them, Lin Feng placed his right hand on Celia's waist. Run, Sister Celia. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, propelling Celia several hundred meters away. Then, his body made contact with the green shockwave, resulting in a tremendous explosion of light that transformed the night into day, illuminating the sky. Celia could hardly process the scene before her. The blinding light from the explosion illuminated her face clearly, and she covered her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the light faded. Celia's tears were scattered by the wind, her mouth agape, repeatedly calling Lin Feng's name. However, the cacophony from the explosion drowned out her voice, rendering her unable to hear herself. Moments later, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thud. Darius! Celia cried out Lin Feng's name. She was nearly frantic, striving to reach Lin Feng at the fastest speed possible. Ha ha! The Galactic Patrol is merely a bunch of incompetent fools. Schlag had noticed Celia, extending his palm toward her. Celia's focus was entirely on Lin Feng, leaving her unable to react as she was struck and sent flying. I didn't expect another insect. Let us eliminate it as well. Schlag advanced slowly toward Celia. Celia collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent from unleashing the Kamehameha wave, having exhausted every ounce of her strength. She was now a lamb at the mercy of her predators. How detestable. If only I could be a bit stronger. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Celia forced one eye open. In that moment, she was a stark contrast to her elegant and graceful self on Earth. Slag approached gradually, finally seizing her within his grasp. Die, Slag declared as he clenched his fingers, squeezing Celia tightly. Ah! Celia cried out in agony, the intense pain provoking fresh tears to spill from her eyes. Suddenly, a crimson beam struck Slag's arm, severing his grip on Celia. This time, it was Slag who screamed in pain. Celia immediately slipped from Slag's fist, but she had lost consciousness. From a distance, Lin Feng emerged slowly from the smoke. His demeanor altered, a hint of something different flickered in his profound gaze, his pupils now a vivid red. Enveloped by a green aura, confidence radiated from Lin Feng, a power he recognized all too well. This power, it was reminiscent of his battle with Frieza. Indeed, I cannot forget this feeling. Lin Feng produced a senzu bean and tossed it into his mouth, chewing as he approached Slag. Slag's arm had already healed, and as Lin Feng drew near, a sense of panic began to rise within him. In a frenzied manner, Slag unleashed energy blasts, yet no matter how fervently he fired, he could not harm Lin Feng in the slightest. It was as if Lin Feng instinctively knew the trajectory of the blasts, effortlessly evading them. At last, Lin Feng reached Celia's side, feeding her the chewed senzu bean. Slowly, Celia opened her eyes, gazing at the vibrant Lin Feng before her, exclaiming, "You're still alive. Darius, I knew it. You wouldn't die so easily." She buried Lin Feng's head against her chest, causing his face to flush crimson. Lin Feng recognized the inappropriateness of the moment, yet he could hardly resist the sensation. Is this the legendary embrace? He reveled in this fleeting moment. Impossible. That wretched cockroach. Slag roared in frustration, his attacks having all been evaded, his impotence manifesting as rage. Seeing Lin Feng remain unperturbed only fueled Slag's fury as he began to gather energy for a beam. Lin Feng sensed the impending threat and swiftly lifted Celia, placing her on a nearby patch of ground. "Celia, now it's my turn." Lin Feng gestured confidently toward her. Celia gazed at him with a mix of pride and lingering concern. "All right, I understand." Lin Feng turned to face Slag, soaring toward him. Upon reaching Slag, he delivered a punch to his abdomen, not just any punch, but one fortified with the power of the great ape and his own energy. A stream of acrid liquid erupted from Slag's mouth, prompting Lin Feng to instinctively step aside, unwilling to have the vile substance splatter upon him. Clutching his abdomen, Slag curled up on the ground once more. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Feng launched into a frenzied retaliation, meticulously replicating Slag's earlier assaults and returning them with equal ferocity. Slag gasped for breath, his fury palpable. "Who on earth are you? How could a galactic patrolman possess such formidable strength? Are you the legendary galactic patrolman Mels?" It was astonishing that even Slag recognized Mels, indicating that the latter's reputation instilled fear in many a cosmic villain. However, with the shared character S in their names, merely a third similarity, Lin Feng mused. "Congratulations on guessing 1/3 correctly, Mr. Namekian. Allow me to reward you with a melody." Observant as ever, Lin Feng noted that Slag's ears had regrown alongside his restored arms. "Humph. Foolish," Lin Feng scoffed, before unleashing an unending torment. Whistling a tune as he gathered crimson energy orbs in his hands, Slag swiftly covered his ears, letting out a mournful wail. Lin Feng was relentless, shouting, "Ape King's shockwave." As his voice echoed, a crimson shockwave soared into the heavens, targeting the writhing Slag below. Following a parabolic trajectory, it struck Slag, piercing through his form, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Splendid. Darles, we have triumphed," Zelia exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. She quickly flew to Lin Feng, caressing his face. "I thought you perished." Lin Feng gently took Zelia's hand, gazing at her with affection. "Sister, how could I die so easily? Do you not know who I am? The King of Saiyans. If I were to perish, who would safeguard you? Who would aid you in growing stronger?" Suddenly, a resounding slap landed on Lin Feng's cheek. "Act normal. Get lost," Zelia cried, stepping back a pace. Lin Feng rubbed his stinging face, wincing in pain. "Ouch, that hurt. By the way, Sister Zelia, how did you learn the Kamehameha wave?" Lin Feng's demeanor shifted to earnestness. "I learned it from Grandpa's son Wukong, but at that time, my control over energy was insufficient. I couldn't master it. After you taught me to harness my energy, I became more adept." Zelia turned to Lin Feng, explaining further. Just then, a faint rustle emanated from the direction of the fallen Slag, barely perceptible, yet Lin Feng's keen senses detected it. The Super Namekian Slag rose once more. Though his energy resembled that of an aged being, it appeared he was not yet truly defeated. The Namekian was indeed resilient. Lin Feng gazed at the land ravaged by his Ape King's shockwave, while Zelia looked at him in disbelief. "Are you saying Slag is still alive?" Lin Feng closed his eyes, keenly sensing Slag's energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fear etched upon his face as he looked skyward. Chapter 52. Gula Hylia held her breath, her gaze fixated on the spot where Slag had fallen. "No." Lin Feng's exclamation drew Hylia's attention deeply. What was wrong? Had her perception failed her? Hylia looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Noticing Lin Feng gazing upwards, she too tilted her head slightly. Above them, a colossal spaceship hovered ominously in the sky. Beside it stood a frozen demon, reminiscent of Frieza's third form. This aura, is it Frieza?" Hylia stared in shock at Gula above. The situation had escalated beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "It's Gula. Run. Hylia, give me your hand. Now." Lin Feng barked in a commanding tone. Gula in the sky appeared perplexed, arms crossed as he surveyed the scene below. Suddenly, a powerful energy blast separated Hylia and Lin Feng, sending Hylia crashing to the ground. Do you know Frieza? Then do you know me? Gula flashed before Hylia, questioning her. He then grasped her throat firmly, lifting her slowly. You. Hylia's eyes reddened, veins bulging. Her teeth clenched as she struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Let her go? Lin Feng's breath erupted in fury, a radiant white light emanating from him as he unleashed a series of Prince techniques towards Gula. Perhaps it was Gula's mere presence that instilled fear in him, causing him to lose his composure, disregarding the risk of harming Hylia with his energy blasts. Oh, you defeated Shrag? It seems you possess some strength. However, Shrag is merely a pawn to me. I can eliminate him at will. I kept him alive only to aid in my territorial expansion. Gula showed no intention of releasing Hylia, instead lifting her higher, now beside the barely conscious Shrag. Ah, my old friend. What happened? Reduced to this state by a mere galactic patrolman? Gula mocked, observing the faltering Shrag. Shrag struggled to raise his head, the restoration of his physical form having drained much of his energy, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Oh, you've become younger, yet remain this pathetic. It appears your opponent possesses a degree of strength. How intriguing. Gula was aware of Shrag's past battles against King Kurd, having witnessed the entire duel between Lin Feng and Shrag from his ship, fueling his curiosity about Lin Feng's prowess. I can help you eliminate him. But under one condition. You must bow to my father and pay him tribute equivalent to 2/3 of the planets you conquer each year. Gula pointed at Lin Feng, who was still recklessly unleashing Prince techniques. Shrag, fully aware of the terror that Gula represented, had narrowly escaped his clutches just half a month prior. Bowing his head, he tacitly accepted Gula's demands. In an instant, Gula flashed behind Lin Feng, delivering a crushing blow to his back. The impact jolted Lin Feng back to his senses, and in that moment, he began to berate himself. He hadn't realized that he had strayed so far from the situation. Fortunately, he had distanced himself. He had indeed acted irrationally moments ago, and had he harmed Hylia, it would have been disastrous. It appears this individual holds great significance for you. Does he not? Then I shall return her to you. Celia was cast down to the underground by Gula, just as she was about to crash violently onto the ground. A shadow unexpectedly appeared before her. A splendid opportunity. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly, teleporting beside Celia, aiming to catch her falling form. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Lin Feng was violently kicked away by Gula. A trick. Gula revealed a cunning smile as he once again seized Celia in his grasp. How intriguing. It seems you possess a teleportation skill, perhaps intending to whisk this woman away, Gula sneered. Truly, Gula. His treachery rivals that of Frieza. Gula shook the unconscious Celia in his hands, expressing his desire to witness the extent of Lin Feng's strength, given that he could defeat the young Shrag. Realizing his intentions had been unmasked by Gula, Lin Feng found himself with no choice but to engage in battle. He leaped into action, unleashing the might of the great ape, his body soaring like a cannonball as he extended his hand to reclaim Celia. As he approached, their gazes locked, and a formidable energy emanated from Gula. With a flick of his tail, Gula struck Lin Feng once more, sending him flying. After enduring a barrage of inhuman torment, Celia had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, filled with remorse. Retrieving Celia through teleportation was no longer feasible. He had no choice but to fight with all his might to save her. I refuse to believe you will not relent. Lin Feng charged at Gula, launching a knife hand strike. Gula wore a satisfied grin, blocking with his left hand before retaliating with a flick of his tail. Lin Feng managed to deflect the tail strike with his leg, delivering an uppercut to Gula's abdomen. A powerful shockwave erupted between them, forcing both to take a few steps back. Lin Feng ground his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Just as King Kurd had stated about Gula and Frieza's army. He is indeed formidable. In both combat and intellect, he is utterly unlike the Gula I once knew. Gula glanced towards Shrag, who had now fully regained his strength. Shrag, catch. Gula immediately hurled Celia towards Shrag, while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Feng's movements. Shrag caught Celia and was about to raise his hand to eliminate her when a beam of crimson light shot towards him in an instant. If you dare to harm her, I assure you, I possess the power to vanquish you once more. Lin Feng threatened Shrag, his eyes wide with determination. Your companion is in my grasp. The one who should capitulate is you. Shrag bared his teeth, roaring at Lin Feng. Enough, Shrag. I intend to engage him in a proper duel. Do not allow him to be distracted. Gula commanded Shrag. Upon hearing this, Shrag ceased his banter. How vexing. What does this Gula truly mean? Is he a false friend or a genuine villain? I cannot discern. Or is his intention merely to compel me to remain and engage him in a thorough and exhilarating battle? Regardless of Gula's nature, it appears to me that this is undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence, for he harbors no intent to kill. Defeat me, and I shall return your companion, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gula charged towards Lin Feng. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once more, battling from the heavens to the earth, with no clear victor emerging for the time being. Shrag gazed upon their clash, seemingly having come to terms with his previous defeat. It dawned upon him that the individual who vanquished him was now evenly matched with Gula. Let me try this technique. Lin Feng positioned his hands before his chest, a red energy wave coalescing in his grasp. Observing this, Gula extended his palm, standing resolute in the sky, and summoned a spherical entity of light. Sonic wave of the Ape King. Gula scoffed, casting forth the luminous sphere. The red shockwave erupted from Lin Feng's chest, traveling through the air until it collided with Gula's purple orb. Lin Feng focused his energy, augmenting his combat prowess to its zenith. Faced with Lin Feng's formidable strike imbued with the power of the giant ape, Gula could no longer maintain his composure. The red shockwave gradually consumed the purple energy sphere, transforming into a massive maroon orb that surged towards Gula. Gula outstretched his hands, attempting to intercept the energy sphere. As the energy sphere made contact with him, an overwhelming force began to infiltrate Gula's being, causing excruciating pain that elicited anguished cries. Yet Lin Feng persisted, channeling even more energy to sustain the colossal orb. The immense sphere continued to advance, forcing even the formidable Gula to retreat incessantly. He realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be engulfed by the titanic energy sphere, its explosion promising annihilation. With every inch the sphere drew closer, Gula's body sank deeper, death inching ever nearer. Shrag, observing the energy sphere nearing the ground, lifted the unconscious Zilia towards the sky, poised to flee at any moment. While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, only Lin Feng comprehended the depths of Gula's power. As he suspected, the energy sphere, now perilously close to the earth, began to ascend instead. A glimmer of golden light emanated from beneath the sphere. Gula hoisted the energy orb, ultimately redirecting it towards Lin Feng. However, due to the orb's immense mass, even Gula struggled to propel it with great speed. Lin Feng discerned that his body could not withstand such formidable energy. Only a fool would attempt to catch that. He accelerated his flight, successfully evading the massive energy sphere. As the brilliance faded, Gula emerged from the haze, slowly ascending into the sky. A mask sealed his mouth, his muscles further bulging, and horns sprouted from his head, with the blue crystal atop becoming ever more radiant. Before Lin Feng stood Gula in his transformed state. You have successfully compelled me to reveal this form. You are the first to witness it. Gula gazed at Lin Feng, his chilling words piercing deep into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng, feigning calmness, replied, "Oh, does that mean I've won against you without transforming?" Deep within, Lin Feng silently hoped that this world's Gula differed somewhat from his own understanding of the notorious figure. You did indeed win just now. You are quite formidable and have made me suffer considerably. In a moment, Gula's previously aloof expression twisted into one of fury. But how dare you treat me this way? To reduce this king to such a state of embarrassment. Unforgivable. In a flash, Gula appeared before Lin Feng, seizing his legs and hurling him to the ground with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Feng no time to react. Almost immediately, Gula materialized above Lin Feng, hands clasped, and struck down upon Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng's body plummeted, the tremendous force creating a crater upon impact, with Lin Feng lying at the bottom. Gradually rising, Lin Feng found himself laughing at his earlier thoughts. How absurd it was to hope that an enemy would acquiesce to his demands, especially one as infamous as the freezing demon. He retrieved a magical bean from his pocket, consuming it to restore his vigor before soaring into the sky. Faced with Gula in his transformed state, Lin Feng recognized that the gap between them had widened significantly. With both hands raised above his head, a white energy sphere began to coalesce. You intend to employ the same tactic? How laughable. Gula swiftly approached Lin Feng, aiming to eliminate him before the energy sphere could fully form. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. You've fallen for my ruse. At that moment, he supported the energy sphere with one hand while the other pressed against his forehead, vanishing from sight. The incomplete energy sphere plummeted onto Gula's head. Not good. Gula's body trembled, yet the half-formed energy sphere inflicted little damage. Suddenly, a giant ape composed of white light materialized and promptly consumed the energy sphere. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had instantaneously reappeared before Shrag, delivering a powerful punch to Shrag's face in an attempt to seize the unconscious Helia from his grasp. Gula quickly sensed Lin Feng's intentions, rushing to position himself between Lin Feng and Shrag at blinding speed. I never imagined you would still seek to flee. How amusing, Gula taunted. Chapter 53. Super Saiyan Darles. Helia lay in a state of unconsciousness, her presence undetectable. Lin Feng could only locate Helia by tracing Shrag's energy signature. Yet Gula repeatedly thwarted his efforts. Oh, it seems this woman is of great importance to you? Gula remarked, his gaze fixed on the prostrate Helia, a glimmer of malice evident in his eyes. Noticing Gula's unusual demeanor, Lin Feng launched an assault, propelling himself like a rocket toward Gula and landing a punch squarely on Gula's face. Oh, is this truly your strength? It barely tickles, Gula sneered, delivering a blow to Lin Feng's abdomen and ensnaring his neck with his tail. Lin Feng let out a pained groan, while Helia, still on the ground, slowly opened her eyes, awakened by the commotion before her. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Feng beheld Gula gripping his neck. Darius. Upon witnessing this, Zelia sprang into action, launching a punch at Gula, only to be halted by Schlag beside her. Schlag retaliated with a forceful blow, pinning Zelia to the ground. Staggered by the attack, Lin Feng seized Gula's tail, breaking free from his grasp. He retaliated with a punch that sent Schlag crashing down, enveloping Zelia tightly in his arms. How dare you desecrate me? Gula glared at the bite marks on his tail. In an instant, Lin Feng placed a finger to his forehead, preparing to teleport. Frantic, Gula charged at the two, unleashing a series of blows that separated them. Another barrage of strikes sent both Zelia and Lin Feng soaring into the air, and suddenly, Gula appeared above Lin Feng, delivering a brutal blow to his head. Blood gushed forth from Lin Feng's wound. Meanwhile, Gula approached the exhausted Zelia, who was mercilessly assaulted and soon collapsed onto the ground. Lin Feng lay just a few meters away from Zelia, struggling to call her name, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to reach her. Zelia, on the brink of unconsciousness, turned her head painfully towards Lin Feng. Darius, I'm fading, she uttered with her last ounce of strength, her voice trailing off into silence, resorting to lip movements to communicate. Zelia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Darius's response. I do, Lin Feng cried out, his voice laced with anguish, yearning to grasp her and hold her close. Enough. Today, you shall perish. Schlag approached Lin Feng, crushing his head beneath his foot. You have treated me with such disdain, now I shall end you both. Gula gazed at the fallen duo with contempt. No sooner had he spoken than a violet beam pierced through Zelia's chest, blood seeping from her wound, saturating her battle attire. Zelia's eyes slowly closed, her head still directed towards Lin Feng until her last breath. In that moment, the world around dimmed, and Lin Feng's pupils burned with the image of Zelia's lifeless body. His mind flooded with memories of their shared moments, from their initial meeting to their reunion. He had promised to send her to school and train with her as long as he was on Earth, cherishing her voice, her spirited nature, and her playful smile. In that fleeting instant, he came to the realization that he had indeed developed feelings for her. Lin Feng's heart shattered, an overwhelming sorrow engulfed him, leaving him utterly desolate. Anger blazed within him like an unquenchable fire, threatening to consume the world. Tears of rage streamed down his face as he roared, the unbearable truth of Zelia's death crashing down upon him. Zelia, he bellowed, unleashing a pressure that sent Schlag flying several meters away. In an instant, a tempest arose, with thunder and rain pouring down, mingling tears and raindrops upon Lin Feng's face. He trudged towards Gula with heavy steps, a golden radiance flickering around him. His hair, blown by the wind, occasionally taking on a golden hue. A hint of disdain crossed Gula's face as he mockingly remarked, "What? Still struggling? Go die with your companions." He swiftly unleashed a similar purple beam towards Lin Feng, yet this ray failed to inflict any harm, dissipating against the surrounding golden aura as it approached. The aura oscillated between gold and white as Lin Feng advanced step by step towards Gula. Realizing his attacks were futile, Gula instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Feng reached the lifeless form of Zelia, cradling her in his arms, as rainwater and tears cascaded down her face. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the magical beans. He crushed the beans and fed them into Zelia's mouth, fervently wishing for her to awaken once more. Alas, his hopes were dashed. Zelia. In a fit of rage, Lin Feng managed to retain a flicker of sanity as he placed her body into the universal capsule. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens, soaring high into the sky. As Lin Feng's roar faded, the aura surrounding him transformed into a brilliant golden hue. His hair stood upright once again, turning golden alongside his brows, while his pupils gradually shifted to a pale green. An aura of strength emanated from him, causing Chirag, already pushed back several meters, to struggle to open his eyes against the brilliance. To his astonishment, the first figure he beheld was Lin Feng, who placed a hand upon his head. In an instant, a radiant light materialized above him. With a thunderous explosion, Chirag vanished, his body reduced to ashes. Humph, merely a change of hairstyle, playing tricks, Gula scoffed, yet his body instinctively retreated a few paces. With unwavering determination, Lin Feng advanced step by step towards Gula. Gula, I shall return the pain you inflicted upon me tenfold. Lin Feng bellowed, launching himself at Gula. Faced with Lin Feng's fierce onslaught, Gula had no choice but to retaliate. With a thunderous strike, Lin Feng's fist collided with Gula's face. Gula quickly regained his composure and attempted to counter with a punch, only to find his fist tightly ensnared by Lin Feng's grip. No matter how hard he fought to break free, Gula was left with no choice but to attack with his other hand, condensing a purple beam at his fingertips. In that critical moment, Lin Feng seized Gula's finger with his right hand, blood gushing from Gula's face as the purple beam struck him instead. Gula licked the blood streaming from his face, his pupils dilating with fury as he bellowed, "Damn it!" In a fit of desperation, Gula broke free from Lin Feng's grasp, launching a powerful punch towards him, only to be intercepted once again by Lin Feng's hand. Gula roared in fury as the two engaged in a fundamental contest of strength. Gula leaned forward, his head colliding with Lin Feng's, their fingers interlocked tightly as they exerted every ounce of their energy. A purple aura enveloped Gula, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet Lin Feng remained undaunted in the face of Gula's formidable power. Lin Feng, too, maximized his aura, his muscles swelling dramatically. Rage etched upon his face as he bared his teeth at Gula. In the darkness, the radiance emanating from both illuminated the ground beneath them. The standoff persisted, the earth beneath their feet sinking by a meter, yet neither showed any intention of relenting. As their energies intensified, a deep crater materialized. Abruptly, Gula released his grip, and Lin Feng leaned forward, providing Gula with an opportunity to ram his head against Lin Feng's skull. In his Super Saiyan state, Darles' physical strength had reached its zenith, allowing Lin Feng to withstand Gula's assault. With sudden ferocity, Lin Feng retaliated, the violent clash driving Gula into a frenzy. Their heads collided once more, their strength now concentrated in that singular point, knees pressing tightly against each other. A sinister glint danced in Gula's eyes as his thick tail struck Lin Feng's leg. When Lin Feng showed no reaction, Gula lashed out again, growing increasingly reckless in his assault on Lin Feng's legs. Ultimately, Lin Feng chose to concede, releasing his grip on Gula's fist. Instantly, the opposing auras repelled them apart. Lin Feng grimaced in pain as he clutched his leg and retrieved a Senzu bean from his bag, revitalizing himself. Gula was sent soaring into the sky, his distaste for the close contact with Lin Feng palpable. He touched the wounds on his face, then made a spitting gesture. However, unlike usual, the saliva did not escape. Realizing this, Gula continued to spit, only to understand that his mask had trapped the saliva, causing a repulsive liquid to ooze from it. Embarrassed, he wiped away the spittle. Truly disgusting. From below, Lin Feng's voice, laced with disdain, reached his ears. Though faint, it was audible to Gula. "Damn it, I shall tear you to pieces." Gula swiftly moved before Lin Feng, delivering a headbutt, which was blocked by Lin Feng's hands. "So this is what struck me, is it?" Lin Feng seized Gula's tail, holding it firmly. Before Gula could react, Lin Feng hoisted him and slammed him into the ground, first to one side, then the other, until a circular pit was formed beneath them. Blood flowed from Gula's head, mingling with the earth. Cursed be this, Gula exclaimed, immediately unleashing a wave of purple energy into the pit. The immense force shattered his tail, propelling him skyward along with the shockwave. Gula howled, tormented by the agony of his severed tail. Gula fixated on the severed tail, a tempest of emotions surging within him. His gaze remained locked on the dismembered appendage on the ground, right beside the individual responsible for his loss. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Gula raised his arms high, a golden sphere of energy beginning to coalesce in the air. Indeed, the two brothers shared a similar approach to conflict resolution. Lin Feng comprehended Gula's intent and gradually ascended into the sky. I am eager to witness whether my colossal ape energy blast surpasses your planetary annihilation projectile. Instantly, a silver-white giant ape materialized behind Lin Feng, forming a small silver energy sphere above his head. As Lin Feng continued to gather energy, the sphere expanded in size, while a massive orb took shape within the mouth of the white giant ape. Perish! A heart-wrenching roar reverberated across the land. Chapter 54, The Mysterious Space Above. The colossal spheres of purple and white energy drew closer. With confidence, Lin Feng maneuvered the giant ape energy blast, culminating in a collision with Gula's purple planetary destruction projectile. Everything around instantly dulled into a monochrome haze, as all existence froze in that fleeting moment, time and space suspended in a breath. Boom! The tremendous sound wave rippled outward, and above the planet Nar, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the cosmos. This grand spectacle would awaken the slumbering king of Kurd. What transpired? The king of Kurd gazed at the screen, witnessing a green planet vanish instantaneously from the universe. Narstar. Gula, the king of Kurd, puzzled, scrutinized the screen, suspecting it was Gula who had obliterated the planet. Little did he know, Gula was already paying the price for his reckless actions. I vowed to return the favor tenfold. Lin Feng coldly regarded the now maimed Gula, as if he were the frozen demon, poised to deliver the final blow. Spare me. I am willing to bestow upon you the title of Universal Emperor. I possess numerous planets. Choose any that you desire. Lin Feng scoffed, recognizing Gula's similarity to the king of Kurd. When Trunks had slain the king, he bore a similar expression. Due to the Saiyans' inability to breathe in space, Lin Feng resolved to swiftly eliminate Gula. At that moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming force drawing him greedily towards it from behind. The source was an unknown black entity. Could it be a black hole? Lin Feng's conjecture was indeed validated. His body involuntarily gravitated toward the black hole as he desperately struggled to resist the pull. A purple energy wave struck Lin Feng, propelling him toward the black hole. Damn it, Gula, you shall perish. Lin Feng placed his hands before his chest and shouted. Ape King Impact Wave. A crimson energy wave erupted from his hands, piercing through Gula's body and sending him flying away. It was precisely due to Lin Feng's counterattack that he accelerated his advance toward the black hole. On the planet Kurd, a troubling realization struck. Gula's position had vanished from the map. Shrag? No, it couldn't be. Someone come. Rescue Gula. The king of Kurd, accompanied by his entourage, hastened toward the location where Gula had disappeared. Soon, they discovered Gula's mangled body and transported it back. Lin Feng. Darles. Awakened by a familiar voice, Lin Feng found himself surrounded by an ethereal landscape, confirming that he was indeed alive and had been drawn into the black hole's interior. Contrary to his expectations, the black hole was not the void he had envisioned from his previous life. Instead, it housed a vast film reel. The content of this film depicted the events that transpired in the Dragon Ball world from the moment he fell into the water in his last life. Strangely, only one segment of the extensive film emitted sound. Lin Feng approached this segment, recognizing the familiar setting of Hylia's room. At that moment, Hylia was calling out for Lin Feng and Darles. Lin Feng reached out, yearning to grasp Hylia's hand, but she merely bent down to retrieve a book, departing without a glance back. Hylia, he shouted her name, only to be abruptly returned to reality. The vast film swirled within the black hole, and Lin Feng flew toward its end. No matter how he soared, he could not reach the conclusion. Eventually, the film ceased at the moment of his battle with Gula. The subsequent segments were entirely black, devoid of content. Lin Feng returned to the film's origin, the very place where his dream commenced, reflecting on the events of that day. As he pondered, a surge of crimson flames surged toward him. The flames advanced at a measured pace along the film, seemingly purging debris from its edges. Lin Feng realized that had Helia's voice not roused him, he would have surely been consumed by the flames. Clenching his fists tightly, he gazed once more at the film. But why was it only Helia's segment that produced sound? This question occupied Lin Feng's thoughts. Just then, the red flames lunged at him again. Lin Feng deftly evaded the flames, instinctively shouting, "Is anyone there? Respond if you can." His voice echoed throughout the otherworldly space, seeking an answer. Unsurprisingly, no reply came. This realm was undeniably bizarre. The priority now was to devise a means of escape, prompting Lin Feng to scrutinize this enigmatic space. Meanwhile, on Kurd, months had passed since the battle between Gula and Lin Feng. Gula, severely injured, remained in the medical pod undergoing treatment. One fateful day, for reasons unknown, Kurd erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the entire Kurd army was reduced to the king of Kurd alone, while the Frieza army swiftly approached Kurd to render aid. Ultimately, the valiant rescue of King Cooled and the gravely injured Gula was achieved. Frieza gazed in astonishment at the feeble Gula, his mind swirling with questions. He sought to extract answers from King Cooled, only to discover that the king himself was in the dark. Gula writhed in agony. His already damaged body had been partially restored. Yet the sudden explosion had reduced this once mighty warrior to a state of mere survival. Frieza's disdainful gaze began to surface as he mockingly addressed his pitiful brother. Lin Feng had lingered in this peculiar space for 4 long days. How infuriating! In this moment of despair, Lin Feng recalled the fierce battle between Gotenks and Majin Buu, where both forces had unleashed their overwhelming power to breach the sealed time chamber. Lin Feng erupted with fury, striving with all his might to rend this space apart. But the strength of a Super Saiyan paled in comparison to that of a Super Saiyan 3, and ultimately, he faced failure. The King Kong shockwave, a crimson energy sphere, traveled countless meters through the dark expanse before vanishing from sight. This is disastrous. It seems brute force alone will not suffice to escape this realm. Lin Feng relinquished his reckless endeavors and began to make his way toward the film's beginning, meticulously examining the footage. In this space, only the film emitted light. Everywhere else was shrouded in void. What is that? Lin Feng was astonished to discover another reel at the start of the film, albeit this one differed from the previous. Its content abruptly ceased after Lin Feng fell into the water. Could it be? Is this a summons for me to start anew? Surely not. Lin Feng soared toward the second reel, diving into it with fervor. To his surprise, nothing transpired. Only a brief, intimate contact between his body and the film. In the external world, the Frieza Force was abuzz with excitement as the annual martial arts tournament commenced. Dodoria proclaimed enthusiastically. The arena was once again set for team battles. Reminiscent of years past, with the Saiyan squad fully grown, led by the proud Vegeta, the trio carved their path through foes, casting them off the stage until they confronted the Ginyu Force. Ginyu. Before Berta and Rikum could even strike a pose, Vegeta propelled himself forward with a flying kick, sending them both hurtling off the platform. "Vegeta, you cowardly sneak attack!" Berta and Rikum shouted, pointing accusingly at him. With arms crossed and a sinister grin, Vegeta retorted, "Spare me your flashy antics. Exposing vulnerabilities to the enemy is utterly tedious." No sooner had Vegeta spoken than Goldo and Gi's materialized beside Berta and Rikum. "I concur with Vegeta. What do you think, Nappa?" Raditz inquired of a bald-headed warrior. "I wholeheartedly agree." At that moment, only Ginyu remained of the Ginyu Force on the stage. This is intolerable. To disrupt the grand entrance of the Ginyu Force is unforgivable. A furious Ginyu charged at Vegeta, pressing his head down and dragging him across the arena floor. "Oh no, Vegeta!" In a moment of fury, Raditz unleashed an energy blast directed at Ginyu, which struck him just as Raditz closed in. "Release him," Raditz commanded, delivering a powerful punch to Jinyu's abdomen. Ginyu, writhing in pain, relinquished his hold on Vegeta. "Bah!" Vegeta wiped the dust from his clothing and spat defiantly. "Yeah!" He charged at Ginyu, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Observing this, Raditz and Nappa hastened to join the fray. "Step aside. I shall handle this alone," Vegeta ordered imperiously, prompting the duo to withdraw reluctantly. Ginyu, with a sinister grin, unleashed his full power, sending Vegeta flying and, with the swiftness of a leopard, lunged toward him, seizing Vegeta's head in a vice-like grip. Once again, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Ginyu relentlessly tormented him, seizing his tail and using him as a makeshift punching bag. slamming him mercilessly against the ground. Ultimately, Vegeta's arrogance exacted a heavy toll. I can no longer stand idly by. Vegeta, I am coming to your rescue. Raditz and Nappa charged toward Ginyu in unison, intent on saving Vegeta once more. However, Ginyu hurled Vegeta forcefully in their direction, resulting in a chaotic collision among the three, while Vegeta, propelled by Ginyu's might, was flung out of the ring. Well done, Captain. The other 4 members of the Ginyu Force chorused in approval. Damn it. It seems I can no longer conceal my true strength. If Vegeta cannot prevail, then I too shall reveal my power, especially now that Vegeta has lost consciousness. Consequently, he will not witness the extent of my abilities. I shall simply claim that it was Nappa and I who defeated Ginyu. Raditz clenched his right fist tightly, channeling all his energy into it. Nappa, go, he commanded, and Nappa surged toward Ginyu. At that moment, Ginyu had fully unleashed his combat power, standing motionless in anticipation of Nappa's assault. Ha, weakling, I shall remain here for you to strike, Ginyu derided them, dismissing the two as insignificant now that Vegeta lay incapacitated. With a resounding thud, Raditz's fist connected, sending Ginyu hurtling through the air. Raditz then appeared above Ginyu, raining down a flurry of heavy punches upon him. The battle suit buckled under the force, only to swiftly return to its original shape. Raditz delivered a powerful kick that sent Ginyu crashing onto the stage, leaving a deep crater in his wake, while Ginyu lay sprawled in a position reminiscent of Yamcha. Nappa, bewildered by Raditz's unexpected display of power, stared in astonishment at the fallen Ginyu. Nappa, Raditz signaled him, prompting Nappa to approach Ginyu and stomp his foot down upon him. Remember this. It was the Saiyan team that defeated the Ginyu Force. Nappa's voice reverberated throughout the arena. What? The Ginyu Force has lost. Impossible. The stands erupted with incredulous chatter. What? Silence. Were they not exterminated? Just a pack of stray dogs. It must have been Captain Ginyu's mercy. Faced with various doubts from the audience, Nappa decisively kicked Ginyu out of the arena. Thus, Ginyu's saga within Frieza's army came to an abrupt end. I hereby declare that the champion of this tournament is the Saiyan Squad's Dodoria, whose voice resonated throughout Frieza's forces. Chapter 55. The mysterious space within the enigmatic confines of this space. Lin Feng frantically searched for a way to escape. For only by doing so could he procure the Dragon Balls to resurrect Shilia. How on earth can I get out of this wretched place? It's maddening. Am I destined to remain here for eternity? No. Shilia is awaiting my return to life. With that thought, Lin Feng angrily kicked a piece of film. Whoosh. The flames surged in intensity, more vigorously clearing the area around the film. Ah, so you're feeling spirited now, are you? Lin Feng, in a state of agitation, gazed at the increasingly lively flames, a murderous intent swelling within him. You. Whoosh. A blast of energy shot forth from Lin Feng's hand. Yet it did not strike the flames, but instead passed through them, allowing the flames to continue their relentless work. This energy blast may not have hit the flames, but it did collide with the film. Immediately, the segment struck began to play a video, revealing the scene of Lin Feng leading the entire Saiyan race in a fierce battle against Frieza. So I had already refrained from transforming into a great ape at that moment? Lin Feng pondered as he observed his past self on the screen. Yet, I didn't feel my strength waning at all. Could it be that I absorbed the power of the great ape back then? A revelation dawned upon him. This elucidated many things. During his battle with Cooler, he had also unleashed a similarly potent force, indicating that he had indeed absorbed the power of the great ape transformation. But why, amidst the fury of battling Frieza, was he unable to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wait, Lin Feng suddenly realized. The concept of cells was mentioned in Dragon Ball Super, suggesting that I lacked sufficient cells within my body at that time. The years spent in peace on planet Yardrat, followed by a period of tranquil coexistence with Shilia on Earth, had resulted in a rapid increase in the number of cells within him, thus enabling him to fulfill the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Darles, is that you? Shilia's voice emanated once more from the film, capturing Lin Feng's attention anew. He swiftly flew to the side of that particular reel. Strange. Why does only this one emit sound? Lin Feng scrutinized the film with utmost seriousness. Wait, I seem to recall something. This familiar environment. It resembles Shilia's room. The bookshelf previously present has since been replaced by a wardrobe. Indeed, it has come back to me. Lin Feng closed his eyes, placing his hand upon his forehead. meticulously attuning himself to the lingering essence of Shilia in her chamber. I found it. Instant transmission. However, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, he was still ensnared within this peculiar space. Don't waste your efforts. Instant transmission won't get you out of here. A strange voice echoed, startling him. Who is speaking? Lin Feng observed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Before him, the swirling red flames drifted slowly closer. Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the fiery entity before him. Baring his teeth in a scornful retort, you delight in playing tricks. Reveal yourself at once. I have called for you numerous times, yet you offer no reply. Oh, do not be so hasty. Allow me to elucidate, the flame replied, evading his grasp. Lin Feng, frustrated, spat at the flames. Bah, tell me how to escape this place. The flames eluded his advance, responding in a languid tone. I too wish to impart this knowledge to you, but I have only just awakened. The fiery apparition flitted towards a film reel. It appears that your little companion has saved your life, has she not? The flame remarked, gesturing toward the contents of the film. Most who enter this realm meet their demise, not merely death, but utter obliteration from existence. Their souls neither ascend to heaven nor descend to hell, but vanish completely from the world, the flame elaborated. Are you suggesting that had it not been for Celia's awakening me, I would have perished at your hands? Lin Feng recollected the near ambush he had suffered upon regaining consciousness. Not quite. Even upon awakening, survival is not guaranteed. Over the years, numerous souls have entered this space. Some I have eliminated, while others, upon awakening, failed to discover the means of escape, remaining trapped here until their life force dwindled to nothing. Lin Feng, observing the flickering flames, pressed on. What is your origin? Young one, it is best to refrain from prying into matters beyond your ken. Should you desire to escape, the flame replied, ceasing its erratic movements and turning serious. Very well, just tell me how to leave, Lin Feng asserted, his singular focus being to resurrect Celia. The flame hovered before him, continuing, this space resembles a black hole within your mind, within the human worldview. A black hole is but a void, yet the reality diverges. This realm automatically forms a film based on the life of those who fall into it, establishing a singularity within their experiences. Should the individual discover this singularity, it will awaken me. If not, you can surmise the outcome. Enough of this preamble. How do I escape? Lin Feng exclaimed impatiently. Patience, young one. Even if the singularity is discovered, if the individual has not encountered it in their past, awakening me remains impossible. Thus, what purpose does awakening serve? Lin Feng fell silent, at a loss for words. You ought to be grateful to your little companion. Had she not inadvertently discovered this singularity, you might never have awakened. You would find it impossible to locate the singularity again. Are you implying that the singularity resides within Celia's room? Lin Feng's eyes widened in incredulity. Foolish and slow, the flame retorted, turning away. Now, I shall lift the constraints of this space. You possess a skill for spatial transfer, do you not? Shortly, you will be able to utilize this skill within the spatial tunnel to pinpoint the location of the singularity. After all this discourse, it seemed that his escape hinged upon this entity. Fortuitously, his earlier demeanor had not been excessively hostile. Otherwise, he might have remained trapped. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Feng's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. With a sweeping gesture, the flame prepared to act. In the blink of an eye, this space transformed from a void of darkness into a blinding expanse of white. The emptiness beneath my feet morphed into a pristine white floor, and a door adorned with a swirling black vortex materialized beside me. Ah, this is the gateway to the realm of space. Upon entering, you may return to the outside world. Flame indicated towards the door. Lin Feng scrutinized his surroundings, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. In this altered space, the flow of time could be manipulated at will. Previously, a single day here equated to a year outside, but now, the pace could be adjusted freely. Now that you have successfully awakened me, both I and this space belong to you. Here is the key to enter this realm. Flame conjured a luminous key from his hands and turned to present it to Lin Feng. However, as he turned, Lin Feng had already placed half a foot into the vortex, and in the next moment, he was pulled entirely into the swirling portal. What? What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. What about the flow of time? Lin Feng's form vanished from this space. Young man, how impatient you are. Until fate brings us together again, Flame mused. Within the space tunnel, Lin Feng pondered the words he had just failed to comprehend. What had he said? The flow of time? Could it be a time chamber? No wonder this environment felt so familiar. It resembled a space akin to the time chamber. With that thought, Lin Feng sought to harness the essence of the flame he had just encountered, yearning to teleport back. Why can't I sense it? Lin Feng lowered his hand from his forehead. What is this aura? Father. Lin Feng was filled with exhilaration. It had been years since he last sensed Bardock's presence, which he had never forgotten. There was no mistake. It was indeed his father. Teleportation. Lin Feng opened his eyes, but the surroundings remained unchanged, still trapped within this tunnel of space. Cursed be it, this method is futile. It appears, just as that flame stated, that only through a singularity can one teleport out. Lin Feng focused on the lingering essence left by Celia on the bookshelf in her room. In a fleeting moment, he finally returned to the earth he had longed for, to the room imbued with Celia's presence. Chapter 56. Return to Earth. Time rewinds 3 years. Under the leadership of Vegeta, the Saiyan team claimed victory in the tournament hosted by Frieza's army. Dodoria's voice echoed once again. Please have the Saiyan team proceed to Frieza's palace to receive their rewards. On the arena, Raditz helped Vegeta to his feet, slowly approaching Nappa. Nappa, I entrust Vegeta to you. Take him for treatment while I go to collect the reward. Raditz handed the unconscious Vegeta to Nappa and soared towards Frieza's palace. Inside Frieza's palace, as new Planet Vegeta was still under reconstruction, King Cold resided within Frieza's forces. What? Father? Frieza rose. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at King Cold. Are you saying that Gula was defeated by someone with golden hair? King Cold nodded in affirmation. What is the matter, Frieza? You seem to possess some knowledge. King Cold remarked. Frieza's eyes flickered, immediately alerting him. Father, are you familiar with the legend of the Super Saiyan? Frieza recounted the tale of the Super Saiyan to King Cold, who, upon hearing it, trembled with astonishment. A Saiyan with golden hair? Defeated our brilliant ancestors? King Cold could not suppress his awe. Regaining his composure, he inquired further. So, it is likely that the one who vanquished Gula was a Saiyan? Frieza rose and nodded affirmatively. Approaching the window, King Cold gazed deeply into the distance. Planet Vegeta no longer existed, and the only remaining Saiyans were those under his command. Could it be the one called Vegeta? Frieza swiftly dismissed this notion. Vegeta has always been under my control. Every action of his is meticulously monitored, and I am well aware of his strength. King Cold appeared to concur. If there is indeed a possibility, then it must be him. Frieza's mind wandered back to a battle with a young boy many years prior, yet that individual had perished alongside Planet Vegeta. Recalling the experience of being bitten by the tail, Frieza's face contorted with disgust. Cursed, he exclaimed. King Cold's voice interrupted his reverie. If that is the case, then we must eliminate all Saiyans to prevent future troubles. He turned to Frieza, his demeanor sinister. Outside Frieza's palace, Raditz fortuitously arrived. Having long been wary of Frieza, he was already aware of the true destruction of Planet Vegeta. He had concealed his power level during his visits to the palace. Then let us eliminate all Saiyans, echoed the commanding voice of King Cold from within. The words pierced Raditz's heart, and a singular thought consumed him. Run. Raditz immediately pivoted, pretending he had never been there, and swiftly made his way toward the medical bay. Damn it! I did not expect King Cold to be here. I must not delay. Raditz hastened his flight, observing below that Nappa was carrying Vegeta toward the medical room. Nappa, we must leave Frieza's army. Now, immediately. Without hesitation, Raditz produced a universal capsule, and with a resounding pop, 2 spherical spaceships materialized. The 3 of them boarded the vessels, fleeing this perilous place. On planet Yardrat, Jiru and Killua were hunting in the forest. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated as the 2 ships collided with the mountainside, their explosive force capturing the attention of the duo. That is a Saiyan spaceship, Killua exclaimed with excitement. Having only encountered Bardock and Darius, Killua assumed all Saiyans were akin to them. He hurried to the spaceship, keenly sensing an aura reminiscent of Darius. Is it Darius? Killua inquired. From the ship emerged 2 individuals with tails. You know my brother? Raditz asked the pink-skinned alien before him. Brother? You are Darius's sibling. Greetings, I am Killua. Killua extended his hand in a gesture of friendship toward Raditz. Little brat, if you wish to survive, I suggest you step aside. Before Raditz could utter a word, Nappa interjected. Goku stepped forward and inquired, Are you Raditz? the elder son of Bardock and brother to Darretz? Upon realizing that the individual before him possessed such knowledge of his lineage, Raditz adopted a posture of utmost respect. Sir, do you know my father? Goku regaled him with tales of Bardock and Darretz. What a remarkable coincidence it is that your family has crossed paths with me, huh? Goku teased. Mr. Goku, our companion is injured. Could you assist him? Raditz gestured towards the still unconscious Vegeta. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Goku readily agreed. At that moment, the stomachs of Nappa and Raditz seemed to resonate in unison, emitting rumbling sounds. Goku immediately grasped their meaning and swiftly kindled a fire, preparing the game he had hunted. It will be ready shortly, brother of Darretz, Goku remarked while busying himself. He then instantaneously transported Vegeta home to commence his healing. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa had already begun to feast voraciously. Delicious little brat. Nappa lauded Goku's culinary skills, to which Raditz nodded in agreement. Where shall we head next, Raditz? Nappa finally recalled their mission. Without Vegeta, the Saiyan squad was left to heed Raditz's command. We originally intended to go to Earth, but we have run out of fuel and were compelled to land here, Raditz replied. Fuel? My father can produce it. He often studies your Saiyan spacecraft. Goku exclaimed. Oh, Mr. Goku possesses such knowledge. Raditz seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Thus, the trio resided on Planet Vegeta for 3 months. And as soon as Vegeta's injuries fully healed, they promptly set forth for Earth. On Earth, a figure materialized within Chilia's room, to Lin Feng's astonishment. Despite the passage of time, Chilia's room remained impeccably tidy. As Lin Feng gazed at the photograph of Chilia adorning the wall, tears began to well in his eyes. In a moment of distraction, his foot inadvertently kicked a stool. Who's in there? Came a voice of inquiry from outside. As the voice drew nearer, the door was abruptly swung open. Jin stood poised for combat before Lin Feng. Upon seeing the vigilant Jin, Lin Feng's tears overflowed after years of separation. His mother appeared to have taken on an entirely new visage, her face marked by the passage of time, defying the Saiyans' prolonged youthful nature. Mother, I have returned. Lin Feng uttered slowly, accompanied by tears. Jin could scarcely believe her eyes. She cautiously approached Lin Feng, tenderly caressing his face. After multiple confirmations, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping softly. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around his mother, cherishing the warmth of the moment that lingered for half an hour. My son, you have grown stronger. Jin eventually ceased her tears, yet held Lin Feng close. Yes, mother, I have indeed become stronger, Lin Feng replied. Jin then released him from her embrace and glanced behind him. Where's Chilia? Why hasn't she come to see me? Janae wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lin Feng, with his head bowed, took out the universal capsule. She had hoped for Helia to be present. Janae wept inconsolably, clearly unable to accept this grim reality. It's all right, Mom. We can use the Dragon Balls from Earth to revive Helia. With that, Lin Feng dashed out of the room, determined to find Bulma and retrieve the Dragon Radar. However, as he pushed open the door, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Upon closer inspection, he was met with utter devastation. It was as though the world had been reshuffled. The once magnificent Bowsy Mountain had been reduced to ruins. A palpable absence of life enveloped him, and it was then that he realized Janae was the only living presence on the entire planet. Mom, what has happened to Earth? Chapter 57. The turn of events. Noticing Lin Feng's growing awareness of the abnormality, Janae stood up and dried her tears. She recounted the events of the past few years since Lin Feng and Helia had departed from Earth. A few years prior, she had believed they would return swiftly. Yet she waited endlessly without news of their triumphant return. Instead, she received disheartening news from Gak, who, along with Bulma and Tais, had initially concealed the truth from her. Ultimately, under Janae's persistent inquiries, Gak revealed the unsettling fact that Lin Feng and Helia had vanished alongside the planet Ganner. Nevertheless, she clung to the hope that they were still alive. With Bulma's assistance, Janae had wished upon the Dragon Balls in hopes of bringing Lin Feng and Helia back. But alas, the Eternal Dragon was unable to fulfill her request. As time passed, she yearned for their return, forming bonds with Sun Wukong, mingling with the warriors, and even attending Sun Wukong's wedding. Until that fateful day arrived. Boom. 3 spherical spacecraft descended upon a rural area of Earth. The commotion drew the attention of a farmer, who approached the spacecraft warily with a gun in hand. Oh, so this is Earth? Quite a picturesque place, Raditz remarked, peering out from the spacecraft. So, Hylia resides on this beautiful planet? Nappa was captivated by the scene before him. Only Vegeta remained silent, his focus entirely on the farmer. Oh, is this trash with a power level of only 5? With that, Vegeta concentrated energy into a blast, aimed directly at the farmer. Boom. After a cloud of dust settled, the farmer reappeared at his original spot, now accompanied by Raditz's imposing figure. The terrified farmer fled the scene in utter panic. Vegeta, what are you doing? Raditz exclaimed angrily. Oh, what's wrong? Are you displeased? I shall do as I please, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Raditz turned away without responding. What has happened to the usually ruthless you? Why are you defending someone from a newly visited planet? Am I mistaken, Raditz? Raditz remained silent and turned to Nappa. Let us go, Nappa. Your sister is also on this planet. We must find her. Suddenly, Vegeta lunged at Raditz, delivering a kick to his side. Vegeta, why did you do that? Nappa was utterly perplexed by Vegeta's behavior. Raditz slowly rose from the ground. Vegeta, I understand you're feeling disgruntled, but we absolutely do not have the luxury of time for infighting. Our immediate concern is to locate my family, my mother and my siblings, especially with Frieza's henchmen potentially on our trail. Henchmen? What henchmen? Frieza could not possibly be aware that we have already fled. It seems you are merely eager to reunite with your family. Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Raditz, filled with disdain. Only then did Raditz realize that Vegeta was now utterly alone. I apologize, Vegeta. I did not consider your feelings. I know about your family. Raditz attempted to approach and console Vegeta, but Vegeta evaded him with a swift motion. Enough with such jests. I have no interest in family whatsoever. You must engage me in a decisive battle today. Though Vegeta verbally denied it, Raditz's words had struck a chord within him. Do not presume I am unaware that you have surpassed Nappa long ago. You rescued me from Ginyu, yet you feign indifference. Vegeta's emotions grew increasingly volatile, his expressions more exaggerated. It is infuriating, truly repulsive. Today, I demand a thorough contest. I wish to ascertain your true strength. With that, Vegeta clenched his fist and lunged at Raditz. Stop! A resounding, impassioned female voice echoed from afar. Floating above was Ginyu, and the trio of Saiyans had not even noticed her arrival. Cease this at once, Raditz and Vegeta. Ginyu swiftly unleashed an aura that commanded the attention of all present. Recognizing the formidable presence of an old acquaintance, Vegeta scoffed and turned away. Mother! Raditz gazed longingly at the sky. Ginyu descended gracefully beside them, scrutinizing the long-haired man before her. Raditz, you've grown. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to well in the corners of Raditz's eyes. Like a child, he once again nestled into that familiar, warm embrace. Mom. After their embrace, Ginyu recounted the events that had transpired on Earth over the years. So, my younger brother is not on Earth. Raditz seized the crux of the matter, inquiring eagerly. That means my sister is also absent from Earth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Nappa's eyes. Vegeta, with a cunning glint, quickly departed the scene. This is troublesome. I had assumed my younger brother was on Earth. That is why I came here seeking his assistance. Raditz clenched his teeth in frustration. Ginyu, noticing Raditz's dazed expression, asked, What troubles you, Raditz? Raditz proceeded to narrate the events that had transpired within Frieza's army over the years, elucidating the reasons for his journey to Earth. You mean Frieza? Frieza is hunting you? Ginyu first displayed a look of shock, then composed herself, adopting an unusual calmness. Yes, it is indeed Frieza, Raditz affirmed once more. Janae took a few steps forward, declaring, I have not been idle these past few years. I have been diligently cultivating my strength. With that, Janae unleashed an aura even more formidable than before. Frieza only possesses a mere combat power of 53. I have now reached a power level of 100. Her energy reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the distance, on the surface of the sea, Vegeta smirked wickedly. Raditz, you do not wish to engage me in battle? Then I shall go and eliminate Kakarot. Only then will you exert your full strength and give me a proper fight. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura interrupted Vegeta's thoughts, leaving him frozen in place. What is this? Atop a snowy mountain, a green-faced youth clad in a white turban gazed into the distance. Damn it, such a formidable presence has emerged. Piccolo gritted his teeth, envisioning the figure behind such immense energy. In the Kame house, Krillin exclaimed, Janae has grown even stronger. Truly, she is Goku's mother. Just then, Goku's arrival disrupted everyone's thoughts. Hey everyone, long time no see. I am Son Goku, And this is my child, son Gohan. Gohan shyly hid behind Goku's shoes, timidly glancing at the surroundings. What a cute little creature. He resembles Goku at that age. The onlookers praised Gohan. Bulma emerged from her room, scrutinizing the father-son duo. It has been ages, Son Gohan. Your child has grown so much. Absolutely adorable. Bulma rushed over and lifted Gohan, showering his face with affectionate kisses. Startled by this sudden display of affection, Gohan quickly broke free and clung to Goku's leg. You are too enthusiastic. Bulma, you frightened little Gohan, Yamcha said as he stepped out from behind Bulma. Oh, Bulma, since you adore children so much, why not have one with Yamcha? Krillin teased with a sly grin. At Krillin's words, Yamcha bashfully scratched his head. However, Bulma countered, Krillin, this young lady has yet to make up her mind. As everyone reveled in this joyful reunion, Vegeta's figure appeared above the Kame house. A powerful energy blast struck the ocean, creating towering waves. As the water threatened to engulf the Kame house, everyone banded together to push back the tide. Who summoned Kakarot? Vegeta's voice echoed throughout the Kame house. Chapter 58. Vegeta's first encounter with Bulma. Vegeta looked down from his elevated position, surveying the gathered crowd at the Kame house. Do you have no manners, you bald-headed fiend? Is this how one greets others? Bulma shouted angrily, then quickly hid behind Goku. Compared to Yamcha, Bulma placed her trust in this unparalleled warrior. As Vegeta observed Bulma cowering behind Goku, he felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment wash over him at the sight of this fiery girl. Instead of retaliating to Bulma's insults, he experienced an oddly satisfying sensation. Damn it, what's happening to me? Who keeps calling me Kakarot? Vegeta repeated his earlier words. Kakarot? Isn't that Goku's Saiyan name? Bulma, being one of the first to befriend the Brief family, was well aware of Goku's Saiyan identity. At that moment, Goku finally realized that the loud call for Kakarot was referring to him. That's me. What's the matter? Do you need something? Goku replied. Upon receiving such a straightforward response, Vegeta smirked. Power level at 2100? With that, Vegeta rocketed towards Goku, knocking him into the sea. Goku, Dad. Various voices echoed from the Kame house. Oh, Dad. Vegeta approached Gohan. You've had a child so soon. Humph. Vegeta lifted Gohan effortlessly, leaving the others feeling powerless to protest. Kamehameha. A blue energy blast shot up from the ocean, striking Vegeta directly. The tremendous force propelled him deep into the water. Now is my chance. Several energy blasts surged toward Vegeta once more. Damn it. Vegeta leaped into the air, reappearing before everyone at remarkable speed, defeating them one by one. Sparing only Bulma. The others fell to the ground, with Yamcha dramatically collapsing in a classic manner. At that moment, Bulma was the sole person standing at Kame house. Handsome, please, don't kill me. Bulma curled up on the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Vegeta approached her, scrutinizing the woman before him. Suddenly, a pair of red lips pressed firmly against his cheek. In an instant, the air around them froze, and a blush crept onto Vegeta's face as his temperature soared. He staggered back, incredulously gazing at Bulma. After a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up the unconscious Goku and his son and swiftly left the scene. Bulma, regaining her composure from the shock, thought, as expected of me. So charming. She immediately pulled out her phone from her bag to make a call. Meanwhile, at the farm, Kaiatsu was demonstrating the fruits of his training to Raditz and Nappa. How about that, Raditz? I can now defeat Frieza. Raditz stood in silence, slowly walking towards Kaiatsu. Mother, you've grown significantly stronger, he remarked, though his head hung low. But what? Kaiatsu prompted. Frieza surpassed a power level of 53 during the battle with father and my brother. If he were only at 53, my brother would have already defeated him. What? Kaiatsu was taken aback to learn that Lin Feng had reached a power level of 100 years ago. I was only aware that Darles had grown stronger, yet I had no inkling that his power had escalated to such an extent. It seems my understanding of him was woefully inadequate. She simply could not fathom the formidable opponents Lin Feng and Zellia must have encountered in the galaxy. Rumor has it that Frieza's battle power has now reached an astounding 1.2 billion. Raditz continued. Giant's pupils widened once more. 1.2 billion. This exceeds the million mark. And it is laughable that she had been so self-satisfied with her own battle power of 1 million. Very well, I comprehend. Giant constricted her aura and slowly approached Raditz. However, it appeared that Darles had vanished into the cosmos. Ultimately, Giant revealed the grim news that Jack had imparted to her. Yet, She quickly reignited her determination. Even in Dale's absence, we must rely on our own strength to defeat Frieza. Ding ding ding. Jine answered the phone, and Bulma's voice resonated from the other end. What? You say Vegeta attacked the Kame house and abducted Gohan and Goku. Raditz's fists clenched tightly. Vegeta. He promptly soared into the sky, departing the scene. In the heavens above a vast plain, Vegeta was currently carrying the father and son duo aloft, his mind seemingly elsewhere. The kiss Bulma had given him lingered in his thoughts. At that moment, Vegeta realized he was bound by something unseen. Release them. Goku must be defeated by me. This exclamation jolted Vegeta back to reality. Before him stood a tall man with green skin, adorned in a white cloak and hood. The man blocked his path. Goku? Are you referring to him or to him? Vegeta gestured towards the unconscious Goku and Gohan. Without hesitation, Vegeta discarded the pair onto the ground. Battle power of 2,320? Not bad. It even surpasses Kakaroto's. Piccolo twisted his neck and removed the weights he was wearing. Oh, battle power of 3,000. Piccolo bellowed, charging at Vegeta. I am eager to see what caliber of man can easily defeat Goku. As Piccolo swung his fists, he shouted. In response to Piccolo's assault, Vegeta exhibited no desire to evade. He absorbed Piccolo's punch and then severed the latter's arm with a swift motion. Piccolo's green blood gushed forth, and he gasped for breath, greedily inhaling. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Why have you incapacitated Goku? You need not know. They are merely my pawns. Unfazed by Piccolo's inquiries, Vegeta showed no interest in responding. Piccolo's eyes widened as he noticed Goku had regained consciousness below. He signaled Goku with a glance, indicating that he would distract Vegeta to allow Goku to launch a surprise attack. I am presently devoid of combat capability. I wish to understand your purpose for coming to Earth. Piccolo pressed once more. Enough already. Keep talking, and I shall dispose of you. My objective is not you. Vegeta's eyes brimmed with impatience. Kamehameha. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from behind Vegeta. The Kamehameha struck him squarely. How infuriating. The device on Vegeta's brow emitted a series of alarming beeps. What? A battle power of 2. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Raditz possessed a method to manipulate battle power. Cursed be it. First Dodoria, then Raditz, and now Kakaroto. Those bothersome trio of brothers. Vegeta bellowed in fury. Shortly thereafter, another violent assault surged toward him. Special beam cannon. In the distance, Piccolo unleashed a yellow beam of energy at Vegeta. What? Vegeta stared incredulously at the green-skinned figure, who bore only one arm. What are you staring at? I'm right here. Piccolo emerged from behind Vegeta, revealing his true form. It's a clone technique. Truly worthy of Piccolo, my old rival. Goku gave a thumbs up to Piccolo. Vegeta was struck by the two's lethal attacks, his battered body gradually descending from the air to the ground. Goku approached Vegeta with heavy steps. I care not for your intentions on Earth, but you have harmed my family and friends. Thus, this is the price you must pay. Depart, leave this planet. Goku's silhouette slowly receded from the fallen Vegeta. Chapter 59, Vegeta and Raditz. The trick of concealing battle power is not solely known to you three brothers. Vegeta's voice resounded once more. Struggling, he rose from the ground and shouted. A tremendous battle power erupted from Vegeta. I, Vegeta, have endured humiliation and hardship, having been battered near to death in countless matches during my time with the Ginyu Force. This has unveiled the secret of the Saiyans' ascendance to strength. Vegeta's expression twisted as he recalled those unbearable memories. Why must I, Vegeta, exert such tremendous effort to grow stronger? Raditz, who has never endured what I have, can attain such power. It is unjust. Vegeta reminisced about his ordeals within the Ginyu Force, where he was repeatedly ravaged by Cybermen, Zarbon, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force, enduring near-fatal experiences to achieve his current battle power. Raditz, do not presume that because you have saved me on numerous occasions, I shall forgive you. After being severely injured by Ginyu, I have transformed. My battle power now stands at 40. Infuriated, Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming aura. Piccolo and Goku were propelled backward by the force of Vegeta's energy. Bastard! What is he saying? Who is Raditz? Piccolo shielded himself from the powerful aura, gritting his teeth as he gazed toward the heavens. In the next moment, Vegeta lunged toward Goku, his hands tightly clutching Goku's throat. Goku's eyes widened in shock as a sensation of suffocation enveloped him. Raditz, I shall count to 10. If you do not arrive, your dearly beloved brother shall perish at my hands. Vegeta's voice echoed across the plains. 1, 2. Vegeta's voice resonated throughout the entire expanse. As Raditz soared through the air, he suddenly heard Vegeta's voice, compelling him to accelerate. That lunatic Vegeta! Raditz cursed vehemently. 3, 4. What is the matter, Raditz? Do you no longer desire your brother? Goku struggled relentlessly, his eyes turning crimson. Release my father, came the youthful voice of Gohan from the ground. A vibrant red aura enveloped Gohan, tinting his eyes with the same hue. Huh? Gohan charged fervently towards Vegeta. What? This little brat possesses a battle power of 1. It exceeds ours. Vegeta marveled as he observed Gohan drawing nearer. Let go of my father. Gohan shouted once more. Piccolo, astonished, could hardly believe the display of power. Despite Gohan's significant increase in strength, it was still insignificant against Vegeta. With swift precision, Vegeta lifted Goku by his right hand, and Gohan's desperate strike collided fiercely with Goku's body. Father! As Gohan cried out, Goku was carelessly discarded by Vegeta, staggering to his feet after sustaining a grievous blow, and he wobbled towards Gohan. Run, Gohan! Ultimately, Goku collapsed once again. Vegeta had somehow positioned himself before Gohan, arms crossed, with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Listen well, Raditz. If you do not arrive soon, your beloved nephew will share the same fate as your dear brother. Vegeta's voice resonated across the plain. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave struck the ground at Vegeta's feet, stirring up clouds of dust. At last, Raditz. Vegeta emerged slowly from the haze. Raditz remained silent, tightly cradling Gohan, and then he placed Kakarot beside Piccolo. Green-faced one, take care of them. Raditz instructed Piccolo. What? Green-faced one. Piccolo grimaced. Raditz fixed a murderous glare upon Vegeta. I do not comprehend your motives, Vegeta. If it is a fight you seek, then let it commence. Spare me the trivialities. Vegeta charged directly at Raditz. With their full power unleashed, the two collided at an astonishing speed, their figures leaving a trail upon the ground as their fists clashed, generating an immense shockwave. Vegeta channeled all his resentment into his fists, striking Raditz repeatedly. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished from sight. In the air, Piccolo alerted. Raditz was fully aware of Vegeta's tactics. The intensity of the situation revealed Vegeta's intentions. This madman, Vegeta. Raditz turned to see the terror-stricken Gohan and the unconscious Goku. He swiftly ascended into the sky to confront Vegeta, determined to engage him in battle, knowing that only by doing so could he prevent Vegeta from executing his princely strategy. Vegeta hastened the pace of his assault, leaving Raditz unable to keep up, and landed a blow squarely on his face. Seizing another opportunity, Vegeta executed a precise strike, fracturing Raditz's shoulder. Is this all you've got, Raditz? Show me the vigor that once defeated Ginyu. Vegeta berated him, convinced that Raditz was not fighting with full strength. Raditz, cradling his shoulder with his left hand, remained silent in the face of Vegeta's accusations. On the ground, Raditz unleashed all his energy, but it quickly coalesced back within him. Regaining his composure, he launched another attack against Vegeta. Even with one hand, Raditz matched Vegeta blow for blow. Their strengths were evenly matched, and no victor emerged in that moment. What a thrill! Vegeta exclaimed, reveling in the excitement as he threw another punch. Suddenly, Raditz's leg struck Vegeta's face, igniting a surge of pain. No idle chatter during a fight. Raditz admonished him with a fist. You've improved, Raditz. You're nothing like your former self. With that, Vegeta elevated his energy once again and charged at Raditz. Raditz, undeterred by Vegeta's taunts, amplified his own energy to counter Vegeta's attack. The two locked fingers once more, stalemated in their struggle. Vegeta glared intensely, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Let me show you something impressive. I learned this on Yardrat. With that, Vegeta broke free from Raditz's grip, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Raditz crashing towards the ground. Raditz was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden maneuver. He had not anticipated being so easily escaped from. As he plummeted towards the earth, it wasn't until he was but a meter from impact that he regained his senses. Before he could adjust, Vegeta had already assumed a powerful stance, radiating a brilliant light. Final explosion, Vegeta proclaimed, and with those words, the light began to expand towards the ground, a colossal energy wave hurtling towards Raditz. As the attack neared the ground, threatening to obliterate it, Raditz's voice rang out. Death Ball. The violet energy wave collided with Vegeta's golden one ascending, the other descending. The immense energy erupted at the moment of their clash. Boom, boom. The explosive force reverberated. Run. A sense of dread overcame Piccolo as he witnessed the spectacle. Just as he was about to flee, Raditz's voice called him back. Quickly. Green face. Take them with you. Raditz implored with great effort. It was then that Piccolo noticed Gohan had fainted from the overwhelming power, and he swiftly relocated the father and son to safety. Due to the interference from Ginyu, the strength of the protagonists on Earth has notably increased, particularly for Son Wukong and Piccolo Gohan. Chapter 60. The frenzied Vegeta on the vast and boundless plain. Two brilliant shockwaves erupted, transforming the once tranquil landscape into chaos. Raditz, I am the mightiest Saiyan, Vegeta declared as he gathered energy in his hands once more, the yellow shockwave swelling to double its size, overpowering the purple wave and engulfing it entirely. Oh no, Raditz exclaimed, his hands trembling before his chest as the yellow shockwave surged toward his forehead, threatening to consume him entirely. Just at that critical moment, a voice resonated across the plain. Stop! Jine's commanding tone brought Vegeta's ultimate explosion attack to an abrupt end, her hand slicing down on Vegeta's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain and clutch his right shoulder. Exhausted, Raditz collapsed to the ground, his gaze drifting vacantly toward the sky. Mother, he murmured before closing his eyes and drifting into unconsciousness. Why? Why? Vegeta roared in protest, condemning Jine's actions. Why? Because he is my son. Vegeta, why would you do this? Jine questioned, raising her voice toward Vegeta in the air. My affairs are none of your concern. Your family is utterly infuriating. First, Darles, and now Raditz, who inexplicably grows stronger. You hypocrites, always engaging in revolting deeds. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. I do not need you lower-class warriors to assist me. At that moment, Vegeta was nearly deranged, expressing his long-standing grievances against Darles and Raditz. We are all Saiyans. Vegeta, Darles and Raditz are doing this to protect you, Jine insisted, having learned from Raditz about the recent events within the Frieza Force, desperately trying to explain everything. Vegeta, nursing his painful wound, disdainfully spat. Ha ha ha, absurd. I am the prince of the Saiyans. It is my duty to protect the Saiyans. Do I truly require others' protection? Vegeta grew increasingly arrogant. Stubborn fool. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother, Philia, Jine countered, but Vegeta refused to heed her words. She recalled fond memories spent with her dear friend Philia in days long past. Philia was a gentle and rational woman, in stark contrast to her son, Vegeta. Do not use my mother against me. You are unworthy. Vegeta readied himself for battle, even against the more powerful Jine. Jine, equally frustrated, could not tolerate Vegeta's rebelliousness. In a fit of anger, she revealed the truth that Vegeta was no longer the prince of the Saiyans. Listen, Vegeta. King Vegeta has abdicated the throne of Planet Vegeta to Darles. Darles is now the king of the Saiyans. Jine's words awakened long-buried memories within Vegeta. Many years ago, Planet Vegeta was destroyed and all Saiyans perished, including his father. From that moment forth, he naively believed that there were only 3 Saiyans remaining, rendering his identity as the Prince of Saiyans utterly meaningless. Over the years, although Nappa and Raditz no longer addressed him as Your Highness, the proud Vegeta had long since grown accustomed to the title of Saiyan Prince. He continued to issue commands to the other 2, who willingly obeyed him. Deep within his heart, Vegeta still embraced his princely status. Vegeta floated vacantly in the air, his eyes devoid of life, murmuring incessantly to himself. No, it cannot be. My father is not possible. I am the prince of the Saiyans. It cannot be. Realizing he had misspoken, Jane hurriedly attempted to clarify. Vegeta, listen to me. But before she could finish, Vegeta erupted in fury. It was Darles. Darles has usurped my throne. Darles. Vegeta was beyond reasoning, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet his pride refused to let them fall. He cradled his head in his hands, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. Vegeta, Jane felt a pang of guilt for her actions and wished to comfort him, to reveal the truth. She cautiously approached, only to see a glimmer of white light emanating from Vegeta's hands, ascending towards the heavens. The artificial moon. Jane immediately discerned Vegeta's intentions. Oh no, I have completely enraged him with my words. What have I done? This is going to end badly. I removed my tail years ago and transformed into a great ape. Vegeta will be unstoppable. Jane glanced at Raditz, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, perhaps only Raditz in his great ape form could stand a chance against Vegeta, but that was no longer an option, and the situation grew dire. With a wicked smile, Vegeta cast a glance at Jane. I am the king of the Saiyans. His body began to swell, his hands morphing into enormous claws, fangs sprouting from his mouth, as he beat his chest and let out a series of feral roars. Then there is no choice but to confront him head-on. Jane elevated her energy to the maximum, bracing for Vegeta's onslaught. Yet, Vegeta did not attack her. Instead, he began to stomp the ground, uprooting mountains, unleashing flames that ignited the surrounding forests. Has Vegeta lost his mind? Even a prodigious warrior like him can succumb to madness in his great ape form. The impact of Darles claiming the throne must have struck him deeply, Jane reflected. This is worse than I thought. If this continues, Vegeta will lay waste to the entire Earth. I must divert his attention immediately. Kamehameha. Jane unleashed this technique, learned from the venerable Son Gohan. The beam struck Vegeta's face, instantly capturing his focus as the great ape turned to pursue her. I cannot lead him toward the city. Jane pivoted and soared towards the direction of Bowsy Mountain, but due to her incredible speed, Vegeta lost sight of her and resumed his rampage, wreaking havoc all around. A throbbing headache compelled her to act. Jane returned to Vegeta's side, launching futile attacks time and again, yet the formidable Vegeta remained impervious to her blows. With a ferocious roar, Vegeta unleashed a colossal wave of yellow energy from his mouth. Fortunately, Jane's swift reflexes allowed her to evade it. As the blast obliterated a distant mountain, transformed into a great ape, Vegeta, frustrated by his miss, unleashed another devastating wave upon the ground. The earth was violently rent asunder, a massive chasm appearing as a gaping scar on the landscape. Yet, the energy wave showed no signs of abating, continuing its relentless advance. Jane's heart sank as she beheld the path of the wave. It was heading towards a city. Summoning every ounce of strength, she rushed towards the advancing wave and shouted, Kamehameha. This Kamehameha utilized all of Jane's remaining power. Her resonant voice echoed once more as the size of the energy beam swelled, colliding with the immense force of Vegeta's attack. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting as Vegeta's shockwave slowly encroached upon her. She felt her resolve waning, her jaws clenched, blood oozing from her mouth. Magic flash, energy sphere, Kamehameha, hole punch wave. The silhouettes of allies began to materialize behind her. Don't forget about us, Goku's mom. The warriors called out, rallying around Jane. A sense of solace filled her as she glanced at her comrades, determination igniting within her weary frame. Chapter 61. The warriors' efforts with the combined strength of her allies. Vegeta's overwhelming shockwave was successfully neutralized, thereby sparing the city from destruction. However, Jane collapsed from exhaustion. Dumpling, use your psychic powers to restrain him, Tien shouted. Dumpling extended his hand, tracing a circle in the air. Tien, I can't. He exceeds my control, Dumpling replied apologetically. His head bowed. Tien resolved, then it falls to me. Spirit Bomb. Tien channeled all his might into the Spirit Bomb, pinning Vegeta in place. Everyone, attack him now. All the warriors unleashed their ultimate techniques upon Vegeta. The ground shook with a cataclysmic explosion as it struck his great ape form. Vegeta roared in agony, writhing under the relentless onslaught. Hurry, keep attacking. I can barely hold on. Tien gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Wolf-Fang Fist. Yamcha executed his signature move, targeting Vegeta's face. With a sharp cry, Vegeta's eye was grazed by Yamcha's attack, blood streaming from the corner of his eye. Enraged, he instinctively shielded his face and retaliated, sending Yamcha crashing to the ground, severely wounded. Vegeta, now driven to madness by the onslaught, broke free from his restraints in a frenzied rage. The furious giant ape howled at the heavens, performing the most primal of chest-thumping gestures. This colossal creature launched an attack on the incapacitated Tianjin fan. With a resounding smack, a single blow sent Tianjin fan crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Tiangu. Dumpling cried out for Tianjin fan, but received no reply. Instead, his call attracted the attention of Vegeta. A roar erupted as a wave of energy was unleashed from Vegeta's mouth, hurtling towards Dumpling. The latter had no time to react. Witnessing the light wave drawing ever closer, nearly poised to strike his forehead. Dumpling involuntarily screamed, only to discover that he had not been hit. Stay focused. Piccolo, clutching his severed right arm, felt the green blood dripping. With a groan, his arm regrew. Thank you. Dumpling looked at Piccolo, a blend of fear and gratitude in his gaze. There was no way to control this beast now. If only those few were still conscious, there might be a chance. Piccolo glanced towards the direction where Raditz and Ginyu lay. How infuriating. I, Piccolo the Demon King, am reduced to seeking assistance from others. Piccolo spat in disdain. Piccolo, listen. Come to the heavenly temple immediately. Who? Who is speaking? The sudden voice caused Piccolo to bellow angrily at the empty air. The figure of the Supreme Kai appeared in Piccolo's mind. You are me, and I am you. The Supreme Kai then transmitted his past to Piccolo. As long as we merge once more, we can resolve this crisis on Earth, he urged earnestly. What nonsense. Merge with you? I am the malevolent Piccolo the Demon King. Piccolo scoffed at the Supreme Kai's unexpected request. Observing Piccolo muttering fiercely to the air, Dumpling instinctively hid away in fear. Boom. Ginyu, lying nearby, summoned her last ounce of strength to release a faint energy blast, striking Piccolo on the head. Alerted, Piccolo quickly noticed Ginyu waving to him to come closer. Green face. The tail is the weakness. Ginyu weakly pointed towards Vegeta's tail. I am Piccolo, the Demon King Piccolo, not Green face. Why is your family so bothersome? Piccolo shouted angrily. All right. Green face. Ginyu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Piccolo swiftly turned his attention to Vegeta's tail, placing his fingers on his forehead while observing Vegeta's every move. How frustrating. The one who could control him had already lost their fighting spirit. If this special beam cannon misses, it would be the end. In an instant, Piccolo's gaze fell upon Krillin. Baldy, his weakness is the tail. You hold him off while I take care of it. Recognizing the call from Piccolo, Krillin did not hesitate to respond. All right, leave it to me. Krillin immediately zipped around Vegeta at high speed, keeping him spinning in circles. After a prolonged buildup of energy, the next moment arrived. Special beam cannon. A spiraling yellow-red energy wave erupted from Piccolo's fingertips, aimed directly at Vegeta's tail. However, it seems that Vegeta is acutely aware that the target of the magical light-killing cannon is his tail. He immediately unleashes a formidable pressure, sending Krillin flying. And with his robust physique, he withstands Piccolo's full-powered strike. After using the magical light-killing cannon, Piccolo finds himself utterly drained, helplessly watching as Vegeta's massive hand descends upon him. Ultimately, the only warrior remaining on the battlefield is Krillin. Upon witnessing Piccolo's downfall, a flicker of trepidation stirs within Krillin. This is it. Earth may truly be doomed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rain upon Vegeta, yet they merely tickle him as he gazes skyward. A jet fighter is launching an attack against him. Damn monkey. Today I shall show you the might of your mother. The assailant on the aircraft is none other than the blonde-haired launch, with Bulma's sister, Ties, at the controls. Soon after, another fully armed fighter jet approaches Vegeta, firing laser beams. Inside are Chi-Chi and Bulma, demanding, return my Gohan and Goku. Yet, regardless of their relentless assault, Vegeta remains unscathed. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Vegeta swats down Launch and Ties' aircraft, which explodes in a fiery burst as they parachute to safety. Meanwhile, he seizes Chi-Chi and Bulma from their plane. Discarding the wreckage as if it were a mere toy, Vegeta grips the two women tightly, his mouth agape as he prepares to consume them. Let me go. I don't want to be eaten. Bulma shrieks in a piercing tone. Let me go? You ugly brute, Goku. Goku, save me. Chi-Chi struggles relentlessly, calling out for Goku. As Bulma's cries crescendo, the great ape appears to halt momentarily, scrutinizing the women in his palm. In a moment of irrationality, Vegeta seems to recall something and pauses, holding his breath as he gazes at Bulma. An opportunity. Seizing the moment, Krillin gathers his strength, conjuring a spinning yellow disc in his hands. Ki wave. The beam slices toward Vegeta's tail, and with Krillin's precise maneuvering, it severs the appendage. Success. Vegeta emits a wail of agony, and as he does, his form rapidly diminishes, ultimately reverting to his original height of 164 meters. Now in his humanoid state, Vegeta touches his injured rear in terror, wincing as pain courses through his body. Damn it! Vegeta grits his teeth in frustration. In the distance, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. A disheveled Goku awakens from his slumber, faint echoes of Chi-Chi's pleas resonating in his mind, prompting him to spring to his feet. Vegeta's gaze once again fixates on the woman who has distracted him time and again. What is happening to me? Vegeta slaps himself in frustration. Yet, in the next instant, He is overwhelmed by excruciating pain, curling up on the ground and rolling in agony. Ah! Vegeta cries out in torment. The excruciating pain inflicted upon him during his loss of consciousness consumed his entire nervous system, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Stop! The figure of Sun Wukong once again materialized before Vegeta. Release my Chi-Chi. With heavy steps, Sun Wukong approached Vegeta. Chapter 62. Vegeta's decision to Sun Wukong's astonishment. The once formidable and domineering Vegeta now lay in agony on the ground. Upon seeing Wukong's arrival, Chi-Chi rushed into his embrace as if he were her lifeline. Wah! Wukong! You scared me to death. She sobbed in his arms. Yet, Wukong's gaze remained fixated on Vegeta. By the way, where's Gohan? Wasn't he with you? Chi-Chi's expression shifted abruptly from tears to an accusatory glare at Wukong. However, Sun Wukong paid her no mind and continued toward Vegeta. Believing that Wukong would deliver a fatal blow, Vegeta gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly rising to his feet, laboriously assuming a fighting stance. You are strong. I hope to engage in a grand battle with you once you have recovered. He then extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Yet, Vegeta rebuffed him, swatting Wukong's hand away. Oh dear, Sun Quan, the Saiyan prince does not take kindly to such gestures, Bulma remarked sarcastically from the side. Vegeta turned away, staggering off into the distance. Dog Wukong, I'm asking you a question. Where's Gohan? Chi-Chi, now furious, demanded answers from Wukong. Mom, I'm here, came Gohan's innocent voice from behind. Gohan, are you hurt? Let your mother see. Following Gohan was a stout figure, who held a bag of beans in his hand. Am I late? Yajirobe waddled over, his rotund belly bobbing. Wukong scratched his head and replied, not really. Yajirobe handed the bag to Wukong, who promptly retrieved a magical bean and approached Vegeta. Eating this will restore your strength instantly. Vegeta was left baffled by Wukong's actions. Not just Vegeta, but Krillin and Bulma were equally perplexed. Wukong, are you out of your mind? What on earth are you doing? Bulma shouted at him in exasperation. Krillin, please distribute these beans among everyone. Wukong introduced himself. You are Vegeta, right? I am Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot, a Saiyan raised on Earth. He continued, disregarding whether Vegeta acknowledged him. Krillin fed the remaining beans to the unconscious individuals, and after consuming the beans, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Only after witnessing the restoration of his companions did Vegeta finally swallow the magical bean. Revitalized, Vegeta turned to leave. Vegeta, wait a moment. Jin called after him. I do not intend to provoke you. The truth about Darles becoming the Saiyan King is as follows. Upon hearing Jin recount Darles' fierce battle against Frieza alongside the Saiyans, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Vegeta. I was mistaken, indeed. He is far more deserving of the title of king than I. A profound transformation occurred within Vegeta. It should have been I leading the Saiyans against Frieza. Yet I find myself living in disgrace beneath the gaze of my enemies, unworthy to be called the prince of the Saiyans. At this moment, Vegeta was engulfed in an abyss of self-recrimination. Do not despair, Vegeta. In my heart, you shall forever remain the prince of the Saiyans. Raditz had arrived at Vegeta's side. Yes, Vegeta, we have been companions since childhood. Nappa had also appeared, though at an unknown moment. What nonsense are you spouting, Vegeta? Did you not claim that the proud prince of the Saiyans requires no protector? You must safeguard all Saiyans. They are all here. Jin recalled Vegeta's earlier frenzied words and patted him on the shoulder. In the face of these unexpected strangers, Goku voiced his bewilderment. Mom, are these tail-bearing individuals also Saiyans? He pointed at Raditz and Nappa. Jin formally introduced Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa to Goku. Goku approached Raditz, scrutinizing him intently. Brother, you are my elder brother. You must be incredibly strong. Who is stronger, you or my second brother? Goku had already learned from Jin about having an elder and a second brother. Little brother, your second brother is the strongest, but if you train diligently, you may surpass him. Raditz clapped Goku on the shoulder. Raditz gazed down at his younger brother, who stood half a head shorter, and found himself unable to harbor any ill intentions. He recalled the order from Darius to eliminate Kakarot on Earth, and a shiver ran down his spine. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Slowly, Raditz rose and flew atop a small hill, clearing his throat before proclaiming loudly, everyone, all the Saiyans are currently on Earth. I apologize. I initially believed that finding my second brother would allow us to escape Frieza's pursuit. Yet now, with my second brother missing, It is only a matter of time before Frieza discovers our whereabouts and comes to Earth to hunt us down. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the inhabitants of Earth became restless. The first to react was Krillin. What did you say? That cosmic tyrant Frieza is returning to Earth? Krillin gazed at Raditz with trepidation. Nanny, the cosmic emperor Frieza? Yamcha's eyes widened. Dealing with just Vegeta had already left them flustered, let alone facing the cosmic emperor. In stark contrast, Tien remained remarkably calm, awaiting Raditz's next words. Frieza? Is he the demon my mother spoke of? He is coming to Earth? Goku was equally unable to process this sudden revelation. The other warriors fell silent, while in the distance, Piccolo, with his keen hearing, absorbed every word spoken by Raditz. Frieza, a being even more formidable than Vegeta? This is intolerable. Piccolo gritted his teeth and approached the others. Hey, I say, this is a matter concerning you Saiyans. Why must it involve Earth? Bulma could no longer contain her frustration. First, there was Vegeta's reckless destruction, and now, with the arrival of the Saiyans, Earth was threatened by formidable adversaries. I apologize, it was my oversight, as I believed Darles would be on Earth. I was confident he could defeat Frieza. Raditz bowed his head once more, expressing his contrition to the assembled group. Sister, it is also my fault that Lin Feng has gone missing. Had I not asked him to assist Jack with his affairs, he would still be on Earth. Tais leaned against the blonde-haired Lan Chi as they approached the others. But sister, this concerns the fate of Earth. Bulma remarked to Tais. What intergalactic emperor? Watch me take him down. Lan Chi limped over, her machine gun incessantly ejecting shells. Seeing Lan Chi lose control, Tais swiftly waved a dogtail grass near her nose. As a sneeze erupted, Lan Chi reverted to her original state. I am truly sorry, everyone. Since my younger brother is not on Earth, we shall depart tomorrow. With that, Raditz and Nappa turned to leave. Stop, Raditz. Tais' voice interrupted Raditz's steps. Do not be naive, since Frieza has issued a command to hunt down the Saiyans. He will find you. The Saiyans living on Earth will also be discovered. Surely, you cannot expect Aunt Gina and the others to flee alongside you for eternity. Is that how you intend to live your lives? Tais gazed at Raditz's retreating figure, revealing her true thoughts. Indeed, Raditz, since you are Goku's brother, our warriors on Earth will not stand idly by while you march to your doom. Krillin clenched his fists. Raditz halted, turning to face the warriors of Earth. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Tais all looked at him, awaiting his response. Brother, before Frieza arrives on Earth, let us strive to become stronger and face him. Goku, having shaken off his earlier shock, was now filled with excitement. Gina approached and patted Raditz on the shoulder. Child, Earth has long been my second home. There is no way I will follow you. She added, moreover, perpetually fleeing is not the way of the Saiyans. If that is the case, then let us train together to welcome Frieza's arrival. Gina was full of vigor, encouraging everyone. Humph, how tedious. Vegeta scoffed, rising to soar into the sky. Listen, that fellow Darles is dead. Now, the only one capable of leading the Saiyans is none other than me. Vegeta's declaration captured everyone's attention. Darles has already protected the Saiyans once. This time, let me safeguard you. Even against Frieza, I shall defeat him. With that, Vegeta strode away, vanishing from their sight. Raditz watched Vegeta's departing figure. All eyes were drawn to Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, Piccolo had stealthily approached Gohan, gently placing his hand upon the young warrior's back. Son Goku, your son possesses immeasurable potential. In the days to come, I shall take him under my wing for training. With that, Piccolo swiftly seized Gohan from Chi-Chi's embrace. Daddy, Mommy, save me. Gohan struggled desperately in Piccolo's grasp. A swift chop silenced him, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Nanny, Son Goku, quickly, save Gohan. Chi-Chi cried out, her child vanishing from her sight, leaving her to frantically call for Son Goku. As Goku pursued Piccolo's trail, they converged upon the ocean's surface. Listen, Son Goku. If you wish not to squander a genius, then do not follow me, Piccolo said calmly. Of course, I desire for Gohan to grow stronger. But how can I explain this to Chi-Chi? Son Goku scratched his head, fully aware of his son's vast potential and his desire for Gohan to become more powerful. That's easily remedied. Just stay put, Piccolo replied with a devilish grin. Suddenly, a yellow energy blast hurtled toward Goku. Piccolo expertly gauged his strength, incapacitating Goku without taking his life. The latter fell unconscious, allowing Piccolo to carry the slumbering Gohan away. How strange. Goku has been gone for quite a while, Chi-Chi fretted. pacing anxiously until she halted before Raditz. "Brother, please, could you check on Gohan's well-being?" Seeing the anticipation in Chi-Chi's eyes, Raditz felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly, he soared in the direction Goku had departed. Piccolo and Raditz collided face to face. "Raditz, you wouldn't want your nephew's talent to go to waste, would you?" "Oh, my nephew's talent?" Raditz questioned, glancing toward the unconscious child. Piccolo recounted how Gohan had suddenly unleashed a power far beyond that of a child his age. "I understand. In that case, I shall train him," Raditz declared, reaching out to cradle Gohan. Instinctively, Piccolo stepped back, refusing Raditz's advances. "No, you are his uncle. You would undoubtedly be lenient. Only I shall train him." Piccolo had no intention of relinquishing Gohan, turning away resolutely. "Your brother has been rendered unconscious by me. You may carry him back." Piccolo indicated toward the shore where Goku lay. Faced with Piccolo's obstinacy, Raditz relented, approaching the coastline to hoist Goku away. "How will I explain this? This is troublesome, especially with that woman named Chi-Chi," Raditz mused, scratching his head, aware that his sister-in-law would be formidable to deal with. An idea struck him. A faint glow enveloped his hands as he struck himself repeatedly, until blood spilled from his mouth. "This will suffice." Raditz staggered back to the group, depositing Goku at Chi-Chi's feet with a thud. "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi," he murmured, feigning unconsciousness. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the two brothers on the ground. The warriors immediately discerned their intentions, which were to deliberately allow Piccolo to escape. However, Chi-Chi was relentless. Upon seeing the two fall, she rushed to Jin's side. "Mother, please save Gohan. Piccolo is a formidable foe. If Gohan falls into his hands, he is surely doomed." Chi-Chi implored Jin anxiously. Yet, Jin could see through the brothers' motives and comforted Chi-Chi, saying, "Very well, I shall go at once." 10 minutes later, Jin returned, bloodied and gravely injured. "Curse it. My body has yet to recover, and this green-faced monster is too powerful," she thought before collapsing. Chi-Chi then turned her gaze to the other warriors, but they all declined, asserting that even Raditz and Jin were no match for Piccolo, making their efforts futile. "Gohan, my Gohan. Oh, how unfortunate you are." Chi-Chi's voice echoed through the heavens, lingering in the air as she resigned herself to this grim reality. Chapter 63. Individual training. Upon learning that an unfamiliar enemy was approaching Earth, the warriors began their individual training. Vegeta eventually found his way to Bulma's home, where Dr. Briefs constructed a gravity chamber for him. Typus, feeling guilty about Darles' disappearance, invited Raditz to train at her home and requested Dr. Briefs to build a gravity chamber similar to Vegeta's for him. Raditz, eager to strengthen son Goku, persuaded him to join in the training within the gravity chamber. Both Vegeta and Raditz resided at the home of the world's wealthiest individual. Meanwhile, Nappa could only train alongside Jin, steadily improving his strength through their sessions. Though he lagged behind the other Saiyans in speed, the warriors employed their own methods of training. Yamcha, ostensibly Bulma's boyfriend, also stayed at Bulma's home, tirelessly practicing the Spirit Ball and his Wolf-Fang Fist. During leisure time, Yamcha often drove out to seek beautiful women to play poker with, which drove a wedge between him and Bulma, ultimately leading to their breakup when Bulma caught him in the act. At Kame House, Kamehameha, Krillin unleashed a Kamehameha wave that spiraled across the ocean, diving into the sea only to emerge and circle Kame House before striking him from behind. "Kienzan," Krillin shouted, as a disc began to form in his hand. The disc swiftly sliced through the oncoming Kamehameha wave, allowing Krillin's attack to plunge into the ocean, creating a series of crashing waves. Quite good. You've made progress," the turtle hermit remarked, setting down his book to commend Krillin. In the snowy mountains, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu were also engaged in their training. Tenshinhan sat naked atop the snowy peak, his legs crossed, remaining motionless despite his cheeks being frozen red. "Brother Tian, are you alright like this?" Dumplings quivered incessantly, expressing concern towards Tianjin Rice. "Dumpling, do not lose focus. Both body and willpower require training. Only then will my Qigong cannon become mightier." On the grassland, Piccolo sat atop the highest peak, engaged in meditation. His eyebrows twitched as he found himself once more in battle with Vegeta in his mind's eye. The great ape Vegeta rampaged, striking everything around him, while Piccolo awaited the opportune moment to strike at Vegeta's tail. "Special beam cannon," Piccolo exclaimed, successfully drawing Vegeta's attention as the attack struck true. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a frenzy of attacks against Piccolo. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo approached Vegeta, ready to unleash another special beam cannon at his tail. However, Vegeta's massive hand swiftly ensnared him, eliciting a piercing scream from Piccolo. Yet, in the next moment, the great ape Vegeta began to shrink, ultimately reverting to his human form. Light of death, the true Piccolo delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's tail, employing his afterimage technique to distract Vegeta, and, while he was unsuspecting, severed his tail. Ahaha, come chase me, Mr. Dinosaur. The voice of Gohan snapped Piccolo back to reality. He gazed with satisfaction at the child before him, who, just a month prior, was timid and weak, now capable of confronting dinosaurs on his own. Piccolo, swiftly to the Supreme Kai's temple. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. The voice of the Supreme Kai suddenly resonated in Piccolo's mind. Old man, you are exceedingly bothersome. Piccolo attempted to sever the connection with the Supreme Kai. Feudal Piccolo. We are one and the same. The situation is dire, and there is no time for explanation. Hurry to the Supreme Kai's temple. Reluctantly, Piccolo soared towards the temple. What is it, old man? Piccolo shouted at an elder version of himself. The Frieza you speak of is nearing Earth. The Supreme Kai replied gravely. In the galaxy, countless spaceships encircled a colossal vessel, racing towards Earth. Father, the blue planet ahead is Earth. Frieza pointed at the screen, addressing King Cold. Your Majesty, Frieza. King Cold. We shall arrive at Earth in approximately 2 days. A reptilian alien reported to Frieza and his father. King Cold gestured towards Earth. So the Saiyans who escaped from your grasp are on that planet? Indeed, father. The remnants of the Saiyans reside on Earth. If we eliminate them all, no one will threaten our dominion over the universe. With that, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. On Earth, Raditz tightened his fists, addressing Vegeta. Do you sense it? Frieza and King Cold's presence draws ever closer. Damn it, are they arriving so soon? Give me a little more time. I can break through my limitations. Vegeta cursed angrily. Goku, with a serious expression, gazed at the sky. Brother, it is time to test the fruits of our training. At the Kame house, Klin and Master Roshi also sensed the two formidable auras, along with the countless other presences surrounding them, each surpassing their own. It seemed that Earth was once again destined for suffering. Klin gazed at the sky, softly uttering the words, Snow Mountain. Can you feel it, Tien? Tien, furrowing his brow, responded, At this moment, within the heavenly temple, Bobo intently observed the sky, notably alone this time. Frieza's army. Hey, Bart, when we arrive on Earth, make sure to give Vegeta a good beating. The white-haired guys commanded Bart beside him. Mind your own business. I know what to do. Bart retorted defiantly. All right. Let's listen to the captain. Chio-E interjected, attempting to mediate. To hell with that. The only captain is Ginyu. I, Raikum, refuse to acknowledge him as captain. If it weren't for Frieza's decree, I believe I would be a better fit for the role. Raikum exclaimed, visibly displeased, as if ready to confront guys. Calm down. It doesn't matter who leads. As long as we remain the elite special forces under Frieza's command, we can thrive within Frieza's army, said the psychic warrior Goldo. Enough noise. Sabo vented his frustration. Without Ginyu, the special forces had lost their former status, and the group fell silent. The Ginyu Force had now been renamed the Guys Force. Years ago, their captain Ginyu mysteriously vanished, and Guys took over, subsequently changing the team's name. After years of selection at Frieza's martial arts tournament, Chio-E ultimately joined the Guys Force. The more suitable candidates, Sabo and Red Bull, had taken on prominent roles, one as Frieza's favored companion and the other as a trainer within Frieza's army, holding a status comparable to Guys. Sabo felt their dance routines were utterly embarrassing and had no intention of joining. Sabo. The last time the entire Frieza army was mobilized was during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Dodoria reminisced about that eventful day, expressing his thoughts to Sabo. Yes, I remember. This time, we must obliterate the Saiyans. Sabo declared with determination. The Frieza army spaceship drew ever closer to Earth. Chapter 64. The Frieza army strikes on a plane on Earth. As a colossal crab-shaped spaceship descended, the fauna became restless. Warriors from Earth rushed in from all directions. The first to arrive were Vegeta, Raditz, and Son Goku, followed closely by Jine and Nappa. Next came Tien and Dend, followed by Klin, who had an elder on his back. Finally, Yamcha arrived. Master Roshi, you've come too. Son Goku greeted the old turtle hermit. Indeed, I was once the strongest man on Earth. Master Roshi replied with a sense of pride. The Earth is in peril, and I must take action. Master Roshi's muscles bulged instantaneously. Where are Gohan and Piccolo? Krillin noticed that everyone except Gohan and Piccolo was present. Piccolo was a formidable force. His presence could tilt the odds in their favor. However, with Frieza now present and still no sign of Gohan or Piccolo, Krillin began to panic. Clang! The spaceship descended flawlessly onto the plane, its door creaking open. Krillin's concerns were abruptly interrupted. A sinister and malevolent face appeared before everyone, instantly heightening their alertness as they braced for battle. Ah, Earthlings! If you allow me to exterminate all the Saiyans, I shall generously purchase your planet without causing any harm to this beautiful sphere, Frieza proclaimed, surveying the landscape with a nod of approval for Earth's appearance. Frieza, we are right here. You shall not succeed in killing us Saiyans. Raditz bellowed, raising his voice defiantly. Frieza, today either you perish or I do, Vegeta said, gazing intently at the all-too-familiar face before him, his fury surging uncontrollably. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as the Ginyu Force made their grand entrance. Ginyu led his team onto the scene, striking awkward poses. Following their arrival, a mass of Frieza's soldiers filled the skies above the plane, looming ominously over the assembled crowd. The Ginyu Force? Ginyu, you've risen to captain, it seems, Vegeta taunted, eyeing the medals adorning Ginyu's chest. Isn't that the ugly one, Kuei? What brings you to associate with Ginyu? Vegeta's keen eyes recognized Kuei instantly. Vegeta, have you fled to Earth? Isn't it better to work faithfully under Lord Frieza? Kuei mocked, arms crossed. Vegeta, I never realized you had a job before, Goku remarked with a puzzled expression aimed at Vegeta, who had no intention of explaining. Before? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Vegeta no longer works? Kuei's expression shifted to one of surprise. Indeed, he now enjoys a life of luxury at Bulma's place, free from labor, and can train daily. Goku's words caught the attention of the other Ginyu Force members, eliciting envious glares. What? They exclaimed, filled with jealousy. Ahem, not just Vegeta, my brother Raditz enjoys the same privileges. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion among Frieza's soldiers, directing their hatred towards Vegeta and Raditz. How infuriating. I never imagined Vegeta would live so well. Silence. Ginyu, now realizing this was a prime opportunity to curry favor with Frieza, bellowed, and the soldiers promptly fell silent. What is this? Is Ginyu dead? Have you allowed this garbage to become captain? Vegeta continued his derision. Clearly, Vegeta's words struck a sensitive chord within Ginyu. Enraged, Ginyu commanded his team to launch an assault on Vegeta. Berta, Kuei, attack. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chio-E swiftly launched an assault on Vegeta, only to be felled to the ground by a single energy blast from Vegeta. Humph. Worthless, Vegeta disdainfully spat. In contrast, Berta stood motionless, completely disregarding Jisu's commands. Oh, Berta? Is that the same foolish giant as Riku? Vegeta's words were laced with double entendre, provoking both Berta and Riku simultaneously. Riku and Berta, enraged, charged towards Vegeta. Humph. A mere battle power of 24,000. It seems you haven't progressed at all over the years. I have long surpassed my former self, Riku declared as he rushed towards Vegeta. However, before he could reach him, Vegeta had already appeared above Riku, delivering a sharp chop to the back of his neck, causing him to stagger. You can donate your useless eyes to those in need. Open your eyes wide and behold the true extent of my power. Vegeta unleashed his energy, raising his battle power to 12. This familiar figure sent shivers down the spines of the Frieza Force members. 12. That was the battle power of Captain Ginyu. What? Vegeta has become this formidable? The whispers among the Frieza Force echoed in disbelief. Just the mere presence of Vegeta instilled fear within them. Humph. There are 6 more like me, Vegeta proclaimed, pointing to his companions behind him, clearly striking a blow to the confidence of the Frieza Force. Don't be fooled by his words. Charge. Red Bull commanded as he and several others, including Zaban and Dodoria, advanced from the rear. Oh, is this truly the last stand of the Frieza Force? Vegeta mocked the remnants of Frieza's army. Vegeta, you've said your piece. But what am I supposed to say to Raditz? Nappa quipped from the sidelines. Suddenly, a dark mass surged from behind Red Bull, rushing towards the warriors. The fighters on Earth immediately engaged in battle. The low-ranking soldiers cleverly avoided direct confrontation with the Saiyans, instead entangling themselves with the Earth warriors. Humph, don't underestimate me. Solar flare, Krillin exclaimed, executing the technique before shouting, Spirit Slash. He deftly maneuvered his Spirit Slash through the Frieza soldiers, severing them with ease. Yes, Krillin beamed with pride at his accomplishments. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was not to be outdone. You think you can bully an old man? His muscles swelled with power. The Kamehameha wave will show you the true essence of the Turtle School. Master Roshi unleashed his signature move twice, exhausting himself in the process, but successfully dispatching numerous Frieza soldiers. Grandpa. Upon witnessing Master Roshi fall, Goku swiftly flew over to protect him, using energy blasts to eliminate several Frieza troops. At the same time, Tien Shinhan was engaged in a fierce battle with Frieza's forces, employing his multi-form technique to keep them at bay. Dumpling quickly. Tien called out to Kaiatsu. DKB. The controlled Frieza soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes, collapsing onto the ground. Wolf Fang Fist. Spirit Bomb. Yamcha unleashed his ultimate techniques, engaging in fierce combat with Frieza's forces. Unfortunately, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and at a critical moment, he was successfully rescued by Jain. Everyone, stand back. Vegeta soared into the sky, his voice commanding the attention of all. Final flash. With his hands positioned before his chest, he unleashed a long-charged energy wave, decimating half of Frieza's army. Jain gazed at the ground strewn with the corpses of Frieza's soldiers, reflecting on Vegeta's prowess. Now it's my turn. Kamehameha. Upon uttering these words, Jain obliterated hundreds of Frieza's troops before her. Damn it. Red Bull gritted his teeth. The severity of the situation had surpassed his expectations, as both Sabo and Dodoria had fallen to these Saiyans. Indeed, Raditz had seized the chaos to eliminate Sabo and Dodoria. At this moment, Raditz's focus shifted toward Geese and his companions. Long time no see, Chiu-E. Raditz fondly remembered his old friend, while Chiu-E, upon seeing Raditz, had already hidden behind Geese. Ah, is that not Chiu-E and Geese? It's been years. What has happened to you? The voice belonged to Nappa, who hovered above the two familiar faces, the disparity evident. In the distance, Vegeta also approached Raditz and Nappa. Heh, Chiu-E, Vegeta sneered. Now, years later, the Saiyan squad that had once been bullied by Chiu-E and the Ginyu Force stood before them, but unlike before, the two lacked their previous vigor. Death Wave. Explosive attack. The three launched simultaneous strikes at their foes below, reducing them to ashes amidst their screams. The battlefield lay in ruins, among Frieza's vast army. Only Red Bull remained. Vegeta conjured a lightsaber, relentlessly piercing the bodies of the fallen Frieza soldiers, discovering a few still feigning death. Pathetic creatures. He mocked as he pierced through the bodies of these cosmic pirates. All the warriors lined up in an orderly fashion, advancing toward Red Bull, creating a striking spectacle. Sensing the ominous intent, Red Bull fled in panic towards Frieza's direction. Lord Frieza, save me. Suddenly, a red beam pierced through Red Bull's chest. Apologies, sir. But the Frieza force has no need for cowards. Frieza then rose, clapping his hands as he slowly approached the warriors. They soon realized that the true battle was just beginning. Chapter 65. The death of all Frieza's hands continued to clap. Impressive, very impressive. If this were the past, I would have surely valued you highly, but now it is different. As Frieza walked, a disconcerting smile spread across his face. In an instant, his grin vanished, replaced by a menacing glare as he charged at the warriors at blinding speed. Ah! With a piercing scream, Nappa's neck was abruptly snapped. Before anyone could react, Nappa lay lifeless. Nappa! Raditz roared, unable to fathom the harsh reality of losing a companion he had known since childhood. Fueled by fury, Raditz launched himself at Frieza, only to be swatted down effortlessly. Overestimating his capabilities, he felt Frieza's foot crush his fingers with a sickening crunch, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from him. Ah! Jain and Goku could no longer remain passive. Raditz! Brother! Their cries drew Frieza's attention. Oh, it's you. Unpleasant memories surged in Frieza's mind, recalling the man who had once bitten his tail, igniting a wave of revulsion within him. Frieza kicked Raditz's body toward Goku and advanced slowly toward the two. Everyone, attack together. Jain's voice broke through the collective shock of witnessing Raditz's demise. Futile. Even Raditz had begun to lose heart, as Krillin's resolve wavered. Nonsense. Baldy, do you think you want to be killed if you don't resist? Vegeta's voice roused Krillin from his stupor. Regaining their composure, they prepared to assault Frieza in unison. Kamehameha Wave. Spirit Bomb. Energy Wave. Ultimate Explosion Attack. Their combined efforts struck true, Yet amidst the smoke, Frieza re-emerged and scathed. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Goku lamented. Despite their full strength, their opponent remained untouched. Damn it! If only I could grow stronger. Goku sighed in self-reproach. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's menacing visage was mere inches from his face. You're still alive. The close encounter sent chills down Goku's spine. Boom. Frieza's head, resembling a peculiar rice cooker, slammed into Goku, sending him crashing into a mountainside. The intense pain rendered Goku unable to open his eyes. Goku unleashed his full power, but against Frieza's overwhelming 2 billion battle power, it was but a drop in the ocean, futile and ineffective. Take this, Frieza. Giant attacked from the side, only to be ensnared by Frieza's tail and flung toward the fallen Raditz. Stop posturing, you fool, Vegeta bellowed, launching a series of princely techniques at Frieza. Annoyed, Frieza abandoned Goku and approached Vegeta directly. Whoosh! Vegeta's chest was pierced in an instant. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining his battle suit crimson. How infuriating! I refuse to accept this. Vegeta. The others were in disbelief. The once invincible Vegeta had been so easily vanquished. West City. Vegeta. Bulma, watching the video of Vegeta, was reduced to tears, unable to comprehend that the formidable warrior who had instilled fear in everyone had met such a fate. Vegeta's gaze was unfocused, yet in the next instant, his eyes fixated on the sky, unable to divert for what seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, everyone sensed a formidable aura emanating from the direction of the other world, one that surpassed even that of Frieza. How splendid! As this powerful presence enveloped him, Vegeta gradually closed his eyes, peacefully departing from this realm. This aura, it's Piccolo. Krillin immediately recognized the source of this energy. No, it's not just Piccolo's presence. Master Roshi interjected. Wait, it seems there's also Gohan's energy. Gohan has grown stronger too. Goku felt Gohan's aura, both familiar and alien. In the other world, you have finally emerged, Piccolo. The Supreme Kai has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Indeed, the Supreme Kai approached Piccolo. Now let us merge. Piccolo felt no aversion. He had long prepared himself for this moment. In the next heartbeat, the Supreme Kai's form radiated a verdant glow, and as the light faded, the Supreme Kai vanished. A completely new Namekian materialized in the temple. Wait, Supreme Kai? This is a Senzu bean, given by Korin. Mr. Popo called out to Piccolo. Mr. Popo, I am not the Supreme Kai. Piccolo's eyes sharpened with clarity as Mr. Popo hastily handed the Senzu bean to him. Piccolo took the bean and swiftly made his way to the battlefield alongside Gohan. 2 days prior. Piccolo, there's no time left. We cannot hesitate any longer. I have a foreboding feeling that Earth is in grave peril. Only you can save it. The Supreme Kai urgently pleaded with Piccolo. I agree, but after the fusion, I must retain control of my consciousness. You cannot interfere with my thoughts. Piccolo expressed his true intentions. Mr. Popo interrupted their exchange. Lord Piccolo, please follow me. With that, Piccolo accompanied Mr. Popo to a doorway. This is the hyperbolic time chamber, where a year inside equates to a single day outside. The Supreme Kai specifically arranged for me to bring you here for training, Mr. Popo explained. Such a wondrous place exists. Wait, I need to bring someone along for training. Piccolo suddenly thought of Gohan. He immediately soared to the mortal realm, found Gohan, and knocked him unconscious to bring him into the hyperbolic time chamber, returning to the present. Oh, what are you whispering about? A prayer before death? Frieza observed the excitement among the group. Curiosity piqued. It seemed as though they glimpsed hope. Completely ignoring Frieza's inquiry. I am asking you a question. With no response, Frieza's visage began to contort in frustration. Dreadful. Stop making such a disgusting face. Frieza twitched uncontrollably, his veins bulging with rage. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed 5 or 6 laser blasts from his fingertips, and in an instant, all the warriors on Earth fell to the ground, their faces still adorned with smiles. Piccolo furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. He accelerated his flight. This is terrible, Dad, and everyone's energy has vanished. Gohan sensed that all their auras had dissipated, including that of his father. He had long been aware that due to the fusion with Piccolo, the Dragon Balls on Earth could no longer be utilized, implying that death now meant a permanent end. Father. No matter how fervently Gohan cried out, he could no longer hear Goku's response. Tears cascaded from Gohan's eyes, and in an instant, the heavens shattered and the earth trembled under the fury of thunder. The loss of his beloved friends and family transformed this young boy in a heartbeat. Gohan's hair began to stand on end, shimmering with a golden hue, while his pupils faded, ultimately crystallizing into a vibrant green. With a primal roar, Gohan's visage morphed. Golden hair and green pupils replaced his former self, his gaze now infused with a hint of malevolence as he ascended to the status of Super Saiyan. Piccolo witnessed Gohan's transformation, recognizing the lethal intent that now characterized his eyes. Piccolo widened his gaze, astonished at how the innocent child had swiftly adopted the demeanor of a delinquent. Yet, merely 10 seconds later, Gohan's hairstyle reverted to its original form. Gohan suddenly accelerated his flight, eager to locate the two malevolent presences. Piccolo kept pace with Gohan. Chapter 66. Gohan vs. Frieza upon a plain littered with corpses. Frieza approached the fallen warriors with measured steps. At last, these disgusting expressions have vanished. He trampled a corpse's face beneath his foot, striking a pose of arrogance. Frieza, has this Saiyan been dealt with? The voice of King Cold resonated from the spaceship. Father, I have exterminated all Saiyans on this planet. Frieza's gaze lingered on the lifeless bodies of the Saiyans, his face curling into a wicked smile. What a nuisance. It seems I must recruit more soldiers upon my return. King Cold emerged from the spacecraft, surveying the ground strewn with the bodies of Frieza's army, showing no sign of remorse. He began counting the Saiyan corpses. These 3, correct? King Cold pointed at the remains of Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Frieza nodded in tacit agreement. Father, there are also these. He indicated the bodies of Goku and Kaiotsu. Very well, let us depart. I never anticipated that eliminating these wild monkeys would come at such a cost. The father and son turned to board their ship, eager to leave the ravaged plain behind. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed as countless energy blasts surged toward Frieza and his father, sending dust swirling into the air. Stop right there. Gohan's furious voice thundered from above, reverberating like a clap of thunder. As the dust settled, Frieza and King Cold stood shrouded in a golden glow, a protective shield enveloping their forms, leaving them unscathed. However, the unexpected attack ignited their ire. How dare you ambush me? This is unforgivable. Frieza's voice emerged again, tinged with anger and a raspy undertone as the shield dissipated. In the sky, Gohan swiftly recognized the familiar faces among the fallen below. As Sun Wukong's lifeless body lay before him, Son Gohan approached with a vacant gaze and hollow eyes, memories of cherished moments with his father flooding his mind. Father! Yet no matter how he called out, Sun Wukong remained unresponsive. After merging with the God of Heaven, Piccolo's demeanor began to shift. These warriors who sacrificed themselves for Earth were worthy of reverence. Piccolo knelt before the fallen fighters, gently closing their eyes one by one, before returning to Son Gohan, placing a hand on his shoulder. The fierce adversary he once knew now lay motionless, eyes shut forever. Gohan, avenge them. Gohan carefully laid Son Wukong down and rose slowly, tears soaking his garments. With fierce determination, he fixed his gaze on Frieza, advancing step by step. Rather than feeling threatened by Gohan's approach, Frieza mockingly inquired, Father? So you're the son of that Saiyan? Then I shall dispose of you both. The murderer of his father stood before him, ruthless and intent on eliminating him as well. Gohan's heart burned with fury, igniting a blaze of wrath within him. Frieza! His hair stood on end, his pupils turned emerald, and a golden aura erupted from him, transforming his hair to a brilliant golden hue in the final moment. A Saiyan with golden hair. Both Frieza and King Cold were taken aback, astonished that the golden-haired Saiyan was merely a child. Could it be? The one who defeated Cooler is this child? King Cold could hardly believe that this boy was capable of such a feat in the next instant. Gohan's energy peaked, and he roared Frieza's name, the sheer force of his power stunning Frieza with a heavy blow. You wretched fiend! Die! Frieza, gritting his teeth, spat curses at Gohan, regaining his composure to unleash a crimson beam, intent on killing Gohan as he had done to so many others. Gohan! Piccolo's face reflected concern as he anxiously awaited the outcome. However, Gohan, now a Super Saiyan, was far from fragile. He stood tall, facing Frieza's onslaught, the golden aura surrounding him acting as a protective shield. As Gohan approached once more, Frieza's expression became increasingly animated. A Saiyan monkey, is it? Let me show you my full power. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently as Frieza's muscles swelled, revealing his full form. Now at 100% of his strength, Frieza exuded an exhilarating energy. Haha, you are fortunate to witness my true power. But, in the blink of an eye, Frieza appeared above Gohan. Look out, Gohan! Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, experienced a remarkable leap in reaction speed, acutely aware of Frieza's presence. A resounding clash ensued. The delicate arms of Gohan collided with Frieza's fist, and the two stood in a tense standoff for 5 seconds, a wicked smile gracing Frieza's face. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Frieza's tail lashed out, mercilessly striking Gohan's body. Pain etched across Gohan's face as he gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he unleashed another punch aimed at Frieza's abdomen. Cunning and devious, Frieza would not afford Gohan any opportunity. As Gohan's fist drew near, Frieza intensified the force of his strikes. His formidable tail swung with the might of a tempest, ruthlessly slamming Gohan against the distant mountainside. Gohan clutched his chest in agony, realizing that he had been thrust into a hellish battle without any prior experience. This blow had inflicted unprecedented damage upon him. It appeared that although Gohan's transformation had enhanced his power, he remained no match for Frieza. Piccolo observed the intense confrontation, a hint of concern creeping into his gaze. Despite the excruciating pain, Gohan resolutely rose to his feet once more. Recalling the days spent training with Piccolo in the hyperbolic time chamber, consumed by rage, he almost forgot the combat techniques imparted by Piccolo. But Frieza's sudden strike compelled him to remember. Gohan closed his eyes slowly, standing still as if in contemplation. Oh, what is this? Planning to surrender? Frieza remarked, astonished at Gohan's stillness. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan charged at Frieza again. With a series of heavy punches, Gohan struck Frieza repeatedly, his speed and strength now a stark contrast to his earlier self. Frieza, finding himself on the defensive, felt a twinge of annoyance. Damn monkey! Frieza interrupted Gohan's assault, leaping into the air only to reappear behind him. Die! He exclaimed, delivering a barrage of blows with his tail that left a crimson mark across Gohan's face, blood streaming from his nose. Frieza showed no signs of mercy, relentless in his assault, inflicting catastrophic damage upon Gohan's body. At that moment, Gohan found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, suffering under Frieza's unyielding torment. Die, wild monkey! Frieza proclaimed, lifting Gohan into the air by his head, then unleashing a flurry of punches against him. Gohan, devoid of any capacity to fight back, endured Frieza's cruelty as he collapsed to the ground. Special Beam Cannon. A spiraling beam of yellow light shot swiftly towards Frieza, while Piccolo hastened to Gohan's side. He fed a Senzu bean to the barely conscious Gohan, reviving him. Curse you, green-faced monster! How dare you ambush me? Frieza seethed, yet Piccolo paid no heed to his words, advancing towards Gohan with an intimidating presence. Do not forget, I am still here. Oh, since that is the case, do not forget about my presence. The figure of the King of the Kurds reappeared on the battlefield. Chapter 67, Father and Son. Piccolo's gaze was utterly fixated on the King of the Kurds. This being, towering over him, instilled a sense of oppression within Piccolo. A flicker of trepidation was discernible in Piccolo's eyes, although he sensed that the King of the Kurds' aura was not as formidable as Frieza's. An inexplicable worry gnawed at his heart. Hey, green-faced creature, we are not solely reliant on Frieza here. The words of the King of the Kurds snapped Piccolo back to reality. I am Piccolo. His complexion darkened further at being referred to as green-face or green-faced creature, which irked him greatly. Gohan, it is time. I shall confront Frieza. Remember, do not repeat the previous mistake. At this moment, Gohan had fully recovered. Indeed, the effects of the Senzu beans were remarkably swift. With a resounding shout, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan state once more. The four warriors exchanged glances, while Frieza's predatory gaze fixated on Piccolo, intent on eliminating him at once. The King of the Kurds, exuding an air of confidence, beckoned Gohan to attack. In a flash, Gohan vanished from sight, his fist striking the back of the King of the Kurds' head with astonishing speed. Revitalized, Gohan's strength had ascended to new heights. The King of the Kurds' expression darkened, spittle escaping his lips as he momentarily abandoned his previously privileged demeanor. Since contending for the title of Universal Emperor against Shrag, he had not engaged in battle. Grappling with his rusty body, the King of the Kurds winced in pain. Before he could utter another word, Gohan unleashed another powerful blow, his youthful fist delivering an incredible force to the King of the Kurds' chin. Before the king could evade, Gohan's leg was already poised to strike at his abdomen. This won't do. Is it true that I have not fought in ages? Despite his long absence from combat, evasion was an instinctive reaction, and the king of the Kurds bent his body backward. Clang. Gohan's kick did not land as intended on the king of the Kurds' belly. By the time he realized it, his leg was firmly grasped by the king. Enough, you little brat. Die. The king of the Kurds executed a full 360-degree spin, utilizing all his strength to hurl Gohan into a pile of rubble. Gohan's predicament drew Piccolo's attention. Countless stones surged towards Piccolo, and as he regained his focus, he was struck by the debris, forcing him to shield himself with his cloak. Humph, worry about yourself. Frieza's face twisted with malice as he lunged at Piccolo once more. The debris obscured Piccolo's vision, and Frieza's claw plunged deep into Piccolo's chest. Frieza smirked wickedly. Ha. With a sudden eruption, green blood gushed forth from Piccolo's chest. Piccolo clutched his wound, beads of sweat swirling atop his head, as if on the verge of cascading down. The adversary before him was formidable. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? As the figure spoke, Frieza disdainfully replied, What for? As you can see, naturally to eliminate all Saiyans. Piccolo was well aware of Frieza's intentions and continued to inquire, Now that all the Saiyans are dead, why do you still wish to harm the others on Earth? Frieza erupted into laughter upon hearing Piccolo's words. Green face, are you jesting? I am the illustrious emperor of the universe. Do I need your permission to act? Just then, a green figure appeared behind Frieza. A smirk crept across Piccolo's lips. Frieza had fallen into his trap. Suddenly, a duplicate of Piccolo seized Frieza in a tight embrace. Let go. Repulsive green creature. Frieza's face flushed crimson. The close contact with Piccolo's doppelganger made Frieza exceedingly uncomfortable, and he began to pummel the doppelganger's abdomen. This was the result of Piccolo's rigorous training over the past few days. Initially, he could only manifest this technique through meditation. But now he had elevated his mastery of the afterimage fist to new heights. No matter how fiercely Frieza struck at the doppelganger, the green entity clung to him like a leech, seemingly impervious to pain. With a mighty shout, Piccolo's chest wound miraculously healed. Demon Flash. A brilliantly radiant sphere of light coalesced in Piccolo's hand, and with his cry, the wave of light shot towards Frieza like a cannonball. Release this king. Frieza writhed in agony, his contorted visage stripping him of his former arrogance as he let out a fierce roar. Just before the demon flash was about to strike him, Frieza's body ignited in a blazing inferno of red flames, incinerating the doppelganger and finally freeing himself from its grasp. Gasping for breath, Frieza's eyes brimmed with terror as he gazed at Piccolo in horror. This green-faced fiend is so treacherous. You wretched insect. I shall. But before Frieza could finish his sentence, a spiraling beam of light pierced through his chest. Frieza could hardly fathom the reality, yet as he lowered his gaze, the blood gushing from his chest forced him to confront the truth. The once haughty emperor of the universe had fallen. Demon Convergence Cannon. A figure emerged from the rubble, and Piccolo reappeared within Frieza's blurred vision. The being before him was the true Piccolo. The two figures that had initially appeared were merely his doppelgangers. From the moment of his entrance, Piccolo's true form had remained concealed, including the one who had approached to comfort Gohan. It was also a mere projection. The genuine Piccolo had been lurking in the shadows, awaiting his opportunity. Seeing Frieza severely injured, Piccolo once again approached the fallen tyrant. Before him, the Cosmic Emperor spat blood, his eyes betraying a mixture of confusion and dread. A guttural scream escaped his lips as Frieza summoned a radiant pink disc in his grasp. Die. The murderous intent in Frieza's gaze was palpable as the disc surged towards Piccolo. In an instant, Piccolo's form was cleaved in two. Success. The terror that once filled Frieza's eyes dissipated, replaced by a sinister allure. Yet, in the next moment, Frieza found himself engulfed in panic once more. To his astonishment, Piccolo's upper half swiftly sprouted a new set of limbs, and the renewed Piccolo re-emerged before him. Impossible. Frieza's eyes once again mirrored his fear and confusion. Damn it. In a fit of rage, Frieza unleashed a relentless barrage upon Piccolo, who steadily advanced towards him. Surrounding him was a protective shield, rendering Frieza's desperate attacks ineffective. Magic Flash. Piccolo unleashed the spell once more, reducing the fallen Frieza to cinders. Boom. Frieza, witnessing such a grievous assault upon his son, King Cold could no longer remain passive. A surge of astonishing power erupted from him, sending Gohan sprawling 10 meters away. Frieza, King Cold cried incessantly, subsequently cradling Frieza's form to his chest. What does it feel like to lose a loved one? Gohan uttered softly, the agony within him finally imparting a taste of suffering to King Cold. Father, avenge me. The gravely injured Frieza succumbed to unconsciousness, the once mighty cosmic emperor vanquished upon Earth. Chapter 68. The transformation of King Cold. King Cold gently lowered Frieza's body, kneeling before the fallen figure. His form trembled uncontrollably as thoughts of the ailing cooler flooded his mind, glancing once more at Frieza, whose fate hung in the balance. With a piercing howl, King Cold raised his face to the heavens. He then closed his eyes, seeking calm as he reflected on the chain of events that had transpired. Cooler had been bested by a Super Saiyan, and now Frieza lay defeated by the very person before him. All of this turmoil was instigated by those accursed Saiyans. Suddenly, King Cold's eyes snapped open, a fierce glint targeting Gohan. He slowly rose to his feet and advanced towards the two figures. You have successfully enraged me. The earth trembled beneath him, the oceans began to boil, and the very fabric of the world quaked, causing beasts to flee in terror. You are not the only ones capable of transformation. King Cold's chilling words left Gohan in stunned silence. Don't just stand there. Gohan, Piccolo urged, his hand poised above his head, gathering the energy for a magic flash. Let us strike him together. Gohan, disrupt his transformation. With resolve, Gohan raised his hands above his head, a golden glow emanating from his palms. Magic flash, two spirals of yellow energy intertwined in the air, finally coalescing into a singular force, doubling in power as it hurtled towards King Cold. A resounding explosion of magical light erupted from the King of Kurds, enveloping him in a tremendous surge of energy. Smoke swirled around him. Had he succeeded? Sweat began to bead on Sun Wukong's temples. With a sudden sound, droplets of perspiration cascaded down his face. Piccolo's expression turned anxious once again. Oh, you've succeeded in transforming. How can you be so certain? The voice of the King of Kurds resonated through the mist, striking their hearts like a sharp blade. Fear, uncertainty, helplessness. Surrounding the King of Kurds was a protective barrier. And as the haze dissipated, his transformed visage was revealed to the two. Indeed, the King of Kurds had successfully transformed, presenting an entirely new monstrous form before them. Sun Wukong stood in stunned silence, his eyes filled with dread. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared before him, gently patting his head. Wukong, the enemy has grown more powerful. I sense his energy has multiplied several-fold. Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to one of grave seriousness as he recognized the King of Kurds' transformation. The Dragon Balls of Earth were no longer an option. Should we fall, the planet would surely face calamity. Listen, Wukong. Mr. Popo informed me that Earth is not the only place with Dragon Balls. In Sun Wukong's eyes, a glimmer of hope emerged as he awaited Piccolo's next words. To resurrect everyone and save Earth, we must journey to a place known as Namek. Mr. Popo told me it is the homeland of the gods. Wherever Namekians exist, Dragon Balls may also be found. Sun Wukong nodded attentively, absorbing Piccolo's words. You must hurry. Seek Bulma. She knows the location of Namek. She has a way to reach it. Go. Piccolo's emotions surged. Understanding Piccolo's intent, Sun Wukong turned and soared westward at full speed. Dragon Balls. Resurrection. Such treasures exist. I must revive Frieza. The King of Kurds, now transformed, keenly overheard the exchange between father and son. This meant Frieza could indeed be resurrected. The King of Kurds felt a flicker of hope. His genius son had a chance. A crimson beam of energy coalesced at his fingertips, racing towards Sun Wukong at light speed. Whoosh! A yellow energy blast redirected the crimson beam as Piccolo materialized before the King of Kurds. Old man, your opponent is me. In West City, Bulma gazed at the large screen displaying Piccolo, fully aware of his intentions. To her astonishment, the once villainous Piccolo would protect Earth. Bulma swiftly located the coordinates of Namek, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. In his monstrous form, the King of Kurds was exponentially stronger than before. With a single strike, he pierced through Piccolo's chest. Earthling, I demand retribution for your blood. Though pain clouded his mind, sensing Sun Wukong's diminishing energy, a smile of relief graced Piccolo's face. Why do you always wear such nauseating expressions? The anguish of losing his son has driven King Kurd into a state of utter madness. With a single kick, he sent the weakened Piccolo sprawling into a region littered with the corpses of Earth warriors. At this moment, Piccolo had lost all combat capability, barely clinging to life on the ground. However, his keen hearing detected a faint gasp. Turning his head, he saw a woman lying on the ground, none other than the mother of Sun Wukong, still alive. The formidable images of the Saiyans flooded his mind once again. The Saiyans possess boundless potential. Gohan stands as the finest testament to that. She is the most powerful Saiyan I have ever encountered in her normal state. Although Piccolo, after merging with the deity, is predominantly driven by his own persona, the spirit of self-sacrifice exhibited by the deity for Earth has profoundly influenced him. Piccolo retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, a final gift from Mr. Popo, and fed it to the semi-conscious genie. As her eyes slowly opened, she was about to speak, but Piccolo swiftly covered her mouth. With a pointed gesture towards King Kurd, Genie immediately understood his intent and suppressed her energy, feigning unconsciousness. King Kurd approached Piccolo slowly. Fearing that Kurd might discover Genie's survival, Piccolo summoned his last reserves of strength to launch a final assault against the king. The spikes on King Kurd pierced through Piccolo's chest, blood gushing forth. Zzz. The spikes again penetrated Piccolo's thigh. I will make you pay for the vengeance of my son. You cannot die so easily. King Kurd's eyes blazed with crimson fury, hatred consuming his every nerve, the pain of his loss driving him to madness. Come on. Ha. Piccolo sensed Gohan's energy had reached West City. This elicited a genuine smile from him. Damn it. I will make you stop smiling. Your recovery ability is remarkable. I will flay you alive and reduce you to ashes. Let us see how you recover from that. King Kurd, increasingly deranged, tortured Piccolo mercilessly. The ground transformed into a pool of green from his blood. Boom. A surge of crimson flames engulfed the mangled Piccolo, reducing him to cinders. Lying on the ground, Genie fought back tears, her heart a river of sorrow. Piccolo. In that moment, his name was indelibly etched in her heart. She would never forget the name of this green-faced warrior. In West City, Bulma had prepared a spaceship akin to Lin Feng's, shutting off the screen the instant Gohan arrived. At that moment, Gohan felt Piccolo's energy had completely vanished. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he knew he had more pressing matters to attend to. Aunt Bulma, time waits for no one. I must depart immediately. King Kurd was drenched in green liquid as he hastened towards Frieza, hoisting the lifeless body over his shoulder. Father. Frieza's faint voice interrupted King Kurd's stride. Frieza, you are still alive. In this moment, Kurd was overjoyed. The charred Frieza was still alive. The king of Kurd hastened his pace towards the spaceship, eager to return to headquarters and heal Frieza. After 10 minutes of departure from Earth, Jine finally dared to rise. She crawled to the bodies of Raditz and Kakarot, embracing them in profound sorrow. Chapter 69, Dale's Decision in the Skies Above Earth. The king of Kurd placed Frieza into a temporary medical pod, his heart heavy with concern. It seemed there was no need to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect my son. The king believed the advanced technology of their planet could certainly heal Frieza. Yet he still needed to acquire the Dragon Balls, which could indeed bring the deceased back to life. Gurgling sounds emanated from the medical pod, revealing Frieza's weakened voice. Father, destroy this planet. The king was taken aback that Frieza, in such a state, still contemplated the annihilation of the planet. Fortunately, Frieza's reminder prevented him from forgetting. The king opened the pod's door, raising his hands above his head as a massive purple energy sphere began to coalesce, growing larger and brighter. As the king's hands gradually fell, the purple energy sphere slowly flew toward Earth. Let it be destroyed, Earth. Subsequently, the king turned his back and returned to the spaceship. In the western capital of Earth, Bulma felt a slight alleviation of her suppressed emotions, at last. This pair of calamities had departed the planet. Now, hope rested solely in Gohan's hands. In the plains, Jine was still reeling from the loss of her 3 sons, a reality she could scarcely accept. Suddenly, the sky turned a vivid purple, the enormous energy sphere blocking the sun's rays, casting the entire land in shades of violet. Some people on Earth instinctively pulled out their phones to take pictures, while others even began live streaming. Hey folks, follow me as I investigate this unidentified object. As it approached, discomfort intensified among the people. The purple light caused a stinging sensation upon contact with their skin. Amidst the chaos, someone in the crowd shouted, "Run. It's the end of the world." At that moment, the inhabitants of Earth became like ants on a hot stove, thrown into disarray. Jine realized this was Kurd's intention, to annihilate Earth and eradicate its people. Having barely escaped death, Jine, now rejuvenated, felt her power surge due to her Saiyan nature. A blue energy wave shot skyward, aimed at the purple energy sphere, attempting to divert it from its course. Damn it! This is insufficient. Jine's body was taut, yet the purple sphere showed no signs of halting its advance. Jine was nearing her limit, unwilling to accept that Earth might share the same fate as Vegeta. Tears welled in her eyes as she grasped the helplessness felt by Bardock and Darles. Bang! A yellow energy wave descended from the heavens, successfully diverting the trajectory of a purple sphere. In the vastness of space, a rebellious youth with golden hair stood above the Earth, exerting all his strength to alter the course of this purple energy orb. Gasping for breath, Son Gohan's face radiated with the joy of victory. Who's there? Show yourself. Son Gohan sensed a pair of eyes watching him, yet no one answered his call. Saiyans cannot linger in space for long. He swiftly returned to his spacecraft. On the verge of asphyxiation. On Earth, Chi-Chi had already sensed that the source of this energy belonged to her grandson, and her face lit up with joy. However, in the next moment, her smile froze. Although the purple energy sphere had veered away from a direct hit on Earth, a portion of it still struck the polar regions. In an instant, the Earth underwent cataclysmic changes. The glaciers at the poles rapidly melted under the energy emitted by the blast, causing sea levels to rise dramatically around the globe. Catastrophic events unfolded across the world. Earthquakes of magnitude 9, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Ordinary people found themselves unable to escape this disaster. In the face of such calamity, both the wealthy and the impoverished appeared equally vulnerable. Oh no! I must quickly find Chi-Chi and Bulma. Yet, the violent tremors of the Earth made it impossible for her to fly even a few dozen meters. Ultimately, only Chi-Chi and Mr. Popo remained among the Earth's inhabitants. Mr. Popo recounted all these events to her. Chi-Chi shared with Lin Feng everything that had transpired over the years. To her astonishment, she could hardly believe that Frieza had pursued them to Earth. At that moment, Lin Feng was engulfed in endless self-reproach. If only he had emerged from that alternate dimension sooner, perhaps all of this could have been avoided. However, to his surprise, Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan ahead of schedule. He was the first Saiyan to achieve this feat aside from himself. Initially, one might have expected Goku to be next, yet it was Gohan who had ascended. This meant Gohan was now en route to Namek. Lin Feng held a deep concern for his nephew, who possessed unparalleled talent. I wish to assist Gohan, but alas, there is no spaceship available. And Bulma is no longer here. As Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears once more, Lin Feng offered her continuous comfort. His mother had endured too much. In just a few days, she appeared to have aged a decade. From Chi-Chi's words, Lin Feng learned that Piccolo had already fused with Kami, rendering the Dragon Balls on Earth unusable. Gohan had taken the last glimmer of hope to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. But complicating matters was the fact that King Cold had also learned the secret of the Dragon Balls, potentially making his way there as well. It appeared that Gohan's journey to Namek was fraught with peril. I have made up my mind. Mother, I shall go save Gohan immediately. With that, Lin Feng placed his finger on his forehead, attempting to locate Son Gohan's energy. Why can't I find him? Lin Feng's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment as he realized he had never encountered Gohan and could not sense his presence. However, in the next moment, he made a bold decision. On the new planet Kurd, a neatly arranged healing pod emitted a series of bubbling sounds. The owners of the pod were Frieza and Cooler. At that moment, Frieza's eyes had opened, and he was able to speak, though his broken body had yet to fully recover. Father, why have you transformed again? Frieza asked in astonishment, gazing at the figure before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Cooler stood up and replied, that form is simply too unsightly. However, Frieza, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? Cooler had already instructed his subordinates to investigate the so-called Dragon Balls and learned that they could not only revive individuals, but also grant wishes. Cooler, having a deep affection for Frieza and nearly losing him, was now even more inclined to indulge him. Father, if possible, I would like to grow 5 inches taller. Gradually, over the course of a year, Frieza confided his wish. Cooler saw through Frieza's little ploy immediately. His youngest son was a mutant, possessing formidable combat strength since birth, albeit at the cost of his height. What? Grow 5 inches taller? Frieza thought Cooler found his wish absurd, so he continued, Father, if you have a wish to fulfill, let us prioritize yours. To Frieza's surprise, Cooler responded, What 5 inches? I want you to be just like your brother. At that moment, Frieza was deeply moved, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Father. Chapter 70. The Lonely Warrior in the Vastness of Space. Gohan tinkered with the spaceship, his clever mind quickly grasping the control mechanisms. I must become stronger. I need to find the Dragon Balls. Only then can I revive everyone. This 7-year-old child bore the weight of the entire Earth's fate, enduring pressures far beyond his years. He understood the formidable enemy he was about to face, one that had even slain his uncle Piccolo. Gohan activated the gravity system and embarked on his training regimen. In the underworld, King Yin was tirelessly stamping documents. What on earth is happening? Why have so many souls departed in recent days? I can scarcely keep up. Beside him, several little spirits wiped the sweat from his brow. It seems that all the humans on a planet called Earth have perished. One spirit replied. Suddenly, several familiar figures interrupted King Yin's workflow. Lord King Yin, it's been a long time. Goku waved his hand in greeting. However, King Yin's gaze lingered only briefly on Goku's face before shifting to those behind him. The celestial being. King Yin exclaimed in disbelief, astonished to find that even the celestial had met his demise. Are you calling me? Piccolo turned around, realizing that King Yin was indeed referring to him. Immediately, a multitude of warriors emerged before them, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were visiting this place for the first time. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Master Roshi. King Yama's gaze finally settled upon the elderly figure, and he was instantly filled with excitement. At last, this ancient one has come to report to me. However, in the next moment, the fortune teller appeared behind a crowd. These individuals sacrificed themselves to protect the earth, including my brother. Lord King Kai has instructed that their souls must be safeguarded. The fortune teller unveiled the truth of the matter. Are you suggesting that Lord King Kai wishes to meet them? King Yama, having navigated the corridors of power for many years, immediately grasped the implication behind the fortune teller's words. Wait a moment, let me see. The others are fine. But these 3 individuals possess inherently malevolent natures, and according to the rules, their souls cannot be preserved. King Yama pointed to the trio of Saiyans nearby. Oh dear. King Yama, please show some leniency. Seeing that King Yama was unwilling to release them, Son Goku began to plead earnestly. What is the matter? Are you disregarding Lord King Kai's words? The fortune teller once again invoked King Kai's authority to pressure King Yama. I wouldn't dare. Thus, the group set forth along Snake Way, preparing to journey to King Kai's planet. After a month of arduous travel, Son Gohan finally arrived on Namek. This must be the homeland of Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan pushed open the spaceship's door, and after a month of rigorous training, his muscles had become considerably more defined, his small frame brimming with immense energy. Meanwhile, within the chamber of the Great Elder on Namek, Nail sensed the arrival of a visitor. The aged elder addressed the robust Namekian before him. Nail gazed into the distance, attuned to Son Gohan's energy. I wonder whether the newcomer brings good or ill tidings. The Great Elder smiled. I can feel that this child emanates a most benevolent aura, albeit tinged with a subtle darkness, suggesting he has endured certain trials. Oh, Nail looked at the Great Elder in confusion. The Elder continued, I have a premonition that this individual has come to save our Namekian people. No sooner had the Elder spoken than Nail exited the room. Where are you going, brother Nail? Din's voice called from behind. Without a word, Nail took Din with him and soared towards Son Gohan. The Elder's words reminded Nail that children often communicate more easily, and he could use Din to engage Son Gohan in conversation. Tap. Nail and Din arrived before Gohan. Upon seeing the person who bore an identical visage to Piccolo, Son Gohan could not contain his tears. Uncle Piccolo. Nail regarded Son Gohan with curiosity, as it was indeed as the Great Elder had said. This boy was kind-hearted. Hello, my name is Din, and welcome to Namek. Din cautiously peeked out from behind Nail's leg. Din slowly approached Son Gohan, extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. The sudden appearance of this small Namekian made Son Gohan alert. He realized that the individual before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, was not his Uncle Piccolo. Fear not, we are benevolent. Enel, with candor, revealed the purpose of Gohan's journey. Those who come to Namek do so in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. How do you know? Gohan exclaimed, I intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect our friends on Earth. The naive Son Gohan openly expressed the objective of his expedition. Enel recalled the Elder's words, Please bring this person back. Prompted by the elder's command, Enel immediately set about fulfilling the directive. Please accompany us. Our elder wishes to meet you. Gohan grew increasingly wary, finding the words of these strangers unconvincing. If you seek the Dragon Balls, then comply and follow me. The elder is the creator of the Dragon Balls. They are in our possession. Gohan's heart raced at the mention of the Dragon Balls, and upon learning that the elder was their creator, he consented to follow. Before long, Gohan was escorted to the elder's chamber. Greetings, elder, Gohan said respectfully, a testament to Chi-Chi's upbringing. Observing the innocent child, the elder beckoned, come here, child. Gohan approached hesitantly, feeling a sense of dread, seemingly forgetting his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Do not fear, child, there is no need for anxiety. The elder's warm smile eased Gohan's tension. A large hand descended upon Gohan's head, emanating a gentle glow from the elder's palm, as he gleaned the entirety of Gohan's life experiences. What a pitiable child, burdened with such weight at such a tender age. The elder, now aware of the situation on Earth, addressed Gohan and Enel. Enel promptly informed the other elders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Brother Gohan, how wonderful! You have passed the elder's assessment. Dandy exclaimed, delighted. For this young boy was indeed kind-hearted. Child, come here once more. I wish to bestow upon you a gift. To the elder, Gohan was not merely a child, but a solitary warrior. Gohan stepped closer, and the elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head once more, releasing a surge of green light. Ah! Gohan cried out in discomfort. Do not fear, my child. Endure, and it will become easier. The elder showed no sign of ceasing his ministrations. After 10 minutes of potential awakening, Gohan's once-taut face relaxed. I am stronger, Gohan exclaimed, feeling a significant elevation in his power, unable to contain his elation. Thank you, elder. He bowed deeply once more. There is no need for gratitude. It is your valor that has moved me. Strive to grow stronger, solitary warrior. However, I truly wish to encounter once again that Dragon Ball creator from your memories. He evokes a sense of familiarity within me. The Grand Elder gasped for breath, yet resolutely continued to speak, for the endeavor of unlocking Gohan's potential had drained him of considerable mental strength. You must be referring to Uncle Piccolo. Gohan recounted the tale of Piccolo to the Grand Elder, relieved that he had turned from his former ways. The Grand Elder sighed in reflection. Grand Elder, this is dire. Dandy's voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Has that moment finally arrived? Chapter 71. The assault of King Kurter. Dandy rushed into the Grand Elder's chamber, panting heavily. It's bad. Grand Elder, the village has been attacked. Dandy's voice trembled with fear. I understand. The Grand Elder gravely articulated these simple words. Turning to Gohan, he continued, young friend, circumstances have shifted. The Dragon Balls may be at risk. Gohan sensed the ominous and formidable aura, one he recognized all too well. It belonged to King Kurter, the very being who had slain his uncle Piccolo. Yet, this presence had grown even more potent. And he was certain that despite having fully developed his combat power and transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would not stand a chance. Grand Elder, I shall hasten to protect your people. With that declaration, Gohan soared into the sky, his eyes trembling with resolve. For he knew that defeating King Kurter was the sole path to obtaining the Dragon Balls and realizing his wishes. Meanwhile, in the village of the 6th Elder on Namek, King Kurter arrogantly commanded his subordinates to plunder the settlement, ultimately discovering the 6-star Dragon Ball within the 6th Elder's chamber. Still defiant, are we? What is this? With that, the extraterrestrial flung the 6th Elder aside, severing his arm in the process. Well done. King Kurter commended the actions of the extraterrestrial, a new acolyte within his ranks, amidst the countless villains scattered throughout the cosmos. These space tyrants, having learned of Frieza's renewed recruitment efforts, hastily submitted their applications to his army. Those who had committed the most heinous acts found themselves more readily accepted into Frieza's ranks. However, your approach is not entirely correct. It must be done this way. King Kurter deliberately awaited the 6th Elder's arm to regenerate before addressing his subordinate. You see, their regenerative capabilities are quite formidable. Your method will not succeed in killing him. With that, King Kurter pointed his middle finger at the 6th Elder, and with a resounding crack, the Elder's right arm was severed once more, soon followed by the swift detachment of his left arm. Observe, as long as your speed surpasses their recovery rate, they cannot heal. Have you learned? The subordinate nodded and approached the 6th Elder once more to inflict further harm. Stop. If you seek the Dragon Balls, cease your actions. Gohan's voice did not deter the subordinate's assault. However, King Kurter was immediately intrigued by the mention of the Dragon Balls. Without a moment to spare, he executed his subordinate on the spot. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized the newcomer was none other than Gohan. The familiar visage reappeared before him, and he could scarcely contain his elation. Ha! You are that fleeing Saiyan child. What fortune it is to encounter you here. With that, King Kurd prepared to raise his finger to eliminate Son Gohan. The figure before him was indeed King Kurd, but his aura had intensified since their last encounter, and his form had undergone a transformation. I must not be his equal. Son Gohan assessed King Kurd's appearance. He was no longer the grotesque alien he once was, but had now morphed into a more mature version of Frieza. Were it not for the unchanged aura, Gohan might have doubted his recognition. If you wish to fulfill your desires, cease the slaughter of the Namekians. Son Gohan bellowed with all his might for King Kurd to hear. Very well, I shall spare them, but I will slay you. King Kurd lunged at Son Gohan once more, forcing him to transform into a Super Saiyan to evade the assault. This is disastrous. If this continues, I may very well meet my demise. There will be no chance to resurrect everyone. I know the whereabouts of a Dragon Ball. I have hidden it in a place known only to me. If you take my life, you shall never achieve your wish. With no other option, Son Gohan resorted to deception. It was the first time in his life he had ever told a lie, for he had not hidden a Dragon Ball. Child, bring him to me. As long as he does not harm the Namekians, I shall grant him the Dragon Ball, came the voice of the elder. Hearing this, Son Gohan decided to comply. He led King Kurd to the village where the elder resided. Where's the Dragon Ball? Hurry and give it to me, or I shall kill you. King Kurd's face twisted into a menacing scowl as he threatened the elder. To his surprise, the elder merely smiled knowingly and replied solemnly, The Dragon Ball is on its way. If you take my life, it too shall vanish. King Kurd's fury escalated. Are you threatening me? The elder continued, Young man, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. I have stated that as long as you do not harm the Namekians, I will lend you the Dragon Ball. Humph. The weak do not have the right to negotiate with me. If you do not comply, I shall annihilate every Namekian this instant. The red beam in King Kurd's hand crackled ominously. Dare you slay all the Namekians? I shall take my own life right now. You will never fulfill your wish. I am the creator of the Dragon Balls. Should I perish, they will vanish with me. The elder's voice grew heavier, an inexplicable pressure enveloping King Kurd, compelling even the cosmic overlord to relent. Elder, there are already 6 Dragon Balls. We need only one more to summon. Just then, Dandy entered, discovering King Kurd standing menacingly before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Youth, produce the remaining Dragon Ball, commanded King Kurd, summoning his subordinates to present the acquired Dragon Balls. Dandy gathered the 7 Dragon Balls together and proceeded to an open area. The 7 Dragon Balls converged, emitting a golden glimmer. King Kurd, accompanied by Dandy, arrived at the open ground, vigilantly monitoring Dandy's every move. In the melodious tongue of Namek, Dandy exclaimed, Arise, Shenron. Instantly, the skies darkened, overshadowing the 3 sons of Namek. Golden light and lightning cascaded from above, ultimately striking the Dragon Balls. The colossal form of Purunga materialized before the onlookers. State your wishes. You may have 3. King Kurd rested his chin upon his hand, a familiar scene flickering in his memory, reminiscent of an event he had witnessed before. I recall now. It was during the last encounter on Kurd Star. Suddenly, a fierce flying kick sent King Kurd hurtling 100 meters away. Unprepared, he had never anticipated such an ambush. At last, you remember. An unfamiliar voice emerged from the swirling smoke. As the mist dissipated, Lin Feng's silhouette came into view. Aren't you dead, father? No. Wait. Both King Kurd and Son Gohan gasped in astonishment. You are the one who perished. I am alive and well. Dandy, quickly. Wish for the transfer of everyone except King Kurd and his subordinates to a planet called Earth. Chapter 72. Intercepting King Kurd's wish 10 minutes prior. In that case, I shall confront King Kurd directly. Lin Feng placed his finger on his forehead and vanished from his location. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself on Namek, a mere 10 meters from King Kurd, fortunate to have completely concealed his presence. This must be Gohan. How courageous he is, daring to face King Kurd alone. What? Is that King Kurd? Such a formidable aura. To Lin Feng's astonishment, King Kurd had transformed into his ultimate form. In the Elder's chamber, the Elder sensed the arrival of a new guest on Namek. He could feel the inherent goodness in this individual's heart. As this person appeared, the elder's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Dandy, I have a strong premonition. This newcomer will save our entire race. Dandy looked at the elder in confusion. Did you not say this before? Focus your senses. Dandy, another guest has arrived on Namek. As he spoke, the elder's body trembled. This is not good. Gohan is in danger. The elder hurriedly communicated with Gohan, urging him to bring King Kurd before him. Lin Feng, meanwhile, discreetly followed, moving swiftly, wary of flying lest he be detected by King Kurd. Time returned to the present. Dandy quickly wished to transfer everyone except King Kurd and his subordinates to Earth. Unfamiliar with this stranger, Dandy was perplexed as to how the individual knew his name. He looked helplessly towards the elder's chamber. Dandy, fulfill his wish. Dandy nodded, preparing to articulate Lin Feng's wish in the language of Namek. At that moment, the king of the Kurds slowly rose from the ground and turned to assault Dandy. What I cannot possess, you shall not obtain either. In the next instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing defiantly before the king of the Kurds. Step aside, you troublesome fool. The king of the Kurds swatted Son Gohan away with a single blow, but at that moment, Balunga's form began to radiate with golden lightning. Your wish is about to be fulfilled. The king of the Kurds unleashed a crimson laser from his palm, swiftly directed at Dandy. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Feng promptly teleported in front of Dandy, narrowly evading the king of the Kurds' attack. However, the next moment, the red laser did not dissipate. It continued its trajectory towards the Grand Elder's dwelling. Whoosh! In an instant, blood gushed from the Grand Elder's chest, as the aged elder, lacking recovery abilities, found himself in a state of utter frailty. Killing you will cause the Dragon Balls to vanish, as you have proclaimed. The king of the Kurds displayed a sinister smile. Grand Elder. Everyone turned in horror towards the Grand Elder's house. Inside, the Grand Elder gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. He understood that as long as he drew breath, the Dragon Balls would not disappear. A white radiance enveloped the crowd, vanishing from Namek just before the Grand Elder's demise. With the Grand Elder's passing, only the king of the Kurds and his minions remained on Namek. No, my son's wish. Earth. Once more Earth. Have I not already obliterated it? Damn it. Then I shall destroy it again. Within the Grand Elder's abode, as he neared his end, a smile still graced his face. The king of the Kurds entered the Grand Elder's chamber, unleashing a barrage of beams upon the Elder's lifeless form. It was only when the Grand Elder's body had completely dissolved into light that the king of the Kurds ceased his assault. With the Grand Elder's departure, the Namekian dragon, Balunga, also transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the earth. Witnessing the dragon's disappearance, the king of the Kurds' eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and he soared into the sky, roaring in fury. Ah, dragon, do not leave. Grant my wish. The dragon's absence drove the king of the Kurds into a frenzy, as he relentlessly bombarded the surface of Namek. His fury escalated, reaching a fever pitch, as he seethed. Another Saiyan thwarting my plans. I shall annihilate you. In a fit of unparalleled rage, the king of the Kurds raised his hands above his head, gathering that familiar purple energy sphere once more. Bring me destruction, Namek. He hurled the energy sphere down upon the already ravaged earth. Instantly, Namek was engulfed in thunder and lightning, as the massive orb plunged deep into the planet, causing magma to erupt from its depths. The king of the Kurds departed, fleeing from Namek. Bang! The sea level of Namek surged dramatically, as the waters roared forth, submerging the entire planet. As the energy blasts incessantly penetrated, planet Namek was on the verge of being breached, culminating in an explosion in its final moments. The planet transformed into mere dust. On Earth, the Namekians wept inconsolably, having lost not only their Grand Elder, but also their beloved homeland. Son Gohan approached Dandy, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Dandy, though wanting to speak, found himself at a loss for words. He understood all too well the anguish of losing loved ones. Nail clenched his fists in frustration, feeling a deep sense of regret. He believed he should have been by the Grand Elder's side, yet he had chosen to protect other elders, allowing King Cold to exploit the opportunity. Nail struck his fist against the barren ground, enveloped in endless self-reproach. Children, do not grieve. My time is drawing near. Even if King Cold does not take my life, I shall soon depart this world. The Grand Elder's voice resonated in the ears of all Namekians. Grand Elder, Upon hearing his voice once more, everyone collectively called out to him. Children, you must express your gratitude to this young man and his companion. They are the ones who saved the Namekians. Had this fortunate child not come to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, perhaps this guest would never have arrived. I foresaw the arrival of unexpected visitors to our world, yet I could not prevent it. By a twist of fate, this guest has rescued you all. As the Grand Elder's voice gradually faded, all eyes turned to Lin Feng and Son Gohan. Gohan, thank you. It is you and this uncle who have saved us Namekians. Huh, me? Son Gohan looked at Dandi, bewildered. Yes, the Grand Elder was unable to disclose the foreseen events, as it was a matter of rules. Lin Feng approached the two. Is this also influenced by rules? Dandi continued to explain, indeed. Moreover, the Grand Elder could not fulfill his own wishes through the Dragon Balls. That too is a rule. Oh, so we owe our thanks to Gohan then. Lin Feng gazed at Son Gohan, giving a thumbs up in commendation. Son Gohan felt a sense of familiarity looking at Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. You must be Uncle Darius from Grandma's Tales, right? Son Gohan embraced Lin Feng's leg. Yes, indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Uncle Lin Feng. I prefer that name, Lin Feng replied, cradling Son Gohan and assessing his fighting prowess. Truly extraordinary. Son Gohan's power had reached heights comparable to that attained after emerging from the Room of Spirit and Time during the Android Saga. However, in this state, Son Gohan was still no match for King Cold. He wisely chose not to engage in battle, for even he understood the futility of such a confrontation. In truth, while one might say Son Gohan saved the Namekians, it was the Grand Elder who ultimately saved him. Darius, can you hear me? The voice of Raditz echoed once more in Darius' mind. Brother, you are alive. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape, having never anticipated hearing Raditz's voice again. No, we have perished. Now on King Kai's planet, I am undergoing training. This means that Sun Wukong, just as in the original tale, has arrived at King Kai's to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Even if Raditz had not slain Sun Wukong, he would have encountered King Kai due to his demise at the hands of Frieza. King Kai has tasked me with delivering a message to you. The Frieza family is now approaching Earth. They are expected to arrive in approximately 1 month. Take care. What? Lin Feng keenly sensed the auras of King Cold and Frieza. Indeed, that unmistakably familiar presence is drawing nearer to Earth. Chapter 73. Lin Feng's plan. Are you saying that Frieza and his father will reach Earth in a month? Lin Feng's words captured everyone's attention, leaving them all wide-eyed and staring at him. Uncle Lin Feng, are you suggesting that King Cold will arrive on Earth in a month? Dandy's expression gradually turned anxious, soon succumbing to profound remorse. It's all our fault. It seems that King Cold is aware of our presence on Earth and intends to eliminate us. Gohan comforted Dandy. No, they are coming for us. Gohan succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. Dandy lowered his head, while Naru approached him, gently patting his head. If that is the case, then we shall unite to assist Lin Feng in defeating Frieza and his father. Naru, being the most formidable Namekian warrior, stepped forward first to express his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Indeed, Namek has been destroyed. Earth has become our second homeland. Another Namekian raised his fist and continued. We must fight alongside our benefactor. In an instant, the desolate land was infused with vitality. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn as he ascended into the air. Everyone, please heed my words. Currently, King Cold has evolved to his final stage. Even I cannot contend with him. Therefore, I believe it is unnecessary for us to make futile sacrifices. Lin Feng's implication was clear. He wished to spare the Namekians from battle. Naru, who was singularly focused on avenging the Grand Elder, discerned the underlying message in Lin Feng's words. Are you belittling me? Naru stared intently at Lin Feng. That was not my intention. I have devised a comprehensive strategy. I cannot defeat Frieza and his father alone. Upon hearing Lin Feng's assertion, Naru tempered his demeanor. In the next moment, Lin Feng shouted, Mr. Bobo, I know you are watching. Please unleash your energy. In the other world, Mr. Bobo gazed at the once youthful boy, now transformed into a figure of immense strength. The words, I must protect Earth, echoed in his mind, striking at the very core of his being. He has returned. Mr. Bobo's gaze became unfocused as he released his energy. Everyone, please grasp my hand. At Lin Feng's command, all gathered swiftly to form a large circle. Hold tight. Whoosh. Lin Feng detected Mr. Bobo's energy, and everyone simultaneously materialized in the sacred world. Mr. Bobo, there is no time to explain. The hyperbolic time chamber is still operational, right? Mr. Bobo nodded. Indeed, as I anticipated, the Temple of the Gods remains the safest haven. Elder Tu and Dandy, please accompany me. Lin Feng led Elder Tu and Dandy to the entrance of the room of spirit and time. He placed all his hopes upon these two individuals, for they were the only ones he knew capable of creating Dragon Balls. Although he was aware of the location of Namek, which would allow him to seek out the Dragon Balls in the cosmos, time was no longer on his side. Elder Tu, after the disappearance of the Grand Elder, will the Namekians rally behind you as their new leader? Lin Feng awaited his answer with bated breath. Yes, Elder Tu nodded. Please, revive Brolin. Lin Feng deeply bowed to the Grand Elder. I can indeed accomplish this, but it may take a considerable amount of time, perhaps several months. Excellent. Time is not an issue. Upon hearing that Elder Tu could restore the Dragon Balls, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. This means my family, companions, and Chilia can all be revived. Lin Feng turned to Dandy. Dandy, I presume you have also learned the art of creating Dragon Balls from the Grand Elder. Have you not? Dandy scratched his head and replied, I am still quite young and have yet to learn how to create Dragon Balls. However, I should be able to assist with the restoration. Wonderful. Mr. Popo, please bring forth the model of the Eternal Dragon. Everyone is saved. Lin Feng's expression radiated delight. He knew he had made the right bet, using the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore Namek and return the Namekians to their home. As for the last wish, it would be to revive Chilia. The Dragon Balls on Earth will be used to resurrect those slain by Frieza. As for the appearance of Earth and humanity, we shall address that after we overcome this crisis, lest humanity suffer yet again. Mr. Popo handed the model of the Eternal Dragon to Dandy, and then explained the characteristics of the room of spirit and time before ushering the two inside. Filled with hope, Lin Feng walked towards the Grand Plaza, where he noticed all the Namekians gazing in astonishment at the ravaged Earth. Do you have Dragon Balls on your planet? Naru, noticing Lin Feng's arrival, approached him with curiosity. Yes, however, the creator of the Dragon Balls has merged with a warrior Namekian to protect Earth. Lin Feng then recounted the tale of Piccolo to Naru. Upon hearing Piccolo's story, admiration gleamed in Naru's eyes. What a magnificent warrior. If given the chance, I would love to meet him. As Lin Feng made his way towards the crowd, he spoke to Naru. Oh, is that so? You will soon meet him again. Naru was puzzled by Lin Feng's words and fell into contemplation. Could it be? Naru glanced towards the room of spirit and time, suddenly grasping Lin Feng's meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you have not rested in quite some time. Let us take refuge in the temple and recuperate. One Namekian interjected, No. Frieza is approaching. We must intensify our training. Brother, one more day will not make a difference. Go rest. With that, Lin Feng walked directly to the room Mr. Popo had prepared in advance. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. King Kai's planet. Hey, Vegeta, why are you eating so quickly? As Sun Wukong attempted to snatch the meatballs from Vegeta's bowl, he was astonished to find that what had once been a bountiful feast was now entirely consumed in the blink of an eye. What's wrong? Is that not permissible? Your brother has a bowl. Why not take from him? With a mouthful of meatballs, Vegeta had anticipated Wukong's intentions. Thus, Wukong approached Raditz. Big brother. Raditz instantly discerned Wukong's unspoken plea and generously divided his meatballs, offering half to him. Go ahead, indulge yourself. Then I shan't hold back. Thank you, big brother. Piccolo observed the ravenous Saiyans with a quiet scoff. Truly, it's as if they were reincarnated gluttons, unable to forget their insatiable appetites even in death. Meanwhile, King Kai was monitoring the happenings on Earth when he suddenly erupted with a joyous exclamation. Hooray. Finally, I can send them off. Clearing his throat, he announced, I have some exceedingly celebratory news for you all. This proclamation prompted everyone to set down their utensils. You are to be revived. That individual named Darles will restore you tomorrow. With that, King Kai burst into laughter. At long last, I can rid myself of this troublesome lot. These days have been incredibly taxing. Tears of relief welled in his eyes. What? Frieza, this time I shall tear you to shreds. Vegeta snapped his chopsticks in fury. His training on King Kai's planet had only made him stronger. Indeed, Raditz mused, if it is my younger brother's words, there must be a way. A satisfied smile spread across Raditz's face as his gaze turned to the horizon. Wonderful. We shall all be revived. The warriors erupted in jubilant cheers. In the vastness of space aboard King Cold's ship, Frieza, now fully recovered, stood before King Cold, his hatred for the Saiyans burning fiercely within him. "Father, how long until we reach Earth?" "Approximately 1 month," King Cold replied, rising and moving towards another healing chamber. Inside, a figure lay, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the individual opened his eyes, glaring forward, his pupils filled with wrath. "A month's time? Humph, that will suffice." With renewed determination, Frieza straightened his posture and made his way toward the gravity chamber, his deep, bloodthirsty gaze reflecting his long-standing enmity towards the Saiyans. Saiyan monkeys. We shall meet again in 1 month. Chapter 74. Reunion. A day had passed, and everyone had regained their composure. All were filled with anticipation as they awaited the reopening of the hyperbolic time chamber in the sacred realm. Lin Feng's brow furrowed in anxiousness as he awaited the return of the elder and dandy. At long last, accompanied by the sound of the doors creaking open, Lin Feng rushed towards the elder and dandy, who had grown considerably taller during their time inside, where a day equated to a year. How did it go? Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to know the outcome. The elder and dandy remained silent. After a brief moment, they revealed 2 Dragon Balls from behind their backs. "Of course, we succeeded." Ha! The reappearance of the Dragon Balls ignited hope among the crowd, filling the sacred realm with jubilant cheers. Now for the next step. Summon the dragon. Arise, dragon. A magnificent dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls of Earth, standing majestically in the sky above the temple. Dandy once again summoned Purunga using the language of Namek. At this moment, 2 dragons circled above the temple. Is that you, Purunga?" "Oh, it's you. You little scrawny fellow. What are you doing here?" The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the 2 dragons, astonished to discover that they were acquainted and had begun conversing. "Purunga, shouldn't you be on Namek? Why have you come to Earth to steal my thunder?" questioned the Earth Dragon, perplexed. "Humph, I can be wherever I wish. Do you have any authority over me? Steal your thunder? What nonsense." It appeared that these dragons were indeed familiar with one another, albeit with a somewhat strained relationship. Lin Feng recalled how the red dragon on planet Kurd had stubbornly refused to grant him the wish to reveal the locations of the other Dragon Balls. Evidently, it had its reasons. "Humph, if I recall correctly, you can only grant 1 wish, right? I can grant 3 wishes at once," Purunga declared proudly, crossing his arms in triumph. "You fat buffoon. 3 wishes? You are merely a facade. I can resurrect many at once, while you can only bring back 1. How pathetic." The Earth Dragon, undaunted by Purunga's derision, retorted boldly. "Hey, can you 2 stop bickering? Is this how you treat your clients?" Lin Feng was utterly taken aback to witness such rivalry between the dragons. "Please state your wish." The Earth Dragon spoke first, eager to fulfill a wish. "Resurrect the Earth warriors slain by Frieza." The dragon's eyes glimmered with golden light, and after a brief moment, it responded, "I am sorry, but your wish cannot be granted." "Ha! Cannot be granted. It seems you are not so capable after all, little scrawny one." Purunga guffawed heartily, incessantly mocking the Earth Dragon. "You fat buffoon. I can already grant 2 wishes. I will fulfill his wish right away. Just wait." Listening to the dragon's exchange, Lin Feng pondered, 2 wishes? Indeed, Dandy had upgraded the Dragon Balls of Earth. He observed as the dragon summoned the physical forms of Vegeta and others from all directions to the heavenly temple, its eyes radiating golden light once more. "Your wish has been granted." Subsequently, the dragon's body dove into the Dragon Balls, preparing to soar towards various locations on Earth. "Gohan, quick!" At the moment the Dragon Balls were about to scatter, Lin Feng and Gohan ascended into the sky, intercepting the drifting Dragon Balls. As the dragon vanished, the warriors lying on the ground slowly began to awaken. "Finally resurrected," exclaimed Goku, the first to express his astonishment upon awakening. Brother, you look just like me. Just a tad darker in complexion, hee. Goku approached Lin Feng, scrutinizing him closely. Lin Feng glanced at Goku. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Just as Lin Feng was about to embrace Goku, Purunga's voice interrupted him. "Please state your wish. Quickly, I can barely hold on." Due to Barenga's verbal sparring with the Earth Dragon, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Lin Feng immediately reacted, urging, "Restore the Namek star that was destroyed by King Cooled." Dandy conveyed Lin Feng's words to Borna, who, with a gleam in his eyes, declared, "Your wish is granted. Now, transport all Namekians, except for Dandy, to Namek." "Wait," Nyla's voice interjected from behind. "Send all Namekians, excluding Dandy and me, to the new Namek." Your wish has been fulfilled. In an instant, all Namekians, apart from Dandy and Nailu, vanished from sight. There remains one final wish. This was the wish Lin Feng most fervently desired. He retrieved the lifeless body of Zelia from the universal capsule and laid it gently on the ground. Under Lin Feng's tender care, her physical form was remarkably preserved. Arise, my Zelia. Barenga's eyes flickered with a crimson glow once more. Barely able to sustain himself, he swiftly vanished above the temple, transforming into 7 orbs that soared towards the new Namek. Zelia slowly opened her eyes. This moment was one Lin Feng had awaited for far too long. As she stood, Zelia embraced Lin Feng tightly, their tears soaking each other's garments. She clung to him, rising on her toes to press her warm lips against his parched ones. Lin Feng felt his lips moisten, the mingling of saliva and tears rendering them ever so damp. He began to caress Zelia's cheek, while her flowing tears also wet her lips. In that instant, words fell short of expressing the joy of their reunion. In the midst of a public gathering, they held each other closely. Ahem. Nappa's cough interrupted the moment. Startled, Zelia released her hold on Lin Feng, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Feng stepped forward to wipe Zelia's tears, but she stopped his hand, signaling him to cease. It dawned on Lin Feng that everyone who had just awakened was now fully conscious, meaning they had all witnessed this grand spectacle. Zelia's face turned beet red as she recognized only her brother, Raditz, and Vegeta among the unfamiliar faces. Goku, is this your second brother? Haha, indeed. Krillin and Yamcha rushed towards Lin Feng. You rascal. Impressive. Yamcha grinned mischievously, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up before turning to Zelia. What are you staring at? What is so fascinating? Zelia glared at Yamcha with wide eyes. Leaning close to Lin Feng's ear, Krillin whispered, How did your brother Goku find such a young and beautiful girlfriend? Calm down. You'll have your fair share of fortune in the future. Lin Feng replied, It's all about destiny. The crowd continued to cast curious glances at Zelia and Lin Feng. The sensation of being watched was undeniably uncomfortable for him. He sensed the embarrassment that Celia, as a young woman, was experiencing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Celia's waist. What are you doing? Let me go? Celia protested vehemently. Unfazed by her objections, Lin Feng declared, I am taking you to a secluded place. You brat, do not bully my sister. Nappa bellowed. In an instant, Lin Feng vanished from the sight of the crowd, teleporting them back to Baozi Mountain. Upon their arrival, Aunt Janae, having sensed the restored energy of the group, recognized that her son had somehow managed to revive everyone. Aunt Janae, I'm back, Celia exclaimed, gazing at the older woman, who had aged considerably. Yet she immediately recognized her as Janae. Celia, Janae exclaimed, embracing her with a radiant smile. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Celia and Lin Feng found themselves seated atop the roof. I thought I would never see you again, Celia lamented, resting her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. I promise that as long as I am on Earth, I will protect you. Lin Feng began, but hesitated. But what? Celia questioned, puzzled by his reticence. However, you have missed your studies. Time has indeed passed. Years have gone by. Lin Feng recounted the events of the past years to Celia. So it turns out, it was this young lady who saved you. Lin Feng assumed Celia had grasped this crucial point after listening intently. Hey, my dear sister. While it is true you saved me, is that all you heard after such a long time? Our situation remains perilous. Of course I know. Frieza and his son are coming. But you are here, aren't you? Celia replied, once again nestling into Lin Feng's embrace. Those few words struck Lin Feng profoundly. He realized that Celia regarded him as a dependable shoulder to lean on. I will protect you, Celia. Not just you, but everyone, Lin Feng asserted, gripping Celia's hand tightly. Humph. This young lady does not require your protection. I, too, wish to train and grow stronger. Chapter 75. Intensive training in the time chamber. The fleeting moment of warmth quickly dissipated. Lin Feng, pulling Celia along, was halted by Janae. Dallas, are you going to train? Take me with you. Janae sensed the approaching presence of Frieza and his son. Having endured too much already, especially during Lin Feng's absence, she had suffered greatly. Lin Feng turned back, offering a gentle smile. Mom, you should rest. Leave the rest to us. He declined Janae's request and reappeared before the deities with Celia once more. Hey, you're back. Enjoying your little reunion? Yamcha, ever the extrovert, approached Lin Feng. Let me tell you, you need to charm the girl, he rambled, showcasing his numerous techniques for wooing women, a testament to his reputation as a ladiesman. Ahem. Celia interrupted their conversation, pulling Lin Feng aside. You'd better keep your distance from this person. I can tell he is not a good guy. Celia cast a dismissive glance at Yamcha, harboring an exceedingly unfavorable impression of him. In the distance, a burly bald man approached Celia, weeping uncontrollably. Sister, at long last, I have found you. After many years apart from her brother, Celia could not help but embrace Nappa and weep alongside him. To her surprise, this seemingly coarse individual was reduced to a pitiful figure, tears streaming down his face. TCH. Nappa, this is not like you at all. A Saiyan warrior swayed by familial affection. How embarrassing. Vegeta shot a disdainful look at Nappa. Hearing Vegeta's remarks, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Come now, big brother. Don't mock second brother. You're not much different. Since we have all been revived, let us embark on a month-long intensive training. Lin Feng's voice resonated powerfully, capturing everyone's attention. Are you suggesting that we can rapidly grow stronger in just 1 month? Yamcha regarded Lin Feng with incredulity. Indeed, just 1 month. However, the training will take place within this, Lin Feng said, gesturing towards the hyperbolic time chamber. To achieve significant improvement in such a short span, this is our only option. The group turned their gazes toward the direction Lin Feng indicated. Piccolo, well acquainted with the chamber, stepped forward and explained, inside. 1 year is equivalent to a single day in the outside world. This means we have a total of 30 years. Wonderful, Celia exclaimed, leaping with joy. Although much time had elapsed, she retained the youthful appearance of her former self. The uplifting news brightened the spirits of the group. However, each individual may only remain inside for 2 days, Piccolo interjected, dispelling Celia's enthusiasm. Gohan and I have already exhausted our allotted time. It is now up to you to form your teams. Leaning against a pillar, Piccolo shared his knowledge with the others. Second brother, allow me to train with you. I've heard you are quite powerful, and I can hardly contain my desire to challenge you. Goku approached Darles, eager to demonstrate his readiness. Your second brother already has a training partner. Celia interjected, positioning herself in front of Lin Feng and pressing her hands against his chest. Yes, brother. I believe you should team up with Vegeta. Lin Feng was convinced that training together would yield exceptional results for both. Your brother will undoubtedly train alongside me. My apologies. Dear brother. Celia feigned an apologetic expression as she looked at Goku. What a pity, second brother. Might I at least witness your strength? I've heard from big brother that you are formidable. Although disappointed at not being able to team with Lin Feng, Goku was still eager to gauge his abilities. With that, Goku assumed a fighting stance. Lin Feng remained stationary, his eyes shut tight. Allow me to reveal the Super Saiyan, he declared, with a powerful shout. A brilliant golden aura erupted from within him, his hair standing upright and turning golden, his pupils shifting to green. The Super Saiyan Darles stood before them, a striking transformation that left Goku in awe, just like Gohan's transformation. So this is what they call the Super Saiyan. The crowd was initially astonished, followed by a wave of joy, for such formidable combat prowess would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in confronting the invasion of Frieza and his son. Piccolo murmured, I never expected him to be this strong. The energy he exudes surpasses that of Gohan. Vegeta stood frozen in place, his expression far from pleasant. Damn it. First, Goku's son, and now this guy can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. I must also achieve Super Saiyan status. With determination, Vegeta strode purposefully towards the room of spirit and time, disregarding everything else. Hey, wait for me, Vegeta. Goku, wishing to spar with Lin Feng, followed in Vegeta's footsteps. Once the two departed, Lin Feng approached Shilia, having already made up his mind regarding his training partner. Shilia, I apologize, but I intend to train with my elder brother. Lin Feng expressed his true thoughts. Women only hinder the speed of one's training. Only brothers can synchronize their efforts more harmoniously. Oh, are you afraid I might hold you back? Shilia challenged. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands in denial. It's merely that I sense a potent force within my brother that is on the verge of breaking free. He requires my guidance in our training together. Lin Feng approached Raditz, who had returned stronger than before. He placed a hand on Raditz's shoulder. It's settled then, brother. We shall train together. Raditz nodded in agreement. Observing this, Shilia, being understanding, consented, recognizing that an additional powerful ally could only enhance their chances. Well, everyone, I shall not be joining. I feel I have reached the limits of my human potential, Yamcha said, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. What are you talking about, Yamcha? How can you give up so easily? Krillin looked at Yamcha with disdain. Oh, with Goku and his brothers around, we wouldn't contribute much. I plan to return to Master Roshi's with him. With that, Yamcha took off, carrying Master Roshi towards Kame House. Yamcha was right. He had indeed approached his limits due to bloodline constraints. However, this fellow had a knack for charming the ladies. As for me, I will not abandon my training, Krillin declared, glancing at Tien. Tien, let us team up for training. Krillin awaited Tien's response with eager anticipation. I'm sorry, Krillin, but I am teaming up with Kaiatsu. Tien replied, his head bowed. Brother Tien, I too plan to sit this battle out. Kaiatsu added, acknowledging that their current opponent was beyond his capabilities. With Kaiatsu's statement, Tien reluctantly accepted Krillin's request. Soon, everyone had formed their teams. Vegeta and Goku, Raditz and Lin Feng, Krillin and Tien, while Nappa, without a partner, had to join Nairu. As for Shilia, she remained enigmatic, refusing to disclose her training partner, simply stating it's a secret before departing for Baozi Mountain. Lin Feng speculated that she must be upset. What on earth is wrong with you, Lin Feng? Klin wore an expression of exasperation, deeply concerned for Lin Feng. Nailu approached Bick, extending his hands in a gesture of camaraderie. Noticing that the newcomer was also a Namekian, Bick instinctively reciprocated the gesture, and as their hands met, they exchanged glances. Locking eyes. In that fleeting moment, visions from their respective pasts began to intertwine and flow between them. Nailu acknowledged this warrior, while Bick returned the sentiment, smiles blossoming on both their faces. In the vastness of space, a resounding bang erupted from the ship of King Kurd, shattering the glass of the healing chamber and spilling the healing liquid at his feet. I have been reborn. I have finally returned. Gula cried out, his spirit soaring to euphoric heights. Reflected in the shattered glass, he beheld his magnificent form and grinned with pride, admiring his perfect physique. Welcome back, my child. King Kurd turned to embrace Gula, but Gula, taken aback, evaded his father's embrace, evidently failing to recognize the transformed King Kurd. Surprised by Gula's reaction, King Kurd inquired, what is the matter, Gula? After a brief moment, Gula realized that the figure before him was indeed his father. Father? King Kurd patted Gula's shoulder and remarked with a smile, it has been quite some time since you have seen me in this form, has it not? Gula nodded in affirmation. King Kurd then shared his plans to exterminate the Saiyans and Namekians on Earth. Saiyans, I shall tear them to shreds. Gula's face contorted with rage, struggling to contain his fury as he stood by the window, recalling his battle with the Saiyan. A month. I cannot wait any longer. I will dismantle him completely. In the darkness, a spherical spaceship hurtled towards Earth. Chapter 76. Gula's movements on Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber. A resounding cry echoed as Son Goku, with his arms spread like wings behind him, charged at Vegeta. The battle commenced instantly. Goku threw a punch at Vegeta, who effortlessly evaded the blow. Goku followed up with a powerful strike, only for Vegeta to deflect it with his elbow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each landing punches and kicks in rapid succession. Goku leapt into the air, executing a downward kick aimed at Vegeta, who positioned his hands against his forehead to block the attack, sliding back several meters. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, then ascended into the sky, where they continued their intense melee, neither gaining the upper hand. Vegeta's gaze fixed on this individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Darius, and with every glance, his irritation grew. Suddenly, Vegeta seized Goku's legs. Bellowing, huh? As the formidable Vegeta grasped Sun Wukong's body, he commenced a dizzying 360-degree spin, lasting 5 seconds. With a resounding impact, Wukong was forcefully slammed into the ground, gasping for breath as he lay there. Once he regained his composure, he soared back into the air, charging once more at Vegeta. King Kai's fist. With Wukong's declaration fading into the ether, his form became enveloped in a radiant crimson aura, propelling him towards Vegeta at an accelerated pace. Observing the surge in Wukong's energy, Vegeta bellowed, amplifying his own power, and their heavy punches clashed anew. That rascal has actually mastered the King Kai's fist. Vegeta reflected on his arduous training on King Kai's planet, where he had struggled to grasp this technique. Yet here was Wukong employing it before him. Frustration welled within Vegeta. With a fierce outburst, he unleashed an overwhelming force that sent Wukong reeling. In a flash, Vegeta reappeared before Wukong, who was still recovering, and struck him once more. Vegeta showed no signs of relenting, swiftly materializing beside him to unleash a torrent of blows. Big Bang Attack. The energy wave in Vegeta's hand surged towards Sun Wukong. Tenfold King Kai's fist. Kamehameha. The two beams of energy collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of balanced forces. The entire hyperbolic time chamber was illuminated, resonating with a deafening roar. Vegeta, I thought we agreed to just brawl. Wukong gasped for air. The strain of the tenfold King Kai's fist exacting a tremendous toll on his body, the agony from muscle spasms overwhelming him. TCH, you are ultimately no match for him. Vegeta scoffed, producing a universal capsule that revealed a spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber before their eyes. I'm off for a shower. I'll resume training in the gravity chamber shortly. Outside the temple, Lin Feng reclined contentedly atop the roof. Oh dear, I forgot about that. He glanced at Dandy, who held the Dragon Balls now transformed into 7 stones. Wukong should have brought the Dragon Balls into the time chamber. His excitement over Zillia's resurrection had made him forget. If we take the petrified Dragon Balls into the hyperbolic time chamber, they'll regain their power upon exiting. That way, we could make a wish every day? How delightful. Oh, never mind. They'll be out soon anyway. I'll just take them in afterward. With a thunderous crash, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber was flung open. At the sound, all eyes turned towards the entrance. 2 disheveled figures emerged. First was the styled Vegeta, followed by the crab-headed Wukong. Haha, thank you for your patience. Everyone, now it's your turn to enter. Wukong scratched his head, and soon a peculiar noise emanated from his stomach. Ah, pardon me, Mr. Bobo. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Is there anything to eat? Mr. Bobo merely shook his head in response. The Earth has just endured a calamity, and food is now scarce. Ah, what should we do now? I am so hungry. Sun Wukong lamented, patting his stomach. Fortunately, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, there exists Vegeta's spaceship, stocked with provisions that Bulma had prepared in the past. It was not just Sun Wukong who felt hunger. Everyone had been fasting for several days. Alas, it is my fault for not anticipating this. Lin Feng leapt down from the rooftop. Come. We can only consume some senza beans now. Once we resolve this predicament, we shall restore the Earth. Let us head to Vegeta's house, or rather, Bulma's. Lin Feng retrieved a handful of senzu beans from a jar and distributed them among the group. A flicker of doubt appeared in Piccolo's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. How could he possess so many senza beans? As the others consumed the beans, their vitality was instantly restored. Hungry? Tired? Just have a senza bean. All right, big brother, it is our turn to enter. Lin Feng urged Raditz. Raditz gazed incredulously at Vegeta and Wukong, unable to fathom how they had improved so remarkably in just 2 days. Oh dear, big brother, stop staring. In 2 days, you too shall achieve similar results. Lin Feng continued to press Raditz. Hee, Raditz, your brother is no match for me. I hope you do not disappoint me upon your emergence. Vegeta eagerly anticipated a rematch with Raditz. Raditz smiled, and then followed Lin Feng into the hyperbolic time chamber. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. It was a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of that mysterious realm. We have finally entered. Big brother, let us commence our training. Lin Feng set the Dragon Balls aside and began to warm up, with Raditz mimicking his movements. Outside the chamber, Piccolo was engaged in meditative training. Suddenly, he opened his tightly shut eyes and gazed at the sky, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His sensitivity to external phenomena had heightened significantly after merging with the deity. Not good. Piccolo's voice captured everyone's attention. What is it, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired, stepping forward. At that moment, the voice of King Kai echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. Wukong, this is bad. Cooler is about to arrive on Earth. King Kai's voice quivered with urgency. Cooler? Who is that? Wukong asked with curiosity. King Kai continued. He is the son of King Cold, the brother of Frieza. Logically, he should be in the southern galaxy. Why is he approaching Earth? Wukong's expression grew grave. Frieza's brother, I understand now, King Kai. Piccolo noted Wukong's reaction and, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. Everyone, align with me. I have an important announcement. Piccolo raised his voice. Frieza's brother, Cooler, is about to arrive on Earth ahead of schedule. Now that Lin Feng has entered the hyperbolic time chamber, we must hold our ground and fight Cooler until he emerges. The group began to panic, feeling at a loss. This is disastrous. Frieza's brother. He must be even more terrifying than Frieza. Krillin exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Do not panic. Let us all fight together. We have the numbers on our side. After their rigorous training, Everyone is certain they can endure until the two emerge. Piccolo assuages the crowd's anxieties, urging them not to surrender. Guldo's presence draws ever closer, likely to arrive on Earth within a day. Lin Feng had recently bestowed some magical beans upon you. Do you still possess them? The crowd shakes their heads, but in the next moment, Dandy and Neru step forward. As Namekians, we require no sustenance, only water to stave off hunger. The two present the magical beans to Piccolo, who accepts them, adding them to his own, now totaling 3. Better than nothing. Piccolo harbors a strong resentment towards Lin Feng. With such an abundance of magical beans, he could have shared some. Yet, this incident was unexpected. Should they survive this ordeal, he vows to demand a greater share from that fellow. Haha, this is splendid. I shall demonstrate the fruits of my training to this Guldo. There is no doubt about it. Vegeta stands resolute, feeling no trepidation at the impending arrival of Guldo, while Son Goku beside him experiences a mix of exhilaration and fear. Unlike the two, the others are filled with anxiety, as they have yet to enter the time chamber for training. In the depths of space, aboard a vessel drawing ever closer to Earth, Raditz, I shall repay you the humiliation you inflicted upon me tenfold. Chapter 77, The Onslaught of Guldo. On the temple grounds, everyone is preparing for the impending fierce battle. He's here. Piccolo senses Guldo's ship has breached the atmosphere. On a flat expanse of Earth, Guldo stands atop his spherical spacecraft, surveying the surroundings. Oh, so this is Earth, not a bad environment. These wild monkeys certainly know how to indulge. No sooner had he spoken than a purple energy sphere coalesces in his hand and is unleashed towards the distant mountains. Boom. Upon contact with the mountains, an explosion erupts, causing the Earth to tremble violently, the mountains collapsing into dust. Wild monkeys, if you do not emerge, I shall annihilate this planet today. Guldo's voice reverberates through the skies, and the warriors en route hear the thunderous sound, hastening their speed. Guldo, cease this madness. Piccolo is the first to arrive on the battlefield, followed closely by Son Goku and Vegeta. Boom. Countless energy blasts rain down upon Guldo, creating a tempest of explosions around him. What are you babbling about? Vegeta stands with his arms crossed, having just executed his signature technique, the Prince's Assault. Guldo, listen. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta confidently introduces himself to Guldo. Emerging from the smoke, Guldo brushes off the dust with his tail. Vegeta? Haha. Guldo scoffs derisively, clearly dismissive of Vegeta. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta's fists clench tightly, as if ready to unleash his wrath upon Guldo's infuriating visage. You've grown bold. Vegeta, the one I seek is Raditz. As for you, I hardly regard you. Guldo taunts while performing an embarrassing dance. You scoundrel. Raditz again. Witnessing Guldo's provocative antics from afar, Vegeta can no longer contain himself. How infuriating. I shall make you dance. Vegeta surged forth like a missile towards Gula. His fists clenched tightly. With each strike, a resounding impact echoed as Vegeta landed critical blows upon Gula's chest, rendering him defenseless, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Humph. Frieza's brother? Merely insignificant. Vegeta taunted as he unleashed a final, forceful blow that sent Gula crashing into the sea. Subsequently, Krillin and Tien arrived on the battlefield, marveling at Vegeta's formidable strength. Is this the result of his intensive training? Krillin mused, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment at Vegeta's prowess. Indeed, Vegeta is exceptionally strong, Tien remarked, rooted in disbelief at the elevation of Vegeta's capabilities. However, Piccolo wore a grave expression. Haha, Frieza's brother? You are utterly inconsequential before me. Vegeta laughed maniacally, oblivious to the impending danger that loomed near. Beneath the waves, a series of small, purple energy spheres emitted a faint glow. Be careful, Vegeta. Goku's voice rang out from behind. Suddenly, dozens of purple energy spheres surged towards Vegeta at an alarming speed from the surface of the sea. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck repeatedly by the energy balls, each impact resulting in a series of explosive blasts against his chest. This fool. He has let his guard down again. Piccolo frowned, exuding an air of disappointment. In the next moment, Gula leaped from the water, launching another assault on Vegeta, with arms crossed and powerful feet relentlessly battering Vegeta. Each strike was a critical hit. How dare you ambush me? Vegeta, seemingly oblivious to the consequences of his own carelessness, sought to regain his composure amidst Gula's ferocious onslaught. Vegeta concentrated, attempting to amplify his energy in a bid to break free from Gula's grip. Haha, Vegeta, I never anticipated your growth. Yet, I am still stronger. Gula cackled maniacally. Gula then channeled all his strength into his formidable tail, striking Vegeta's abdomen with brutal force, sending him crashing towards the ground. Damn it, Vegeta groaned, clutching his stomach as he staggered to his feet, realizing that Gula was far from being a mere fool. Vegeta, you have let your guard down again. Goku, having retrieved a Senzu bean from Piccolo, offered it to Vegeta. With a scoff, Vegeta consumed the bean. Goku's action drew Gula's attention. You, Darius, I thought you were killed by Frieza. Gula exclaimed, confusion etched on his face as he addressed the figure resembling Darius. Goku gazed quizzically at Gula, recalling Frieza's similar remarks during their last encounter. I see now. It must be because I bear a resemblance to my brother that Frieza and Gula mistake me for him. Their reactions suggest that my brother has crossed paths with them and emerged victorious. As the earth trembled, Goku's form gradually ascended into the air. Indeed, I am still alive. Humph. Goku sneered, ready for the next confrontation. I shall demonstrate to you the formidable power of a Super Saiyan. Goku clenched his fist tightly, escalating his energy further. Goku continued to roar. Gula, perplexed by the scene before him, murmured, a Super Saiyan? What on earth is that? However, in the next moment, Gula felt his body tremble, and his heart began to race. What? That Kakarot fellow? When did this happen? Vegeta could hardly believe his ears. He could not accept that Kakarot, who had been unable to surpass him even in the hyperbolic time chamber, was now on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The expressions on everyone's faces mirrored their incredulity. They had never anticipated that Goku, having merely witnessed Darles demonstrate the Super Saiyan transformation, would emerge from the time chamber ready to become one himself. Goku's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, this process lasting for approximately 10 minutes. Yet, Goku's transformation resulted only in an increase of energy, with no other visible change in his physique. Piccolo's body quivered slightly. Could it be Goku as expected? A smile began to form on Piccolo's face, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Hey, Darles, what on earth are you doing? Gula crossed his arms, clearly convinced by Goku's words. Goku continued to bellow, disregarding Gula's inquiries. Noticing Gula's growing impatience, Goku's white aura began to shift to a crimson hue. Indeed, he had unleashed the Kaioken, further intensifying his energy. It was at this moment that everyone realized Goku was merely stalling for time. So that's it. Krillin came to understand Goku's intentions. Gohan, Goku's father, also grasped Goku's noble purpose, yet concern began to creep in. I thought he had truly reached this level. Vegeta's tense expression began to relax. Gaining even a moment is crucial. This formidable foe is beyond our capabilities. Even Vegeta had been easily vanquished by him. If only we could wait for our elder brothers to emerge from the time chamber, then there would surely be hope. Enough. Darles, you've been shouting for an hour. Gula flew directly towards Goku, interrupting his transformation. Facing the oncoming Gula, Goku shouted, 20 times Kaioken. With enhanced speed and strength, Goku struck Gula, forcing him to retreat. Utterly defenseless. Damn it. Gula roared in fury, and with his shout, his energy surged once more, reversing the tide of battle. Solar flare. Goku's voice echoed again, as a blinding light enveloped Gula's eyes. What is this? The intense stinging sensation rendered Gula unable to open his eyes. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha he had long prepared, directing it at Gula. A blue shockwave collided with Gula's body, propelling him forward until he crashed against the mountainside. Boom. A perfect opportunity. Everyone charge. With a command from Piccolo, everyone began to concentrate their ultimate techniques. Magic Flash. 2 Kamehameha Wave. 5 shockwaves converged, intertwining blue and yellow, striking towards the distant explosion. Chapter 78, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Boom. Boom. The mountains in the distance were reduced to rubble. The group greedily inhaled the air, their eyes constantly fixed on the horizon. Had they succeeded? After uttering this phrase, Son Goku's eyes began to roll. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his weary body commenced a free fall. Piccolo leaped forward, catching the descending Son Goku in his arms, a Senzu bean restoring his vitality. Well done, old friend. Piccolo held deep admiration for Son Goku's actions, never expecting him to employ such a method to buy time. This strategy minimized casualties while maximizing delay, altering Piccolo's perception of Goku at that moment. Boring trick, Kakarot. Vegeta approached Son Goku, feigning disdain. Yet inwardly, he commended his actions. Dad, are you alright? Before Son Gohan could finish speaking, Krillin's exclamation pierced the air. Guldo. It's Guldo, he's still alive. Krillin's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he pointed at the sea. Darles, you bastard. Guldo's voice echoed from beneath the waves. As Guldo's words faded, the sea surged violently, creating towering waves. The surface of the water began to twist, spiraling outward. Finally, a figure emerged slowly from the depths. It was Guldo, having entered his fourth transformation. What an immense aura! Both Piccolo and Son Gohan, the strongest among them, could not help but exclaim in awe. The group was profoundly impressed by the overwhelming presence exuded by Guldo. The pressure felt as though it could penetrate their very bones. Give me the Senzu Bean. Quickly. Vegeta barked at Piccolo. Hesitant, Piccolo pondered, having just consumed a Senzu Bean himself, now needing to part with another. If you do not wish for him to kill us all, you will give it to me. Vegeta's tone intensified, transforming into a commanding order. Reluctantly, Piccolo handed the last Senzu Bean to Vegeta, who then gathered his strength and leaped toward Guldo. Seeking death, Vegeta. Before Vegeta could approach, Guldo's figure materialized above him. Since you wish to die, I shall oblige. Guldo swung his powerful tail, striking Vegeta's back. With a greedy ferocity, Guldo continued to lash at Vegeta, the sound of impact echoing. Accompanied by a scream, Vegeta's body began to descend slowly as Guldo bellowed, unleashing countless energy blasts in pursuit of Vegeta's falling form. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta, in a state of disarray, clutched his battered body, his brows twitching incessantly, clearly having suffered yet another devastating blow. However, there was no trace of anguish in his gaze. As his face began to convulse, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Now, allow me to demonstrate what a true Super Saiyan is. After consuming the last Senzu Bean, he clenched his fists tightly, grounding himself firmly as an aura emanated from him, captivating all onlookers. Vegeta's voice rose in intensity. Surrounding him, a burst of golden flames ignited. Could it be? This rascal has achieved it as well. Goku's eyes were filled with astonishment. Yet, as time passed, Vegeta's appearance remained unchanged, merely enveloped by the golden flames. Boom! Suddenly, Gula lunged at Vegeta like a fierce beast, defeating him once more. Boring trick. Do you think you can deceive me again? Gula's voice faded as a beam of violet energy surged towards Vegeta once more. Whoosh! Just as everyone believed Vegeta was about to be pierced through, a petite figure interposed itself before him, effortlessly neutralizing Gula's attack. Standing in front of Vegeta was none other than Super Saiyan Gohan. Gohan's silhouette, reflected in Vegeta's eyes, was filled with defiance. Why? I have clearly grasped that sensation. Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? Damn it! Vegeta's resentful gaze fell once more upon Gohan. Kakarot's child. Why? The one standing before Gula in the form of a Super Saiyan should be me. How infuriating. A Super Saiyan. Observing Gohan's transformed state, Gula immediately realized that the Super Saiyan referred to by Vegeta and Goku was indeed this child before him. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you have been surpassed by a mere child. Gula's taunting voice further provoked Vegeta. Bowing his head, Vegeta reflected upon the arduous journey he had endured. Why? How infuriating. Finally, Vegeta erupted, spurred on by Gula's provocations. His body once again radiated golden flames. Why? First Kakarot's son, then Darius. How infuriating. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have been saved by them time and time again. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Memories of being saved by Raditz and Darius flooded his mind, igniting a deep sense of humiliation. Damn it, Darius, Raditz. Fury filled Vegeta's eyes as he glared at them with hatred. In the next moment, waves of golden flames expanded from Vegeta's body, his cells surging with energy. And his hair and brows began to turn golden. With a roar, the light dissipated, revealing a transformed Vegeta before the crowd. Oh my! Look at the magnificent Vegeta. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz, eyes closed, sensed a powerful aura from the outside world. What is this aura reminiscent of Frieza? Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he approached from behind. It's cooler. Frieza's brother. We must hasten our training. It seems the crisis on Earth exceeds our expectations. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why Cooler's aura appeared on Earth, especially since he had seemingly vanquished him. However, why did this aura seem considerably weaker than before? This aura. It's Vegeta. Raditz could hardly believe that such a formidable energy emanated from Vegeta. It appears that Vegeta has ascended to Super Saiyan. A look of relief crossed Lin Feng's face. That guy, has he also attained the Super Saiyan transformation? Raditz wholeheartedly acknowledged Vegeta's newfound strength, for he understood that Vegeta had not relied on any external forces to grow stronger. Brother, you are actually just a step away from becoming a Super Saiyan. I sensed it long ago. Lin Feng quickly approached Raditz. Chapter 79. The Frantic Cooler Humph. Ha ha ha. I have finally achieved it. Vegeta bent slightly, extending his arms, marveling at the transformation of his body as he reveled in the energy coursing through him. Before you stands, Super Vegeta. Vegeta raised his thumb, pointing at himself. Splendid. Vegeta has also transformed into a Super Saiyan. The joy in Piccolo's eyes was unmistakable, as an additional Super Saiyan meant enhanced chances of victory. Everyone, let us attack together. As Piccolo's words echoed, everyone charged at Cooler. Step aside from me. Vegeta's voice interrupted their movements. I alone shall deal with this ugly lizard. Vegeta's tone was arrogant and brimming with confidence, fully prepared for battle. Ugly lizard. Vegeta, you seek death. Cooler erupted with rage, his expression menacing. As he charged at Vegeta, today, I shall show you the extent of my power. Unfazed by Cooler's frontal assault, Vegeta elevated his energy to an entirely new level, astonishing everyone as he matched Cooler blow for blow. How is Vegeta's Super Saiyan form so powerful? Krillin inquired. Perhaps it is due to Vegeta's inherently high battle power. Piccolo explained. Cooler continuously blocked Vegeta's onslaught, yet with a sweeping strike, Vegeta managed to push Cooler back several meters. Damn wild monkey. Today, I shall tear you to pieces. Cooler regained his composure and lunged forward again, engaging Vegeta in fierce combat. Ha ha ha. Cooler, today marks your demise. Vegeta, with the mindset of a relentless fighter, inflicted relentless damage upon Cooler. It seemed that everyone had relaxed, captivated by the spectacle of Vegeta's merciless onslaught. Damn it. Cooler ceased blocking, instinctively throwing punches at Vegeta. As time wore on, Vegeta's advantage began to wane, and the two resumed a precarious balance. No. Goku observed Cooler's punch speed intently. Goldo's speed escalated rapidly. At this rate, Vegeta would undoubtedly be no match. Goku began to feel a twinge of concern. Could it be? Vegeta had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet Krillin found it hard to believe Goku's words. In the next instant, Goldo's fist struck fiercely against Vegeta's nose, marking the moment when Vegeta found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Goldo seized Vegeta by the throat. Enough already. Now it's my turn. Goldo tightened his grip on Vegeta's windpipe, relentlessly whipping Vegeta's face with his robust tail. Let us see how you enjoy being submerged. With a powerful kick, Goldo sent Vegeta crashing into the sea. No way. Goldo floated atop the water, declaring, There's nothing impossible. Vegeta, thank you for allowing me to adapt to this body. Your demise is imminent. Surrounding Goldo, an array of violet rays began to coalesce. With a mere command, they would surge into the depths of the ocean. Vegeta, Piccolo and Gohan could no longer remain passive. They understood that if they did not act swiftly, they would lose this vital combatant. Special Beam Cannon. Special Beam Cannon. The two beams intertwined, racing toward Goldo at light speed. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the violet rays surrounding Goldo vanished. Kamehameha. Another deafening blast echoed as Goldo's form disappeared from sight. We did it. Krillin began to cheer, having successfully struck Goldo with his Kamehameha. Be careful, Krillin. Sensing the danger, Goku activated the Kaioken times 20 and flew toward Krillin without delay. What's wrong, Goku? Goku had no time to respond, gathering energy for another Kamehameha. Come on, if you're not afraid of him dying too. Just then, Goldo appeared behind Krillin, lifting him effortlessly. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Krillin. You little bald brat, was that you ambushing me just now? Goldo's tail coiled tightly around Krillin's neck, causing his face to flush crimson. Let him go. Goku's Kamehameha had dissipated. The cunning Goldo had taken Krillin hostage. Solar Flare. A three-eyed bald figure suddenly appeared before Goldo. Ah, my eyes. Darn it. Goldo's eyes were once again struck by the solar flare. Quick, Goku. Understanding Tien's intent, Goku seized the opportunity while Guldo shielded his eyes, successfully rescuing Krillin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Blinded once more, Guldo furiously wreaked havoc around him. Damn Earthlings! I will annihilate every last one of you. Countless violet rays shot forth in all directions, instantly saturating the entire plain, eroding every inch of land beneath him. Guldo showed no signs of halting. His body spun in a complete 360-degree rotation, seemingly neglecting no corner. Dad, hurry and take Uncle Krillin and Uncle Tien back to the sacred land. Uncle and the others should be returning soon. He possesses the mystical beings capable of saving Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan and Piccolo swiftly made their way towards Goku. This is impossible. It's too densely packed. We cannot break through. Allow me to create an opportunity. Kikaho. After unleashing 2 Kikaho blasts, Tien fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. The speed of Gula's beam attacks suddenly slowed, and Goku seized the moment, lifting Tien onto his back and soaring towards the temple. How infuriating. Trying to flee, are we? No chance. Gula's eyes flickered back to life. Upon opening them, he caught sight of Goku and the others attempting to escape, which sent him into a furious rage. Gula rapidly pursued them. Boom! Halt, you wretches! Your opponent is me. Vegeta's voice resonated once more. Your opponents are us. Piccolo and Gohan also positioned themselves in front of Gula. Humph. A bunch of insignificant pests. It matters not how many of you come. You were the ones who ambushed me earlier, weren't you? Then let's settle this together. Gula shifted his focus to Gohan, and before the three could react, Gohan had already sustained severe injuries from Gula. Gula's foot forcefully pressed down on Gohan's face, and with a swift motion, purple beams shattered both of Gohan's arms. So, it was this very spot where you struck me first, wasn't it? Gula glared menacingly at the helpless figure lying on the ground, his eyes now brimming with hatred. At the Temple of the Gods, everyone realized that the brother of this cosmic tyrant was as merciless as Frieza himself. Chapter 80. Despair. Amid Gula's maniacal laughter, Gohan found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Gula stomped down on Gohan's severed arm, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. Gohan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo charged at Gula in a frenzy. In response to Piccolo's surprise attack, Gula kicked Gohan aside. In such a hurry to meet your demise, are you? Gula turned around, using the momentum from his body's motion to whip his tail fiercely, sending Piccolo flying. Piccolo, however, showed no signs of giving up and quickly regained his composure. Damn it, this foe is difficult to handle. Solar Flare, Piccolo shouted, having previously suffered from Gula's prowess against this technique. Upon hearing the name, Gula immediately spun around, tightly closing his eyes. Humph, you think the same trick will work a second time? Piccolo lowered his hands, employing the afterimage technique to ensnare Gula's body tightly. Let go of me. Let go of me. How dare you toy with me? Realizing that Piccolo had not executed the solar flare, but had merely feigned it, Gula became increasingly agitated. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself firmly ensnared, the overwhelming discomfort igniting his fury as he relentlessly elbowed Piccolo's afterimage in the abdomen. Now, Vegeta, quickly, special beam cannon. Understanding Piccolo's intent, Vegeta immediately complied. Ultimate Flash. Just as Piccolo had anticipated, Gula, in this state, was tough and resilient, emerging slowly from the smoke. Run, Vegeta! Meanwhile, the real Piccolo had already lifted Gohan's unconscious form and was soaring towards the temple. As Piccolo sensed the overwhelming aura emitted by the newly transformed Darius, it surpassed that of all previous Super Saiyans. Desperate to flee, Gula suddenly realized he had once again been outsmarted. Grabbing the still-dazed Vegeta, he hurled him toward the retreating duo. However, instead of striking them, this act inadvertently granted Vegeta a chance to escape. Gula, thank you. We're leaving now? Even Piccolo was taken aback by Gula's blunder, recognizing that this Gula, despite his formidable abilities, lacked intelligence, as evidenced by his repeated folly. Damn it! Gula gritted his teeth, determined to chase after the two, intent on atoning for his momentary lapse in judgment. At the Supreme Kai Temple, alarm bells rang. Not good. Gula is flying towards the temple. Dandy's forehead glistened with sweat, his eyes darting nervously towards the room of spirit and time, seemingly pinning all hopes on what lay beyond that door. We can only fight to the last breath now, Goku declared, having set Krillin and Tien down, readying himself for battle. The figures of Vegeta and Piccolo gradually came into view, indicating that Gula was drawing near. Everyone, prepare your Kamehameha. Gula is right behind us. He is merely a reckless brute. Piccolo conveyed his thoughts to the group. Goku, with his hands poised at his hips, initiated the Kamehameha. Hearing Piccolo's words, Nail recognized the gravity of the situation, his fingertips gathering a green beam of energy. Nappa, too, did not hesitate, his hands glowing with a faint yellow light. Vegeta and Piccolo ascended to the temple, their palms beginning to amass energy. Wave. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha first, followed by the combined ultimate techniques of the others directed at Gula. Gula's body trembled slightly, his pupils dilating in shock. Yet, in the next moment, a protective shield enveloped him, neutralizing all incoming attacks, leaving a thick cloud of smoke as he emerged unscathed before their eyes. Suddenly, Piccolo understood how Gula had appeared behind Krillin in an instant. You have angered me. Gula strode confidently into the temple, his imposing presence instilling fear in everyone. Oh, is that the bald one? Gula's gaze settled on Krillin, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Still alive, still breathing. In the next heartbeat, a purple beam pierced through Krillin's chest. Unaware of the imminent danger, he fell lifelessly. Krillin! Goku cried out repeatedly, rushing to Krillin's side, placing his hand over the wound in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Memories flooded Goku's mind, days spent training under Master Roshi, battles fought alongside the Z fighters against the Red Ribbon Army, and the image of Krillin's smile. Krillin has already been revived once. Goku realized, despair washing over him as he understood that Krillin could not return to life again. In that instant, a tempest of rage and sorrow consumed his mind. Sun Wukong's hair began to shimmer with a golden hue, while his brows underwent a transformation. His face twitched incessantly, contorted in a grotesque expression, as he repeatedly called out Krillin's name. Surrounding Sun Wukong were flames of yellow and bursts of lightning, culminating in a prolonged roar as he completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Has that rascal Kakarot achieved this as well? Vegeta gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong had reached the same pinnacle as himself. Yet, Vegeta soon realized that, despite this transformation, it was futile, for Cooler was far too powerful for them. You are not Darius. Who are you? Darius cannot transform like this. It was then that Cooler discerned the difference between Sun Wukong and Darius. Ignoring Cooler entirely, Sun Wukong charged straight at him. Cooler, die, bare-chested. Sun Wukong resembled a rabid dog, launching a frenzied attack on Cooler, yet no matter his efforts, he could not inflict a single scratch on him. Answer me. Who are you? Sun Wukong disregarded Cooler once more, sending him into a fit of rage. Damn it. Cooler leaped into the air, instantly appearing before Sun Wukong, seizing his neck and repeatedly striking his head with his own. It was shocking to realize that you merely bore a resemblance to Darius and even a slight resemblance to Raditz, which meant you are their kin. Cooler finally grasped the situation. Raditz, I know you are on Earth. If you do not show yourself, I shall kill this man. Cooler's fingertips glimmered ominously, as if ready to unleash a ray that would pierce Sun Wukong's throat. Ha ha ha. Raditz, are you not frightened? Cooler's voice echoed throughout the temple, plunging everyone into despair once more. Chapter 81. The Narrative of Ginyu. In the temple, Cooler incessantly urged Raditz to appear, while despair enveloped the crowd. And the scene only served to embolden Cooler further. In a surprising turn, he began to perform an embarrassing dance in midair. I shall count to 3. If you do not come forth, I will slay everyone. 3, 2. Long time no see, Ginyu. With a greeting, 2 figures materialized before the onlookers. How did you know I am Ginyu? Confusion filled Jinyu's eyes. How could my secret be uncovered? It's been so long, yet your dancing remains as dreadful as ever. Have you forgotten what I taught you back then? As the figure vanished, Lin Feng and Raditz appeared in the temple. You are Darius. Ginyu was taken aback, recognizing the individual before him immediately. Amused by Jinyu's astonishment, Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Damn, you were supposed to be killed by Lord Frieza? Ginyu still struggled to comprehend that the person before him was indeed Darius. If you can seize Cooler's body, why could I not survive? Observing Jinyu's Na'vi demeanor, Lin Feng continued to jest. How did you know I am Ginyu? Lin Feng chuckled softly before responding. Firstly, Gula is an exceptionally intelligent individual. In truth, we have long since departed, and I have been keenly observing your foolish actions. Secondly, your current grasp of his physique is woefully inadequate. Your aura pales in comparison to his. In fact, I would venture to say you are less than a tenth of his strength. Lastly, do you wish to know why I am so certain you are not Gula? It is due to your clumsy dance. I can remember it for a lifetime. Lin Feng's gaze turned mocking once more. I scoff. I am Gula now, the supreme being of the universe. Not only will I vanquish Raditz, but you shall meet the same fate. Ha ha. Ginyu brimmed with confidence in his current form, perceiving himself as an invincible entity. Oh, is it Gula who has instilled this confidence in you? Pray tell, how did you usurp Gula's body? Lin Feng inquired, genuinely intrigued. Ginyu ceased his laughter, a derisive glint in his eyes. I don't mind telling you, for soon you will all be dead anyway. After the skirmish with the Saiyan trio, Jinyu's once untarnished reputation within Frieza's forces had plummeted. He was consumed by the humiliation of his defeat at Raditz's hands and was unwilling to accept such a fate, plunging into an endless cycle of training. Yet, no matter how hard Ginyu trained, his progress remained disappointingly meager. He soon recognized the limitations of his current body. One fateful day, Ginyu inadvertently stumbled upon Gula's medical chamber. At that moment, Gula was laboring to heal his battered body. Having endured the scornful whispers of others for far too long, Jinyu's malevolent thoughts began to take shape. He ventured to the outskirts, where he found a fly, and then he resorted to self-mutilation, pushing himself to the brink of death. In that fleeting moment, he chose to exchange his body with the repugnant fly. Subsequently, Ginyu spent nearly 7 days painstakingly returning to Gula. Ultimately, he achieved his goal and swapped bodies with Gula. In essence, did Gula become a fly? Ginyu, you truly are a remarkable character, Lin Feng lamented, covering his face in despair. Enough of your rambling. Do you have any idea how far I flew in those 7 days? Ginyu began to indulge in self-pity. I have no interest in your tale. Are you not concerned that King Cooled will discover your body swap with Gula? And what if he does? You must understand. Gula is a being far mightier than King Cooled. Lin Feng snorted, a cryptic smile dancing in his deep-set eyes. Then what was my purpose in entering the room of spirit and time? Is that so? Can you fathom why Gula has remained in the medical chamber for such an extended period? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jinyu's eyes. Ginyu, you are exceedingly foolish. In the next instant, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan, emanating an overwhelming pressure that rendered Ginyu speechless. Ginyu stood frozen, confusion and fear reflected in his wide eyes. As the powerful body he prided himself on trembled uncontrollably. Curse it, do not shake. Ginyu struggled to steady his own body, yet it remained beyond his control. Ginyu, your body is quaking. Would you like to know why? It is because I was the one who forced Gula into the medical chamber. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had ascended above Ginyu, delivering a series of devastating blows to his head. Ginyu, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the edge of the temple with a resounding thud. In a flash, a beam of light surged towards Ginyu once more, sending his body spiraling downward, ultimately plummeting to the mortal realm. Lin Feng, unwilling to relent, pursued relentlessly, crossing his arms as his legs unleashed a flurry of punishing strikes upon Ginyu, who found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Under the relentless assault of Lin Feng's leg techniques, Ginyu descended with increasing speed. How infuriating! To be this powerful, Ginyu thought. Then I shall resort to exchanging. A smirk curled upon Lin Feng's lips, a look of disdain washing over his face. How foolish! A circle of beams enveloped Lin Feng, the protective shield effortlessly thwarting Jinyu's attempted exchange. Realizing his plan had failed, Ginyu grew frantic, unleashing a surge of energy in a desperate bid to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. Yet, no matter how fiercely Ginyu struggled, he remained tethered to Lin Feng's relentless assault until blood spewed from his mouth. I warned you, you cannot compare to the true Gula. You are still far too weak. In the next moment, Lin Feng reappeared beneath Ginyu, forcefully propelling him back into the celestial temple. Injured and in agony, Ginyu clutched his body, yet his eyes still glinted with malice. Since I cannot defeat you, then I shall target Raditz. Without finishing his thought, Ginyu lunged towards Raditz with his claws extended. Lin Feng regarded him coolly, a smile of disdain upon his lips. Just as Ginyu was a mere 10 centimeters away from Raditz, a thunderous roar erupted from Raditz's being. Within a heartbeat, Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing defiantly before the battered Ginyu. Some ascend to Super Saiyan 3 while I merely become a Super Saiyan. Death wave. From Raditz's palm emanated a radiant purple light, which swiftly morphed into a wave of violet energy, hurtling straight towards Ginyu. Ah! Ginyu shrieked in agony as he collapsed upon the temple floor. Raditz approached him with measured steps. My apologies, but it seems I have bested you once more. Brother, be cautious. Activate the shield. Lin Feng urged with care. He had long instructed Raditz on how to contend with Ginyu within the hyperbolic time chamber. Raditz promptly activated the protective barrier, preparing to fully comprehend Jinyu's tactics. No, please don't kill me, Ginyu cried, retreating desperately, his eyes wide with fear as he neared the temple's edge. He was acutely aware that this time, his demise was inevitable. In the next instant, Jinyu's terrified gaze fell upon the slumbering Gohan, his expression shifting dramatically to one of twisted resolve. Even in death, I shall take one with me. Jinyu's figure vanished, appearing instantaneously before Gohan, his body beginning to radiate a blinding light. Gohan! Both Piccolo and Goku shouted in unison. Ginyu had chosen to self-destruct. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure materialized beside Ginyu, enveloped in a golden radiance, whisking Jinyu's form away from the celestial temple. Lin Feng wore an expression of astonishment, as he had not anticipated that someone could act more swiftly than he. Casting a glance around, he noticed that everyone was present. Who could this mysterious figure be? Just as Lin Feng pondered this, a tremendous noise erupted from the other side of the earth. This unexpected sound captured everyone's attention, and they instantly comprehended that it was the sound of Jinyu's self-destruction. Seizing the brief moment of chaos caused by the explosion, Lin Feng detected the faintest trace of Jinyu's lingering energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng arrived at the site of Jinyu's explosion. Who are you? He demanded, astonished that this individual could also teleport. Before him stood a mysterious figure whose face was obscured by a dark hat, rendering it impossible to discern their features. However, cradled in this enigmatic person's arms lay another severely injured man. In an instant, Lin Feng realized that this mysterious figure had teleported Ginyu to the side of this wounded individual. The injured man had been caught off guard and consequently suffered grave injuries from the explosion. Yet, to Lin Feng's surprise, the mysterious man was merely injured. Had it been Gohan, the outcome would have likely been dire. Recognizing that the newcomer aimed to rescue Gohan, Lin Feng was certain that they were not an enemy. He retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to the mysterious figure, who promptly fed it to the injured man. Instantly, the latter regained his vitality, and in the next moment, he removed his hood. Beneath the hood was a man with deep-set eyes, a blue hairstyle parted in the middle, and a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corp logo. Trunks! Lin Feng exclaimed, realizing he had indeed traveled to this time. In the following second, the mysterious figure also removed their hood. Hello, I am Son Gohan, and I hail from the future. I am Trunks. To Lin Feng's astonishment, it was not only Trunks who had traveled through time. Gohan had also arrived. I am Darles. You may also call me Lin Feng. A flicker of awe passed through Gohan and Trunks' eyes as they exchanged shocked glances. Haha, since we are all here, let us meet everyone. Lin Feng expressed his delight at their simultaneous arrival, subsequently leading them to the temple. Piccolo, here, distribute these, Lin Feng said, presenting a handful of Senzu beans to Piccolo. Do not worry about Krillin. We can resurrect him using the Dragon Balls from Namek, Lin Feng reassured Goku. Upon hearing this news, Goku's face lit up with joy. Thank you for saving Gohan. Goku approached future Gohan and grasped his hand. Future Gohan's hand began to tremble, and his eyes brimmed with tears, though he fought to hold them back. No need for thanks, it was merely a coincidence. Upon awakening, Gohan expressed his gratitude to the older brother who had saved him. The two locked eyes, familiar yet strange. Trunks' gaze fixated on Vegeta, his eyes widening with astonishment. Hey, why do you keep staring at me, kid? Are you looking for a fight? Come on, Vegeta, don't be so irritable. If you want to brawl, let me take you on, Lin Feng remarked, instantly discerning Trunks' hidden intentions. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and walked away. Lin Feng beckoned Trunks and future Gohan to one side. Is it just a coincidence? Lin Feng expressed his skepticism towards Gohan's words. All right, I confess. I'm afraid that if I die in this timeline, I will cease to exist as well, Gohan explained. Lin Feng erupted into laughter. Why are you laughing, Mr. Darles? Gohan questioned, perplexed by Lin Feng's reaction. Gohan, if the Gohan of this timeline perishes, you would not necessarily die with him. Trunks appeared to grasp the concept. Ah, indeed. I believe Mr. Darles is correct. If that were the case, I should have already perished. If my memory serves me right, I was still in my mother's womb at this time, but I can no longer sense my mother's presence in this world, which implies I am no longer here. Lin Feng gave Trunks a thumbs up. Clever. If I am not mistaken, your mother must be Bulma. Lin Feng glanced at Vegeta, subtly indicating that Trunks' father was indeed Vegeta. Yes, Mr. Darles is right. Little brat. You keep calling me Mr. Darles as if you're trying to impress me. Of course, I am aware of all this. But what brings you here? Is it due to the androids attacking the future? Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances. Mr. Darles, what do you mean by androids? Gohan inquired, clearly confused. What? These two are unaware of the androids. What on earth has happened in the future? Lin Feng was astonished that their visit was not to gain insight about the androids. His curiosity about their intentions intensified. So what brings you here? Gohan spoke up. To change the future. But it seems that even if things change here, it won't alter the future. The astute Gohan had already realized that this place and their future were entirely different timelines, essentially parallel universes. In fact, we visited this place a month ago. Future Gohan recounted their previous experience in this timeline. He had set the time machine to the day when Frieza's army invaded Earth. He discovered that the Gohan of this timeline could transform into a Super Saiyan and fought alongside Piccolo, so he chose to observe the situation. However, the ultimate outcome remained the same. King Cold intended to destroy the Earth, just as he was about to prevent King Cold from launching the planet-destroying attack. He noticed a figure emerging behind him. This timeline's Gohan. The Super Saiyan Gohan unleashed a powerful Masenko, successfully diverting King Cold's planet-destroying attack, thereby saving Earth from destruction. In his Super Saiyan form, Gohan remained ever vigilant, having sensed the presence of someone nearby. He swiftly teleported to Trunks' side. Ah, I see. But tell me, what kind of future are we attempting to alter? Gohan's words piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. A future devoid of Earth. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Feng, but also Piccolo was taken aback. What? A future without Earth? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. He understood that a world without Earth implied that only Gohan and Trunks might remain, with everyone else possibly perished. How could this happen? What about my future self? Did I not intervene? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Surely his existence would prevent the annihilation of Earth. After all, with his ties to the Namekians, he believed they would find a way to resurrect the planet. I apologize, Mr. Darles. In my world, I have never laid eyes on you. Never seen me. Does that mean I don't even exist in the future? However, Gohan's next words dispelled his doubts. I vaguely recall hearing from my grandmother about your existence. Lin Feng nodded, finding solace in this explanation, which clarified why Earth had vanished. Chapter 83. A future without Earth. What exactly transpired in the future? Lin Feng urgently inquired of Gohan and Trunks. Gohan settled down to recount the tale in detail for Lin Feng. On that fateful day, the Frieza force invaded Earth. Despite Chi-Chi's fervent protests, I did not train with Piccolo, but instead trained under Raditz. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo was unable to withstand the might of Frieza and his father, ultimately sacrificing himself to allow me to escape to West City. I resolved to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished on Earth. Aunt Bulma, we can no longer remain on Earth. Please accompany me to Namek. I had the idea of fleeing with Bulma, who was already carrying Trunks within her. As the spaceship departed Earth, a purple orb of light appeared above the planet. I realized this was the work of King Cold, prompting me to instruct Bulma to pilot the ship. To avoid being caught in the aftermath of Earth's explosion, we were compelled to chart a longer course. With our last glimmer of hope, Bulma and I set forth to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. However, upon our arrival, we found the planet ravaged and devoid of any Namekians. I surmised that King Cold had arrived first, dashing our hopes of resurrecting the warriors of Earth. A year passed as the three of us wandered aimlessly through the cosmos. Fortunately, with Bulma's presence, the ship could be continually repaired. 2 years later, we inadvertently drifted to the planet occupied by Frieza's forces. The information regarding the 3 individuals fell into the hands of Frieza, who vowed to personally annihilate every Saiyan. Consequently, Frieza commenced an unrelenting pursuit of the trio. For over a decade, they lived under the oppressive shadow of Frieza until they managed to escape to a planet known as Vampa. To their astonishment, they discovered that life existed on Vampa, inhabited by 2 other Saiyans. As fate would have it, Frieza soon tracked the remnants of the Saiyans to Vampa, arriving with lethal intent. He killed an elderly Saiyan, prompting the younger, more vigorous Saiyan to succumb to rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan and vanquishing Frieza. However, the enraged Saiyan did not revert to normalcy after defeating Frieza and proceeded to wreak havoc upon Vampa. Witnessing this destruction, the three had no choice but to flee once more, embarking on a journey through the cosmos. Eventually, their spacecraft landed on a planet named Adrat. There, they encountered an Adratian named Keel. Upon learning of their plight, Keel offered them refuge on Adrat, which subsequently became their second home. It was during this time that Gohan mastered instant transmission. Under Keel's tutelage, Gohan and Trunks successfully broke through their limits, transforming into Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had also arrived on Adrat, began to develop the planet as if it were Earth. With her assistance, Keel emerged as the leader of the Adratians, enhancing their technology to its fullest potential. However, Bulma's ambitions did not cease there. Although Adrat had become her second homeland, her heart remained tethered to Earth. After tireless efforts, Bulma ultimately constructed a time machine. At her behest, Gohan and Trunks embarked on a journey to the past in hopes of altering the future. In the future, Gohan and Trunks arrived in the present timeline, only to discover that this reality differed significantly from their own. In this timeline, Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Bulma had not fled Earth with him. Thus, Earth remained intact. Given the discrepancies with their future, they decided to remain concealed and observe the unfolding events. To their surprise, they encountered an enemy they had never faced before, Frieza's brother. Fearing that the demise of the present Gohan would lead to his own disappearance, future Gohan acted swiftly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It was truly unexpected that the future version of myself did not escape that realm. Was it due to the failure to recognize the singularity? I had no idea that Frieza's death in the future was caused by Broly. Mr. Darles, this is what transpired in the future. Mr. Darles. Noticing Lin Feng lost in contemplation, Gohan raised his voice. Yes, I'm here. Ahem, in fact, I can reveal to you the method to restore Earth. Lin Feng leaned closer to Gohan, whispering in his ear. What? Mr. Darles. Son Gohan's pupils dilated, and his body shuddered. Undoubtedly, these were the words he yearned to hear most. However, I have a condition. Gohan's expression grew grave as he awaited Lin Feng's next utterance. You must engage in a battle with me. Gohan exhaled in relief, initially fearing a more demanding request. Please take this seriously, for I am eager to witness your true power. A solemn aura emanated from Lin Feng as he fixed his gaze intently upon Gohan. His ultimate goal was to retain Gohan's formidable strength to confront the Frieza duo. In the battle against Shrag, he had awakened and absorbed the power of the Great Ape, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan to defeat Gula. Yet, this time, his opponent was King Cold, whose transformed state surpassed his expectations, with power exceeding that of Gula. Unless he could awaken and absorb the Great Ape's power once more, he would surely be no match for King Cold. Lin Feng sensed that Gohan from the future was exceptionally powerful. From Gohan's words, he learned that his trainer was Goku. While Lin Feng might doubt others, Goku was a different matter entirely. I want you to remain in this time, joining us against Frieza and his son. Gohan bowed his head, contemplating deeply. This timeline differs from ours. The foes we face are unfamiliar to me. Yet, if we can restore our Earth, what is a little danger in comparison? Moreover, my father and friends are here. The chance to protect Earth once more brings me great joy. We agree. Count me in. Before future Gohan could respond, Trunks had already answered on his behalf. In the distance, Piccolo listened in shock to the conversation among the three as Nail approached him. Did you hear that? Piccolo nodded. My purpose for staying was to avenge the Elder, but it seems my strength can no longer keep pace with you. Nail sighed. I have made my decision. Tomorrow, I shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training, and upon my emergence, I will merge with you. Merge? Piccolo's eyes brimmed with confusion. Nail explained, merging is akin to your fusion with the Supreme Kai. However, after merging, I will not influence your consciousness. I hope you can carry my strength to avenge the Elder. Chapter 84. Darius, future son Gohan. Upon hearing Gohan's agreement, Lin Feng promptly led the two away from the gaze of the crowd. The trio arrived at an open area. This shall be the place. They ceased their flight and came to a halt. Gohan pressed against his legs, loosening his joints. In the next moment, a formidable and tempestuous aura erupted from within him, sweeping through the air. Then I shall proceed. Gohan propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, charging towards Lin Feng. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. the force of which howled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng gasped. How swift! Gohan's fist descended towards his forehead. Should that blow land, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Suddenly, Lin Feng soared into the air, a powerful aura erupting from within him, enhancing his speed once more. He deftly evaded Sun Wukong's attack, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce melee battle in the sky. The resounding sounds of their strikes reverberated through the heavens. Like thunderous roars, waves of force rippled outward, akin to a hurricane, sweeping across the surroundings. The nearby peaks seemed to resonate, trembling violently in response. At the Temple of the Gods, the two formidable forces were unmistakably emanating from Lin Feng. Piccolo gazed at the distant sky, awe evident in his voice. The crowd sensed the overwhelming auras and began to fly towards that direction. One moment, Lin Feng was directly in front of Sun Wukong. The next, he vanished from sight. Sun Wukong, ever vigilant, scanned the area with keen eyes. Behind him, in the next instant, Sun Wukong thrust his fist backward with great force. To his surprise, the punch met only air. What are you looking at? Up here. Lin Feng's voice rang out as he unleashed a descending kick aimed at Sun Wukong's head. The speed was akin to lightning. Sun Wukong had no time to react. He managed to tilt his head just in time to avoid a direct hit. But Lin Feng's leg landed squarely in his abdomen. A bitter taste surged from Sun Wukong's mouth, and he clutched his stomach in pain. Lin Feng offered no respite, immediately pressing the attack. Sun Wukong had no choice but to charge forward once more. What's wrong, Wukong? Has your body rusted from inactivity? The two clashed again. Their fingers interlocked tightly, neither willing to yield. Truly impressive, Mr. Darles. Sun Wukong roared, suddenly tightening his legs and contracting his abdomen, using Lin Feng's hand as a pivot. With a powerful kick, he struck Lin Feng's chest, unleashing a tremendous energy that forced Lin Feng to release his grip and step back involuntarily. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong unleashed an aura that surpassed all around him, enveloped in golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this transformation, Lin Feng too decided to transform. In an instant, the two powerful auras swirled amidst the mountains and rivers, leaving the onlookers in awe. Damn it! I didn't expect him to be a Saiyan as well. Vegeta gritted his teeth, sensing that this Saiyan-s energy was not inferior to Lin Feng's. Impressive. Lin Feng acknowledged Sun Wukong with a thumbs up. With two loud shouts, the two commenced their second round. Whoosh! Lin Feng struck first, instantly appearing before Sun Wukong, catching him off guard as he unleashed a flurry of punches towards his chest. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Feng's attack missed entirely as Sun Wukong utilized instantaneous movement to appear behind him, delivering a palm strike to Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's body was in free fall, but in the next moment, he reappeared beside Sun Wukong. Lin Feng's hands were tightly clenched, emanating a crimson glow. Sun Wukong hurriedly gathered energy in his palm, poised to strike Lin Feng, when suddenly a brilliant flash illuminated his vision. The radiance from Lin Feng's hands did not launch forth. Instead, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance, momentarily blinding Sun Wukong. In the next instant, Lin Feng's fist came crashing down upon Sun Wukong's head. Blinded, Sun Wukong was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a sizable crater in the once flat terrain where he lay ensconced. As Sun Wukong rose, he conceded, I have lost, Mr. Darles. Is this truly Uncle Darles? If he is present in the future, perhaps Earth truly has a chance of salvation. Lin Feng approached Sun Wukong, extending his hand to offer him a senzu bean. You are formidable. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to unleash your full potential. Lin Feng sensed that this future nephew still retained significant strength. After years of experience, he might have already ascended to remarkable heights. Mr. Darles is also incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong's praise was heartfelt. Observing the cessation of combat, the others flew over to join them. A sheen of sweat adorned everyone's foreheads, relieved that the newcomer was not an adversary. Indeed, he is the savior of Gohan. Truly impressive. Goku placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up with a beaming smile. The future Gohan gazed at that familiar hand, turning his head to meet Goku's eyes, and they shared a moment of understanding. With a smile playing at the corners of future Gohan's lips as he savored his father's praise, Lin Feng discerned that Gohan was not yet inclined to reveal their relationship to Goku, thus opting not to disclose their origins. If only this elder brother could join us in confronting Frieza and his father, Young Gohan gazed at future Gohan, as if pleading. I have promised Mr. Lin Feng that I will fight alongside everyone. The dialogue between two versions of the same person, from disparate timelines, felt almost surreal. Splendid. The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing the news. In the distance, perched on a rock, Trunks was analyzing the recent battle between Lin Feng and Sun Wukong, gesturing animatedly. Suddenly, a figure approached Trunks. Crossing his arms, the newcomer interrupted Trunks. Hey, you come and fight me. Vegeta commanded Trunks. Trunks halted his gestures, rising to his feet. Unable to divert his gaze from Vegeta, his eyes began to quiver, fixating intently on Vegeta. What kind of look is that? Have you been displeased with me all along? How infuriating. Vegeta recalled that someone had scrutinized him similarly at the Heavenly Temple. Being observed in such a manner was deeply unsettling. Fine, I'll fight you. Chapter 85, The Battle of Father and Son. Hey kid, who do you think is stronger, you or the other one? Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently towards the future. Focusing on Gohan. He is indeed formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks articulated the reality of the situation. A hint of disdain flickered across Vegeta's face. With a derisive snort, an overwhelming aura surged through the air. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, taking a few powerful strides before launching himself at Trunks like a fierce tiger. Sensing the ferocity of Vegeta's approach, Trunks too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is there a Super Saiyan sale going on? Vegeta was no longer surprised. Ever since he reached this level, it seemed that overnight, all Saiyans had acquired the ability to transform. Vegeta swung his iron fist, poised to strike Trunks squarely in the face. However, mere inches away from his target, a shining sword intercepted his attack. Trunks wielded the sword. His handsome profile reflected upon the blade, the sword's aura merging with his own, thereby neutralizing Vegeta's onslaught. How infuriating. Saiyans do not wield weapons. Yet, he can transform into a Super Saiyan. Wait, who exactly are you? Anger laced Vegeta's voice. I apologize, but that is classified information. Trunks' cold retort only fueled Vegeta's agitation further. In an instant, a surge of even greater power erupted from within Vegeta, sending a kick that sent Trunks' sword flying. The blade was propelled into a nearby hill. So be it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. In the next moment, Vegeta lunged at Trunks like a ravenous wolf, launching a frenzied assault. The sounds of their fierce clash drew the attention of onlookers. Vegeta, that fellow. Raditz recalled Vegeta's words upon his emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, lamenting how combative he was. That rascal Vegeta. He has the audacity to leap ahead of me. Goku's words caught Lin Feng's attention. As he observed his battle with future Gohan, his own eagerness had long been ignited. High above, the battle between the two Super Saiyans intensified. Even without your sword, you are not incapable of fighting. Trunks remained silent, deftly countering Vegeta's relentless onslaught. Vegeta's fists grazed past Trunks' ears time and again, the force of his punches stirring the air against Trunks' face. Thanks to Trunks' keen reflexes, Vegeta's attacks were thwarted repeatedly. Vegeta soon realized that Trunks seemed solely focused on defense, never once taking the initiative to strike. His potent pride felt insulted. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta's aura surged once more, his fury amplifying his strength. In the next moment, he suddenly placed all 10 fingers upon his forehead. Trunks' body trembled. This familiar technique. Could it be? A smirk of triumph appeared on Vegeta's lips as he proclaimed loudly, Solar Flare. On the ground, the faces of the onlookers were etched with disbelief. Vegeta. He has managed to master the Solar Flare after witnessing Tien use it just once. Like Bic. The faces of the crowd were inscribed with the word shock. Lin Feng and Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at the sky, astonished that Vegeta had mastered the Solar Flare in such a short span of time. Above them, a blinding white light radiated outward. Yet, the figure of Trunks was nowhere to be seen. Vegeta's pupils quivered. He had not anticipated that his opponent could vanish without a trace. In the next moment, Trunks materialized behind Vegeta. Turning around, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Trunks, who was wearing sunglasses. How infuriating. Enraged, Vegeta charged at Trunks once more. Coward. Do not perpetually evade. Faced with this formidable man, Trunks found it impossible to strike back. Father, forgive me. I simply cannot do it. I cannot even launch an attack. Are you still a Saiyan? Regardless of how Vegeta provoked him, Trunks merely adopted a defensive stance. This fellow. He truly underestimates me. It is utterly vexing. just like that sour face of Raditz. How could this be? Vegeta halted his assault, remaining suspended in the air as he gathered a colossal energy sphere in his hand. Ultimate Flash. The immense energy orb shot forth from Vegeta's grasp, hurtling towards Trunks. This lunatic Vegeta. The Earth is already battered. If this continues, it will not withstand. Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, sought to intervene, but Lin Feng restrained him in the next instant. Do not panic. The Ultimate Flash drew ever closer to Trunks, who remained unmoving. Indeed, just as my mother said, Father possesses an extraordinarily strong sense of pride. Without hesitation, Trunks deliberately shouted, "Damn it! Too fast. I can't dodge." In the next moment, Trunks leaned forward, bracing against the energy sphere with both hands, his expression contorting as he exerted all his strength to alter its trajectory. The massive energy orb was unexpectedly redirected by Trunks. It now soared skyward instead of crashing to the ground. It is about time. A faint glow flickered in Trunks' hand, and the enormous energy sphere was instantaneously detonated. Trunks smiled, savoring the explosion with his own flesh. TCH. Future Son Gohan attempted to call out Trunks' name, but Lin Feng swiftly covered his mouth. Lin Feng recognized Trunks' earnest intentions. Concerned that Trunks might be gravely injured, Lin Feng instantly teleported to catch him, producing a Senzu bean and placing it in his mouth. Humph, this is the consequence of not attacking. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta stood frozen, an inexplicable heartache surging within him. What is this sensation? Vegeta glanced at Trunks in Lin Feng's arms, and an overwhelming sense of guilt unexpectedly enveloped his heart. This feeling left Vegeta unsettled, and shortly thereafter, he vanished from the crowd's sight. Future Gohan also instantaneously appeared beside Trunks, assessing his condition. I remarked that Trunks is indeed quite determined. I wonder if Vegeta feels any sorrow upon realizing that his son is Trunks. How does Mr. Lin Feng know this? Future Gohan was quite perplexed. His identity is easily deduced, as one can ascertain from their conversation that his mother is Bulma, yet his father's identity remains undisclosed to Lin Feng. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Lin Feng chuckled and explained, "You may not be aware, but I witnessed the romance between Vegeta and Bulma. After all, the future has already diverged. I could easily fabricate an excuse to brush it off." At that moment, Trunks also regained consciousness. "Trunks, it seems you are quite formidable. At the very least, far stronger than Vegeta." Trunks lowered his head, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow in response to Lin Feng's praise. "I, along with Gohan, will protect the Earth alongside everyone." Chapter 86. The Enraged King Cold. What? Are you saying that Gula has been missing for 10 days? King Cold was preparing to discuss matters with Gula when a guard informed him of Gula's absence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor as a dinosaur-like being entered King Cold's line of sight, panting heavily. "Report, Your Majesty. We have discovered that King Gula's presence has vanished from Earth." King Cold could scarcely believe his ears. "What did you say?" "Gula's battle prowess surpasses that of Frieza. How could he possibly be defeated by someone on Earth?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Rising from his throne, King Cold fixed a fierce gaze upon the dinosaur. "King Gula." Before the dinosaur could finish, King Cold erupted with fury. "My son, why must you be so reckless?" Turning away, several tears fell onto the table. The dinosaur, sensing the gravity of the moment, withdrew, uncertain of King Cold's next move. The corridor lay silent as King Cold approached the window, gazing at the azure planet. The light from his fingertips illuminated his face, revealing his formidable features. Bloodshot eyes reflected the depths of his resentment towards the Saiyans, fueled by Gula's latest disappearance. His expression darkened, eyes ablaze with fury, fists clenched tightly, his entire being trembling as if ready to unleash an inferno of rage. King Cold's jaw tightened, the veins in his neck bulging, every muscle conveying his wrath, his lips quivering as if suppressing a roar. "Earth! Once again, Earth! I shall personally annihilate the Saiyans and then obliterate the Earth." With his inner fury barely contained, King Cold entered the spaceship's control room. "Set course for Earth at full speed." On Earth, the group gathered in the sacred temple. "Come here for a moment." Lin Feng beckoned to future Gohan, signaling him over. Fearing the exposure of his identity, Lin Feng gestured discreetly. "What is it, Mr. Lin Feng?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "I need you to answer me truthfully," Lin Feng stated. Gohan looked at him with curiosity. "Honestly, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2? Lin Feng spoke directly and without preamble, sensing that in the future, Gohan would surpass him in strength. Super Saiyan 2? What is that? A hint of shock and confusion laced Gohan's words. Well, it seems you truly do not know. In that case, you and Trunks should train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. Here are some Senza beans. Take them. Lin Feng opened a capsule corp capsule and casually handed Gohan a handful. There's not much food on Earth right now, so you can eat these in the time chamber. Gohan accepted the Senza beans and pulled out a capsule corp capsule from his own pocket. With a pop, a grand feast appeared out of thin air. Aunt Bulma prepared this for us. She was worried we might go hungry. Let's call everyone over to eat. The others were already famished. With Goku and Vegeta rushing towards the food. After speaking, Gohan called out to Trunks as they made their way to the hyperbolic time chamber. Capsule Corp? Isn't that from the Briefs family? Raditz stared pensively at the departing duo. Brother, come eat. It's absolutely delicious. Goku shouted at the dazed Raditz. Raditz nodded and joined them at the table. Hey, wait. Nappa and Nairu haven't come out yet. With a clang, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, revealing Tien and Nairu. Impressive, you've indeed become stronger, Piccolo remarked, his gaze fixed on Nairu. Not bad, but still far from your level, Nairu replied, his eyes beginning to glaze over. I have decided to merge with you. Piccolo turned away, striding directly to Tien, disregarding Nairu's words entirely. Hey, three-eyed guy. You've gotten stronger too, he remarked as he gradually distanced himself from the two. Hey, Nappa, why didn't you enter the time chamber with Nairu? Lin Feng finally noticed Nappa, who was ravenously devouring food across from him. As long as you guys are here, I'm fine. My training speed is too slow. I've trained with Jine, and this is the result, he remarked. It seemed evident that his brother-in-law was not cut out for training. Perhaps someday, he could feed Nappa some fruit from the Tree of Might. He was curious to see what Nappa would look like as a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, come join us for a meal. Goku invited Piccolo to partake, but Piccolo remained unresponsive. Gohan attempted to ease the awkwardness, saying, Uncle Piccolo only needs to drink water, haha. Lin Feng, could I have some more Senza beans? Piccolo extended his hand, requesting more beans from Lin Feng. Oh, well then, I might as well distribute some to everyone. Lin Feng, understanding Piccolo's intention to share the beans with everyone, saw through the request. It wouldn't be fair to give just one person the beans. Lin Feng, can you hear me? Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in his body. Is that King Kai? Could there be another crisis? Yes, I can hear you. King Cold is heading towards Earth at full speed. He is expected to arrive in 1 day. Prepare yourselves. There was a tinge of fear in King Kai's voice. Lin Feng closed his eyes, attentively sensing the aura of the King of Cooled. The Realm King was indeed correct. The King of Cooled was drawing ever closer to Earth. I understand now. How infuriating. I never anticipated this would happen at such a critical moment. Sun Wukong and Trunks had just entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and it appeared that a fierce battle was inevitable. If it comes to that, I shall have no choice but to resort to that technique. Lin Feng rose, his expression grave, as all eyes turned toward him. The King of Cooled would arrive on Earth the following day. The terror of the King of Cooled was something all had witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, he had grown even stronger. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a handful of Senza beans and distributed them among everyone. Once the beans were shared, Lin Feng approached Tien Shinhan once more. Tien Shinhan, this is specifically for you. With that, Lin Feng produced a bag of Senza beans. Tien Shinhan weighed the beans in his hands and opened the bag, revealing nearly 100 beans within. So many. Tien Shinhan was perplexed as to why he was receiving such a large quantity. It's not too much. The King of Cooled depends on you to hold him back. Tien Shinhan's new special beam cannon was undoubtedly a formidable control skill, but it was incredibly taxing on stamina. Thus, it was prudent to provide him with the most Senzu beans possible. Everyone, the King of Cooled's power far surpasses that of Gula. It is time to showcase the fruits of our training. In the cosmos, faster. We need to go faster. The King of Cooled's mind was consumed with hatred as he incessantly urged the alien pilot of the spaceship. The alien fumbled clumsily at the controls. Your Majesty, this is already the fastest speed achievable. Cursed be it. Too slow. Open the hatch. The King of Cooled, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, could no longer contain his inner fury. The hatch slowly opened, revealing a massive spherical spaceship, ready for departure. The King of Cooled leapt into the ship. Earth, I shall annihilate you once more. The spherical spaceship sped through the cosmos, and soon a colossal sphere radiating immense energy appeared within the King of Cooled's sight. He had entered the solar system, and the ship's speed only increased as it approached the blue planet. The spaceship hovered in the Earth's atmosphere, and the King of Cooled emerged from the vessel. His gaze fell downward, revealing a pained expression. Indeed, though Earth was battered and bruised, it still existed. Thus, I shall obliterate you once again. Silence. Prepare to taste my welcoming gift. The King of Cooled raised his hands above his head, and a familiar scene unfolded once more. A purple energy sphere materialized above the Earth, larger and denser than before. After gathering energy for a full 10 minutes, the King of Cooled's visage twisted into a snarl, and with great effort, he hurled the colossal energy sphere toward Earth. Die. Chapter 87. The Terrifying King of Cooled. The azure sky, devoid of any breeze, rendered the atmosphere exceptionally tranquil, creating a sense of oppressive tension. The warriors in the heavenly temple were prepared for battle, their vigilance focused on the movements above in the sky. High above the Earth, a colossal purple orb gradually approached the atmosphere. A small point materialized within the view of the onlookers, and as time elapsed, this purple speck expanded, swiftly overshadowing the sunlight, while the ocean began to churn once more. The planet exhibited yet another peculiar reaction. Alarmingly, it was the planet-destroying weapon of King Cooled. This familiar scene unfolded again, capturing the full attention of Sun Gohan. Lin Feng found himself both anticipating and astonished. King Cooled had indeed arrived on Earth, though he had not expected such an extreme entrance. Infuriating. This King Cooled is nothing short of a madman. Everyone, brace yourselves. With Lin Feng's command, the 5 Super Saiyans completed their transformations. A torrent of energy surged forth from the Temple of the Gods as they advanced towards the luminous purple sphere. The Saiyans possessed an extraordinary resilience, ideally suited to withstand such a formidable confrontation. Had it been anyone else from Earth, they would have been swiftly annihilated. 5 hands simultaneously pressed against the orb, and in that instant, the massive energy sphere began to halt its advance. How infuriating! This energy sphere is considerably larger than the last one. Sun Gohan clenched his jaw tightly, and as his hands made contact with the sphere, excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. Hold on, Gohan. Sun Wukong's expression began to contort. Humph, can you not withstand such a trivial amount of energy? Kakaroto's son. Ah, Vegeta shouted, unleashing a potent aura that enveloped him. Well done, Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's tremendous effort, Raditz too unleashed the energy within himself. Is this Raditz's power? Humph. I absolutely will not allow him to surpass me. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura surged once more, eclipsing Raditz's. Lin Feng observed Vegeta with a subtle smile. Indeed, the ever-competitive Vegeta would not permit such an occurrence. King Cooled, as long as we are here, you shall never destroy Earth again. Lin Feng unleashed his full energy, and at that moment, the sheer intensity of his aura left everyone astonished. In that instant, the energy sphere began to reverse its direction. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the trajectory of the energy sphere was altered, and propelled by their strength, it began its journey back. In the skies above Earth, the purple orb had reached the atmosphere. What? King Cooled gaped in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief, as the immense sphere receded further from the planet. Boom! In the next moment, a violent explosion reverberated through the cosmos, the shockwaves cascading in ripples across all that resided on Earth. In an instant, the planet was engulfed in thunder and lightning, and fierce winds howled. Such scenes had become all too familiar to the onlookers. The denizens of the temple remained intently focused on the unfolding events above. Fortunately, they were present. Otherwise, Earth would have faced an uncertain fate. At some point, Zillia and Jine had arrived at the temple. Jine's gaze brimmed with pride. These children had grown, embodying the pride of the Saiyan race. The eyes of Bick flickered momentarily, darting around restlessly until they glanced upwards. Danger! We must flee. Bick's thunderous shout captured everyone's attention. There, atop the temple's roof, stood the formidable figure of King Cooled. Insects, I shall eradicate you before your return. In an instant, countless violet rays scattered across the temple like blossoms falling from the heavens. You shall accompany Gula to the grave. King Cooled's voice reverberated within the temple, and with his roar, the violet rays transformed into a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gather around me. Bick's body radiated brilliance, his aura coalescing to form a barrier. As the barrier neared erosion by the rays, a glow emanated from behind Bick, where Jine and Zillia rose to their feet, channeling their auras to mend the barrier. We are here too. The people behind began to amplify their auras. Beam after beam of rays were deflected by the barrier, one such beam ricocheting towards the temple's edge, stealthily descending from the temple. This beam accelerated towards the mortal realm, a single luminous violet droplet quietly falling, and within a second, thousands of droplets cascaded downwards. This is King Cool's tactic. This is bad. The temple. Lin Feng sensed King Cool's aura, realizing he had seized the moment to approach the temple. In the next instant, Lin Feng placed his hand upon his forehead. Above the temple, countless rays converged around King Cool, drawing nearer to the crowd with increasing audacity. Get away from me. Before King Cool could finish his sentence, a powerful leg had already made intimate contact with his face, followed by several strikes to his shoulder and neck. King Cool, cease your actions. Lin Feng's voice was once again captured by the crowd, their earlier tension dissipating. With a mighty shout, Lin Feng unleashed an aura unlike anything they had ever witnessed, dissolving all of King Cool's violet rays. Just then, Vegeta and others arrived. Witnessing this spectacle, has he truly grown this powerful? Vegeta's astonishment was unmistakable. As the tumultuous aura subsided, Lin Feng's true visage emerged. It's you. King Cool recognized Lin Feng, the very Saiyan who had once snatched his wish, an image forever etched in his memory. Mother, are you all right? Son Goku's voice interrupted King Cool's reverie, drawing his gaze towards Goku. This person, how infuriating. There are two of this detestable face. Recalling the moment on Namek when the Dragon Balls were stolen, resentment filled King Cool's eyes. This individual could very well be connected to Gula's demise. Did you kill Gula? King Cool's veins bulged, as if he would devour Lin Feng at any moment. What? Gula? He was already slain by Ginyu. Who is Gula? All I know is that I killed Ginyu. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Prepare to meet your end. Before him stood a figure exuding an air of indifference. Yet in a sudden frenzy, he lunged towards Lin Feng, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. The speed was so swift that there was no time to evade. Confrontation was inevitable. In the presence of this enlarged version of Frieza, Lin Feng appeared particularly diminutive. In the fleeting moment their hands met, the onlookers comprehended the truth. This colossal being was indeed far more formidable than Lin Feng had claimed. How can you be so oblivious? Your son has been possessed, and yet you remain unaware of it. What kind of father are you? Possession? The king of Kurd trembled, confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Lin Feng. A fortuitous moment. Whoosh. Lin Feng's form vanished from view, reappearing behind Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan. Quickly. In an instant, Lin Feng's hand rested upon Tianjin Fan's shoulder. Tianjin Fan. Hurry. The next moment, the two reappeared above the king of Kurd. This stance. This position. Could it be? Tianjin Fan immediately grasped Lin Feng's intention. I will hold him off. Realizing Lin Feng had vanished, the king of Kurd became aware of his lapse in concentration. As the two locked in combat once more, Lin Feng instinctively redirected the battlefield to the ground, aiming to create an opportunity for Tianjin Fan. How dare you toy with me? The two interlocked their fingers, evenly matched in strength. Yet as time wore on, Lin Feng began to tire. The king of Kurd's powerful hand bent Lin Feng's fingers back, a sharp crack echoing in the air. Ah! The agony reverberated through Lin Feng, a pain so profound that he could not help but scream. Seizing the moment, the king of Kurd hurled Lin Feng into the air. In an instant, the king of Kurd's speed was akin to a tempest, appearing before Lin Feng with blinding swiftness. Above in the sky, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow. Too fast. This is impossible. There's no opening. The next moment, a radiant glow emanated from the king of Kurd's hand, a violent explosion erupting in Lin Feng's abdomen. Second brother. Lin Feng. Second brother. Darles. Various voices called out Lin Feng's name with urgency. It's all right. I'm still alive. Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind them. Though he grimaced in pain, clutching his injured fingers, he retrieved a magical bean and swiftly consumed it. Almost instantaneously revitalized, Lin Feng addressed the group. Everyone. Let us create an opportunity for Tianjin Fan. As long as we can restrain him, we can torment the king of Kurd to his demise. Humph. Stop pointing fingers at me. I, Vegeta, find individuals like you exceedingly bothersome. With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared towards the king of Kurd. Your opponent is me. The king of Kurd was all too familiar with the figure before him. These individuals had been slain. Could they have been resurrected by the Dragon Balls? If I eliminate them, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Golda can be revived. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, you shall all perish here today. With that declaration, the King of Kurd shot forth like a meteor, vanishing from their sight. This is bad. Vegeta sensed an ominous premonition, and in the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag materialized against his abdomen. A stream of acidic fluid erupted from Vegeta's mouth, its hue swiftly transforming to crimson as blood spilled forth. Vegeta. Goku's expression turned grave, and in the next instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging towards King Cold. A sinister smile crept across King Cold's face. Come forth, loathsome insect. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the peril. Confronting them one by one would lead to their downfall. Everyone, charge together. With this command, all rushed forward. Everyone, stand back. Goku bellowed, causing them to halt abruptly. Protect your eyes. Solar flare. A blinding light enveloped the sky, rendering King Cold temporarily blind. A splendid opportunity. Tien Shin'an. At his call, a radiant glow emanated from Tien's hands, and in the next moment, the entire temple was shrouded in white light. New Kamehameha. Instantly, King Cold's attempts to rub his eyes became sluggish. How infuriating. Even the cadence of King Cold's speech slowed. Excellent. It worked. Everyone now? Great Ape Wave. Kamehameha. Evil Explosion. Death Wave. Ultimate Flash. In an instant, all their beams and waves surged toward King Cold. How dare these wretched insects mock me? Unforgivable. With a furious roar, King Cold's control began to wane. Do not move. New Kamehameha. Despite Tien initiating the energy wave, a faint protective barrier still formed around King Cold. Boom. The entire temple was engulfed in brilliance. The sound of rushing winds filled the air, and the intense light illuminated the faces of all present. Energy pillars of varying sizes erupted around King Cold. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed throughout the temple. Even King Cold's formidable form now lay battered. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. King Cold trembled violently, excruciating pain contorting his face, his eyes quivering uncontrollably. Tien. Lin Feng gestured for Tien to maintain his grip on the beleaguered fiend before them. Yet in the next moment, Tien began to sway. Noticing this, Lin Feng instantly teleported to Tien's side, offering him a Senzu Bean. Revive. Continue to control King Cold. Victory is within our grasp. Lin Feng shook Tien, who slowly opened his eyes once more, assuming the stance to unleash the energy wave. New Kamehameha. Lin Feng's solemn expression eased as he declared, everyone, once more. King Cold appeared like a demon bound by sorcery, unable to move. Terror filled King Cold's eyes. In this moment, he finally comprehended why Cooler had met his demise on Earth. Curse it. I am afraid. I am the Emperor of the Universe. I shall not forgive. Cursed Saiyans. Cursed Earth. I will annihilate you all. The ultimate techniques of all gathered once more as they surged towards King Cold. Clang. A deafening sound captured everyone's attention as Tien's body plummeted, crashing to the ground in an instant. He fell flat into the large pit, lying there motionless. A perfect opportunity. The liberated King Cold leaped into action, evading all energy blasts and shockwaves. The vibrant columns of light were forced to retreat towards a distant hill. It's over. The promise of a bag of Senzu beans and a pack of cigarettes, along with a day of second-stage cell control, seemed futile. Could it be that Tien's Kikaho was not merely a test of stamina, but a drain on his very life force? As Lin Feng pondered this, the figure of King Cold loomed before him. Wild monkey, today you shall meet your demise. In King Cold's hand, a violet energy sphere coalesced. In the next moment, it hurtled towards Lin Feng's abdomen. Its small size belied the tremendous power it unleashed. Oh no! Lin Feng's body was sent flying like a rogue missile into the crowd. Get out of the way! With Piccolo's shout, everyone leapt into the air, their feet leaving the ground. Boom! Ouch! The pain was excruciating, radiating throughout his body as if a sharp eagle's claw had plunged into him, seizing a nerve of agony. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he clenched his jaw tightly, trying to stem the flow. Darius. Chapter 89. The Rampant King Cold. In the Divine Hall, the air was thick with a suffocating tension. King Cold's arrogant presence seemed capable of shattering the very sky. The walls around them were riddled with cracks, resembling shattered visages that exuded a profound desolation. Witnessing the severely injured Darius, the onlookers gritted their teeth, their faces etched with sorrow and helplessness. Is there truly no way out? Are we really compelled to resort to that move? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with the menacing visage of King Cooled as he glanced at the exhausted Tien. In King Cooled's current state, defeating him with mere strength was impossible. Lin Feng retrieved a Senza bean, consuming it to restore his vitality. If that is the case, I shall fully exploit the advantages of the Senza beans. Once more, Lin Feng rose to his feet, golden energy erupting from him in a brilliant display, alleviating the worried expressions of those around him. Darius and Hylia looked on with concern, her brow furrowed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. To face such a formidable foe right after revival was daunting, even for the warrior she revered in her heart. King cooled. With a furious shout from Lin Feng, all eyes turned towards him once again. His hands were enveloped in golden light, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as phantoms of speed emerged from his form, propelling him to unprecedented heights. This guy? He has powered up. Vegeta immediately discerned that Darius's aura had shifted dramatically from just 10 seconds ago. The King of Kurd smiled knowingly, evidently dismissing the individual before him. Youngster, it seems you possess something that allows for rapid recovery of stamina. However, the King of Kurd grinned wickedly. Bang! The fists of the two once again intertwined, unleashing a formidable pressure that radiated outward in all directions. The deafening sound waves reverberating throughout the entire temple. Accompanied by a violent tremor, all the windows appeared to resonate at that moment, shattering with a sharp crack. The entire temple was once more engulfed in a tumultuous quake, teetering on the brink of collapse. The two fists aligned in a straight line, and with the King of Kurd's sinister smile, in the next instant, an enormous tail surged towards Lin Feng's face. In the face of absolute power, any tool is merely a trivial trick, of no consequence. Bang! Lin Feng's body was once again severely injured, his violently shaking form spiraling out of control. Hurtling towards the crowd, Lin Feng resembled a plane on the verge of crashing, colliding into the throng. Second brother, Raditz immediately spread his arms wide, his aura surging as he prepared to intercept Lin Feng. Boom! Raditz was pushed back 10 meters, the intense impact filling him with a wave of excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen. Fortunately, he managed to catch Lin Feng. Eldest brother, Lin Feng, collapsing in Raditz's arms, found even speaking a struggle in that moment. Raditz, enduring the pain, retrieved a magical bean from Lin Feng's grasp and placed it in his mouth, finally reviving him. Lin Feng's gaze lost its sharpness. The enemy before him had indeed surpassed his expectations, unless he could awaken the power of the great ape once more. Yet, that familiar sensation had yet to stir within his heart. Everyone, let's go. The only strategy now is the swarm tactic. Insects are merely insects, even when gathered together. The King of Kurd bellowed, having learned from his previous missteps and unwilling to suffer again. Just as Lin Feng's words fell, the King of Kurd's figure vanished from sight. Die, wild monkeys. Vegeta's eyes suddenly glazed over. He slowly turned his head in sheer terror, for a colossal figure had appeared behind him in an instant. Boom! A red glow emanated from the palm of the King of Kurd, his left arm supporting his right hand, fingers precisely aiming at Vegeta's forehead. In an instant, a dazzling flame erupted from between his fingers. The fierce flames, laced with earth-shattering energy, caused Vegeta to collapse on the spot. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The entire process had occurred in less than a second. Bang! Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment, Piccolo, Gohan, Nappa, Kaiatsu, Uru, and the Black Bobo subsequently exhibited distress, their abdomens simultaneously struck by a colossal fist. The three stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion and resentment. In an instant, they had lost their combat capabilities. Piccolo, Gohan, Mom. Witnessing the relentless downfall of his dearest friends, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong ignited once more, as if he were poised to incinerate the Kurdish king entirely. Suddenly, the flames enveloping Sun Wukong were extinguished in an instant. His eyes bulged as he glanced downward, where a fist, as unyielding as steel, pressed forcefully against his abdomen. Like a meteor plummeting from the sky, Sun Wukong's body fell, struggling to regain its equilibrium. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure descended beside him. Countless erratic punches rained down upon his form. Die! A ferocious blow struck Sun Wukong's head, and he collapsed into a deep pit. Third brother, Raditz's cries echoed as he braced himself to ambush the Kurdish king, yet Lin Feng perceived it as a futile endeavor. Brother, do not panic, Lin Feng interjected, halting Raditz's advance. At that moment, the Kurdish king's gaze settled upon the trembling Celia. No. Celia quivered, her speech becoming disjointed. Yet, such disarray only fueled the Kurdish king's excitement. His fingers began to coalesce radiant red light, his eyes gleaming with malevolence, signaling the revival of the signature stance of the ice demon. With a swift motion, a crimson laser shot forth towards Celia's body, akin to a ravenous serpent intent on devouring her whole. Darius. At this critical juncture, a familiar and sturdy silhouette appeared before Celia. Lin Feng enveloped Celia in a protective embrace, the laser narrowly grazing her forehead. In an instant, they materialized before Raditz. Celia clutched Lin Feng's shoulder tightly, having faced death before and now confronting its threat anew, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Celia, you're safe now. Lin Feng released her, his gaze fixed on the Kurdish king, brimming with animosity. Now, only 4 conscious beings remained atop the temple. The terrified dandy lurking in the shadows, the shaken Celia, and the resolute Raditz and Lin Feng. Prepared for battle. Brother, we have no choice but to employ that technique. Lin Feng's words resonated with determination, causing Raditz to shudder. All right. Second brother. I am ready. Chapter 90. The method to overcome the Kurdish king. Time rewinds to a day prior, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Brother, mastering the Super Saiyan transformation requires not only a heart of peace, but also an overwhelming surge of anger. Once you achieve the transformation for the first time, subsequent changes will be considerably easier. Having concluded their training for the day, Lin Feng and Raditz lay exhausted upon the ground. Oh, intense anger? Raditz turned, questioning Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Indeed, brother. Consider what might evoke your utmost fury. Raditz rose, closing his eyes, as he recalled the brutal images of Frieza. Envisioning the bloody scenes Lin Feng had described, Frieza annihilating all Saiyans and decimating Planet Vegeta. Leitai furrowed his brow, his tightly shut eyes trembling incessantly, and the muscles around them began to quiver violently as the haunting memories of Frieza annihilating everyone flooded his mind. His hands shook uncontrollably, clenching so tightly that blood seemed on the verge of oozing from his palms. Gritting his teeth, a wave of fury surged throughout his body. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, Leitai's eyes flew open, flames of rage igniting within his pupils as he sensed a formidable power surging from his back. Frieza, I will kill you. In an instant, his eyebrows transformed into a golden hue, and his waist-length hair shimmered with the same brilliant color, signifying his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Excellent. Brother, you have become a Super Saiyan. Applause erupted from Lin Feng's hands. Leitai surveyed his powerful form, an overwhelming strength swirling around him. He had finally shattered the chains binding the Saiyan race. Have I truly reached this pinnacle? Leitai exclaimed in disbelief, the newfound power sowing seeds of doubt within him. Brother, have confidence. If I can achieve this, so can you. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Brother, the strength of King Cold has surged once more. I witnessed it while gathering Dragon Balls on Namek. The exhilaration Leitai felt from breaking free was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Not even you can defeat him? Lin Feng nodded solemnly, placing a reassuring hand on Leitai's shoulder. Brother, this is why I declined Shilia's request for you to train together. Leitai, confused, pondered how King Cold, whom even Lin Feng could not conquer, could be challenged, even with his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sensing Leitai's thoughts, Lin Feng elaborated. There exists a secret technique known as the metamorph fusion, allowing 2 individuals of comparable strength to merge. Leitai's body quivered. Merge. Indeed. The fusion lasts for 30 minutes, and the combined strength can exceed 11 divided by 2. This is my ultimate weapon against King Cold. Leitai was taken aback. But why not choose Vegeta? He is slightly stronger than I. I did consider Vegeta, but the dance required for fusion is far too embarrassing, given his prideful nature. He would never agree to it. Lin Feng then demonstrated the fusion dance, showcasing the posture he had mastered during his time with the Ginyu Force. Indeed, the absurdity of the pose was enough to make even Leitai feel a tinge of embarrassment. Vegeta, with his haughty disposition, would surely reject the idea of fusion. Brother, watch closely. Just like this. Lin Feng utilized the solid foundation he had built years ago with the Ginyu Force at this moment. Fusion. Temple of the Gods. Shilia, you must leave. The farther you get, the better. Lin Feng commanded with an air of authority. Darius, I want tea. Shilia protested, her reluctance evident. There is no time. You must go, trust me. I must have resolve. You are not fleeing. You are creating an opportunity for us to win. Hurry. Lin Feng's tone was resolute, and Celia was swayed by his reasoning. All right, I understand. Celia gathered her energy and, in an instant, surged forth into the distance. Attempt to flee? Not a single one shall escape today. They shall all accompany Gula to their graves. The body of King Kurd was already primed, ready to pursue Celia's direction. Whoosh. In an instant, two figures intercepted him. Your adversaries are us. Raditz and Lin Feng spoke in unison, determination to halt King Kurd evident in their stance. Humph. So eager to meet your demise. Very well then. A purple aura surged forth, as King Kurd's power erupted completely, the ferocious energy assailing the faces of the two. Die. The battle was on. Big brother. Three figures engaged in a desperate struggle in midair. A fierce contest of fists ensued. The two diligently observed King Kurd's movements. But the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Bang! Both were struck simultaneously by King Kurd, collapsing to the ground, death looming ominously close. Big brother, hold on. Blood spilled from their mouths. Their forms battered beyond recognition, yet they fought on with renewed vigor. Lin Feng once again reached into his pocket for two magical beans, preparing to hand them to Raditz. Humph. I am curious to see how many of those peculiar beans you possess. As King Kurd's voice faded, he snatched the beans from Lin Feng's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Instantly, his strength surged, a wave of energy enveloping him, bringing a sense of euphoria. Splendid. However, in the next moment, his gaze turned avaricious. Damn you, wild monkey. Such miraculous items must be surrendered. King Kurd's hands closed around the necks of the two. His visage twisted in malevolence. You wretched beast. Hand it over. King Kurd's overwhelming power left the two utterly defenseless, his fists raining down mercilessly upon them. Damn it. Celia, fly faster. Excellent. Her energy is already quite distant. You scoundrel, release me. King Kurd relentlessly shook the powerless duo, and finally, amidst the violent motion, a universal capsule fell to the ground, opening with a forceful jolt. A large bag of magical beans scattered across the ground, and King Kurd greedily bent down to collect them. You scoundrel. King of the Apes, Shockwave. Though Lin Feng's energy was waning, he could still easily scorch the beans to cinders. The destruction of the beans filled King Kurd's eyes with a bloodthirsty rage. Damn it. Die. In an instant, a deadly red laser coalesced in King Kurd's palm, aimed squarely at the exhausted pair. Give me your hand. Big brother. At this critical juncture between life and death, Ratai's hand rested upon Lin Feng's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, their forms vanished from sight. Chapter 91. Fusion. The mightiest warrior. Above the sea, waves crashed violently against the shore, seemingly intent on engulfing the diminutive island entirely. Celia's figure emerged upon the water's surface, the tumultuous waves mirroring the tempest raging within her heart. With every ounce of strength, she fled towards the horizon, away from the temple, fully aware that this flight could not truly liberate her from the clutches of King Kurd. Yet, the noble man residing in her heart assured her that he possessed a strategy to confront King Kurd, and her escape was pivotal to its success. Suddenly, two nearly lifeless bodies materialized before Celia. Darius, Brother Raditz. Their grievous injuries tugged at her heartstrings. Quick, help us to the shore. To Lin Feng's astonishment, he had not anticipated King Kurd's intent to seize the sacred beans. The original plan was to consume them and instantly teleport to Celia. Damn it. At this rate, even fusion may prove futile. Forget it. Let's give it a try, he urged. Brother, are you ready? Lin Feng turned to Raditz, who was spitting blood. A grim expression etched upon his face, an ominous premonition washing over him. Yes, Raditz weakly nodded. There is no other choice. We must risk everything. The two took their positions, engaging in a comical dance, the air thick with tension. Although their movements were absurd, under ordinary circumstances, Celia would have found it laughable. However, this was a matter of life and death, the very method Lin Feng spoke of to vanquish King Kurd. Under Celia's watchful gaze, the duo reached the final stage of their endeavor. Fusion. Unexpectedly, Raditz, due to his severe injuries, faltered in the moment their fists were about to collide, his fingers failing to maintain their grip. In an instant, a radiant green light erupted, engulfing everything in its brilliance, calming the tumultuous waves as they were swept by this luminescence. Indeed, a new warrior was born. Celia's heart brimmed with joy. as if all her internal struggles had been purified by the green light, her eyes shimmering with golden stars, filled with anticipation. I am neither Darius nor Raditz. I am the man destined to defeat King Kurd. Their voices resonated with an exhilarating fervor. Celia felt a glimmer of hope. Wonderful. Yet, in the next moment, to Celia's astonishment, the green light faded, revealing a short, plump figure before her. What? Celia gasped in confusion. Such a body? Can it truly defeat King Kurd? The rotund figure appeared quite frail, a consequence of the duo's grievous injuries during the fusion. With a clang, their opening remarks concluded, and they collapsed onto the ground in utter exhaustion. How infuriating! Celia panicked. What? Darius, are you certain this is the method to defeat King Kurd? What are you saying? Who do you look down upon? King Kurd. I shall seek him out immediately. The rotund figure persistently struck poses reminiscent of youthful exuberance, executing every ludicrous dance learned from Lin Feng during his time with the Ginyu Force. It appeared that this failed fusion magnified Lin Feng's shortcomings to an infinite degree. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the corpulent body collapsed to the ground, only to rise again and tumble down once more. Celia's hopes were utterly shattered by the clumsy antics of the rotund figure. This was the end. In the Divine Hall, King Kurd seethed as he gazed upon the charred remains of the magical beings, a fiery wrath coursing through his being. Damn those wild monkeys. They have thwarted my plans time and again. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the distant horizon, where Celia had vanished. With a fierce roar, King Kurd, despite losing his target, remained composed, recalling the earlier conversation among the three. They must be together now. He ascended swiftly through the clouds, nearing the upper atmosphere. From this lofty vantage point, he spotted two figures, no larger than ants. His body plummeted like a meteor toward them. Celia felt a shudder run through her slender form. It was the presence of King Kurd. This was it. The rotund figure straightened his swaying body, ready for the impending confrontation. Today, I will deal with this mutt. Kurd's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the two with unwavering focus. His rapidly descending form had gathered energy within his fists, fueled by the psychological scars inflicted by Lin Feng. This time, he was determined to deliver a fatal blow. Die, wild monkey. The king's body descended like a lethal sword from the heavens, leaving behind a trail of dazzling brilliance. Yet, to Celia, it portrayed a tragic tableau. Run, beautiful. Leave this to me. Though Celia harbored doubts about the rotund figure, she chose to unconditionally trust Lin Feng's assurance of victory. All right, be careful. In the next moment, Celia soared to another island, her mind taut, fists clenched, filled with a multitude of concerns. Begone. Die. The Death Ape King's shockwave surged forth. To the rotund figure's surprise, the grand purple-red beam, capable of spanning dozens of meters, did not materialize in his mind. Confusion etched across his face. What on earth? What is happening? Yet, King Kurd drew ever closer, now visible to the naked eye. Boom. Just as the rotund figure's confusion peaked, a colossal pressure bore down upon him. King Kurd now a mere 10 meters away. Bang! The earth-shattering punch collided with his ample body, rippling through layers of fat, causing the flesh on his face to ripple like waves. The flab around his waist began to jiggle and undulate as if in lamentation. A blood-curdling scream erupted from him, echoing the inhumane torment he suffered as King Kurd's energy-laden fist sent him crashing 10 meters deep into the ground. Darius! The harrowing scream reverberated through the air, rousing the rotund figure once more. Despite being a failed fusion, he possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique. How infuriating! A slap to the face. I shall not back down. If the Death Ape King's shockwave fails, then I shall unleash this death shockwave. Yet, nothing transpired. Only a wisp of violet smoke billowed between his hands. In a flash, the Kurd King, with a mocking expression, materialized beside him. Where were those two just now? Speak. The two locked eyes. Confusion etched on the rotund figure's face. What are you babbling about, you mutt? With an involuntary release, he let out a fart, filling the cramped space with an overwhelming and nauseating stench. Chapter 92. The redemption of future Gohan and Trunks. In that embarrassing instant, the air and time seemed to freeze. A wave of foul odors surged towards the Kurd King, the repugnant scent permeating the confined cave after a brief moment of awkward silence. How detestable! The Kurd King gritted his teeth as the noxious aroma invaded his nostrils. My apologies, heh. The rotund figure grinned at the Kurd King. In an instant, The Kurd King felt a deep sense of humiliation wash over him. Die, you wretch. The Kurd King's iron fist descended once more upon the rotund figure's plump form. In the next moment, a glimmer of light emanated from the ground, ascending against the odds through the cave. What is this? The secretly observing Celia was taken aback. Yet she sensed the Kurd King's power surging. In an instant, layers of soil were uprooted by the Kurd King, transforming the battlefield into a whirlwind of dust. As the Kurd King's silhouette reappeared in Celia's line of sight. No, Darles. The Kurd King hoisted the rotund figure effortlessly, rendering him a defenseless target as countless laser beams mercilessly pummeled him like a blizzard. How infuriating. Although the rotund figure had no means of resistance, his body exhibited formidable defensive capabilities. Boom. With a powerful tail whip, the Kurd King slammed the rotund figure into the ground. Rising resolutely, the rotund figure wore a serious expression. You shall wait. Just watch how I handle you. The earth-shattering roar emanated from the rotund figure, resonating outward. The Kurd King trembled, an ominous premonition washing over him. Celia's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated the rotund figure's incredible resilience, and it seemed he was poised to unleash a secret technique. Allow me to demonstrate the power of a Super Saiyan. However, the rotund figure stood rooted, expending all his might to roar for 10 minutes, yet nothing changed. Enraged and humiliated, the Kurd King, once again the target of mockery, bent down to prepare for a new wave of attack. Just as he was about to charge, a brilliant light erupted from the rotund figure, splitting him in two. As Lin Feng and Raditz forms re-emerged upon the earth, the Kurdish queen, realizing the truth, recognized that the previous rotund figure was, in fact, a fusion of two beings. A sinister smile graced his lips, his eyes suddenly filled with a profound hatred. Die, he roared. With the swiftness of a cheetah, King Kurd placed his arms at his sides, palms radiating with energy, the brilliance emanating from him threatening to ignite the stifling atmosphere. This is bad, Lin Feng exclaimed, hastily grasping the breathless Raditz. But King Kurd's speed surpassed all expectations, and his intention to escape through instantaneous movement hung precariously in the balance. Forget about me, brother, he cried. Is this how it ends? How infuriating. Darius, Raditz. Accompanied by an explosion of blinding light, Lin Feng and Raditz widened their eyes in shock. Was this truly the conclusion? 10 minutes prior. This is not good. Trunks. Something catastrophic is unfolding outside. That overwhelming energy is King Kurd. Trunks shut his eyes, delving into his senses. It's over. Everyone is likely doomed, he remarked gravely. Gohan clenched his fists. No? We must cease our training. We need to get out now. Just as they felt utterly helpless, two figures, resembling angels, stood before Lin Feng and his companions, rescuing them from the clutches of despair. Gohan. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, not anticipating their premature arrival. Gohan. Raditz exclaimed, bewildered. Lin Feng quickly realized he had let slip a secret. Gohan, aware that their cover was blown, thought to himself that the truth could no longer remain concealed. Uncle, we'll handle things from here. Trunks. Take care of uncle and brother. Trunks nodded, assisting Lin Feng and Raditz toward Shilia. Uncle. Gohan. Raditz looked utterly perplexed, his mind brimming with curiosity. Lin Feng recognized that the truth could no longer be hidden, yet he preferred to conserve his strength rather than elaborate on the details. Shilia took hold of Lin Feng's arm, guiding him to her side. Trunks, unable to keep the truth concealed, began to explain to everyone. Uncle Shilia, Lin Feng, Raditz, he started, their eyes widening in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping. Uncle. Trunks's revelation struck like a thunderbolt, their emotions soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster ride. We come from the future. I am the son of Vegeta and Bulma. What? This astonishing revelation ignited Shilia's innate curiosity. So that means, brother married Ties? Such explosive news sent Shilia into a frenzy of joy, completely blindsided by the thought of Ties being with Raditz. Raditz's face flushed, surprised that his secret was unveiled at this moment. Ahem. Yes, Ties and I. Raditz hesitated. Come on, brother, just say it. This news took Lin Feng completely by surprise. He had only been certain that Vegeta and Bulma's union was a foregone conclusion. Raditz unexpectedly has a romantic involvement with Ties. This revelation is utterly astonishing. Lin Feng patted Raditz on the back, encouraging him. We're all men here. If you love her, speak boldly. Do not be shy. Lin Feng and Tai's exchanged knowing smiles, clearly delighting in the gossip, for as the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Under Lin Feng's encouragement, Raditz declared with fervor, indeed, Tai's and I are truly in love. His bashful face instantly flushed crimson, eliciting amused reactions from Lin Feng and Celia. The discussion among the four of them became increasingly lively, seemingly forgetting the recent atrocities of King Cooled. Their wounds were cast aside in the midst of their chatter. Future son Gohan leapt into action, his gaze fierce, reflecting the twisted visage of King Cooled. I never anticipated we would meet again here. King Cooled appeared bewildered, utterly oblivious to the strange words uttered by the individual before him. You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you disrupt my affairs? You shall perish here today. King Cooled's violent aura surged forth once more, radiating outward as he reached the apex of his power. Such a ferocious energy engulfed the surroundings, causing concern to wash over the others for Gohan, their eyes filled with apprehension. In contrast, Lin Feng and Trunks remained composed, eagerly anticipating Gohan's forthcoming performance. For they recognized that Gohan's essence had transformed from what it once was. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, patiently awaiting Gohan's spectacular display. Chapter 93. The glorious moment of future son Gohan. As dusk faded and night descended, the rugged coastline became the backdrop for King Cooled's suddenly brutal presence. Yet future son Gohan regarded it with indifference. His eyes shone brightly, radiating a piercing light as he fixed his gaze intently on King Cooled, unfazed by the latter's arrogant demeanor. In an instant, the sea became tumultuous, waves crashing against the shore. King Cooled's aura ceased to expand, signifying that he had reached his full potential. Scion, prepare to meet your end. King Cooled clenched his iron fist, imbued with overwhelming power, and charged towards future son Gohan. Be careful, Gohan, Raditz exclaimed, his concern for Gohan heightened upon realizing the truth, yet his worries proved to be unfounded. In the next moment, Gohan's lips curled upward, confidence and disdain evident in his expression. He slightly trembled, then leaped high into the air, disappearing from the coastline. Whoosh! Gohan reappeared in the sight of all, standing majestically atop a towering column that pierced the heavens. All eyes converged upon him. This elevated position was dazzling, and the moment of public attention was drawing near. With a shout that resonated through the cosmos, King Cooled finally realized that Gohan had ascended to the mountain's peak. In an instant, a formidable aura began to accumulate around Sun Wukong, his fervent shouts echoing incessantly, intensifying the atmosphere. Suddenly, the sea level surged dramatically, the waters raging and bubbling tumultuously, waves crashing onto the shore, drenching the faces of the four onlookers nearby. What immense pressure! Raditz couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, this is just the beginning. Gohan's strength has surpassed our wildest imagination. In the years to come, Gohan's battle prowess would undergo a remarkable enhancement. And after enduring a year and a half of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his power had transcended that of many. The spiraling energy emanated around him like a tempestuous tide, each wave resonating with an extraordinary sound, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Merely theatrics, King Cold muttered in frustration, believing his previous display of power to be the apex of might, only to find Gohan's current prowess overshadowing him. King Cold's fingertip glimmered with a crimson laser, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light against the darkness. With a swift motion, this slender beam of red light, akin to lightning, surged towards the mountaintop, infusing Cold's wrath into the attack. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled pressure erupted from Gohan, the overwhelming force effortlessly deflecting Cold's laser. Stunned, King Cold realized that Gohan's might was not mere bluster. The latent power within could nullify his lethal strike in an instant. After a brief moment of astonishment, the defiant King Cold became increasingly agitated. Damn it! In an instant, a multitude of blood-red lasers, akin to a torrential downpour, surged towards Gohan, each carrying Cold's furious wrath. Yet, upon contact with the surging energy emanating from Gohan, the lasers were repelled, scattering in all directions, even affecting the four spectators. Trunks grasped the situation. The countless lasers were hurtling towards them. Super Saiyan Trunks at full power, he proclaimed, drawing his sword, a striking figure in the night, infused with golden energy, its blade gleaming. Bang! Everyone, take cover behind me, Trunks commanded, swiftly shielding the exhausted duo and Kairatsu. A golden energy barrier firmly halted the chaotic lasers, preventing any advance. Gohan, don't dawdle. Trunks' urgent reminder snapped Gohan from his focus. With a furrowed brow, Gohan replaced the white aura with a golden one, radiating concentric waves of golden energy. This was Gohan's Super Saiyan full power state, a force more formidable than any other. In the next moment, Gohan's figure vanished into thin air. The King of Cord was engulfed by a wave of shock and fear, the intensity of which enveloped him instantaneously. His eyes glazed over as he strained to locate Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong transformed into a blade of light, unleashing a force that shattered the very air. His body, moving with the speed of lightning, dove towards the King of Cord. The power that could fracture stars coalesced upon Sun Wukong's right fist, and with a thunderous boom, he struck the King of Cord squarely on his grotesque visage. Blood spewed forth, and Sun Wukong quickly withdrew his fist, unwilling to sully himself with the repugnant fluid. The King of Cord was filled with terror. He never imagined that the person before him was not merely posturing. Agonizing pain spread through his body like wildfire, radiating to every corner of his being. In a brilliant display akin to a lightning bolt, Sun Wukong surged once more, his foot imbued with the power to shatter stars, now firmly planted against the King of Cord's abdomen. The pain felt like an unyielding noose, constricting around the King of Cord and robbing him of breath. Excellent. Wukong. Press on. Deliver a severe lesson to this fiend. Reduce him to a mere pig's head. Celia could no longer contain her emotions, and her repressed feelings surged forth. Second mother? Trunks gazed at Celia, astonished to discover that the individuals before him were relatives. Years had passed, and the once pampered visage of the King of Cord was now contorted with despair. Under the relentless barrage of Sun Wukong's blows, he was utterly defenseless. It is over. King of Cord, I never expected you to be so feeble. Sun Wukong loomed above, the light in his palm flickering as if heralding the demise of the King of Cord. The King's eyes, once fierce, now appeared hollow, radiating sheer terror, with strands of blood symbolizing his unwillingness to concede. Memories of his glorious past flooded his mind. A recollection of the empire he had built and the chilling legends of the frozen demon. His valiant figure had once led countless villains across the cosmos, earning him the title of Cosmic Emperor. Would such splendid days come to an end? No, I refuse to accept this. Chapter 94. Breaking the Limits. Super Saiyan 2 Future Sun Wukong. These cherished memories swept through the King of Cord's mind, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic, as if his grotesque countenance were on the verge of tearing apart. His pupils, squeezed within their sockets, seemed poised to explode. An unprecedented power erupted from the King of Cord, a purple aura raging uncontrollably, enveloping his form. Even his eye sockets were cloaked in purple, and the red scars on his face transformed into a sinister hue, birthing a formidable demon. The King of Cord's strength reached an unparalleled zenith, his brazen aura causing the sea to boil once more. This extraordinary phenomenon was wrought by the King of Cord himself. This power appeared to surpass Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong remained at his current level, he would surely be no match for the King of Cord. Lin Feng's gaze was sharp, his face etched with solemnity. Trunks stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his resolute eyes reflecting the agile figure of Gohan. Lin Feng's gaze instinctively shifted towards Trunks, for he understood that Trunks' calm demeanor implied Gohan must have a hidden card up his sleeve. Could it be? In that moment, Lin Feng had a sudden epiphany. He seemed to grasp something profound. Suddenly, a startling sound interrupted everyone's thoughts. Above, two figures, swift as lightning, entwined in combat, their fists colliding with such intensity that sparks flew, a testament to the ferocity of their struggle. The air was filled with the thunderous echoes of their blows. Resonating like a relentless storm, the forceful sound waves reverberating through everything around them. What a fierce battle! The sheer magnitude of this confrontation left Raditz profoundly shaken. And at that moment, he recognized the terrifying prowess of the two combatants before him. Kairatsu's eyes widened, his gaze flickering with disbelief, vividly reflecting his astonishment. The two warriors spiraled through the sky, their forms interwoven with arcs of purple lightning and golden radiance, creating a dazzling spectacle that illuminated the night. The coastline glowed brightly under the brilliance emanating from their clash. All Saiyans shall perish. In the wasteland, an enormous spaceship trembled violently under the relentless assault. Inside the training room, a battered figure ceased his push-ups and peered out the window, murmuring, "Is that my father's energy?" This individual was none other than Frieza, who, despite being deep in training, felt the impact of this fierce confrontation. So his father has reached such heights. Frieza remained stationary, keenly attuned to King Cold's aura. During nearly 20 days of intense training, he had distanced himself from the outside world, unaware that they had already arrived on Earth. After enduring rigorous training, Frieza had learned to sense energy. Upon detecting the domineering and fierce presence of King Cold, he turned his gaze towards the window, realizing they had indeed come to Earth. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. While his father was undeniably powerful, he chuckled softly, revealing a dangerously malevolent expression once more. The ferocious King Cold launched a frenzied attack on Gohan, and as time passed, it became evident that Gohan was indeed at a disadvantage. Die, die, die. The frantic cries, laden with hatred, quickened in tempo, and a strange sound emanated from Gohan's body. Crack! King Cold's elbow had unexpectedly pressed against Gohan's right shoulder, the sharp sound resonating as a joint fractured. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, King Cold unleashed a colossal tail strike directly at Gohan's face, overwhelming him with a powerful wave of dizziness. King Cold's body twisted back, channeling energy into his tail for another devastating sweep. Boom! In an instant, Gohan's body became uncontrollable, plummeting like a meteor into the depths of the ocean. Immediately, countless energy spheres erupted from the hands of King Kurd, recklessly surging towards the surface of the sea. In an instant, tumultuous waves roared forth, towering surges of water rising dramatically, creating a breathtaking spectacle. How infuriating! King Kurd still possesses a hidden card. Raditz could hardly fathom that the king, who had been so thoroughly beaten just a minute ago, was now revitalized. Silence. Today, you shall all perish. It seemed that King Kurd had heard Raditz's grievances. His gaze shifted to the four of them, revealing a fierce glint, a cunning glimmer flashing across his eyes. Die for me. Ha! That familiar technique was once again set into motion as the frenzied King Kurd raised both hands high. A pulsating energy sphere, shimmering with a violet glow, began to swell in size, doubling in volume in the blink of an eye. The purple radiance illuminated the earth, instantly transforming the pitch-black night into a vivid purple hue, the endless brilliance reflecting in everyone's eyes, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping their beings. This energy sphere, shining like the sun, caused Lin Feng to shudder. He understood that only Sun Wukong could salvage the situation now. Suddenly, Trunks erupted with energy, the sword in his hand ringing with anticipation, ready to launch an assault on King Kurd. At that critical moment, the surface of the sea surged with magnificent waves, and in an instant, brilliant golden light emerged from the depths, penetrating the water with dazzling radiance. The intense golden glow captivated everyone's attention, as several columns of water shot upward, forming a swirling vortex on the sea's surface. At the very center of this grand spectacle stood the architect of this marvel, Sun Wukong. He stood resolutely on the seabed, amidst the violent torrents, yet they dared not dampen him in the slightest. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's body bent slightly, and with a mighty roar, the golden beam pierced through the water column, soaring into the heavens. The sea's surface was once again thrown into chaos. Endless energy erupted from his golden aura, and for a brief moment, lightning raged. Yet their ultimate destination was Sun Wukong himself. A tuft of golden hair burst forth from his forehead, symbolizing the unleashing of his Super Saiyan full power. Sun Wukong reached an unprecedented height. Surpassing the Super Saiyan, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. How infuriating! King Kurd altered his combat strategy. In that instant, the energy sphere in his hands had reached its maximum size, and with a sudden throw of his raised hands, the colossal energy sphere, imbued with cataclysmic power, slowly descended towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 95. The Dark Horse appears. Frieza, the brilliance of Super Saiyan 2 illuminated the sea's surface, and the purple clouds above seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, knowing that King Kurd was in for a rough time. Sun Wukong, in perfect harmony with his stance, understood that this energy sphere was unavoidable. With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, charging directly into the fray. His hands were firmly pressed against the colossal sphere of energy, and in an instant, a searing pain surged through his nerves. Go for it, Gohan. Trunks exclaimed, his expression grave, fully aware that with Gohan's strength, he could undoubtedly neutralize this lethal blow aimed at Earth. In the future, vapor began to rise from Gohan's palms as the moisture evaporated. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a golden flame enveloped Gohan's hands, and a protective barrier materialized before him. Though thin, it was sufficient to halt the sphere's descent, effectively immobilizing it. Well done, Gohan. Truly impressive. They marveled, recognizing the power of Super Saiyan 2. I must strive to surpass this level. Had this young warrior truly grown so formidable? Had we known he could handle this, we would have avoided such complications. The four of them expressed various exclamations of awe. In the next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Gohan's subsequent actions astonished Raditz for a century. His desperate roar signified the onset of Gohan's true power. The gigantic energy sphere froze as Gohan's hands gradually lifted towards the sky. King Cold's face contorted in agony, desperately attempting to regain control of the colossal entity. No, impossible. King Cold lurched forward, losing all control over the energy blast in that instant. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, the liberated energy sphere inflicting tremendous damage, his blood surging ominously, preparing for another eruption. Damn it! How could a mighty cosmic emperor like myself be grievously wounded by a savage Saiyan? Such humiliation. Unforgivable. An overwhelming aura emanated from King Cold's massive form as he made one last, desperate attempt to reclaim control, his blood-soaked hands reaching for the energy sphere once more. Come back to me. Gohan's overpowering force clutched the energy sphere tightly, rendering it as inert as a lifeless object, leaving King Cold utterly incapable of moving it. The wretched one is you, King Cold. Gohan raised the energy blast high, poised to strike down upon King Cold's body with the force of a three-point shot. In that moment, the energy sphere seemed to possess an irresistible pull, drawing all of King Cold's attention. His face reflected a lingering defiance, yet fear and disbelief filled his once menacing eyes. This once mighty cosmic emperor now found his legs trembling. At this juncture, he held his breath, the reflex arc of his body elongating painfully, his heart pounding fiercely, as though it might leap from his chest. No, don't. The thunderous cry unleashed King Cold's helplessness and despair without reservation. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the radiant purple orb, a moment they had longed for and awaited with bated breath, and Lin Feng was no exception. How splendid! The King of Cooler is finally about to be vanquished by Gohan. Raditz clenched his fists, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Lin Feng wore a look of satisfaction, astonished that Gohan had ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 2 just a day prior. He had merely reached full power as a Super Saiyan. The currents of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. Lin Feng murmured to himself. What are you saying? Gohan is hardly younger than you. How many years? I am still technically a minor. He replied. Who knows, in the future, Gohan might even be older than I am. During that mysterious time in the other realm, one day outside equated to an entire year inside, completely the opposite of the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed, my dear wife is right. Lin Feng grinned playfully. Celia's cheeks flushed. What wife? Oh dear, this is not the time for such talk, Darles. Be serious. The atmosphere gradually lightened, the earlier tension dissipating. The King of Cooler was destined to meet his demise at Gohan's hands today. Just as everyone believed the King of Cooler was doomed, a sudden sound disrupted their thoughts. With a whoosh, countless crimson beams surged towards Gohan, each shot imbued with lethal force. The situation was dire, yet how could Gohan remain unresponsive? His form was lithe and agile, evading the onslaught with the grace of a serpent. Gohan, be cautious, Trunks exclaimed, sword drawn, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Oh ho ho, you should worry about yourself, wild monkey. A familiar yet foreign voice echoed from above, followed by a torrential downpour of crimson lasers aimed at the four. Cursed be it. Trunks swung his sword, channeling the essence of a Super Saiyan into his strikes, managing to shield the group after a fierce clash. That voice. It's Frieza. Just as Lin Feng's thoughts began to fade, Frieza's figure emerged before the King of Cooler, standing like a savior. With limbs outstretched and body slightly inclined forward, Frieza prepared to control the energy blast. The King of Cooler gazed at Frieza's back with immense gratitude, profoundly moved that Frieza would intervene in his moment of dire peril. Yet, in the next instant, Frieza's words froze his thoughts in disbelief. Father, I never imagined the invincible you would find yourself in such a predicament. The king of Cooler was bewildered, unable to fathom that Frieza could utter such words. Get away, Frieza bellowed, a look of utter disdain contorting his features. Though the king of Cooler felt a twinge of displeasure, he recognized his undeniable defeat. Without Frieza, he would already be a lifeless corpse. Yet Frieza's willingness to save him indicated that a semblance of paternal respect still lingered in his heart. In an instant, the colossal energy sphere reversed once more, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with ferocious intent. Saiyan monkeys, you shall all perish. Chapter 96, The Grand Assembly. Preparing for the final battle. Alarmed, Sun Wukong felt a shiver run through his body, sensing Frieza's impending move. As anticipated, Frieza lifted the energy blast once again with sheer force. Raditz stood agape. Within less than a month, Frieza had grown to such formidable strength. His power was truly astonishing. At that moment, Lin Feng was equally taken aback by Frieza's display. The sudden emergence of Frieza, performing feats even King Cold could not accomplish, left everyone pondering what had transpired in those fleeting 20 days. Could it be that he had undergone nearly a month of rigorous training? Such a prodigious talent. It was enough to incite envy. In the next moment, Frieza upheld the massive energy orb with a single hand, his face a mask of cunning malice. Ha ha ha, this is a gift from your king. With a sinister grin, Frieza hurled the energy sphere, its velocity surpassing that of before. How infuriating. Frieza is unbelievably powerful. He is a completely different being from the one in my timeline. Although future Sun Wukong voiced his complaints, his body was already poised, bracing for the new wave of attack. He centered his stance, glaring fiercely at Frieza, unleashing the primordial energy within him, readying for the ultimate resistance. Thud! Caught it. Future Sun Wukong managed to seize the energy sphere, his body leaning back slightly, his face contorted in agony, teeth clenched to the point of bloodshed. Wukong, I'm coming to help, Trunks shouted, entering his Super Saiyan form at full power, racing towards Sun Wukong. Hey, you little brat, your opponent is me. The ailing King Cold managed to reveal a sly smile once more, firing a red laser to obstruct Trunks' path. It seemed Frieza's arrival reignited King Cold's confidence, as he summoned the last remnants of his strength to launch another attack. It appears King Cold cannot escape the fate of being slain by Trunks. But in the next moment, King Cold executed an action that left everyone dumbfounded. He produced a Senzu bean from seemingly nowhere and promptly consumed it. A Senzu bean? Trunks gasped in shock, Lin Feng equally astonished. How does he still possess one? I thought I had destroyed them all. Fortunately, I discreetly picked one up the moment that wretched monkey launched his attack. King Cold was revitalized to full strength, the clash with Trunks imminent. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was exerting every ounce of his energy to withstand the formidable energy sphere. In the divine temple, a feeble hand trembled from within a great pit. As a crab-like head emerged with great difficulty, the muscles of its face twitching incessantly, Sun Wukong, dragging his heavy body, crawled with all his might towards Piccolo. His gaze was firmly fixed on Piccolo's belt, his battered body leaving a trail of blood as he crawled. The magical beans. Sun Wukong vaguely recalled that Lin Feng had given Piccolo a handful of these beans. Surely some remained. The distance, once so close, now felt insurmountable. Mr. Wukong. Dandy's voice ignited a glimmer of hope within the despairing Sun Wukong. Hearing the faint, labored breaths of Sun Wukong, Dandy rushed to his side in a frantic hurry. The magical beans. Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, a wave of intense comfort enveloped him. Dandy placed his hands upon him, a green light encasing his palms. Dandy, you possess such extraordinary abilities. Sun Wukong's wounds healed instantaneously, reigniting the Saiyans' near-death trait, and he felt his strength surge anew. Dandy, I entrust everyone to you. Sun Wukong's resolute gaze turned toward the distant glimmer on the horizon, the battlefield. Under Dandy's care, Piccolo too was restored in an instant. Vegeta and Goten followed suit, receiving Dandy's healing touch. Thud. Dandy collapsed, having exhausted his magic on the severely injured. Dandy. Piccolo rushed to his side, supporting him. I'm fine, Uncle Piccolo. A faint voice called from behind Piccolo. It was the barely conscious Nail. The sight was harrowing. Nail's body was in tatters, a gaping wound marring his abdomen. Nail. Piccolo hastily unfastened his belt, retrieving 2 magical beans. No, those are the last beans. Hand them to me. Piccolo placed his hand on Nail, Memories of Raditz and Lin Feng battling King Cold flooding his mind. Nail had witnessed the entire confrontation. Give the beans to them. They are still alive. In that moment, Nail's essence transformed into a white light, merging with Piccolo. Avenge me for the Elder. Nail chose to assimilate within Piccolo. The three witnesses approached Piccolo slowly. Piccolo, go? Leave the rest to Dandy when he awakens. Sun Wukong surveyed the ravaged temple of the gods and the unhealed individuals. Piccolo rose, Nail's figure flashing in his mind, his fists clenched tightly. I will avenge you. Let us go. A tempestuous white aura surged forth, signaling that Piccolo's power had ascended to a new zenith. The four of them locked eyes, gazing toward the direction of the violet light. Ha ha ha. This prince's power has increased. Vegeta noted the reactivation of the Saiyan prowess, his strength advancing further. King Cold, let me be the one to end you. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, let's go. Sun Wukong called out, then took off towards the violet light. Seeing this, the others followed closely. We must hurry. I sense that my brother and second brother's energies are exceedingly faint. The aura of the Kurdish king surged powerfully for an instant. How infuriating. What on earth has transpired? Wait, this presence. Is it Frieza? He is not dead, and his power has intensified. You can sense it too, can't you? Frieza's energy is stronger than ever before. Beiji's face glistened with beads of sweat, bewildered by Frieza's remarkable surge in power within such a brief span. However, it seemed that the auras of those two elder brothers had also augmented. Son Gohan closely attuned himself to the distant energies, which piqued everyone's curiosity even further. For figures streaked across the sky. Chapter 97. The imminent final confrontation upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the waters shimmered purple, cast by this colossal orb. The piercing scream of future Son Gohan captured the attention of all, and with a heart-wrenching roar, he successfully turned the tide. Having learned from the recent lesson, he refrained from directing his energy toward Frieza. I shall never allow Earth to be destroyed again. The massive egg in his grasp began its ascent toward the heavens, as Son Gohan summoned all his strength to propel it into the clouds. In the night sky, this purple energy sphere hung aloft, and with Son Gohan's utmost effort, it approached the atmosphere. Not enough. Not enough. Earth, I shall protect you. Son Gohan's eyes brimmed with the regret of a future where Earth lay in ruins. Had he not been so weak back then, the planet would have never exploded. He would not permit the haunting nightmare of years past to replay. Such tragic imagery relentlessly echoed in his memories. With a surge of determination, Son Gohan unleashed his full power, holding his breath, and with a fierce throw, sent the energy sphere soaring into space. It had transcended the second cosmic speed. Kamehameha wave. This immense blue beam, imbued with the strength to pierce through the stars, hurtled toward the energy sphere like a meteor. Boom! In the desolate cosmos, a vibrant display of fireworks erupted instantly. This breathtaking spectacle illuminated the surface of Earth, and for that fleeting moment, the weighty hearts of all seemed to lighten. Oh, how splendid the fireworks are! Yet such a pity they did not bloom upon Earth. Frieza's sardonic voice yanked everyone back to reality. Listen, Saiyans. This king has the power to obliterate your planet, Vegeta. I can also annihilate this sphere called Earth. However, before that, I shall delight in tormenting you. My hatred for you runs deep. I will fashion your heads into trophies to adorn the grand hall of Frieza's headquarters. Frieza's fervor escalated with each word, his expression twisting into a grotesque visage, sending a chilling sensation coursing through everyone. Whoosh! The prince's fighting style. Vegeta? This familiar combat technique was unmistakably Vegeta's signature. You wretched creature. What nonsense are you spouting? Today, I shall show you the extent of my power. Vegeta's voice resonated from the heavens, accompanied by the resolute presence of three figures behind him. Piccolo, hand me the Senzu beans. Without hesitation, Piccolo produced 2 Senzu beans and offered them to Goku. Seizing the moment of Vegeta's arrival, his figure surged towards Lin Feng and Raditz. Senzu beans. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had no idea where Goku had procured such combat-enhancing treasures. Truly, my dear brother. His timing is impeccable. Elder brother, second brother. Consume them quickly. These are the last Senzu beans. The two immediately placed the beans in their mouths, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from them, pressing against Goku's face. To think that my elder and second brothers have grown even stronger. The trio swiftly assumed their stances, ready to confront the two cosmic fiends. First, let us eliminate King Cold. Then we shall unite our forces against Frieza. Understood, second brother. With a resounding crescendo, the three brothers transformed into Super Saiyans simultaneously. Here we go. In that fleeting moment, the trio's figures shot upwards like celestial dragons, piercing the sky. Trunks, let us go together. Upon witnessing the resurgence of his two comrades and the arrival of others on the battlefield, Trunks felt a tremor in his eyes. Is this what it feels like to have allies? Indeed. Trunks nodded vigorously, his gaze sharpening, the blade reflecting the sinister visage of King Cold. Damn, you Saiyans. Do you think I, Frieza, am to be ignored? Frieza's eyes nearly bulged, roaring in a frenzy. Does sheer numbers equate to strength? Today, you will all perish here. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza materialized before Vegeta, who had just attempted a sneak attack. Vegeta's body quivered slightly. Bring it on. With confidence, he crossed his arms, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Do you think you can predict my movements? To Vegeta's astonishment, Frieza's energy surged directly in front of him. Bang! A devastating tail strike sent Vegeta plummeting like a meteor, the speed astonishing. The ocean roiled with waves as Vegeta found himself submerged. Father! Trunks could no longer contain himself, witnessing Vegeta's grave injury. Father! Gohan, oblivious to the situation, stood frozen in place. You fool! How dare you lose focus? Swish! With a whip-like motion, Gohan joined Vegeta in his plight. Gohan! Both his adoptive and biological fathers shouted in unison. Damn it! Everyone, remain vigilant of Frieza's movements. Do not let your guard down. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, astonished at how much Frieza's combat prowess had evolved. Oh, pay attention to Frieza? What about me? For a moment, two fiends loomed in the sky, facing off against 6 warriors. Piccolo could no longer hold back his frustration, yet he retained his composure. Eliminating King Cold was paramount. You dare lead the charge. You pitiful wretch. King Cold immediately raised his arms in defense, blocking Piccolo's fist. Bang! A rapid, nearly invisible punch struck towards Piccolo's body. Even Piccolo, having assimilated his power, found himself no match for King Cold. Oh, how fascinating. I am indeed curious to witness the true extent of my father's prowess. Frieza rose from his position, silently observing the battle of King Cold. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Frieza harbored such thoughts. Upon witnessing Piccolo's grievous injuries, Lin Feng instantaneously activated his Super Saiyan full power state, charging headlong towards King Cold. Bang! That unexpected punch landed solidly on the armor of King Cold. Oh, it seems to have granted him an opportunity. My father is not all that formidable after all. Not only did this take Frieza by surprise, but King Cold also found it hard to believe that the individual he had toyed with just half an hour ago could now elude his perception. In the next moment, Lin Feng's fist erupted with an unparalleled force, his fingers splayed wide against King Cold's chest. A concentrated energy sphere flickered to life, intensifying in brilliance amidst King Cold's terror. Boom! King Cold's body swayed unsteadily, involuntarily retreating several steps. A splendid opportunity. Everyone advance. Chapter 98, The Demise of King Cold. How infuriating. Scoundrels! Do not be so arrogant. King Cold promptly regained his stance, a savage aura emanating from him. Such a prime opportunity must not be squandered. Trunks took the lead, synchronizing his attacks with Lin Feng as they launched a renewed offensive against King Cold. Despite the combined might of the two Super Saiyans, King Cold managed to respond with remarkable agility. It seems my father was merely careless, Frieza mused, attentively scrutinizing King Cold's combat style. Brother, let us join in as well. Excellent. The two joined the fray, and the 4 Super Saiyans were now relentlessly assaulting a most despicable demon. Just 4 of you. This king does not regard you in the least. King Cold's eyes darted as he skillfully evaded the 4 fists aimed at him. This accursed King Cold possesses astonishing speed. Everyone, stand back. A shout caught Lin Feng's attention. Future Gohan's body plummeted like a shooting star, descending from the lofty heights, his fists brimming with energy. But before he could finish his sentence, "Oh, that previous Saiyan, you're still alive?" Frieza interposed himself before future Gohan, tauntingly stating, "Do not interrupt my father's battle. You wretched Frieza, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." Just then, a green figure leaped from the sea, an energy capable of piercing thunder coalescing at his brow. "Hold him off. I shall deliver a fatal blow to the one who killed the Grand Elder." The Demon Flash Cannon had already been amassed by Piccolo. Even 4 hands cannot be easily opposed, especially against 4 Super Saiyans. King Coold's rhythm gradually began to falter. A splendid opportunity. Lin Feng withdrew from the trio, halting his powerful strikes. He placed his hands before his chest, a red glimmer now forming within his palms. Solar Fist. What? Everyone was captivated by this exclamation. Brother. Is the second brother out of his mind? The Solar Fist. The hands and feet of the 3 were inextricably bound to the body of King Kurd, and with Lin Feng's sudden withdrawal, they had no choice but to exert themselves even more fervently to buy time for Bick. They dared not let their focus waver for an instant. King Kurd was all too familiar with this maneuver, having suffered greatly from it on numerous occasions. He had long since devised a counterplan. Damn it! King Kurd bellowed. Sensing impending doom, with a swift motion, a fierce violet aura erupted violently, instantly propelling the 3 away. King Kurd's form was rapidly distancing itself from Lin Feng, for he knew that such proximity would inflict tremendous agony upon his eyes. As they watched King Kurd's figure vanish from sight, the onlookers were filled with confusion over why the Solar Fist had such an extended preparation time. Gazing back, Sun Wukong realized that this was no Solar Fist at all. A brilliant red light emanated from Lin Feng's hand, brimming with world-destroying power. What happened to the promised Solar Fist? The terror of King Kurd towards the Solar Fist had seeped into his very soul, and the only solution was to retreat swiftly from Lin Feng. Stricken with fear, he closed his eyes tightly, panic etched across his face. Lin Feng wore a devilish smile. King Kurd had fallen into his trap. Instantaneous movement. This was one of the fruits of his arduous training in the time chamber. He no longer required to place his finger upon his brow to execute instantaneous movement. Could it be his brother? Raditz immediately comprehended Lin Feng's intention, having witnessed Lin Feng's relentless practice of this technique day and night in the time chamber. Whoosh! The tightly shut eyes of King Kurd abruptly sensed a powerful energy pulsating before him. His eyes flew open, and a blinding red light pierced into his pupils. Though this intensity of light could not rival the Solar Fist, it nonetheless startled King Kurd. Gotcha! Fool! Ape King's Shockwave. The fully charged Ape King's Shockwave, brimming with unparalleled power, lunged forth like a great serpent, its gaping maw poised to strike at King Kurd. What? A new wave of fear flickered in King Kurd's eyes, equally intense as before. He swiftly devised a countermeasure, bringing his hands together, palms open, blooming like a lotus flower. In the center of his palms, the violet light appeared diminutive in contrast to the red radiance. Their voices resonated simultaneously, one seeking annihilation, the other striving for survival. True to his formidable nature, King Kurd's minuscule violet light grew resplendent in an instant, the 2 colossal beams of light colliding at such close quarters. In that moment, the violet beam forcibly repelled the Ape King's shockwave, which was merely 3 fingers' breadth from King Kurd's brow. At the intersection of these 2 tremendous energies, bizarre lightning crackled. Bick! Hurry! Lin Feng roared, for if this continued, he would not be able to hold on much longer. Bick instantly grasped his meaning. The magic convergence light cannon unleashed a spiraling beam of laser that soared towards the sky, aiming directly at the groin of King Cold. The unstoppable force was on the verge of blooming into a beautiful flower beneath him. How infuriating! Sensing the impending threat, King Cold grasped the enemy's intent. His palms spread wide, his left hand poised to intercept the descending magic convergence light cannon. Whoosh! The purple energy beam split into 2, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. The 2 equally matched forces clashed together. Sweat beaded on King Cold's brow, for he was now at the end of his strength. Frieza, save me. At last, King Cold relinquished his pride as a father and cried out for Frieza's assistance. Upon hearing his father's plea, Frieza was momentarily shaken, before launching an energy blast that propelled Gohan, who had been entangled with him, away. Oh, father! King Cold's eyes were tightly shut, sweat cascading down his face, as he reached the pinnacle of his agony. Oh ho ho, my dear old dad, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Yet, your current state is rather amusing. Oh ho ho. To King Cold's astonishment, Frieza uttered these words, the audacity. Frieza, come here. Father. Frieza's finger casually pointed towards Piccolo and Lin Feng, energy coalescing at his fingertips. Whoosh. In that critical moment, countless yellow energy blasts erupted from beneath the sea, each harboring lethal power, all aimed at Frieza. Frieza's body trembled slightly as he swiftly lowered his finger, enveloped in a crimson light that transformed into a protective barrier. Frieza, die you wretch. Vegeta and little Gohan emerged from the surface, each ready with their respective lethal techniques. Well done, Vegeta. Everyone, focus your fire on King Cooled. Vegeta's command shocked Linfeng as well. In an instant, Linfeng's voice reached Trunks and Raditz's ears. Death Wave, Kamehameha. Two beams of varying colors intertwined, forming a colossal beam that surged towards King Cooled's back. This time, no one could save King Cooled. He fell, his demise grotesque. His body was dismantled by 4 energy waves, the magic convergence light cannon splitting him in 2 from below, while his back was severed, and the Ape King's shockwave reduced his head to ashes. The Cosmic Emperor, King Cooled, was dead. Chapter 99. Despair and Terror. The Arrival of Silver Frieza. A chilling wind brushed against Frieza's face, and his gaze grew distant, tears glistening in his eyes under the watchful stares of many. Beneath the same sky, such a wind could carry different temperatures. The gentle breeze caressed the faces of the warriors, offering unparalleled warmth. How wonderful! We have won. Celia was the first to shatter the tranquility, her jubilant voice soaring high. However, the valiant warriors were not elated. They were acutely aware that the true battle had only just commenced. The 8 warriors, breathless and drained from their exhaustive strike, were interrupted by a sudden sound of sobbing. Collectively turning their gaze towards Frieza. Father. Frieza was, astonishingly, weeping. To Linfeng's surprise, this malevolent fiend displayed such a vulnerable side. In the next moment, Frieza's tears ceased abruptly, yanking Linfeng back to reality. Oh ho ho, my poor father. You met such a tragic end. Frieza's lament transformed into laughter. Indeed, this was the true essence of Frieza. His abrupt shift in demeanor bewildered Piccolo, Son Goku, and young Gohan. How could this be? Frieza was actually laughing. Piccolo wore a perplexed expression. By the standards of a normal individual, the death of a beloved should evoke profound sorrow. Yet this was entirely different. As an anomaly among the cold-blooded demons, Frieza's familial ties were merely superficial. He cared not for the life or death of King Cold. How pitiable that King Cold had sacrificed so much for Frieza. Frieza truly embodied the title of the Cosmic Emperor, a heartless machine of war. This burden has finally been eliminated by you all. Cooler is dead, my father is dead. Now, I am the true ruler of the universe. Ahahaha. Frieza's maniacal laughter reverberated across the ocean's expanse. This beast, even Vegeta could no longer tolerate it. He recognized Frieza's merciless nature, but was taken aback by the depths of his cruelty. Frieza's words left Goku and his son in shock, their contempt for him intensifying. This fellow. In the future timeline, Gohan stood tall, unable to fathom that this world's Frieza could descend into such madness. How vile. This demon. Frieza's actions were both anticipated and astonishing. Future Trunks clenched his fists, shocked by Frieza's sheer brutality. Yet Linfeng remained unfazed, understanding that Frieza's words were indeed fitting. As he had mocked King Cold upon his arrival, a gentle breeze swept by, seemingly turning the page on the recent scene, and Frieza's laughter faded. It is you. You who have slain my beloved father. Today, I shall eliminate you all to appease his spirit. At this moment, Frieza's expression transformed entirely. As he began to play the role, if I do not vanquish you today, the disgrace of being an unfilial cosmic emperor will spread. And who would wish to serve under me? Today, you must all perish for my sake. Hey, Frieza, I know you've grown stronger, but surely you haven't become so utterly foolish. Just because you've gained strength, do you look down upon your own father? Truly a disloyal son. Linfeng ridiculed Frieza, acknowledging that his words were not those of a normal person, and indeed, Frieza was anything but normal. Frieza pointed an accusatory finger at Linfeng. His innermost thoughts laid bare, as he bellowed in rage, "Silence! This is all because of you. You are the ones who killed my father." Frieza, much like his counterpart Gula, is undoubtedly a hypocrite. It seems that a family indeed speaks with one voice. The king of the Kurds must endure the burden of having such a son. Fortunately, my father has tested your abilities for me. Now, I can assert with absolute certainty that you stand no chance of defeating me. Wild monkeys, you should feel honored to witness the fruits of my arduous training. Oh ho 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 ho. The fruits of arduous training. Indeed, Frieza has managed to attain a level that rivals Super Saiyan 2 Gohan in a remarkably short span of time. He must have undergone intense training. Much like the original story where one reached Super Saiyan Blue after 4 months of rigorous effort. Danger. Everyone, focus your attacks on him. Lin Feng suspected that Frieza must have some hidden cards, as even in his current state, he could force them into a strenuous battle. Let alone what he might have up his sleeve. Evil Flash. Piccolo, already filled with fury, initiated the assault. Trunks gritted his teeth. Death Wave. Raditz appeared perplexed, surprised that Trunks would employ such a technique. In the next moment, future Gohan shouted as well, Death Wave. Only Lin Feng and Piccolo understood the reasoning behind this. Future Gohan was trained by future Raditz, thus it was only natural for them to share this technique. Humph, a united assault from the wild monkeys? I am nothing like my foolish father. In the next instant, Frieza's body began to spin at high speed, resembling a propeller. Even amidst this rapid rotation, Frieza's sharp, cunning gaze remained strikingly radiant. Ape King Wave, Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Evil Flash, Death Wave. The 8 of them manipulated their energy waves, spiraling upward in relentless pursuit of Frieza. Humph, these wild monkeys are merely toying around. In the face of absolute power, such efforts are utterly futile. In the next moment, Frieza's rapidly spinning body shot skyward, surrounded by a silvery aura. Gradually, this shimmering energy began to envelop him entirely, forming a protective barrier. Frieza halted his ascent, and in that fleeting moment, 8 energy waves surged skyward, targeting the silvery shield. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the surroundings, as clouds began to dissipate, replaced by thick smoke. Countless silvery rays illuminated the sky, transforming the night into day. Lightning struck within the clouds, as if summoned by Frieza himself. In an instant, a tempest arose, accompanied by thunderous roars. Did we succeed? Celia gazed at the heavens, her feet anxiously shifting. As the smoke cleared, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Ha! Tremble, monkeys! Frieza's voice echoed relentlessly through the realm, as the barrier protecting his form transformed into 2 majestic wings. With wings unfurled, Frieza's resplendent new form appeared before the onlookers, who gazed upward as if beholding a deity. Frieza? Chapter 100. The Final Hope. With an angelic entrance and a demonic visage, the silver Frieza loomed over the crowd. His gaze filled with disdain. He stood with arms outstretched and legs crossed, his muscles exquisitely defined and swollen. Most notably, an aura emanating from him enveloped the onlookers, plunging them into a sense of impending doom, as if he would soon consume them all. How do you find my new form, Saiyan monkeys? The crowd fell silent, beads of sweat forming densely upon their foreheads. A new form? Silver Frieza? Good heavens, for months of training for Golden Frieza, and now merely a month for Silver? It became evident that Frieza possessed boundless potential, far surpassing the innate talents of the Saiyans. Lin Feng was taken aback by Frieza's transformation. His power had undoubtedly eclipsed that of any among the 8. Frieza had grown stronger, shattering future son Gohan's perception. He had never anticipated that this world's Frieza could be so formidable, a level the future Frieza had never attained. Ho ho ho! Now, prepare to witness my performance. With that declaration, Frieza revealed a cunning, malevolent smile, his sharp teeth instilling a sense of dread. He spread his arms wide, resembling wings, as a chilling swarm of energy particles began to coalesce around him, dense white energy gathering, mingling with a frigid air. Such overwhelming pressure. No, I cannot allow him to succeed. Son Goku leaped into action, charging towards Frieza. Keep up the pace. Lin Feng realized he had no choice but to join the fray. Don't you dare give me orders. Vegeta followed closely behind. 8 beams of light spiraled toward the radiant white glow, cutting through the darkness of night, igniting the inky sky. The group's fists were perilously close to Frieza, but in the next instant, he smirked disdainfully, his arched body suddenly unfurling. Allow me to demonstrate my might. A tempest of white rays erupted from Frieza's core, reaching a velocity that was unfathomable, their destructive force terrifying. The already battered coastline suffered another catastrophic blow. Boom! Countless explosions reverberated along the shore, the island splitting into dozens of smaller islets, each trembling and scattered across the sea. Run! Chilia! Lin Feng shouted in desperation, fully aware that the Frieza before him far surpassed King Cold. Same as before. Chilia, get as far away from here as possible. After the previous incident, Chilia unconditionally trusted Lin Feng's words, leaping towards the horizon. Not a single one will escape. All Saiyans must perish here. Frieza intensified the density of his silver beams, saturating the heavens and the earth alike. Cover Chilia. Lin Feng rapidly powered up, establishing a barrier in his Super Saiyan form, resolutely advancing toward Frieza. As Raditz observed the situation, he placed his hands across his chest, swiftly erecting a barrier. Having learned from the previous incident, he immediately grasped Lin Feng's intentions. In an instant, 7 barriers manifested in the sky. Damn it! What is Darles doing? Vegeta's puzzled voice echoed from behind. Vegeta, trust me one more time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the torrential onslaught, his body trembling uncontrollably. Humph. Vegeta also summoned a barrier, soaring toward the group of 7, and in a flash, a colossal golden barrier radiated a dazzling light amidst the darkness. At that moment, countless silver rays struck against the barrier, finally carving an escape route for Chilia. Haha, foolish Saiyans. Do you think this will stop me? The barrier drew closer to Frieza, and as it approached, the bodies of the group began to exhibit unusual reactions. Chilia, hurry and go. Lin Feng glanced toward the coast, where Chilia had vanished from sight, his anxious heart finally easing. Boom! With a resounding blast, Frieza's energy surged to its zenith, launching a fierce assault against the barrier. Bang! Not good. The barrier is cracking. In a mere second, the barrier shattered, transforming into countless particles of light that dispersed into the sky. The tempestuous silver rays unleashed their wrath, mercilessly targeting the group. This is bad. Everyone, grab hold of me and Gohan. Oh no, it's Gohan's hand. In this life and death moment, they disregarded everything else, holding onto the two tightly. Instant transmission. Whoosh. The 8 figures vanished from the sky. Only a bewildered Frieza remained, soon erupting in rage, having never expected them to escape right under his nose. Damn it. However, he quickly regained his composure, having learned to sense energy signatures. Ah, so that's how it is, that fleeing female Saiyan. Knowing the truth, Frieza immediately pursued Chilia's energy. Cunning Saiyans. This time, I will not let any of you escape. On the distant shore, the 8 appeared before Chilia in an instant. I'm so sorry. I've been trying my best to fly, Chilia said, her head bowed in shame. Lin Feng gently patted her head. Chilia, you have done your utmost. He then turned to Raditz. Brother, there is no time left. We must seize this opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Darles, what are you talking about? Why didn't you fight just now? Vegeta angrily interrogated Lin Feng. There's no time to explain. You will understand soon. Before he could finish, Lin Feng's body trembled. Frieza? In the sky above, Frieza reappeared. Haha, what do you know, Saiyan monkeys? Frieza's voice was filled with arrogance, and the group looked on in disbelief, astonished that Frieza had arrived in such a short span of time. Ha ha ha, I observed how you all attempt to flee. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, and just as they approached the ground, it became apparent that these were no mere flashes of lightning. What unfolded before our eyes was a disintegration of these so-called lightning bolts into dozens of silvery beams of light, piercing the earth with an unyielding force. These beams elongated and thinned, sprouting grotesquely from the ground in chaotic patterns. The swiftness of this occurrence was unnerving. Frieza had crafted a prison for the few with these lethal light columns. What is happening? Raditz echoed the collective bewilderment. Chapter 101, Fusion. The ultimate warrior Gohan resides. On this darkened terrain, a silver cage emerged from the ground, simplistic yet terrifying. What is this? Fear filled Raditz's eyes. He could scarcely believe that Frieza possessed such a tactic. Regardless, there was no time to waste. The fusion must commence immediately. Brother, there is no time left. Hurry. Raditz snapped back to reality, leaping towards Lin Feng. A sudden, jarring sound echoed, shocking all present. Brother, uncle, auntie, Raditz. It was then that they saw Raditz's feet had been impaled, the culprit being the abruptly risen light column, now stained with his blood. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Raditz's throat, a scene so cruel that it furrowed the brows of the onlookers. Ah, this spiky-haired fellow has indeed been careless. Frieza's nauseating cackle was infuriating, a testament to the ruthless reputation of this cosmic tyrant. Frieza, unable to endure any longer, Sun Wukong once again entered the Super Saiyan state, leaping skyward in a bid to escape this cage and confront Frieza in a decisive battle. Another eerie sound erupted, this time detected just in time by Lin Feng. Second brother. Lin Feng vanished from his position, appearing behind Sun Wukong at this critical moment, yanking him back forcefully. Sun Wukong stood frozen. Below him, sharp beams of light radiated a murderous intent, fixating upon him. Everyone, ascend. Do not remain on the ground. Lin Feng turned, assisting Raditz to rise, and together they staggered into the air. Lin Feng scrutinized Raditz's ankle, fearing it could no longer support him. The magical beans were depleted, and the hope of fusion with Raditz was dashed. Lin Feng surveyed the others. Vegeta would never agree to fusion. Sun Wukong had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and even with fusion, he would likely fall short against Frieza. Piccolo, the Namekian, whether he could transform into a Super Saiyan post-fusion remained uncertain. Gohan, being too young and of considerable height difference, would certainly not maximize the benefits of the fusion. Ultimately, Lin Feng's gaze settled upon future Trunks and Gohan. These two, future Trunks' power should be comparable to mine, while future Gohan's strength already surpassed my own. To ensure that our fusion surpasses Frieza's strength, we must select an individual of greater power to merge with. Hence, it is decided, future Gohan, you shall be my partner. Trunks, steady your uncle. Trunks, come here and support Raditz immediately. Lin Feng approached future Gohan, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Nephew, the fate of Earth rests upon our shoulders. Future Gohan looked astonished, and Lin Feng promptly added, a fusion technique. The two of us shall combine to create a way to vanquish Frieza. I will demonstrate the movements shortly. Before future Gohan could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Feng bellowed, everyone, I have devised a method to defeat Frieza. I hope you can buy time for this young man and me. Lin Feng's proclamation caught Frieza's attention. Oh, what is it that you wish to say? Speak below. In the next instant, Frieza's figure moved like lightning, and a silver cage opened a door, allowing him to enter. He laughed sinisterly. Now you have no means of escape. All of you shall perish here. Frieza extended his claws, advancing step by step towards the crowd. At that moment, a suffocating dread engulfed everyone present. Wait, King Frieza. Lin Feng suddenly adopted a courteous demeanor, bowing deeply before Frieza. He then displayed a sycophantic smile. King Frieza, I wish to perform a dance for you. He began to execute the fusion dance steps with great fervor. Boom! Frieza's fingers spread wide, elegantly launching an energy blast towards Lin Feng. Enough of your nonsense. Save your performance for the afterlife. Lin Feng was propelled backward with tremendous force. Do you understand now? He shouted at future Gohan. Lin Feng readied himself, almost touching the edge of the cage. Everyone, please, grant us some time. Enough noise. You wretched monkey. Frieza charged at Lin Feng with blinding speed. In such confined space, each movement stirred up clouds of dust. Your opponent is me. Afterimage fist. In the next moment, Piccolo's form split into four, swirling around Frieza. The others quickly positioned themselves in front of Frieza. Frieza, I will never allow you to cross this line. Vegeta began, but before he could finish, Frieza slammed him to the ground. Silence. Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks could no longer restrain himself. He set Raditz down and drew his sword, striking towards Frieza. Bang! Trunks joined Vegeta's ranks. In such a state, Frieza's speed and strength eclipsed that of everyone else present. Bang, bang, bang. Countless energy blasts soared toward Frieza, courtesy of Goku and his son. In that instant, the air filled with smoke, but the next moment, two demonic claws emerged from the haze. Frieza tore through the smoke and lunged at the duo, his hands gripping their faces tightly, dragging them violently against the ground. Boom! The radiant light emanating from Frieza's palm erupted, and the two combatants swiftly succumbed to their incapacitation. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Piccolo summoned four doppelgangers to encircle Frieza, unaware that Frieza had transformed beyond recognition. Having attuned himself to their energies, he effortlessly discerned the true form among them. With a sinister grin, Frieza's arm pierced through Piccolo's chest in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the air within the silvery prison became thick with the metallic scent of blood, overwhelmingly pungent. Frieza's gaze eventually settled upon Cilia, mocking her. Oh ho ho, quite the sprinter. Aren't we? Why do you not flee now? Trembling, Cilia suddenly realized that Lin Feng and future Gohan had vanished from the confines of the prison, a smile of satisfaction blossoming on her face. Fear not, Cilia. Darles will surely return to rescue you. Cilia feigned composure, her hands resting at her sides. Kamehameha. A colossal blue beam surged forth with blinding speed towards Frieza. His pupils dilated in astonishment. How could this seemingly timid woman wield such formidable power? Frieza exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the attack, Yet the ferocious energy surged forth like a crazed tiger, showing no signs of abating. Damn it! A burst of silver light exploded, revealing Frieza in a disheveled state before the onlookers. His listless gaze shifted behind Cilia, where a stranger clad in a vest approached steadily. Who are you? I am neither Son Gohan nor Darles. I am Gohan-less, a person determined to defeat you. Chapter 102. The eve of the final battle 1 minute prior, at the Kame house. What an ominous presence. Yamcha gazed at the white light above and the fleeting golden barrier. Master Roshi peered into the distance, his expression gravely serious. Suddenly, he trembled, his brow furrowing deeply. No, this enemy's power exceeds all imagination. Their energy has weakened significantly. Yamcha also sensed the anomaly in the collective energy. Yamcha, Master Roshi, can you hear me? King Kai, the situation is dire. You sense it too. Frieza has grown even stronger. Immediately, elevate your energy to the maximum. Hearing King Kai's tone, it was evident that matters were severe, prompting Master Roshi and Yamcha to comply without hesitation. Suddenly, Master Roshi's muscles swelled, and the area around Kame house began to ripple like waves. The combined might of the two erupted forth in an explosion of energy. That energy. It's Yamcha and Master Roshi. How fortunate, I nearly forgot them. Thank goodness Yamcha followed Master Roshi. In an instant, their energies surged into Linfeng's mind. He grasped future son Gohan, and their figures materialized at Kame house. Gohan, there is no time. Did you see what just happened? Just do the opposite. Future son Gohan nodded vigorously. Let us begin, uncle. Lin Feng felt a lingering unease. It was crucial that, at the moment of contact, his fingers extended fully and did not slip. The two stepped apart, adopting their stances. Fusion. A brilliant white light erupted, and a strand of golden radiance danced upon their bodies as if alive. As the brilliance faded, a new warrior clad in a vest emerged, with flowing bangs. A striking visage, robust muscles, unwavering eyes, and tightly clenched fists, he radiated boundless strength. Behold, the universe's foremost warrior, Gohan Layless, makes his entrance. Yamcha, Master Roshi, thank goodness for your presence. But wait, Cilia is in danger. Gohan Layless pressed his finger to his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. He floated in the air, where several individuals had completely lost their combat capabilities within the confines of the prison. Frieza was advancing directly toward Cilia. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Kamehameha wave. Gohan Layless reappeared behind Cilia, their Kamehameha waves merging into one, resembling a colossal blue dragon as it surged toward Frieza. After a billowing cloud of smoke, Frieza's pristine figure gradually emerged from the haze. Who are you? With resolute strides, Gohan Layless walked past Cilia. Cilia, leave the rest to me. Cilia stood in astonishment, realizing that her Kamehameha wave, which had severely injured Frieza, was the result of Gohan Layless's prowess. All right, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At last, this oppressive scene was on the verge of conclusion. Frieza, your tyranny is about to end. Gohan Layless scoffed disdainfully. How dare you? No one can meddle in my affairs. Your expression is utterly infuriating. Frieza's body emanated silver particles, continuously flowing into him. Gohan Layless let out a cold snort. Golden waves surged forth, an overwhelming force that swept everything in its path, causing the prison to tremble violently. Gohan Layless unleashed the Saiyan energy within him, spreading it throughout his body. His pupils began to shift to a pale green, and his hair transformed into a golden hue. This formidable power shook the surroundings. Yet Cilia remained unscathed, seemingly a deliberate choice by Gohan Layless. Waves of golden energy rippled across the earth, and with a sudden noise, the prison that had confined everyone shattered instantaneously. The relatively unscathed Trunks slowly opened his eyes, feeling the intense pressure. This aura belongs to Gohan. No, wait. There's also the presence of Darles. They have fused. Hope flickered in Trunks' eyes. Even the prison that had bound them was now liberated. Gohan Layless gazed contemplatively at the unconscious figures who had lost their fighting spirit. A battle could not commence here. It would only bring calamity upon them. Frieza, you hollow emperor of the universe, with but a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate you. Gohan Lays, brimming with arrogance, beckoned Frieza to attack him. How dare you underestimate me, the great king? Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, blood threatening to seep from them. Excellent. Frieza has fallen for my ruse. In an instant, Gohan Lays turned skyward, soaring away while taunting Frieza. Frieza, your speed cannot possibly match mine. Frieza, consumed by rage, charged after him. Silence, you wretched monkey. Gohan Lays accelerated, and in the darkness, their figures traced the sky like two colossal dragons, entwined in a dance. The undulating brilliance illuminated the night, transforming the once serene atmosphere into a realm of turmoil. Frieza pursued relentlessly. Stop right there. With a sweeping motion of his hand, dozens of silvery energy orbs surged forth like rabid hounds, aiming for Gohan Lays. Yet, how could Gohan, with his serpent-like grace, allow Frieza to succeed? His agile form twisted and turned in the air, confidence radiating from his being, pride in his swiftness evident. Frieza, you move as slowly as a turtle. As the distance between them diminished, Gohan's voice resonated in Frieza's ears. Infuriated, Frieza yearned to shatter Gohan into pieces. A glimmering silver trail cut through the sky as Frieza's speed intensified. That should be far enough to avoid collateral damage. Gohan Lays halted abruptly, standing rigidly, igniting Frieza's murderous intent. Die! Two pristine orbs of concentrated energy coalesced in Frieza's hands, and with a whoosh, they soared into the air in perfect synchrony. Bang! The orbs intertwined, a stark contrast of white and black. The dark gleam seemed to reveal Frieza's truest, most profound essence beneath his silvery exterior. Yet, Gohan Lays merely smiled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 103. Overwhelming Power, Gohan Lays. The concentrated energy orb hurtled towards him, but he remained unflinching, his upturned lips epitomizing his self-assurance. With a slight bend of his right arm and a gentle arch of his body, his piercing gaze locked onto the orb approaching him. A ring of golden flames erupted from his palm. Return to me. The roar echoed as Gohan extended his elbow slightly, an immense force surging from his arm to his palm. Bang! The concentrated orb, akin to a ping-pong ball, was effortlessly deflected back towards Frieza. Now, let it return to its rightful owner. This orb, imbued with the power to shatter thunder, soared towards Frieza's forehead, just as Gohan had proclaimed. What? Confusion filled Frieza's eyes as his mind momentarily blanked. Will you not evade it? Frieza, is this truly your own power? Or is it that you lack confidence in your own abilities? There is no need to hide. Frieza was abruptly jolted back to reality by Gohan's words. How infuriating. Silence, you insolent wretch. In an instant, Frieza placed both hands upon his face, and with a sharp crack, a bright energy sphere began to swirl between his palms. Sparks flying and wisps of blue smoke billowing forth. Oh dear, what is that delightful aroma of charred lizard meat wafting through the air? Gohan feigned a sniff, then pointed at Frieza's hand and exclaimed loudly. Oh, is it your palm? Have you lost your mind to resort to self-harm? Frieza, you fiend. How dare you? This wild monkey has such a foul mouth. It seems I must unleash my full power. Humph, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Gohan, dismissive, casually dug into his nostrils and flicked the gathered residue towards Frieza, cutting through the banter. Whoosh! The voice of Gogeta was abruptly interrupted, only to reappear behind Frieza. A swift and powerful kick struck Frieza squarely between the shoulder blades. My apologies, Frieza, but I am faster and stronger than you. Frieza's body plummeted from the sky like a meteor, swaying and spiraling downwards. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Frieza lashed his tail, striving to right himself. You cannot speak now, can you? Allow me to assist you with that. This voice, akin to a demon's, swirled ominously around Frieza's ears, stabilizing his wobbling form in an instant. However, Frieza's visage remained one of terror, for he lacked the strength to regain his composure. At that moment, Gohan's palm was pressed firmly against his back. With a wicked smile, Gohan unleashed a brilliant explosion of light from between his hands. A concentrated energy sphere adhered to Frieza's back, erupting into a kaleidoscope of fireworks. Frieza was propelled high into the sky. No, I refuse to believe it. I am Frieza, a prodigy of the Frost Demon race. No one can defeat me. Frieza's eyes bulged, his pupils turning a furious crimson as he descended into madness. He became a tempest of rage. A silvery aura surged like a colossal wave, shaking the earth and sky. Akin to the ocean unleashing towering tides, a formidable force erupting into the air. Oh, are you finally resorting to your true abilities? Gohan had already conjured an energy sphere, but not merely one. Within those fleeting seconds, Countless brilliant orbs twinkled with dazzling light. Go forth. Gohan would not grant Frieza an opportunity. These energy spheres surged towards Frieza like a frenzied swarm. Boom! Vivid light spiraled around Frieza, enveloping him in a haze of smoke, drowning him in a sea of brilliance. A howl akin to a rabid dog echoed from the mist, Frieza's form illuminated. Limbs extending fiercely, exploding with a blinding white light that dispersed the smoke. Die, you wretch! Frieza's form twisted backward, his fist brimming with resentment poised to strike. His left eye was tightly shut, while his right eye glimmered with a crimson hue, reflecting the figure of Gohan. Bang! In that instant, their bodies clashed together. The sound of their fists colliding resonating in the air, the force of their blows howling like the wind. Despite Frieza's ferocious assault, Gohan stood undaunted, their punches accelerating with increasing velocity. Frieza, I never imagined you were this powerful. However, I am even stronger. This is no time for sparring. Gohan was acutely aware that his formidable and perfect form was time-limited. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed a surge of energy. A golden lotus of ki blossoming around him, the overwhelming pressure sending Frieza flying back 10 meters. Then let us resolve this with my full-power Super Saiyan state. Resolve me? What a ludicrous jest. Frieza, now completely deranged, charged at Gohan once more. I told you, there's no time for games. Gohan's feet landed swiftly on Frieza's body, each step imbued with the power to shatter stars. He ruthlessly trampled Frieza, who was utterly defenseless. Yet it was not over. With a powerful push, Gohan sent Frieza crashing against the mountainside. In a fleeting moment, the oppressive figure of Gohan reappeared before Frieza. Their gazes locked, but unlike before. Frieza's eyes were filled with terror, while Gohan's hand swiftly seized Frieza's tail. Hee, Frieza, Gohan said with a wicked smile. Unpleasant memories surged within Frieza, and inevitably, in the next moment, Gohan bit down on his tail. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, as Frieza was utterly unprepared for such cruel tactics from the demon before him. Tasteless. Yet it did not end there. Gohan once again grasped Frieza's tail, using him as a makeshift punching bag, mercilessly grinding him against the ground. Frieza was left both physically and mentally devastated, enduring such a humiliating disgrace. Swish! A pink energy blade suddenly materialized, its sharp edge grazing Frieza's tail. Indeed, Frieza severed his own tail. Frieza retreated rapidly, the figure before him exuding sheer terror, his gaze vacant, resentment reaching its zenith. Damn it, I can't lose. Then let us perish together. Chapter 104. The Fall of Silver Frieza. In the brief span of 10 minutes, the once mighty cosmic emperor Frieza had lost all his former glory, replaced by sheer terror and frantic desperation. If that is the case, then let us die together. In the next moment, Frieza's body began to curl, his back arching like a shrimp, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Within a second, a vortex began to form atop Frieza's head, within which countless particles of white light converged. Zing! The true nature of the white light has been unveiled. It is none other than Frieza's planet-destroying cannon. However, this time, it is larger than ever before. This familiar scene is one that Gohan has witnessed more than once. He immediately comprehends Frieza's intentions. Above in the heavens, a man radiating a golden light slowly brings his arms to rest upon his chest. The energy particles in the air resonate with the Saiyan power within him, as red and purple light converge between his palms. A gentle breeze caresses Gohan's face, reminiscent of the last vestiges of tranquility before chaos erupts, and soon, an increasing brilliance bursts forth from his hands. Above, an incredibly dazzling light pierces through the clouds, reaching the nearby sea. Kaiatsu and the others, who have regained some strength, are captivated by this magnificent spectacle. Is this the power that comes after fusion? Raditz clutches his wounded foot, his gaze fixed on the sky, seemingly forgetting his own injuries at that moment. Darius and Kaiatsu hold their hands tightly over their hearts, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Wonderful. The Earth is saved. Trunks exhales a sigh of relief. Humph, it must be that kid who can do it. Vegeta crosses his arms and gazes upward, savoring the view. Yet, only Piccolo's expression remains grave. Damn it, is that lunatic out of his mind? If that hits, the Earth will be destroyed too. Piccolo articulates the essence of the problem, causing everyone to panic. No, everyone, hurry and stop him. A passionate female voice interrupts their thoughts. No, I believe Darius and the others will find a way. If you trust me, then do not intervene. Kaiatsu turns around, her brow relaxing, and addresses the group. If you can consider this, don't you think Darius and the others can too? Kaiatsu's lips curve into a reassuring smile. Yes, I believe my brother will find a solution. This statement from Goku eases Piccolo's anxious heart. After merging with Kami, Piccolo is more concerned about the safety of the Earth than anyone else. Kaiatsu's words are reasonable, and the group falls silent as they gaze towards the purplish-red glow on the horizon. Beneath the sky and above the sea, Frieza's mangled body is riddled with wounds, pain slicing through him like a relentless blade. Yet, despite this, the colossal, pristine energy sphere above his head continues to swell. Ha ha ha, Saiyan monkey, come die with me. Gohan's gathered energy reaches its zenith, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. He scoffs in response, humph. Then let this be your end. The purplish-red light grows ever more resplendent, reflecting in Frieza's eyes. Ha. If you have the guts, then bring it down. If you unleash that, the Earth will perish alongside it. Let us die together. Frieza laughs maniacally, and as his laughter spreads, the energy sphere reaches its maximum size. Gohan Laylas let out a cold smile, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes as he mocked Frieza's foolishness. Suddenly, Frieza's laughter was abruptly cut short. Gohan Laylas had vanished from view. A chilling laugh echoed from behind Frieza, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Frieza, how foolish of you to declare yourself the Emperor of the universe. The ridiculous questions you can conceive are hardly beyond my imagination. Death Ape King's shockwave. At last, the colossal pillar that had eluded him during the previous fusion failure erupted from Gohan Laylas's hands, flooding the sky with blinding light that pierced through Frieza's chest. In that moment, Frieza's raised arms became slow and powerless, gradually falling as confusion and resentment filled his eyes. In that fleeting second, the massive white object above him bore down upon Frieza's body, an orb of destruction that swiftly consumed him. No. This was Frieza's final wail. And as his voice faded, his entire being melded into the white entity. The power in his palms surged once more, and the energy column, spanning dozens of meters, doubled in size, expanding multiple times within a mere second. Its width soon surpassed that of the white energy sphere. Then, it shot upward like a crimson dragon soaring into the heavens, clutching a dragon ball in its maw. Above, the dark night was illuminated by the ascending purplish-red meteor, creating a resplendent and vivid spectacle. I knew Darles and the others would find a way. Shilia gazed skyward, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Finally, it was over. A gentle breeze swept by, seemingly dispersing all evil, as the crowd watched Gohan Laylas send the cataclysmic energy into the cosmos. In an instant, a white line erupted in the pitch-black sky, blinding light illuminating the night. Beneath this intense radiance, faces were rendered white as if the very essence of Earth was liberated, signaling the dispersal of the gloom that had shrouded it. Boom! The deafening explosion followed, yet the onlookers remained undeterred, fixated on the sky. Above, the formidable figure split in two. The time for unity had ended, and the exhausted duo panted heavily. They exchanged a smile. Finally, it was over. Lin Feng's gaze wandered, the tension of the past few days dissipating as he slowly closed his eyes, standing aloft in the sky, succumbing to slumber. Darles. Shilia's voice drew closer to the two, with the crowd following suit. In the future, Son Gohan placed a finger to his lips, pointing to the sleeping Lin Feng with his other hand, whispering, "He's asleep, keep it down." Shilia gently helped Lin Feng up, directing him toward the direction of Baozi Mountain. Chapter 105. The method to restore future Earth. No, I cannot sleep. A sudden shout jolted Lin Feng awake, his gaze falling upon a pair of strikingly prominent peaks. What are you doing? Darius, were you not asleep? What a start! Exclaimed Hylia as she released the weary Lin Feng from her embrace. My apologies, Hylia, Lin Feng responded, his cheeks flushed as he reminisced about the recent moment. Nevertheless, Lin Feng maintained a serious demeanor, gazing skyward as he addressed the gathering. Everyone, follow me to the temple of the deities. With that, he extricated himself from Hylia's hold, and the crowd obediently trailed behind him. A gentle breeze caressed the temple of the deities as Lin Feng approached a dilapidated room. With a gentle push, he revealed 7 crystalline Dragon Balls resting upon a dust-laden table. Piccolo pointed at the crystals in astonishment, exclaiming, Dragon Balls? Shouldn't they be in their stone form now? Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Gohan and I intercepted them and brought them into the hyperbolic time chamber, and for safety's sake, we concealed them here. Goku patted his head. That's just like you, brother. Lin Feng nodded with a faint smile, lifting the Dragon Balls and making his way to the crumbling plaza of the temple. At present, the square lay in disarray, with the grievously injured still unconscious. First, summon the Eternal Dragon. Restore Earth to its former state, then resurrect everyone. The rest shall be entrusted to Dandy once he awakens. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. The figure of the dragon slowly ascended, though a perplexed expression adorned its face. Here again? Speak your wishes. I can grant you two. The dragon panted heavily, giving the impression of being utterly drained. Eternal Dragon, please restore Earth to its original condition, and resurrect all the humans slain by King Cold. As soon as the words left his lips, the dragon responded breathlessly. Very well, I shall fulfill your request at once. In an instant, a miraculous radiance enveloped the globe, beginning with the restoration of the once resplendent temple. The shattered landscapes, rising sea levels, and submerged cities reverted to their pre-destruction state in that fleeting moment. Subsequently, all those who had perished on Earth were revived, and tranquility returned to the planet. In West City, Bulma and Tai stood on the balcony, their faces aglow with smiles, aware that this was the result of the collective efforts of the Earth's warriors. Meanwhile, in a quiet underground chamber, the incessant ticking of machinery echoed, as a grotesque old man muttered to himself, though I know not what transpired. At least my creation has not vanished. Observing the world restored to its former glory, Lin Feng smiled. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and his eyes grew dreamy, his gaze distant. Just before his eyelids fluttered shut, the Eternal Dragon transformed into 7 beams of light, soaring back into the Dragon Balls. Lin Feng called out, Gohan. Understanding the cue, Gohan ascended into the sky, intercepting the Dragon Balls once more. Satisfied, Lin Feng uttered his final words. The rest shall be left to Dandy and the others. With a clatter, Lin Feng fell once more into Hylia's embrace, this time succumbing to a deep and peaceful slumber. At Bowsy Mountain, all returned to its former serenity, with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms filling the air. Here, Celia, put in a bit more effort. A body resembling that of a caterpillar lay curled up on the bed, murmuring incomprehensible words. Lin Feng, what are you dreaming about? Celia bent over and unleashed a lion's roar at the sleep-talking Lin Feng. The person on the bed immediately fumbled, opened his eyes, and exclaimed, Celia, what happened? What's wrong? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, bewildered, glancing around as vague figures appeared in his line of sight. Nephew Trunks. Standing beside Celia, the two figures remained upright and serious, like pens poised for writing. Get up quickly. You have been asleep for 10 days. Gohan and the others have been here waiting for you to awaken for 2 days. Celia swiftly snatched the blanket from Lin Feng, urging him out of bed like a mother duck herding her ducklings. Sorry, please step outside for a moment. Lin Feng promptly jumped from the bed, tidied his clothes, and made his way to the living room. Are you awake? Jine had prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's rise. Wow, Mom, this spread is incredible. Lin Feng hurriedly sat down, barely able to contain his excitement. Ahem. Celia shot a glare at Lin Feng before shifting her gaze to Trunks and future Gohan. Uncle, have you forgotten something? Future Gohan, with a serious demeanor, reminded Lin Feng. Something? What thing? Lin Feng's mind raced, tracing back through the events of the past few days, and finally, it dawned on him. Oh, let us eat first. We can discuss it afterward. Lin Feng, famished, grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. At the elder's encouragement, future Gohan and Trunks began to eat as well. In an instant, the table transformed into a whirlwind of consumption. The Saiyans were renowned for their voracious appetites, and Lin Feng's speed was a stark contrast to that of the other two. Slow down, Lin Feng, Celia admonished while serving him more dishes. I'm starving. I can't stop. After an hour of rigorous chewing, Lin Feng's belly was swollen beyond measure. Let us go outside to talk. Future Gohan and Trunks followed closely behind him to a remote wilderness. Uncle, what exactly is the method you mentioned for restoring the future Earth? The two inquired gravely, awaiting Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng paced back and forth, deep in thought. A series of planets inhabited by Namekians flashed rapidly through his mind. Cyril, Nar, Nader, Guladu. There are many methods. However, The most reliable is Cyril, for it is already confirmed that Dragon Balls of 2 stars exist there. Your first course of action is to travel to a planet called Cyril and seek out a Namekian named Manit, who possesses the Dragon Balls. At last, Lin Feng's answer arrived, eliciting wild joy from the two, tinged with astonishment. Cyril? Dragon Balls? Lin Feng continued to elucidate. Indeed, however, this Dragon Ball bears a significant drawback. It necessitates the consumption of the Wishmaker's own lifespan as a form of exchange. The future Earth has long since vanished, and it remains uncertain whether it will fall within the purview of the 2-star dragon upon its restoration. Thus, such a scenario must be taken into account. Therefore, we must devise a comprehensive strategy. What? The two gasped in astonishment. Sacrificing one's lifespan. Lin Feng nodded, just as they were about to pose further inquiries. He interrupted them again. There exists another method. Chapter 106, The Sudden News. Clearly, the first method should only be considered as a last resort and is not the preferred choice. With eager anticipation, the two awaited Lin Feng's response once more. The Super Dragon Balls. Utilize the Super Dragon Balls. In the original narrative, Beerus employed the Super Dragon Balls to recreate a planet for the 6th universe, which was undoubtedly an extravagant use. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary circumstances of the future, the Super Dragon Balls must represent the ultimate solution. Super Dragon Balls. What might those be? Lin Feng's words once again astonished them. The Super Dragon Balls are the most formidable Dragon Balls in existence. Crafted directly by the Dragon God Zalama, they possess higher authority than any other Dragon Ball. It can be asserted that any wish can be realized. The Super Dragon Balls. How I long to obtain them as well. Lin Feng's excitement grew, and the atmosphere became charged with elation and mystery. Splendid. But where can we find these Super Dragon Balls? Son Gohan's heart raced with anticipation as he sought to uncover the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. That is an excellent question. I too am eager to solve this conundrum. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the boundless cosmos, and they are dispersed haphazardly across 2 universes. In the original tale, Bulma was able to create the radar for the Super Dragon Balls because Kampa had already gathered 6 of them, extracting energy samples to facilitate its creation. Yet now, they do not possess even one, unless the god of destruction Kampa were to gift them one. This notion remains fantastical. Uncle, does that mean we must resort to the first method? Son Gohan expressed his reluctance, yet it appeared to be the final recourse to save Earth. There is no alternative. Gohan, allow me to be the Wishmaker. Trunks had already resolved his stance, his fists resting firmly on his hips, displaying his determination. No, Trunks, let me be the Wishmaker. The two immediately engaged in a heated debate over who would assume the role of the Wishmaker. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted their argument, and Lin Feng turned around with a cunning smile. You two, even before acquiring the Dragon Balls, are already deliberating on who shall make the wish. Matters are not so straightforward. Lin Feng sternly admonished them, assuming the role of the elder. The two fell silent, their expressions darkening, clearly unwilling to see the other suffer any loss. There is yet another method. Once more, Lin Feng's words rekindled hope in the two despondent individuals, the melodious sound lifting their disappointed hearts from the abyss of despair. Uncle, what is the plan? Lin Feng smiled knowingly, raising an eyebrow. We shall bring the Dragon Balls of this world to the future. After using them, we will return them. The two understood immediately, Trunks suddenly enlightened. Yes, we can do it this way. But uncle, he continued, didn't the Dragon Balls turn to stone? Does that mean we must wait a year before we can return to the future? Aunt Bulma is still waiting for our news. Lin Feng's smile broadened, radiating confidence. Such concerns had not escaped his mind. However, these questions posed no challenge to him. He walked over to the future son Gohan, patting his shoulder. Nephew, do not worry. I have already devised a solution. In the next moment, Lin Feng gazed intently at the nearby bushes. Come forth, Chilia, he called, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze on the foliage. The bushes rustled, and Chilia stealthily emerged. Hee, I hid so well, yet you still found me, she giggled, hands clasped behind her back, forcing a playful smile. Lin Feng quickly approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife. He turned his gaze towards future son Gohan. This is your second mother. Lin Feng then glanced at Trunks. Trunks, how should you address her? What do you call the wife of your uncle? Oh, never mind. Trunks nodded, unfazed, for he had already overheard Chilia's slip of the tongue during their battle with King Cold. I understand, Aunt Chilia, he responded politely. Then his expression shifted to one of surprise. Second mother. No wonder they are so close. After the fusion was undone, she was the first to rush over to embrace Uncle. Chilia's face flushed red as she wriggled free from Lin Feng's hold. Ahem, hello everyone. I haven't properly introduced myself. I'm Chilia, the sister of Nappa. As for what he called me his wife, I have yet to agree to that. Nappa. The two exclaimed in unison, their minds racing back to the image of the burly man they had encountered at the sacred world of the Kais, astonished that this petite girl was his sister. Lin Feng, sensing their shock at this revelation, interrupted their thoughts. Chilia, I recall you mentioning that you also intended to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Have you found a training partner? He continued, when you enter, please take the Dragon Balls with you. That is my true objective. As long as we return the Dragon Balls to the hyperbolic time chamber, we can make another wish within 2 days. Once Chilia emerges, Trunks and future son Gohan can return to the future directly. I've made up my mind. Tonight, we can enter, Chilia declared, raising her fist. I told you. I too must become stronger. Whom do you intend to enter with? Celia's movements came to an abrupt halt, and she playfully replied, it's a secret. Trunks, Gohan, I shall take my leave now. Celia turned away, bidding farewell to the three as she soared towards home. Future Gohan wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, this uncle before him was a man of boundless capabilities, able to conceive every possible solution. Uncle, let us await 2 days hence to make our decision. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that from here on, it was merely a matter of time. If it were not for the two individuals before him, it was likely that his own timeline would repeat the same mistakes as theirs. Thus, he felt compelled to assist. I shall play Chopin's Nocturne in memory of my lost love. A melodious sound interrupted the trio's conversation as Lin Feng glanced towards his pocket, the ringtone resonating. Oh, Lin Feng checked his phone and gestured towards Trunks. What the heck? You and my elder brother are getting married? So soon. All right, I understand. Chapter 107. The wedding of Raditz and Ties. The three stood in stunned silence, astonished that the elder brother and Ties had progressed to such a stage. Trunks, I presume you have heard the news. Your aunt requests our presence immediately. I believe it is time for the two of you to reveal your identities on this joyous occasion. Trunks and future Gohan wore solemn expressions, clearly grappling with their inner turmoil. Oh, come on, you two. Having traveled such a distance, there's no need for further concealment. Let us go. Your aunt wishes us to hurry and prepare the new abode. Lin Feng took to the skies, glancing back at the hesitating pair. Let us go. Following his lead, the two hastened to match Lin Feng's pace. West City. Thick, heavy clouds loomed in the sky, allowing only fleeting rays of the setting sun to pierce through, casting crimson hues reminiscent of shimmering fish in the depths of a vast ocean. Two figures stood atop the expansive cruise ship. Brother, I never expected you to marry so swiftly, but what happened to your hairstyle? Lin Feng gestured to Raditz's now absent long locks, which once cascaded to his waist, now replaced by a style of similar length to his own. Raditz straightened his posture, adorned in a fine suit. Ties disapproved, so I opted for a different hairstyle. Indeed, this way, while in Super Saiyan form, one won't mistakenly assume you're at Super Saiyan 3. Lin Feng continued, by the way. Ties asked Celia to be the maid of honor. Why isn't she here? Maid of honor. It seems their relationship has reached a level of intimacy akin to that of best friends. However, Celia is likely en route to the sacred temple. Lin Feng's expression turned wistful as he remarked, as luck would have it, she is heading to the hyperbolic time chamber. Raditz's body quivered slightly. What has transpired? Why is she going to the hyperbolic time chamber? The mention of the chamber rekindled past anxieties, and Raditz grew increasingly vigilant. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, Trunks and future Gohan appeared before them. Uncle, big brother, they promptly elaborated on Lin Feng's plan and the state of Earth in the future to Raditz. The future Earth has vanished. Raditz's eyes widened, struggling to fathom the experiences of the two from the future. From a distance, a woman, exquisitely adorned, approached the four. With her golden hair elegantly twisted atop her head, she gently linked her arm with Raditz and inquired, "What are you discussing?" After years apart, Tai Si had matured, shedding her youthful innocence. Upon her arrival, Lin Feng hastily explained, "Oh, sister-in-law, your timing is impeccable. Celia has gone to the hyperbolic time chamber. So it appears the matter of the bridesmaid cannot proceed." Tai Si expressed a hint of disappointment, yet gracefully replied, "Well, that is truly regrettable." She turned to the two unfamiliar faces and asked, "Who are these gentlemen?" To Lin Feng's surprise, Trunks and future Gohan began introducing themselves and recounting their origins. And it is as follows. Tai Si quickly pulled out her phone, her words tumbling out in a rush. Sister, you must come here immediately. On the other end, Bulma's voice responded, what is it, sister? You need to come quickly. It's of utmost importance. Tai Si hung up, gripping Trunks' sleeve tightly, fearful he might disappear. Nephew? Are you saying you are the son of my sister and Vegeta? Trunks shyly nodded, clearly out of his comfort zone in this scenario. Sister, what is happening? In the distance, Bulma's figure came into view, noticeably with a slightly protruding belly. Is that Bulma? Why does her belly seem different? Could it be? Just as future Gohan mentioned, Vegeta and Bulma have already. Tai Si pointed at the blushing Trunks and exclaimed, Sister, come see. Who is this? Bulma approached Trunks, scrutinizing the young man before her. Trunks, evading her gaze, was nudged by Lin Feng, who urged, call her mom. Immediately, Trunks focused on Bulma, squinting as he shouted, Mom, I am Trunks from the future. To everyone's astonishment, Bulma did not react with shock. Instead, she circled Trunks and, placing her hands on his shoulders, exclaimed, Ah, no doubt, you are my son. You are truly handsome. You have completely inherited my genes. And I must say, I am quite impressed that you created a time machine. With her hands on her hips, Bulma exuded confidence. Son, stay right here. I will call your father. Bulma pulled out a walkie-talkie and shouted into it. Vegeta, come over to the cruise ship. There's something delicious. The incessant blaring of alarms echoed through the air, accompanied by the flickering red lights that danced across a sweat-drenched visage, the hair disheveled and soaked. The gravity chamber had been set to its maximum intensity, and Vegeta gritted his teeth in a fury, his movements sluggish and labored. Darius, and those two nameless Saiyans. I shall surpass you all. Suddenly, Bulma's voice crackled through the intercom. Curse that woman. What is she up to now? Upon hearing Bulma's call, Vegeta struggled toward the control panel and promptly halted the gravity system. With a clang, Vegeta collapsed to the floor, his attire thoroughly drenched. He gazed contemplatively at the alarm on the gravity chamber, but in the next moment, Bulma's voice resonated once more. There's something delicious. Vegeta instinctively patted his belly, which had begun to grumble unceremoniously. Vegeta huffed indignantly, yet his body betrayed him, soaring towards the cruise ship. 1 minute later, his figure materialized above the vessel. Hey, Vegeta, come over here, Bulma urged, pulling Trunks close to her side. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, realizing that there was no sign of any delectable treats. However, seeing Bulma so joyfully animated, he found it impossible to harbor any ire. In the gaze of those present, Bulma brought Trunks before him, pointing to her own abdomen as she declared, Vegeta, our son, he is right here, but he comes from the future. At these words, the immense weight that had burdened Vegeta's heart dissipated in an instant, his face etched with disbelief. Nanny, this boy who can transform into a Super Saiyan is my son. He reflected on the events of recent days. The blue-haired lad's astonishing actions suddenly made sense. On the day of their confrontation, the boy refrained from attacking out of fear of harming his father. And during the battle with King Cold, the boy's reaction had been distinctly more agitated than anyone else's. All of this now fell into place. Vegeta's furrowed brow relaxed, a smile creeping onto his lips as he crossed his arms, offering Trunks a warm, benevolent expression. Bulma, eagerly anticipating Vegeta's response, was taken aback when he turned away, silent and gradually fading from view. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? How outrageous. This is your future son. Bulma stamped her foot in frustration, astonished that Vegeta had walked away without a word. Oh dear. Sister, do not be upset. You are a pregnant woman. Tais hurriedly soothed the irate Bulma. Mom, Dad knows now. Please don't be angry. Lin Feng raised his hands in resignation, clearly reflecting Vegeta's persona in his eyes, as this was indeed the most he could manage at that moment. Trunks gazed at Vegeta's receding figure. Indeed, just as Mom said, Dad is quite proud. However, that smile he just gave me clearly shows his acceptance. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Trunks' eyes, such as the finest form of communication between father and son. Chapter 108. Shall we marry? The tranquil surface of the sea radiated beauty and serenity, until a sudden gasp shattered the calm. What? Mother is not at home. Where could she have gone? What about our wedding? Tais had already donned her pristine white wedding dress. Today marked her union with Raditz. The guests had arrived outside, but the most pressing issue was the inexplicable absence of Jine, as if she had vanished into thin air. Raditz closed his eyes, straining to detect Jin's presence. Yet he found nothing. Furrowing his brows, he turned to Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Brother, why can I not sense Mother's energy?" Lin Feng's fingers pressed tightly against his tense forehead as he too closed his eyes, searching for Jin's essence. Indeed, the absence of their mother's presence was palpable. Wait. Lin Feng's body quivered slightly as he soon discerned the anomaly. Mother's energy was not extinguished. Rather, it was exceedingly faint. But wait, the energy beside her. It belongs to Chilia. Realization dawned upon Lin Feng. The secret Chilia had alluded to was that she had accompanied their mother to the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training. The tension in Lin Feng's brow eased, and he gradually lowered his hand. Brother, there is no cause for concern. I can feel Mother's presence. She must be with Chilia. Raditz's worried expression dissipated at that moment, and he sighed in relief, as long as she is safe. It means that Mother has gone to the hyperbolic time chamber with Chilia. Raditz turned his gaze towards Tai's, acknowledging the abrupt turn of events. It appeared their wedding would have to wait until Mother and Chilia returned. Tai smiled. It's all right. 2 days later will suffice. It's my fault for suddenly wanting to hold a wedding. Haha. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng leaned against a massive stone pillar in the divine temple, having awaited their return for quite some time. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the two figures emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. Chilia's gaze was sharp, fixed on the horizon, her hair disheveled, and her body bore numerous signs of wear. Standing behind her, Jin's eyes sparkled with determination. The energy radiating from the duo exuded a formidable spirit. Darius, I have grown stronger. Chilia exclaimed excitedly as she dashed towards Lin Feng, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Sensing that Chilia's energy had evolved, she truly was a woman of her word. Observing their close camaraderie, Jin was reminded of her younger self with Bardock. All right, everyone is still here, Lin Feng said as he helped Chilia untangle her tousled hair. Only then did Chilia release her hold on him, her face glowing with confidence. Ahem. Chilia, long time no see. Tai's voice called from behind, as she approached Chilia slowly. Tai's. Cecilia was taken aback, for it had been a long time since she last saw her dear friend. Tai Si, with arms wide open, intended to envelop Cecilia in a heartfelt embrace. However, Cecilia noticed something peculiar about Tai Si today. Her outstretched arms suddenly withdrew. Tai Si, why are you dressed in a wedding gown? Cecilia, fearing that her soiled attire would tarnish the pristine fabric, instinctively stepped back. Yet, in the next moment, Tai Si had already enveloped her completely in her embrace. Cecilia, I am getting married today. I would be honored if you would be my bridesmaid. What? Both Cecilia and Jean Nei exclaimed in unison. They had only been away for 2 days, and such a monumental event had transpired. Tai Si released Cecilia and took Jean Nei's hand, exclaiming, Mother, it is my wedding with Raditz. Raditz approached Jean Nei with a smile, saying, Mother, we were just waiting for you to join us for the ceremony. Tai Si insisted that no wedding should proceed without the parents' presence, so let us go. Cecilia was utterly astonished. She had only recently learned of this shocking news and now was to witness the wedding. Jean Nei was struggling to comprehend. The announcement had come too abruptly. She held Tai Si's hand tightly, her heart overflowing with unspoken words, expressing her emotions only through tears. Oh, Mother, on such a joyous occasion, please do not cry. Lin Feng hurried over to comfort Jean Nei, yet her sobs only grew louder. Seeing this, Cecilia also rushed to console her. Aunt Jean Nei, please do not cry. The four of them encircled Jean Nei, and in a moment, her tears subsided, and she softly uttered, Wait. Now with both sons married, only Darius remains. No. We must take this opportunity to encourage Cecilia and him. Jean Nei lamented, burying her head in Tai Si's embrace and signaling her with a glance. Tai Si immediately grasped Jean Nei's meaning and exclaimed, All right, when will you two be tying the knot? Tai Si nudged Cecilia playfully. Cecilia, with her delicate hands on her face, felt a warm flush rise. What? Startled, she fumbled for words, her gaze darting toward Lin Feng. I understand now. It seems Mother is pushing for a wedding. Yet, this suited her just fine. Lin Feng pulled Cecilia close, pressing her gently against him, and declared, Mother, we shall marry today. This was undoubtedly the swiftest, most exhilarating news. Jean Nei's tears transformed into laughter as she wiped her eyes, asking, Really? Indeed. Lin Feng replied, Cecilia, do you wish to marry me? He shook her gently, his question stemming from the depths of his soul, came as a profound surprise. At that moment, Cecilia felt as though her heart had frozen. Lin Feng's words, like a fierce flame, began to thaw her heart. I do. Happiness arrived unexpectedly, causing a momentary glimmer of tears in the eyes of this seemingly youthful, yet profoundly resilient woman, Zelia. Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears and proclaimed, Zelia, let us marry. Everyone, hold on to me. We shall head to the Western capital. Chapter 109. The wedding unfolds. Let us welcome these two couples. Below the stage, all were present except for the still-deceased Clen. Bulma held the microphone, her voice ringing out as Lin Feng took Zelia's hand, while Tai's linked arms with Raditz, making their entrance onto the stage. Today marks the wedding of my sister and Raditz. It is also the wedding day for Lin Feng and Zelia. Let us offer our warmest applause to these two couples. As Bulma's words resonated, waves of applause erupted from the audience. This wedding was truly unique, a stark contrast to the traditional Saiyan ceremonies. However, knowing that a formidable individual like Darles would accompany his sister brought Nappa, her only relative, a sense of reassurance. As an older brother, he yearned for her to find a good home, and now, his wishes were fulfilled. Zelia had discovered a reliable partner. Big brother, second brother, treat your wives well. Don't be like Goku. Kiki shouted towards the two on stage, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, who scratched his head in embarrassment. Kiki, I promise to work hard from now on. He chuckled. In the future, Son Gohan and Trunks leaned against the side of the cruise ship, smiling at the playful banter between the two. Such a scene had been a rarity in their time. Big brother, are you the future me? Young Son Gohan asked earnestly as he approached the two. Yes, I am you, and you are me, albeit from different timelines, the future Son Gohan explained, prompting young Gohan to ponder deeply, his mind racing with images of his future self defeating King Cold. However, the mention of different timelines raised a concern in young Gohan. Would there be a disparity in strength? Can I become as strong as you? He asked, his gaze fixed on the future Son Gohan, eagerly awaiting his response. The future Son Gohan placed a hand on young Gohan's head, a gentle smile gracing his face. If you persevere in your training, you will undoubtedly surpass me. This version of himself had already attained Super Saiyan status before his father and uncle, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Young Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination as he clenched his fists, declaring, all right, future me, I will become even stronger. Please, both sets of parents, join us on stage. Groom, kiss your bride. The moment these words were spoken, every gaze was fixed intently on the two couples. Kiss her. Kiss her. Yamcha was the first to rise, urging excitedly, waving his arms. Come on, Lin Feng, don't just stand there. Lin Feng gazed at Zelia with deep affection, and at that moment, she appeared to be so poised and beautiful, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, cradling a bouquet of flowers, radiating the charm of a fairy tale. 1,000 words could not encapsulate the excitement swirling within Lin Feng's heart. The woman before him was the one who had shared life and death by his side, the only one to stir his emotions since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Feng's warm lips slowly approached Zelia. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, such an action caused Zelia to blush, her bright and enchanting eyes shimmering like the starry sky, as she had long awaited this moment. Her small hands clenched tightly, her heart racing. Yet her naturally shy disposition made it difficult for her to endure the scene. Soon, a rosy flush spread across her cheeks, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Wow. Is he really coming in for a kiss? The enthusiastic reactions of the onlookers suggested it was indeed happening. With so many eyes upon her, she felt utterly bashful. Truly, Taze was remarkable. The crowd, led by Yamcha's exuberant cheers, interrupted Zelia's thoughts, and she opened her eyes to see a comforting smile before her. Lin Feng winked at Zelia, prompting her to glance toward Raditz. To her surprise, Taze had taken the initiative to rise on her toes and kiss Raditz. This scene left Zelia astounded for a century. She had never anticipated that, after so many years apart, Taze would have become so audacious. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, contemplating the many unknowns that lay ahead. However, one thing was certain, his elder brother was truly fortunate, and he too yearned for such a kiss. Upon hearing this, Zelia's face flushed anew, and she turned away. In the audience, Yamcha continued to stir the atmosphere, exclaiming, Raditz, you are so lucky. Even Chi-Chi was moved, exclaiming how beautiful the scene was. Jin was also taken aback by Taze's boldness. While the Briefs couple remained unusually calm, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Bulma quietly remarked, "As expected of my sister." Trunks beamed with joy, delighted to witness Raditz and Tayze's wedding in this timeline, having only heard of their love story from future Bulma in his own timeline. Alright, now that sister and brother-in-law have shared a kiss, it's time for Zillia and Lin Feng. Bulma's cheers redirected everyone's attention back to the couple. Kiss, kiss. The crowd's voices grew louder, their excitement mounting, while Zillia's cheeks blushed even more, and she appeared momentarily dazed. In an instant, Lin Feng reappeared before the crowd, holding a microphone. Bulma, puzzled by the sudden disappearance of her microphone, soon heard Lin Feng's magnetic voice ring out. "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. It seems Zillia is not fond of such attention, and I cannot bear to see her discomfort." With a burst of energy, Lin Feng tightly grasped Zillia's hand, and before the eyes of all, they soared into the air with a speed that rivaled lightning, vanishing from the stage. "Enjoy your meal and drinks. All expenses will be charged to my sister-in-law. We shall take our leave." The figures of Lin Feng and Zillia have vanished without a trace, leaving only Lin Feng's resonant voice echoing in the western capital. On a small hill, the two sat side by side, indulging in relaxation, distanced from the clamor of the crowd. The evening glow illuminated Zillia's wedding dress, rendering her even more enchanting. Leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, Zillia savored this beautiful moment, questioning, "How do you know I do not like such scenes?" Lin Feng turned his head, gazing intently at Zillia, and replied with a smile, "It's a feeling." Your breath became flustered in that instant. "I never expected my fearless sister Zillia to falter." "You're unbearable," Zillia exclaimed, pinching Lin Feng's waist fiercely. "Hey, don't pinch there. My waist. It might break." Lin Feng feigned an exaggerated expression of pain, prompting Zillia to finally release her grip. Shifting from his pained demeanor, Lin Feng turned to gaze deeply into Zillia's eyes. "Zillia, I hope that in the future, you shall be like a blossoming flower, flourishing in every season, never to wither, while I am but the bee that dances around you, accompanying you for a lifetime." Lin Feng's eyes radiated an unparalleled sincerity, fixated on the exquisite depths of Zillia's gaze, conveying his affection. "Oh, spare me. Where did you learn such lines?" Zillia lifted her head, half expecting a scene of frivolity, but in the next moment, her expression froze. The image reflected in Zillia's eyes was entirely that of Lin Feng, their gazes intertwined, their souls communicating through the exchange of looks, transmitting love deep into their hearts. In that instant, Zillia realized that the purity and sincerity in the man's eyes surpassed any prior encounters, filled solely with his love. Suddenly, a glimmer of moisture appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and as their enchanting eyes met, his body became uncontrollable, leading to Zillia pushing him down to the ground. Chapter 110. The assault of the androids in the western capital. 2 days had passed, and Bulma's yard was bustling with people. "Grandma, Dad, Uncle, second uncle, we are departing." Future Son Gohan approached Son Goku, his eyes brimming with reluctance. The opportunity to see Son Goku once more filled future Son Gohan with immense satisfaction. Yet this version of Son Goku did not belong to him. "Gohan, here are the Dragon Balls. Be sure to restore Earth swiftly upon your return to the future," Son Goku said, handing him the Dragon Balls that Lin Feng had prepared in advance. Future Son Gohan nodded, and then turned his gaze to little Son Gohan. "Make sure to train diligently in this world." "Yes, I will, future me." A cold figure emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards Trunks. It was Vegeta. His piercing gaze fixed upon Trunks, his arms crossed slowly relaxed. "Do not forget to train even after returning to the future, Trunks." Future Trunks stood frozen in place. Indeed, his father's demeanor was as mother had described, yet his presence at their farewell filled him with great joy. "Yes, I will, Dad," Trunks replied, beaming with a smile. "Upon returning to the future, let us swiftly restore the Earth, and, in the process, resurrect our future selves, before returning the Dragon Balls." Lin Feng's words interrupted this tender scene, prompting the duo from the future to nod in agreement and gradually approach the time machine. "Well, from now on, it shall depend on them. All I can do is offer my limited assistance." Everything seemed to unfold as Lin Feng had envisioned. As he watched the pair recede into the distance, suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the West City District, the deafening shockwaves reverberating through the air, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. The two individuals who had been advancing halted abruptly. Observing this, Lin Feng leaped into the air, quickly ascending to a higher vantage point, where several figures materialized in his line of sight. Androids 13, 14, and 15? Boom. Another explosion resounded from the east. Androids 16, 17, and 18? Just as Lin Feng stood in astonishment, two more figures emerged from another direction, a small old man and a rotund fellow. The complexity of the situation was overwhelming. Who could have anticipated that Dr. Gero would activate them all simultaneously? The group swiftly made their way towards Lin Feng's position, realizing that the devastation around them had been wrought by a cadre of mysterious individuals. The city lay in ruins. How infuriating that the city, which had only recently been restored, was now in shambles once more. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed in concentration as he gazed at the distant androids. Everyone, these individuals are formidable. They are surely not ordinary beings. Dandy's voice resonated, awakening the crowd. I implore you all, the safety of Earth relies upon your efforts. Just a few days of tranquility had passed, and already they were beset by such chaos. This is maddening. Dr. Gero, I shall first take your head. Lin Feng's body shot forth in a straight line towards androids 19 and 20. Brother, wait for me. Son Goku and Raditz closely followed Lin Feng. The future versions of Gohan and Trunks exchanged a glance, subtly nodding before synchronizing their pace with Lin Feng. In the city, a grotesquely horrifying old man, resembling a zombie, rampaged through the streets, accompanied by a sinisterly grinning fat man. Ha ha, number 19, come here, the old man commanded, seizing a robust human and tossing him beside number 19 to test his capabilities. The fat man received the human, a ferocious glint in his eyes, the 8-foot-tall figure appearing like a mere rabbit in his grasp, flailing in panic. Ha ha, the fat man grinned wickedly, his red absorption button aimed at the man's face. Boom. In an instant, 4 or 5 energy blasts descended from above, hurtling towards the fat man and the old man. Despite his size, the fat man exhibited surprising agility. He discarded the human and, with a gluttonous expression, extended his tongue. Swiftly, he lunged toward the energy blasts, his suction-cupped palm greedily drawing in the energy contained within. Boom. Once again, several lightning-fast energy blasts detonated around the corpulent figure as Dr. Gallo, with a wicked grin, positioned himself protectively in front of him. Let me take a wild guess as to who our guest might be. Is it Sun Wukong, Raditz, Vegeta, or perhaps Piccolo? No matter who it is, their energy will be absorbed by us. Dr. Gallo laughed with unshakable confidence, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Oh, is that truly the case, Dr. Gallo? In the sky above, Lin Feng's silhouette stood resolutely before the two. The moment before, Dr. Gallo's expression of supreme confidence froze, his eyes fixated on the newcomer as his mind raced with possibilities. Sun Wukong. No, it can't be. How infuriating. Who is this person I've never seen before? How does he know my name? Doctor. Gallo's mind scrolled through events on Earth, until 3 words were indelibly etched into his consciousness. Darius? Fear flooded Dr. Gallo's eyes. For this unfamiliar Saiyan possessed a terrifying strength. Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Lin Feng exclaimed, his aura erupting like a golden lotus enveloping him, accentuating his formidable presence. In his Super Saiyan state, disdain was etched across his features. Having endured the last great battle, the Saiyan's near-death instinct reactivated once more. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he exuded a pressure that sent chills down Dr. Gallo's spine. Confidently, Lin Feng clasped his hands over his chest, a brilliant red light radiating from him. King Kong wave. In an instant, the look of terror vanished from Dr. Gallo's eyes, replaced by a greedy expression. Fool. I am not afraid of such energy attacks. Let them all become my nourishment. Lin Feng sneered. How foolish. The crimson beam, imbued with thunderous power, surged towards Dr. Gallo, who remained unfazed, extending his hands with confidence. Come, let me grow stronger. Oh, you said it, Dr. Gallo. As the words left Lin Feng's lips, the colossal beam doubled in size, bursting forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, creating a tempest that battered the surrounding air. Zing, zing. Dr. Gallo's avaricious gaze began to shift, his calm demeanor shattered. In that moment, regret crept into his thoughts. Number 19. Come help me. The two figures braced themselves against the oncoming crimson torrent, their faces contorting as veins and nerves surged to the surface, their eyes sinking into their skulls. Under the immense force, their bodies began to recoil, feeling the energy within them swell uncontrollably. At that moment, the searing heat generated by Lin Feng's energy instilled a foreboding sense of dread in the two artificial beings. No, I refuse. Stop. Stop now. Number 19. Quickly, absorb it. Dr. Gallo's fear escalated to new heights, as he sensed that this power seemed boundless and unfathomable. Even two assimilative androids could not fully absorb it. The energy of Lin Feng's shockwaves spread throughout Gallo and Number 19, the searing force tumultuously roiling within them. Huh, foolish Gallo. With a disdainful chuckle, Lin Feng's crimson beam instantaneously pierced through the palms of the two, racing toward their bodies. No, please, save us. Number 13, Number 14, Number 15. Doctor. Gallo's final wail echoed through the city, a heart-wrenching scream, before he and Number 19 were reduced to a handful of scorched earth, utterly vanishing from this world. The entire ordeal lasted less than a minute. Chapter 111. Lin Feng's scheme. Uncle, are you all right? With the urgent inquiry from future Gohan, everyone gathered swiftly behind Lin Feng. He turned, his expression still grave. I am fine. I did not expect that only a few days after Earth's restoration, Dr. Gallo would activate all the androids. Second brother, what has happened? Why can I not sense the enemy's presence? Goku articulated the crux of the matter. Amidst the cacophony of countless explosions, the adversaries remained unseen. It is the androids. We cannot perceive their presence, yet they possess formidable power. Just as Lin Feng elucidated the situation, three figures silently emerged behind them, one short in stature, another wearing a work cap, and the last sporting braids. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of red energy blasts hurtled toward their backs. Watch out! Above them, the unmistakable silhouette of Piccolo appeared. Dozens of concentrated yellow energy spheres soared toward the red blasts, intercepting them midair. Indeed, the androids are troublesome. Their presence is undetectable. If these fiends resort to ambush, we would have no time to react. Fortunately, Piccolo is here. The old man was killed by them, spoke No. 13. The other two remained cold and unyielding, their gazes fixed intently on Darles and Goku. Oh, what do I see? It's Goku? However, in the next moment, No. 13's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? There are two Gokus. Goku, perplexed, immediately inquired, Who are you? What do you want? We are the androids created by that old man. Our sole purpose is to eliminate Goku. Yet, we never anticipated that the old man would be vanquished by you. Nevertheless, it matters not. We are far stronger than he ever was. Number 13 wiped his nose, removing his cap and casting it aside, revealing flowing white hair. Unbelievable. Two individuals resembling Goku. In that case, we shall eliminate them all. Number 14, Number 15. You must advance. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Villains do enjoy their monologues. Do they not? One by one, they seem unaware of the immense power possessed by the one before them. The Earth had only just returned to its former state, and the computer that created them had only just resumed its operations, with the data still reflecting the chaos wrought by King Cooled before the restoration. Lin Feng's unwavering confidence stemmed from his recent conversation with Dr. Gallo, from which he deduced that Dr. Gallo appeared utterly oblivious to his existence, implying that Dr. Gallo possessed no combat data regarding him. With his arms crossed and an air of self-assurance, Lin Feng proclaimed, Oh, is that so? Allow me to witness your prowess. We certainly have the advantage in numbers. Number 13 sneered contemptuously, utilizing the system to identify the individuals before him. Heh, Piccolo, Son Goku, Raditz, Vegeta. When his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, he shuddered. This individual, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, was non-existent in his database. Likewise, the two men clad in blue vests and gray military trousers behind him remained unrecognizable. What? In a reaction mirroring that of Number 13. Numbers 14 and 15 remained silent, yet their astonishment was palpable. Humph, what mere artificial beings. Before me, you are nothing but puppets. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta erupted with rage, charging towards the trio. The androids, however, were wary of the three individuals, fully aware of Vegeta's attacking techniques. In an instant, the figures of numbers 14 and 15 appeared before Vegeta, delivering a lightning-fast hand strike to his head. Number 14 reappeared behind the descending Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage once more, struck violently in the back by a laser from Number 14's hand. After this onslaught, his battle suit began to tear, leaving him utterly defenseless. Vegeta, Son Goku suddenly realized that these three individuals were far from ordinary. Everyone charged together. Upon hearing this, all rushed forward. Wait, Gohan, Trunks, come here. Lin Feng called the time travelers to his side. Gohan, Trunks, these three individuals are not particularly powerful. They simply possess an intimate understanding of our combat styles. Gohan and Trunks turned to observe that it was not only Vegeta who was struggling. Everyone's techniques were being effortlessly countered. What should we do? Uncle. Yes, Uncle Lin Feng. What now? These three androids have no information on us. They are entirely unaware of our fighting methods. Though these three were not exceedingly powerful, their capacity to learn was formidable. They improved during battle, and when fused, they became even stronger. To avoid unnecessary complications, the solution was to eliminate them swiftly. Gohan, Trunks. Lin Feng leaned in close to the two, divulging his entire plan. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Vegeta, followed by a roar akin to a raging tiger resonating from the ground. Damn it, you think you can see through my techniques? A golden aura erupted forth as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty leap, he gathered the full might of a Super Saiyan in his fist, his body soaring like an arrow towards number 13. Bang! With a punch that could shatter mountains, Vegeta's incredulity was palpable the very next moment. As he witnessed the astonishing sight of Android 13 effortlessly stabilizing his fist with a single hand. Heh, Vegeta, I am well acquainted with your techniques. At that instant, Goku's fist surged toward Android 13 from another direction, only to meet the same fate as Vegeta's, his punch ensnared by 13's palm. How infuriating! In the blink of an eye, Android 13's expression morphed into one of utter disdain as he relentlessly taunted the duo. Heh, soon I shall eliminate you both. A menacing glint shone in his eyes as he drew the fists of the two warriors toward his chest, resulting in a violent collision of their skulls. In that moment, the organs within their heads violently jostled, ushering them into a gradual state of unconsciousness. Three brothers, Vegeta, Raditz, and Piccolo glanced at the disheveled pair, only to be confronted by two figures, a diminutive puppet and a towering giant, standing before them, as if to signify, worry about yourselves. Suddenly, a robust and commanding voice shattered the tension. Prepare to meet your demise. From a distance, Trunks, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, erupted with an energy that made the very air tremble, his target being Android 13. Oh, an opponent of merit has arrived. Nonchalantly, Android 13 cast aside Goku and Vegeta. Maximizing his internal energy, his sharp gaze fixed on the advancing Trunks, fully prepared for a comprehensive defense. Come forth. Let me witness your strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Android 13 positioned his hands at his waist, ever ready to counter Trunks' assault. In that moment, Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his pupils reflecting the confident visage of Android 13. Within arm's reach. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Trunks' body came to a sudden halt, as if reining in at the edge of a precipice. What does this mean? Android 13 stood still, perplexed by Trunks' unexpected maneuver. Trunks muttered under his breath, 3, 2, you insolent brat. How dare you insult me? Android 13, infuriated, lunged toward Trunks. With a smirk, Trunks bellowed, 1. Uncle Lin Feng. In the next heartbeat, a brilliant figure appeared before Trunks. Lin Feng, with the King of Apes energy wave coalescing in his hand, surged forth like a crimson comet toward Android 13's form. How detestable! Android 13's body felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, a swarm of ravenous ants gnawing at him. Yet this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. Well done, Trunks. He has not finished yet. Hearing this, Trunks unleashed a potent surge of energy, the full power of the Super Saiyan state erupting as he meticulously formed a series of hand seals, culminating in a torrent of yellow flames that engulfed Android 13, reducing him to ashes. The two individuals, recently restored, could hardly believe their eyes. The previously arrogant number 13 had instantaneously been reduced to ashes. Yet, their actions did not cease. They turned their attention to number 14 and number 15, who were locked in a fierce battle with Raditz. With a swift motion, Lin Feng teleported beside Raditz, channeling the power of thunder as he unleashed a ferocious kick that sent number 14 hurtling through the air. His body spiraled uncontrollably towards the ground, and just before impact, he managed to right himself. It was at that moment that number 14 realized the gravity of the situation as he perceived that number 13 had been reduced to mere cinders. A hint of seriousness crossing his brow. Trunks, join forces with your uncle to confront him. I shall assist Bick. Upon hearing this, Trunks erupted with full Super Saiyan power, rapidly racing towards number 14. All right, I understand. Faced with this entirely unknown adversary, number 14 began to feel a sense of panic. For his database held no information about this individual. With a resounding impact, a powerful punch sent number 14 flying. As one of the least formidable Saiyans, future Trunks seized the opportunity to press the attack. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed as Bick found himself in a dire struggle. Number 15's diminutive stature granted him remarkable agility, a significant advantage that made him exceedingly elusive. Damn, I never anticipated that this android would be so well versed in my techniques. This fellow is truly troublesome. Just as Bick pondered this, an insidious purple visage materialized silently before him, emanating a sinister chuckle. Not good. When did he? Bick's heart raced, and his complexion turned an even deeper shade of green. As he had feared, Bick's gaze fell upon a pair of purple fists barreling towards his face, the speed surpassing his reflexes. In a critical moment, a robust arm interposed itself before Bick. Bick, let us strike together. The sudden appearance of this figure left number 15 in a state of bewilderment, for this individual was absent from his database, and the peculiar manner of their entrance astounded him. Number 15 quickly retracted his fists and executed a series of agile tumbles to create distance. Lin Feng whispered into Bick's ear, Bick, try to stay close to number 15 and engage him. I will handle the rest. Hearing this, Bick nodded silently, elevating his energy to its peak as he approached number 15. Lin Feng ascended to a high vantage point and tightly closed his eyes. Images and voices of Bardock flooded his mind. To fully control power, rather than allow power to control you, one must feel that power with one's heart. The energy within Lin Feng began to surge, coursing from head to toe, from within to without, culminating in his tightly clenched fist. This was the sensation. His right fist, enveloped in blazing fire, was now infused with the full power of a Super Saiyan, shimmering with golden light, as radiant flames emitted an astonishing brilliance. In the next moment, Lin Feng attuned himself to Bick's energy. Found it. With a resounding shout, Lin Feng's agile figure instantly vanished atop the mountain, leaving only a faint breeze in his wake. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and almost immediately, Lin Feng's silhouette reappeared before number 15. It was over. Bang! His punch, imbued with the power to pierce the stars, struck mercilessly against the unguarded face of number 15. Boom! Intense flames began to ignite and radiate from his visage. And in an instant, number 15's once violet face was scorched, revealing the crimson, blood-like skin beneath. The dark sunglasses of number 15 fell away, drifting through the air, exposing a pair of eyes filled with sheer terror beneath them. Bang! As another punch hurtled toward number 15, Lin Feng bellowed, Trunks. With the echo of his voice fading, his mighty fist lunged once more at number 15, whose frail body could no longer maintain the advantage it once had, plummeting uncontrollably like a falling meteor toward the mountainside. In that fleeting moment, another figure surged toward number 15, the owner of which was none other than number 14. And the orchestrators of this spectacle were Trunks and Raditz. Bang! The two solid bodies collided with a resounding impact, and at that moment, the two androids realized that the demise of number 13 was no accident. The unfathomable strength of their adversaries was utterly terrifying. The normally stoic androids were now gripped by genuine human emotions, fear. Number 13 and number 14 exchanged glances, their bodies beginning to emit a pulsating red glow, flashing alarmingly bright. This familiar scene conjured only one image in Lin Feng's mind, self-detonation. Lin Feng erupted with fury, shouting, Gohan! Hurry! Come here directly! Boom! A colossal blue dragon ascended skyward from beneath the two androids, its maw clamping down tightly on them as it soared toward the clouds, propelled by the Kamehameha wave. Thunderous explosions rang out, dazzling fireworks illuminating the daytime sky, their brilliance radiating outward as the cacophony of destruction echoed throughout the city. Under Lin Feng's command, the three seemingly invincible androids met their demise. Chapter 113, Androids 16, 17, and 18. On a small hill, two figures, one large and one small, stood resolutely at the edge of a cliff. A butterfly rested delicately in the hand of the muscular man clad in light green armor as a gentle breeze swept by. And number 16 watched the butterfly take flight. The dark-haired man remarked, "It seems Dr. Gero is dead. We are no longer bound to heed his words, sister." His flowing hair danced in the breeze, a liberated smile gracing his face. The golden-haired, blue-eyed woman responded, "However, we have been programmed with a lethal directive to eliminate Son Goku. It is not solely Dr. Gero who has perished. Several other androids have also met their end." Number 18 turned to face number 16, her expression one of bewilderment. "Hey, big guy, why haven't you sought vengeance for Dr. Gero? Why have you not yet executed the command to eliminate Sun Wukong?" Number 16 remained silent, his gaze fixated on the liberated butterfly, which fluttered unsteadily toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a blue kingfisher swooped down, snatching the butterfly from the air. Number 16's expression sharpened, a serious demeanor overtaking him. "My objective is to eradicate Sun Wukong. However, I have encountered something even more intriguing." Number 18 gazed into the distance at the city recently ravaged by 3 individuals, a mere 10 minutes prior. Dr. Gero had wielded the remote control as a threat, compelling the siblings to act on his behalf, resulting in the tragic scene before them. Suddenly, a flicker of vigilance crossed number 16's eyes, as his internal systems alerted him to the approach of several formidable energy signatures converging upon the trio. Among them was the energy etched deep within his being, that of Sun Wukong. The 3 stood upright, paying solemn respect to the approaching force. But something was amiss. 3 of the energies remained unidentified, exuding an overwhelming strength. The others were perplexed by number 16's unexpected verbosity, suggesting that these newcomers possessed exceptional power. Above in the sky, silhouettes sped across the firmament, brilliant light streaking through the air. Their destination was the precipice nearby. It appeared that a great battle was on the verge of erupting. Number 17 brushed back his hair, showcasing a confident visage, blissfully unaware of the superior strength possessed by the approaching individuals. 10 seconds later, a series of crisp footsteps echoed as the newcomers stood before the trio. Lin Feng scrutinized the android trio before him, confirming his suspicions. Astonishment flickered in their eyes, just as it had with the previous encounter. They, too, were fixated on him and Sun Wukong. What? How could there be 2 Sun Wukongs? Number 17 was the first to voice his bewilderment. Number 16's gaze was locked onto Lin Feng, realizing that this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, was not him at all. The power he possessed far surpassed that of the other crab-headed being. Moreover, the 2 men in jackets beside him appeared to wield immense strength as well. This was entirely beyond number 16's expectations. Lin Feng unfolded his arms, extending a finger toward number 16. "Hey, what are you thinking, you big oaf?" Number 16 trembled slightly. How did this individual know his designation? Had he conducted covert investigations into them? They had never crossed paths before. To falter before battle was a grave misstep. Number 16 displayed only a fleeting surprise before resuming his cold demeanor, though Lin Feng took note of it. He chuckled, realizing that his assumptions were correct. These androids did not seem to grow stronger in light of the 2 newcomers, perplexed by their presence. Sun Wukong, looking bewildered, asked, "Big brother, how do you know he called number 16? "Oh no." Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong arrived at this conclusion. Lin Feng hurriedly clarified. "The 3 androids we just eliminated mentioned they were androids number 13, 14, and 15. Therefore, I surmise they must be number 16, 17, and 18. Hey, I am Sun Wukong. You have mistaken the identity. This is my second brother. Do you intend to kill Sun Wukong as well?" Sun Wukong approached Lin Feng, placing a hand upon his shoulder, seemingly introducing him to their adversaries. Lin Feng felt a mix of despair and amusement. He couldn't help but think how remarkably composed his brother remained, even amidst the threat of death, as he introduced himself, seemingly fearful that others might not recognize him. Android 17, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Oh, is that so? I thought you had investigated us thoroughly. But Sun Wukong has an older brother? I believed only Raditz existed." Raditz, directly named, stepped forward and declared, "Humph, if you wish to harm my brother, you must first contend with me." Boisterous and unrestrained, Android 17 displayed an audacity akin to that of a fearless rookie. Ignoring the gravity of the situation, he advanced with a decisive stride, his fists clenched tightly. "Regardless of who you are, today you shall pay for your actions." Everyone anticipated that Android 17 would launch an attack against Sun Wukong. However, in an instant, their expressions morphed into disbelief. To their astonishment, Android 17's target was Lin Feng. "You arrogant fool! You boast the loudest. I shall make an example of you." With a resounding thud, a melodious sound echoed. Contrary to Android 17's expectations, and in line with the anticipations of the others, his punch was abruptly intercepted, a robust hand firmly gripping his fist. "Hey, I was fully prepared for this. How dare you attack my second brother?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face reflecting displeasure at 17's audacity. "Humph, how tiresome. This fellow seems even weaker than the previous three. I expected a formidable opponent," Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, exhibiting a complete lack of interest. This scene appeared to align with Android 16's expectations. Indeed, the power of this unfamiliar individual had evidently surpassed that of both Android 17 and 18. It seemed Android 17 was in peril. However, even if I were to intervene, I doubt I would pose a threat. Lin Feng maintained an air of calm, yet in the next moment, a shift occurred in his demeanor, a playful malevolence glimmering in his eyes. "You are no match for me, Android 17. This declaration struck like a thunderbolt, piercing the very essence of Android 17. In the following instant, Lin Feng unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan energy, an overwhelming force crashing against Android 17's visage. In that fleeting moment, fear, horror, and helplessness enveloped Android 17's countenance. It dawned upon him that the demise of the other androids was intricately linked to the individual before him. With a resounding impact, Lin Feng's palm descended, instantly dismantling Android 17's energy-laden form. Android 17 found himself ensnared in a vortex of confusion and self-doubt. Chapter 114. Lin Feng's master plan. Android 17's gaze became vacant, as Lin Feng and his companions morphed into monstrous figures in his eyes. "No, it's impossible. How can one be so powerful?" In the mind of number 17, the core was whirring rapidly. Moments later, he comprehended that the three individuals before him did not exist in the database. The terror of the unknown engulfed him. At that moment, number 17 began to feel a sense of helplessness. Having just escaped the clutches of Dr. Gero, he now faced such formidable opponents. Sun Wukong. It was impossible to kill him. Not only number 17, but even number 18 exhibited a similar reaction. The others might have a chance. Yet three among them possessed powers far superior. Lin Feng, future Son Gohan, Trunks, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo emanated an intimidating aura, akin to a gang, standing before the three who were utterly defenseless. The oppressive atmosphere revealed a vulnerable side of number 18, who began to feel fear, her delicate features furrowed in distress. A hint of chill evident in her brow. Suddenly, a broad figure stood protectively in front of her. "We shall not kill," spoke number 16. "Humph. Even if you wish to kill, you cannot. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I would never allow you to harm my subordinates," Vegeta smirked, disdain evident in his gaze towards number 16. "But, Vegeta, if I recall correctly, it seems that your brother is currently the king of the Saiyans, is he not?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned towards Vegeta. "Kakarot, be silent," Vegeta bellowed, then pointed at the three androids. "If you want to kill Kakarot, feel free to try." Lin Feng strode directly to the trio, releasing his energy. The onlookers widened their eyes, particularly Raditz. "Brother, what are you doing? They are enemies." Lin Feng murmured as he walked, "Do not worry about me, brother. Although these three are also androids, I sense they are different from the others." Lin Feng glanced at the ravaged city in the distance. Despite their destruction, he felt no loss of life among its inhabitants. Thus, he concluded that these three harbored unspoken burdens, unlike the other androids who were driven by a heart full of slaughter. Upon hearing this, androids 17 and 18 exhibited even more astonished expressions, unable to fathom how this individual could perceive such intricacies. Number 18's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as Lin Feng's words echoed in her mind. How does he know us so intimately? How can he know everything? Initially aware of their code names, he also understood that they were coerced by Dr. Gero. In contrast, number 16 revealed a relieved smile. Future Gohan and Trunks fully endorsed Lin Feng's actions, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Piccolo, having learned from previous events, recognized that Lin Feng's words and actions were always purposeful. Though Vegeta was prideful, he refrained from questioning Lin Feng too closely, for this individual had earned the approval of his father, the king. Given Lin Feng's stance, Raditz and son Wukong, as brothers, also tacitly supported him. However, I have one request. In an instant, Lin Feng's voice once again resonated with an overwhelming force, captivating all present. Number 16's gaze grew serious, and a chill permeated the air, as though it were on the verge of freezing. What demands? Number 18 understood a fundamental truth. The weak must obey the strong. Thus, she directly inquired. Lin Feng's demeanor was particularly grave, drawing the attention of the three individuals toward him, his lips becoming the focal point of their attention. From this moment forth, you two shall not stray even a step from us. Should you refuse, we shall incapacitate you. Lin Feng's words were imbued with a commanding authority that caused a tremor among the trio, astonished by the audacity of the man before them. The reason for Lin Feng's assertiveness was clear. The artificial beings had nearly assembled, including those from the theatrical adaptations. Thus, the final artificial being, the ultimate creation, Cell, was imminent. Based on the progression of events, Cell would undoubtedly manifest within 2 days. As long as they kept a constant watch over the two artificial beings before them, Cell could not possibly evolve into his perfect form. At that point, they would simply need to unite and vanquish him. Cell, a being from the future and the epitome of artificial life, posed a formidable threat given the current state of Earth, where even the ultimate forms of Cooler and Frieza were present. Even in his initial stage, Cell could possess considerable strength. If he were to absorb these two artificial beings and attain his perfect form, what a terrifying entity that would be. Number 17's mind was awash with myriad thoughts, filled with frustration. How infuriating. Though this individual was not Goku, being reprimanded by someone resembling him was equally vexing. In stark contrast, number 18 found herself completely subdued. Do you understand? Lin Feng continued to bellow, pulling the two from their reverie. Very well, I agree. Number 18 was the first to respond. Though number 17 harbored resentment, he was compelled to comply. This was a world governed by strength, and submission was inevitable. After weighing the consequences, number 17 chose to align with number 18's decision. I too agree. Number 16, possessing the clearest insight, readily accepted the unassailable terms. You three, prepare the city you have devastated within 3 days. The transgressions of you artificial beings must be atoned for by your hands. Given that you have not harmed humanity, you shall receive leniency, merely restore the city. After all, you artificial beings do not tire. Lin Feng, hands on hips and with an authoritative stance, gestured toward the distant city, urging them to hasten. I will oversee your efforts. The sudden command left the trio momentarily stunned, their previous fear now eclipsed by confusion. What on earth was this person thinking? All right, number 16 nodded, finding Lin Feng's reasoning compelling. A lover of peace, he possessed a kind heart and promptly led the way toward the distant city. And you two, hurry, do not dawdle. Lin Feng urged the two bewildered individuals, adopting an expression reminiscent of a slave master, his ferocity rivaling that of the cosmic real estate mogul Frieza. In response, the duo fell into sync with number 16's rhythm. Everyone, come with me to supervise them. Not just to supervise, but to ensure their safety. Ensure their safety? Future son Gohan was filled with confusion. The notion of both threats and protection left everyone equally perplexed. However, given that Lin Feng's actions always bore reason, they followed in his footsteps. Chapter 115. Who used the Dragon Balls? Amidst the city, chaos reigned. The once bustling locale now lay desolate. 3 figures descended slowly from the sky. Number 17 turned to number 16, his gaze sharp. Hey, number 16, he said, gesturing toward the scarred city. What on earth is he thinking? Why punish us in this manner? We are the ones tasked with eliminating Son Goku. Number 16 remained silent, quietly moving toward the heart of the city to begin clearing the debris of the broken structures. Enough talk. Just do as you're told. Lin Feng's voice boomed from behind, sternly rebuking number 17. And you, hurry up. Don't think your gender exempts you from work. This is the consequence of your creations. Lin Feng's scolding intensified towards the 3 before him, leaving everyone bewildered. Humph, Dallas, it seems there is nothing of great consequence left. How boring. I shall return to my training, Vegeta declared, turning towards the direction of West City, his brow furrowed. Although the recent foes posed little challenge for the future duo in Dallas, Vegeta recognized that the previous adversaries, numbers 13, 14, and 15, remained somewhat formidable. He had silently resolved to push beyond his limits. With Vegeta's departure and matters nearly resolved, Son Goku and Raditz also expressed their desire to leave. Yet Lin Feng felt an unsettling apprehension, an instinctive awareness of lurking danger that compelled him to remain vigilant regarding the movements of numbers 17 and 18. At present, numbers 17 and 18 seemed not as irredeemably malevolent as depicted in the original narrative, perhaps even slightly better. However, Lin Feng's concern lay elsewhere. Should Cell appear, he would not hesitate to eliminate them to prevent absorption, tackling the issue at its source. Yet, before taking such drastic measures, it was imperative to ascertain whether Cell would indeed arrive. This Dragon Ball world had deviated from what Lin Feng had previously understood, and if Cell did not come, he risked mistakenly striking down the wrong targets. Lin Feng's expression turned particularly grave. Trunks, Gohan, you stay here with me and keep watch over the three. Future son Gohan nodded in agreement, responding, understood, uncle. Trunks observed Lin Feng's furrowed brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. He adopted a resolute demeanor, indicating his unwillingness to leave. Just as Piccolo prepared to soar towards the divine temple, dark clouds abruptly gathered, shrouding the sky. Bolts of lightning struck a desolate wilderness. And despite the vast distance of countless miles, the spectacle caused the onlookers to halt in their tracks, gazing upwards. In an instant, a colossal figure coiled above a distant hill. It was Shenlong. Shenlong. The crowd exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. Lin Feng's eyes began to tremble, a surge of unease erupting within him. Who was it? Who had summoned the dragon? Bulma. No, that couldn't be right. The Dragon Balls should be on the time machine at this moment. If Bulma were to summon Shenlong, it would have to be in West City. Moreover, she could not possibly summon Shenlong at this time. The plan to entrust the Dragon Balls to the future duo was already common knowledge. She had no reason to do so. Could it be? Lin Feng's body jolted suddenly. Someone had stolen the Dragon Balls. How infuriating. He had been careless, forgetting that Bulma was currently in the most vulnerable position. Lin Feng glared fiercely at the trio of androids. You lot. No slacking off, no wandering around. He then turned to Piccolo, commanding, Piccolo, keep a close watch on them. Trunks, Gohan, hold on to me. Lin Feng shouted in desperation, and in an instant, Trunks and future Gohan grasped his shoulders. Bulma's presence. No, wait, her energy feels normal. Nevertheless, I must investigate. With a whoosh, the three figures materialized in West City. Lin Feng called out loudly, Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? Upon seeing the three suddenly appear, Bulma's face was a canvas of confusion and surprise. Her gaze flickered back to the sky before returning to the trio before her. The Dragon Balls. Didn't you summon Shenlong? Lin Feng froze, his mind racing. This was dire. Had someone stealthily stolen the Dragon Balls? Who could it be? The Pilaf gang. No, that was impossible. They had not yet reached that timeline. The future duo exchanged glances, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, Trunks and future Gohan raced towards the time machine, with future Gohan rummaging through it anxiously. Found it. Trunks exclaimed with relief, clutching a universal capsule in his hand. Bang! 7 crystalline Dragon Balls suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The Dragon Balls were safe. What a relief. Tai's joy was palpable as she danced with delight. In stark contrast, Lin Feng and the future duo, along with Bulma, wore expressions of terror, their faces marked with disbelief. What? The Dragon Balls are still here. Not stolen. Then what is the dragon swirling in the sky? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with insatiable curiosity. His clear eyes were filled with the image of the Emerald Dragon, and in that fleeting moment, the dragon vanished, its presence dissipating as the wish was granted. But who had summoned the Dragon Balls? This enigma lingered. What was the origin of this dragon? It emerged not from the Earth's Dragon Balls, yet bore a striking resemblance to the Earth's dragon. What could possibly explain this? Lin Feng's mind was enveloped in confusion, and to his greater bewilderment, he could not sense the aura of the person who had called forth the dragon. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained, either a synthetic being or an individual deliberately concealing their presence. Suddenly, Lin Feng's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing atop the sacred celestial hall. Mr. Bobo, where's Dandy? But in the next moment, Dandy's trembling hands and quaking legs came into Lin Feng's view, revealing a look of disbelief upon his face. Dandy's voice faltered, murmuring, what is happening? It was infuriating that even Dandy, the god who perceives all on earth, was taken aback. Who then? had summoned the Dragon Balls. Chapter 116. The Truth Emerges. Dandy. At this moment, Dandy appeared to be in a daze, completely oblivious to Lin Feng's arrival. Divine Sir. Divine Sir. Mr. Bobo hurried to Dandy's side, gently patting him, which roused Dandy from his stupor. As Dandy regained his composure, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his astonished eyes. It was then he noticed the presence of Lin Feng before him. Seeing Dandy in such a state, Lin Feng sensed that the situation was far from simple. He immediately inquired, "Dandy, what is going on? We did not summon the dragon. Yet this new dragon appears identical to the one from Earth." Dandy shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty, though he was certain that this dragon was not created by any other Namekian. "Mr. Lin Feng, I can only affirm that this dragon is indeed the Earth's dragon, because at the moment it was summoned, I sensed its energy was precisely the same as that of the Earth's dragon." Dandy's expression grew increasingly dramatic, his emotions heightened, leaving Lin Feng even more astounded. "Thus, this dragon was the Earth's dragon, conjured by your hand. Did you not discern who summoned the dragon?" This was the question Lin Feng yearned to unravel. The summoning of the dragon was an undeniable fact that could not be altered, and the primary concern now was to ascertain the identity of the summoner. In the next instant, Dandy's head began to bow, his brow furrowing deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Feng." Dandy hesitated, leaving Lin Feng anxious and increasingly uneasy. "Just speak." Lin Feng's tone grew somber, for he realized the matter was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The world of the Dragon Balls was indeed a labyrinth of complexities. "I am truly inadequate, Mr. Lin Feng. The moment the divine dragon was summoned, I sensed its immense energy and instinctively gazed in its direction. Yet, to my astonishment, a pair of exceedingly malevolent and fearsome eyes forcibly diverted my gaze. The individual who summoned the dragon seemed to have detected my presence. With sheer oppressive force, he rendered me powerless. I could see nothing. All I comprehended was that this person emanated an extraordinarily sinister and formidable aura." Dandy relayed everything he had witnessed to Lin Feng, and merely recalling the experience evoked a fresh wave of terror, causing Dandy's complexion to pale even further. It became evident that this individual was exceedingly formidable. I had not expected him to directly perceive Dandy's existence. "I understand now, Dandy. Given the circumstances, I must rely upon myself to uncover the truth. It appears that Dandy is not to be depended upon." Just as Lin Feng was about to ascend into the air, Dandy conveyed a staggering revelation. "Mr. Lin Feng, besides sensing his overwhelming strength, I also vaguely glimpsed his figure. He does not appear to be human. He resembles more of a monster." "A monster?" Lin Feng's ascent abruptly halted. Could it be? Was the hue of that figure green? Dandy shut his eyes, straining to recollect the memory of that silhouette, before affirmatively responding to Lin Feng. Yes, it was indeed green. Oh no, truly, what one fears often comes to pass. The only conclusion is that it must be Cell. If it is indeed Cell who has summoned the dragon, what wish could he possibly make? Lin Feng dared not entertain the thought further. If it truly is Cell, then the one in the gravest danger is none other than Piccolo. No, it is imperative to eliminate androids 17 and 18 before Cell arrives. Only then can we thwart his transformation into his perfect form. "Dandy, farewell." With a sudden flourish of his arm, Lin Feng extended his fingers, attuning himself to Piccolo's energy. Whoosh! In mere minutes, this ravaged city was revitalized by the trio of androids, transforming into an orderly haven. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Piccolo, and the owner of the body wore an expression of utter disbelief. For before him, androids 18 and 17 were diligently restoring the city, while Piccolo remained entirely unscathed, plunging Lin Feng once more into self-doubt. Could it be that my suspicions were erroneous? As it turned out, Lin Feng's instincts were entirely correct. In a distant valley, sunlight streamed through the azure sky, and the air was suffused with the fresh fragrance of blossoms and the scent of grass. Yet, an enigmatic green figure stood with eyes closed, absorbing the beauty and tranquility surrounding him. As a gentle breeze wafted by, the mysterious green figure gradually came into view, revealing a handsome visage, robust chest muscles, and a height that could only be described as imposing. Cell opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and nodded. The familiar scent of earth enveloped him. He turned around to find 7 lifeless Dragon Balls resting on the ground, muttering to himself, just as I suspected. These Dragon Balls can only be used in this world." Cell gazed skyward, his expression suddenly turning ferocious. Humph! How dare they covet what belongs to me? Now, I find myself invincible. This sensation has eradicated all fear. Beep, beep. The presence of androids 17 and 18 in this timeline has been detected. Images of 17 and 18 flood Cell's mind, and his funnel-shaped tail quivers with insatiable hunger, as if it yearns to devour them at any moment. Oh, there are also 17 and 18 in this timeline. The sudden system announcement brings an exuberant smile to Cell's face. Yet he is filled with revulsion at the familiar and loathsome sensation of being watched during the summoning of the dragon. Bah! I must first eliminate this troublesome nuisance. They all must perish. The once complacent Cell is now engulfed in fury, his eyes narrowing as he recalls unpleasant memories. In an instant, an overwhelming aura reverberates throughout the valley, intertwining with the very fabric of existence and sweeping away everything in its path. This time, he no longer conceals his energy. After making his wish on the Dragon Balls, Cell has undergone a profound transformation, releasing his aura in its entirety. Previously, he had masked his presence upon arriving in this world, having sensed several formidable powers. For the sake of caution, he opted to conceal his energy while using the Dragon Balls. But now, transformed by his wish, he strides towards the Divine Temple. Chapter 117. Lin Feng. Why is it perfect, Cell? In the city, Lin Feng stands transfixed, his gaze locked onto the trio of androids before him. Suddenly, a wave of heat surges skyward, this aura crashing against Lin Feng's face like a colossal tide, causing his bangs to flutter wildly. This aura, how chaotic! The overwhelming presence instills a sense of unease within Lin Feng, for this mixed energy can only belong to Cell. The essences of Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, King Cold. Wait. No, it seems to also carry the auras of future Gohan and Trunks. This utterly exceeds Lin Feng's expectations. The presence of future Gohan and Trunks. This implies that this Cell is exceptionally formidable. What on earth is happening? In an instant, the chaotic energy sweeps across the entirety of the city, causing the busy android trio to shudder. Wait, the direction of this energy's flight? It leads to the Divine Temple. This malevolent, mingled energy, merged with the divine. Piccolo becomes acutely aware. Cell's aura is overwhelmingly potent, filling him with intense dread. Piccolo shouts, Lin Feng, Dandy is in danger. Lin Feng is well aware that the threat posed by Cell now far surpasses any prior expectations. Piccolo, inform everyone. I am heading to the Divine Temple at once. Lin Feng's piercing gaze once more fixes upon the trio of androids, Android 16. Accompany these two androids and Piccolo. We must keep a vigilant watch on 17 and 18 at all times. Sheru is now hastening towards the temple, not pursuing the 17th and 18th, which, in a sense, grants them temporary safety. However, caution is paramount. He must not be given a moment's opportunity. Yet, the question that perplexes Lin Feng the most is why Sheru would head directly to the temple instead of seeking out the 17th and 18th. This thought makes Lin Feng's heart tremble. Sheru's intentions are utterly inscrutable. It can be said that he has diverged completely from the original narrative. At the Divine Temple, Dandy has fully sensed it, the aura that has left him awestruck. That familiar yet unfamiliar essence is approaching the temple. This is disastrous. Oh, great deity. Quickly use your thoughts to warn everyone. This monster is extraordinarily powerful. Earth is in peril once again. Anxiety fills Bobo's eyes. Such a situation last arose during Frieza's onslaught. And now, this terrifying crisis has returned with a vengeance. Yes, everyone is still here. Dandy regains his composure, preparing to use his thoughts to alert the warriors on Earth. At that very moment, a figure, all too familiar, stands before him. Mr. Lin Feng. Dandy feels as though he has encountered a savior. The confusion in his gaze dissipates, and clarity reignites within his once clouded pupils. Lin Feng's clear eyes carry a hint of vigilance, his expression grave. Dandy, do not be afraid. Those simple 5 words instantly steady Dandy's spirit. This man has just saved the Earth once and has resolved numerous crises. As long as he is present, there will surely be a solution to the problem. Dandy nods, his gaze mirroring Lin Feng's, both intently fixed upon the eerie presence in the distance. Suddenly, a series of footsteps resonate, successively materializing at the temple. This familiar scene unfolds once more. Lin Feng, Raditz, Son Goku, Vegeta, young and old Son Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo, The most formidable individuals on this planet have once again gathered at the Divine Temple. Brother, this aura is peculiar. It seems to possess the essence of all of us. Son Goku clenches his fist, evidently aware of the complexity of the situation. Brothers, everyone, this enemy is extraordinarily powerful. It is highly likely that he understands all our combat styles. Just like those androids, he knows us inside out. The situation is exceedingly intricate. Sheru is indeed a formidable adversary. However, fortunately, his aura does not contain mine. This implies that he hails from a timeline devoid of my existence. Yet, why does the essence of the future duo also intertwine within it? As Lin Feng's thoughts linger, a figure, swift as lightning, streaks across the horizon, appearing on the skyline. With a crisp sound, footsteps resonate, jolting everyone's nerves, and a cloud of dust rises. In that moment, everyone holds their breath. As if their throats have been constricted, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated upon the swirling dust. Oh, am I truly so popular? Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a fleeting green silhouette emerged, accompanied by a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. A cold, heartless laugh echoed from Cell, and at that moment, the billowing haze was subdued by an irresistible force, revealing a figure that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The striking visage, muscular physique, and fully human form of Cell became evident. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could this be the complete form of Cell? This astonishing revelation was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Cell had not attacked androids 17 and 18. He had already attained his perfect state. But why was he utilizing the Dragon Balls? What was his purpose in coming to this world? These unanswered questions relentlessly bombarded Lin Feng's mind, but in the next instant, Cell's voice resonated once more. Oh, let me see who you are. With a disdainful smile, Cell continued, Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Piccolo, merely deceased souls. His words left the others stunned, their expressions filled with confusion and terror. However, Cell dismissed them entirely, shifting his gaze to other individuals. Oh, Trunks and Gohan. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Cell's eyes, which Lin Feng keenly observed. Yet, the next moment, Cell calmly muttered to himself, Never thought I would see these two again. I shall defeat them once more. Damn, no wonder this Cell possessed the essence of Trunks and Gohan. It appeared he had already vanquished them in his timeline. Ultimately, Cell's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. Oh, this person who resembles Goku so closely. I have never seen him before. In the next breath, Cell rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ah, I remember now. I believe he is called Darius. Chapter 118. The origin of Cell in the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai. The clouds shimmered with unparalleled brilliance, and the surrounding scenery radiated a unique splendor as it always had. Yet, this enchanting beauty failed to captivate anyone's attention, all due to the unexpected presence of the green figure before them. Lin Feng's heart was a tempest of emotions. He never anticipated that Cell would possess knowledge of him. This meant Cell was intimately aware of everyone present, rendering him an invincible entity. That said, the astute Lin Feng discerned a subtle vulnerability within Cell, a characteristic that suggested he was not truly invincible. The aura Cell exuded lacked Lin Feng's essence. This implied that Cell might have merely heard of him without having acquired his cells, indicating a lack of profound understanding about him. With this realization, Lin Feng relaxed his taut nerves, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Cell with unparalleled disdain. Cell. Upon hearing this, Shalu's composed demeanor unexpectedly contorted into a frown. To his astonishment, he had never revealed his identity, yet the individual before him had directly uttered his name. Nevertheless, in the next moment, Shalu responded, Oh, how intriguing. It appears my understanding of you is rather limited, given that you know my name. Regardless of your identity, I am now an invincible entity. Oh, is that so, Shalu? An invincible being? Lin Feng replied, shaking his head and adopting a nonchalant attitude. Does such an invincible existence still require a wish made with the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, not only Shalu but all present were left dumbfounded. This individual named Darles was no simple character. He had discerned my intentions. Lin Feng's voice continued. What is the matter, Shalu? Did you wish to become the strongest using the Dragon Balls? Shalu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, meticulously sensing his aura. However, in the next instant, his expression began to freeze. What? I can't perceive any aura at all. Could it be he is akin to that person? Observing Shalu's astonished expression, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed he had fallen into my trap. He knows nothing about me. I have concealed my aura entirely and voluntarily revealed his name, causing him to regard me with caution. Speak, Shalu, what is your purpose for coming here? Upon hearing this, Shalu's body slightly stiffened, as if he had come to a realization, and he coldly scoffed. Oh? So this is your true objective? Shalu's astonished face swiftly regained composure, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Attempting to intimidate me is futile. Since you wish to know, I shall disclose everything before you meet your demise. It appears I have indeed underestimated him. This Shalu possesses the cells of Piccolo and is quite astute, not easily frightened. Shalu then began to narrate. I hail from the future. Upon awakening, I possessed immense combat prowess. The reason for this lies in the fact that I harbor the cells of every formidable warrior on this planet. Frieza, King Cold, Gula, and those 2 Super Saiyans on Earth. What perplexes me is that on this planet, there exists only 1 Earthling, 2 Saiyans, and a group of yard rats. However, what excites me the most is that upon my awakening, I was accompanied by 2 androids. This is deeply etched in my memory. I absorbed them, achieving my perfect form. I vanquished the 2 strongest Saiyans on Earth, absorbed them entirely, and subsequently exterminated all of humanity. Later, I accessed their memories and discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls. In the timeline I inhabit, Earth was restored by those 2 Saiyans using the Dragon Balls from Planet Cyril. I speculate that since the 2 androids and I had not yet activated, we were regarded as mere objects of Earth rather than living beings, and thus were revived alongside the planet's restoration. Due to the great passage of time since Earth's destruction, the Saiyan known as Son Gohan expended his lifespan in the process of restoring it. During my battles with them, I uncovered my fatal weakness. The core in my head is exceedingly fragile. Thus, I embarked on a quest to seek the legendary Dragon Balls from their memories, aiming to eradicate our vulnerabilities. During my pursuit, I encountered a rather rotund purple cat. I sensed no aura emanating from its form, yet it possessed a Dragon Ball. It was due to this creature that I nearly met my demise on that planet. Consequently, I abandoned my search for the Dragon Balls and journeyed to Cyril Star, where I located a Namekian named Monet. However, he was utterly unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. In a desperate attempt to thwart my quest, he ultimately chose to take his own life. Left with no other option, I retrieved the Dragon Balls from Gohan's memories that had been brought from your timeline, only to find them transformed into stone. I surmised that this was likely the reason why Gohan and Trunks sought the Dragon Balls on Cyril Star. I speculated that these Dragon Balls did not belong to this realm and were subject to certain regulations, only usable in this timeline. Thus, I utilized their time machine to arrive in this era. Now, as you can see before you stands the most formidable Cell. After I eliminate you, I shall seek vengeance on that rotund cat. Cell grew increasingly arrogant as he spoke, shaking his grotesque, suction cup-like tail, a sight that sent shivers through the crowd. Except for Lin Feng, who remained composed. His calmness stemmed from the critical information gleaned from Cell's words. First, it was unexpected that Cell encountered Kampa during his quest for the Dragon Balls, and that he had not been destroyed. Second, the future Earth was not restored by the Earth Dragon Balls, indicating that those 2 were constrained by some form of regulation. Third, Cell hailed from a timeline after Gohan and Trunks returned to the future. Fourth, Cell had become an exceptionally formidable adversary. To defeat him, we must act swiftly. Gohan, follow me, Lin Feng shouted, casting a glance at the future Gohan before placing his hand on his forehead and vanishing from sight. At Bowsy Mountain, Zillia sensed an overwhelming aura with great concern, and suddenly, a figure appeared before her. It was Lin Feng, followed closely by the silhouette of future Gohan. Zillia appeared anxious, but Lin Feng declared, "There's no time for explanations, Zillia." He then turned to future Gohan and urged, "Fuse now, Gohan." Future Gohan nodded gravely, aware of Cell's unfathomable power that had led to the demise of both himself and Trunks. The 2 prepared their stances, clumsily executing the fusion dance once more under Zillia's eager gaze, their fingers nearly touching. Just then, a massive blue dragon descended from the heavens, hurtling toward them with lightning speed, shattering Lin Feng's meticulous plans. Boom! In that instant, the 2 were violently propelled apart by the tremendous force, landing miles away from one another. Above in the sky, a green figure loomed ominously beneath the vast expanse. You wish to fuse? Cell sneered with disdain. How detestable! How did he see through my actions? Moreover, when did he arrive? Chapter 119, Overwhelming Power, Terrifying Cell. With his arms crossed, Cell looked down at the two before him with disdain, casually remarking, "You're quite clever." Lin Feng gazed at Cell's contemptuous face, and he began to grasp a critical realization. Cell possessed the cells of the Ardatlans. The reason Cell could swiftly locate them was that he mastered instant transmission. Empowered by the Ardatlan cells, Lin Feng shuddered, cursing inwardly. Why must I encounter all these misfortunes? Is this the world of Dragon Ball? You wish to fuse, do you? That fusion skill has truly caused me endless suffering. Cell's brow furrowed slightly as unsettling memories resurfaced. In the future, this son Gohan and that Trunks had nearly brought him to his demise through such means. Fortunately, he had managed to stall until their fusion unraveled due to his mastery of instant transmission and formidable regenerative abilities. This time, he would not grant them an opportunity. How infuriating. How does this Cell know so many secrets? The situation was becoming increasingly absurd, and it seemed that Cell's intellect was remarkably high. I ask you, Darles, are you simply going to run away? What about your companions? If memory serves, you are known for your loyalty. In the future, those two fought with all their might to protect that woman. Lin Feng and the future son Gohan trembled at his words. There must be a reason for Cell's statement. Foolish. Take a moment to sense the energy of your companions. What? Lin Feng's body shivered. Cell's words pierced his very soul. Above in the temple, numerous small cells were grinning mischievously, making faces. Beneath them lay the bodies of the fallen, subdued by the little cells with a mere strike. Raditz, Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, and young son Gohan. At that moment, their energies had become exceedingly faint. One could only imagine the extent of Cell's power. Infuriating. The future son Gohan could no longer contain his inner fury. He refused to allow the future's events to repeat in this timeline. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he unleashed the full force of his Super Saiyan 2 state, charging towards Cell's face. Bang! The punch struck Cell squarely between the brows. A blow brimming with energy that Cell absorbed without flinching. What a formidable physique. The punch indeed connected, yet Cell remained unfazed, his calm demeanor only heightening the future son Gohan's trepidation. Son Gohan stood speechless, as the future son Gohan found himself at a loss for words, while Cell maintained his icy, handsome countenance. Remarkably, the future son Gohan's powerful strike failed to ripple even a fraction across Cell's body. The corner of Cell's mouth twitched slightly, disdainfully remarking, "That expression is quite familiar, hee." Cell once again revealed a cunning glint in his eyes. "I find it astonishing that I could ultimately slay the future version of you. Thus, the version of you in this timeline is merely child's play for me." Upon hearing this, future Gohan furrowed his brow, his clenched fists once again infused with energy as he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Cell. Yet this time, Cell effortlessly evaded each blow, regardless of how swift Gohan's strikes were. Cell always seemed to respond with ease. "What is the matter, Gohan? Is this all you can muster?" A thunderous shout erupted as Lin Feng delivered a flying kick aimed squarely at Cell's face. One individual is insufficient. Then let it be two. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's leg was firmly grasped by Cell, rendered utterly powerless. I expected a formidable opponent, yet you turn out to be nothing more than a weakling." Cell's tone dripped with disdain. How infuriating. I never anticipated Cell to possess such overwhelming strength. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. What is happening in this Dragon Ball world? A sharp crack echoed, the unmistakable sound of bones creaking. Cell's facial muscles twitched slightly, his contemptuous gaze intensifying. A horrific scream simultaneously erupted from Lin Feng and future Gohan, as excruciating pain coursed through their bodies, akin to a scythe deeply embedding itself in their pain receptors. Pain. It hurts so much. This is the most intense agony Lin Feng has ever experienced. In that moment, the two mighty Super Saiyans were as malleable as two rabbits at the mercy of their captor. Once the screams faded, their Super Saiyan forms were reluctantly dispelled. Darius. This scene was entirely witnessed by Chilia, her beloved. The man she regarded as the strongest and most reliable was currently enduring inhumane treatment. Tears streamed down her face, soaking her clothing. At that very moment, a force unlike any she had ever encountered erupted around Chilia. Rippling waves of energy began to radiate outward. As the energy wave swirled, her hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Recognizing the shift in Chilia's aura, Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to gaze toward her. After 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Chilia had finally met the conditions necessary to become a Super Saiyan. In this moment of unprecedented crisis, as her beloved was treated like an animal, the Super Saiyan spirit within Chilia awakened fully. Let him go, monster. Rage clouded Chilia's judgment. She lunged at Cell like a fierce tiger, her fists clenched tightly, gathering power for the assault. No, don't. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would have admired Chilia's bravery, yet at present, he could find no joy in her actions. He wished fervently for her to retreat to safety. Chilia maneuvered her body, drawing ever closer to Cell. With a sudden motion, Cell released the two individuals, and in the next instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. A golden energy halo blossoming around his form. A Super Saiyan? I can do that too. Lightning crackled around Cell, and in that moment, he attained his zenith. Bang! Abandoned. The two individuals endured their pain, once again adjusting their state to coordinate with Celia as they charged towards Cell. However, before Cell, one Super Saiyan, another at full power, and a Super Saiyan 2 appeared as insignificant as ants. The air crackled with energy. Boom! The energy waves battered everything around them, propelling the trio away with tremendous force. Cell wore a sinister smile. It's over. All the inhabitants of this timeline will perish. Chapter 120. The secret of Cell within a thicket, a pair of trembling eyes fixated on the horrific scene before them. Jinai's fists clenched tightly as she sensed the terror emanating from this foe. All the warriors on Earth had been subdued. Her 3 sons and her grandson from the future were relentlessly tormented by this monster. What's wrong, Darles? Though she had never encountered him, the resemblance to Son Goku in his visage filled her with a desire to end his life. Cell licked the blood from his fists, the crimson staining them from Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with unbridled mockery. You bastard! Had I known we would face such a situation today, I should have cultivated more spirit tree fruits back then. Where can I find such opportunities now? Lin Feng lamented deeply. However, the circumstances at that time had been exceedingly complex. Had Gak discovered that Lin Feng was the one cultivating the spirit tree fruits, he might very well be imprisoned in the galactic prison by now. Their opponent was Cell, an exceedingly formidable creature, possessing the blood of Saiyans, the cells of Frieza, and a flawless physique. How troublesome. Even the future Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 could not shake him in the slightest. This version of Cell from over 20 years in the future was astoundingly powerful. He claimed to have consumed time through instant transmission under the fusion of Trunks and Gohan, indicating his profound understanding of this technique. Moreover, he could escape right under Zampa's nose. What a terrifying existence. Wait. Lin Feng's body stiffened momentarily. A flash of inspiration struck him as memories of Cell's games from the original story resurfaced in his mind. This Cell also bore the proud blood of the Saiyans. Thus he would undoubtedly be exceedingly arrogant, and the games he orchestrated unfolded under this premise. Hey, Cell. Cell's eyes narrowed suddenly, fixating on Lin Feng. Oh, what's this? Ready to deliver your last words? You are now the most powerful being in this world. Do you not wish to host a grand martial arts tournament that the world would behold? Upon finishing, Lin Feng's profound gaze pinned Cell in place. This was a game of strategy. If Cell agreed, it would buy precious time for Gohan to fuse with him. Yet, Cell's subsequent words left Lin Feng utterly astonished. This Cell was anything but ordinary. What? You wish to stall for time? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. What world's strongest? I have encountered things far more terrifying beyond this world. There exists a force more formidable than humanity itself, and that is the divine. Everything I, Cell, have done is aimed at challenging these gods. As Cell's emotions surged, he proclaimed, I have uncovered the secret of my existence. After absorbing the 17 and 18 of my timeline, my tail did not fully regress. With that, Cell shook his tail once more, and the grotesque funnel emitted a dazzling light that left one momentarily entranced. Did you think my purpose in this timeline was merely to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls? Regardless, you are destined to perish. Thus, I shall reveal my secret to you. In this moment, Cell exuded immense confidence, surprising even Lin Feng, as he had already perceived the existence of the divine. His intentions had long surpassed the mere annihilation of Goku. He now sought to target those gods themselves. I must thank Dr. Gero for my creation, and I am also grateful to future Gohan for his lifespan, which granted me resurrection. This timeline is, in fact, the second I have traversed. The 17 and 18 from my first timeline have already been fully absorbed. Yet, after consuming them, my tail remained insatiably greedy, and my power ascended to unprecedented heights. As I continue to absorb the 17 and 18 from different timelines, I shall inevitably reach a level that rivals the gods. I aspire to stand atop the pinnacle of this world. Cell's ambitions soared to magnificent heights. No wonder he was so powerful. It was revealed that he had absorbed the 17 and 18 twice. Upon hearing this, future Gohan felt a pang of regret. He began to lament his journey through the time machine to this timeline. Had the Earth of the future remained unscathed, Cell would not have been resurrected. Clearly, Gohan had accepted his role as the architect of this calamity. He rose slowly, leaning on his nearly fractured right arm. "Uncle, I apologize. It is my fault." Cell smirked wickedly. "No, you are not to blame. You are my benefactor, Gohan. Now, allow me to atone." Gohan, despite his drained body, unleashed an earth-shattering energy once more. A golden beam soaring skyward in tandem with his anguished roar. Regret and fury intertwined, compelling him to forcibly activate his Super Saiyan 2 state once again. Lin Feng understood that in this moment, no words could console Gohan. The only way to resolve the matter was through battle. "Gohan, I do not care whether Cell's resurrection is your doing, but I know that without your arrival, our Earth would have surely met its demise at the hands of Frieza and his son." A resonant, impassioned female voice joined in. "Indeed, Gohan, we shall not concern ourselves with the future. As long as we defeat Cell, we can resolve this issue at its root." The three Super Saiyans reignited their fighting spirit and advanced towards Cell. You foolish dreamers. You think to delay time and attempt fusion? I shall ensure that one of you perishes, rendering fusion impossible. Haha. As the laughter of Sheru resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. A mere display of his explosive power that sent the newly transformed Super Saiyan, Zaliya, hurtling into the nearby grass. Only Lin Feng and future son Gohan remained on the battlefield. When Sheru ceased his display of power, it signified that his strength had ascended to a new level, which explained his unwavering composure in the face of numerous Super Saiyans. In the blink of an eye, Sheru's form began to shimmer, and within a mere second, future son Gohan's pupils turned white, and his Super Saiyan 2 state was abruptly dispelled. The mightiest warrior, future son Gohan, was obliterated in an instant. If I am not mistaken, this lad must be the strongest among you, and now he lies defeated. Next, it shall be your turn, Darles. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart was engulfed by profound uncertainty. Chapter 121. A woman's valor unmatched by men. The fusion warrior, Genelia. On the desolate Baobao Mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the land. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if poised to consume the entire world, with the sun hidden away in the layers above. Sheru slowly approached Lin Feng, continuously mocking him. "What's the matter? Nothing to say? Aren't you fond of using your intellect?" A chilling breeze tousled Lin Feng's hair, reflecting the towering figure of Sheru in his eyes. He once more urged his cells to grant him strength, but this time they did not oblige. His hair merely quivered slightly, the golden hue of the Super Saiyan flickering away. He had no more power to summon the Saiyan might. What Lin Feng yearned for most was a Senzu bean, yet that precious item had been destroyed by the accursed king cooled half a month prior. In the next moment, Sheru's arm coiled around Lin Feng's body like a serpent, a manifestation of the Piccolo cells within Sheru. Lin Feng's body moved uncontrollably towards Sheru. You clever fool. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" In that instant, Lin Feng had no strength left to break free. Even the effort to speak was curtailed by Sheru's grip. Yet Lin Feng was not one to surrender easily. After so many years in this Dragon Ball world, he had come this far. Even in death, he would ensure his enemy faced humiliation. With renewed determination, Lin Feng executed the strategy he had employed against Frieza. In the next moment, he concentrated his power into his teeth and lunged forward, biting down fiercely on Sheru's arm. The pain coursed through Sheru's nervous system like a scythe, a searing agony transmitting instantly to his core. However, Lin Feng, with his mouth now filled with blood, showed no intention of releasing his grip. It was as if he relished Sheru's cries of anguish. "Damn it, let go of me." A green energy blade emitted a blinding light as it swung towards Lin Feng. At that moment, death was but a few centimeters away from him. The Chi Yuan coalesced from Cell's left palm, leaping in his grasp as it aimed to cleave through the right arm that ensnared Lin Feng's body. A chilling sound echoed. Cell had lost his sanity. The first target of the Chi Yuan slash was, astonishingly, his own arm. In an instant, the metallic scent of blood permeated Lin Feng's nostrils, droplets splattering across his face. At that moment, death loomed ever closer. Lin Feng began to reflect on his life, realizing that his deeds, particularly the cultivation of the spirit tree's fruits, would inevitably lead him to hell after death, leaving his corporeal form behind. Was this truly the end? Would it conclude here? Crash. Release him. A resonant dual female voice rang out from a distance. Immediately, Cell's green Chi Yuan slash was pierced by a beam of laser, diverting from its intended path. Cell's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to face the source of the voice. Who dares? The striking woman, clad in a vest, a hallmark of the fusion technique, stood boldly before Cell, confronting him. Yet, this familiar visage instantly triggered recognition in Lin Feng. Celia and Mom. Fusion. Celia, having witnessed the fusion technique twice, was now thoroughly versed in its intricacies. During her recent training in the hyperbolic time chamber, she had chosen to practice with Janae. One of her underlying motivations. She had long realized her power was insufficient. From the moment she had been slain by Gula, she understood she was merely a hindrance. After her resurrection, she resolved to grow stronger. Having observed the fusion technique, she decided to train alongside Janae, bringing her into the hyperbolic time chamber for their joint endeavor. They had agreed that should Earth face peril again, they would employ this fusion technique to safeguard it. And now, the moment had arrived. You are unworthy to know my name. Next, I shall defeat you. With a fierce roar, golden flames erupted, and waves of golden energy surged, battering everything in their vicinity as Janae's form radiated with rippling energy. Her lustrous black hair exploded outward, standing on end and transforming into a radiant gold. Her pupils shifted to a pale green, embodying the combined warrior, Super Saiyan Janae. Oh, Cell scrutinized the unfamiliar figure before him, quickly discerning the truth. His gaze shifted toward the grass. Ah, so that is it. That woman shares the same essence as the aura in the grass. Locking onto the familiar vest, Cell realized the truth in an instant. You are a fusion warrior. Correct, she proclaimed, but there is no reward for you. As the explosive energy subsided, Janae's figure vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage. Sizzle. A blade of energy sliced across Cell's cheek, their gazes intertwining. And a flicker of surprise flashed within Cell's pupils. Sensing the imminent danger, an overwhelming intent to kill surged within him, and instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield his face. Sizzle. Once again, a cacophony erupted, blood splattering everywhere, followed by the resounding thud of a dismembered body hitting the ground. Next came the heart-wrenching wails of Saruna, a piercing cry of despair. In that moment, a glimmer of confidence radiated from Janelia's eyes as she flashed a wicked smile. Before them, Saruna's elongated right arm, resembling a vine, slipped from his shoulder, curling and convulsing on the ground. Lin Feng was saved, liberated by this newly fused warrior. Now, prepare to face my judgment. How infuriating. The haunting fear of being dominated by the fusion of future Gohan and Trunks, known as Gohanks, resurfaced in Saruna's mind. In that harrowing moment, he had relied on the faint traces of his offspring, the small Sarunas, to escape through instantaneous movement. It wasn't until the last of his progeny was slaughtered that he finally managed to exhaust Gohanks to the point of disintegration. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. Regretting his earlier complacency, he had only considered the threat posed by the two most formidable Saiyans, not realizing that many surviving Saiyans existed in this world, each potentially possessing their own lethal techniques. However, Saruna was perplexed. Despite the immense pain, his regenerative abilities seemed undiminished. In an instant, his severed right arm astonishingly began to grow back. Witnessing this, Genelia showed no surprise, confidently declaring, "Oh, truly a monster. Then I shall sever you until you can no longer recover." Chapter 122, once again absorbing androids 17 and 18. Ultimately, Saruna paid the price for his negligence. Yet he distinctly felt that his regenerative prowess had grown far superior to his former self. After absorbing the 17 and 18 from another timeline, his cells began to evolve, allowing him to mend his wounds in a shorter span of time. He seemed to realize that the damage inflicted by this enigmatic woman paled in comparison to that dealt by future Gohanks. Nevertheless, she could still deliver a devastating blow. The words of Genelia caused Saruna's heart to tremble, a hauntingly familiar fear enveloping him once more. How infuriating. Was he to flee once again using instantaneous movement? Saruna's heart brimmed with reluctance as he watched Genelia's advancing figure, anxiety gripping him, and ultimately, he capitulated. He raised his trembling finger to his forehead and shouted, "Instantaneous movement." Saruna's actions took Genelia completely by surprise. He had escaped. What? Instantaneous movement. Genelia stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Saruna to employ such a tactic. Above the temple, several small Sarunas frolicked and played, their feet resting upon the bodies of those they had mercilessly tormented into unconsciousness. Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Gohan, and Piccolo had all succumbed to exhaustion. Only the trembling Dandy remained to face this band of small Sarunas. One of the small cell creatures pointed at Dandy and inquired, "Boss, should we eliminate this thing?" The small cell standing atop Sun Wukong turned around, gazing intently at Dandy with a fierce expression. A cunning and sinister smile spread across his face as he traced his finger across Dandy's visage, causing Dandy to shudder and retreat incessantly. "How dare you treat our esteemed deity like this?" A black coal-like figure suddenly surged forward, charging at the small cell. Bang! "You fool! It's not your life at stake. Why the urgency?" With that, he kicked the figure aside. Witnessing this scene, Dandy shouted, "Mr. Bobo, boss, let us just eliminate them. I detest such dark, wretched creatures. We cannot kill them. Father said that if we slay this one, the wishing orb will vanish too." While they deliberated, another small cell abruptly rose and roared, "Is that aura from Father?" In an instant, the sound of labored breathing echoed throughout the temple. "Damn it! I never expected we would have to flee in such a disgraceful manner." Cell clenched his fists, his veins bulging, and the muscles on his forehead began to throb. Observing Cell's familiar state of distress, the small cells seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. They looked up towards the sky, where an immensely powerful energy was approaching them. The memories imprinted within their very cells surged into their minds. Images of their brothers ruthlessly defeated by a fusion warrior flashed before them. Coupled with Cell's earlier words, the small cell immediately comprehended the situation. Another fusion being was upon them. In the next moment, he bellowed with all his might, "Old 7, Old 8. Instantly, two small cells appeared within their line of sight, each dragging the exhausted forms of their victims. Cell's eyes widened in shock. These were the 17 and 18 of this timeline. A devious grin spread across Cell's face as he slowly approached Old 7 and Old 8. He patted the heads of the two small cells, proclaiming, "Well done, my sons." "No, Father, it was all Big Brother's strategy." The eldest hastened towards Cell, urgency in his voice. "Father, quickly absorb them. That person's energy is drawing nearer." Thankfully, this individual lacked the ability to teleport. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits, just as last time. The small cells lowered their heads. The haunting memories resurfacing. Their brothers had fallen to that fusion being. Gohan was relentlessly pursuing them using instant transmission. The scene was one of extreme bloodshed and brutality, causing all the small cells to tremble and shiver. "Fear not, children. I can sense that this individual's combat prowess pales in comparison to that last scoundrel." With that, Cell swayed his terrifying tail and advanced towards the defenseless 17 and 18. Gazing at the horrifyingly grotesque tail, number 17 and number 18 were immediately gripped by a sense of dread. Yet, rendered powerless, they found themselves at the mercy of their captors, akin to fish awaiting slaughter. The siblings struggled in vain. Number 17 had lost all semblance of pride, having witnessed the demise of their strongest ally, number 16, at the hands of these monstrous beings. He flailed desperately, crying out, "No, no." In stark contrast, number 18 exuded a terrifying stillness, not from composure, but from the overwhelming fear that had engulfed her being. Though an artificial human, she was, at her core, a woman. Fear had rendered her speechless. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. It was the funnel-shaped tail of Cell wreaking havoc. "Become a part of my essence," cheered the small cells, their excitement palpable. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of cheers, devouring sounds, sobs, and wails within the temple. Is it truly over for these two? Dandy's brow furrowed, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Just moments ago, the two had been vibrant and full of life, only to be consumed in an instant. As Dandy grappled with his shock, a wave of malevolent energy began to invade his features, striking his nerves like a merciless, icy rain. The monster has grown stronger again. Far away, atop the Bun Mountain, Lin Feng pondered. Cell? He has become more powerful. What is happening? Recalling Cell's ominous words, realization dawned upon him. This is disastrous. Has Cell absorbed the number 17 and 18 of this world? Panic surged through him as he considered how Chilia and his mother had just begun to master the transformation into Super Saiyans, their familiarity with this newfound power woefully inadequate. This time, they were likely facing dire consequences. In the span of a mere minute, the flicker of hope he'd held on to was extinguished once more. Lin Feng loathed his battered, heavy body, feeling utterly unable to summon the strength to rise again. Damn it! Stand up for me. Chapter 123. The frenzied Cell in the skies above, a proud female warrior clad in a vest sensed the sudden surge of power. This monster's aura has intensified. With determination, Ginyu summoned the energy within her, racing towards the source of this malevolent presence. Time was of the essence. She had only 30 minutes to merge. Within the temple, Cell surveyed his newfound strength, a level he had never before attained. He gazed skyward, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh, have they arrived? This time, I shall not flee. The small cells rejoiced, for Cell's ascension had also enhanced their energy. As parts of Cell, they shared in his growth. Their unique cellular mechanism ensuring that even those cells that had separated from him would rise alongside his strength. Hee, daddy. Go for it. Pulverize that wretched woman. The small cells, eager to witness Cell vanquishing Ginyu, were itching for the battle to commence. As the little cell creatures descended into a frenzy, beams of laser light rained down from the heavens, targeting this group of demonic youngsters. The swiftness. In the blink of an eye, several of the little cells had been pierced through the head, striking at their very core. Daddy, save me. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the lips of one little cell, overwhelmed with grief. Although the little cells had experienced a surge in power, their strength remained incomparable to that of Cell himself. Yet, one little cell, possessing slightly better aptitude, managed to evade this lethal blow. Have Lao Chi and Lao Ba perished? One little cell exclaimed in terror, gazing at the charred remains of the two. This was the second in rank among the little cells, and he was not alone in his fright. The remaining four, aside from the eldest, shared his dread. Be careful. Lao Air. The second little cell froze, looking up to see the deathly beam hurtling toward him once more. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a figure of equal size appeared before him, embracing him tightly as they rolled to safety beside Cell. However, the other little cells were not so fortunate. Within a mere 10 seconds, 6 out of 8 had been obliterated. In the skies above, a powerful, overlapping female voice rang out once more. Enough of this noise. This furious exclamation captivated the gaze of the remaining 2 little cells, their eyes filled with terror, causing the second little cell to tremble. Lao Air, are you alright? As the first batch of little cells had been created after the massacre incident, he was the first to be born in this second batch, naturally being regarded as the eldest by the others. As the elder brother, not only was his potential the closest to Cell's, but his strength and intelligence also ranked among the top of the 8. With a face full of fear and confusion, the second little cell looked up at Cell. Daddy, why won't you save everyone? Aren't we family? His eyes began to glaze over, yearning for Cell's response. Yet, Cell remained serious, entirely dismissive of him. Answer me, father. But before he could receive a reply, a laser beam shot through the second little cell's head, his core. This strike lasted but a mere 0.1 seconds. The second little cell felt the approach of death, just as those little cells before him, destined for the depths of hell. Why? His eyes bulged, a resounding question mark forming within his heart. The assailant was not the fusion woman, but rather his father. Cell? Enough. I crave silence. Without even turning his head, Cell coldly fixed his gaze upon the enemy above. His furious voice struck directly at the soul of the second little cell, who, in that moment of despair, leaned into the embrace of the eldest little cell and succumbed. The eldest little cell's hands trembled uncontrollably. He understood that their father was a ruthless individual. They were merely tools created for his purpose, and he was painfully aware of this reality. However, he never anticipated that Cell could be so merciless. The previous batch of small Cell was slain by the fusion human, yet the second one met its demise at the hands of Cell himself. How truly ruthless and heartless a beast he is, to take the life of his own kin, utterly devoid of morality. Allow me to enact divine justice. Ginyu could no longer contain the fury that burned within her. While the small cells deserved their fate, witnessing their demise stirred no emotion within Cell. A reality she found profoundly unsettling. With a surge of energy, Ginelia transformed into a streak of lightning, the sound of her fists crackling resonating around Cell. Boom. The enhanced Cell was indeed no longer the same as he was 5 minutes prior. He raised his arms to shield his chest, staunchly blocking Ginelia's fierce onslaught. Oh, are you meddling in my family affairs as well? With a swift motion, Cell's aura surged like a towering wave, instantly elevating his power several notches, sending Ginelia's heavy blow flying. I never imagined you could descend into such madness. Allow me to bring your end. With renewed vigor, the golden flames within Ginelia were reignited, her energy pool reaching its zenith. Sparks danced upon her fists, symbolizing her wrath towards Cell. In response, Cell did not waver. He summoned his full strength to confront Ginelia's assault head-on. The air was filled with the sounds of thunderous clashes as fists collided, generating sparks akin to a tempest. The speed was blinding. It was incomprehensible. Was this really the current might of my father? The remaining small cells gazed upward, their horrified faces illuminated by countless energy ripples crashing upon them. Not even his own children are spared. You beast. Ginelia, fueled by her burning rage, descended from the heavens, targeting the core atop Cell's head. During her prior assault on the small cells, she had discovered this to be Cell's universal weakness. Thud. Her kick landed squarely, yet Cell showed no sign of discomfort. It seems wishes do come true. I appear to have no weaknesses now. Wretched woman. I told you, I relish tranquility. Those powerless fools. I could easily recreate another batch. The weak should be eradicated. With a sweeping kick aimed at Cell's mouth, she exclaimed, Silence. You incorrigible wretch. The forceful strike landed directly, causing Cell to stagger back a few paces. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he glared fiercely and declared, How dare you inflict pain upon me, presumptuous fool. You shall perish. Chapter 124. Ginelia's disintegration. As a gentle breeze tousled Ginelia's hair, she suddenly recognized a critical truth. The creature before her was no longer the same entity she had easily subdued mere moments ago, and she was acutely aware of the limitations of fusion. Though capable of unleashing overwhelming power, it was not without its temporal constraints. Thus, a swift resolution was paramount. Ginelia pressed forward, refusing to grant Cell a moment's respite, her arm once again swinging with a fist brimming with might, aimed directly at Cell. Her figure flickered in the air, leaving behind a series of golden afterimages, a sight that left the observing small Shalu in awe. The woman before him, having merged into one, radiated such a formidable aura that it could easily crush him to death. He could scarcely fathom the harrowing experiences those small Shalus who encountered Gohan and Trunks must have endured. A chill ran down his spine at the thought, an eerie sensation washing over him. Humph. The crouching Shalu snorted disdainfully, coldly watching as Ginelia approached him. Just as her fist was about to make contact with his brow, a confident smile broke across Shalu's face, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he suddenly leapt backward. With a powerful push against the ground, gusts of cool wind surged beneath his feet, and his hefty frame spun 360 degrees. His speed surpassed Ginelia's reflexes, leaving her with no time to react. A crisp thud echoed from Ginelia's chest as Shala's legs emitted a green glow, relentlessly pounding against her. In an instant, the previously balanced confrontation shifted to Shala's advantage. Ginelia was compelled to brace her arms against her chest, desperately attempting to withstand the thunderous onslaught. This monster, how can it grow stronger by the moment? Truly troublesome. Tap. Tap, tap. What's wrong, foul woman? Where's that fierce intent to kill just now? How brazen. Boom. With Shalu's disdainful remark culminating, Ginelia was abruptly sent flying by a more powerful kick, crashing into a nearby mountain. The immense structure began to crumble, disintegrating into countless fragments. Dust swirling violently as Ginelia's form was enveloped in the haze. Supporting herself with one hand on her waist, she gasped for breath, realizing with each fluid strike that her adversary had grown significantly stronger, surpassing her current capabilities. Ginelia murmured to herself, Indeed, a monster is a monster. Achieving such rapid enhancement in such a short time. To her surprise, her hushed words reached Shalu's ears, prompting his scornful voice to resound once more. Oh, so you are praising me? Ginelia's facial muscles twitched as she began to struggle against Shalu's relentless barrage. While contemplating her next move, Shalu's figure vanished from sight. And in the blink of an eye, Ginelia's gaze dulled with shock. In an instant, Shalu reappeared behind her, delivering a hand strike imbued with energy aimed at her neck. Realizing the imminent threat, Genelia's instinct was to create distance, knowing that such a blow would incapacitate her. In a flash, she executed a rapid series of rolls, distancing herself by several paces. No, this cannot continue. This troublesome adversary has mastered the art of instantaneous movement with remarkable fluidity. You cannot escape from my grasp. Cell's voice suddenly reverberated in the back of Genelia's mind as he executed another instant teleportation. This time, Genelia chose not to create distance, for she understood that even if she attempted to do so, Cell would effortlessly track her down once more. With a resounding clap, their palms connected. A vibrant green hand blade and a dazzling golden hand blade shone brilliantly, illuminating their faces. Heh, you vile woman, I wonder how long you can endure. Suddenly, a piercing sound resonated from Cell's head. He wore a puzzled expression, but in the next moment, a metallic scent of blood began to emanate from the top of his head. In that instant, Genelia's hand blade transformed into a cutting energy blade, which penetrated deep into Cell's skull. What an opportunity! In the following moment, a radiant light emanated from the palm of Genelia's right hand as an extremely condensed energy blast coalesced. With a swift strike, it was launched directly into Cell's body. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion hurled both combatants apart. At that moment, beneath the resplendent moonlight, a streak of blue light emerged, rivaling the explosion. The Kamehameha wave. Seizing the moment, Genelia unleashed her ultimate technique, aimed at the disintegrating form of Cell. With a thunderous roar, the Kamehameha wave propelled Cell's body towards a nearby hill, reenacting the familiar scene of a landslide. As she gazed at the billowing clouds of smoke, Genelia began to keenly sense Cell's aura. Has he vanished? Has she succeeded? Yet, a horrifying sight soon revealed the answer. The shattered remnants of Cell's body began to rustle ominously, and the dismembered pieces, reduced to a grotesque state, began to shrink into a pool of blood. Remarkably, Cell's head remained intact, and he began to speak. You wish to kill me? That is impossible. The cells of the Namekian and your Saiyan lineage are a perfect match. You have brought me to the brink of death, but with the Namekian's formidable regenerative abilities, I have emerged even stronger. What followed was a scene that made Genelia's stomach churn as Cell's disembodied head began to spew forth green liquid, a grotesque expression contorting his palm-sized visage. This cannot continue. I must not allow him to recover. The Kamehameha wave. Before her words could fully escape, Genelia's body radiated a brilliant white light, signaling the end of the time fusion. 10 seconds later, Cell's form reverted to its original state, rejuvenated and more formidable than before. Genelia and Zilia watched in despair as this monster revived, feeling utterly powerless, for their previous strength had waned. Cell's figure once again advanced towards them, and their pupils widened in dread, as this familiar sense of impending doom tightened its grip on Zilia's nerves. Chapter 125. Super Saiyan 2 Darles. As night fell, the luminous white moonlight, though bright, remained merely a reflection of the sun's rays, perpetually unable to illuminate the darkness. With a thud, Cell's 2 feet lifted off the ground, his newly formed body radiating a dazzling brilliance that even overwhelmed the moonlight. You are fortunate to witness my current strength. Merely surviving until now has been an act of mercy on my part. Cell's cold, piercing gaze swept over the 2 disassembled individuals, lingering upon Jine. Oh, I seem to have never encountered this person before. She is the one who merged with you? There are indeed numerous Saiyans in this timeline. Had I been born in this world, I would surely have met a grim fate. The 2 women leaned against each other, the fusion having drained them of considerable energy, causing them to revert from their Super Saiyan state. The creature before them was exasperatingly formidable, its terror rivaling that of the Silver Frieza encountered a fortnight ago. Had the fusion involved Gohan and Darles, perhaps they could have subdued it with ease. Yet now, Gohan was incapacitated, and Lin Feng was immobilized. Humph, you depraved monster. Possessing the blood of our Saiyan race is indeed a disgrace to us. Jine clutched her abdomen, vehemently cursing Cell, finally grasping the reason behind Cell's relentless strength, his possession of Saiyan cells. Celia gritted her teeth, fixated on Cell with palpable resentment. She had believed her plan was flawless, capable of vanquishing Cell, yet she was blindsided by the multitude of his hidden cards. Did I permit you to speak? In an instant, Cell's voice and form vanished from sight, reappearing with alarming swiftness, causing both women's abdomens to experience a tumultuous wave of agony. The pain receptors were ignited by Cell's punch, prompting an involuntary response. Gush! Both women simultaneously expelled a stream of bile mixed with blood, the acidic fluid rapidly transforming into a crimson hue. They possessed no means of resistance. Stripped of the radiance bestowed by their fusion, they resembled grasshoppers dangling precariously over the edge of life, manipulated at Cell's whim. Ah, your expressions bring me such delight. With a swift motion, Cell's hands lunged towards their necks, ensnaring them with a vice-like grip. In that harrowing moment, the sensation of suffocation coupled with excruciating pain tormented them to the brink of despair. Their eyes began to redden, and their faces adopted a purplish hue. Like hapless rabbits ensnared in a trap, they were effortlessly lifted by Cell. Hee, I wonder what expression that individual named Darles will wear upon witnessing this. Cell's gaze returned to Celia, who seemed to share a unique connection with him, standing by his side from the very beginning. He began to anticipate her anguished expression. Suddenly, a swift motion caught the attention of the young Cell, who observed his father vanish from sight. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to Cell's aura, and leapt towards the Bowsy Mountain. Celia and his mother's energy had returned. Had the fusion time concluded? The presence of Cell seemed to have intensified once more. Lin Feng staggered to his feet, having regained some of his strength, and endeavored to transform into his Super Saiyan state again. A surge of unparalleled power flooded his mind. Sparking a tempest of emotions, it was Cell's energy. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng beheld the imposing figure of Cell standing before him. In an instant, his gaze began to tremble, his expression turning blank as his focus fixated on Cell's hands. Celia, mother, his two dearest ones were ensnared by Cell, their throats firmly in his grasp. Oh, your mother, is it? How delightful. Cell's tone dripped with mockery, relishing the shock and horror etched on Lin Feng's face. Darius, your expression lacks the required terror. I yearn to witness a more spine-chilling visage. With that, Cell tightened his grip on the necks of the two women, his claws constricting around Celia and Jine's throats, leaving crimson marks in their wake. Ha! Darius, unleash a heart-wrenching wail. No, please no. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart felt as though it were being devoured by 1,000 ants, a pain beyond measure. One was the mother who had given him life, the other, the beloved companion of his days to come. The maniacal expression on Cell's face ignited the fury within him. Since arriving in this Dragon Ball world, these two had been his most cherished protectees. He could not bear to lose them. Lin Feng's eyes began to gloss over, his mind racing through memories of the past, his days spent with Celia, the reunion with his mother. These images relentlessly battered his heart. No, they cannot perish. I promised Celia I would never allow her to face death again. The vision of their wedding replayed in his mind, and the once vibrant Celia now stood once more under the ominous gaze of death. The memory of Celia's demise at the hands of Gula flashed before him, a shameful event he vowed must never recur. In that moment, a surge of sorrow and rage began to fill the energy reservoir within him. A continuous flow of power surged into his being, reigniting his weary body. A blazing fire ignited, radiating from Lin Feng as his once dull hair regained its golden hue, his distinctive hairstyle returning. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. However, this time, the bangs on his forehead shifted from 4 strands to 3. The hair atop his head began to rise more vigorously, and his eyes narrowed, signifying a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, enveloped in arcs of lightning that danced around him, resembling those surrounding Cell. The reservoir of energy within Lin Feng expanded, filled once again with fury. In this familiar scene, Lin Feng recognized that he had transcended his limits, shattering the shackles of Super Saiyan and achieving Super Saiyan 2. Release them at once. A low, rumbling voice heralded Lin Feng's fury. At this moment, he was beyond caring whether Super Saiyan 2 could subdue Cell. Even so, he was determined to fight with all his might. Oh, how intriguing. It seems your power has increased. However, I, Cell, relish the act of instilling hope only to deliver endless despair. With a resounding crash, Cell hurled the captured Celia and Gineria towards a distant mountain. In an instant, Lin Feng, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, utilized instant transmission to intercept the two women, cradling them in his arms. Cell, rubbing his fists together with a wicked grin, taunted, "Let me witness your current strength." Chapter 126. The return of the tale. The dense clouds parted, and the moon once again illuminated the desolate land with its silvery light. Cell, disdainful of Lin Feng's Super Saiyan 2 transformation, remarked, "Your movements are swift, yet I wonder how powerful you truly are." The familiar aura and electric arcs signaled to Cell that Dallas had indeed transformed into Super Saiyan 2. But what of it? He had already defeated 2 Super Saiyan 2 warriors, his future son Gohan and this timeline's future son Gohan, the former now a lost soul beneath his feet, the latter a vanquished foe. Only moments ago, he had been evenly matched with the fused warriors. Now, he felt an even stronger sensation. He was confident he could defeat the female warrior, Gyneria. The individual before him was merely a Super Saiyan 2, and as a solitary fighter, Cell dismissed him entirely, treating the confrontation as mere amusement. Lin Feng carefully placed Cilia and Gyneria atop a small hill. Dallas, be cautious. The monster is formidable. Gyneria managed to convey, her hand pressed against her throat as she struggled to speak. Cilia exchanged worried glances with Lin Feng, her bright eyes reflecting boundless concern. I understand, Lin Feng said, his gaze shifting to Cell's arrogant visage. Calmly, he declared, this time, I shall take the lead. Lin Feng was acutely aware that even as a Super Saiyan 2, he could not hope to match Cell's current prowess. Yet, what other options remained? Now, with Gyneria defeated, the two who had fused were barely able to transform into Super Saiyan. Future son Gohan lay unconscious, devoid of consciousness. Without the Senzu beans, the warriors in the other world had been thoroughly defeated by the small cells, stripped of their combat capabilities. He was left to stand alone. Nevertheless, he was resolved to fight until the last moment, for behind him stood his loved ones and allies. Have you not yet secured those 2 useless ones? I can hardly wait, Cell jeered, crossing his arms and tilting his head back. Looking down upon Lin Feng with a tone laced with mockery that filled Lin Feng with discomfort. In the next instant, Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting Cell's figure, which grew larger and larger within his gaze. Lin Feng activated instant transmission, appearing right before Cell. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a single second, he unleashed dozens of punches, the sound of fists colliding with flesh echoing through the air. Yet, Cell remained largely unaffected. Sheru stood immovable like a towering mountain, absorbing Lin Feng's punches with his formidable and perfect physique. It was not that Lin Feng was weak. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, he had doubled his strength once again. Had these fierce blows landed on King Cold, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, Sheru had grown astonishingly powerful to an almost absurd degree. A chilling laugh escaped Sheru, causing Lin Feng to halt his assault. A sudden wave of dread washed over Lin Feng, and he gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In an instant, Sheru erupted with an overwhelming aura, the sheer force scorching Lin Feng's fist. With a thunderous impact, Sheru's massive fist collided with Lin Feng's face, producing a bone-crunching sound. Half of Lin Feng's face became immobile, and his body transformed into an uncontrollable projectile, soaring toward the horizon. In a flash, Lin Feng recognized the familiar technique. Sheru had utilized instant transmission, silently reappearing behind him. Desperately, Lin Feng activated his own instant transmission, narrowly evading Sheru's devastating blow. Frustration brewed within Sheru as he vanished once more, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel of instant transmissions. Sheru relentlessly pursued, while Lin Feng deftly evaded, both demonstrating mastery over the technique. In the sky, the blue and golden figures flickered back and forth. Although the power of Super Saiyan 2 seemed minuscule before Sheru, Lin Feng pushed his abilities to their limits, showcasing every ounce of strength he possessed. Finally, after 10 grueling minutes of this high-stakes contest, Sheru's unyielding fist struck Lin Feng's body. The thunderous crash echoed across the desolate terrain, creating a massive crater where Lin Feng lay, heavy and defeated. Struggling, Lin Feng opened one eye, gazing up at Sheru, lost in contemplation. Sheru's might far surpassed his own, despite his superior skill in instant transmission. Sheru outmatched him in both speed and strength, not to mention his relentless stamina. Lin Feng felt utterly perplexed and disheartened. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sheru's foot unexpectedly came down upon Lin Feng's arm, the sickening crack of bone resonating through the air, accompanied by Lin Feng's anguished cry. Darius! Ginyu and Shilia shouted in unison, their voices echoing with profound sorrow. As they witnessed Lin Feng endure such brutal torment, tears streamed down Shilia's cheeks. Amidst their cries of despair, a grotesque tail crept toward Lin Feng, ultimately ensnaring his neck in a merciless grip. Enough of the games. I expected you to possess some hidden cards, yet is this truly your limit? A slender, Sharp needle extended from the tip of Sheru's tail, glinting with a menacing brilliance even in the pitch-black night. Lin Feng comprehended the implications of this. Should that needle pierce his flesh, he would undoubtedly transform into a mere skin within seconds. He commenced a desperate struggle, his body convulsing violently, yet Sheru's tail ensnared him like a cage, rendering escape utterly impossible. Was this to be his end? No, it was not. A voice, rich and magnetic, reverberated in Lin Feng's ears, assaulting his nerves. He had not misheard. It was a familiar yet distant voice. "Father!" Yet, no one responded. In the next moment, Lin Feng's form began to metamorphose, enveloped in an emerald glow. A primal energy, reminiscent of that of a colossal ape, surged from his back to his tail. Crackle! His tail, the appendage that had vanished nearly a decade ago, was regrowing. Chapter 127. The golden giant ape Sheru's tail continued to tightly bind Lin Feng, oblivious to the burgeoning energy within him. Why, after Bardock's voice faded, had the tail, lost for nearly 10 years, suddenly reappeared, not gradually, but in its entirety? Lin Feng meticulously recalled the voice. He had not been mistaken. It was undoubtedly his father Bardock's voice. What had Bardock endured? As Lin Feng pondered, Sheru's tail constricted even tighter around him, the terrifying needle oscillating menacingly near his eyes. Sheru mockingly declared, "Scion Darles, soon you shall become nutrients for my body." Jine let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No, Darles." Celia summoned every ounce of strength to rise, striving to activate her Super Saiyan power once more. Yet her body felt as heavy as a mountain, immovable. Just as they believed all hope was lost, Lin Feng's gaze ascended to the luminous moon. The return of his tail signified something profound. He understood that this act of gazing at the moon was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate choice. The primal power of the Saiyans surged within him, the moonlight awakening the dormant strength within his being. Crackle! Sheru sensed something amiss. His tail began to emit a crackling sound, an irresistible force gradually erupting from Lin Feng. The tail that bound him was being stretched, and this extraordinary phenomenon startled Sheru. What was happening? He fixated on his tail, realizing that if this continued, it would break. Crack! The very thing he feared transpired, as Sheru spoke. His tail was abruptly shattered by Lin Feng's rapidly expanding form. Agonizing pain radiated through Sheru, who howled to the heavens. Yet, Lin Feng's body continued to swell, the phenomenon of atavism showing no signs of abating. His limbs grew wild and robust, fangs protruded, and his eyes turned a fierce crimson, reflecting the minuscule form of Cell within his pupils. The anguished howl ceased after Lin Feng's transformation into a giant ape. Cell opened one eye, once again urging the cells of Piccolo to regenerate his severed tail. His face twisted with resentment as he muttered, "Damn wild monkey. You shall pay for this." With a sudden burst of energy, Cell's form lunged towards the colossal creature. But as he approached within 10 paces of the giant ape, his eyes began to tremble. This strange phenomenon was far from over. This heart-stopping scene gripped the hearts of Ginyu and Zelia tightly. Zelia, both astonished and perplexed, exclaimed, "Is this the transformation into a giant ape?" But Dale's tail had vanished, hadn't it? Yet, before she could finish her words, Cell was repelled by the radiant golden aura emanating from the transformed Lin Feng's massive form. What immense power this was! Even the significantly strengthened Cell could not withstand this oppressive force. The golden light continued to spread, a blazing golden flame enveloping Lin Feng entirely. A thunderous roar erupted from the giant ape's mouth. As the golden aura began to fade, the true form of the giant ape gradually revealed itself. A golden-hued giant ape. Ginyu, with mouth agape in astonishment, as an elder among the Saiyans, displayed an expression of someone who had never encountered such a sight, exclaiming, "Is this a giant ape?" In Zelia's memory, the giant ape transformation she had witnessed during her childhood on Planet Vegeta resembled that of a typical gorilla. Yet Lin Feng had transformed into a golden gorilla. Wait, golden? Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan giant ape? Indeed, Lin Feng's current state mirrored that of Goku's transformation into the golden giant ape during his battle with Baby in Dragon Ball. Lin Feng himself was bewildered by his transformation, bypassing the Super Saiyan 3 stage altogether, akin to Vegeta. Was he on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan 4? However, in the next moment, Lin Feng dismissed this notion. Unlike the golden giant ape he had envisioned, his crimson eyes retained a glimmer of rationality. A conscious golden giant ape. At this moment, Cell stood speechless, aware only that Saiyans could continuously change their hair color and ascend to more powerful forms. His records indicated that Saiyans could transform into giant apes during a full moon, yet he was now confronted with an unprecedented situation. Lin Feng extended his hand, swaying it side to side, observing his arm covered in golden fur. Thoughts flooded his mind, recalling the words of the Saiyan god, "Young one, you possess the potential to comprehend the Ape King's fist. You merely lack the right opportunity." He had already transformed into the giant ape form, fulfilling the conditions required to trigger the Ape King's fist. The transformation into a giant ape multiplied his power tenfold. Now, as a golden giant ape, his strength surged to 50 times that. The current increase had reached an astounding 500 times, surpassing the amplification of Super Saiyan 3. Even without mastering the King Kong fist, Lin Feng was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly become the most formidable warrior in existence. Perhaps he could even contend with the fused beings. Although transformed into a golden giant ape, Lin Feng remained fully conscious. Whoosh! The colossal figure vanished in an instant across the vast expanse of land. Its seemingly cumbersome body became remarkably agile under the influence of Lin Feng's instantaneous movement. Bang! A gigantic golden fist came crashing down upon Cell, creating a deep crater in an instant, dust swirling chaotically in the air. According to the principle of smoke without injury, Lin Feng understood that this strike had been deftly evaded by Cell. Sure enough, Cell's silhouette reappeared behind Lin Feng, his finger poised upon his forehead. Instantaneous movement? Huh. Just moments ago, I was crushed by your overwhelming power, unable to even execute my own instantaneous movement. Lin Feng smirked wickedly. But now, the tides have turned. I am empowered. My mastery of instantaneous movement far surpasses yours. Whoosh! Lin Feng reappeared high above Cell, his fist, imbued with the strength to traverse mountains and rivers, struck down towards Cell's head. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding Cell's reaction time. Bang! In a fleeting moment, the sound of bones fracturing echoed from Cell's ribcage, followed by blood gushing from his chest. Another ferocious punch sent blood flying, organs ruptured, creating a scene of grotesque carnage. Cell was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Chapter 128. Cell's relentless beating beneath the resplendent moonlight, a scene of brutality unfolded. Little Cell, arriving from afar, was disheartened by the shocking spectacle before him. He had sensed Cell's power surging once more. These Saiyans should have been in a passive state, yet the reality he witnessed was starkly different from his expectations. Cell was being mercilessly pummeled by a golden giant ape. Little Cell's eyes widened. This? A Saiyan, sharing the Saiyan genes. Little Cell was gripped by both terror and fear. Such savage brutality could only be executed by a Saiyan. To his astonishment, however, this great ape was golden. Cell, battered and unable to retaliate, emitted a cry of resentment. How infuriating. Yet, a glance revealed the only remaining sun, Little Cell, in the sky. In a moment of clarity, Cell perceived a path to liberation, struggling to manipulate his nearly severed arm to once again touch his forehead. Although he was intimately familiar with instantaneous movement, activating it without a finger on his brow proved exceedingly challenging. Whoosh! At last, he escaped Lin Feng's relentless beating. A horrifying visage, bloodied and mangled, appeared before Little Cell. Little Cell gazed in terror at the father who had moments ago exuded invincibility. With trembling lips, he murmured, "Father?" In a fleeting second, an eerie movement emanated from Cell's form, his formidable and extraordinary regeneration speed leaving the young Cell utterly astounded. The battered body of Cell was instantly restored. Possessing the cells of both Saiyans and Piccolo, he once again activated the Saiyans' innate abilities. Just as Cell marveled at the miraculous rebirth of his body, a massive, fur-covered hand lunged towards him. Cell turned his head, his narrow eye sockets revealing his awareness of the impending danger. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated with astonishing speed from young Cell's body, as a golden energy wave propelled him into the heavens. Pain, excruciating pain coursed through him, and confusion mixed with terror filled the young Cell's wide eyes. Why? Why would father treat me this way? Whoosh! Just as the young Cell pondered these questions, the tattered form of Cell reappeared behind him. Cell's expression was frigid, his gaze unwavering, showing no concern for the fate of young Cell. He possessed an immensely powerful regenerative ability, while young Cell could only endure the paternal affection bestowed upon him. In an instant, Cell's body was restored once more. Yet the young Cell's tumultuous journey was far from over. The very next moment, still lost in bewilderment over Cell's actions, he was once again hurled into the sky by his beloved father's energy wave. This time, young Cell let out a heart-wrenching wail. This scream made him fully comprehend that his father, Cell, harbored no emotions for him. At this moment, he realized that the most terrifying being was not the fusion entity, but rather his own father. Images flashed through his mind of his brothers reduced to ashes by Janinba, while Cell remained indifferent. His most cherished younger brother, young Cell too, had been callously slain by Cell under the pretext of silencing his noise. He understood then that the father they revered merely viewed them as tools. However, it was far too late. Cell continued to endure the relentless attacks from the great ape transformation of Lin Feng, using young Cell as a mere conduit for his teleportation. This demon, Celia, could no longer bear to witness such treatment of her offspring. It was an utter depravity of the highest order. Suddenly, Lin Feng ceased his teleportation, his keen instincts uncovering the peculiarities of the situation. Cell seemed to be intentionally allowing himself to be struck. Moreover, with each strike, despite enduring excruciating pain from his decaying body, Cell would swiftly recover, his power escalating with each encounter. Lin Feng came to a startling realization. This wretched Cell was indeed farming his passive abilities. No longer would Lin Feng follow Cell's rhythm of attack. He focused his gaze upon the young Cell, who was being mercilessly tormented by Cell. Clang! In the night sky, a green dot collided with a golden dot. This time, Lin Feng would not be led astray by Cell. He teleported directly to young Cell. Aiming to resolve the issue at its source, Lin Feng seized young Cell in his grasp, just as Cell aimed to use young Cell as a medium for his own teleportation. Cell was taken aback and filled with rage. He had not anticipated that his scheme would be unraveled by Lin Feng. He revealed a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. His astonishment quelled as he said, "I never expected you to see through me, but so what? I have now harnessed the essence of your Saiyan cells to their utmost potential. This time, not even you can lay a finger on me." Just as Cell proclaimed his invincibility with fervor, Lin Feng's colossal iron fist struck Cell squarely in the face. Really, Cell? The question, emerging from the depths of Lin Feng's soul, left Cell utterly speechless. His eyelids quivered, reflecting the disbelief in his eyes. No, it cannot be like this. No, I, Cell, am the strongest. The nearly frenzied visage of Cell twisted grotesquely, his facial muscles contorted, veins bulging, and bloodshot eyes glaring with rage. His legs stood rigid upon the earth, and suddenly, the ground beneath him began to fracture. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, crackling violently at Cell's feet. With each roar that erupted from Cell, his body began to expand, drawing closer to Lin Feng's imposing stature. Approximately 10 seconds later, Cell's size matched Lin Feng's. Lin Feng discerned that Cell's transformation was not merely physical. His overall capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. This wretched Cell is indeed a formidable nuisance. Without a moment to ponder, two titanic figures collided once more in the sky, sending shockwaves through the very fabric of the world. Thank you for your Saiyan cells. They have endowed me with an unprecedented strength, and in return, I will make your demise a spectacular one. As the arms of the two behemoths clashed, neither was willing to yield. Lin Feng's crimson gaze fixated on Cell's disconcerting eyes. Silence. You, patchwork monstrosity who steals the essence of others. Chapter 129. Awakening the Primal King Fist Patchwork? You Saiyans should take pride in becoming a part of my being, Cell retorted, his tone laced with disdain, a smirk adorning his face. Suddenly, a massive energy halo erupted from Cell's back. Even the luminous moonlight seemed to retreat from its brilliance, as the newly formed energy halo radiated a force that repelled all. With a thunderous clash, the two titans' arms separated, and for the first time, Cell's unprecedented strength instilled within him a sense of confidence. Even the form of the great ape began to falter, shifting backward. I never anticipated you would uncover my scheme, but so what? I am now more than capable of defeating you. Lin Feng gazed at Cell's self-assured countenance, then at the small, pitiful remnants of Cell that still struggled for existence in his grasp. With a decisive breath, Lin Feng cast the remnants aside. Cell no longer deemed it necessary to use the small remnant as a medium for instant transmission to accumulate passive energy. With both hands raised once more, he clenched his fists tightly, flames igniting and enveloping his hands. In an instant, A gentle breeze tousled Lin Feng's hair, and in that fleeting moment, his body ascended from the ground as his powerful legs unleashed an astonishing force, propelling his hefty frame into the sky. Lin Feng turned his body, twisting in a manner that allowed his fist to gather immense power, aimed squarely at the creature adorned with an energy ring. Whoosh! Yet, at that very moment, the silhouette of Cell vanished. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that this was not a mere teleportation, but rather an exhibition of sheer speed. How swift was it? It surpassed Lin Feng's capacity to react. The giant form of Cell seemed devoid of the drawbacks typically associated with Namekian transformations, as both speed and strength had been elevated. A chilling laugh emanated from behind Lin Feng. I told you, I can easily defeat you now. However, Lin Feng dismissed such taunts. Anyone could engage in trash talk. Whoosh! The instant teleportation was activated once more, and the great ape reappeared behind Cell, his iron-like fist imbued with the power to shatter stone, aimed at Cell's back. Thud! The sound of a fist being blocked resonated as Cell, without even turning his head, swiftly countered with his right arm, effortlessly deflecting Lin Feng's strike. You still lack power. He taunted, his confidence soaring as the Saiyan cells within him began to stir, inflating his pride and prompting a sense of amusement. Lin Feng glared at Cell's arrogant visage, his frustration boiling within. This wretched creature was an insatiable abyss. Lin Feng even found himself begrudgingly questioning Akira Toriyama for creating such a being. The cells of Saiyans, Frieza, and Piccolo. These were esteemed entities in the cosmos, and fortunately, Cell was currently utilizing only Saiyan and Namekian cells. Had he discovered the secrets of Frieza's cells, the implications would be dire. Who knows, he might evolve into Golden Cell in the future. Observing Lin Feng's expression of helplessness, Cell began to jest. Darius, you have indeed surprised me. At least you have shown me a different transformation of the Saiyan. Not bad. Cell's voice rose and fell dramatically, but suddenly, a menacing glint flashed across his face. However, I have grown weary of this. Whoosh! Cell's figure vanished from Lin Feng's sight, now moving at a velocity that rivaled teleportation. Lin Feng was taken aback. Had this monster truly reached such speed? Bang! Lin Feng crossed his arms defensively, desperately trying to block Cell's relentless barrage of attacks. Gritting his teeth, he fought valiantly to withstand, but all efforts seemed futile. This is bad. He was on the brink of collapse. The speed was simply overwhelming. I've grown tired of this. Wild monkey, Cell's derisive voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Boom! A familiar energy beam erupted from Cell's hand, racing forth with such speed that the power it contained was utterly astounding. Shara did not spend an excessive amount of time gathering energy. His body at that moment resembled a colossal power bank, requiring no more than a few seconds to condense the Kamehameha wave. The situation was swiftly reversed by Sharu. Above in the sky, a blue shockwave streaked across the horizon, propelling the golden giant ape towards the edge of the heavens. Sharu smiled confidently and muttered, It's over. This scene struck a jarring blow to Celia's visual senses, causing her lips to quiver slightly as she whispered, Is it truly over? The events unfolded too abruptly. Having glimpsed the dawn of victory, the world turned upside down in mere seconds. Gazing at the teetering giant ape in the sky, tears welled in the corners of Jine's eyes, her face twitching as she murmured, No, this cannot be real. Both were reluctant to accept this grim reality. And in the next moment, their emotions neared collapse, for Lin Feng's aura had vanished. Beneath the heavens, above the clouds, a golden duck could finally bear no more and began its descent toward the ocean's surface. Lin Feng had but a single breath left. He could feel his body radiating heat. Moments later, his rapidly falling form ignited, blazing like a shooting star. His body spiraled uncontrollably toward the sea, every muscle quivering with agony. Pain pierced him to the core, leaving him immobilized. His gaze grew distant, dimmed by despair. In that instant, he chose to close his eyes and embrace his surroundings. However, all he could hear was the howling wind rushing past his ears. No, don't. Darius! A frantic wail soared with the wind, traversing thousands of miles, resonating in the air beside Lin Feng, echoing in his ears. With a crash, towering waves surged from the ocean, the tumultuous tides roaring forth. The giant ape sank into the depths of the sea. Celia! Lin Feng's eyes flew open. He realized he was not yet dead. No, that was incorrect. He could not die. There remained countless tasks unfinished. As the king of the Saiyans, he could not perish here. If he were to die, Sheru would face no opposition. Visions of a hellish earth filled his mind, lifeless and grim, with corpses strewn about. Every warrior, his dearest friends, would perish alongside him. No, I cannot die. His mind flashed back to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the massive red sphere gradually transforming into blue earth. Damn it. What have you been protecting? Crack. He slapped his own face, and a vision of an incredibly powerful golden giant ape surged in his mind, enveloped in green light. The next moment, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to his hands and realized that the golden giant ape in his thoughts was, in fact, himself. He recalled the words of the Saiyan deity, and enlightenment washed over him. Great Ape Fist. Chapter 130. Tenfold Great Ape Fist, the death of Sheru. It appeared he was not yet finished. In an instant, Sheru stood upon the ocean's surface, energy particles converging at his fingertips, exuding a terrifying aura of impending doom. A glimmer of light radiated above the inky expanse of the sea. No, Kamehameha. The azure energy wave surged toward Cell's back, yet it merely tickled him. As he remained utterly unperturbed. Do not fret. Soon enough, I shall deliver you to your demise. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the sea erupted once more into towering waves, parting for the radiant, golden great ape. A colossal creature leapt from the depths. Its resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Who shall I send to their end? In an instant, golden light burst forth, illuminating all in its vicinity and consuming the surrounding darkness. The two titanic beings exchanged glances once again, but this time, Cell's confidence faltered, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Oh, the indomitable little roach. I did not expect you to still be alive. Cell's tone was markedly less arrogant than before, slightly tempered. Lin Feng merely chuckled coldly. Heh, Cell. Do you believe you understand us, Saiyans? His calm, mocking laughter unsettled Cell further. It is your fortune to possess Saiyan cells. Too bad you lack a Saiyan's physique. The golden great ape ascended, its seemingly cumbersome form belied by its agility. Lin Feng, graceful as the wind, bellowed, a Overthrow fist. Green flames enveloped him, reminiscent of Bardock's moment, embodying the legendary Overthrow fist. Humph, mere bluster, it's only a hint of green. Though Cell felt a twinge of fear, the boiling Saiyan blood within him urged him to fight. The two colossal figures intertwined once more, their fists colliding. In that fleeting moment, golden and green arcs of electricity danced around them, crackling with energy as they struck. In a mere second, dozens of blows landed upon their bodies, the alternating arcs of color appearing relentlessly, indicating that their strengths were evenly matched. The deafening sound of their clash resonated across the realm, their figures streaking through the sky like scattered stars. The impact of their colossal forms reverberated through the air, the explosive sounds traveling miles, reaching the ears of Jine and Cilia, who were watching intently. I always knew my man was the most reliable in the world. Cilia's weary eyes flickered with renewed hope. She sensed that Lin Feng had once again transcended his limits, reaching a new dimension of power. The speed was so swift that their movements were nearly imperceptible. Even in his enlarged form, they remained elusive. A faint smile graced Jine's lips, rekindling the joy that Cell had shattered. Clearly, Jine harbored boundless expectations for Lin Feng's newfound strength. 3 minutes had elapsed, yet the two remained evenly matched. Is that all the strength you possess? I expected you to ascend to greater heights. Silence, you grotesque amalgamation. By now, you should be acutely aware that the chasm between us has significantly diminished. If my intuition serves me right, you are once again scheming to exploit the passive opportunities of the Saiyans, are you not? A tremor coursed through Cell's being, astonished that Lin Feng had penetrated the veil of his thoughts. Very well, if that is the case, let us continue to pursue these passive exploits. In an instant, Cell executed a self-destructive maneuver that left Lin Feng utterly astonished. His fists, as unyielding as steel, radiated a blinding brilliance as he forcefully punctured his own chest, revealing a visage of both agony and sinister charm. Yet, this time, Cell did not materialize before his diminutive counterpart. He could no longer sense the presence of his beloved son. At this moment, the young Cell was barely clinging to life, his essence so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a colossal beast materialized before Hylia and Jine. This bodes ill. Hylia and her mother are in grave danger. Lin Feng decisively activated his instantaneous movement, and before his eyes, Cell reverted to his original form, his power escalating to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, Cell was poised to obliterate the two. Overcome with fear and rendered speechless, Helia and Jine felt a sense of relief wash over them upon seeing Lin Feng again. With a resounding thud, a flying kick descended from above, swiftly creating distance between Cell and the two women. "You wretched creature, how dare you plot against my family? Today, I shall ensure you do not escape from the mountain of bonds." With that declaration, Lin Feng vanished and reappeared beside Cell. Tenfold Great Ape Fist. The verdant flames blazed like the sun, as Lin Feng's power surged tenfold upon the foundation of the golden giant ape, culminating in an astounding increase of 5,000 times in combat prowess. Such overwhelming energy rendered Cell speechless, his gaze filled with trepidation. The harbinger of death approaches. In a flash, Lin Feng's silhouette darted past, leaving Cell no time to react. A massive, golden, fur-covered paw lunged towards his visage. 5 razor-sharp fingers embedded themselves deep within Cell's flesh. In an instant, blood began to seep from his head, resembling splattered tofu. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Cell's lips. Yet, Lin Feng harbored no intentions of granting him mercy. This moment was one of unrestrained brutality. Empowered by the tenfold Great Ape Fist, if Cell's combat strength could be quantified as 10, then Lin Feng's prowess soared to at least 100. The vast disparity rendered Cell as helpless as a grasshopper in the hands of a giant. At this moment, Lin Feng ignited the fury within him, mercilessly lifting Cell's head and violently slamming it against the ground in a display of primal brutality. This was merely the beginning. Lin Feng executed the most primitive of monkey climbing maneuvers, colliding Cell's body with countless mountain peaks in a mere 10 seconds. "What is the matter, Cell? I seem to hear your wails of despair. What of your instantaneous movement? Where is your scheme to exploit passivity? Why do you not employ it once more?" Lin Feng boldly mocked Sheru, knowing that as long as he kept Sheru within his grasp, no matter where Sheru attempted to teleport, he would be intercepted. At that moment, Lin Feng resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Although Sheru was cunning, he found himself at a loss for how to extricate himself from the current predicament. The sound of relentless punches echoed as Lin Feng's iron fist struck Sheru's abdomen repeatedly. "With your level of skill, you dare to compare yourself to a destroyer? Such delusions," he taunted. "When you faced off against PAF, did you resort to teleportation to flee? Yet after all this time, you still haven't mastered it. What a waste." The words waste pierced Sheru's heart like needles, but he had no strength to retaliate. Lin Feng's fist continued to rain down upon Sheru's midsection and chest, and with a sudden sound of retching, a foul, viscous substance erupted from Sheru's mouth. First, 18 emerged, prompting Lin Feng to strike even faster. With a splatter, 17 from this timeline followed suit. "Keep it coming," Lin Feng urged. Sheru's eyes sank deeper as Lin Feng's relentless blows persisted, and soon, 18 and 17 from the future timeline were expelled as well. At that moment, Sheru began to regress, transforming into his most primal, grotesque form. "It's over," Lin Feng declared coldly, signaling the end of Sheru's existence. He then gathered his signature move, the giant ape energy ball. In his mouth, boom. The distance between Lin Feng and Sheru was virtually non-existent as Lin Feng seized Sheru by the head, drawing him closer to the energy ball brimming with lethal intent. In an instant, a horrific scene unfolded, prompting even Shilia to close her eyes. Flesh and blood flew, creating a gruesome spectacle. The rapidly spinning energy ball slowly crushed Sheru like a stone mill. "Aren't you skilled at regeneration? Come, put on a show for me," Lin Feng taunted. This shocking scene, witnessed only by Shilia and Jine, captivated the fading Sheru on the ground, who surprisingly wore a satisfied smile as he watched his beloved father being consumed by the energy ball. After a series of agonizing cries, Sheru perished, not uttering any additional words, not for lack of will, but because he could no longer speak before his demise. Chapter 131. Adopting little Sheru. This marked the 7th day since Sheru's defeat. While Sheru had proven to be a formidable opponent, it was fortunate that he did not unleash the devastating power that would plunge the Earth into chaos, as King Cold and Frieza had done. The planet merely experienced some anomalies, which the inhabitants regarded as natural wonders, allowing life on Earth to return to its previous tranquility. The warriors who had been overpowered by little Sheru had regained their strength. "What? Was it my second brother who defeated Sheru?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, scratching his head in astonishment at Shilia's words. "Indeed, you cannot fathom the complexity of the situation at that time. I also played a part. as Aunt Janae and I vividly narrated the circumstances of the battle, leaving everyone astounded. The crowd's gaze continually gravitated towards Lin Feng, who lay atop the roof, quietly relishing this hard-won moment of tranquility. With one leg crossed over the other, hands clasped behind his head, and a blade of grass delicately perched between his lips, he leisurely swayed his legs, eyes closed in contemplation. At present, he has awakened the Ape King Fist, and astonishingly, he has bypassed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, arriving directly at the Golden Great Ape stage. He is acutely aware of what this Golden Great Ape signifies, the untamed and exuberant Super Saiyan 4. He has reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, this is advantageous, as Super Saiyan 3 harbors considerable drawbacks, despite its capacity for immense power. It lacks endurance compared to Super Saiyan 2. In the original tale, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 was prone to depletion, culminating in a moment against Majin Buu where he could not amass energy, leading to its complete exhaustion. Super Saiyan 4 is, in essence, the epitome of transformation. A human form adorned with a beastly exterior, wild yet dashing, and, most crucially, remarkably energy efficient. Transitioning directly from Super Saiyan 3 to the Super Saiyan 4 stage is indeed feasible. While Super Saiyan 3 possesses a certain flair, its lack of longevity is a significant flaw. Currently, this Dragon Ball universe has undergone a seismic transformation. Everything has been enhanced to an epic scale. Following the timeline, the next formidable opponent is Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Yet another troublesome creature. One must take precautions. After the conclusion of the Cell Saga, there exists a 7-year void, during which the intricacies of this Dragon Ball world render the future uncertain. During these 7 years, Lin Feng has crafted his own plans to traverse the cosmos, to seek the Super Dragon Balls, to resurrect all the Saiyans, and to locate Gak and Zuno in search of Bardock's whereabouts. Lin Feng's mind once again conjures the scene of his battle with Cell, where he discovered Bardock's voice, leading to the resurgence of his long-lost tale. Intrigued, he begins to ponder the experiences Bardock has endured. Opening his eyes, he casts a glance at the animated discussion among the crowd, uncertain how long this moment will endure. This Dragon Ball world has deviated significantly from the original narrative. To anticipate the future, Lin Feng resolves to make a bold proclamation. Rising to his feet, he gesticulates with fervor, calling out to the assembly, "All eyes on me, all eyes on me. I have an announcement." In an instant, pairs of puzzled eyes converge upon Lin Feng. Second brother, what is it?" One inquires, still engrossed in listening to his sister-in-law recount tales of his victory over Cell. A glimmer of anticipation flickers in Goku's gaze. Celia too halts her animated presentation, questioning with curiosity, "Indeed, my love, what is it?" Lin Feng cleared his throat, poised to share his thoughts with the gathered crowd when a rustling sound emerged from the grass. In a flash, Lin Feng's towering figure vanished, only to reappear moments later, a peculiar object now in his hand. This is Little Cell." With a shout from Sun Wukong, the atmosphere shifted and solemnity enveloped the onlookers. Piccolo, astonished, exclaimed, "Isn't this the child of Cell?" Memories of the Little Cells flaunting their power flashed in his mind, causing his complexion to deepen in shade. Lin Feng examined the small cell in his grasp, questioning, "What is it? Do you seek revenge for your father?" The little creature, eyes wide with terror, flailed its limbs, evidently still bearing the scars left by Cell's brutal treatment. Despite being the most gifted among the Little Cells, it was a miracle it had survived. With a fierce glare, the Little Cell retorted, "Let me go? That beast Cell is dead, and it matters not to me." "Oh." Lin Feng was taken aback by the Little Cell's audacity. Fixing his gaze on the creature's earnest expression, he discerned a profound loathing for Cell. The atrocities committed against him by his own father had irrevocably altered the Little Cell's perception. It would rather see Cell perish. "Then, perhaps you should express gratitude for my role in Cell's demise?" Lin Feng said, intrigued to probe further. "Humph." The Little Cell adopted a dismissive demeanor before retorting, "You can say whatever you wish." Observing the Little Cell's fearless bravado, an idea began to form in Lin Feng's mind, to adopt the Little Cell. The creature's ability to survive repeated torment from Cell indicated extraordinary potential. Moreover, this little leader had orchestrated the defeat of numerous warriors alongside his fellow Little Cells, proving his prowess as a formidable commander. In the unpredictable 7 years to come, with Lin Feng and his future companion absent from Earth, Having such an ally would bring a sense of security should calamity strike. Lin Feng transported the little cell to a secluded spot, bending down to meet its gaze. You seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Cell. Instantly, the little cell's expression shifted, unpleasant memories flooding back, causing its facial muscles to twitch. It nodded resolutely. Then, does that make me your savior? The little cell hesitated, torn between its hatred for Cell and the blood that still coursed through its veins, a testament to its lineage. Lin Feng's voice resonated again. Currently, a cell has traversed time to arrive here, indicating that more cells may emerge in the future. The little cell pondered this, reflecting on the past. Indeed, if one cell could travel through time, then others from parallel timelines could do the same. In the present day, the young Shalu harbors an intense loathing for his counterpart, wishing fervently to eliminate all versions of Shalu. I can impart to you the means to grow stronger and enhance your power. Upon hearing this, the young Shalu's nerves tensed instantaneously, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for strength. Only by augmenting his power could he confront the Shalus from other parallel realms. What are the conditions? The young Shalu, indeed, is a shrewd individual. To become my adopted son. Chapter 132, The God-Making Project. The young Shalu was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lin Feng would propose such an impudent and derogatory demand. He retorted furiously, "What nonsense is this? I wish to regard you as my master, yet you desire to be my father." Nonetheless, Lin Feng merely responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Once a master, forever a father. It's the same principle. The young Shalu gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Lin Feng, adopting a casual expression, smugly remarked, "Oh dear, such a splendid offer. Were I in your position, I would gladly accept." The young Shalu hesitated, which irked Lin Feng slightly. "Very well, if you are unwilling, I shall send you to meet your unfortunate old man." Lin Feng's words carried a blend of casualness, mockery, and veiled threat. The young Shalu clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set, astonished at the brazen audacity of the man before him, who dared to impose such a paternal claim. The crux of the matter was that he was utterly powerless against him, for Lin Feng possessed undeniable strength. The young Shalu's fists creaked under pressure, and after enduring several inner struggles, his legs grew weak. Thud! Under the duress of Lin Feng's coercion and intimidation, the young Shalu capitulated, his legs buckling beneath the weight of his body, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's demeanor transformed in an instant, his face lighting up with joy as he extended a hand to assist the young Shalu, proclaiming, "Ah, my adopted son, please rise." The young Shalu was somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his legs would give way so swiftly. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that he found himself compelled to utter the term father. The tension in his tightly clenched jaw began to ease as he stammered out the words, "Father." Like a scene from a Sichuan opera, Lin Feng beamed with uncontainable delight. "Ah, my dear son, fear not. As long as you follow me, I shall ensure you grow even stronger." Pondering with his hand on his chin, Lin Feng mused, "Since you harbor such animosity towards Shalu, it would be best to abandon that name. Shall I bestow upon you a new one?" The young Shalu, though puzzled, found himself in agreement. With Shalu now deceased, the name young Shalu indeed felt somewhat awkward. "Given your profound hatred for Shalu, let us call you Shalu Slayer." Uft! The young Shalu nearly gasped for breath. Such an over-the-top name was utterly unacceptable to him. Just kidding, just kidding. How about Lin Xiaolu instead? Lin Xiaolu, a quintessentially earthly name. The young Shalu stood there in a daze, his hands once stained with the blood of earthlings, now ironically bearing an earthly name himself. Slap! Lin Feng clapped a hand on Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, exclaiming, "What do you think? You may not like the name bestowed by your father, but you will learn to embrace it. This strike is no ordinary gesture." Lin Feng deliberately channels the energy within him to his palm, seemingly conveying to Lin Xiaolu, "I am your father. You must obey." "Very well, let us proceed. Remain here and do not move. I shall attend to a matter and return shortly." Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure once again reappears in West City. The crowd continues to murmur, and Piccolo inquires, "Where is little Shalu?" Lin Feng replies directly, "I have adopted him as my son." Instantly, the bustling courtyard falls into a profound silence. All are left speechless. After approximately 5 seconds, the clamor erupts once more. "What? An adopted son? He is Shalu's offspring. Darles, did you consult me beforehand? I have suddenly acquired another son." The cacophony of voices echoes incessantly in Lin Feng's ears. "Enough. Silence." There is a reason behind my actions. Please trust me. I now have other matters to discuss with everyone. Let us put the previous matter to rest. Lin Feng's voice, infused with a commanding aura, swiftly restores order. After all, he is the hero who saves the Earth. Now, I wish to share a tale. Lin Feng's voice resonates powerfully as he recounts the legend of the Super Saiyan God, weaving it into a narrative for all to hear. Following a brief silence, the courtyard buzzes once more with astonishment and queries. The crowd exclaims in unison. The Super Saiyan God? Lin Feng continues to articulate his thoughts. The Super Saiyan God is born when 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans channel their energy into another, transforming into the Super Saiyan God. At this point, Lin Feng feels a surge of anticipation. Envisioning all the Saiyans in this realm becoming Super Saiyan gods creates a magnificent image in his mind. Surely, Beerus would be taken aback. Presently, the Saiyans on Earth include Darles, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Raditz, the 2 Gohans, Trunks, Goten, Kaiatsu, and Nappa, a total of 11 Saiyans. The Super Saiyan God has made appearances among deities, and this divine state could be considered a transformation, albeit one that follows a divine path. Although mortals cannot perceive the aura of the divine, it fundamentally amplifies their combat power exponentially. In his battle against Shalu, Lin Feng's ultimate trump card remained unutilized, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. However, he did not anticipate that Shalu would have his offspring subdue all other Saiyans, leading to Lin Feng's extraordinary situation. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Brothers, the 2 Gohans, along with Trunks and Vegeta, transform into Super Saiyans and encircle me. The selection of these individuals is intentional, as Lin Feng aims to provide the finest demonstration, choosing those closest to the original narrative, ensuring that all selected possess righteous hearts. In an instant, 5 formidable Super Saiyans surround Lin Feng, their golden auras illuminating the courtyard. A wave of exhilarating energy flows into Lin Feng, filling him with unbridled excitement. Soon, he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan God. However, Lin Feng only felt an overwhelming surge of energy within his body. Yet the iconic crimson hair of the Super Saiyan God had yet to materialize. Stop. Change out. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Feng immediately called for a halt. Replace Vegeta. When a problem arose, Lin Feng's first instinct was to suspect Vegeta. There must be something wrong with him. What do you mean? Dallas, what does this mean? Lin Feng almost forgot the current timeline. This was indeed the conclusion of the android saga at the end of the Cell arc. At this moment, Vegeta's heart had not yet undergone a complete transformation, making the presence of a righteous heart a rather nebulous question. However, judging by the recent results, it was evident that Vegeta indeed posed an issue. No offense intended, but we must act swiftly. Shilia, come forward to take Vegeta's place. Chapter 133. Am I the clown? Abandoning divine training, Super Saiyan 4, here I come. Although Vegeta was somewhat displeased, the overwhelming pressure exuded by Dallas extinguished his anger, and he sulkily retreated to the side. As for why Shilia was chosen to replace Vegeta, it was a matter of instinct. She had always appeared harmless and had lived on Earth for many years, undoubtedly cultivating a righteous heart. With everything said, everyone once again glimmered with golden light, channeling energy towards Lin Feng. Just when Lin Feng believed this attempt would be foolproof, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Super Saiyan God still did not manifest, and Lin Feng remained with his golden hair. Confusion washed over him. What is happening? Lin Feng glanced at the others. The future duo had grown up on Earth and undoubtedly possessed righteous hearts, as could be discerned from their demeanor. Clearly, in this timeline, Gohan also harbored a righteous heart. As for Shilia, she was there to take over Vegeta's position. Could it be that this method had faltered? In the original narrative, this was indeed how the Super Saiyan God was summoned. Lin Feng felt a slight tremor. Could it be? The issue lies with me. To validate this hypothesis, Lin Feng resolved to conduct a factual comparison. He decided to replace himself while the others stood still. Ahem, Vegeta, I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. Come, take my place. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed. If I transform into your so-called Super Saiyan God, I shall make you regret it. With a look of resentment, Vegeta strode toward Lin Feng's original position. In a flash, golden light erupted, and as Lin Feng anticipated, it became apparent that in this period, Vegeta indeed lacked a righteous heart. His true transformation would not occur until the Majin Buu saga. Ahem, Vegeta, it seems I did not misjudge you. Lin Feng's voice grew louder once more, filled with conviction. However, he then turned his gaze toward Raditz, uncertain if his elder brother would succeed. Brother, give it a try. Raditz took Vegeta's place, yet after 3 minutes, nothing transpired. Did Raditz also lack a righteous heart? This made no sense. Is it truly impossible to create a deity in this realm? Lin Feng placed his final hope in Ginyu. To ascertain whether his thoughts were misguided, he gravely uttered, Mother, please give it a try. Following Lin Feng's instructions, Ginyu approached the circle of people, activating her Super Saiyan form. She inquired, is this correct? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, everyone, channel your energy into my mother. With a whoosh, golden light enveloped the sky above Shidu once more. Unlike previous instances, this golden light transformed into a golden mist, interspersed with shimmering yellow energy particles. In an instant, these particles surged towards Jinnei's back. Swish, swish, swish. Jinnei's hair turned a brilliant red. Lin Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, Super Saiyan God. It worked. Celia's wide, innocent eyes brimmed with curiosity as she asked, Aunt Jinnei's aura has vanished? The others appeared equally bewildered, except for Lin Feng, who maintained an unusual calm. Is that so? Yet, I feel an inexhaustible energy within me, Ginyu said, her hands fluttering as she meticulously sensed the divine aura. Lin Feng patiently clarified. It is indeed correct that you cannot perceive it. Mortals are incapable of sensing the presence of deities. Lin Feng was torn between joy and sorrow. He was elated that the transformation into a Super Saiyan God was achievable, yet disheartened that he could not undergo it himself. Raditz's lack of a righteous heart surprised him. Reflecting on the past, while Raditz had shown some change, his actions were solely to escape Frieza's grasp. The Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature had yet to be wholly purged. It seemed only a moment of opportunity could lead to a righteous heart, much like Vegeta's journey. Hey, wait a minute. Don't forget about me. Nappa's coarse voice echoed from behind the group, sounding weak, helpless, and pitiable. Nappa? Lin Feng realized he needn't even attempt. The Saiyan squad likely lacked any sense of justice. However, he hadn't anticipated that he himself also lacked a righteous heart. Looking back at his past actions, he had been focused solely on gaining strength, even resorting to planting the spirit tree's fruit without limits more than once. His actions had always been purpose-driven. He was a pragmatist, and although he had saved others on a few occasions, deep down, he remained a person willing to employ any means necessary. Lin Feng came to terms with this reality. If becoming a Super Saiyan God was unattainable, then he would abandon that path. Super Saiyan 4, here I come. The evolutionary path of Super Saiyan 4 might not be inferior to that of the divine. Moreover, who knows if there are transformations beyond Super Saiyan 4? Besides, Lin Feng had already met one of the necessary conditions to become a Super Saiyan 4, the Golden Great Ape state. He was merely half a step away from achieving Super Saiyan 4. All right, let us arrange for my brother-in-law too. Thus, Nappa, with his robust frame, stepped into the center of the formation, and everyone began to channel their energy towards him. As Lin Feng had anticipated, Nappa and Vegeta were remarkably similar, differing only slightly. Alas, it seems our collective sense of justice is insufficient. This transformation into Super Saiyan God has only been granted to a select few. Lin Feng cast a glance at Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, then turned towards those maintaining the formation, speaking with a hint of self-mockery. All right, next, the 6 individuals with righteous hearts shall take turns exchanging their positions. We shall commence the God-making project. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the group sprang into action. An hour later, the 6 Super Saiyan gods stood proudly in the courtyard. Their finely sculpted muscles and delicate physiques reflected the transformation. Upon becoming Super Saiyan gods, their bodies appeared somewhat leaner. A hallmark of this divine state. Auntie Jine's aura has returned. How powerful it is. I can feel it now. Celia, yours is also remarkable. Presently, the duo from the future, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Celia, and Jine, had all attained the status of Super Saiyan gods. My nephew's aura is the most formidable. However, among them, the strongest was future Son Gohan, confirming Lin Feng's hypothesis that the Super Saiyan God form significantly amplifies one's combat power. Thus, following their ascension, disparities in strength among individuals became apparent. Do not be disheartened if you have not yet transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Opportunities will arise, and remember, this is not the sole path to enhancement. Chapter 134. divergent evolutionary paths observing the newly ascended individuals, Vegeta felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, a reaction Lin Feng had foreseen. Vegeta, there are more than one way to grow stronger. Vegeta's previously drooping demeanor regained its vigor. If you cannot wait, consider the path I have chosen. Forsake divine cultivation and pursue the route of Super Saiyan 4. Not only Vegeta, but the others also exhibited intrigue at this suggestion. Noticing their keen interest, Lin Feng continued without hesitation. The transformation following Super Saiyan 2. Isn't the next form supposed to be 3? Raditz inquired, puzzled. Lin Feng patiently explained. Upon reaching Super Saiyan 2, one may bypass 3 entirely and evolve directly into Super Saiyan 4. I am a prime example, and there are many others. In Dragon Ball, Vegeta transformed directly from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4 through the Ultra Bulma wave emitted by Bulma. However, I speculate that only after achieving the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, if one cannot transition into Super Saiyan 3, can they opt for alternative evolutionary paths. Lin Feng theorized that Super Saiyan 2 serves as a critical juncture. In Dragon Ball, Son Goku developed his Super Saiyan 3 form after reaching the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, in Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta transitioned directly from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan Blue, ascending 3 levels at once. In the series, Vegeta also transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Son Gohan, a hybrid Saiyan, undergoes a remarkable transformation from Super Saiyan 2 to the enigmatic Mystic Gohan, representing a unique evolutionary path. Within the Dragon Ball Super animation, the future Trunks elevates his Super Saiyan 2 form to its zenith, managing to contend with Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 state. Ultimately, he transcends Super Saiyan 2, evolving into his distinctive Daitenchi form. As netizens have remarked, this transformation resembles Ultraman Tiga's finale, where he gathers energy. Hence the designation of Daitenchi form. Therefore, let us embark on our own training journey, striving to attain Super Saiyan 2 and discover the evolutionary path that resonates with each of you. Lin Feng has chosen the evolutionary route of Super Saiyan 4. As he is already on the precipice of this transformation, the day when he becomes the red-haired monkey is imminent. Following this victory, the gathering disperses once more. Some celebrate while others feel a tinge of disappointment for not achieving the status of Super Saiyan God. Alright, let us part ways. Those who have attained divinity should not become complacent, nor should they neglect their training. Enhancing foundational combat power is of utmost importance. Lin Feng cast a glance at Zilia, who was lost in the euphoria of becoming a Super Saiyan God, having forgotten herself in the process. After all, transforming into a Super Saiyan just a day prior and then ascending to Super Saiyan God today would leave anyone, including Lin Feng, exhilarated. Oh, I know. I won't slack off in my training. The group bid farewell to Lin Feng, leaving only the future duo behind. Lin Feng addressed them. I understand what you wish to inquire. The future Earth continues to wish for restoration, although the Dragon Balls from this timeline cannot be utilized in the future. Solutions abound despite challenges. Remarkably, Son Gohan from the Cell timeline managed to restore Earth using the 2-star Dragon Ball. According to Cell, the destruction of future Earth had lingered for far too long, leading future Gohan to forcibly extend his lifespan to fulfill the wish. To avert a similar fate, Lin Feng cautioned, the 2-star Dragon Ball is not the optimal choice. I shall compile a list of names and locations of planets inhabited by Namekians, so you may check for the presence of Dragon Balls there. If all else fails, resort to the Super Dragon Balls. However, be wary of the fat cat Cell mentioned. It is perilous. If you encounter a purple fat cat, flee immediately. Future Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Thank you, Uncle, for your guidance. I am now aware. To prevent history from repeating itself, after restoring Earth with the Dragon Balls, we shall promptly locate Cell's lair and utilize the power of Super Saiyan God to vanquish him in an instant. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, pleased with the potential of his prodigy. Oh, and one more thing. Should you discover that Earth has been restored and a diminutive sorcerer and a gelatinous creature appear, ensure you eliminate them without hesitation. Lin Feng referred to the saga of Majin Buu, for he had been deeply concerned about these two characters. It is somewhat amusing, as the storyline of Majin Buu in his own timeline has yet to unfold, yet he is already preoccupied with the future implications of Majin Buu's presence. Regarding Lin Feng's words, the two had always been obedient, and past events indicated that listening to Lin Feng was undoubtedly the right choice. Lin Feng procured a pen and a sheet of paper, diligently transcribing all he knew about the planet inhabited by the Namekians, filling the page to the brim. He handed it to the future son Gohan, who felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the densely packed text. The more written words there were, the greater the hope of finding other Dragon Balls. Very well, this is settled. I have matters to attend to. With a swift motion, Lin Feng teleported to the grove where little Sheru resided. To his surprise, little Sheru stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. My dear son, you are quite obedient, Lin Feng remarked. Upon hearing his father's voice, little Sheru finally shifted his feet from the ground below. Shyly, he asked, Father, please tell me how to become stronger. With a resounding thud, a mysterious box appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng retrieved a box from the universal capsule and extracted his long-preserved spirit tree fruit. Let me give him a taste of sweetness to earn his trust. He instructed little Sheru to consume it. Little Sheru took a bite, and in an instant, his very soul began to freeze. Within that brief second, his strength doubled. Is this truly the method to gain power? Little Sheru's expression reflected his astonishment at the existence of such wondrous things in this world. No, this is merely one step, Lin Feng clarified. You must understand that you possess Sheru's blood, and within you lie the cells of various formidable beings. The cells of Saiyans and Namekians have already been validated by Sheru. You have witnessed their extraordinary power, have you not? Little Sheru, somewhat perplexed, inquired, but wasn't he defeated by you? Lin Feng flashed a mischievous smile. You have hit the nail on the head. Chapter 135. The birth of a new generation. In little Sheru's bewildered gaze lay an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The desire to grow stronger had dispelled his previous shyness. Father, please tell me how to become stronger. Little Sheru blurted out, shedding any hesitation from moments prior. Observing this, Lin Feng ceased to be coy, stating, Indeed, the cells of Saiyans and Namekians are powerful, but the strongest are the cells of the Frost Demon that reside within you. Little Sheru questioned, Frost Demon? You mean Frieza? As a mutant of the Frost Demon race combined with genius, Frieza attained his silver form in less than a month. Lin Feng surmised that his strength had likely surpassed the mysterious power of Gohan in Dragon Ball, leaving many Saiyans at a loss and prompting Lin Feng to consider fusion. At that time, merging with future son Gohan to become Gohan-less and subsequently transforming into Super Saiyan was merely a 60-40 matchup. It was only upon becoming Super Saiyan 2 that he overpowered Silver Frieza. In Dragon Ball Super, Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza after just 4 months of training. His innate talent was truly formidable. Indeed, it is the cells of Frieza within you that are the most powerful. Therefore, take the time to keenly sense Frieza's cells within you, focusing your future training on them, while the cells of Saiyans and Namekians will follow as secondary. As Lin Xiaolu concluded his words, he closed his eyes, intently sensing the Frieza blood coursing within him. A profound transformation was unfolding within his core. The long-dormant Frieza cells were gradually awakening, beginning to surge through Lin Xiaolu's body. In an instant, his complexion darkened. Such a phenomenon astonished Lin Feng. What has this fellow done? After a minute of anguished howling, little Xiaolu regained his composure, slowly opening his eyes. To his surprise, a violet aura replaced the earlier golden glow, signifying the disappearance of the Saiyan essence, now supplanted by Frieza's presence. I have sealed the Saiyan cells and the Namekian cells, and in the process, exchanged my blood. Now, the blood that flows within me is entirely that of the frozen demon, Lin Xiaolu stated calmly. Though his words were serene, they struck Lin Feng like a bolt from the blue. What? I merely instructed you to focus on cultivating Frieza's cells, not to undergo a complete blood transfusion. Yet, he conceded, well, since you've done it, let us utilize this body for training. Lin Xiaolu stood there, momentarily speechless, unable to fathom why the person before him would extend such assistance. Why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid that I might surpass you and eliminate you? Lin Feng replied, Of course, I am afraid. But do you truly believe you could become stronger than me? Be that as it may, I have matters to attend to. During my absence from Earth, I hope you will cultivate with creativity. In the event of a future crisis, it will be up to you to stand guard. With that, Lin Feng vanished without a trace. Lin Xiaolu remained rooted in place, absorbing the tranquility surrounding him, a contented smile gracing his face. Such days were indeed pleasant. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened, and he immediately commenced his training. To the Xiaolu of other timelines, I shall ensure your demise. Days passed. and the duo from the future returned via a time machine. The two androids, 17 and 18, expelled by Shalu, also remained in this timeline. These two pairs of identical beings exhibited mutual apprehension, yet they shared the same nightmare, Shalu. Thus, all four agreed to train with the aim of surpassing Shalu, with each pair from different timelines engaging in separate training regimens while convening for regular tournaments to assess their progress. Vegeta, recognizing his shortcomings, embarked on grueling training to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation as swiftly as possible. Although Son Goku had attained the status of Super Saiyan God, he seemed unsatisfied with this divine power and began training anew. In this timeline, Son Gohan had also transformed into a Super Saiyan God. However, he appeared uninterested in this divine strength, seeking instead to reach Super Saiyan 2 through his own efforts and to discover a unique transformation of his own. Raditz diligently trained, striving to achieve Super Saiyan 2 at the earliest opportunity. The future duo commenced their journey in search of the Dragon Balls. Although Janae and Zelia had been diligently training, their commitment waned after Zelia became pregnant, leading Janae to devote herself wholly to caring for Zelia. In the blink of an eye, a year swiftly elapsed, marking the onset of the first year of a blank period. With the sound of a baby's cries echoing, Lin Feng celebrated a momentous occasion in his life, the birth of his child. In Zelia's embrace, she gazed lovingly at the new life before her. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. They had welcomed a little princess. After deliberation between the couple, the newborn girl was named Lin Xiaoya, sharing a name with earthlings like Sun Wufan. 8 months prior, Trunks had been born. A month earlier, Raditz's son, Tax, came into the world, and 2 months later, Sun Wutian was born. Due to Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wutian in this world possessed remarkable talent, even surpassing Sun Wufan. Upon his birth, celestial phenomena occurred, indicating that this child might indeed transcend the fate of merely being a fusion material for Wutian and Trunks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's little princess, being a pure-blooded Saiyan, and with Zelia transformed into a Super Saiyan God, alongside Lin Feng, who had reached half-step Super Saiyan 4, possessed formidable combat strength from birth. Though she was a girl, she was not inferior to her contemporaries. However, Lin Feng pondered whether she would choose the path of training in the future, respecting her own aspirations. On this day, Lin Feng sought out Tai's again. "When will that rascal Jaken come to Earth?" he inquired. "Sister-in-law," Tai's replied, "I'll ask him." With that, Tai's picked up the phone to make a call. Upon connection, Jaken's voice came through. "Tai's, what's the matter?" "Darius is looking for you," she relayed. A cacophony of noise erupted from the other end as Jaken, upon hearing this, dropped the phone in shock. "Darius, isn't he dead?" Infuriated, Lin Feng shouted, "You, during the battle with Gula, were supposed to summon reinforcements, yet you ran away, didn't you? You have 1 day to get to Earth." With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Chapter 136, Seeking Zuno. Oh dear. Let me explain, Darius. A figure clad in a uniform resembling Ultraman had yet to disembark from his spaceship when his voice reached them. Jaken swiftly opened the hatch, executing a flamboyant leap and landing gracefully. Even while apologizing, he couldn't resist striking a dramatic pose. He hurried to Darius's side, gesticulating animatedly as he began his explanation. "Darius, listen to me. The situation was dire. We thought you had fallen into a black hole, so..." Lin Feng raised a hand, signaling for silence. And Jaken promptly closed his mouth. "All right, I understand. Those events are in the past, so let us not dwell on them. After all, I am still alive." Jaken awkwardly bowed, expressing his contrition. Seeking assistance had nearly led to Darius' demise. "You might be chuckling to yourself, but I've dealt with 2 major troubles for you this past year." Gak, with a look of bewilderment, promptly inquired, "What great trouble are you referring to?" Lin Feng elaborated, "The Frieza duo, along with a creature that has traveled from the future." He recounted the events of vanquishing Frieza and his son, as well as the formidable Cell, to Gak. Gak's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock, "What? You defeated Frieza and his son? That is simply marvelous. And as for the creature from the future, thank goodness you are here, or I would have been at a complete loss on how to deal with it. Just a single slag causes me tremendous headaches, let alone these larger threats. I suppose I have inadvertently assisted you as well, considering you mentioned taking me to find Zuno after defeating Slag. However, you certainly have a bold heart. With such chaos erupting in your jurisdiction, you failed to notice? Has the information been suppressed? Gak said with an ingratiating demeanor. Ah, it is all thanks to you. Heh. By the way, we are heading to Lord Zuno, aren't we? Let us set off immediately. Lin Feng eagerly awaited this affirmation, and upon hearing Gak's words, he wasted no time in dragging him aboard the spaceship. Let us go. Off we embark. Woo, here we are, Darles. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and remarked, I did not anticipate your ship would be so swift, arriving here in record time. Gak replied with pride, of course. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. Gak began to ramble on, reminiscing about past exploits with unceasing enthusiasm. Observing this, Lin Feng pressed a button, opened the hatch, and leapt from the spacecraft. A grand palace came into view, an architectural marvel with a somewhat antiquated style, yet it boasted a uniquely designed elevator that seemed somewhat out of place. Hey, wait for me, Darles. Gak hurried to catch up with Lin Feng, and together they ascended in the elevator. At the elevator's terminus, a portly guard clad in a kimono obstructed their path. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, entry is prohibited. Gak was momentarily taken aback. It was his first visit to this place, and he had no reservation. Appointment? Upon seeing Gak's clueless expression, the guard's demeanor shifted rapidly. Without an appointment, entry is forbidden. You may begin to make an appointment now, but you will have to wait 7 years. With that, the guard prepared to usher them away. Please, my good sir, I can offer you some benefits. Just a little leniency. Gak displayed an obsequious attitude, and it was quite disheartening to see an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol so subserviently ingratiating himself to a servant of Zuno. Lin Feng could hardly bear to watch. Clearing his throat, he intentionally raised his voice to interrupt their exchange. The guard and Gak turned their attention to Lin Feng. Suddenly, golden flames erupted fiercely. Lin Feng activated his Super Saiyan form, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, instantly terrifying the guard. There is an appointment, but it was not recorded at the time. Lin Feng said, his face cold and stern, with a few creases forming on his brow. The guard quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. Please, you may enter. Jacker gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. Although the method was somewhat inappropriate, it proved to be remarkably effective. Straightening his posture, Jacker shed his earlier humble demeanor, a proud smile gracing his face as he entered the grand hall alongside Lin Feng. Indeed, Zuno bore an uncanny resemblance to a chihuahua, with his lower body wedged into a jar. Zuno spoke, I am aware of everything in this world. Grant me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you. His lifeless eyes and rotund features resembled that of a catfish, making the prospect of kissing him utterly unappealing. Lin Feng leaned close to Jacker and whispered, Jacker, you must kiss him and pose 2 questions. The first, inquire about the whereabouts of a Saiyan named Bardock. The second, ask for the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Jacker's face betrayed his reluctance as he glanced at Zuno's large visage, hesitating momentarily. With a firm shove, Lin Feng urged, Go on, Jacker. Reluctantly, Jacker steeled himself, puckering his lips as he approached Zuno. With great reluctance, he squinted and shouted, All right. This is my first kiss, Lord Zuno. Please tell me the whereabouts of Bardock. The Scion. Zuno's eyes widened slightly as he glanced at Jacker. Oh, though you are male, I shall still divulge the information. Zuno closed his eyes once more, his consciousness drifting across the cosmos. After approximately a minute of sensing, his expression began to blur, his brow furrowing tightly. Slowly, he spoke, I apologize. Please grant me a moment more. At this juncture, Lin Feng's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He feared that Zuno might prove as ineffectual as the other dragons. In the next moment, Zuno's demeanor grew increasingly strained, his lips parched and bitter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His complexion turning an alarming shade of blue and purple. Lord Zuno, are you all right? The servants nearby expressed concern, having never witnessed such a scenario before. What is happening? Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zuno. The more distressed Zuno appeared, the more Lin Feng's anxiety escalated. In the blink of an eye, Zuno collapsed to the ground, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Lin Feng rushed forward to support Zuno, desperate to prevent any untoward incidents at this critical moment. What could this being have seen? Moments later, Zuno's eyelids fluttered open, drawing a sharp breath as he proclaimed, I found it, I found it. Chapter 137. The whereabouts of Bardock. The words, I found it, reverberated deeply within Lin Feng's soul, and at this moment, the weight upon his heart was finally lifted. The surrounding servants hastily helped Zuno to a sitting position. Lin Feng, filled with anticipation, leaned in attentively. His gaze fixed firmly on Zuno's lips. I found it. This Bardock is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. He could hardly contain his eagerness to learn what had transpired. He called out, "Then, please, Lord Zuno, enlighten us." Zuno began to recount all that he had perceived regarding Bardock. As the planet Vegeta met its demise, Bardock's aura had dwindled to its nadir. In that moment, a mysterious beam of light penetrated his being. Bardock fell into a prolonged state of unconsciousness. His presence entirely vanished, leading everyone to believe he had perished. This enigmatic light traversed the cosmos, surveying every corner of the universe. It was during this period that Bardock awakened. He gazed upon the vast expanse of existence. Perceiving all entities within the universe in their entirety, he discerned that the Frieza race was not the most formidable force in the cosmos. He witnessed the existence of even greater powers, deities. Upon death, the virtuous ascend to heaven, while the wicked descend to hell. It is the divine that orchestrates this order. From the guardians of various planets to the king of worlds, the grand king of worlds, the god of destruction, angels, the grand minister, and the supreme deity, Zeno. All were laid bare before his eyes. This mysterious light transported Bardock into a realm of enigma. He had not perished, but rather transitioned to another world through this mystical space. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into a child, born on a planet named Shalata. Like in his previous life, he was still a Saiyan. However, his memories remained intact. The glimpses of the future he had witnessed in his former existence enlightened him to the presence of Super Saiyans. From the moment of his birth, he pursued this goal with unwavering determination. At last, by the age of 7, he attained the status of Super Saiyan. Yet, his ambitions did not cease there. He continued to dedicate himself to his training, achieving Super Saiyan 2 at 10 and Super Saiyan 3 by 18. Bardock's renown echoed throughout the planet Shalata, ensuring that the Saiyan race was no longer a mere pawn. The frost demons fell before him, one after another, as his hatred for these cosmic marauders ran deep. Subsequently, Bardock implored the reigning king of Shalata to cease the plundering of other civilizations, which left the king astounded. Suspecting Bardock was jesting. However, Bardock's earnest demeanor belied any notion of levity, inciting the ire of the king and the Saiyan populace. Consequently, Bardock was sentenced to exile, and disheartened by this turn of events, he chose to depart from the planet Shalata. In his absence, the planet was once again besieged by the Cosmic Pirate Alliance. The king had no choice but to dispatch a messenger to inform Bardock of the dire situation. Upon receiving the news, recognizing their shared heritage, Bardock resolved to return and rescue his kin. Upon rejoining the fray, the morale of the Saiyans soared, vanquishing the pirates with great fervor, instilling fear in the hearts of the Cosmic Pirate Alliance, led by the Frost Demons. To honor Bardock's monumental contributions, the king of Shalata offered his daughter in marriage to him. Yet, Bardock, burdened by the obsessions of his past life, declined the king's generous offer. He remained unmarried throughout his life. Bardock once again urged King Sharada to refrain from allowing the Saiyans to become a scourge across the cosmos, questioning how this differed from the notorious Pirate Alliance. Yet, King Sharada remained obstinate in his disregard for counsel. In desperation, Bardock resorted to the traditional Saiyan custom. By defeating the king, he could claim the throne for himself. The aged King Sharada, once resplendent in glory, now found his noble aspirations shattered like glass. Bardock ascended as the new king. Under Bardock's leadership, Planet Sharada embarked on a sweeping reform. Some Saiyans raised concerns about how to sustain their livelihoods amidst the changes. Bardock instituted new regulations, guiding the Saiyans toward a transformation. They ceased their roles as mercenaries invading other worlds and instead became champions of cosmic peace, ever present where malevolence lurked. They assisted planets besieged by the Pirate Alliance, combating evil while securing their own prosperity. Bardock's policies garnered admiration from peace-loving warriors throughout the universe, attracting many valiant souls with formidable combat prowess. Subsequently, Bardock established the Cosmic Justice Alliance, creating a formidable balance against the Pirate Alliance. His actions caught the attention of the Kais, granting him his first encounter with divinity. In the wake of this, the Pirate Alliance began to recruit, drawing in more formidable and malevolent beings. In this cosmic arena, justice and evil clustered in their respective factions. Among the ranks of the Pirate Alliance emerged 5 exceptionally powerful and nefarious individuals. That same year, The grand clash between the Cosmic Justice Alliance and the Pirate Alliance commenced. During this battle, Bardock successfully transcended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan at the age of 25. In this confrontation, the Pirate Alliance crumbled, as Bardock single-handedly withstood overwhelming forces, valorously engaging the 5 formidable adversaries at the headquarters of the Pirate Alliance. However, due to a momentary lapse, Bardock allowed a sorcerer skilled in manipulation to escape. This sorcerer stirred the Saiyans' primal and bloodthirsty instincts, inciting chaos. At this critical juncture, 6 unaffected Saiyans, cornered and desperate, joined hands to transfer their remaining energy to one among them, inadvertently discovering the existence of Super Saiyan God. After vanquishing the 4 troublesome foes, Bardock returned to the ravaged planet Sharada, where a red-haired warrior had subdued the frenzied Saiyans. From that moment on, Bardock uncovered an alternative path to evolution. Following the devastating blow to the Pirate Alliance, the forces of evil waned sharply. Throughout the cosmos, lesser planets remained uninvaded and undeveloped, resulting in a decline in the overall standards of the universe. The god of destruction descended, leading to the obliteration of many civilizations. Everything Bardock had vowed to protect gradually crumbled into dust. Due to a conflict with the concept of the god of destruction, he confronted him. Chapter 138, The Super Dragon Balls. This is all the information I could perceive about Mr. Bardock. Zuno concluded his narration. However, Lin Feng remained absorbed in his words. His father was not dead. He had been reborn and transported back to the Dragon Ball world of the past. Indeed, as Lin Feng had speculated, Bardock had traversed to another parallel universe. Bardock had also transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 4th stage. Moreover, he had uncovered the secret of the Super Saiyan God. Unfortunately, Zuno could only sense up to this point, and the subsequent events left one yearning to know what transpired next. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was certain that Bardock had triumphed. For his own breakthrough had occurred after hearing Bardock's voice, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Bardock had undoubtedly vanquished that god of destruction. As for what followed, only Bardock held that knowledge. It was astonishing to discover such extraordinary occurrences and miraculous individuals in this world. Such a noble figure was indeed a rarity. Even Zuno could not help but praise Bardock profusely. Lin Feng regained his composure, his thoughts no longer lingering on Bardock's adventures, but rather recalling the call he had heard upon exiting the mysterious space. He began to speculate that there must be a means within the mysterious realm to connect to the world where Bardock resided. Hey, Darles, wake up! Jack persistently shook Lin Feng's arm, bringing him back to reality. Zuno's voice resonated once more, urging them to pose the second question. Jack replied, "Please tell us the locations of the Super Dragon Balls throughout the universe." Super Dragon Balls? What are you planning to do? Zuno's voice grew fervent and somewhat fragmented as he became cautious. This scene felt eerily familiar to Lin Feng. In the original story, Zama's had inquired about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls and immediately informed Beerus. Lin Feng had no choice but to clarify their intentions. Since Zuno expressed great admiration for Bardock, he declared, "I am the son of the righteous man you spoke of, Zuno." Zuno opened his eyes wide, scrutinizing Lin Feng, noting the striking resemblance to Bardock. "Oh, what do you intend to do with the Super Dragon Balls?" "What do I intend to do? I have already learned half of my father's whereabouts and confirmed that there shouldn't be any major issues. Thus, the urgent matter is to resurrect all the Saiyans who were slain by Frieza. Subsequently, I will use the Super Dragon Balls to wish myself into the time and space where he exists to explore further." Given Zuno's profound admiration for Bardock, Lin Feng resolutely stated, "I must find my father." Upon hearing this, Zuno perceived it as a benevolent endeavor, and it seemed he was also intrigued by Bardock's subsequent story, which even eluded his consciousness, indicating that the tale ahead must be captivating. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall tell you. There is one at the border of the North Galaxy, one at the border of the South Galaxy, and one each in the East and West Galaxies. The remaining 3 are in the 6th universe, and it appears they have congregated together. Congregated together? The 6th universe? Could it be? Has Kampa begun collecting Dragon Balls? If so, that would indeed pose some complications. This brute, Cell, nearly faced obliteration at the hands of Kampa due to his competition for the Dragon Balls. Now it is Lin Feng's turn to vie with Kampa for them. However, Cell remains oblivious to Kampa's true intentions, which revolve around acquiring exquisite delicacies. Lin Feng, having perused the script, plans to appease Kampa with delectable offerings in exchange for the Dragon Balls. Now, There is one more question. Please ask swiftly. Gark hastily responded. Lord Zuno, we have no further inquiries. Wait. Lin Feng called Gark to a halt, scrutinizing him before addressing Zuno. Pray tell, what relation does this individual, Gark, have with Ultraman? Gark pointed to himself, perplexed. Ultraman? What are you talking about? Darius, are you investigating me? Zuno replied, there is no connection. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, Gark, it's nothing serious, merely a curiosity, let us proceed. Thus, the two exited the palace. Well then, Gark, I appreciate your kiss. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you. Gark retorted angrily, enough. Can we not speak of this anymore? If word gets out, it could tarnish the reputation of our galactic patrol. Lin Feng teased. Oh, worry not, my lips are sealed. Besides, I am also a galactic auxiliary officer. I helped you handle Slag. Gark, regaining his composure, continued. Oh right, since you've aided me so greatly. Would you care to accompany me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a tour? Lin Feng internally exclaimed. Goodness, a tour? I'm hardly a virtuous person. I have no sense of justice. If I am discovered harboring the fruits of a mental tree, wouldn't that be tantamount to walking into a trap? He declined. No, I have other matters to attend to. Gark reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but you're wasting a splendid opportunity. You rascal, enjoy your little secret. I'm refraining from going entirely for your sake. If my illustrious deeds were attributed to you, wouldn't that elevate your status? Gark was instantly moved, filled with admiration for Lin Feng. Oh, how touching. You truly considered my well-being. I am such a fool. At that moment, Lin Feng's stature grew even more formidable in Gark's eyes. That settles it. I shall use instant transmission to return to Earth. With that, Lin Feng placed his hand on his forehead and waved goodbye to Gark. By the way, please send my regards to Melis. Whoosh. Before Gark could comprehend, Lin Feng vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of shock and disbelief. Melis. Darius knows Melis. Melis, a rather enigmatic galactic patrol officer, shrouded in mystery, with no known past, yet possessing formidable strength and having achieved great feats within the galactic patrol, revered as an elite among elites. Mers is indeed the idol of Jack. However, Jack remains blissfully unaware that this is merely a fabrication spun by Lin Feng. His intention in uttering such a statement is to shroud Jack in an air of mystery, leading him to believe that he shares a connection with Mers, thereby deepening Jack's admiration for Lin Feng. Chapter 139. Lin Xiaoya's Birthday Celebration. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Feng returned to Earth. Tomorrow marks Lin Xiaoya's first birthday, and the atmosphere atop Baozi Mountain is vibrant and bustling. Janae is in a frenzy, and upon spotting Lin Feng, she immediately calls out to him. Where have you been? Darles. Tomorrow is Xiaoya's first birthday. Janae had commenced preparations for the festivities several days prior, and, upon Lin Feng's arrival, promptly enlisted him as her laborer. 1-year-old? How swiftly time passes. After several hours of industrious effort, they finally completed the tasks at hand. Lin Feng stepped into the room, where Shalia was cradling the babbling Lin Xiaoya in her arms. With a warm and gentle demeanor, Shalia encouraged, Xiaoya, called Daddy. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Lin Xiaoya managed to wriggle free from Shalia's embrace and leapt into Lin Feng's arms, calling out in a sweet, albeit muddled, tone, Daddy. Lin Feng's heart melted at the sound of that endearing voice, and he held Lin Xiaoya tightly. Ah, Xiaoya is so well-behaved, he remarked. At just 1-year-old, Lin Xiaoya, due to her remarkable talent, had already mastered the art of aerial movement. Lin Feng affectionately stroked her head, exchanging a blissful smile with Shalia. This moment was truly filled with happiness. Yet, he could not help but ponder the troubles that lay ahead, with foes such as Majin Buu, Beerus, and Frieza lurking on the horizon. The only way to safeguard those he cherished was to continuously grow stronger. The following day, Baozi Mountain was alive with excitement. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan donned ties and suits, while Chi-Chi transformed from her usual rural appearance. They were the first guests to arrive. Call him second uncle, Goten. Sun Wukong teased the child in his arms, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, none other than Sun Goten. Chi-Chi, with a sheepish smile, interjected, Oh dear, Wukong. Goten is 2 months younger than Xiaoya. He can't even speak yet. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Huh? But just yesterday he called me daddy. In the next moment, Goten stuttered out 2 words, did he do? This elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. Following them were Vegeta and Bulma, along with Raditz and Ties. Vegeta remained clad in his tight combat suit, seemingly perpetually prepared for training. In Bulma's arms was a blue-haired infant, Trunks, already 1 year and 8 months old. Similarly, Raditz held a golden-haired boy, Tax, who was a month older than Lin Xiaoya. Subsequently, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Jiaozi, Nappa, Master Roshi, and Yamcha, along with the recently resurrected Krillin, all arrived. Just as everyone was about to partake in the meal, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby grass. Instantly, aside from a few pure-blood Saiyans who were engrossed in their feast, the rest of the guests adopted a vigilant stance. Who goes there? Accompanied by a query from Piccolo, Lin Feng and his companions halted their rapid advance, turning in unison toward the thicket. Lin Feng rose, a knowing smile gracing his lips, and strode directly toward the underbrush. Sun Wukong, with a look of concern, cautioned, "Second uncle, be careful. I sense an immensely powerful energy within that foliage." Piccolo's expression darkened, for as a Namekian who does not require sustenance, he had long sensed the anomaly hidden within the grass. This presence, it felt akin to Frieza. Yet Lin Feng merely responded with a calm, "It's nothing to worry about." In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone astounded. Lin Xiaoya, cradled in Shalia's arms, soared toward the thicket, giggling as she landed playfully in front of Lin Feng. "Xiaoya!" Jine and Shalia exclaimed in unison, rushing to retrieve her. Lin Feng raised a finger, shaking it gently, and said, "Don't fret." With a beaming smile, Lin Xiaoya waved her hands, her innocent eyes curving into crescent shapes as she reached toward the grass. Suddenly, with a rustle, a small green cell emerged from the foliage. "Ah, it's a small cell." "Xiaoya, let go!" Jine cried out. Shalia, having transformed into a Super Saiyan god, was already poised to eliminate the small cell. In an instant, the surrounding warriors assumed their most formidable forms. For Super Saiyan gods, 2 Super Saiyans and 1 Super Namekian surrounded the small cell, creating an epic tableau of strength. Lin Xiaolu was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Lin Feng raised his arms in a gesture of encouragement, stepping protectively in front of the small cell, urgently interjecting, "Hold on, everyone. Let's not be hasty. He is one of us." With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Xiaoya playfully adjusted the 2 external bones atop Lin Xiaolu's head, her face lit with joy. Lin Xiaolu, under her playful ministrations, showed no signs of resistance, his only hesitance stemming from the formidable figures encircling him. "One of us," the group echoed in unison, seemingly forgetting Lin Feng's declaration of Lin Xiaolu as his adopted son. "Did I not mention? I adopted him. I invited him to his sister's birthday celebration," Lin Feng clarified. In truth, he had long facilitated an introduction between Lin Xiaoya and Lin Xiaolu, a fact unknown even to Shalia. Despite belonging to different species, Lin Xiaoya appeared to harbor a profound interest in her unique brother. Initially, Lin Xiaolu was resistant, but over time, he grew accustomed to the affection he had never experienced before, gradually warming to Lin Xiaoya's endearing gestures. Now, he regarded her as his own sister. "Father," Lin Xiaolu stammered, his voice trembling. "I'm late. I apologize." He then retrieved a small object from his pocket, his sister's lost iridescent beetle from their last encounter. Holding it delicately, he presented it to Lin Xiaoya, who beamed with delight, and in that moment, a joyful smile graced the small cell's face as well. Sun Wukong, with an expression of disbelief, immediately dispelled his Super Saiyan god form and approached Lin Xiaoru, surveying him closely. "What? Little Xiaolu has become Little Ya's brother?" His hand incessantly ruffled Lin Xiaoru's hair. "Oh, I remember now. You are the little Xiaolu who pinned me to the ground that day." With this unexpected remark, Sun Wukong shattered the harmonious atmosphere. "I have grown stronger now. We should have another bout sometime. But why does your aura resemble Frieza's so closely?" Noticing the surrounding crowd shared Sun Wukong's confusion, Lin Xiaoru responded, "The primary cells within me are Frieza's." Gasps of astonishment resonated among the group, as all questions found resolution in that moment. The gathering then resumed its dining festivities, continuing until nightfall. Chapter 140, Setting Off into the Cosmos. Seeking the Super Dragon Balls. On this day, Lin Feng once again ascended to the Korin Tower. He had resolved to make thorough preparations to traverse the cosmos in search of the Super Dragon Balls. The universe was vast, and he was uncertain how long his journey would take. He had contemplated seeking out other planets inhabited by Namekians. Yet those dragons could not resurrect the fallen Saiyans of Planet Vegeta. Thus, for the sake of certainty, Lin Feng decided to directly pursue the Super Dragon Balls. Only the dragon with supreme authority could guarantee success. For years, the near extinction of the Saiyans at the hands of Frieza had remained a heavy scar etched in Lin Feng's heart, an indelible mark of pain. Only by resurrecting them all could he find peace within himself. This time, he was determined to be fully prepared, which brought him back to the wise Corinne. This scene had last played out over a decade ago. Time had changed, and the countless sins of beans Lin Feng once had were now all destroyed by King Cold. The days of casually consuming sins of beans as snacks had vanished, and now Corinne offered him exactly 10 beans. Oh, how I long for the past. Having expressed his nostalgia, Lin Feng returned home to bid farewell to his family. This time, don't sneak aboard the spaceship again, Celia. Celia clung tightly to Little Ya, whispering, I know. I have to take care of Little Ya. Now a wife and mother, Celia had shed her youthful innocence. Such antics were behind her, for she had someone to protect. And she trusted Lin Feng to handle matters responsibly. Janae had prepared the food and placed it all into a capsule, handing the capsule to Lin Feng. She smiled and said, It's all your favorites. Lin Feng accepted the capsule, stowed it away, and waved to Janae, saying, All right, Mom, I'm ready to head out. Celia called out, her voice tinged with reluctance, Come back soon. Little Ya is waiting for you to teach her training. I will. With a swift use of instant transmission, Lin Feng's voice faded, and he vanished from the sight of the three. West City. Lin Feng instantaneously appeared beside Raditz, the two brothers standing atop the balcony. Raditz inquired, Second brother, do you need me to accompany you? Lin Feng replied, Elder brother, there's no need. This matter I can handle alone. You should remain on Earth and nurture the spirit of justice. A commotion ensued as Tai Si's figure materialized. Lin Feng, why didn't you inform us earlier about your journey? She exclaimed. I only learned of it from Raditz. Here, within this universal capsule, I have prepared enough instant noodles for you to last an entire year. Time is of the essence. I couldn't arrange for a grand feast, so I bought out all the instant noodles in West City. Lin Feng gazed at the capsule, astonished by Tai Si's thoughtful preparation, though he pondered if a year's supply was excessive. Thank you, sister-in-law. In an instant, two figures appeared in the sky, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They had arranged to train in the gravity chamber alongside Raditz. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, who had heard of Lin Feng's upcoming cosmic adventure, felt a twinge of envy and quickly remarked, Second brother, can I join you on your cosmic travels? Lin Feng responded, You cannot, little brother. You are now Earth's mightiest warrior in my absence. If we both leave, what will happen if unforeseen troubles arise? Sun Wukong reluctantly acquiesced, but a moment later, his voice chimed again. By the way, second brother, what is that skill you use to appear beside us? What is it called? Instantaneous movement? Instantaneous movement, why? Are you interested? I can teach you, Lin Feng offered. In the original narrative, this ability was exclusive to Sun Wukong. While Vegeta had only learned it during the Moro arc intrigued, the three turned their attention to Lin Feng. Of course I want to learn. Quickly teach me. Thus, Lin Feng explained the principles of instantaneous movement, cautioning, it requires the utmost refinement in the manipulation of ki. This was discussed in Chapter 33. All right, I must take my leave. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the spaceship that Bulma had long prepared. Having already embarked on a journey through outer space once, Lin Feng was now adept at operating the vessel. He activated the spaceship and set course for the cosmos. Let us commence from the boundary of the northern galaxy. Once we locate the first Super Dragon Ball, we can extract its energy and have Bulma create a Super Dragon Ball radar. At the boundary of the northern galaxy, a cosmic junkyard lay scattered with debris from across the universe. Here, a silver-hued being lay fragmented amidst the refuse. Frieza, though barely clinging to life, still bore a fierce gaze upon his surroundings, as if to vent his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an elegant, silver-haired woman wielding a staff, accompanied by a rotund purple cat. Zampa. The cat impatiently called out to the woman, How much longer until we arrive? Bardock. She gently replied, We shall be there shortly. Do not rush. Lord Kampa lamented. You always say that, yet it has been so long and still no sign. If Lord Beerus discovers this, where will my dignity reside? Oh dear, Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus is still in slumber. Bardock replied soothingly, The quest for the Super Dragon Balls is inherently a lengthy endeavor. Have you forgotten that it took us several years to locate the 3 Super Dragon Balls in our universe? Furthermore, this delay is beneficial for your weight loss, dear Kampa. Just look at you. Haven't you become quite the sight in recent years? You've slimmed down significantly. Bardock wore a benevolent smile, akin to that of a caretaker soothing a child. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the ailing Frieza, whose heart was filled with trepidation. The Lord Beerus that this plump cat spoke of was none other than the god of destruction who had obliterated him entirely. The resemblance between this rotund feline and Beerus was uncanny, albeit with a bit more girth. What intensified Frieza's dread was the fact that the distance between him and the two was diminishing rapidly. Kampa pinched his nose and surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, "What is this wretched place?" "It reeks terribly," Bardock clarified. "Lord Kampa, this is the boundary of the North Galaxy in the 7th universe, where a plethora of cosmic refuse tends to accumulate." In the next moment, Frieza's remaining eye trembled once more. Bardock, with an air of astonishment, remarked, "What is that silvery object?" "What are you babbling about, Bardock?" Kampa inquired, gazing at the overly dramatized Bardock with confusion. Bardock pointed to the heap of severed limbs and putrid flesh, Frieza's current state. In an instant, the barely alive Frieza felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. The horrific memories of his annihilation at Beerus's hands flooding back to his mind. "Oh dear, this individual's form is utterly grotesque." Bardock feigned shock, covering her face with her hands. "Humph. What is there to fear?" Kampa retorted, directing his gaze toward the direction Bardock indicated, discovering Frieza's repulsive condition. This individual exudes an aura of wickedness, even in such a decayed state. Yet, he seems to possess formidable combat prowess, indeed among the elite of mortals. Who would have thought our 7th universe would harbor such a being?" Suddenly, a mischievous smile graced Kampa's lips. "Bardock." Bardock turned, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she asked, "What is it?" "Lord Kampa." Kampa rested his hand upon his chin, his eyes darting with mischief. "Restore him." Bardock, perplexed, responded, "Lord Kampa, what has come over you? This is quite out of character for you." Kampa crossed his arms, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Frieza. "Forget the details. I know what I am doing. Hurry and restore him." "Restore?" Frieza could scarcely believe that such words could emanate from a god of destruction. Though Bardock was bewildered, her staff began to swirl in her hands. In an instant, a mysterious radiance enveloped Frieza's mangled form, and to his astonishment, his shattered body began to reassemble. Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and after a brief 30 seconds, all his pain vanished, granting him a brand new physique. Once restored, Frieza immediately adopted a courteous demeanor, bowing deeply to Beerus, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Frieza." However, Beerus humbly replied, "Frieza, you should be grateful to Lord Kampa. I merely facilitated your restoration. He is the one you ought to thank." With that, Frieza respectfully bowed again, this time to Kampa, saying, "I am grateful for Lord Kampa's life-saving assistance." Kampa opened one eye and glanced at Frieza, responding, "Rescuing you is not without cost. I require your assistance." Frieza's brow furrowed, and he inquired gravely, "What is it that you need, Lord Kampa?" At that moment, Kampa opened both eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he turned to fully observe Frieza. Initially taken aback, he curiously remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to Frost." Frieza politely inquired, "Frost? Who is he?" Yet Kampa shook his head, insisting that matters at hand were of utmost importance. Raising his hand, he pointed at Frieza and declared, "Frieza, I need you to work for me." This very phrase had been uttered by Beerus over a decade ago. Although Frieza felt a deep-seated resistance, he realized that the work of a god of destruction typically involved wreaking havoc on planets, something he found little reason to oppose. He readily acquiesced. "Very well, I am willing to work for Lord Kampa." Frieza understood that this individual, who bore a striking likeness to Beerus, must be connected to him and had saved his life. Left to drift in this cosmic wasteland, he would surely meet his demise within days. However, the subsequent words from Beerus caused Kampa's expression to shift dramatically. "Lord Kampa, are you attempting to shirk your duties? What if the Grand Minister discovers that you have not been diligent in your work?" Frieza may have agreed to assist, but the tasks he completed could not entirely be attributed to Kampa, as Frieza hailed from Universe 7. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Minister, Kampa's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What shall we do now? Frieza is from Universe 7. This complicates matters." In a moment of panic, Kampa quickly devised an ingenious plan. "I have it. Beerus, let us transform Frieza into a citizen of our Universe 6. Frieza was taken aback by the revelation. Universe 6? This god of destruction belongs to Universe 6. Beerus, perplexed, turned to Kampa and asked, "How do you propose we make Frieza a part of Universe 6? With a sly grin, Kampa replied, "We shall appoint Frieza as our candidate god of destruction." A candidate god of destruction. Frieza had never imagined such a day would come. To him, the god of destruction epitomizes the pinnacle of existence, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of all beings with but a single utterance. He has already grasped the formidable art of destruction. If we can elevate Frieza to the status of candidate for the god of destruction of our sixth universe, then he shall rightfully belong to our realm. Furthermore, he can serve me under the guise of this candidacy. Even if the Grand Minister were to hold me accountable, I would emerge unscathed. Kampa's, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter. "Ha, Beerus, what do you think? This plan of mine is quite splendid, I assent it." "Ha ha ha, truly, I am Kampa's." Bardock furrowed her brow and replied, "Lord Kampa's, while your method is indeed clever, what shall we do if Lord Beerus discovers that you are seeking a candidate for the god of destruction from the seventh universe?" With a mischievous grin, Kampa's countered, "What is there to fear? That scrawny monkey is still fast asleep, so it matters not. He is just one individual, and he is bound to be oblivious. Hey, Frieza, you shall be our candidate for the god of destruction of the sixth universe." Frieza's expression darkened, for Beerus had already tasked him with responsibilities. Now, he found himself being summoned by Kampa's for yet another mission. Should Beerus learn of his defection, he would surely face dire consequences. However, from the dialogue between Kampa's and Bardock, it became clear that Beerus was currently entrenched in slumber. The matters of the future could wait. The immediate threat lay with Kampa's. If he were to refuse, annihilation would be inevitable. Frieza bowed deeply once more, a forced smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "My esteemed Lord Kampa's, I can easily assume the role of candidate for the god of destruction of our sixth universe. From this day forth, allow me to serve you diligently." Kampa's nodded in satisfaction, giving Frieza a thumbs up. "Excellent. Quite fitting for one I have chosen." Turning to Bardock, Kampa's instructed, "Now, Bardock, let the trials for the god of destruction candidate commence." Bardock, taken aback by Kampa's urgency, inquired, "Now?" "Very well, Lord Kampa's." In the next moment, Bardock waved her staff, and a swirling vortex adorned with hues of purple materialized out of thin air. Kampa's swiftly teleported beside Frieza, a wicked smile gracing his face as he kicked Frieza into the portal, bellowing, "Step inside, Frieza." The echoes of Frieza's cries reverberated as the trial gates swiftly closed, leaving only Kampa's and Bardock amidst the desolate wasteland. Chapter 142. The mysterious visitor. Days earlier, a mysterious figure appeared on Earth, cloaked in a dark robe that concealed his entire form. Behind him stood a time machine emblazoned with inscriptions. The man surveyed his surroundings, stretching lazily as he mused, "Ah, I wonder if the Super Dragon Balls exist in this timeline." Suppressing his aura to an absolute minimum to avoid unnecessary complications, the dark-robed figure decided to investigate further. "To avoid troubling the inhabitants of this realm, I shall forego the Earth's Dragon Balls and head first to Namek." With a swift motion, he tossed a capsule, and in an instant, a colossal spaceship materialized upon the landscape. The man strode briskly into the spacecraft, which promptly ignited its engines and began to cloak itself. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. On the plains of Namek, a colossal entity descended. Stepping out of the vessel, the man inhaled the fresh air and contentedly remarked, "Well then, let us seek out the Dragon Balls." Subsequently, his figure appeared in various villages across Namek. Surprisingly, not a single Namekian was harmed. With a cordial demeanor, the man articulated his intentions, prompting the elders of these villages to willingly bestow the Dragon Balls upon him. Having received word from the Grand Elder, ultimately, the man in the black cloak made his way to the Grand Elder's village, having successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Amidst the fervent cries of a Namekian, the eternal dragon Porunga once again manifested upon the soil of Namek. The cloaked figure made a wish, stating, "Please inform me, does a destroyer god exist in this world?" Porunga replied affirmatively, "Indeed." The man smiled knowingly and continued, "Please transport me to a being named Zuno." Porunga's eyes gleamed, and in a rich, resonant voice, he declared, "Your wish shall be fulfilled momentarily." The man in the black cloak waved farewell to the Grand Elder. "Farewell, Grand Elder." In an instant, he vanished from the Elder's sight. The Grand Elder sighed, reflecting, "It is astonishing that such extraordinary events exist in this world. This individual, not belonging to our realm, possesses an astonishing background, truly unexpected." Within the hall of Zuno, Lin Feng and Jike had barely spent an hour when the enigmatic figure in the black cloak suddenly appeared beside Zuno. Without hesitation, the cloaked man leaned in and kissed Zuno. Now, quickly inform me of the location of the Super Dragon Balls. The beings in the hall, who were questioning Zuno, were taken aback by the audacity of this newcomer who had brazenly cut in line. Hey, you there. Do you even understand the concept of queuing? Do you have an appointment? The guards standing nearby also felt a tinge of disdain towards this sudden intruder, for their master's rules were sacrosanct. What's the matter? I've already kissed Zuno. Is that not enough? If not, I can do it again. The man in the black cloak taunted, his tone dripping with provocation, infuriating the beings present. Though his face remained concealed, the arrogance in his voice hinted at an inflated ego lurking beneath the cloak. Arrogant fool, perish. A being from the crowd gathered energy in his hand, preparing to strike the cloaked figure. With a dismissive huff, the black-clad man unleashed an aura that overshadowed all present. You think you can challenge me? The oppressive force radiating from him left the crowd speechless, as they realized his power far surpassed theirs by numerous dimensions. The surrounding guards fell silent, and in an instant, the man's demeanor shifted. He approached Zuno with utmost respect, stating, Lord Zuno, I implore you, please reveal the location of the Super Dragon Balls. What a cunning charmer he is. At this moment, Zuno felt a tumult of emotions. The man who had been so aggressive just moments ago now displayed a demeanor of obsequiousness. Zuno found himself perplexed, pondering why he had been incessantly queried about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Yet, given the formidable strength of this individual, Zuno's guards were no match, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. After the black-robed man noted the locations, he swiftly exited the grand hall and once again summoned the spaceship from the versatile capsule. 3 of them have already been collected by Kampa? Quite unexpected. A god of destruction? That indeed presents a bit of a challenge. The black-robed man inhaled sharply. His fists clenched tightly as he proclaimed, However, even if it is a god of destruction, I shall not be deterred from fulfilling my desires. He re-entered the spaceship, deciding to commence his quest from the border of the North Galaxy. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's spaceship in the central North Galaxy, he was jolted awake, his heart racing so swiftly that even in slumber, he was startled by its rhythm. It seems I had a dream. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach began to protest. He had lost track of how long he had slept, but hunger always roused him. He decided to first satiate his appetite, pulling out several containers of instant noodles and the dishes prepared for him by Jine, devouring them heartily. At that moment, an unfamiliar yet potent aura assaulted his senses. This presence, so formidable. What followed was even more astonishing. This overwhelming energy was heading towards the border of the North Galaxy. Lin Feng immediately sensed trouble, for the origin of this energy was the very palace of Zuno that he had visited days prior with Jace. Could it be? Was this powerful being also after the Super Dragon Balls? Lin Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. The mere presence of Kampa, a god of destruction, had already caused him considerable distress, and now he was confronted with an entirely unfamiliar and formidable aura. Who could it be? Could it possibly be Zamasu? The only other individual who might covet the Super Dragon Balls, apart from Kampa, was Zamasu. In the original narrative, Zamasu threatened Zuno for the location of the Super Dragon Balls, subsequently seeking them to usurp Goku's body. However, Lin Feng reconsidered. Something did not add up. The current timeline had not yet reached the saga of Majin Buu, so how could Zamasu's quest for the Super Dragon Balls be occurring? Moreover, this individual should not have ascended to the position of Apprentice Supreme Kai yet. The god of destruction Kampa was even less likely. Mortals could not perceive the essence of deities. To his astonishment, this person had brazenly exposed his aura, radiating confidence, as if he were aware that Kampa was indeed in search of the Dragon Balls. His actions seemed intentionally provocative, almost as if he were declaring war against the god of destruction Kampa. Chapter 143, Put Down the Super Dragon Balls. Hey Beerus, do you believe this Frieza can withstand the trial? What if he perishes inside? Wouldn't he that jeopardize my plans? Kampa said, his large belly protruding as he finished a glass of juice from an unknown planet. Lord Kampa, I still hold great expectations for Frieza. When considering the combat prowess of mortals, he indeed stands among the elite. Let us not forget, Lord Kampa, that prior to your selection as a god of destruction, you appeared to be less formidable than Frieza. At this thought, Vados stifled a chuckle, inciting considerable ire from the rotund and portly Kampa. Be silent, Vados. That was merely a facade of weakness. He retorted. Furthermore, let us not dwell on past events. Vados teased. Oh dear, Lord Kampa, do not be vexed. Anger elevates cortisol levels within you, potentially hindering your weight loss endeavors. Humph, bring me that juice. My spirits shall be lifted post-haste, and that cursed cortisol will dissipate. With that, Kampa extended his hand towards Vados, demanding the juice. Vados shook her head, arching her brows, and replied, Alas, Lord Kampa, your energy expenditure today does not warrant another cup of juice. Kampa, visibly disheartened, muttered, Very well, I shall seek the Super Dragon Balls instead. A gentle smile returned to Vados's face. Yes, now that is the Kampa I know. But pray tell, what is your true purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? Without hesitation, Kampa responded, to discover the most delectable food in the world, of course. Vados, somewhat exasperated, remarked, But, Lord Kampa, that wish seems attainable without the need for the Super Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians could suffice. Kampa merely turned his head slightly, retorting, Humph. The finest delicacies in the world must be wished for with the mightiest of Dragon Balls. Only then shall such wishes yield the most exquisite food on this earth. Seeing Kampa's steadfastness, Vados resigned herself to continue escorting the portly deity on their journey. After approximately half an hour of flight, the monotonous voyage began to wear on Kampa's patience. He had maintained a single posture for too long, his ears drooping as he began to complain. Vados, are we there yet? I have expended far too much energy today. May I be rewarded with a cup of juice? Kampa resembled a wilted eggplant, on the verge of exhaustion. With a gentle tap of her staff, Vados halted their progress. Kampa, caught off guard by the sudden stop, collided into Vados's back. We have arrived, Lord Kampa. As Kampa adjusted his feline head, the previous discomfort vanished upon hearing Vados's melodious voice. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a refreshing oasis in the desert, his eyes gleaming with vitality, the pallor of fatigue disappearing. Marvelous. Vados. At last we have found it. Over the years, Kampa had traversed between these two universes in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. The seventh universe, being the domain of Beerus, felt akin to thievery. Fortunately, Beerus remained in slumber, allowing them their first discovery of a Super Dragon Ball within the seventh universe. The acquisition of the first foretold the existence of the second, validating Kampa's hypothesis that the seventh and sixth universes host differing quantities of Super Dragon Balls. In the present day, he has successfully gathered 3 Dragon Balls. All that remains is to collect the others to complete the set. However, these are merely suspected Super Dragon Balls. The words of Beerus left Kampa somewhat disheartened, as they had encountered numerous planets claiming to harbor Super Dragon Balls over the years. Kampa lacked precise knowledge of the Super Dragon Balls' locations, relying instead on chance, which is why, after all these years, he has only managed to collect 3. He had resolved to remain in Universe 7 for an extended period, thus seeking a replacement destroyer was not a decision made lightly. For the duties of destruction in Universe 6 must also continue. Kampa's true intent was to have Frieza labor for him while he indulged in leisure. Once again, Kampa's expression fell, and he sighed, Forget it, just get me a glass of juice. Every time Beerus makes such pronouncements, it inevitably leads to disappointment regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa had grown numb to this refrain, having heard it countless times. Soon, Beerus descended with Kampa onto the surface of a desolate planet. The planet appeared lifeless, devoid of vitality, its surface marred by numerous craters and rugged terrain. A pall of brown shrouded the entire planet, with ominous thunderclouds looming overhead. Kampa lamented, Alas, it seems yet another false Dragon Ball. This planet's desolation is a clear indication of its inauthenticity. Beerus remained silent, crouching down to scrutinize the planet's geology. With her staff, she gently tapped the ground, the sound reverberating outward. No, Lord Kampa, it seems there is something different. The internal material of this planet diverges from its surface. How could Kampa's simple mind comprehend such words? Scratching his head, he inquired with a puzzled expression, What do you mean, Beerus? Suddenly, Beerus's demeanor shifted. A smile gracing her lips as she declared, It means this. With a resounding thud, Beerus's staff struck the brown earth once more, and in an instant, the base of the staff emanated waves of azure light, radiating outward in concentric circles. Beerus leaped into the air with Kampa, and at that moment, the planet began to undergo a transformation, fissures appearing in the ground as it cracked open. Ah, Beerus, Had I known you intended to destroy this planet, I would have gladly taken the lead. Noticing that Kampa remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, Beerus pointed out, Lord Kampa, look. As she gestured towards the planet undergoing transformation, its brown exterior began to peel away, revealing a glimmering golden interior. A Super Dragon Ball. Moments later, an immense Dragon Ball emerged before them, its radiant 4 crimson stars shining brilliantly. Kampa was rendered speechless with excitement. See, Lord Kampa, it's the 4-star ball. Kampa's tail stood high, drawing him ever closer to his desires. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave descended from the heavens, coiling and swirling, enveloped in lightning, its target being the destroyer Kampa. Who goes there? Such audacity to attack a god of destruction. Release the Super Dragon Balls at once. Chapter 144. Kampa makes his move. Lin Feng's spacecraft had arrived at the desolate junkyard, where the air was thick with a foul stench. This cosmic refuse was a collection of debris, corpses, meteors, fragments of planets, and various industrial waste floating in the vastness of space. To Lin Feng's astonishment, however, a faint aura of Frieza still lingered in this forsaken area. Suddenly, a spacecraft identical to his appeared ahead, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful energy. Lin Feng activated his ship's cloaking mode and concealed his own presence to the bare minimum, closely tailing the vessel. His gaze remained fixated on the ship before him when, without warning, it descended onto a planet roughly the size of the moon. With a clang, the ship's doors swung open, and a man clad in black robes emerged. It was him, such a formidable presence. In the next instant, the man paused and flashed a sinister smile in Lin Feng's direction, his fingertips gathering a concentrated energy blast. This is bad. I must flee. Whoosh. The energy wave shot through the air, racing towards Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. He swiftly maneuvered his spacecraft to evade it, but the speed was simply too great. Just as he braced for impact, the energy wave soared skyward, narrowly missing his ship. Still shaken, Lin Feng was filled with confusion and dread. What just happened? He watched as the energy wave descended towards a distant planet radiating golden light. It was then that he discerned 2 figures standing on that planet. Bardock, the god of destruction, Kampa, the Super Dragon Balls. Lin Feng was astonished thrice in a single moment. Yet, what transpired next left him even more astounded. The energy wave unleashed by the man in black was aimed directly at Kampa. A thunderous declaration erupted from the man's lips. Put down the Super Dragon Balls. Who dares to be so audacious? To confront the god of destruction, Kampa, directly? To assault a god of destruction? Kampa merely leaned slightly aside, effortlessly avoiding the energy wave. Oh ho! I never anticipated someone would dare to ambush me. Kampa? Bardock, bring me before him. I wish to see who it is. Kampa was enraged. As a mighty god of destruction, he could not allow such an affront without retaliation, lest he lose his standing among the other gods of destruction. Bardock, too, was intrigued and wished to uncover the identity of this audacious individual. With a snap of her staff, the two discarded the Super Dragon Balls and instantly materialized on the small planet. Kampa boldly declared, Hey, do you believe I could obliterate you on the spot? Do you not recognize that I am a god of destruction? The man in black merely flicked his pinky, dislodging a glob of earwax from his ear, which he then nonchalantly blew away, seemingly disregarding Kampa entirely. Kampa bellowed, Hey, are you even listening to me? Hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng was deeply intrigued by the identity of the enigmatic man before him. This individual exhibited such arrogance that he seemed to disregard even the god of destruction. The man in the black robe spoke with an air of nonchalance, declaring, What is the matter? I know you are the god of destruction, and I have set my sights on the Super Dragon Balls, you fat pig. Such audacity. It was utterly outrageous. Not only did he assault the god of destruction, Kampa, but he also mocked him brazenly. The scene was so ostentatious that even Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He too wished to retreat from the limelight, eagerly anticipating what would unfold next. With a gleeful chuckle, Beerus remarked, Oh ho ho, Kampa, it seems you've been called a fat pig. Perhaps it's time for you to consider shedding a few pounds. At Beerus's words, Kampa became even more furious, bellowing at him, Beerus, whose side are you on? Instantly, Beerus stifled his laughter and replied, Lord Kampa, I am certainly on my own side. We angels maintain our neutrality, you know? The forthcoming events are entirely up to you. If I were you, I would have charged at him the moment I heard fat pig. Taking a few steps back, Beerus added, Come on, Kampa. It has been ages since you've fought. This battle could serve to burn off some of that excess energy. Enough. Silence, Beerus. In an instant, Kampa vanished from his position, leaving behind only a purple afterimage before the man in black. Kampa had made his move. Boom. The two arms collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding space. Gritting his teeth, Kampa spat. Humph, you arrogant fool. I shall tear away your veil and reveal what manner of being you truly are. The man in black retorted, Ha, God of Destruction Kampa. I am eager to witness the extent of your power. With a thunderous crash, the man in black unleashed his strength, breaking free from Kampa's grasp and performing a series of somersaults backward, gracefully rising to his feet. Are you certain this is all the strength you possess? God of Destruction Kampa? His tone was a blend of confidence, disdain, and mockery. Kampa responded, Let us see if you are worthy of me showcasing my true power. In the next moment, a fiery red aura enveloped the man in black. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that the man's energy had intensified, to Lin Feng's astonishment. This technique felt eerily familiar. It was Goku's signature move, the Kaioken. Could it be? Is this man Goku? No. The Goku of this timeline is still training on Earth. It cannot be him. So who exactly is this individual? Kampa raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, Oh, it seems your strength has increased yet again. How intriguing. With a sudden surge of power, the man in black's muscles expanded, stretching his robe to its limits, unable to conceal his robust physique. Enough talk. Like a majestic eagle, the man in black leaped into the air, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Kampa as he charged forward like the wind. Humph, let us see what you can truly do. This time, Kampa chose not to evade but to confront the challenge head-on. The man in the black robe unleashed a powerful punch, yet it was effortlessly grasped by the God of Destruction, Kampa, rendering him completely immobile. In the next moment, Kampa flashed a wicked smile, tightened his grip on the black-robed man's hand, and lifted him effortlessly, hurling him against the ground with abandon. Bang! The black-robed man's body ignited in flames, and with a sudden jolt, he broke free from Kampa's grasp, hurtling towards a nearby hill. Gasping for breath, he murmured, Wow, the God of Destruction truly lives up to his reputation. Chapter 145. The gradual revelation of the black-robed man's identity. Now you recognize my might, do you? Kampa began to revel in his superiority. Feeling frightened now, are we? Considering your impressive strength, how about joining Frieza in the trials for the candidate God of Destruction? You could become a candidate for our 6th universe. The black-robed man was taken aback, not merely by the prospect of becoming a candidate God of Destruction, but by the revelation that Kampa intended for Frieza to assume that role in their 6th universe. Lin Feng, equally astonished, understood why he had sensed a trace of Frieza's energy. Frieza had been defeated after merging with future Gohan, yet now, he was being considered for the position of candidate God of Destruction in the 6th universe by Kampa. The black-robed man muttered, Interesting. Have I crossed into a different time and space? Frieza has actually become a candidate God of Destruction in the 6th universe. Kampa, growing impatient, interjected, Hey, while I haven't rescinded my offer, you better think it through carefully. The black-robed man retorted, Humph, what a load of nonsense regarding gods of destruction. Not even worthy of a dog. Lin Feng shuddered. That statement sounded distinctly uncharacteristic of someone from this world, deepening his suspicions about the black-robed man's identity. With that, the black-robed man let out a mighty roar. In an instant, a golden aura swirled around him, a fierce energy that immediately alerted Lin Feng to its unmistakable Saiyan origin. Is this man a Saiyan? Yet, all the Saiyans from this world are currently on Earth. And perhaps there is still a Broly. Eliminating all the Saiyans on Earth, as their Super Saiyan strengths pale in comparison to this individual. Broly is also out of the question. His transformation does not exhibit this state. Moreover, this black-robed man could harness the Kaioken technique. Could it be? Is he a version of Goku from another realm? Or perhaps something akin to Zamasu? The black-robed man had transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan. His strength now magnified 50-fold compared to 10 seconds prior. Power surged within him like a tempest, his energy reservoir brimming, and his confidence grew. Kampa's eyes fixated on the black robe, mockingly stating, Another transformation? I didn't expect you to have so many flashy forms. Last time it was a crimson aura, and now it has become a golden one. Disregarding Kampa's taunts, the black-robed man leaped into action, launching a direct assault with a powerful strike aimed squarely at Kampa. However, Xiang Pa did not achieve his desired outcome. A remnant shadow lingered in place as his figure swiftly appeared behind the man in the black robe, his hand poised for a decisive strike. "Huh, to deal with you, I need only one hand," he declared. In the next moment, his hand sliced through the air at remarkable speed, aiming for the man's neck. One hand? Is that not a tad presumptuous? The black-robed figure suddenly pivoted, turning with lightning speed to block the blow with his arm. A crisp sound echoed at the point of their contact. Xiangpa, unfazed, remarked, "Hee. I am the god of destruction. One hand is indeed sufficient, for my words carry weight." In that instant, a surge of purple energy enveloped Xiangpa's hand. It was at this moment that the black-robed man's body began to tremble, and Xiangpa finally exerted his strength. The arm that met Xiangpa's strike quivered violently. While beneath the robe, the man clenched his teeth, his expression turning somewhat grotesque. Xiangpa's hand approached the man's neck with increasing intensity. As he gazed into Xiangpa's composed eyes, the black-robed man began to contemplate. Indeed, though Xiangpa appeared rotund and less formidable compared to Beerus, he was still a god of destruction and should not be underestimated. With this in mind, he resolved to augment his power further. Yeah. With a furious roar, the trembling arm regained its stability, and Xiangpa's hand, shrouded in purple flames, gradually receded from the man's neck. A powerful gust erupted from their point of contact, propelling the black-robed man backward several meters, stabilizing his form 6 seconds later. The black-robed man erupted with renewed fury, a vortex materializing above him, enveloping his body in a golden aura while arcs of electricity danced around him. This enigmatic Saiyan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Lin Feng was astounded. Merely a Super Saiyan 2, yet his aura had grown to such immense proportions. Such power was beyond what any Saiyan of this realm could attain. Who on earth was this individual? Xiangpa remained dismissive, taunting. "What other transformations do you possess? Unleash them without delay. After all, it's merely a matter of one hand." In response, the black-robed man refrained from further banter, choosing instead to demonstrate his prowess. "Silence, you bloated pig." With a more ferocious aura roaring around him, the black robe was torn asunder by the overwhelming energy, revealing glimpses of his true form. The black-robed man's power surged again, reaching full capacity as Super Saiyan 2. Xiangpa, infuriated by being called a bloated pig, erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You vile little brat. Today, you shall not escape this space." In a fit of exasperation, Xiangpa coalesced an extremely concentrated energy sphere in his hand, purple mist swirling within. This spectacle left Lin Feng utterly astonished. Xiangpa was about to employ the god of destruction's signature technique, destruction. As a compatriot, and harboring little fondness for the god of destruction, Lin Feng fervently wished for this valiant warrior, who bravely confronted the god of destruction, to deliver a crushing blow to Xiangpa. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was a tempest of tension and excitement. He was eager to discern the choices made by this warrior and whether he possessed any hidden trump cards. Xiangpa's corpulent form was swiftly moving, the sphere of destructive energy tightly clutched in his grasp. Even the cloaked figure in the full power of Super Saiyan 2 found it impossible to track his elusive steps. Die. Destruction. In an instant, the once arrogant cloaked figure was now emitting heart-wrenching screams. Accompanied by the anguished cries, Xiangpa nonchalantly turned his back, a sinister smile gracing his features, striding forward without a glance back. "It is over. This is the fate of those who offend the god of destruction." Suddenly, the voice of Beerus interrupted, halting the self-important Xiangpa. "Lord Xiangpa, it is not yet finished." Chapter 146. The True Identity of the Cloaked Figure. Beerus's words compelled Xiangpa to pause and turn back in curiosity. The horrific cries erupted from the cloaked figure, the destructive energy imbued with the god of destruction's unique skills not immediately tearing him apart. The muscles of the cloaked figure's face convulsed violently, his features contorted under pressure, bloodshot eyes glaring with intensity, all the hallmarks of full-power Super Saiyan 2 manifesting vividly. To withstand the god of destruction, Xiangpa's destructive energy in full-power Super Saiyan 2 state. What formidable resilience! Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In an instant, the cloaked figure's arched back trembled, his hunched form momentarily stilled. The roars continued, and Xiangpa was left astounded. How could a mere mortal endure destructive energy? Lin Feng, astonished beyond words, realized the magnitude of the situation. This cloaked figure, merely in Super Saiyan 2 form, seemed to rival the strength of Golden Frieza, who had once withstood destructive energy in the original narrative. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the cloaked figure tightened his grip on the sphere of destructive energy, compressing the wild energy ball with all his might. Here, take this, and let me add a little extra. With all his strength, the cloaked figure hurled the concentrated sphere of destructive energy towards Xiangpa. However, the surface of the energy ball shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of Gillen watermelon frost. Angel Beerus expressed admiration for the cloaked figure, remarking, "Oh, how intriguing, a mortal body bravely contending with divinity. This cloaked figure is indeed remarkable. For millennia, no one had dared to challenge a god of destruction. Today, this cloaked figure could be considered unprecedented, truly the first of his kind. Enough of this idle chatter. Beerus, this is merely the beginning." Seeing Beerus's arm lean outward ignited Xiangpa's fury once more, he leapt into action, choosing to confront head-on the gift that the cloaked figure had returned. The vibrant energy sphere adhered tightly to Xiangpa's palm, and in an instant, he sensed a chaotic aura assailing him. It carried the essence of destruction and the presence of the cloaked man. This compressed energy sphere danced in Xiangpa's grasp for merely 3 seconds before it lost its vitality. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, and the enhanced destructive energy was crushed by Xiangpa. Indeed, the title of God of Destruction is well-deserved. You are formidable, the most powerful mortal I have encountered. The proposition I just made regarding your candidacy for the God of Destruction is worth your contemplation. At this moment, Xiangpa's stature elevated once more, and he seized the opportunity to consider bringing the cloaked man under his command. Yet, with such arrogance, how could the cloaked man willingly submit? Huh? Do you believe I am awestruck by the power you just displayed? Are you attempting to persuade me now? Applause erupted from the cloaked man's hands. What a god of destruction you are, Xiangpa. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. However, you are trying to persuade the wrong individual. I am not like that Frieza you mentioned. As soon as the words left his lips, the cloaked man summoned all his might, unleashing an overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 2 at full power, preparing to charge at Xiangpa once more. Ignoring an invitation to toast is akin to courting punishment. Let me show you the terror of a god of destruction. Xiangpa snorted coldly, nonchalantly dodging the oncoming attack from the cloaked man, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips. What's wrong? Is dodging all you know? Is a god of destruction merely a turtle retreating into its shell? What happened to using just one hand? Fat pig. The cloaked man's taunt struck a chord with Xiangpa. How infuriating. Enough noise. Silence yourself. Unable to endure any longer, Xiangpa raised his right hand once more, revealing a violet aura enveloping his fist. In that moment, the cloaked man felt as though his right cheek were being corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. This time, the destructive energy surged even more powerfully. Instantly, he seized Xiangpa's fist with both hands, attempting to wrench it away from his face, while delivering a sidekick aimed at Xiangpa's abdomen. At that precise moment, Xiangpa's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind the cloaked man. He raised his right hand again, fingers splayed wide, palm facing the cloaked man's back, murmuring, "Haka 1. A denser wave of destructive energy surged from Xiangpa's palm, enveloping the cloaked man in a swirling mass of violet gas. With a wicked grin, Xiangpa declared, "You shall pay for your sacrilegious actions against the divine. I have granted you a chance, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to send you to your demise." The violet mist began to erode the cloaked man's skin, each cell of his body rebelling against the destructive energy. His cries of anguish echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. The courage of this unknown Saiyan was commendable, facing the god of destruction head-on. He was the first. Yet now, he was destined to be obliterated by the god of destruction. Xiangpa Lin Feng yearned to lend a hand, yet he found himself facing the formidable god of destruction. Kampa. Over the years, he had learned that engaging with such a being would only lead to misfortune. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He could utilize instant transmission to escape with his companion. Lin Feng realized that it was likely how Sheru had evaded Kampa's wrath. Just as he prepared to employ this technique, the cloaked man astonished him once more. Does the god of destruction only know how to destroy? Then let me show you destruction. In the blink of an eye, the golden aura enveloping the man began to engulf the surrounding purple mist of destruction. At that moment, the asteroid was beset by tumultuous winds and raging gales. An energy vortex materialized above him, crackling with fierce arcs of electricity. In the next instant, the cloaked figure assumed a half-squat position. His hair, previously concealed, cascaded down to his waist, and the cloak was swept away by his flowing golden locks, revealing a visage of chilling intensity. His brow furrowed, eyebrows vanished, and his icy, penetrating gaze instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. At that very moment, the purple mist, emblematic of destructive energy, was dissipated. It was then that Lin Feng beheld the true appearance of this enigmatic figure. As his mind spun in disbelief, he finally comprehended the source of the man as confidence and audacity. No wonder he dared to challenge the god of destruction single-handedly, vying for the Super Dragon Balls. This man exuded an aura of invincibility. He was none other than the most powerful being in the multiverse, Vegeta. At this juncture, one might feel utterly bewildered. This Vegeta is the protagonist from another one of my unpublished works titled Dragon Ball, the beginning with Vegeta, invincible across dimensions. For those intrigued, feel free to explore it. For those disinterested, it matters not, as I shall later elaborate on his backstory within this narrative. Chapter 147, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta vs. Compa. Lin Feng stared incredulously at the screen of the spaceship, where the combined warrior with waist-length hair was displayed. His mind raced with the original storyline, recalling that the ultimate warrior born from the fusion dance could only maintain their form for 30 minutes. He had first-hand experience, having defeated Frieza after fusing with future Gohan. The most evident detail was that fused characters always donned vests symbolizing their union. Be it Vegeta or Gotenks, they were adorned with such attire. Yet, the figure on the screen, despite bearing an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, was devoid of any vest. Could it be that he was Gogeta? No, he lacked the earrings. Thus, he could only be Vegeta. However, Lin Feng soon detected an anomaly. This Vegeta had been engaging with Compa for far beyond 30 minutes. What was the origin of this Vegeta? Just as Lin Feng's mind raced with questions, a purple energy sphere hurtled toward his spaceship. Oh no! Lin Feng urged the vessel forward, deftly maneuvering it to narrowly escape the energy blast unleashed by Compa. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to witness the energy sphere collide with the surface of a nearby star. In an instant, the celestial body was consumed by destructive energy, leaving not a trace of dust behind. Lin Feng gasped in shock. He realized that he needed to maintain a considerable distance from these two formidable beings. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's gaze settled upon the Super 4-Star Dragon Ball. With a sly grin, he thought to himself that while they were engaged in their fierce battle, he might as well extract the energy from this Super Dragon Ball and take it back for Bulma to create the Super Dragon Radar. Thus, Lin Feng maneuvered his cloaked spaceship closer to the Super Dragon Ball. Yet, this scene did not escape the notice of Beerus. Even though Lin Feng had activated the ship's stealth mode and suppressed his energy to its lowest, Beerus's keen discernment still picked up on his presence. Beerus murmured, "Oh, a thief." In the next instant, the screen of the spaceship was filled with the image of a tall angel with a high ponytail. Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng as he admonished, "Stealing is not a commendable act." At that moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of panic. As if 1,000 llamas were stampeding through his mind, he had been discovered. By Beerus, no less. How infuriating. Nevertheless, Lin Feng quickly devised a response. Aren't angels supposed to be neutral, not interfering in worldly affairs? Beerus maintained his piercing gaze on Lin Feng, his eyes narrowing as he replied with utmost seriousness. While that may be true, this is something that Lord Compa has set his sights on. We angels exist to assist the gods of destruction, so this matter falls under my jurisdiction. Damn it. It seemed that his plans had been foiled. If he continued this line of conversation, Beerus might indeed take action. Lin Feng reluctantly abandoned the thought. Why are you here as well? You aren't with that person, are you? And it seems you both possess this. Beerus pointed at the tail wrapped around Lin Feng's waist. A tail? Lin Feng glanced at the screen, and to his shock, he noticed that Gogeta also had a tail coiled around his waist. This was disastrous. He could not possibly explain this away. Lin Feng had never anticipated that Gogeta would possess a tail as well. No, you've misunderstood. I am not with him. Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly, pouting as he remarked, "Not together? Then are you here to compete with Lord Compa for the Super Dragon Ball?" It was surprising how easily Beerus saw through Lin Feng's intentions, which left him somewhat at a loss. Beerus was indeed astute, not easily deceived. Beerus chuckled, deciding to let it go, stating, As long as you're not after the Super Dragon Ball, it's fine. This battle between mortals and gods is quite thrilling. You may as well observe. As they spoke, countless destructive energies surged towards the surrounding star systems, wreaking havoc on hundreds, if not thousands, of planets. Gogeta, empowered by his Super Saiyan 3 form, began to fight fiercely, illuminating the dark cosmos with the brilliance of their clash. Are you certain you are only using one hand? Just as the words left his mouth, Gogeta dove once more toward Kampa's head, his arms transforming into hammers as he crouched, his legs positioned in an outward stance. With a mighty roar, he struck toward Kampa's head. Bang! Kampa effortlessly blocked Gogeta's hammer-like fists with his purple arms, not even blinking as he calmly stated, "I only need one hand." The intertwining of purple and golden light created arcs of purple-gold electricity that crackled ominously at the points where their arms and fists met. A wicked smile graced the visage of Vegeta as he declared, "What now?" In an instant, a tumultuous surge of energy erupted from within him, as all the golden power coalesced into his fists, unleashing the might of Super Saiyan 3. In the following moment, Kampa's arms began to tremble, his teeth clenched in determination. "How intriguing. It seems your companion has brought forth quite the surprise," remarked the observing Beerus. Indeed, as Beerus had predicted, Kampa was no longer merely using one hand. His quivering right hand could no longer sustain itself. With a thud, Kampa's left hand was compelled to press firmly against it. The formidable strength of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 3 state was undeniable, yet Lin Feng could not shake his unease. For he was aware of the fatal flaw of Super Saiyan 3, its fleeting nature, its lack of endurance. Yet, astonishingly, this weakness appeared not to manifest within Vegeta. Radiating confidence, he had forced Kampa into a two-handed struggle. It began with 2 hands. Soon you shall be compelled to engage with your entire being. Energy surged once more into Vegeta's hands, and in that moment, the golden brilliance overshadowed the purple flames surrounding Kampa's arms. With a crisp sound, Vegeta's right hand released its grip on Kampa's arm, pivoting suddenly, catching Kampa off guard. In the next heartbeat, Vegeta seized Kampa's right arm, locking it firmly, and using his back as leverage, prepared for a suplex. With a whoosh, Kampa's hefty form was hurled towards the ground like a sandbag, crashing down with tremendous force. However, how could a god of destruction be so easily vanquished? Though Kampa had not fought in a while, his combat instincts remained sharp. He swiftly regained his composure, halting his descent in midair, executing a flawless 360-degree backflip, stabilizing his weighty form. Damn, it seems I must take this seriously. Yet before Kampa could finish his thought, Vegeta's iron fist lunged at him with the ferocity of a wild beast. You speak too much. Chapter 148, The Mysterious Vegeta. Kampa's brows furrowed in irritation as Vegeta relentlessly pursued him, each punch aimed at Kampa's vital points. Growing weary of this passive state, Kampa roared, "You have provoked my wrath." With a fierce cry, a halo of purple energy erupted from the core of Kampa's abdomen, sending Vegeta hurtling backward, his body uncontrollably flipping through the air. Just as he was about to collide with a mountainside, he managed to regain control. Adjusting his stance, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Kampa, who was undergoing a tremendous transformation. A purple aura enveloped him completely. Unlike before, when it had merely cloaked his arms, the destructive energy now surged throughout his entire being. The god of destruction Kampa was fully serious. With a piercing gaze, Kampa fixed his eyes on Goku, stating, "You are the strongest human I have ever encountered, as well as the most arrogant." His tone, once laced with disdain, now carried an air of determination. "Have you finally decided to take this seriously, god of destruction Kampa?" In the face of Kampa unleashing his destructive energy, the man before him exhibited no hint of fear. Kampa wiped his nose, shedding his usual nonchalance, his pupils reflecting the image of a golden-hued hedgehog. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between a god of destruction and a mere human. You incessantly prattle about gods and mortals. Today, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson." With that, Goku ascended into the sky, his legs propelling him with force as he clenched his fists tightly, launching himself towards Kampa with all his might. Whoosh! A flurry of punches rained down upon Kampa. But empowered by the energy of destruction, Kampa's strength had reached an entirely new dimension, effortlessly evading Goku's attacks. Fourfold fist. A thunderous shout echoed as Goku began to spin at high speed, momentarily creating 4 identical Super Saiyan 3 Gokus to surround Kampa. The 4 simultaneously attacked. For as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. Yet their opponent was the god of destruction, Kampa. Huh. I did not expect you humans to possess such cleverness, devising these flashy tricks. You do have some wit, Kampa remarked calmly while evading their strikes. Ignoring Kampa's mocking remarks, one of the Gokus gradually distanced himself from the fray, revealing Goku's true form. In the next moment, Goku placed his hands on his hips, striking a familiar pose. Lin Feng instantly recognized it as his signature finishing move, Ultimate Kamehameha. At that very instant, the other 3 clones firmly restrained Kampa, clinging to him like leeches. Kampa felt a profound discomfort in being trapped in such a manner, his irritation palpable. Heh, do you really think you can confine me like this? With a cold laugh, purple mist began to swirl around Kampa, manifesting his destructive power. Suddenly, the 4 clones were incinerated by the energy of destruction. After dispatching the clones, Kampa began to gather energy in his hands to counter the impending ultimate Kamehameha from Goku. Heh, Goku's smile held a hint of wicked charm as he approached Kampa. The purpose of the clones was never to bind Kampa. They were merely a distraction. In that fleeting moment, the ultimate Kamehameha was fully charged. Goku's ultimate goal was to utilize instant transmission through his clone, as the divine aura could not be sensed, allowing him to strike from this concealed approach. Lin Feng was astounded, unable to believe Goku's cunning. Ultimate Kamehameha. Huh. A golden package enveloped the colossal blue pillar, directing its aim at Kampa's face, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty dragon poised to devour its prey. Oh dear, Bardock exclaimed. It seems Lord Kampa has become somewhat complacent. I wonder how he will respond. Even the god of destruction, Kampa, began to perspire profusely in this moment. Yet, his remarkable courage was once again on display. As the ultimate Kamehameha approached Kampa, he instinctively reacted, channeling his destructive energy to counteract the impending wave. With a resounding roar, the 2 forces clashed, and Gogeta unleashed his attack, catching Kampa off guard. The destructive energy he wielded had not been sufficiently consolidated. Their bodies were propelled backward by the fierce energies colliding, shattering the silence of the cosmos. Ultimately, the spiraling golden lightning of the blue pillar triumphed over Kampa's destructive force, inching closer to his visage. However, in the next instant, the tide turned. Kampa's form became ensnared in a torrent of purple energy, while Gogeta began to falter. The purple sphere began to push the blue pillar in Gogeta's direction, indicating an equilibrium of power. But was it truly an even match? Lin Feng's brow furrowed in concern, sensing a change within Gogeta. His aura no longer radiated the same formidable strength as just a minute prior. Rather than Kampa growing stronger, it seemed Gogeta was weakening. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation indeed had its drawbacks, a limitation that even Gogeta could not evade. His aura dwindled, energy dissipating. Despite Gogeta's relentless struggle, there was no trace of panic on his face. He remained composed, exuding confidence. Lin Feng was perplexed, pondering what could be causing Gogeta's remarkable calmness. Could it be that he had a hidden card up his sleeve? Heh, kid, are you capable? Kampa taunted, having temporarily gained the upper hand. Heh, you fat pig. Your tongue is quite sharp, Gogeta retorted with a cold smirk, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, glaring ahead as he nodded slightly. A radiant white light enveloped him, signaling yet another transformation, this time breaking through amidst the onslaught of destruction. The white light cascaded from head to toe, forming a protective barrier. 3 seconds later, a completely new form of Gogeta unveiled itself before the onlookers. He had reverted to his original state, the enigmatic, pure-hearted Gogeta. Chapter 149, The Liberation of Destructive Power, God of Destruction Kampa. With a mere disagreement, he transformed. This was an entirely new version, one that Lin Feng had never witnessed. A return to the essence, reminiscent of the mysterious Gohan from Dragon Ball. What had Gogeta undergone to achieve such a form? As Lin Feng's thoughts drifted, the purple energy sphere began to be propelled by the ultimate Kamehameha, veering towards Kampa's direction. However, the god of destruction is not to be underestimated. In a fleeting moment, 2 streams of energy intertwined once more in the space between them. With a resounding bang, the energies did not explode. Instead, they were propelled apart into countless minute particles, forming a magnificent spectacle within the cosmos. At that very instant, Kappa realized that Gogeta had assumed yet another guise. Oh, how has he reverted to his original form? Kappa scrutinized the enigmatic Gogeta with a hint of confusion, yet proceeded to examine him thoroughly. Suddenly, Kappa bellowed, "Wait, how can your body emanate a trace of divine essence?" Observing the astonishment on Kappa's face, Lin Feng contemplated. It seems Kappa has also detected the change in Gogeta's aura. A hint of divine energy mingles with the human essence, likely akin to the experience of the mysterious Gohan. This must be a result of the Elder Kaioshin unlocking potential. Thus, the residual energy of the Elder Kaioshin lingers. Lin Feng never anticipated that Gogeta would embark on the path of the mysterious Gohan. No wonder he is so audacious. Perhaps he possesses further hidden strengths. This prompted Lin Feng to gaze at Gogeta's tail. Could it be that this fellow can transform into Super Saiyan 4? Heh, you need not concern yourself with it. You are unworthy to know. In his mysterious state, Gogeta exudes an even more arrogant demeanor, showcasing his confidence in full measure. Kappa, unfazed, responded, "If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the God of Destruction." Heh. With a cold chuckle, Kappa began to draw forth all the destructive energy from within him. Suddenly, a purple mist began to envelop the small planet, saturating the air with the essence of destruction. Oh! Kappa emitted a rare cry, and in that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. Everything around was bathed in purple hues, as energy rings radiated outward from Kappa, spreading to the farthest corners of the universe. This is the might of a god of destruction. Terrifying indeed. The 4 great galaxies of the 7th universe were tainted by this oppressive force, affecting the realms of gods, mortals, and the afterlife alike. On Earth, the sea level began to rise, and the ground trembled. In the Kaioshin realm, Jebet and Shin quaked in fear at this overwhelming power. Even the underworld felt the impact, as countless spirits covered their heads and groaned. On Beerus's planet, a silver-haired man fixated on his staff, at the center of which stood the god of destruction, Kappa. How has Lord Kappa arrived in our 7th universe, unleashing all his destructive power? Thankfully, Lord Beerus remains in slumber. Otherwise, these two brothers would undoubtedly clash again. Lin Feng, observing from the sidelines, struggled to withstand such formidable pressure. At that moment, he found it impossible to meet the gaze of the god of destruction, even from within the confines of the spaceship. In a flash, Lin Feng transformed into Super Saiyan 2, barely managing to open his eyes. This exemplifies the distinction between gods and mortals. Bardock, ever watchful of Lin Feng's movements, quipped, "Oh, you claim you are not allied, yet that individual just employed the same transformation as you." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and replied, "You say it is so, then it must be." As he spoke, Xiang Pa's form continued to undergo transformation. A symbol began to gradually manifest upon Xiang Pa's forehead, and similarly, markings resembling tattoos emerged on his arms. The violet-red lines imbued the previously unassuming Xiang Pa with an aura of dominance. He unleashed the destructive power within him. "You should consider yourself fortunate to witness my current state. Mortal, this is the first and the last time for you." Xiang Pa looked down from his elevated position, his divine form radiating a purple glow that illuminated the earth beneath. In a mysterious state, Vegeta simply responded with a faint chuckle, "Ho ho, do not speak too soon. Only through battle will we discern who is stronger." In an instant, a fleeting shadow appeared as Vegeta swiftly approached the god of destruction, Xiang Pa. With his body leaning back, he had already charged his fist with power, aiming a punch directly at Xiang Pa's face. Bang! The blow did not land as intended. After a resounding impact, purple and golden smoke dissipated, revealing Xiang Pa's iron fist meeting it head-on. Noticing this, Vegeta quickly altered his strategy, channeling his internal energy into his other hand, and executed a technique that utilized minimal force to achieve maximum effect, successfully propelling the god of destruction, Xiang Pa, away. Xiang Pa sensed Vegeta's next move. In his fully unleashed state, his reflexes became extraordinarily sharp. Whoosh! Xiang Pa's rolling form abruptly halted, and he immediately appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at Vegeta's head. At that moment, Vegeta, infused with a hint of divine essence, sensed Xiang Pa's attack. Though faint, it was sufficient for him to react. He swiftly turned, raising his hands to shield his head, successfully blocking Xiang Pa's flying kick. Bang! Vegeta erupted with force, the collision of their powers pushing them apart by several meters. Ho ho! It seems I must take this seriously. As he spoke, Vegeta positioned his left hand against the palm of his right. Swoosh! A radiant sword of light materialized from his right hand, its dazzling golden brilliance overwhelming, emanating a palpable aura of lethality as Vegeta expertly wielded the weapon. You, young one, possess quite the array of tricks. However, you merely shape your internal energy. I can do the same. Tap, tap, tap. Purple mist began to coalesce in his hand, forming a remarkably thick, undefined object. 3 seconds later, as the mist receded, a long whip, radiating a violet glow, materialized in Xiangpa's grasp. This spectacle left Beerus somewhat astonished, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh? It appears you've learned on the fly." Lord Xiangpa did not possess such skills before, yet he has advanced considerably. Beerus resembled a cheerleader, vocally encouraging Xiangpa. "Go for it, Lord Xiangpa." With a confident smile, Xiangpa replied, "Heh, Beerus, I am well aware without your prompting." Chapter 150. Overwhelming Power, Xiangpa's Ultimate Strength. Enough of the chit-chat. If you don't step up, I shall. The voice of Gogeta resonated like thunder, interrupting the conversation between Bardock and Kampa. In an instant, a shadow of darkness reappeared beside Kampa, as Gogeta brandished his shimmering sword, aiming a strike at Kampa's arm. Kampa swiftly dodged, his purple whip lashing out to collide with Gogeta's lightsaber, sparks flying in all directions. Kampa's gaze then fixated intently on Gogeta's lower abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Kampa delivered a powerful kick to Gogeta's midsection, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling several paces away. The crack of the whip echoed loudly, and purple light erupted as dozens of energy blasts imbued with destructive power surged toward Gogeta, crackling with electric purple energy. As these destructive energies approached within a meter of Gogeta, he swiftly executed a chaotic slicing maneuver, severing the energy blasts with ease. Such a formidable attack, composed of destructive energy, was effortlessly neutralized by Gogeta. Just moments ago, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he had been overwhelmed, forced to ascend to Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta maintained his bravado, remarking, "Heh, you fat pig, I didn't expect you to possess some skill." Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless. Although Kampa appeared to be an inconspicuous god of destruction, he was indeed a god of destruction with considerable prowess. Yet, Lin Feng was eager to see how Kampa would evade the upcoming onslaught. With a whoosh, 3 clones once again manifested, and the 4 Gogetas, each wielding a lightsaber, leaped into the air at an astonishing speed, launching an assault on Kampa. In an instant, Kampa's whip began to swing wildly, attempting to fend off the attacks from the 4 Gogetas. The speed of the Gogetas was extraordinary, and the clashes of whips and lightsabers generated a cacophony of sparks and sounds that reverberated through the air, leaving Lin Feng momentarily dazzled by the spectacle. Such incredible velocity. Lin Feng recognized the vast chasm separating him from the gods, while also lamenting how thick-headed Cell was to dare compete with a god of destruction like Kampa for the Dragon Balls. The battle intensified, as the lightsabers struck at Kampa's whip haphazardly, but soon Kampa discerned the clone's weakness. Although the speed of the lightsaber strikes was rapid, only one of them possessed substantial strength. With confident laughter, Kampa declared, "Heh, while your speed is impressive, have you forgotten that you've employed this technique before?" In an instant, a layer of destructive energy enveloped Kampa's purple whip as he recognized the pattern, targeting the 3 weaker lightsabers with a ferocious strike. Crack! The destructive force detonated upon the 3 lightsabers, surging into the clones and causing them to dissipate into nothingness, leaving only the sound of Kampa's mocking laughter. However, at that moment, a figure surged toward Kampa, moving at a speed surpassing that of light. In an instant, golden light erupted as a golden dragon materialized behind Gogeta. With a thunderous voice, Gogeta shouted, "Dragon Fist Explosion!" The astonished Kampa was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What speed is this? What power?" Yet none of this holds significance anymore. What truly matters is that Kampa has been struck by the Dragon Fist. With a splutter, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from Kampa's mouth. This was the most grievous injury he had endured in millennia. Subsequently, Kampa's body began its slow descent. The once dominant god of destruction now grievously wounded by a mere mortal. His eyes began to cloud over, and with a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground, leaving a gaping crater in his wake. Lin Feng's gaze trembled in disbelief as he muttered, "What in the blazes? Vegeta has defeated Kampa." He glanced at Vegeta, who, without sparing a glance at Kampa, strode purposefully towards the Super Dragon Balls. Huh. Even a god of destruction cannot thwart my pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. With that, Vegeta spat disdainfully and leaped towards his goal. Just then, Beerus appeared before him. What is it? Aren't you angels supposed to be neutral? However, Beerus merely pointed behind Vegeta, silently urging him to look back. Lin Feng followed Beerus's gesture and turned his gaze. A tempest of purple flames roared, and Kampa's pupils were consumed by a scarlet hue. Dark violet shadows formed beneath his eyes, and the emblem signifying his status as a god of destruction deepened in crimson. Kampa had succumbed to rage. What? Are you saying that? Before Lin Feng could finish, Vegeta suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him from behind, sending chills racing down his spine. This was bad. Kampa had not fallen. Sensing the impending danger, Vegeta quickly braced himself, channeling his strength into his elbow before unleashing a powerful strike behind him. That punch met only empty air. Kampa's formidable form descended from the heavens, delivering a thunderous kick aimed at Vegeta's head. Boom. Though Vegeta attempted to defend himself, it was a futile effort. He began to sink toward the ground. The purple aura raged fiercely, coiling tightly around Kampa's legs. Despite Vegeta's desperate resistance, he continued to descend. As Kampa's power surged, leaving Vegeta's fate beyond his control. Curse it. In a state of mysterious intensity, Vegeta's energy peaked as his internal reservoir was instantaneously drained, leaving him with nothing to stave off Kampa's onslaught. Kampa's face bore a menacing expression, devoid of any other emotions. He had become a relentless machine of destruction, intent on obliterating Vegeta's form. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Vegeta as the destructive energy began to corrode his entire being. The fragile edges of his attire began to wrinkle and vanish slowly. Vegeta's body sank deeper into the earth until, all at once, Kampa altered his strategy, opting for a barrage of punches. In an instant, a flurry of blows rained down upon Vegeta's chest. He stood defenseless, his body succumbing uncontrollably to the depths below. Oh ho ho! It seems Lord Kampa has lost none of his former prowess. Truly, he is my disciple. Bardock claimed neutrality, yet upon witnessing Kampa regain the situation, he could not contain his elation. The pressure now fell upon Vegeta, and Lin Feng was filled with anxiety, for after all, this was Vegeta, a member of his own kind, and in his previous life, the man he aspired to become. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Feng shouted, "Go, Vegeta!" Chapter 151. Lin Feng forced into battle. Go, Vegeta! As Lin Feng's heartfelt encouragement subsided, a sense of foreboding washed over him, causing a chill to creep down his neck. Suddenly, a grotesque visage appeared before his eyes. It was Vegeta, mercilessly pummeled by Kampa. Vegeta had unwittingly chosen Lin Feng as his destination for instant transmission. "Thank goodness you're here, Goku." Lin Feng muttered in exasperation. "I'm Darles." Vegeta, perplexed, murmured, "Darles? Who is that?" Just then, several energy blasts surged towards their spaceship. "This is bad. Quick dodge." They both leaped from the vessel, seizing the fleeting moment to approach a nearby asteroid. Boom. In an instant, the ship disintegrated into nothingness. However, the rampaging god of destruction, Kampa, was far from finished. At that moment, Lin Feng, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, bore a striking resemblance to the newly transformed Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. In his madness, Kampa mistook Lin Feng for an extension of Vegeta himself. Whoosh! In an instant, the whip in Kampa's hand cracked ominously as several energy blasts converged, propelling Kampa and the destructive energy towards them. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. He had merely intended to spectate and was inexplicably dragged into battle alongside Vegeta. Damn it, Vegeta! Aren't you supposed to be the strongest in this dimension? Vegeta's energy sword reformed as he swung it, declaring, "Stop wasting time. Let us go all out." Lin Feng retorted, "I'm not going to fight. You can't even handle this. How can you expect me to?" Initially, Lin Feng had contemplated using the various flavors of instant noodles that Tai Si had prepared for him to entice Kampa and gain his trust. Little did he know that Kampa had already gone berserk, making such tactics futile. In an instant, Vegeta severed all the destructive energy, leaving only the frenzied Kampa. Whoosh! Kampa lunged forward, his massive claws reaching for their faces. Vegeta, filled with rage, narrowly evaded Kampa's grasp. However, Lin Feng's situation was dire. He was suddenly overwhelmed, feeling a suffocating pressure as Kampa slammed his head into the ground. A deep trench appeared, a testament to Kampa's might. "Let him go?" Vegeta's energy sword clanged against Kampa's back, but in this state, Kampa was impervious. Even Vegeta's weapon could not inflict harm. Just as Vegeta was taken aback, Kampa's whip lashed out, sending both of them crashing into a nearby hill, shattering rocks and sending dust flying. Lin Feng, looking utterly drained, never anticipated that merely watching a battle would lead to his forced involvement. Complaining about Vegeta at this point was futile. Hey, Vegeta, tell me honestly, do you still have any hidden cards? Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. How did this fellow know his name? Moreover, his previous statement hardly resembled the words of someone from the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that he, too, is a traveler from another realm? Vegeta cautiously inquired. Odd changes, even does not? Lin Feng answered without hesitation, as this was etched in his mind. Symbols observe quadrants. Vegeta, with a smug expression, proclaimed, "Ha, I knew it. You, too, are a traveler." The mere mention of you made Lin Feng feel a tinge of unfairness. Why did others traverse into Vegeta's form, while he ended up as Darles? Now is not the time for idle chatter. I ask you, do you truly have any hidden cards? Vegeta shook his head and replied, "No." Lin Feng cast a glance at his waist. No? Then why are you pretending? That's a god of destruction. What purpose does your tail serve? As the two debated, destructive energy surged towards them once more. I am done with you. How unfortunate to have traversed into Vegeta's form. A green aura enveloped Lin Feng as the power of the great ape surged within him, barely allowing him to evade the swiftly approaching destructive energy. Forget it. I'll transform into a great ape. In the next moment, Lin Feng raised his hands high, attracting Vegeta's attention. That posture? An artificial moon? It was at this moment that Vegeta noticed the tail at Lin Feng's waist. Are you going to transform into a Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta was elated. This timeline had both Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball concepts coexisting. The reason for Vegeta's exhilaration was that the realm he inhabited was a small world, which had embraced peace after defeating the ultimate Majin Buu. Consequently, his cultivation seemed to be hindered by the realm's rules. No matter how hard he trained, he could not transcend Super Saiyan 3. To advance further, Vegeta chose to have the old Kaishin help him develop a mysterious state. During this time, he wished upon the Dragon Balls to regrow his tail, attempting to break through to Super Saiyan 4, but he was continually suppressed by the rules of his small world, preventing him from transforming. Lin Feng responded, "You guessed half of it." As soon as the words left his lips, the artificial moon ascended rapidly, and both their gazes locked onto it. In an instant, their bodies began to swell dramatically, claws and fangs extending wildly. A golden great ape, radiating a green aura, emerged. This was Lin Feng's most potent form. On the other side, Vegeta transformed into a great ape as well. Vegeta, now transformed into Super Saiyan while in great ape form. Vegeta looked puzzled. Why haven't you lost your sanity? Boom. Both great apes were struck by Kampa's energy blasts, and their enlarged forms rendered them as easy targets. It seemed that transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was the only option. The great ape state appeared insufficient against Kampa. I will buy you some time. You find your own rhythm. In the next moment, Lin Feng charged towards Kampa with his heavy body, enduring the damage with sheer resilience. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful fists of Kampa relentlessly pounded against Lin Feng's body, causing blood to erupt from his mouth. Cough, cough. Could you hurry up? Lin Feng hastily took out a healing bean and began to chew it vigorously. At this moment, his only task was to buy time for Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Don't disturb me. I can feel it. Vegeta, with his eyes tightly shut, was channeling his energy into his back. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta as he transformed into a colossal ape. Another golden giant emerged. Unlike Lin Feng's golden ape, Vegeta's was devoid of reason. It's done. Just like the golden ape in Dragon Ball. It has lost its sanity. Bang. At the moment Lin Feng was distracted, Kampa delivered a fierce blow to Lin Feng's head. In an instant, Lin Feng lost consciousness, his crimson irises dimming. Chapter 152, Breakthrough. Two Super Saiyan 4's Lin Feng's vision began to blur, and his awareness gradually faded. His eyes closed tightly, and images began to flash in his mind, plunging him into an endless abyss. He faintly saw a figure covered in red fur with striking crimson eyes and a wild appearance. In the dim light, the blurred silhouette approached him, grasping his hand, pulling him from the abyss. The figure spoke. How much longer will you sleep, Lin Feng? Lin Feng's eyes shot open. It had been a long time since anyone had called his name directly. The figure was none other than himself in the form of a Super Saiyan 4. Outside, the colossal ape that was gradually collapsing suddenly opened its eyes and bellowed, "I, Lin Feng, will not fall easily." With a dazzling flash of golden light, Lin Feng's giant ape form began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a red-furred monkey. His wild black hair, muscular chest, and crimson eyes framed by dark circles transformed him into a Super Saiyan 4. On the other side, the golden ape that Vegeta had become was charging towards Kampa and Lin Feng, currently in a frenzied state. However, in the next moment, the giant ape halted, not for any other reason but due to Lin Feng's earlier roar, "I, Lin Feng, will not fall easily." This declaration reverberated through the mind of the giant ape Vegeta, stabilizing his frenzied consciousness. Yet, it was not only Vegeta who was driven mad. The god of destruction Kampa was equally unhinged. Boom. Destructive energy erupted from Vegeta, while Lin Feng's now petite form easily dodged Kampa's destructive energy spheres. However, Lin Feng was now concerned about the frenzied giant ape Vegeta. He looked at him worriedly. "This is bad. He won't be able to dodge in this state. This can't go on." Just then, Kampa waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Vegeta's massive form. "This is not good." Swish. As Lin Feng activated his instantaneous movement, his hands were clasped before his chest, a faint red glow shimmering around him, with a crimson-furred monkey guarding the colossal golden ape. Ape King's shockwave. A brilliant red pillar of energy erupted from his chest. In that fleeting moment, the energy spheres emitted by Kampa converged, transforming into a larger sphere of destructive energy. Even in the form of Super Saiyan 4, Lin Feng felt inconsequential before Kampa, like a mere drop in the ocean. Soon, the violet energy sphere threatened to engulf the Ape King's shockwave. With his eyes tightly shut and a grimace etched on his face, Lin Feng fought desperately against the impending doom, only to find himself enveloped in a layer of green energy. He endeavored to amplify the might of the giant ape within him beneath his wild red exterior. Yet it proved insufficient to alter his fate. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This was all the power he could muster, and it was futile. The violet energy projectile was moments away from consuming him. In a moment of desperation, he formulated a daring hypothesis. The Ape King's fist could only be utilized after transforming into the giant ape, and Super Saiyan 4 was essentially a humanoid giant ape. He decided to take the risk. Tenfold Ape King's fist. In an instant, the green light intensified, swirling around him like smoke, infusing the air with the essence of the giant ape. Bolstered by the Ape King's fist and the force of the giant ape, the Ape King's shockwave began to regain momentum, moving away from his body. "I, Lin Feng, will not allow you so-called deities to harm us Saiyans any longer." He focused intently on resisting Kampa's destructive energy, unaware of the changes occurring behind him with Vegeta. Within Vegeta's consciousness, a man named Wang Xian gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. He was the one who had traversed into Vegeta's body, Wang Xian, Lin Feng's close friend who had fallen into the river together with him. Memories of their joyful past flooded his mind, recalling the days spent together in the back row of their classroom. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Feng, like him, had not perished but had also been transported into the Dragon Ball world. At that moment, the frenzied giant ape ceased its rampage, its gaze softening as it quietly regarded Lin Feng. In an instant, the giant ape's form began to shrink, revealing a crimson-furred monkey behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His power had surged 100-fold beyond Super Saiyan 4, yet his opponent was the god of destruction, Kampa, who was once again augmenting his destructive energy, reverting the situation to its original peril. "Brother Feng?" A tentative voice called from behind Lin Feng. At that moment, the Ape King's shockwave, previously subdued by Kampa's overwhelming power, suddenly doubled in size, enveloped in spiraling golden and blue ki waves. Lin Feng turned around to find that Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The words spoken by Vegeta left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. In his previous life, only one person had ever referred to him in such a manner, his dear friend, Wang Xian. Cautiously, Lin Feng responded, "Brother Wang." Just then, Xiangpa amplified the destructive energy within him, and in an instant, the violet energy sphere erupted with fury. Lin Feng bellowed, "Let's first resolve the immediate crisis." Vegeta nodded, intensifying his power output. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, he unleashed his full might, and the two energies clashed in the sky, evenly matched. The small asteroid could no longer withstand the onslaught of these forces, and celestial phenomena began to unfold. The sky shifted colors erratically, from blue to black, then to purple and red. The ground trembled as the ring-shaped mountains began to fracture, and lava seeped forth from the depths of the earth. The 2-against-1 confrontation continued unabated, plunging the 7th universe into turmoil. On Beerus's planet, Whis, the angel of the 7th universe, found himself increasingly restless. If this continued, the 7th universe might indeed perish at Xiangpa's hands. In a moment of urgency, Whis decided to contact Vados' sister, with whom is Lord Xiangpa battling. Vados directed her staff and replied, 2 transforming humans. Whis expressed surprise and disbelief. Humans? Vados pointed her staff towards the trio engaged in combat and stated, there they are. Whis furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the 2 red-haired monkeys, contemplating. To think that mere mortals could push Lord Xiangpa to such extremes. When did our 7th universe acquire such individuals? However, the pressing issue was to have Vados intervene and halt the trio. Sister, please stop them, he implored. Of course, Vados responded, but in the next moment, she stood frozen in shock. Chapter 153. Re-entering the mysterious space, Vados ended the communication, preparing to intervene in the battle. Suddenly, as she looked up, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the universe, and destructive energy fragmented into countless beams of laser rain, scattering chaotically. Xiangpa floated in space, evidently unconscious, while the 2 red-haired monkeys vanished without a trace. The torrential downpour of destructive energy relentlessly eroded the surrounding galaxies. Witnessing this, Vados waved her staff, gathering the scattered destructive energies into a single point. With a divine radiance, these energies transformed into twinkling stars, disappearing without a trace. What transpired in that brief minute? 1 minute earlier, Lin Feng exclaimed, Brother Feng, I still have a trump card up my sleeve. At that moment, he was on the brink of exhaustion, and upon hearing Vegeta's exhilarating news, he felt a mix of anger and surprise. Lin Feng retrieved a senza bean, consumed it, and instantly felt rejuvenated, declaring, Why the hell didn't you use that earlier? Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration, astonished that this Goku fellow possessed such remarkable stamina. It seemed he had been the one consuming the senza beans, while Goku appeared to have never tasted one. To have crossed paths with Goku in a previous life was truly a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this, Goku flashed a confident smile and bellowed, You asked for it. Destroyer Kampa? Tenfold Kaioken. In an instant, a sphere and a pillar began to clash violently, with violet lightning and golden light shimmering incessantly. After a tense 5 minutes suspended in the air, the entangled columns of energy ultimately erupted alongside the destructive force. The overwhelming pressure forced both parties apart, and the rampaging Kampa lost consciousness in that moment, his body sent scattering 1,000 meters away. The Saiyan duo was propelled thousands of miles away, vanishing from sight. Vados swiftly assessed the battlefield, cradling Kampa in her arms, and then transported the Super Dragon Balls towards Universe 6. At the border of the North Galaxy, 2 bare-chested red-haired monkeys floated amidst the cosmic wasteland. A massive black hole loomed ominously closer to them. Goku slowly opened his eyes, and the black hole was now voraciously consuming everything in its path. What is that? Peak brother, wake up! Goku frantically called out Lin Feng's name, attempting to shake him awake. However, Lin Feng could only barely open his eyes, his arms utterly immobilized. Despite Goku's desperate pleas, Lin Feng remained unresponsive, for his physical resilience was not on par with Goku's. In this moment of despair, Goku could only watch helplessly as the black hole approached. The powerful gravitational pull began to draw Lin Feng towards the abyss, and Goku was bewildered to realize that the black hole's target was solely Lin Feng. Thus, Goku could only witness Lin Feng being consumed by the black hole. Inside the black hole, Lin Feng awoke after an unknown number of days in a daze. Where am I? He murmured, rising to survey his surroundings, which felt eerily familiar. A mysterious space. Have I been sucked into a black hole again? He began to explore the familiar darkness and the film that recorded every fragment of his journey into the Dragon Ball world. This scene reminded Lin Feng of the words spoken by the sentient flame, indicating that he must find the singularity to awaken. He began to ponder over the film chronicling his life. Singularity, where could it be? Lin Feng ventured to the segment concerning Chile and began to search. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not locate the singularity. Feeling at a loss, Lin Feng started from the beginning of the film, his gaze inevitably drawn to the origin. What is this? He wondered, as he beheld another reel he had discovered during his previous visit to this mysterious space. To his astonishment, this reel was significantly longer than the last one. The film captivated Lin Feng's attention, compelling him to examine its contents. Previously, this reel had only captured the moment when he and Wang Xian fell into the river. Lin Feng gazed along the direction of the film strip and was astonished to discover that the protagonist depicted upon it was none other than Wang Xian. After both Wang Xian and Lin Feng fell into the river, they traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, under the orchestration of two enigmatic figures. Wang Xian found himself in a mysterious realm. The mysterious individuals revealed the seed plan, of which Wang Xian became a significant part. The rationale behind their actions stemmed from their apparent entrapment by a figure they feared, confined within a unique space, rendering them unable to personally execute their so-called seed plan. With meticulous strategy, the mysterious individuals utilized their ability to foresee 10 seconds into the future, identifying a timeline that aligned with the conditions of their plan, specifically the timeline where Gogeta later resided. In this timeline, Frieza had transformed into his third form. However, due to Krillin not performing the Spirit Bomb and Goku not achieving Super Saiyan status, both Vegeta and Goku were left on the brink of collapse after a brutal confrontation with Frieza. In a bid to save Namek, Dandy made a wish to Porunga, hoping for a means for Goku and Gogeta to defeat Frieza. Unfortunately, Porunga was unable to fulfill Dandy's wish, as Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, and no approach to vanquish him could be found. Ultimately, Gogeta did manifest, thanks to the mysterious figures employing an ancient Dragon Ball to fuse the souls of Wang Xian and Goku, creating the illusion that Porunga had merged the three of them. The reason these enigmatic figures selected this particular timeline was that Dandy's wish aligned with the conditions of their plan, allowing them to deceive the entity that had sealed them away into believing Gogeta's emergence was consistent with the natural progression of the timeline. Wang Xian, having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, embarked on an unstoppable journey, overcoming numerous challenges and defeating Frieza, Cooler, King Cold, Android 17, the resurrected Frieza, Perfect Cell, Majin Buu, the enhanced evil spirit wave, and the corrupted version of Gohan. For a detailed account of how these battles unfolded, one may refer to another book titled Dragon Ball, starting with Gogeta, Invincible Parallel World. Most notably, Wang Xian, this rogue, became a Minotaur, claiming both Android 18 and Bulma for himself. The mere thought of this made Lin Feng grit his teeth in frustration. Was this individual not enjoying himself a tad too much? In stark contrast to Lin Feng's tumultuous experiences, Wang Xian's journey was nothing short of exhilarating. Chapter 154. The arrival of the enhancements with an upgraded room of spirit and time. The thrilling narrative captivated Lin Feng, compelling him to delve deeper into the film strip for what lay ahead. In this diminutive world, the souls of Goku and Vegeta within Wang Xian continuously lamented their eternal confinement in this inner realm, prompting Wang Xian to entertain a bold notion. Gogeta conceived a daring idea to recreate corporeal forms for Goku and Vegeta, thereby facilitating the separation of their souls from his own being. He then arrived at the new Namek, utilizing the Dragon Balls of Namek to wish for the separation of himself and his companions from Porunga, whom he mistakenly believed would merge the three of them. It was at this juncture that Gogeta sensed something amiss. He discerned that the dragon responsible for their fusion was not Porunga. The wish that Porunga could not fulfill significantly exceeded his energy realm, indicating that a dragon of a higher dimension must have been the one to merge them. Through his wish to Porunga, Wang Xian began to comprehend that the Dragon Ball world in which he found himself was merely a small realm akin to a temporal space, where the supreme deity was the Kaioshin, thus the absence of the Super Dragon Balls. Furthermore, as Wang Xian recalled the scenes preceding his traversal, he speculated that the enigmatic figure who brought him to this Dragon Ball universe might have had unspoken motives, resorting to such drastic measures to fuse him with Goku and Vegeta. He conjectured that it was indeed the Super Dragon Balls of a higher dimension that facilitated their fusion. After vanquishing all adversaries across time and space, Gogeta engaged in relentless training, yet found himself unable to reach a higher level, as his potential was constrained by the small world he inhabited. Ultimately, he achieved a mysterious state only through the potential development bestowed by the old Kaioshin. Thus, In pursuit of a higher level and the unlocking of greater transformations, he preemptively used the Dragon Balls to regrow his tail, intending to separate Goku and Vegeta from within him, embarking on a temporal journey to seek the Super Dragon Balls. At this moment, Lin Feng experienced a moment of clarity regarding his encounter with Wang Xian. This audacious individual dared to battle the god of destruction, Kampa, directly for the Super Dragon Balls. However, upon further reflection, Lin Feng considered the identity of Gogeta, the mightiest warrior of the dimensions, a man who embodied the combined potential of Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, Wang Xian's situation was unique. He was a warrior who could not disintegrate. What exhilarating prospects this presented. Had Lin Feng occupied Gogeta's form, he might have exhibited even greater audacity than Wang Xian. As Lin Feng pondered, a segment of the film reel emitted sound once more. Singularity. Found it. The footage showcased Gogeta and Lin Feng transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to confront Kampa. It became evident that the singularity of Wang Xian's film was Lin Feng. The moment Wang Xian encountered Lin Feng, this singularity had already manifested. Lin Feng gently placed his hand upon the image, and in an instant, a resplendent light erupted, enveloping the mysterious space in a radiant glow, illuminating the previously dim surroundings. This mysterious realm transformed to resemble the room of spirit and time, adorned with boundless white expanses, evoking memories of the words spoken by the flame in his mind. "Hey, come out." That flame that resembles a person. Lin Feng's call reverberated throughout the empty space, echoing in every corner of the mysterious realm. Soon, Lin Feng received a response from the humanoid flame. "You have finally returned." Though unseen, the voice of the humanoid flame resonated across the space, exuding immense warmth and enthusiasm. A second later, a humanoid flame emerged from a crack, brimming with excitement. The flame circled around Lin Feng, exclaiming, "You have finally returned. Do you know how I have fared these past years?" Then, in a voice tinged with sorrow, it continued, "Oh dear, when we last met, I had hoped that someone would remain here with me in this dark expanse, yet you departed so hastily." Sob. As it spoke, the flame surprisingly began to wipe its eyes. Can flames truly shed tears? How improbable. Lin Feng, somewhat exasperated, replied, All right, I have indeed returned. The last time I left, you mumbled for ages, and I couldn't comprehend a word. I was solely focused on escaping, so please repeat yourself." The humanoid flame suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, abandoning its previous lamentation, and stated earnestly, "The flow of time in this space differs from that of the outside world. A day here equates to a year outside." Lin Feng recalled his first departure from this realm, and indeed, the world had undergone monumental changes by the time he emerged. "Yes, I am aware of that. What else?" The humanoid flame continued, "However, now, you possess the power to alter the flow of time in this space. You can create an ever-widening chasm between the time here and the outside world. You are about to become the master of this realm, and my master as well." Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not akin to possessing an upgraded version of the spirit time room? Could it truly be so? The flame nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Master, how could I possibly deceive you?" Regret washed over Lin Feng. If only he had not been so hasty. How wonderful it would have been to possess such an advantage sooner. At that time, he was desperate to exit this space and resurrect Zellia in the outside world. Nonetheless, acquiring such a boon now was not too late. After traversing the Dragon Ball universe for over a decade, he had finally awakened this extraordinary ability. Yet, was the price of entering this space not excessively steep? Each time, he was forced to endure death before he could enter this realm. "Hey, Flame, if you say I am the master of this space, will I still be swallowed by a black hole the next time I enter?" The humanoid flame spread its hands, and a key materialized in its palm, which it handed to Lin Feng, stating, "Of course, you can enter at will. This is the key." Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from his chest. Goodness, this truly is an extraordinary advantage. This was more like it. He seized the key, and a wondrous scene unfolded. The key emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, soaring toward Lin Feng's forehead, gradually melding into his being. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had endured, Lin Feng felt an even deeper sense of regret. Had he listened to the flame even once, he could have possessed this miraculous realm. After spending a few days cultivating here, what cosmic overlord, Cell, or god of destruction could possibly stand against him? The destroyed planet Vegeta and its Saiyan inhabitants would be resurrected in advance through Lin Feng's use of the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 155, Departure from the Mysterious Room. Lin Feng was filled with exhilaration, for the arduous days were soon to be behind him, igniting an overwhelming sense of joy within him. He proclaimed loudly, "What a marvelous space this is! Let us bestow upon it a name. Let it be called the Meow Meow House." Just as Lin Feng reveled in his excitement, the voice of the flames interrupted his soaring emotions. "Meow Meow House. Very well, but I must inform you of something, Master." Lin Feng's beaming smile faded, and he raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" The flames replied slowly, "You can alter the flow of time at will. However, you must progressively defeat the beings of the Dragon Ball world to significantly differentiate the time flow of this space from that of the outside world." Lin Feng understood that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. "Are you implying that I must vanquish the denizens of the Dragon Ball realm to upgrade the capabilities of the Meow Meow House?" The flames confirmed, indeed. Lin Feng had already triumphed over Frieza and his 3 accomplices, as well as Cell, completing 4 victories thus far. "How is the current time flow calculated?" he inquired. The flames responded, "Here, a month equates to 1 day outside, but this calculation commenced after you awakened me. Prior to that, it was 1 year outside for a single day here." A foreboding feeling crept into Lin Feng's heart, and his right eye narrowed into a line as he cautiously asked the flames, "How long was I unconscious?" The flames extended their right hand, displaying 5 fingers, and stated, 5.5 days. 5.5 days, during the year of seeking the Super Dragon Balls, that marked the beginning of a 7-year blank period. Thus, if he were to emerge now, there would only be half a year remaining until the saga of Majin Buu. The core objective now was to elevate the time flow of this space to levels akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Presently, the ratio was merely 1 month to 1 day, which was inferior to that of the hyperbolic time chamber. Therefore, Lin Feng made a resolute decision. He must personally defeat Majin Buu. He could not allow others to claim the glory of such a victory. Waving farewell to the flames, he declared, "Very well, I shall take my leave for now, Flame." "Oh, Master, I do have a name. I am called Mang Jian," the flames responded. As they spoke, they conjured the name in the air with fiery strokes. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, revealing his lack of familiarity with the name, and decided to refer to them as Little Fire. "By the way, Little Fire, what was the nature of the spatial door I encountered last time?" Lin Feng inquired, eager to discern whether this door could serve as a passage to other worlds. After all, during his previous encounter within the temporal door, he had sensed the voice of Bardock. Given the difficulty of gathering the Super Dragon Balls, if he could traverse directly through the temporal door, it would save him considerable effort. The flames elucidated, "I can summon the temporal door at any time. However, should you wish to venture into other worlds, certain conditions must be met." "Conditions? What sort of conditions?" Lin Feng pressed for clarification. The flames replied, "You must elevate the functions of this Meow Meow House to the standard of 1 year inside for 1 day outside." 1 year inside for 1 day outside. Isn't that the standard of the hyperbolic time chamber? Lin Feng mused. "Very well, I understand." With that, Lin Feng began to sense the auras of the numerous Saiyans on Earth, preparing to instantaneously transport himself to their vicinity. Just as Lin Feng was meticulously searching, a remarkably familiar aura captured his full attention. "Vegeta, how is it that this fellow's aura is so close to Earth?" Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Feng appeared on the surface of the moon. A colossal spacecraft caught his attention, and suddenly, the door of the ship swung open, revealing a tall and formidable man who stepped out. Vegeta rushed towards Lin Feng, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Feng, I knew you would be all right. What are you doing here?" Vegeta explained, "After you were sucked into the black hole, I could no longer sense your presence. I even thought you had perished, but I held on to hope. Thus, I traveled to Namek to use the Dragon Balls and learned that you were indeed alive. I settled here on the moon, partly to await your return and partly to fend off any villains that might disturb Earth." Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion, touched that he had waited for him all this time. In their previous lives, they shared a bond of deep camaraderie, not merely as classmates, but as close friends. In that past life, Wang Xian was born into wealth but was timid and often bullied, forced to pay off his tormentors. One day, when he finally decided to stand up for himself, he was beaten severely, and it was Lin Feng who intervened, driving the bullies away. Later, in retaliation, those same bullies gathered a mob to corner Lin Feng. Just when Lin Feng was on the brink of being beaten, Wang Xian, in a moment of recklessness, managed to hire a group of strong laborers, causing the bullies to flee in terror. From that day forth, the two were inseparable, sharing the same pair of trousers. Lin Feng, who enjoyed watching Dragon Ball, would drag Wang Xian along to join him. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at Wang Xian's extraordinary fortune. In their previous life, he was born into a prosperous family, and upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, he had inexplicably found himself in Vegeta's body, which left Lin Feng envious. Oh, I see. You truly are something else. So, which formidable foes have you been fending off these years? Vegeta shrugged and replied, Oh, just a few minor nuisances, like Bojack. I dealt with him easily. Bojack, that counts, I suppose. Killing him should enhance the capabilities of the Capsule Corporation, but at that time, I was still unconscious. Since you dealt with him, all that matters now is that the upcoming threats are vanquished by me. All right, but as for the upcoming Majin Buu, leave that to me. Lin Feng added. Vegeta, with an indifferent expression, responded, Fine, I've already taken care of one in my timeline. You can handle the one from yours. My objective is not that. Objective? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Seeing this, Vegeta began recounting his experiences after crossing over into the Dragon Ball universe, and Lin Feng shared his own tale in return. Suddenly, Vegeta leaped into the air, incredulity etched on his face as he shouted, What? You crossed over into the body of Darles. I thought it was Goku. Vegeta's expressions grew even more exaggerated, his astonishment escalating. What? You are Bardock's son? This is some wild history. What? Your wife is Nappa's sister. That bald-headed man's sister is so beautiful. Silver Frieza? Cell can absorb indefinitely. This bears a resemblance to my own experience across time and space, except that I vanquished it with a single blow. Lin Feng observed the footage, fully aware of all that Vegeta had endured, and could not help but envy the ease with which he dispatched the ultimate being, Cell. In his own timeline, Cell had nearly claimed his life. Truly, comparisons can evoke envy. When do you plan to seek the Super Dragon Balls again? Vegeta replied, After I become stronger. Following my battle with the God of Destruction, Kampa, I sensed a significant gap in power. Moreover, I did not anticipate your presence in this timeline. I wish to linger here a while longer. Very well, if that is the case, remain in my timeline for now, and together we shall confront the challenges ahead. However, I expect to collect the heads of our foes. It matters not. My sole responsibility is to fight. Your timeline is indeed a chaotic amalgamation, with transformations to Super Saiyan 4 and the existence of gods of destruction alongside the super lore. Lin Feng rose, his expression grave, and sighed. Chapter 156. Lin Feng and Vegeta's plan. Noticing Lin Feng's demeanor, Vegeta inquired, What troubles you? Lin Feng took a deep breath and explained, Do you not feel weary? Vegeta shrugged, responding, Not at all. Lin Feng gazed into Vegeta's clear eyes and shook his head. Well, you arrived here as Vegeta, living a charmed life, of course. You feel no fatigue. Lin Feng sat down once more and added, My own life has been fraught with exhaustion since my arrival. I endeavored to alter the fate of the Saiyans, yet nothing transpired as I wished. Ultimately, my father perished to shield me, along with Planet Vegeta. Vegeta had never experienced what Lin Feng had endured. Upon his arrival, he was thrust into the saga of the Namek saga, their experiences starkly contrasting. Vegeta placed a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, offering comfort. Planet Vegeta was destroyed on the orders of the God of Destruction, Beerus, correct? If so, let us avenge Uncle Bardock. What is a God of Destruction if we can surpass him? No, my father did not perish. He still lives. Vegeta exclaimed, Are you suggesting that you truly traversed worlds? Lin Feng nodded, recounting Bardock's story to Vegeta. Indeed, he had ventured into another realm. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. How exhilarating. Is there more? Lin Feng merely shook his head, replying, That is all. Vegeta drooped his head in disappointment. However, his eyes brightened once more. But what else? Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued, I have devised a means to reach the world where my father resides. Vegeta sprang to his feet, shaking Lin Feng excitedly. Incredible. Brother Feng, cease your shaking. I require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Vegeta adopted a resolute expression, stating, What assistance do you need? Help me in battle. I shall collect the heads. No problem. Leave it to me. No one from your timeline can stand against me. Lin Feng glanced at Vegeta and asked, And what of me? Do you not regard Beerus with the same disdain? Vegeta chuckled softly in response, saying, Oh, come now. Brother Feng, as close friends, How could I ever look down upon you? As for that scrawny cat, just give me some time, and I shall not regard it either. Lin Feng inquired, aren't you curious about my method? And why I need your assistance in battle? Vegeta retorted, feel free to share if you wish. Thus, Lin Feng divulged everything regarding Meow Meow House, without reservation. Vegeta's heart stirred with agitation as he exclaimed, goodness, this is a golden opportunity. How is it that I do not possess such a gift? Lin Feng shot him an incredulous glance, retorting, enough. Your very existence in this realm is your golden opportunity. What more could you desire? You are blissfully unaware of your fortune. So your plan is for me to assist you in combat, allowing you to claim victories to upgrade your Meow Meow House. Lin Feng confirmed. Indeed, he replied, but this timeline has only progressed to the Majin Buu saga. Defeating the subsequent foes will require considerable time. Vegeta queried, what shall we do then? Time machine, Lin Feng suggested. Did you arrive here via a time machine? We could utilize yours to traverse to other parallel worlds and vanquish those foes, thereby upgrading my Meow Meow House. Vegeta applauded, as expected of you, Brother Feng. Since the Super Dragon Balls in this timeline are difficult to obtain, let us journey to other timelines. Perhaps we could collect enough to fulfill both of our wishes. At that point, we can separate the two souls within me. They have grown quite impatient. Within Vegeta's consciousness, Goku and Vegeta's spiritual forms were diligently training. Their continuous effort would inevitably strengthen Vegeta, implying that they attributed his inability to defeat Kampa to their own lack of strength. Kakarot, I never anticipated encountering such formidable beings in this timeline, Goku stated while performing push-ups. Indeed, Vegeta, even with Vegeta's prowess, we may not prevail, even if we venture out. Humph, how can you utter such defeatist sentiments? I shall intensify my training. Though this was true, acquiring the Super Dragon Balls was no simple task. Merely gathering them consumed significant time. Instead, let us traverse to other timelines to effortlessly defeat weaker opponents, efficient and less laborious. Lin Feng preferred a cautious approach, particularly concerning the upgrade of Meow Meow House's functionalities. This was undoubtedly advantageous for him, as he lacked the combat prowess of Vegeta. The world inhabited by Bardock was shrouded in mystery, with unknown adversaries lurking. Enhancing Meow Meow House to the level of the hyperbolic time chamber would provide him with an additional safeguard. In critical moments, he could train for a day or two, emerging to catch his foes off guard. Very well, I shall follow your lead. However, it seems my time machine has encountered some issues. It was left behind by Cell from my original world. I set the timeline for post-defeat of Majin Buu, yet I inadvertently found myself in your timeline. Vegeta's revelation astonished Lin Feng. The inability to specify a timeline implied a gamble of sorts. In truth, Lin Feng initially contemplated directly utilizing a time machine to reach the world inhabited by Bardock. However, he was only vaguely aware of the timeline of Bardock's realm and hoped to perhaps chance upon some luck. Now, upon hearing Vegeta's words, he entirely relinquished this notion, deciding instead to devote himself wholeheartedly to the mystical house. All right then, it matters not, for with you here, the mightiest of dimensions, Vegeta, brimming with anticipation, felt the warrior instincts of his Saiyan blood stir fervently within him, eagerly exclaiming, shall we set off at once? Lin Feng shook his head, replying, not so hasty. My timeline is soon to converge with that of Majin Buu. We must address him first. Vegeta shrugged nonchalantly, stating, oh, it's merely Majin Buu. I can handle that for you. Lin Feng cautioned, let's clarify this. I want the head, as his regenerative abilities are formidable and he proves quite challenging to eliminate. If you engage, I fear you may inadvertently end his life, so I trust you will merely exhaust him without delivering a swift demise. Vegeta, hands on hips, confidently responded, all right, I shall heed your wishes, Brother Feng. Chapter 157, Lin Xiaoya's Wish. On Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Chilio was greeting a little girl, calling out, Xiaoya, make sure to return early. The young girl waved her hand in acknowledgement, replying, I know, Mama. Lin Xiaoya turned her gaze towards the cliff, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down. Without a flicker of hesitation, the 6.5-year-old girl leapt toward the waterfall. Witnessing this, her mother Chilio remained unfazed. In the blink of an eye, a green figure elegantly soared from the cliff's edge, with Lin Xiaoya now perched upon the figure's back. Xiao Luku, let's go. Lin Xiao Luku, somewhat exasperated, replied, Xiaoya, can't you fly? Why do you need me to carry you? Lin Xiaoya pouted, explaining, but Goten doesn't he fly? I'm afraid he'll be sad watching me soar. Lin Xiaoluku, slightly embarrassed, retorted, "How do you know he can't fly?" Just then, while they conversed, a golden cloud appeared within their sight. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm over here," Son Goten shouted from atop the nimbus. Lin Xiaoluku quickened his pace to approach Goten. Goten, with a naive expression, pointed at Lin Xiaoluku, asking, "Hey, Sister Xiaoya, why do you have Xiaoluku carry you?" Lin Xiaoya playfully replied, "You have a steed. I want one too, he." Lin Xiaoluku's face flushed slightly, countering, "Oh, so you see me as a steed, do you? Let me tell you the truth. Goten has actually learned to fly long ago. Your actions are entirely unnecessary." Goten chimed in, "That's right, Sister Xiaoya. I mastered flying quite some time ago. It's been a year since, and it was Mom who insisted I ride on Nimbus." "Ah, I see. Then let us hasten to Trunks' home. Today is his birthday, and it has been a year since our last meeting. I wonder how he is faring now." Goten nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. West City. Hey, Trunks, why did you only invite kids to your birthday? What are you planning?" A handsome young boy with golden hair inquired. Trunks' face flushed slightly as he replied, "Oh, Tax, could you do me a favor? Come here, I'll tell you." Curiously, Tax leaned in, eager to know what was afoot. Trunks whispered conspiratorially, during hide-and-seek, "Let's intentionally let Xiaoya win so she can claim the prize." Tax, puzzled, asked, "Prize? What prize?" "Of course, the Dragon Balls." Tax's eyes widened in astonishment. "Aren't you afraid your mom will find out you took her Dragon Balls?" Trunks nonchalantly remarked, "It doesn't matter. As long as we can help Xiaoya fulfill her wish. If anything, I might just get scolded by Mom or Dad." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his cheeks flushing, prompting Tax to scoff. Then why not use the Dragon Balls directly to grant her wish? Trunks held up a finger, shaking it slightly as he explained, "Xiaoya's mom taught her not to accept favors casually, so that approach won't do." "All right, I'll agree, but what about Goten?" Trunks beamed with confidence, declaring, "He already knows my plan. I promised to share my toys with him, and he readily agreed." As the two plotted, 3 figures descended from the sky. "Trunks, Tax, we're here." Lin Xiaoya's cheerful voice rang out, and they quickly gathered. Trunks greeted the trio, saying, "Xiaoya, Goten, you finally made it. Oh, little Relu is here too. Let us kick off the birthday festivities with a game of hide-and-seek." Tax and Son Goten enthusiastically cheered, "Hooray!" Following the principle of majority rule, Lin Xiaoya reluctantly acquiesced, while little Relu stood aloof, a serious expression on his face. Concerned, Lin Xiaoya asked, "What's wrong? Little Relu? Aren't you going to play?" With disdain, little Relu replied, "Humph, that's a game for children. I won't participate." "But isn't he a child as well?" This innocuous remark struck a chord within little Relu. 6 years had passed, and he had barely grown, still resembling the younger version of himself. Trunks approached little Relu, urging, "Come on, little Relu, join us." He then leaned in to share his plan. Little Relu stood frozen, taken aback that the ultimate prize would be the Dragon Balls. Everyone was acutely aware of what wish Xiaoya would make upon obtaining them: to find her father. Over the years, everyone had been curious about Lin Feng's whereabouts. As his daughter, Xiaoya's memories of him were limited to when she was just a year old. All she knew about her father came from the words of others. She only understood that he was a hero, a figure of great strength in the eyes of many. Yet after all these years, she had not encountered Lin Feng a second time. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu agreed, as he too was eager to learn of Lin Feng's whereabouts. Trunks proclaimed loudly, "Very well, ladies first, gentlemen to the side. Xiaoya, come find us. If you locate us within the stipulated time, it counts as our loss. The victor shall be rewarded." With that, Lin Xiaoya began to blindfold herself, leaning against the wall, initiating the countdown. 109, "Are you hidden well?" "I'm coming." Trunks, the most theatrical among them, responded boisterously, all hidden away. Following his voice, Lin Xiaoya swiftly discerned his location. Tax, concealed within the grass, muttered, "Isn't he being a tad too dramatic?" Just then, he too was discovered by Lin Xiaoya. Sun Wukong and Lin Xiaolu, one perched in a tree and the other standing beneath it, were easily spotted. Lin Xiaolu was found as if he had not even hidden, and Sun Wukong was directly seen by Lin Xiaoya as she glanced upwards. The 5 reconvened, and Trunks exclaimed, "Xiaoya, you are incredible." He then retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, revealing 7 Dragon Balls neatly arranged within a box. "This is the prize for this game. What do you think, Xiaoya?" Gazing at the crystalline Dragon Balls, Lin Xiaoya instantly comprehended their significance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing her, Trunks, ever understanding, gently wiped her tears away and consoled her. All right, Xiaoya, make your wish. Chapter 158, a father-daughter reunion with Trunks bellowing, come forth, Shenron. The skies over West City darkened ominously, thunder rumbling as the dragon emerged. Bulma, who was in the laboratory, hurried outside to investigate. Shenron, Raditz, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong ceased their training, soaring out from the gravity chamber. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "Who has summoned the Dragon Balls?" Meanwhile, in a meadow on Earth, two tail-bearing Saiyans were engaged in casual conversation. Gogeta remarked, "Brother Feng, will it be awkward when we meet?" Lin Feng replied, "What awkwardness? You are not from this timeline. Are you referring to Bulma? Just refrain from mentioning your timeline, and don't overthink it." At that moment, the sky over West City suddenly turned pitch black, and Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Who has used the Dragon Balls? Hold on to me." Lin Feng called to Gogeta, placing his fingers on his forehead, initiating instant transmission. As she beheld the colossal figure, Lin Xiaoya's heart raced, and she exclaimed in excitement, "Shenron, I wish to see my father." The dragon nodded slightly, responding, "Your wish shall be granted momentarily." Before Shenron could finish, two figures appeared in the sky. Second brother, elder brother, Dalles, Uncle Dalles. Everyone was overwhelmed with joy. They had not seen Lin Feng for nearly 6 years. Lin Xiaoya's tears brimmed once more, cascading down her cheeks as she gazed at the figure above, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the father she remembered, his presence so familiar and comforting. Lin Xiaoya's smile was tinged with tears as she leaped towards the figure in the sky, exclaiming, "Father!" This familiar aura was unmistakable to Lin Feng. It belonged to one of the most significant individuals in his Dragon Ball world, his daughter, Lin Xiaoya. "Xiaoya!" Lin Feng opened his arms wide and caught Lin Xiaoya, embracing her tenderly. "Father!" Wowo father has finally returned. Lin Xiaoya clung tightly to Lin Feng, her emotions a whirlwind of laughter and tears, leaving her tears and snot on his clothing. Lin Feng gently patted her back, offering comfort. There, don't cry, Xiaoya. I have returned, haven't I?" He lifted her high, saying, "Let me see, has Xiaoya grown up while these past few years?" "Oh my, you have indeed grown." He tenderly wiped her cheeks, clearing away her tears and snot. "Good girl, Xiaoya, stop crying now." Lin Xiaoya ceased her sobs, transforming her tears into a smile. Oh my, Feng, is this your daughter? She is quite adorable. I have an unfortunate son. Shall we arrange a betrothal?" Vegeta tentatively inquired of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was well aware of whom Vegeta referred to. He had seen the events of Vegeta's timeline in vivid detail. Vegeta's unfortunate son was none other than Trunks, born to him and Bulma in that timeline, possessing a terrifying potential akin to Broly. This was undoubtedly the strongest Trunks in history, whose birth heralded extraordinary phenomena, and by the age of 1, he had already achieved Super Saiyan form, overpowering the enhanced Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at the age of 7. This storyline is elaborated in my other book, beginning with Vegeta, Invincible Otherworld, which has some initial flaws but improves significantly in later chapters. Unfortunately, that book has been abandoned, and I regret not being able to finish it, so I have chosen to incorporate Vegeta here to fight alongside the protagonist. As for Vegeta's son, he was indeed impressive, but in the context of this timeline, Lin Xiaoya was merely 6 years old, while Trunks from Vegeta's timeline would have been 11, making it somewhat inappropriate. The dialogue between them caught the keen ears of the young Trunks from this timeline, who, despite his tender age, was already aware of what a betrothal entailed. His little face flushed with embarrassment and a hint of panic. He murmured to himself, "A betrothal? No way, absolutely not." In a sudden burst of energy, Trunks leaped into the sky, forcing a smile as he called out to Lin Feng, "Uncle Lin Feng, I am Trunks. It was I who used the Dragon Balls to grant Xiaoya's wish." Hee. Lin Xiaoya nodded in affirmation. Father, thanks to Trunks." Lin Feng had long been aware of Trunks, and as soon as his conversation with Vegeta concluded, he sensed the boy's flustered energy, instantly recognizing his hidden thoughts. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "Then I thank you, Trunks." He then cast a proud glance at Vegeta, a grin on his face, as if to convey, "Look, this boy is quite thoughtful." Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta languidly placed his hands behind his head and replied, "Very well, after all. This lad bears a striking resemblance to my son. If it pleases you, so be it." The four figures gradually descended, and everyone surged forward, engaging in nostalgic conversations. However, high above in the sky, The Eternal Dragon wore a perplexed expression, bewildered by the fact that he had yet to fulfill any wishes. Yet the individual the young girl sought had appeared almost instantaneously. Having been left in limbo for over 10 minutes, the dragon finally spoke up. Have you all forgotten something? I am still here. Not a single wish has been granted. Please, state your wishes. Trunks paused momentarily, glancing at Lin Feng, pondering. Wasn't it the Eternal Dragon who brought Uncle Lin Feng back? Noticing the expression on Trunks' face, Lin Feng smiled reassuringly, approached him, and said, "Young man, keep up the good work. I have faith in you." He then turned to the Eternal Dragon and remarked, "Well, Dragon, you may take your leave. We have no further wishes to express." The dragon, upon hearing this, felt somewhat exasperated, questioning whether this made him appear utterly ineffectual. Were the Dragon Balls now so trivial that they were merely collected without wishes being granted? Indeed, after each wish, the Dragon Balls were routinely intercepted, preventing them from scattering across the globe. "Very well, then I shall take my leave," he conceded. "Wait a moment." At that instant, Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. She hurried towards the Eternal Dragon and implored, "Dragon, please hold on." Subsequently, she tossed out a capsule, and a small jet-like vehicle materialized. She flew up to the dragon and whispered in his ear, "Shilia and Aunt Gina still look remarkably youthful after all these years. I envy them so much. Dragon, grant me the gift of looking 5 years younger." The dragon's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied, "Very well, your wish shall be granted." Bulma surveyed her rejuvenated form with satisfaction, her face aglow with delight. However, Lin Feng, with his keen hearing, overheard these wishes. "Dragon, please make my posterior more rounded." He interjected, halting Bulma. "I too have a wish to express." Reluctantly, Bulma stepped back, allowing Lin Feng to proceed. "Grant me the ability to learn the divine language." The divine language, a necessary tongue to utilize the Super Dragon Balls, was something he almost forgot. Otherwise, even acquiring them would be futile. "Your wish is granted. Now, I shall take my leave." As the Dragon Balls took flight, Lin Feng swiftly intercepted them, returning them to their box. Chapter 159, Mr. Vegeta? May I challenge you to a duel? Brother, where have you been all these years? I couldn't even sense your energy with instant transmission. It was quite worrisome. With excitement, Son Goku gestured with his fists and added, "Brother, it feels like your power has grown stronger. I can't wait to spar with you." "I have not been idle these past years." Lin Feng replied, "I have been training in the universe." "Have you advanced further in your Super Saiyan God form?" Super Saiyan God. Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed the timeline of Majin Buu, during which Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan God. What a peculiar state this realm had been manipulated into by Brother Feng. Vegeta pulled Lin Feng aside and inquired, "Surely Majin Buu could be easily vanquished by them now, considering Goku has ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan God?" Lin Feng replied, unfazed, "Indeed, it is just as you say. Not only Goku, but there are 5 others equally formidable." Upon hearing this, Vegeta extended 5 fingers in astonishment and exclaimed, "There are 5 more. Brother Feng, you're impressive. Does that mean you can transform as well? But wait, how come I didn't see you transform during your battle with Kampa?" Lin Feng sheepishly admitted, "Truth be told, I lack a righteous heart. The other 5 are my wife, my mother, future Gohan, future Trunks, and Gohan, while the duo from the future has already returned." Vegeta smirked mischievously. "This timeline must also possess Beerus, right? I wonder how this fellow will react upon seeing so many Super Saiyan gods." Lin Feng glanced at Vegeta and jested, "Why don't you give it a try? Let us see if you possess a righteous heart." Vegeta declined, "No thanks. I have already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. It's of no consequence to me." At that moment, Vegeta's gaze casually wandered and ultimately settled on Lin Xiaolu, who was surrounded by several children. "Hey, Brother Feng, why is there a small cell over there?" Lin Xiaolu, noticing Vegeta's attention directed at him, abruptly turned away, seemingly overcome by an inexplicable discomfort. "My adopted son," Vegeta remarked with exaggerated delight, giving a thumbs up. "Wow, impressive, Brother Feng." Meanwhile, while Lin Feng and Vegeta conversed, Goku's eyes had fixed on Vegeta, and with a warm smile, he inquired, "Brother, who is this gentleman? He bears a striking resemblance to you and Vegeta." Lin Feng corrected him, "He resembles you, not me." Vegeta, unrestrained, commenced his self-introduction. "I am Vegeta, a friend of Brother Feng." Goku could evidently sense the formidable strength emanating from the individual before him, igniting his excitement. The Saiyan warrior spirit stirred within him, prompting him to loudly request, "Hello, Mr. Vegeta, may we spar? I am eager to witness your strength." At this, all eyes turned towards them. Vegeta glanced at Goku, muttering, "Kakarot." This guy Raditz was taken aback, not expecting his brother to make such a request. The children looked on with anticipation, while Lin Xiaolu, who had been expressionless, suddenly appeared invigorated. In the years that Lin Feng had been absent, Goku had become the strongest on Earth, and the aura radiating from Lin Feng's friend was distinctly extraordinary. Everyone was eager to witness this impending clash. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on, realizing that Goku had remained unchanged, and this time, he was likely to encounter a formidable challenge. What could be more significant than the head? Within the being of Gogeta resides both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, essentially requiring a confrontation with three individuals. Gogeta was uncertain whether to acquiesce, turning to Lin Feng. For in this realm, Lin Feng was regarded as the leader of this group, and Gogeta sought his counsel. Noticing Gogeta's silence, Sun Wukong promptly clasped his hands together, beseeching Gogeta, Mr. Gogeta, I realize this is rather presumptuous, but I genuinely wish to engage in a battle with you. Please." Despite Sun Wukong's fervent insistence, Gogeta's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, as Sun Wukong was indeed Lin Feng's brother, and any decision to engage in combat required his consent. Reluctantly, Lin Feng decided to agree, covering his face as he said, "Very well, you may battle him, but do take it easy." "All right, Brother Feng. I shall treat your brother with care," Gogeta replied, twisting his wrist and mimicking Sun Wukong's gesture of respect. "I look forward to your guidance." Sun Wukong, elated like a child, exclaimed, "Wonderful." "Then Lin Feng interrupted, stating, "Let us find another location. There are too many people here. It's not suitable." With that, Lin Feng ascended into the sky, pointing towards the southern horizon. "Let us head to the glacier." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, saying, "Sounds good. I wonder what Mr. Gogeta thinks." Gogeta, with a calm demeanor, replied, "It matters not. I am amenable to anything." In an instant, Gogeta unleashed his aura, swiftly aligning with Lin Feng's pace as they soared towards the southern part of Earth. Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Vegeta and Raditz were also eager to witness this battle, as they wished to ascertain the extent of Sun Wukong's power after all these years. Lin Xiaolu leaped forward, hastening to keep pace with the experienced fighters. He was determined not to miss such a spectacle, and sensed that this friend of his adoptive father was indeed formidable. "Goten, Xiaoya, Trunks, let us join as well." The trio nodded in unison, responding in chorus to Trunks. Indeed, in an instant, several unidentified flying objects appeared in the skies above West City. As the leading global technology firm, the Capsule Corporation occasionally launched humanoid unidentified flying objects, which had become a common sight for the citizens of West City. The group traversed mountains and oceans, flying thousands of miles while admiring the scenery along the way. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the southernmost point of Earth, in an extreme cold region. Lin Feng was the first to arrive, surveying the surroundings before selecting a battle location. He declared, "Here will suffice. It is desolate and will not disturb the city, but we must exercise caution to avoid damaging the glacier." Gogeta chuckled, "What a jest! I am a Super Saiyan god. Is it too much to ask not to destroy the glacier?" Sun Wukong surveyed the area with excitement, saying, "Woohoo, we finally arrived. Second brother, Mr. Gogeta, let us compete here." Chapter 160, Gogeta versus Sun Wukong. The world above and below was cloaked in white snow. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes. His body began to sway rhythmically. With a gentle nod of his forehead and a smile gracing his lips, he lightly bounced on his left and right feet. Suddenly, his confident eyes sprang open. With a swift motion, a white aura ignited into flames, and his poised body leapt into action, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze was sharp, his hair tousled by the cold wind. As he witnessed Sun Wukong's iron fist hurtling towards him, he deftly swayed his body, revealing a fleeting shadow, evading Sun Wukong's assault. Like a feather in the breeze, Vegeta crossed his arms, showing no inclination to retaliate. A smirk danced upon his lips as he mockingly remarked, "Too slow, Sun Wukong." In response, Sun Wukong launched another attack, only to have it deftly dodged once more by Vegeta. Realizing the futility, Sun Wukong voluntarily withdrew, creating some distance. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta was formidable, living up to his reputation as my brother's friend. It was time for me to get serious. With a sudden burst, a golden aura erupted, transforming Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan. The energy radiating from him astonished the young spectators. "Oh, Goten, your father's transformed into a Super Saiyan. He truly surpasses us," exclaimed Trunks in awe. Goten nodded confidently, pride swelling within him as he asserted, "Yes, my dad is incredibly strong." However, even under the immense power boost of 50 times, Vegeta remained unfazed, his arms still firmly crossed over his chest. "Now it's my turn, Mr. Vegeta," Sun Wukong declared, once again launching an assault. He placed his fingertip on his forehead, and in an instant, he vanished. A blade of energy coalesced in his hand. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared behind Vegeta, his arm raised high, aiming a hand strike towards Vegeta's neck. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, having discerned Sun Wukong's next move. Just as Sun Wukong believed his attack would land, his body froze. Vegeta had vanished from his sight. With a thunderous kick, Vegeta descended from above, sending Sun Wukong crashing onto the glacier, leaving behind the words, "Still too slow." This scene left Vegeta in shock, for he had noticed that this individual named Vegeta possessed a tail, a trait unique to Saiyans. This meant that, even in his ordinary state, Vegeta could effortlessly handle Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form. What an extraordinarily powerful being this was. Vegeta calmly uttered, "Stop testing me, Sun Wukong. Unleash your true strength." He maintained his crossed-arm stance, confidence radiating from him. This display was almost too much for Lin Feng to bear. Vegeta was truly remarkable in his pretense. Struggling to rise from the glacier, Sun Wukong wiped the ice from his mouth and bellowed, "Ah, the Super Saiyan 2 state has been achieved." Lin Feng wore a look of satisfaction, realizing that over the years, Sun Wukong had not ceased his evolution as a Saiyan after attaining the form of Super Saiyan God. Through his own relentless effort, he had transcended to the state of Super Saiyan 2. A fleeting shadow vanished from the glacier, followed by a myriad of phantoms drawing closer to Vegeta, whose countenance was marked by unparalleled arrogance in Wukong's eyes. "Very well, it seems I must confront you directly, to illustrate the disparity that exists between us." As his words echoed, Vegeta willingly met Sun Wukong's onslaught, their fists aligned in a singular line, and with a resounding clash. The air erupted in a cacophony of sonic booms. Their gazes intertwined, one radiating confidence and arrogance, the other exuding fierce intensity. From the spectators' stand, Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Is it necessary to be a Super Saiyan 2 to rival this Uncle Vegeta?" In the next moment, Lin Xiaoru slightly parted his lips. "No, it is not an even match. This being named Vegeta has yet to unleash his full might." Just as everyone believed the situation had reached a stalemate, the fists of the two warriors began to tremble upon collision. Vegeta's arm gradually inched towards Wukong's cheek, placing Sun Wukong at a disadvantage once more. Wukong grimaced, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta's fist, astonished by Vegeta's formidable strength. "Ah!" With a thunderous roar, arcs of electricity enveloped Wukong, who had now attained the full power of Super Saiyan 2. The tide of battle finally shifted. Vegeta's fist retreated from Wukong's cheek, restoring an equilibrium. However, the conflict was far from over. Wukong's body continued to undergo transformation, the lightning surrounding him amassed further, flames igniting with ferocious intensity. With a rustling sound, Vegeta's arm began to quiver, his earlier composure dissipating. He sensed that his previous bravado could no longer endure under these circumstances. Yet, Wukong's power was still on the rise. With a thunderous impact, the stalemate shattered as Wukong propelled Vegeta several paces back in a mere instant. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by what had transpired. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Wukong. Who would have thought that even in the form of Super Saiyan God, Wukong was still tapping into the primal power inherent to Saiyans? Lin Feng applauded, "Excellent, excellent." So what had occurred? In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong had swiftly transitioned into the third stage of Super Saiyan, only to revert instantaneously to the second stage, unleashing a surge of explosive damage. Vegeta readjusted his stance, remarking, "Impressive, indeed. You are Sun Wukong, with a unique perspective on martial arts." Wukong replied, "What can I say? Mr. Vegeta is simply too powerful, leaving me with no choice but to resort to such measures. However, The exchange between the two left the onlooking children somewhat perplexed. Goten, Trunks, and Xiaoya. Did you manage to discern what just transpired? Trunks shook his head, indicating his confusion. Yet, Lin Xiaoya began to analyze. I sensed Uncle Wukong's energy surge dramatically for a fleeting moment. Beside her, son Goten added, I think I saw Dad's hair lengthen instantaneously. At that moment, Vegeta approached Trunks with a serious demeanor. You two rascals should train harder. How is it that you couldn't even discern the movements? At this rate, how can you hope to compete with others? Vegeta cast a glance at son Goten and Lin Xiaoya, implying that they were the others. Just then, a formidable energy surged from the sky, saturating the atmosphere. What an overwhelming power. Chapter 161. There are distinctions among Super Saiyans. High above, Gogeta was in a half squat. His back arched, fists clenched tightly. Now, allow me to demonstrate my Super Saiyan form. His roar echoed throughout the icy expanse. Trunks and Tax stared in astonishment, with Trunks exclaiming, What? A Super Saiyan? Uncle Gogeta is also a Saiyan. Tax, his eyes trembling and his voice quavering, remarked. So that means this Gogeta has already reached the level of Goten's father in his normal state. At this moment, son Goten clenched his fists tightly, astonished that this Gogeta was so powerful, achieving such strength in his base form. Go, Dad. Uncle Wukong, you can do it. A golden aura enveloped Gogeta, the aura of a Super Saiyan becoming evident. Son Goku clearly sensed that the being before him, Gogeta, had grown even stronger. Nevertheless, son Goku remained optimistic, stating, Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Gogeta to be a Saiyan as well. What a pleasant surprise. Gogeta said nothing, merely beckoning son Goku to attack. Huh, with a fierce shout. Son Goku focused intently, his right fist clenched tightly, propelling himself towards Gogeta. This time, Gogeta placed his hands before his chest, continuously muttering, There are still disparities among Super Saiyans. The sound of Goku's missed punches reverberated in Gogeta's ears. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded Goku's full-force strike. Gogeta maintained a remarkably composed expression, consistently wearing a confident smile, which greatly irked Vegeta, who watched from below. Vegeta shouted at son Goku in frustration, Kakarot, what is wrong with you? Give it your all. Son Wukong's fist abruptly halted, and with a look of remorse, he addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, it's not that I lacked effort. It's simply that Mr. Gogeta is overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, son Wukong's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. To be distracted during battle is a grave mistake. Gogeta disdainfully retracted the leg that had just sent son Wukong flying. At this moment, Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly. His brow furrowed with dissatisfaction towards son Wukong and fury at Gogeta's arrogant demeanor. Damn it, Kakarot. In the next instant, Vegeta soared into the air, transforming instantly into Super Saiyan 2 at full power, launching an assault on Gogeta. Son Wukong quickly scrambled out from the ice, loudly admonishing, Hey, Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Vegeta roared back, Enough chatter. Reluctantly, son Wukong fell in line with Vegeta's rhythm, and together they charged at Gogeta. Faced with such a situation, Gogeta could not help but tease, Oh my. The long-awaited Saiyan duo in a tag team, quite delightful. While his mouth was busy speaking, his body nimbly evaded the attacks of the Saiyan duo, which only intensified Vegeta's irritation. This guy is both arrogant and powerful. It's utterly infuriating. With a shout of frustration, Vegeta's brow furrowed, his hair extending down to his waist, his eyebrows vanishing, and arcs of electricity crackling around him. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Witnessing this transformation, Trunks was filled with excitement, his eyes brimming with pride as he exclaimed to the children, Wow, did you see that? Tax, my father's hair just got longer. I saw it. It looks just like Uncle Wukong's did earlier. For Lin Feng and Gogeta, who had traversed worlds, the sight of Vegeta achieving Super Saiyan 3 was astonishing. In the original narrative, Vegeta had never attained this transformation. He had always skipped directly to a higher form in both the Dragon Ball sequel, Dragon Ball Super, and the original series. Therefore, the revelation of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form left Lin Feng and Gogeta somewhat taken aback, as this was an unexpected turn from their past memories. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, the battle must continue. The seemingly fierce assault from Vegeta and son Wukong was effortlessly countered by Gogeta, who merely used 2 fingers to block their fists. Growing weary, Gogeta urged, Come now, show me your ultimate power, son Wukong and Vegeta. With a whoosh, a golden aura erupted, waves of shockwaves radiating from Gogeta, sending the Saiyan duo flying. Bastard! Vegeta cursed, stabilizing his airborne body. He had returned to Super Saiyan 2 at full power, as the Super Saiyan 3 form was excessively taxing. Planting his feet against the mountainside, he executed a spinning leap, his fists once again converging towards Gogeta, triggering his Super Saiyan 3 state anew. Father! The seemingly ferocious assault left Trunks exclaiming in astonishment, but in the next instant, his voice was abruptly silenced. Bang! Gogeta's fist had already made contact with Vegeta's face, while Vegeta's fist merely pointed at Gogeta's brow. Vegeta emitted an incredulous sound. In this moment, clarity dawned upon him. This individual indeed possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Goku had not deceived him. Boom! Vegeta's body subsequently lost control, plummeting like a falling aircraft. Gogeta's strength was utterly astounding. The light in Trunks' eyes had vanished. The once indomitable father he revered appeared so easily defeated before Gogeta. Even Lin Feng could not bear to witness this scene. Gogeta's arrogance was excessive. The most effective way to instill psychological trauma in a child was to vanquish their inner pillar of strength. Seeing Trunks' expression, Lin Feng hastily signaled Gogeta. Understanding the cue, Gogeta commenced his exaggerated performance. It hurts so much. He moaned, instinctively retreating towards a small glacier. This clumsy act was evident to all. Yet only Goku remained oblivious, exclaiming, as expected of Vegeta, "He has managed to severely injure Mr. Gogeta." Goku glanced back at the extinguished Vegeta and declared, "Now, it's my turn." Chapter 162, Super Saiyan God Gogeta upon the snow-covered glacier. Gogeta steadied himself as the farcical performance concluded, his gaze fixed on Goku. "I told you, Goku, to cease your probing. Unleash your ultimate form directly." In response, Goku adjusted his stance, standing atop a glacier. "All right, I understand, Mr. Gogeta," he replied. With the conversation at an end, Goku shut his eyes tightly, and the spectators comprehended what was about to unfold. A divine aura began to surge within Goku, his body undergoing a sublime transformation. With crimson hair, vivid red irises, sculpted muscles, and a lithe physique, this was Super Saiyan God Goku. The 7 years of training had not been squandered. Although Goku's energy was imperceptible, Lin Feng could candidly assert that Goku had likely surpassed him. Albeit he still had the facade of the Great Ape Fist and the power of the Great Ape to conceal him. Due to Lin Feng's 5.5-day unconsciousness in the mysterious realm, these years had effectively been wasted. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was unperturbed. The time lost could be entirely reclaimed in the Meow Meow house. Observing Goku's transformation, Lin Feng was aware of the battle's outcome. Yet he still yearned to witness the clash between these two titans. Moreover, he wished to gauge the extent of Gogeta's current power level. Would it not have been preferable for things to have commenced in such a manner? Indeed, is this not a common flaw of Sun Wukong? Listening to Vegeta's banter, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel compelled to retort. How dare he criticize others when he himself was no different during his battle against the god of destruction? Beerus? Come now. Vegeta arrogantly beckoned with a flick of his finger, inviting Sun Wukong to attack. Whoosh. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing with a side kick aimed at Vegeta's right ear. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong's aura was now infused with divine energy. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta extended his right arm and effortlessly seized Sun Wukong's leg. Hee, with a wicked grin. Vegeta then utilized both hands to grip Sun Wukong's leg firmly and hurled him outward with tremendous force, sending Sun Wukong's body spiraling uncontrollably into the distance. However, Sun Wukong quickly stabilized his tumbling form. Whoosh. Utilizing instant transmission once more, he unleashed a crimson flame-infused punch, imbued with the power to shatter thunder. Aimed squarely at Vegeta's body, the hurricane-like speed prompted Vegeta to take the matter seriously. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Vegeta had activated his full power as a Super Saiyan. Distinctly sensing that the power of this Super Saiyan God was far superior to the combined strength of two Super Saiyan 3s attacking him mere minutes ago. With liberated hands, he effortlessly parried Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught, demonstrating an ease that belied the ferocity of the assault. It was not that Sun Wukong lacked strength. Rather, the being before him was nothing short of a monstrous entity. Bang! A heavy punch from Vegeta landed with blinding speed upon Sun Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling over 100 meters away. At that moment, Vegeta had regained consciousness, witnessing the flight of the Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta seethed. Damn it, this Saiyan named Vegeta. Is Kakarot's Super Saiyan God merely a target for punishment? Thud. Sun Wukong's leg collided fiercely with Vegeta's face. However, it proved futile. Vegeta, now displaying a villainous grin, taunted, "Are you merely tickling me? Sun Wukong, I warned you. Do not test me further. If that is the case, let me illuminate the chasm between us." In an instant, the golden aura representing Super Saiyan energy surged forth uncontrollably, blooming into a golden lotus of energy. All present were enraptured by the spectacle, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. He had already witnessed Vegeta's power in the confrontations against Beerus. This man possessed the audacity to challenge the god of destruction. Fortunately, he was Lin Feng's dear friend. As the clamoring subsided, lightning crackled wildly, and Vegeta had ascended to the state of Super Saiyan 2. Raditz had transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, shielding his eyes and exclaiming in astonishment, "What blinding brilliance! Such overwhelming pressure! Is this merely Super Saiyan 2? At this moment, the battlefield was enveloped by the sheer intensity of this formidable aura. A group of young Saiyans could scarcely open their eyes, their lack of combat experience leading them to transform into Super Saiyans. Yet this transformation offered little defense against the overwhelming pressure. Lin Feng instantaneously teleported before the children, himself transforming into a Super Saiyan. Green smoke emanating from his body as he shouted at Gogeta, "Hey, enough of the theatrics." Upon hearing this, Gogeta ceased to exude his residual power and immediately charged towards Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku no longer hesitated. The divine energy within him had filled his reservoir, and he unleashed his full strength to engage Gogeta in battle. That's more like it, Son Goku," Gogeta exclaimed. Their gazes locked, and Son Goku flashed his iconic smile, replying, "As expected of Mr. Gogeta, I'm already feeling exhilarated." With a resounding shout, their fists collided, and they swiftly distanced themselves, gathering energy for another strike aimed at each other's faces. Thud! Their fists met once again, and both fighters exhibited satisfied smiles. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions grew intense. Son Goku had already condensed a ki blast in the palm of his hand. Whoosh! The ki blast shot directly at Gogeta's face, igniting a searing pain that spread across Gogeta's features. Instantly, Gogeta shifted from offense to defense, raising his arms to guard against Son Goku's impending attack. "You've got some nerve, old friend," hitting anywhere but the face. However, Son Goku merely responded with a mischievous grin, his powerful fist once again hurtling toward Gogeta's chest. Gogeta would not allow Son Goku to gain the upper hand again. With a surge of strength, Gogeta braced himself, absorbing Son Goku's punch directly. Bang! It was Gogeta who was sent flying, despite the mutual nature of the force. In this instance, it was Son Goku who soared through the air. Divine energy. I've absorbed just a hint of it, but it's sufficient. Whoosh! Gogeta utilized the remnants of the divine energy bestowed upon him by the old Kai of Time, resonating faintly with Son Goku's divine energy, allowing him to teleport directly before Son Goku. Gathering strength in his knees, he suddenly bent, placing both hands on Son Goku's back. In a soft whisper, Gogeta declared, "I've got you now." Chapter 163, Do Not Be Too Arrogant. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, the two figures appeared as mere silhouettes. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as Gogeta's hand, resembling an eagle's claw, firmly grasped Son Goku's collar, their forms materializing beneath the glacier. In stark contrast, Son Goku found himself in a vulnerable position, his back pressed firmly against the rocky surface by Gogeta's relentless hold. The resilience of the Super Saiyan God was evident, as the glacier shattered into countless fragments upon contact with Son Goku's body. "Fight back, Son Goku. Is this truly the extent of your power? Is divine strength so insignificant?" With his palms once again pressed together, Vegeta aimed directly at Goku's abdomen. A crisp sound echoed as Goku's hands met the iron fist, and a radiant glow appeared at Goku's feet. With a surge of wind beneath him, he kicked towards Vegeta's body. Realizing the impending attack, Vegeta shifted from offense to defense. Positioning his hands protectively in front of his chest, Goku concentrated all his strength into his legs. The impact sent both warriors flying apart, increasing the distance between them once more. In the next moment, a blue glimmer began to emanate from Goku's hips. The gap between them closed again, as Goku utilized instant transmission, causing the glow in his palm to expand rapidly. The Kamehameha wave erupted from his hands. Propelled by the divine strength of a Super Saiyan god, its speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, swift as lightning and meteoric. At such close quarters, one would assume it impossible for an ordinary individual to evade. However, the opponent was none other than Vegeta, a man capable of enduring destructive energy. In the following scene, onlookers were left in astonishment. Rather than retaliating with energy blasts as anticipated, Vegeta reacted with astonishing speed, extending a hand to grasp Goku's signature Kamehameha wave directly. He captured the energy wave effortlessly, his body only leaning back a mere 2 or 3 centimeters. Goten gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if his nerves had been completely overwhelmed by the spectacle. Lin Xiaoya and Lin Xiaolu also stared in astonishment. They were aware of Vegeta's strength, yet never imagined it would reach such monumental heights. Trunks was left speechless. Tax stammered incoherently, beads of sweat forming on Raditz's forehead, as even Goku's renowned technique dissipated into nothingness in that instant, a fact too incredible to fathom. The group's collective astonishment starkly contrasted with Lin Feng's demeanor. He was unfazed, knowing well that he could withstand destructive energy and paid little mind to a Kamehameha wave in the state of a Super Saiyan god. Now it's my turn to return the favor, Goku, Vegeta said with a sardonic smile, exuding an air that was both infuriating and compelling. In his hand, he began to coalesce a Kamehameha wave, its size visibly increasing at an astonishing rate within seconds. Instant transmission. Like a raging dragon, the Kamehameha wave surged directly towards Goku. Reacting swiftly, Goku extended his hands in a desperate attempt to counter Vegeta's unleashed energy. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would wield the Kamehameha wave as well. Goku's body began to tilt as he strained, leaning forward with all his might to resist. Yet, the colossal blue beam relentlessly advanced, forcing Goku's back to arch under its overwhelming power, a force seemingly inexhaustible. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth, feeling himself being pushed backward. Gradually, the crimson radiance emanating from his body began to fade, yet he remained oblivious to this transformation. Only the spectators noticed that Sun Wukong had reverted from his Super Saiyan God state. In the next moment, Sun Wukong once again transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, this bore little significance, for Vegeta's power appeared boundless. The Kamehameha wave propelled Sun Wukong's body once more, his hands trembling incessantly, and his facial expression began to twist into one of agony. Father! At this moment, Sun Goten could no longer contain himself. If this continued, his father might be engulfed by the Kamehameha wave. Uncle Wukong! The children cried out in unison. Just at this critical juncture, a red-haired monkey appeared beside Sun Wukong. With hands clasped together, he placed them atop Sun Wukong's head. In a daze, Sun Wukong's unfocused gaze inadvertently recognized the figure before him. A human form with a beastly exterior, yet this familiar silhouette was unmistakable to him. Second brother. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, his voice resonating with vigor. Stand tall, Sun Wukong. In the next instant, Lin Feng's body was enveloped in a green aura. Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 state still appeared monstrous to him. Even when tapping into the Great Ape power, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he found himself straining tremendously. This brat is utterly arrogant. He cannot be allowed to continue this charade. Tenfold Great Ape Fist. With a surge, under 100-fold energy amplification, at last, Vegeta's Kamehameha wave began to reverse course. Drawing closer to Vegeta, in an instant, Vegeta seized this rebellious energy wave, and within a mere second, his claw had crushed it to shards. Brother Feng. Vegeta's previously arrogant demeanor shifted in a heartbeat. He chuckled and said, Ahem, since Brother Feng has intervened, I shall refrain from continuing the fight. What? No more fighting. I haven't had my fill yet. Sun Wukong expressed reluctance, his face displaying a longing for a worthy opponent. What Vegeta said next shocked everyone profoundly. You are still far too weak. Even my Super Saiyan 2 has posed such a challenge for you, and I have 3 transformations yet to unveil. So let us leave it at this. You are all simply too weak. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Vegeta felt a severe blow to his confidence, as this proclamation struck him like a thunderclap. Originally, Sun Wukong and Lin Feng had already posed a significant challenge, and now there was yet another who surpassed them. For years, while Lin Feng was absent from Earth, aside from Lin Xiaolu and Lin Xiaya. All the children believed Sun Wukong to be the mightiest. They were astonished to see him so effortlessly defeated, as if their faith had crumbled, each one of them hanging their heads in despair. Wow, Mr. Vegeta still has 3 transformations left unused. This is truly exhilarating. I shall train diligently, aiming to surpass you. At that moment, Lin Feng approached Vegeta and patted him on the shoulder. I inquired, are you not being a tad too arrogant? Chapter 164, A Glimpse of Your True Colors. Lin Feng's words carried a hint of amusement. Yet, in the eyes of these children, the fact that Lin Feng could rescue Sun Wukong from the recent Kamehameha wave indicated that he possessed strength surpassing that of Sun Wukong himself. Confronted by the unfamiliar figure of Vegeta, the once invincible elders in their eyes had all succumbed. Even Sun Wukong was defeated. Ultimately, their gazes settled upon Lin Feng. Trunks was the first to express his dissent, feeling perturbed by Vegeta's unreasonable proposal for a betrothal with Lin Feng. Although he harbored a poor impression of this individual, he could not deny the overwhelming power he exhibited, leaving him in a state of helplessness. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Trunks eagerly addressed Lin Feng, Uncle Lin Feng. Are you about to make your move? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by Trunks' sudden inquiry. What did he mean by make a move? The strength Lin Feng had just demonstrated was merely a reflection of his current capabilities. Enough only to barely counter the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Moreover, Vegeta had 3 more forms yet to be revealed, and Lin Feng was acutely aware of his prowess. Was this not akin to a fragile egg challenging a stone? However, Trunks' words ignited the children's anticipation, drawing their attention toward Lin Feng. Son Goten chimed in, Uncle Lin Feng, you must be even stronger than my father. Please, show us your power. Tax echoed, yes, yes. Lin Xiaoya approached Lin Feng, tugging at his sleeve with indignation. Though this person is a friend of my father, what he said is utterly excessive. With that, she pouted and cast a glance at Vegeta, who stood nonchalantly with his hands on his hips, unconcerned as he picked his nose. Coincidentally, their eyes met, and Vegeta remarked, What is it, daughter-in-law? This exchange only fueled Trunks' anger further. His face flushed with rage as he shouted, How dare you call Xiaoya that? In an instant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and leapt toward Vegeta. Observing this, Vegeta jested, Ah, this little one is quite similar to mine. Just as Trunks' small fist was about to connect with Vegeta's face, a large hand seized his trousers, stabilizing his body. The crisp sound of slapping echoed as Vegeta mercilessly delivered a few strikes to Trunks' exposed backside. This humiliation left Trunks utterly mortified. As the self-proclaimed leader of these children, he felt the world around him darken. Being publicly spanked while having his trousers pulled down was a profound disgrace, especially in front of Lin Xiaoya. Let go of me. Trunks struggled fiercely, but ultimately, his trousers were completely removed, casting a shadow over his once bright world, as if heralding the apocalypse. Trunks adjusted his trousers, unleashing an aura he had never previously manifested, his energized body uncontrollably launching an assault toward Gogeta. Ah, well, he still falls slightly short of my son, Gogeta remarked. With a mere flick of his finger, he deflected Trunks' punch and casually sent it crashing into an iceberg. Trunks, how infuriating. At that moment, Vegeta transformed once more into Super Saiyan 3, his golden aura soaring into the heavens as he charged angrily at Gogeta. In a swift motion, Gogeta awakened his Super Saiyan state again, delivering a punch that sent Vegeta flying. Trunks, Uncle Vegeta, damn it. Witnessing both Trunks and Vegeta being struck down, Tax, unable to contain his fury, rushed toward Gogeta, only to be slapped and sent hurtling through the air. Tax. Raditz flew towards Tax's falling trajectory, catching him in his arms. Seeing his 2 companions treated in such a manner by Gogeta, Goten could no longer hold back and transformed into a Super Saiyan. How dare you treat Trunks and Tax like this? I shall not forgive you. Just as Goten prepared to leap into action, Goku intervened. Goten, don't go. Goku then turned to Lin Feng and stated, Brother, I too wish to witness your strength. I wonder who is mightier, Mr. Gogeta or you. At this moment, the furious Trunks, the enraged Tax, the worried Goten, and Lin Xiaoya awaited Lin Feng's response. Gogeta is formidable. These 5 words shattered the hopes of all present. Dejection washed over their faces, yet Goku cheerfully remarked, Oh, it's all right. After all, Mr. Gogeta is not our enemy. He is also your brother's friend, and besides, We can still train to grow stronger in the future. The arena fell silent once more. However, a glimmer of hope returned to the children's eyes, and even Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz were fully engaged, awaiting Lin Feng's next words, knowing that this individual, who had saved the Earth on multiple occasions, would not let them down. You have become exceedingly arrogant. You, young man, shall receive a lesson, Lin Feng coldly stated, gazing at Gogeta. At that moment, Gogeta reverted from his transformation, and the mockery in his eyes faded as he recognized the seriousness behind Lin Feng's gaze, a gaze that spoke of a former comrade from a previous life. With a playful grin, Gogeta replied, "Oh, Brother Feng, do you wish to fight me?" Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Look at the situation around us. Do I have any other options?" Gogeta chuckled, "Haha, Brother Feng, as the leader of this realm, you indeed should step forward. If I were you, I would do the same. Then let us begin, Brother Feng." Gogeta beckoned with a gesture for Lin Feng to attack. Lin Feng stood motionless, unwavering. "What is the matter? Brother Feng, are you afraid of losing face? Worry not, I shall go easy on you." Lin Feng slowly responded, "You rascal, you know I can't defeat you. After all, you are a brute who can face off against someone like Pat." He continued, "So, are we going to fight or not? Weren't you supposed to show me some color?" Lin Feng added, "Indeed, I am going to show you some color, but not just me. It's going to be us." With that, Lin Feng pinched a celestial beam between his fingers and tossed it to Sun Wukong, instructing, "Brother, consume it. Now, let us join forces to confront him." Chapter 165. Dalit Vegeta remained unfazed, confident that even with Lin Feng and Sun Wukong teaming up, they would still be no match for him. Leaning on his waist, he surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Well, it doesn't matter if all of you join in together." Sun Wukong promptly swallowed the celestial being, feeling his strength restored to its peak. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Fantastic! Brother, let's fight together." He prepared himself, eager to engage. However, Lin Feng interrupted Sun Wukong's eagerness with a serious tone, saying, "Brother, when I mentioned fighting together, I did not mean it in the literal sense." Lin Feng's gaze scrutinized the overly arrogant companion before him. This fellow had transformed into a typical second-generation rich kid after befriending him in his previous life. A stark contrast to the person he had known before, as if a new persona had awakened within him. After crossing over to the Dragon Ball world, he had struck an unbelievable stroke of luck, becoming Vegeta, which only amplified his haughty disposition to an unimaginable degree, looking down on everyone around him. Yet, he still cherished their brotherly bond. Within this young man resided the souls of another Sun Wukong and another Vegeta. This unique circumstance explained his rapid cultivation speed. As the training effects of the two souls merged within him, a chosen fusion warrior, it was remarkable that such an individual could be his close ally. Indeed, as a Saiyan, Lin Feng felt the urge to engage in battle, but alas, Vegeta's strength was extraordinarily formidable. As the leader of this realm, it would be a disgrace not to step forward at this moment. He could already envision the grotesque expression on his companion's face, mocking him for being inferior to the Saiyans of this time. Sun Wukong, somewhat puzzled, looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do you mean by fighting together?" What did he mean? It was, of course, fusion. Vegeta was inherently a fusion warrior. Only magic could defeat magic. Fusion. Sun Wukong scratched his head, reminiscing about the past, and then said, "Fusion? Is that the technique you and Gohan used against Frieza?" The children were filled with anticipation, having only heard tales of such a skill but never witnessing it firsthand. Lin Feng urged, "Let us not delay any further. Let's begin." Vegeta, now infused with enthusiasm, responded, "All right, I'm eager to see who is stronger after we fuse." Thus, Lin Feng and Sun Wukong made their way to an open area. "Allow me to demonstrate," Lin Feng declared. Lin Feng's hands began to busily maneuver, one foot suspended in the air, perfectly poised in the stance of a golden rooster. His body shifted to the right, and two fingers were waved towards the center. It was as simple as that. One merely needed to replicate the actions in reverse. Sun Wukong nodded, indicating his comprehension. The two stood side by side. 3, 2, 1, commence. Their rhythms synchronized, hands began to wave, and their bodies drew closer, fingertips meeting in an instant. Fusion. A swirl of white light enveloped them. Golden rays erupted, intertwining in a complex dance of colors, drawing the gaze of all present. Muscular physiques, the familiar crab-headed visage, and the typical vest of a fusion warrior emerged. Due to their striking resemblance, it appeared as though Sun Wukong donned a vest, Wow, what a formidable aura. Goten, can you feel it? Trunks exclaimed, his mouth agape as he nudged Goten with his finger. Goten brushed Trunks' hand away from his face, replying, yes. I can feel it too. Trunks, puzzled, remarked, but why do I feel like Uncle Lin Feng is just wearing a vest? Oh wait, I mean Uncle Wukong. He corrected himself. Lin Xiaoyao elucidated. It's because Dad and Uncle Wukong look very much alike, and haven't you noticed their energy has become incredibly potent? Realization dawned on Trunks. Indeed, everything had transformed. This new warrior's aura had reached sublime heights, and this was merely their baseline. The newly fused warrior swayed his arms, scrutinizing his remarkable changes, exclaiming, so this is what a new fusion warrior feels like. Vegeta gazed at this familiar yet strange figure and inquired, what shall we call you? The fusion of Darles and Kakarot shall henceforth be known as Dalit. At that moment, Trunks and Goten were utterly captivated by the formidable power bestowed by the fusion. Trunks nudged Goten and said, hey, Goten, did you see your dad and Uncle Lin Feng's moves just now? Such dazzling actions. Is it like this? Trunks gestured to illustrate the fusion moves, but forgot to lift his leg. No, it goes like this. Goten mimicked the actions, but neglected to extend his finger at the end. Just then, Tax rushed over to correct them. It goes like this. The lad flawlessly replicated the fusion movements, prompting exclamations of awe from the other children. Yes, just like that. What do you think, Xiaoya? Would you like to join me? Trunks spun around Lin Xiaoya, attempting to pique her interest. Lin Xiaoya declined. Trunks, I think I'll pass. You should try it with Goten. Reluctantly, Trunks teamed up with Goten once more. The two children, full of exuberance, commenced their fusion actions. Fusion. In an instant, a beam of white light once again captivated the crowd, and as the light faded, Gotenks made a dazzling entrance. Yay, it's the fusion of Trunks and Goten. Let us call him Gotenks. Gotenks pointed at Vegeta, confidently and boastfully declaring, hey, the one who suggested that Xiaoya should become a daughter-in-law stands before you as Gotenks. Xiaoya would never consider being the daughter-in-law of someone like you. Lin Xiaoya's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed loudly, Gotenks, what are you saying? However, at that moment, Vegeta was wholly focused on Dalit, paying no heed to Gotenks' words. How infuriating. Very well, let me show you my power. Gotenks' golden hair suddenly elongated to his waist, achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. With a seemingly formidable punch, he charged directly at Vegeta. Slap, slap. How absurd. Gotenks let out a series of cries. Vegeta mercilessly smacked his rear, leaving it as red as a lantern. Vegeta, feeling exasperated, remarked, Brat, how dare you? Dalit intervened, saying, let him go for now. Let us engage in battle. Chapter 166, Vegeta vs. Dalit. Upon hearing this, Vegeta released Gotenks, his eyes glinting with determination. He had finally found a worthy opponent to face in battle. With a swift motion, Vegeta vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage beside Gotenks. Let me go? Huh, where did he go? Gotenks blinked in confusion, completely unaware of when Vegeta had released him. High above in the sky, a brilliant light shone, revealing Vegeta's distant figure. Dalit, come forth. Dalit's gaze locked onto Vegeta, his brow furrowed, and with a crouched body, he leapt into the sky. Two ultraluminous streaks appeared in the air, painting a unique scene across the icy expanse. Vegeta turned back every 3 seconds, intrigued. Oh, how interesting, you can actually keep up with my speed. Dalit, calm and composed, accelerated once more towards Vegeta, but this time, his body began to envelop with a layer of green energy. In an instant, the pristine white sky was disrupted by the trails left in the wake of their energies. Oh, so that's how it is, a skill from Brother Feng. In a flash, golden energy erupted as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, once again increasing the distance between them. In that moment, two serpentine figures, one gold and one green, coiled and spiraled through the sky, but the next second, both dragons transformed into a golden hue. Dalit also became a Super Saiyan. Yet, their energies did not cease to expand. In the next moment, with their energies continuously rising, the two golden dragons surged forward, their size doubling. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation was achieved. Ultimately, their energies settled at the Super Saiyan 2 state. Oh, what's wrong, Dalit? Is Super Saiyan 2 all you can manage? Vegeta pondered. Lin Feng had bypassed Super Saiyan 2 to reach Super Saiyan 4, while Son Goku had attained Super Saiyan God, but lacked Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta felt a tinge of disappointment. believing that Dalit should possess additional transformations. Yet, at present, it appeared he could only achieve Super Saiyan 2. However, Dalit remained silent. With a cold smirk, he activated instant transmission. A fist, enveloped in electric arcs, hurtled menacingly towards Vegeta's face. This speed was unprecedented, catching Vegeta somewhat off guard. Save for his encounter with Zampa. Reacting swiftly, both warriors launched their fists at one another's faces. Bang! Each fist made contact, leaving both with a stinging sensation upon their cheeks. Huh. Yes, this is the feeling. Yet, before Vegeta could finish his thought, Dalit's fist struck again. Bang! This time, their fists collided, locking their arms in a straight line. In an instant, golden energy ripples began to radiate outward. A second later, the energy waves dissipated. Their strengths were evenly matched. Impressive, Dalit. You can hold your own against me in Super Saiyan 2. In contrast to Vegeta's loquaciousness, Dalit maintained an air of aloofness. A slight smile gracing his lips as he quietly remarked, "Is that so?" In the next moment, Dalit was once again shrouded in green mist, summoning the power of the great ape, shattering the equilibrium of the battle. Boom! Vegeta's body was uncontrollably hurled towards a glacier. Crash! The glacier stood no chance against Vegeta's formidable physique and Dalit's fierce blow, shattering instantly and sending debris flying towards a distant iceberg. Regaining his composure, Vegeta swiftly adjusted his position, stabilizing his body mid-air before activating instant transmission once more, entangling with Dalit again. Above, waves of energy rippled across the glacier, leaving onlookers in awe of the astonishing speed. Tax murmured, "I can't see clearly." Lin Xiaoya wore an expression of frustration, lamenting the obscured view of such an exhilarating battle. However, nearby, Vegeta, Raditz, and Gotenks gazed skyward, their eyes fixed on the fierce clash. "Yes, Uncle Dalit, give it your all. Teach that rude fellow a lesson." "Wow, Feng's skill is indeed impressive." Dalit chuckled before stating, "Who said there is a disparity between Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan forms?" In a flash, with lowered brow, waist-length hair, and vanished eyebrows, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This spectacle astonished the spectators, confirming that Vegeta was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed a higher transformation. Gotenks, gazing into Vegeta's icy eyes, shivered involuntarily. Despite being in Super Saiyan 3, the aura emanating from Vegeta was utterly incomparable to his own. Such an overwhelming presence. Gotenks felt his earlier bravado wane. This warrior was undeniably terrifying. "Oh, Super Saiyan 3, who would have thought that I could compel your transformation into this form merely by harnessing the power of Super Saiyan 2 combined with the might of the great ape? You are not as formidable as I had envisioned, Gogeta." What a surprise. I never anticipated that Peak would grasp the power of the great ape. It's truly astonishing. Without further ado, let us continue. With that, both figures soared into the sky, their elbows locked together, gazing intently into each other's eyes, sparks igniting between them as the atmosphere began to simmer. The sound of their colliding bodies reverberated across the heavens, as their fists and feet unleashed a relentless barrage upon one another. This once tranquil realm was now thrown into chaos. Flashes of electric light illuminated the sky, and their forms became indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Tax exclaimed, "Such speed! It's utterly elusive." At that moment, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet it proved futile. He still could not perceive their movements. Lin Xiaoya had also ascended to Super Saiyan status, and although her talents surpassed others, she could merely catch glimpses of their shadows. In an instant, both figures appeared atop a frozen expanse. Countless energy blasts surged from Dalit's hands towards Gogeta, but their velocity paled in comparison to Gogeta's reflexes. In the very moment of contact, his powerful arms began to swing, deflecting the oncoming blasts with ease. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted around Gogeta, who emerged swiftly from the haze, an innumerable amount of glimmering energy coalescing in his hands. With a swift motion, thousands of energy blasts retaliated, chaotically arrayed in the air, yet all targeting Dalit. "Watch out, Uncle Dalit!" Gotenks exclaimed, worry etched upon his face. Yet, the following scene rendered him utterly speechless. Chapter 167. Super Saiyan God Dalit stood firm as a mountain, unwavering and resolute. He did not flinch in the slightest. Vegeta, astonished, remarked, "Is he truly intending to withstand this with sheer force?" However, it was not as Vegeta had surmised. Dalit possessed half of Lin Feng's intellect. Although he was indeed formidable, he was not foolish enough to endure the onslaught of Gogeta in Super Saiyan 3 form. In that moment, explosions erupted around Dalit, crackling with intensity, enveloping him in a veil of smoke. Suddenly, brilliant golden beams of light pierced through the haze, revealing Dalit encased in a protective barrier and scathed. Just as the onlookers were about to marvel at Dalit's immense strength, Gogeta had silently appeared behind him. With his right palm poised, he transformed it into a knife-hand strike aimed at Dalit's neck. Dalit, having sensed the impending danger, swiftly turned to defend himself. His right hand braced to meet the impending blow. However, in the next moment, the figure of Vegeta vanished once more, and Dalit observed his surroundings with keen attention. Whoosh! A shadow descended from the heavens, delivering a flying kick that aimed straight for Dalit. He swiftly evaded the assault with a nimble shift of his body. Huh! A chilling sneer emanated from behind him, and the hand blade reappeared. Dalit leapt into the air, deftly dodging the strike. Yet, in quick succession, a powerful punch targeted his abdomen. Such a flurry of attacks in such a brief span. Something was amiss. As Dalit's thoughts wavered, a long sword swung menacingly towards his back. Swish! An icy sensation coursed through his spine, an ominous premonition enveloping him. That familiar technique, Vegeta's lightsaber. Dalit rapidly summoned energy within him to form a protective shield, which materialized just as the lightsaber was about to descend. Clang! Turning around, Dalit was astonished to find 4 identical Vegetas before him. In that instant, he comprehended that Vegeta had mastered the 4-body fist to such an extent that he could even synchronize it with instant transmission. Crack! The protective shield could no longer withstand the brilliance of the lightsaber, fissures beginning to appear. Witnessing this, Vegeta exerted even greater force, amplifying the sword's potency. Crash! The shield shattered, and Vegeta's legs descended upon Dalit. With the barrier obliterated, Vegeta initiated his overwhelming assault. He crossed his arms, mercilessly planting his feet upon Dalit's chest. Bam! A resounding kick left a substantial crater in the ground, with Dalit lying compliant within it. Zing! The resplendent lightsaber was drawn once more by Vegeta, its dazzling radiance nearly blinding. As he positioned it before Dalit's eyes, the blade pointed directly at them. Vegeta arrogantly declared, "Brother Feng, I apologize, but this time, I have triumphed." This scene tugged at the hearts of all present. Wu Tian Keisai shouted vehemently, "Damn it! Uncle Dalit, get up!" Lin Xiaoya felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that even Dalit could not withstand Vegeta's prowess. Vegeta was visibly agitated. This was a sight he had hoped to avoid, and he barked, "Damn it! Dalit!" And Kakarot, "Stand up!" Tax, dejected, murmured, "Is this the end?" Raditz approached Tax, gently patting his head as he said, "No, it is not." Raditz understood well what kind of monsters his 2 brothers were. He unconditionally believed in their boundless potential, especially since this was their fusion. Where the sword pointed, Dalit's eyes held no trace of despair. Instead, they sharpened with intensity. "Oh, is that so?" Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "What, Brother Feng? You can't even transform into Super Saiyan 3, yet you wish to defeat me?" At this, Dalit's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze narrowing as he fixated on the sword's edge. Crack! A peculiar sound echoed as Dalit's right hand clutched the sword's edge with unyielding strength. "It is not that I wish to transform, but rather that it is simply not worth my while," he taunted. "You are aware of the weaknesses of Super Saiyan 3, are you not? If I am not mistaken, your energy has already diminished since our earlier confrontation." A divine aura began to emanate from Dalit's back, permeating every corner of his being. His muscles became refined, and transformations unfolded from head to toe. At that moment, his brown tail transformed into a vibrant red, and the hues of his eyebrows and hair began to shift as he transcended to the form of Super Saiyan God, bypassing Super Saiyan 3 entirely. Crimson flames ignited in Dalit's hands, enveloping the energy sword wielded by Gogeta with an intense force. The sword trembled violently, slipping from Gogeta's control. "Huh. I have directly ascended to Super Saiyan God. How will you respond to this?" Gogeta, taken aback, could hardly believe that despite their divergent evolutionary paths, the fusion could achieve such a transformation. Though astonished, his proud demeanor concealed his surprise as he retorted coolly, "Interesting. Then I shall first assume a mysterious state." In an instant, a golden light faded, revealing Gogeta in a seemingly unchanged form, yet shrouded in an invisible, enigmatic aura. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this state afforded him enhanced durability and a slower decline in stamina. Oh, interesting. The true intrigue lies ahead. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the energy sword held by Gogeta, which shattered violently in the next moment. Dallet had crushed the sword with his bare hands. The expression of invincibility on Gogeta's face faltered, and his brows knitted in rare concern. In the blink of an eye, Dallet unleashed a concentrated energy sphere, hurling it directly at the bewildered Gogeta. The impact sent Gogeta soaring into the sky, the entire sequence unfolding with startling rapidity. Then, a delicate figure appeared above him. This is bad. The seasoned warrior Gogeta anticipated Dallet's next move, pressing his hands tightly against his chest. Indeed, Dallet's fists were mercilessly pummeling his form. Ah, so you wield a sword? I've picked up a few tricks as well, though I prefer a club. In an instant, a massive club formed from energy materialized in Dallet's grasp. With a resounding crack, he struck Gogeta, sending him plummeting earthward. Chapter 168. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan God Gogeta's body was uncontrollably propelled upwards, crashing into glacier after glacier, ultimately landing amidst a chaotic heap of rubble. Your mysterious state indeed compensates for the shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3, but in my Super Saiyan God form. Do you not intend to utilize your strongest state, Gogeta? The rubble crunched as Gogeta emerged from the debris. Ah, how delightful. Since that is your wish, let it be so. I never anticipated that Brother Phone would surprise me in such a manner. Ah, ha, ha ha ha. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of Gogeta, he unveiled his most formidable form, his raven black hair, deep crimson fur, and robust physique, with scarlet eyes that pierced with unparalleled sharpness, radiating boundless confidence. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Gotenks, his lips twitching in astonishment, was utterly taken aback. This form. It is the very one Uncle Lin Feng just utilized. I cannot believe he too would wield it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his words tumbling forth. These fiends are insufferable. Brother Feng, I am coming for you. With that declaration, Gogeta became a streak of lightning, his fists clenched with unwavering resolve. Dallet offered a slight smile, his iron fists poised and ready. Boom. Thunderous. The collision of their fists unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, reverberating and expanding in every direction. Their relentless assaults transformed the sky above the glacier into a cacophony of sound. The energy waves battered everything around them, and in an instant, the glacier began to shatter. Crash! A foreign sound echoed, the crack of ice. Their battlefield descended from the sky to the frozen lake below, and in that moment, the ice began to collapse, their bodies sinking as the velocity of their strikes accelerated. Yet, it seemed they remained oblivious to this occurrence, their focus solely on one another. Swoosh! Ice fragments erupted, transforming into myriad tiny crystals that floated through the air. Suddenly, these minuscule crystals melted into droplets. The energy radiating from both warriors, catalyzed by their furious blows, generated immense heat, causing the ice to begin melting. This frigid expanse, with temperatures plummeting below zero, was being transformed by their fierce combat. Plop! They both plunged into the water, bubbles rising incessantly to the surface, yet their strikes showed no sign of slowing. Thud! Their legs collided, momentarily creating distance between them. Beneath the ice, a series of yellow glimmers emerged around Gogeta, as countless miniature condensed energy spheres materialized in an instant. Simultaneously, on Dallet's side, numerous tiny red lasers began to coalesce, spreading like a torrential downpour beneath the ice. With a sweeping motion, Gogeta sent the energy spheres racing toward Dallet. In response, Dallet unleashed a torrential rain of red lasers, targeting the vicinity around Gogeta. Beneath the icy surface, the frigid water began to boil, bubbles erupting to the surface. As the sub-zero ice began to dissolve, causing the lake to simmer. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated from the depths of the water. Swoosh! Two figures surged forth from the surface. Sizzle! Gogeta once again summoned a sword of light, its brilliance magnified under the augmentation of Super Saiyan 4. Oh, this again? In Dallet's hand, a staff formed from ethereal energy coalesced once more. The two exchanged knowing smiles and charged at each other with fervor. Crackle! The sound of their weapons clashing echoed, sending sparks cascading into the air, as the very heavens trembled with the ferocity of their duel. The staff in Dalit's grip danced like a living creature above his head, spinning like a propeller, its power amassed, and aimed forcefully at Gogeta's crown. Clang! Gogeta raised his sword overhead in defense, and even he, despite his might, gritted his teeth, compelled to use his other hand to support the blade. Dalit, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "What's the matter? You seem to be struggling a bit." Yet Gogeta remained silent, straining to withstand the onslaught, his eyes once again radiating confidence. In an instant, Gogeta summoned his strength, shattering the stalemate as both warriors retreated to their respective positions. The next moment, Gogeta erupted with energy, proclaiming loudly, "Peak brother, you never cease to surprise me. But this is not my ultimate strength. In these years of waiting for you, I have not been idle." A tempest of energy surged forth, contorting Gogeta's visage into a fierce expression, as his half-crouched form underwent a monumental transformation. Whoosh! The overwhelming aura roared through the air, the sound of its passage howling ominously, as the very fabric of the world quaked. Time seemed to freeze at this juncture, all gazes converging upon Gogeta, whose energy intensified further. Even Gotenks found himself overwhelmed by the oppressive force, shielding his eyes as he murmured, "So powerful, I can hardly keep my eyes open." The others huddled together, transforming into Super Saiyan forms to collectively withstand the pressure. High above, Gogeta ceased his energy surge, the residual power coalescing around his back, although his appearance remained largely unchanged. However, Dalit could distinctly sense that Gogeta's energy had transcended into an entirely new dimension, the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. Just as Dalit was taken aback, Gogeta, with blinding speed, appeared before him. Gogeta slightly bent his knees, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Bam! Dalit's body shot upward like a rocket, propelled into the cosmos. Yet Gogeta relentlessly pursued him, launching another assault. Dalit attempted to retaliate, but his body betrayed him, continuing its ascent into the void. In Gogeta's hands, a concentrated, multicolored energy sphere formed, which he launched mercilessly toward Dalit. Surely, this level of damage was beneath Peak Brother's notice. Boom. Dalit's soaring form breached the atmosphere, his agonizing screams resonating throughout the universe. Chapter 169. The Showdown in the Expanse of Space. Their figures ascended above the earth. Dalit gasped heavily, drawing deep breaths. Vegeta, observing the panting Dalit, began to mock him. "It seems the power of the Super Saiyan God is not as formidable as one might think." Dalit paused for a moment, his breath ceasing. Then a faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, you make a valid point. It appears you haven't wasted the past few years." Having mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta, with his hands clasped behind his head, feigned indifference, saying, "Oh, thank you for the compliment. So, shall we continue our fight?" Dalit's expression turned serious once more. Was there any doubt? Who was Dalit, if not one who would never concede easily? "Of course we shall fight," he declared resolutely. "Just as I expect from you. Let us proceed." In that very instant, Dalit unexpectedly reverted to his normal state, leaving Vegeta puzzled. "Did we not agree to fight? Why have you transformed back?" Dalit responded, "Well, we are to fight, but not in this form." It suddenly dawned on Vegeta that Dalit was a fusion of Son Goku and Lin Feng. If Dalit could transform into a Super Saiyan God, he could undoubtedly also assume the form of Super Saiyan 4. The energy amplification from these two distinct transformations was essentially equivalent. Earlier, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 had matched Dalit's Super Saiyan God in combat, but it was only when Dalit reached full power that he found himself at a disadvantage. However, even if Dalit transformed into Super Saiyan 4, it would merely equate to the amplification of the Super Saiyan God. This realization left Vegeta somewhat perplexed. "Are you suggesting you wish to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Isn't that just a different evolutionary path? The enhancement would still be roughly similar to what you just had." Dalit chuckled coldly. "You are correct. However, Super Saiyan 4 is essentially a humanoid great ape. I possess a technique that can amplify my power 100-fold. With that, Dalit began to unleash his energy, an explosive display of brilliance. Golden light surged forth, illuminating the surroundings as Super Saiyan 4 Dalit made his appearance. High above in the sky, two small dots appeared indistinctly, but in the next moment, one began to shine brightly, enveloped in a green aura. Lin Xiaoya cheered, "Wonderful. Dad's energy has surged once again." As the battle scene transitioned to outer space, everyone reopened their eyes, fixated on the sky. Vegeta smiled slightly, uttering a few words. Humph. This fellow has indeed not disappointed me. Raditz beamed, confident in the limitless potential of his two brothers. Hooray, Gotenks. Uncle Dalit has also transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Next, the verdant light surrounding Dalit grew even more radiant, the intensity of the green aura escalating until Dalit bellowed, power of the great ape. Tenfold Ape King Fist. 100-fold increase, added to Super Saiyan 4. What sheer power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Dalret initiated his teleportation, gathering a sphere of energy in his palm that silently approached Gogeta's back. With a fluid motion akin to a gentle breeze caressing the willows, he pressed the energy sphere against Gogeta. However, Gogeta, in his full-power Super Saiyan 4 form, was no mere novice. He swiftly reacted, deflecting the attack with his arm. The two combatants became entwined once more, their figures ascending farther from Earth, seemingly by mutual design. With a resounding crash, their formidable bodies collided again, their arms locked tightly together, neither conceding an inch. Hey, how about we settle this with a decisive battle? Unlike you, I am not bound by time constraints, Gogeta declared. Oh, I almost forgot about your limited time, Dalret retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. You sure do talk a lot of trash. With a swift motion, they both retreated several hundred meters, each commencing the gathering of their ultimate techniques. Dalret placed his hand upon his chest, a crimson-tinged blue light flickering ominously. He shouted, Oozuru King Kamehameha. A colossal beam, capable of shattering the heavens, erupted from his chest, hurtling towards Gogeta. Gogeta, with a confident smile, allowed the faint glow in his hand to intensify into a blinding light. Ultimate Kamehameha. The spiraling energy wave, enveloped in blue and gold, surged towards Dalret's position. Upon their collision, the surrounding space quivered, fading into a palette of muted hues. Time and space appeared to suspend, as the colors fluctuated between gray and their former vibrancy in mere seconds. Blue, red, and golden arcs of electricity danced at the intersection of their energies, where their powers momentarily held each other in a stalemate, yet the romanticism of their rivalry persisted. Both warriors relentlessly channeled their strength, and in an ephemeral moment, a tricolor energy sphere began to form at their point of connection, swelling in size as a result of their combined energies. This sphere's magnitude grew exponentially, its immense power drawing closer to the moon. On the surface of the Earth, this energy seeped into every corner, illuminating the ground with hues of blue, gold, and green. The spectacle was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Meanwhile, far away in Bowsy Mountain, Jine and Shilia gazed skyward. It's the aura of Dalret. No, there also Kakarot's presence. They disowned, recognizing the source of the energy. However, another unfamiliar aura accompanied it. Though they hadn't sensed Lin Feng's presence in a long time, the sudden awareness of his energy did not bring them joy, for it was intertwined with an equally formidable force, leaving them uncertain of its allegiance. In the heavenly temple, Piccolo fixated on the sky, muttering, "These two madmen." In the campus, Sun Wukong stood gazing at the sky with a face full of concern, while beside him, a girl with twin ponytails was peeking at him. Upon lifting her gaze, she was startled to see an unidentified object emitting an endless radiance, causing her to shiver in fright. The crowd atop the glacier had begun to relocate, for the ice field was starting to collapse. Lin Xiaolu continued to observe the two figures in the sky, appearing calm outwardly, yet a tempest brewed within. Vegeta's eyes were filled with apprehension as he grasped the crux of the matter. Reluctantly, he uttered, "Damn it, those two fools. Behind Dalit lies Earth. If he miscalculates, Earth will suffer." Chapter 170. A sudden incident on Beerus's planet. Whis' staff emitted a series of alarming beeps. Oh dear. So many fascinating events have transpired in our seventh universe during Lord Beerus's slumber. Whis scrutinized the staff intently, captivated by the spectacle of the two fighters. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Gogeta, and he exclaimed, "Oh my, it's him." Whis instantly recognized Gogeta, the man who had once boldly confronted a god of destruction. If this continued, the planet called Earth might be in peril. As the two continued to exert their power, the energy sphere was on the verge of engulfing their ki blasts. "Hey, Gogeta, if this goes on, Earth will be in danger." Dalit glanced back at Earth, realizing that if it were to suddenly disintegrate, it would spell disaster for that world. Do not underestimate yourself. You are the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. And if you believe in yourself, you will prevail, Gogeta boasted, subsequently amplifying his output. Dalles felt a surge of frustration towards this brash young man. With no other option at this juncture, he decided to give it his all. 20-fold Great Ape Fist. Gogeta smiled slightly and countered with a powerful shout, 10-fold Kaioken. With the enhancement of these two secret techniques, their powers escalated once more. However, for Dalles, who was at a significantly lower level, he had reached his limit. In his Super Saiyan 4 full power state, Gogeta had maximized his strength with the Kaioken, and the tricolored energy sphere continued to advance toward Dalles. Gogeta, you madman. Dalles' expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, with veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes, his hands trembling before his chest. In that moment, he realized just how formidable this man called Gogeta truly was. Hey, I say, if it comes to this, just concede. Concede? How could I possibly concede? The Kaioken was detrimental to Gogeta's body, while Dalles' Great Ape Fist posed no harm at all. If I can just hold on, this brat will surely be the first to fall. Shut up. Whoever concedes is a coward. With flames of fury igniting within him, Dalles' aura surged forth once again, continuously fueling the Great Ape Kamehameha. The energy sphere, akin to a bottomless pit, began to swell ever larger under the relentless infusion of their powers. Haha, such a style of doing things truly resembles that of Brother Foam. At this moment, Gogeta still wore a smile, yet soon his facial expression began to twitch. The energy sphere doubled in size once again within a second. It had grown to the size of the moon, transforming Earth into a planet with an additional moon. However, when Gogeta glanced at Dalles, he was astonished to find that Dalles' hands had ceased to channel energy. He appeared to be utterly exhausted. In an instant, Earth began to draw the new moon closer, inexorably approaching it. What? Brother Foam and the others have fainted. Gogeta had not anticipated such a situation. Now, his sole objective was to prevent this energy sphere from crashing onto Earth. Whoosh! Gogeta instantly teleported beside Dalles and unleashed his ultimate Kamehameha wave once more. With a whoosh, the energy sphere began to retreat, shifting away from Earth. Gogeta inhaled sharply. Phew, I'm glad I made it in time. Crack! Gogeta's hands began to tremble, his muscles spasming. This was the side effect of the Kaioken. It had unexpectedly manifested at this critical moment. The receding energy sphere began to turn back, all because Gogeta's ultimate Kamehameha wave was starting to weaken. Damn it, I didn't expect it to flare up now. The reason Gogeta pushed himself was to compel Dalles to reveal his trump card. However, he did not foresee that this was already Dalles' ultimate move. Such an energy sphere, under the influence of the Kaioken, was still capable of being repelled from Earth, but due to their prolonged stalemate, the side effects had prematurely surfaced. Gogeta continued to endure immense pain, channeling energy into the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket, utterly futile. He was now powerless to stop it, until his palm drew nearer to the energy sphere. Gogeta's roar was filled with indignation and regret. This energy sphere was the crystallization of their combined power, and in his current state, he could no longer prevent its descent towards Earth. As a result of this energy sphere being attracted to Earth, a series of anomalies began to manifest. The sea started to rise, unleashing wave after wave of colossal tides. The land was illuminated by a tricolored radiance. Damn it, these two lunatics. I knew it would come to this. On the divine temple, Piccolo seethed with frustration, filled with a sense of urgency. Dandy, inform everyone. Let them rush to assist. Dandy, regaining his composure, promptly reached out to everyone on Earth. In an instant, Son Gohan soared into the sky, transforming into a Super Saiyan, a scene witnessed just in time by Videl. I knew Gohan was that golden-haired youth. Meanwhile, those in the polar regions also converged towards the enormous energy sphere in the sky. Piccolo, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Raditz, Gotenks, Lin Xiaoya, and Tax each employed their ultimate techniques to counter this energy sphere. Vegeta inquired, Hey, that Gogeta, what on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, you could have sent this thing flying. Gogeta, now overwhelmed with discomfort, could hardly articulate his thoughts. This turn of events was far from what he had envisioned. Even though the multitude had rallied in resistance, the energy sphere, which amalgamated the powers of the two formidable beings, remained relentless. Piccolo bellowed, Everyone, prepare to resist with your hands. In an instant, all summoned their utmost strength. The Super Saiyan God Gohan led the charge, followed closely by Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, and then the uncertainly transformed Raditz. whether Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Subsequently, several small hands began to reach toward the energy sphere. Heart-wrenching cries echoed across the skies of Earth. This energy sphere was no less potent than the destructive prowess of the gods of destruction, perhaps even exceeding it. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Their bodies were relentlessly pushed downward by the energy sphere. Vegito felt a profound regret. Was this truly the end? At that moment, Vegito yearned for a Senzu bean. Just one would suffice to restore him to full vitality. However, he barely had the strength to raise his hand. Gazing upon the agonized faces of his companions, Vegito began to regret his arrogance. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated behind him, followed by a pair of hands swiftly placing themselves beside him. It was the Super Saiyan 4, imbued with divine energy. Final chapter outline, the conclusion. Since the initial drafts began in May, this work has amassed 400,000 words, and alongside another volume, totals approximately 500,000 words, spanning nearly half a year. Initially, I wrote with a clear direction and passion for Dragon Ball. However, the narrative was fraught with twists and turns, failing to captivate readers, resulting in poor reception. If I were a few years younger, I would have continued writing, but now, as a senior preparing to enter the workforce, I doubt I can continue the remaining plot. Therefore, I intend to briefly summarize the concluding events. Dallet transformed into the Super Saiyan 4, merging divine essence to resolve the crisis from the previous chapter. Majin Buu descended, only to be swiftly defeated by Vegito, allowing Lin Feng to claim the victory. Subsequently, to upgrade Meow Meow's house, the duo traversed various timelines, defeating adversaries in each, with Lin Feng consistently reaping the rewards. The other timeline cell, as previously mentioned, fell to their might. In alternate realms, they encountered the Dragon Ball's MTB, aiding them in vanquishing the evil dragons. They also battled against Super Saiyan 5 Goku, engaging in a spar that facilitated an exchange of energies, allowing Lin Feng to grasp the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. During another traversal, they arrived in the world of Zamasu, who had usurped Broly's form. I had laid a subtle hint in another book regarding Broly's sudden disappearance, which was actually Zamasu's quest to find the strongest Broly across parallel worlds. In the confines of their prison, numerous deranged Brolys fought amongst themselves, selecting the strongest for Zamasu's possession. There were 3 Zamasus in total, 2 of whom had fused. Just as the third Zamasu was about to wish upon the Super Dragon Balls, Lin Feng intervened, unable to contend with the possessed Broly. However, it was possible to severely injure Zamasu, using the language of the gods to wish for the separation of the two beings, Goku and Vegeta, from within Goku's body. Subsequently, Lin Feng forcefully removed Zamasu's earring and instantly transported himself beside Goku, allowing the two beings to merge into Vegito. Following this, Goku fused with Vegito to become Gogeta, ultimately defeating the fused Broly. At this juncture, Lin Feng's Meow Meow house finally completed its upgrade, and the portal to time and space was opened, leading him to the realm where Bardock resided. In Bardock's world, he ascended to the position of Divine Realm Inspector, gaining recognition from the Omni King for his remarkable abilities. Through the transformations of the Saiyans, he earned the Omni King's admiration and began his journey as a god of destruction. However, he proposed that as a deity, one should not merely eradicate unfavorable civilizations, but instead guide them towards prosperity under divine leadership. He initiated this with the Saiyans of his universe, significantly enhancing their civilization's level, which subsequently inspired others across various universes to follow suit. Eventually, the Omni King appointed him as Divine Realm Inspector, placing him on equal footing with the Grand Priest. The purpose of the Divine Realm Inspector was to ensure that the gods of destruction were effectively guiding their respective universes towards prosperity. Nevertheless, this responsibility caused many gods of destruction to lose their original purpose and the pleasures of their roles. One particular god of destruction resolved to utilize the Super Dragon Balls to restore the other universes previously annihilated by the Omni King. His intention was to awaken a certain fallen angel, one who could rival the Grand Priest. This fallen angel, a madman unconstrained by the rules of angels, could freely intervene in the balance of the universe. The god of destruction seeking to resurrect this angel had once served under him. Why was this angel referred to as a madman? Because he aspired to establish a world devoid of gods, including himself. He sought to eliminate all deities, ultimately self-destructing his divine powers to become an ordinary mortal. The Grand Priest, having divided his strength among his offspring due to years of procreation, found himself weaker than in his prime and was severely injured by this fallen angel. The entire angelic race suffered greatly at his hands, leading to their subsequent sealing. The fallen angel's ultimate goal was to slay the Omni King, requiring the powers of the angelic lineage and Bardock, intending to seal them away to gradually absorb their strength. All gods of destruction betrayed their principles. Meanwhile, the Omni King of this world remained oblivious, seemingly uninterested in intervening in the actions of the fallen angel, continuing to sing a tune of indifference. This narrative connects to my other book, where the initiation of the Seed Project by the two female angels mentioned at the beginning, allowing Wang Xian to traverse into Goku's being, is explained. Upon Lin Feng, Goku, and the two beings arriving in this world, a fragment of Bardock and the Grand Priest's consciousness became aware of the situation, revealing to Goku the significance of his existence, suggesting that all of this was predestined. The traversals of Goku and Lin Feng appeared to be intricately orchestrated. Ultimately, guided by Bardock and the High Priest, the four embarked on a journey across various universes to vanquish the treacherous gods of destruction and liberate the angels. With each fallen deity, Lin Feng would claim their essence, allowing his wondrous abode to undergo a remarkable evolution, wherein a year within equated to merely a second outside. After defeating one of the gods of destruction, the two angels who had traversed dimensions alongside Gogeta were rescued, though their strength was nearly depleted. They intended to bestow their remaining power upon the four, granting Lin Feng an extraordinary immortality, while Gogeta and the other two acquired the ability to utilize the perfected Ultra Instinct and could stack their transformations as Saiyans. Subsequently, they triumphed over two more gods of destruction, prompting the fallen angel to grow restless. He summoned all the gods of destruction and formally launched a combined assault against them. Gogeta re-emerged, utilizing the fifth tier of Super Saiyan combined with perfected Ultra Instinct to dismantle the ranks of the gods, while Lin Feng amassed further power. Ultimately, his wondrous abode experienced a qualitative transformation, where a millennium within equated to merely a second outside. After dispatching the remaining gods of destruction, Gogeta aimed his sword at the fallen angel. However, the angel, having absorbed the majority of the angel's powers, effortlessly dismantled Gogeta with a mere finger. The situation became dire for Gogeta and Cabe. At that critical moment, Lin Feng reappeared, now surpassing even Gogeta in strength, having undergone extensive training in his abode. Yet, he too fell victim to the fallen angel's singular, devastating strike. Lin Feng re-entered his wondrous abode, emerging once more, but the disparity in power remained stark. However, Bardock and the High Priest's lingering consciousness seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng shared the secrets of his abode with them, prompting a daring decision, a sacrifice. They resolved to offer the lives of the High Priest and Bardock. This act enabled the ultimate evolution of the wondrous abode, rendering time outside nearly stagnant, regardless of how long Lin Feng trained inside. As time passed, Lin Feng remained within his abode for an indeterminate duration, ultimately defeating the fallen angel. Yet, his joy was short-lived, for he had lost Bardock. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the king of all appeared with his two attendants. This king bore little resemblance to Lin Feng's previous impressions. He was a towering, formidable figure, exuding maturity. This king was the first of his kind across all parallel universes, while others were merely his avatars. As the essence of the universe, he could not directly interfere with such phenomena without risking the annihilation of all worlds. From the inception of his realm, he had anticipated the potential backlash from his own creation, hence he had discreetly planted a mysterious seed within these parallel universes, a unique space, namely Lin Feng's abode. He had awaited a fated individual, and that individual was Lin Feng. In the end, the king instructed his attendants to utilize the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect all the angels and Bardock. Lin Feng, Cabe, and Gogeta were bestowed the title of new gods. Yet, Lin Feng graciously declined, yearning only to return to his universe with Bardock. To this end, Kong Bei replaced Bardock as the inspector of the divine realm, becoming the protector of the Omni King. Vegeta gracefully declined, embarking on a journey to showcase his prowess across various parallel universes. Lin Feng returned to his own timeline, surpassing all deities, including the Omni King's avatar, Quan Dan. No one possessed greater strength than he. Upholding Bardock's ideals, he utilized the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect all Saiyans, transforming them into a righteous legion. The family reunited, basking in joyous togetherness. Thus, this narrative comes to a close. I extend my gratitude to all readers for your attention. As this is my inaugural attempt at writing, I struggled to maintain the narrative flow due to personal reasons, ultimately compelled to present the remaining outline in this manner to provide readers with closure. I apologize for any disappointment caused. Perhaps, in the near future, I shall once again take up the pen to write about Dragon Ball, for it remains the first anime that has captivated my heart from childhood to the present day. November 5th, 2023.